transcending into the Marvel Universe. Nan Zhou has become a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., navigating a world fraught with peril and intrigue. Fortuitously, he possesses a system that grants him template rewards. What? A 100 inheritance of the DC Universe's Deathstroke template? I am now the Deathstroke of Marvel. What? I've drawn the template of the DC Universe's Dark Lord, Darkseid? Then Thanos can step aside. The name of Dark Lord Nan Zhou shall resound throughout the Marvel cosmos. Chapter 1. The Superhero Inheritance System. In Eastern Europe, in a small landlocked nation known as Sokovia, perpetual snow blankets the ground, with temperatures hovering around -10 degrees, rendering it a desolate place. Atop a mountain in this very locale, a young man, approximately 20 years of age, is prone on the ground, peering through binoculars in search of something. With black hair and a distinctly Asian visage, he is adorned in a form-fitting agent's attire that accentuates his robust physique. His countenance is resolute and handsome, with an undercurrent of lethal intent in his brow. Suddenly, he fixes his gaze upon a distant mountain range, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Hydra base is far more elusive than depicted in the films. His name is Nan Zhou, a traveler who, 2 decades prior, accidentally crossed into this Marvel realm, becoming an orphan. Fortunately, he was adopted by Peggy Carter, who groomed him as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent from a young age. Now, at the tender age of 20, he stands as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., on par with Natasha and Barton. His mission today is to dismantle this Hydra stronghold. Setting down his binoculars, Nan Zhou concentrates, and a holographic interface materializes before him. Superhero Inheritance System. Name, Nan Zhou. Age, 20. Unlock Template, DC Universe Deathstroke Template 98. Conditions to increase inheritance. Perform 10,000 punches daily while wearing the Deathstroke mask to enhance the template's inheritance by 0.1. Items in possession. Superman's exterior undergarments, Batman's mask, a broken arrow from Green Arrow, Deathstroke's mask, Captain America's uniform. Achieving 100 template inheritance unlocks a template lottery. Once the Deathstroke template reaches a full 100%, I shall have the opportunity for a template lottery. Gazing at his system page, Nan Zhou is filled with excitement, having endured 4 years of hardship, and he is finally on the cusp of success. Having traversed into the Marvel world and adopted by Agent Peggy, Nan Zhou underwent agent training during his childhood. It was not until he turned 16 that the superhero inheritance system awakened. The system features 2 lottery mechanisms. One rewards items every 7 days upon check-in, while the other unlocks a template lottery upon reaching 100 inheritance. Nan Zhou initially drew the Deathstroke template, and as its inheritance slowly progressed, his strength has grown immensely, culminating in his current status as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., nearly standing at the pinnacle of humanity. The items rewarded in the lottery, however, have been largely inconsequential, such as Superman's exterior undergarments. Now, with the Deathstroke template nearing 100, achieving this milestone will allow him to draw another template. Let us hope for a favorable draw this time. Flash, Green Lantern, or something of the sort. He stows his system page, adjusts the earpiece of his communication device, and speaks. Egghead, I have arrived at the designated location. On the other end of the communication device, a middle-aged male voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, responds. Deathstroke, I've reminded you numerous times to use your codename when making contact. Deathstroke serves as Nan Zhou's alias, derived from his inheritance of the Deathstroke template. Ignoring the reprimand, Nan Zhou continues, while the other side is none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nan Zhou retrieves a pair of glasses from his pocket and immediately transmits the entire scene to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. How shall we proceed? Nick Fury observes the transmitted footage, his expression darkening. Deathstroke, retreat. This is not the time for an offensive. Your mission is complete. Nick has his own plans for him. This is not the opportune moment to strike. However, upon hearing Nick's words, Nan Zhou furrows his brow. He glances at his system interface. Only 2 remains before the Deathstroke template reaches 100. The achievement of eliminating 5,000 foes is within reach, and achieving this milestone will reward him with a 5 increase in template inheritance. At that point, the Deathstroke template will reach its zenith, and he cannot afford to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. To enhance the inheritance of the Deathstroke template, Nan Zhou must don the mask and perform 10,000 punches along with a 40-kilometer run each day to achieve a mere 1 increase. Due to his identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, fulfilling these daily requirements has been a challenge, and it has taken him 4 long years to reach this point. But now, if he can eliminate the Hydra members within this base, he will achieve the 5,000 kills milestone, and the Deathstroke template will finally reach 100, along with a guaranteed template lottery draw. I believe the time has come. Enticed by the prospect of inheritance, Nan Zhou ultimately decides to launch an attack on the base. Deathstroke, my orders are to retreat now is not the moment. We must play the long game. Seeing Nan Zhou's insistence on advancing, Nick senses trouble brewing. Yet Nan Zhou remains unfazed by Nick's warnings, abruptly severing the connection, plunging the transmitted image into darkness. That bastard. Nick's expression darkens. He has lost count of how many times Nan Zhou has defied orders. At that moment, Nan Zhou rises from the ground, dons the Deathstroke mask, and stealthily approaches the edge of the base. Atop the highest tower, a Hydra member stands vigilant, armed with a machine gun. Unbeknownst to him, Nan Zhou silently closes in from behind. The Hydra member is focused on the exterior of the tower, oblivious to any impending danger. Suddenly, two hands grasp his head, and with a swift motion, the sound of dislocated bones reverberates as Nan Zhou snaps his neck. The Deathstroke template has endowed Nan Zhou with exceptional combat skills, physical prowess, firearm proficiency, assassination capabilities, and even self-healing abilities. It is no wonder he has ascended to the rank of level 10 agent in such a short span of time. Silently infiltrating the base is but a trivial task for him. Nan Zhou gently sets the unfortunate Hydra member aside and turns his gaze toward the remaining patrolling guards, a slight smile playing upon his lips. The slaughter begins. One by one, more and more Hydra members fall into the pool of blood. Nan Zhou moves through the base like a phantom, undetected by those within, who remain blissfully unaware of their comrades' disappearances. Before long, the entire base falls into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, within the tower of the base, Baron Strucker sits at his desk, finally sensing something amiss. Someone, anyone. He calls out twice, but receives no response, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. As he rises to open the door to his office, he finds it obstructed by something. Peering closer, he sees an arm lying in plain sight. With a sudden force, Baron Strucker thrusts the door open, revealing a gruesome scene, countless corpses strewn across the base. A wave of dread washes over him. He suddenly recalled that there was a handgun on his desk and turned around to retrieve it. However, upon doing so, he discovered that Nan Zhou was seated at his desk, fiddling with the documents laid out before him. Rest assured, there are no survivors. You are the sole living member of Hydra remaining in this entire base. Chapter 2. The Dark Lord Darkseid Template. As Nan Zhou perused the materials on the Baron's desk, a familiar object piqued his interest. Who are you? An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Baron Strack regarded the masked man before him, forcing himself to appear composed. At this moment, he was defenseless, no different from the fish on a cutting board. Nan Zhou, however, was straightforward, nodding affirmatively. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the Grim Reaper. At the mention of the Grim Reaper, Baron Strack instinctively took a step back. The notorious Grim Reaper was a figure that struck fear into the hearts of Hydra members. Neither Black Widow nor Hawkeye could instill terror as effectively as he could. Just as his codename suggested, the mere sight of him felt akin to the tolling of one's death knell, with numerous significant Hydra members meeting their demise at his hands over the past 2 or 3 years. I say, are you still coveting the Tesseract? Isn't it supposed to be in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody? Clearly, you are at your wit's end, yet your thieving heart remains unyielding. The blueprints on the desk unmistakably depicted the Tesseract, prompting a chuckle from Nan Zhou. As long as you obtain the Tesseract, a resurgence is not out of the question, but your fate will be dire. You've killed so many high-ranking Hydra officials, yet you haven't touched the very root of Hydra. Killing me will be of no benefit. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle, then picked up the gun resting on the desk. Regrettably, you shall not witness Hydra's resurgence. As his words fell, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced Baron Strack's heart. Blood erupted from his mouth as he summoned the last vestiges of strength to remain standing. Hail Hydra! With these final words, he breathed his last. Such loyalty indeed. Nan Zhou approached the Baron's lifeless body and gently closed his unblinking eyes. Isn't your very foundation within S.H.I.E.L.D.? That is their affair, and it bears no relevance to me. Ding! Detected that the host has killed 5,000 targets, gaining 5 inheritance rate. Grim Reaper template inheritance reaches 100, obtaining guaranteed template lottery. Does the host wish to proceed with the lottery? The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou nodded. Drawl. In the next moment, a vast screen began to frantically cycle through images before him. After a span of several seconds, a towering figure nearly 7 feet tall, bearing a menacing visage and exuding an aura of death materialized before Nan Zhou. Ding! Guaranteed Template Lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Darkseid template. Due to the remaining 3 inheritance rate from the 5,000 kills, inheriting 3 of Darkseid's abilities. Darkseid. Nan Zhou leapt to his feet, his face a canvas of astonishment. Initially, he had thought that acquiring a Flash template would be commendable, yet he never expected to draw Darkseid directly. This was the Dark Lord of the DC Universe, the mightiest being of Apocalypse, a unique entity across the multiverse, a new god whose existence directly led to the formation of the Justice League. Suppressing his excitement, Nan Zhou promptly chose to inherit. In an instant, an invisible force surged violently within his body, the phantom of Darkseid merging seamlessly with him, an overwhelming power flooding his being, causing the very air around him to tremble with this immense energy. The energy coursed through Nan Zhou, enveloping him in an intense warmth. He could even hear Darkseid's maniacal laughter resonating within him. A mere clench of his fist allowed him to sense the terrifying energy. A single stomp could crack the ground beneath him. His physical prowess had reached an astonishing level. Bullets, and even explosions were unlikely to inflict harm upon him. Excitedly, Nan Zhou exited Baron Strack's chamber, but suddenly, his gaze fixated upon a wall. With the expertise gained from years as an agent, coupled with the Grim Reaper template's enhancements, he quickly discerned that this was a concealed door. He had overlooked it during his infiltration lapse on his part. A straggler, perhaps? Nan Zhou pondered, sensing the possibility of others within and eager to test his newfound strength. Clenching his fist, he unleashed less than 20% of his power, obliterating the wall effortlessly. Such strength left even Nan Zhou himself astonished. As the wall crumbled, 3 children came into view. A little girl with fiery red hair captured his attention, and upon glancing at the silver-haired boy and the girl with deep green hair beside her, a realization dawned upon him. Their sudden appearance startled the children, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. With a warm smile, Nan Zhou approached them. "Do not be afraid. What are your names?" The red-haired girl, reassured by his kind demeanor, responded softly, "I am Wanda, he is Pietro, and she is Lorna." This revelation caused the corners of Nan Zhou's mouth to lift. Indeed, these 3 were the young Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris. Nan Zhou, this is not your first act of disobedience. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, within Nick Fury's office, Nick regarded the relaxed Nan Zhou with a displeased expression. "My orders were to retreat. Why did you?" At this juncture, Nick could not suppress a deep sigh. Nan Zhou's prowess was undeniable, surpassing even Black Widow and Hawkeye, yet his insubordination posed a significant dilemma for Nick. A rogue level 10 agent frequently defying orders was a critical issue. "I merely felt capable of resolving the situation. I also returned with valuable intelligence." Nan Zhou toyed with an apple in his hand, seemingly devoid of any intention to eat it. "Indeed, the information you brought back is crucial, but gains and disobedience are 2 separate matters." Nick's frustration simmered as he gazed at Nan Zhou. It was known that Nan Zhou's skills were honed under Peggy's guidance, a source of great pride for her. Had he not been trained by Peggy, Nick would not have entrusted significant missions to someone so unpredictable. Yet, if this continued, he risked facing the consequence of elimination. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no need for defiant individuals. However, eliminating a level 10 agent was no simple task. The resultant fallout could lead to mutual destruction. Given that you dismantled the Hydra base, eliminated Baron Strack, and returned with a wealth of useful data, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not pursue your accountability this time. Just be more cautious in the future. In the end, Nick relented, though his admonishments had been repeated countless times. "Understood," Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly before rising to depart. After leaving Nick's office, Nan Zhou stepped into the elevator, leaning against a corner as it gradually descended. Upon reaching a certain floor, the elevator came to a halt, and an agent clad in a covert attire stepped into the elevator. Chapter 3. Agent Hill. Nan Zhou gazed at Hill, her eyes meeting his, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Both regarded as favored children by Peggy, they had grown up together, making Hill Nan Zhou's childhood companion. However, unlike Nan Zhou, Hill was an operative placed by the World Security Council to monitor Nick, though she seemed to support him more than scrutinize him, much to Nan Zhou's chagrin. As Hill approached Nan Zhou, she remarked on the dark expression on Nick's face when the communication device was abruptly disconnected. Nan Zhou chuckled at Hill's observation. "I merely believe his decisions are misguided. I could dismantle that base, if necessary." The differences in judgment between Nan Zhou and Nick had arisen on multiple occasions, revealing a significant divergence in their perspectives. "Let's not dwell on that. What have you been busy with lately? It's been ages since I last saw you." Nan Zhou casually changed the subject. Recently, I've been in contact with Tony Stark, Hill replied, a sigh escaping her lips. Tony Stark? For what purpose? Upon reflection, it dawned on her that the incident of Stark's abduction in Afghanistan was imminent. Nick aimed to procure weaponry and advanced technology from Stark, but regrettably, all her attempts to reach him had been met with his assistant's responses. Stark is truly perplexing. He appears overwhelmingly busy, yet can be found at the casino, Hill expressed, her hand resting on her forehead, revealing her preference for field missions over interaction with Stark. Once this matter is resolved, perhaps you should consider requesting a raise from Nick, Nan Zhou suggested, though he understood that Hill's current mission was unlikely to succeed, for soon Stark would transition from arms dealer to Iron Man. As the elevator descended to the ground floor, the two exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Do you have time this evening? Shall we dine together? Hill hesitated briefly before proposing. Nan Zhou, without a moment's pause, nodded in agreement. Of course. Hill smiled sweetly at his affirmation before turning and departing. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou returned to Peggy's home. Ever since being adopted by Peggy upon his arrival, he had lived there. Currently, the household was graced with the presence of 3 children, whom he had rescued from Baron Strucker's base. However, these 3 children had yet to exhibit any superhuman abilities. Following the usual narrative, it was the Mind Stone that granted Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver their powers, while Polaris should exist within a universe where mutants were a reality. Yet, this universe lacked such a premise, leaving Nan Zhou perplexed by her existence. It is highly likely that due to my own traversal, this universe has experienced some disarray, resulting in the emergence of a universe where Polaris exists. If Polaris wishes to acquire superpowers, it should follow a method similar to that of the 2 individuals. Nan Zhou entered Peggy's room and discovered her narrating stories to 3 children. Evidently, Peggy had managed to alleviate the children's wariness towards her. They seemed to be getting along quite well. Nan Zhou plopped down onto the bed and said, "You always so restless. Have you been listening to Nick's complaints again?" Peggy glanced at Nan Zhou, her eyes revealing a hint of reproach, clearly aware of Nan Zhou's defiance. "It's just a few grumbles from Nick, nothing of great concern," Nan Zhou replied. Upon hearing this, Peggy merely sighed. At 20 years old, you still provide little peace of mind. Nan Zhou's penchant for defiance was well known throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., a figure even Nick found challenging to manage. And what of those 3 children? Do you not intend to report them? The Scarlet Witch trio had been directly brought to Peggy's home by Nan Zhou, a fact he had concealed from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick. Nan Zhou shook his head. "I have my own plans. Let these 3 children remain with me." Peggy remained silent. Through their earlier interaction, she noted that the children seemed quite fond of Nan Zhou, likely due to his role in their rescue. Keeping them close appeared to be a sound decision. For Nan Zhou, these children represented future superheroes, and having them around would undoubtedly prove advantageous. As for the Mind Stone, as long as events progressed normally towards the climactic battle in New York, Nan Zhou would naturally have the opportunity to allow them to encounter it, thus gaining superpowers. Contemplating this, Nan Zhou accessed his system interface, a page invisible to anyone but himself. Noticing a new entry in the template section for Darkseid, he reached out to select it. What the? Upon seeing the conditions for increasing Darkseid's inheritance, Nan Zhou was taken aback. The difficulty seemed rather extreme. Daily exposure to high-intensity omega radiation for 4 hours, coupled with the completion of 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 pull-ups, results in an increase every 30 days. Logically speaking, with a Darkseid template level of 3 and a Clock King template level of 100, push-ups and pull-ups would be trivial matters. However, enduring 4 hours of exposure to high-intensity omega radiation was no small feat, setting aside whether Nan Zhou's body could withstand it. Even acquiring a room that could generate such high-intensity omega radiation posed a challenge. Most importantly, an increase would only occur after completing 30 days, equivalent to 1 month. In other words, for Nan Zhou to reach the 100th Darkseid template, it would likely take him significantly longer than the time he spent inheriting the Bell-Toll template. With this thought, Nan Zhou let out a long, helpless sigh, yearning to escape S.H.I.E.L.D., to break free from this place constrained by rules and regulations. His longing for freedom had never felt so intense. As night fell, Nan Zhou contacted Hill as agreed, and the two found themselves in a restaurant. This was their first meal together in solitude since Nan Zhou joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill donned a dress she rarely wore, shedding the cold demeanor of a spy. In this moment, she resembled the Hill who had once grown up alongside Nan Zhou. "You look truly beautiful tonight," Nan Zhou exclaimed, captivated by Hill's presence. This compliment caused a blush to rise on Hill's cheeks, accompanied by a playful glare in Nan Zhou's direction. Such a reaction only served to enhance her beauty in Nan Zhou's eyes. However, Hill's expression was not entirely joyful. "The night after tomorrow, Tony Stark will attend the Aurora Awards ceremony. Nick has instructed both me and Coulson to be present and to engage with him." "Engage?" Nan Zhou recalled certain matters. "Are you also expected to interact with him?" Hill shook her head. "That task has been assigned to Coulson. I'm merely his assistant." "Why don't you let me accompany you?" Hill suggested, her gaze filled with anticipation. "Me? Why would I go?" Nan Zhou replied, concerned about the schooling arrangements for the 3 children he had brought back. He had no desire to travel so far for the Aurora Awards, especially since Stark would likely not be in attendance, still caught up in the casino scene. Seeing Nan Zhou's inclination to refuse, Hill's expression dimmed slightly as she surveyed their surroundings before finally speaking up. "You know how he is." With those words, Nan Zhou understood. Tony Stark was notoriously known as a womanizer. Any woman who engaged with him needed to be mentally prepared. It was evident that Hill was reluctant about the situation. Given her hesitance, Nan Zhou felt it would be inappropriate to persist in his refusal, so he nodded in agreement. Hill's excitement was palpable, a smile returning to her face. "I will inform Coulson about this. He will certainly agree." Since Hill began her career as an agent, such smiles had become rare, her nerves often taut. Only during their time together could she find true relaxation. After escorting Hill back to her residence, Nan Zhou did not rush back to Peggy's home. Instead, he ventured into the slums of Washington. His presence here was of great significance, even in the capital of the United States. Its slums remain a place steeped in filth and crime. At this moment, Nan Zhou held his phone, its screen displaying a black market website. Various crime lords were offering bounties for heads, and Nan Zhou's target this time was the leader of an underground pill-selling gang in the slums, a notorious drug lord who controlled the entire illicit pill trade in the city's impoverished districts. The price on this individual head was substantial. The mutual assassinations among rivals were truly tragic. Nan Zhou had already pinpointed the man's location. Despite the fact that this criminal had buried himself deep within the slums, locating him was remarkably straightforward. Under the cover of a moonless night, a perfect setting for murder and mayhem, Nan Zhou donned his dark attire, moving stealthily through the slums without arousing suspicion. Soon, he encountered a group of peculiar individuals. Though their clothing was simple and unassuming, each bore a firearm at their side. It was evident that they were guarding his target, nestled within a tent illuminated by faint lights. He had found his unfortunate prey. Observing the scene, Nan Zhou swiftly locked onto the target's position and equipped himself with a thermal imaging device. Indeed, there was someone inside the tent, and, judging by the state of affairs, he appeared to be savoring a cup of coffee. "Let us test my physical prowess," Nan Zhou mused before leaping down. "Who are you?" The arrival of Nan Zhou naturally drew the attention of the gangsters, one of whom raised his gun and inquired. Yet, instead of receiving an answer, he was met with the force of Nan Zhou's fist. Just one punch sent the gang member flying, truly airborne. Damn it, they're an enemy. The remaining gang members, witnessing this, drew their guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Nan Zhou. However, the bullets struck him as if rebounding off steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In contrast, Nan Zhou dispatched each of them with a single punch, leaving no survivors. Every unfortunate soul who faced his fist suffered fatal consequences, including his intended target. Before long, the gang was entirely eradicated, leaving behind only the scent of blood and an overwhelming silence. With a swagger, Nan Zhou severed the head of his target and stowed it away in a bag. Task completed, he made his way toward the rendezvous point. The exchange location was also in Washington, not far from where he was situated within a bar. The contact was a burly man clad in a suit, who regarded Nan Zhou with a notably icy demeanor. Sensing an ominous aura, Nan Zhou frowned. The suited man led him to a secluded room within the bar, devoid of the usual revelry, yet shrouded in dim light. "Here's the head," Nan Zhou declared, eager to conclude the transaction. He placed the severed head upon the table, intent on collecting his payment and departing. "Indeed, it is his head. You have rendered me quite a service," the man responded, his tone betraying a hint of gratitude. Opposite Nan Zhou sat a man clad in a suit, whose ring hinted at his considerable status, suggesting he was likely a notorious underworld boss. The infamous assassin, Agent 47, could indeed assist me in my endeavors. It would truly be an honor. The gang leader across from him emitted a chilling laughter that filled Nan Zhou with discontent. It was only after learning that this world lacked the game featuring assassins that he chose the name Agent 47. And now he had garnered a formidable reputation in the underground realm. I will pay you, but you may have to wait until your next life, declared the gang leader, prompting his henchmen to draw their guns, all aimed squarely at Nan Zhou's head. Surely you are unaware that a bounty of $300 million has been placed on your head? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou let out a derisive chuckle. He had anticipated such a turn of events, yet he was surprised by the audacity of this individual. Is the great underground assassin, Agent 47, finally destined to become a relic of history? The gang leader's face was alight with fervor. Eliminating this man would not only secure him an immense fortune, but also elevate his status in the criminal underworld. Truly foolish, Nan Zhou sighed, finding a certain endearing absurdity in the gang leader's demeanor. In an instant, he pivoted and crushed the hand of one of the gang members, who instantly fell victim to his might. The others, witnessing this, immediately opened fire. However, the bullet struck Nan Zhou without inflicting any harm. Instead, the ricochet felled several of the gang members to the ground. Within mere seconds, every soul in the room lay lifeless, their demise tragically gruesome. Nan Zhou's single blow had even obliterated their internal organs. The gang leader stood in stunned disbelief. The transition from heaven to hell had occurred with astonishing swiftness. Who are you? Unable to accept this turn of events, he drew his gun and fired 3 shots at Nan Zhou, yet the bullets proved utterly ineffective. You are a monster, he shrieked in despair, bewildered by the sight of someone impervious to harm. Nan Zhou regarded the gang leader with a resigned sigh. I must say, you are truly Na'vi. Do you genuinely believe that by killing me, you would claim that 300 million? Not to mention, you are incapable of ending my life. As he spoke, he picked up the gun that had fallen from the gang leader's trembling hand. Your ambitions are audacious yet impractical. I had hoped we could be excellent partners, but you have instead become a casualty beneath my gun. With that, Nan Zhou raised the weapon and ended the gang leader's life. Surrounded by corpses, Nan Zhou searched the room for any sign of a cash box, but found nothing, indicating that they had never intended to bring money. Reflecting on the situation, he gathered all the valuables he could find, calculating that although he incurred some losses, they were bearable. What a stroke of bad luck, he muttered, unable to suppress his frustration as he finally exited the room. Upon exiting the room, Nan Zhou glanced towards a corner where Matt Murdock stood, expressing a desire for discretion. I hope you can keep this confidential. Thank you. With that, Nan Zhou departed. Once he had left, a figure emerged from the shadows of the corner, none other than Daredevil, Matt Murdock. He entered the room, and though his sight was obscured, his acute sense of smell allowed him to perceive the grim events that had transpired within. This assassin, known as 47, was undoubtedly no ordinary human. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Stark. The scene shifted to the evening of the 3rd day during the Aurora Award ceremony. Why hasn't Stark made an appearance? Queried Coulson. He and Hill were present with the intent of engaging with Tony Stark, yet it seems Stark was conspicuously absent. He is likely at the casino, Nan Zhou remarked, observing Colonel Rhodes addressing the audience. This so-called Aurora Award holds little significance for Stark. He wouldn't bother attending to collect a trifle. He is probably at some casino. It should be easy to locate him. Nan Zhou's words prompted a shared glance between Hill and Coulson, both nodding in agreement. The global perception of Stark was well known. I'll look into it, Coulson replied without hesitation, retrieving his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony commenced, but Stark's figure remained elusive. The last to take the stage was Obadiah Stane. Nan Zhou regarded the bald figure before him, aware that this was Stark's first adversary, Ironmonger. Although Obadiah had yet to fully embrace his Ironmonger persona, he had already begun orchestrating plans to eliminate Stark. Not long after, Coulson's phone vibrated twice. Checking his device, he announced, I found him. He is just a short drive away at the casino. With that, Coulson prepared to leave. At that moment, Obadiah concluded his brief speech in Stark's stead, prompting all attendees to rise and depart. As they navigated through the crowd and arrived at the casino where Stark was, they found Colonel Rhodes engaged in conversation with Stark, who was surrounded by voluptuous women. You found him. Go for it, Nan Zhou gestured to Coulson, urging him to seize the opportunity. That's not possible. The military is present, Coulson replied, shaking his head. Nick's directive was clear. Avoid letting military personnel become aware of this situation, and Colonel Rhodes, being military, posed a complication. With a resigned shrug, Nan Zhou acknowledged the predicament, revealing S.H.I.E.L.D's movements to military officials would be detrimental. Coulson decided to wait until Colonel Rhodes concluded his conversation with Stark before approaching. Fortunately, he did not wait for too long. It was uncertain whether Rod's arrival had disrupted Stark's enthusiasm or if it was due to some other reason. But after exchanging a few words with Rod, Stark departed from the gaming table, accompanied by his bodyguard Happy, and made his way towards the casino exit. Observing Colonel Rod bidding farewell to Stark, Coulson recognized that his moment had arrived. Mr. Stark, Coulson approached Stark, speaking as he produced his business card. I am with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, and I would like to discuss certain matters privately with you. As he spoke, he handed over his card. That name is quite cumbersome. You might consider a change, Stark remarked, gesturing for Happy to take the card. If you have matters to discuss, I would appreciate it if you could first contact my assistant, who will arrange a suitable time for you. I have other commitments. Stark adeptly delivered the perfunctory lines and then turned to leave. However, Stark's gaze suddenly fixated on Hill. The exquisite features and figure of the young woman captivated his attention. May I inquire how to address this lovely lady? Stark stepped forward, employing his usual charm. Hill, taken aback by Stark's genuine interest, offered a faint smile. Would you care to join me for dinner later? Stark naturally extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Given his current standing, few women could resist his advances. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly reached out from behind Hill, seizing Stark's wrist. Mr. Stark, I apologize, but this lady has prior engagements this evening, Nan Zhou stated, stepping in front of Stark and shielding Hill with his presence. Oh, Stark feigned surprise, then smiled slightly. It seems I have overstepped. I sincerely apologize to this lady for my earlier actions. With that, Stark withdrew his hand, offered Hill another smile, and turned to depart. Once Stark had left, Hill exhaled a sigh of relief. If Stark had persisted, it would have been quite challenging to extricate herself. However, invoking her own status would likely ease the situation considerably. Thank you, Hill said to Nan Zhou, offering a grateful smile. Well then, beautiful Ms. Hill, would you like me to escort you home? Nan Zhou inquired, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Hill's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully punched Nan Zhou's shoulder, teasing, smooth talker. At this moment, Coulson approached Nan Zhou and the two others. Observing the scene before him, he could only clear his throat to attract their attention. This encounter had been a failure. He was scheduled to depart for Afghanistan the following day, which meant this matter would likely be postponed. With a deep sigh, Coulson acknowledged that this was within his expectations. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. really so desperate for weapons? Nan Zhou inquired, casting a glance at Coulson. However, Coulson shook his head. The weapons were not the crux of the issue. What they truly required were his intellect and expertise. With that, Coulson looked at Nan Zhou, implying that he understood. Nan Zhou grasped Coulson's intent. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought Stark's technological prowess to enhance their Avengers initiative. This plan had also been communicated to Nan Zhou by Nick, yet he held no interest in it, leading to the task ultimately not falling to him. As the trio conversed, they made their way out of the casino. Outside, Stark was engaged in an interview with a strikingly attractive and alluring female reporter. Nan Zhou leaned closer to Hill, whispering in her ear, "Shall we place a bet? That reporter will surely get into Stark's car shortly." Upon hearing this, Hill turned to observe Stark, only to see him wearing a serious expression. She quickly shook her head. It seemed unlikely that the reporter was making him unhappy. However, a moment later, Hill witnessed Stark break into a smile as the reporter followed him into his car, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed by the swift turn of events. "I didn't accept your wager," she hurriedly retorted. Without further ado, Hill strode forward, not looking back. Nan Zhou let out a wry smile. Hill's demeanor made it seem as if she were a big bad wolf, poised to devour him at any moment. Chapter 6. Stark is kidnapped 3 days after the Aurora Award ceremony. In New York, Nan Zhou escorted the 3 children to the school Peggy had arranged for them. The choice of New York was due to Nan Zhou owning a property there. Under normal circumstances, he would reside in that location rather than in Washington, where S.H.I.E.L.D. was based. This is your first day at school, Please do not cause me any trouble, as I have a busy day ahead. He admonished the three, who were now of middle school age and thus placed in that grade. However, their foundational knowledge was somewhat lacking, and their academic performance was likely to be subpar. The three children nodded in understanding. Since their rescue by Nan Zhou, he had become the sole person they could rely on. Compared to Peggy, they seemed to favor this older brother figure, who was merely 6 or 7 years their senior. Brother Zhou, don't worry. We will definitely not cause any trouble, Wanda assured him. Nan Zhou contentedly ruffled the hair of the three children, and with a wave of his hand, he ushered them through the school gate, where their teacher awaited them. After delivering the little ones to school, Nan Zhou felt a long-awaited sense of relaxation wash over him. With no pressing matters to impede him, he could finally attend to his own affairs. His foremost concern was to address the issue of omega radiation. The system indicated that exposure to high-intensity omega radiation was necessary. However, acquiring this omega radiation was no simple feat. It was far rarer than gamma radiation, currently found in only 2 locations, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries. Seeking assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. was out of the question. He could not risk arousing Nick's suspicions. As for Stark Industries, if an opportunity arose, it might be worth exploring, though hope was scant. Other potential sources of omega radiation eluded his thoughts. As he pondered this dilemma, he was completely oblivious to the child barreling towards him, resulting in a collision. The child crashed into Nan Zhou, landing on the ground, clutching his head and fighting back tears. Upon witnessing this, Nan Zhou immediately crouched down, only to realize that the child looked remarkably familiar. It was Peter. At that moment, a young woman approached the boy, brushing the dust off him. "How could you be so careless?" she scolded, her voice laced with concern. She then stood and addressed Nan Zhou. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble, sir." "Peter, apologize to your brother." Heeding her words, the child stood up, looked at Nan Zhou, and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry." Nan Zhou smiled and shook his head. "It's quite all right. I should have been more mindful while walking." After exchanging apologies, they went their separate ways, but Nan Zhou's gaze lingered on the young boy for quite some time. He was certain that the child who had just collided with him was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The young woman accompanying him was undoubtedly Aunt May. What a twist of fate. Nan Zhou chuckled, shaking his head. Sometimes, destiny operates in the most extraordinary ways. Just then his phone rang. "This is Nick. Stark has been kidnapped, and I hope you can rescue him." In Nan Zhou's home, he and Nick were engaged in a covert video call. "You are aware of Stark's situation in Afghanistan, I presume?" Nick's expression was grim, likely disturbed by the disruption to his plans caused by Stark's predicament. Nan Zhou nodded. News of the incident was dominating global headlines, and Stark Industries stock was plummeting. Many believe that Stark cannot escape this peril. Those in the Middle East are notoriously ruthless and merciless. I now require you to venture to Afghanistan to rescue him. Nick understands that the Avengers plan cannot succeed without Stark's technology. No one else would suffice. Thus, Stark must not perish in the Middle East. "This notion is unacceptable to me." Nan Zhou firmly declined, fully aware of the inevitable outcome as a time traveler. Stark shall not meet his demise. He will escape and ultimately become the superhero Iron Man. When the time comes, S.H.I.E.L.D. will require not only his technology, but also his presence. Stark is of paramount importance to us, and you must comprehend this. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's outright refusal, Nick felt a surge of anger. The current situation dictated that any delay could result in Stark's demise in the Middle East. Rest assured, Stark's fate is not sealed. He will return alive. Do you understand? At this moment, Nan Zhou leisurely picked up a banana, seemingly indifferent to Nick's barely contained fury. Shortly thereafter, Nick ended the video call. Staring at the darkened screen, Nan Zhou scoffed, envisioning Stark's safe return and the subsequent bruising of Nick's ego. Before long, Nan Zhou's phone rang again, this time with a call from Peggy. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression darkened. Damn it, not again. Nan Zhou prepared his gear, his face betraying reluctance. However, Nick had invoked Peggy's name. As someone raised by Peggy, Nan Zhou ultimately succumbed to her reasoned and heartfelt persuasion. Listening to Peggy extolling Stark's significant value to S.H.I.E.L.D., he reluctantly acquiesced. At this moment, standing beside Nan Zhou was a striking woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, Sharon Carter, Peggy's niece. Sharon had rushed from Washington to New York and, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. Her mission was to assist Nan Zhou in looking after the three little ones. It's quite dangerous in Afghanistan. Please take care of yourself, Sharon advised. Observing Nan Zhou as he readied himself, Nan Zhou nodded. That place won't be my downfall. If I stumble there, I would truly be embarrassed. Unworthy of being a top-tier agent. He then turned to Sharon. I entrust those three little ones to you. They may be a bit shy, so you'll need to engage with them properly. Seeing Nan Zhou like this, Sharon couldn't help but chuckle. This is the first time I've seen you in such a light. What is this? Are you feeling paternal toward these three children? Nan Zhou smirked. I'm just worried that if you engage with them, you might unleash your maternal instincts. Sharon, hearing this, playfully retorted, who is letting their maternal instincts run wild? Hurry and go, save your Stark. Chapter 7. The rescue of Stark. A few days later, in Afghanistan, Nan Zhou was quietly recuperating near the valley where Stark was imprisoned. The valley was not particularly difficult to locate, and Nan Zhou was able to find it with relative ease. He had disabled all his communication devices, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D. unable to reach him. His intentions were straightforward. He was biding his time, waiting for Stark to emerge clad in the Mark I armor. Should Nan Zhou rescue Stark at this moment, the superhero Iron Man might never come to fruition, leaving Stark merely as a tycoon of clean energy, or perhaps, even before achieving such status, he could fall victim to Obadiah's machinations. Nan Zhou was also mindful of not disrupting the historical fabric of the Marvel Universe, to avoid inciting greater chaos. Meanwhile, within the cave of the valley, Stark and Ethan were engaged in a desperate final effort, under the watchful gaze of their captors. They were crafting the Mark I as a means of survival. The sound of hammers striking metal echoed through the cave, each moment heightening the tension for Ethan and Stark. A single misstep could reveal their actions, leading to their demise. Not long ago, they had narrowly escaped such a fate. Time was no longer a luxury. If they delayed any further, a grim outcome awaited them. While Stark and Ethan hastened their work, Nan Zhou grew increasingly impatient. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a state of anxiety. Nan Zhou's sudden loss of contact left Nick deeply troubled. He could not ascertain whether Nan Zhou's silence was a deliberate choice or a result of unforeseen peril. However, as a level 10 operative, it was unlikely that Nan Zhou had encountered any genuine danger. Those kidnappers should be incapable of harming him. For Nan Zhou, dispatching them would be akin to child's play. Yet, with his disappearance, S.H.I.E.L.D's communication methods had become futile, which was a source of great concern for Nick. As one of the few individuals in whom he placed his trust, any misfortune befalling Nan Zhou would represent a significant loss, both personally and for S.H.I.E.L.D. He could only hope for the best. Seated at his desk, Nick silently offered a prayer. The following day, a subtle disturbance finally emerged within the valley, igniting a spark of interest in the otherwise lethargic Nan Zhou. You bastards! Ethan shouted as he fired his weapon frantically. This was the final act he could muster for Stark, after which he hoped to reunite with his family. The kidnappers, armed and advancing into the valley, clearly indicated that Ethan's time was running out. Observing the gathering of kidnappers outside the valley, a thought flashed through Nan Zhou's mind. With determination, he leapt from the heights of the valley, targeting the soldiers who were assembling below. Since acquiring the Darkseid template, Nan Zhou's physical strength has transcended that of an ordinary human. Even leaping from such a height poses no challenge for him. The force generated by his descent resulted in an immediate and brutal demise for one of the kidnappers, as his foot crushed the man's skull upon landing. Blood splattered onto the face of another kidnapper nearby, who, along with his companions, appeared utterly bewildered by Nan Zhou's sudden arrival. After all, he had seemingly descended from the heavens, a phenomenon that defied their understanding of reality. However, Nan Zhou paid no heed to their confusion. He delivered a powerful punch to the dazed kidnapper beside him. Though this strike bore less than a fraction of his full strength, it shattered the man's ribs, with one shard piercing directly into his heart, ending his life. It was only at this moment that the remaining kidnappers grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that the masked figure before them was their adversary. Open fire! Kill him! Bellowed the corpulent leader among them. Regardless of whether Nan Zhou had descended from the skies or risen from the earth, they believed that a bullet would surely spell his doom. Yet, their assumptions were patently foolish. Just as the gangsters who had earlier fallen before Nan Zhou, the bullets fired at him proved utterly ineffective, causing him no harm whatsoever, not even the slightest itch. What a disappointment! Nan Zhou sighed deeply, seeing the kidnappers panic as their bullets failed to inflict any damage. He seized the moment. In a flash, he appeared before one of the kidnappers, delivering a single punch that sent him to his end. Like a true superhero, Nan Zhou dispatched each kidnapper with ease, and within less than a minute, the area outside the cave was nearly devoid of them. The remaining kidnappers, having realized the unfolding chaos, rushed out of the cave. Ethan, nursing a gunshot wound to his thigh, lay in agony on the ground. Strikingly, those who could have easily killed him chose instead to flee. At that moment, Stark emerged from his confinement, clad in his Mark I suit. He effortlessly dealt with a few stragglers before making his way towards the cave's exit, rushing to Ethan's side. "Ethan, are you all right? Where are they?" Ethan shook his head, perplexed. "I don't know why, but they were supposed to kill me, yet they left in haste." Stark found this puzzling, but resolved to investigate further. However, upon exiting the cave, they were met with a terrifying sight. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of countless kidnappers, while the few remaining ones frantically unleashed a barrage of gunfire at a man adorned in tactical gear and a mask. The expressions on the kidnappers' faces were etched with sheer terror. "Is this person a monster?" Ethan and Stark gazed in astonishment at Nan Zhou, who disregarded the harm of any bullet, their shock deepening with each passing moment. It was inconceivable for anyone to withstand bullets, nor could anyone leap to such heights and distances. Even Captain America, Steve Rogers, could not accomplish such feats. The individual before them was far more terrifying than Captain America. While they were still reeling from the shock, Nan Zhou dispatched the last enemy. In truth, he could have ended the battle long ago. Exterminating these foes was as effortless as crushing ants. Yet, to make the encounter more entertaining, he toyed with them, as a predator might with its prey. Ultimately, these individuals all lay lifeless, cold corpses. At that moment, Nan Zhou also took notice of Stark and Ethan. "Ah, you have emerged," he said, slowly approaching them, only to find their faces etched with wariness, with Stark immediately positioning himself protectively in front of Ethan. This scene momentarily startled Nan Zhou, who then remarked, "Relax. I am here to save you." Chapter 8, by Madly By Who Are You? Stark and Ethan dared not underestimate the approaching figure, having witnessed firsthand his monstrous prowess. "I am here to rescue you. I harbor no ill intentions." Observing the vigilance on their faces, Nan Zhou felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that any attempt at explanation would be futile. "Are you from the military? Are you a super soldier as well? Have you been injected with a serum like Captain America?" Stark inquired once more, the only explanation he could conceive being that this man had received a similar serum, for it was impossible for bullets to penetrate him otherwise. Nan Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Why could Stark not grasp the crux of the matter? "Who I am is of little significance at present. What truly matters is that I am here to rescue you. This is your best opportunity to leave. Do you understand?" He gestured toward Stark. "Your armor is capable of flight, is it not? Now is the perfect moment to escape, so hurry." Stark was momentarily stunned by Nan Zhou's awareness of his armor's flight capability. Sensing the confusion in Stark's eyes, Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "I know far more than you can imagine, so spare me your questions. Just leave quietly, and do not speak of today as events. Consider it your armor that vanquished all the foes. Do you comprehend?" With that, Nan Zhou leaped, and in just 3 bounds he exited the valley, leaving Stark and Ethan in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, still processing the situation, but the reality was undeniable. They had been saved. "Come, let us depart." Stark grasped Ethan firmly and activated the flight system of his armor, soaring away from this unforgettable place. In the southern vessel, the mission was successfully accomplished. Stark was rescued. The Mark I was successfully developed, and even Ethan was saved. This mission could be deemed a resounding success. However, upon connecting to the communication system, he was met with a barrage of scathing remarks from Nick Fury. Fortunately, given the successful completion of the mission, Nick could not voice further complaints. Moreover, the matter concerning the Mark I was kept under wraps by the southern vessel. Stark, accompanied by Ethan, managed to board a military aircraft, and both were finally safe, returning to their homeland. Upon returning home, Stark's first action was to convene a press conference, during which he announced the permanent closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division. His experiences in Afghanistan had profoundly transformed Stark. He was resolute in his desire to instigate change. Ethan was also settled in a mansion adjacent to Stark's. The notion of an upgraded Mark I began to take root in Stark's mind. Stark nonchalantly declared the closure of the weapons division, an announcement that precipitated a drastic decline in Stark Industries stock value. Following Stark's abduction, the company's stock had already plummeted, and this latest decision further exacerbated the situation. The number of people selling off Stark Industries shares surged. They were eager to stem the losses, fearing greater financial ruin if they did not act swiftly. Yet, Stark Industries stock was akin to a hot potato. Who would dare to take it on? With no prospect of appreciation, few were willing to acquire it. However, there was one exception. Amidst the frenzy of selling, one individual was fervently buying, a man known as S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou was merely a pseudonym. His true identity was Nan Zhou. As a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou possessed substantial wealth, thanks to his base salary, various mission rewards, and some illicit gains from his assignments, coupled with involvement in black market dealings. His savings had amassed to a staggering $150 million. Nevertheless, this sum was paltry compared to the scale of Stark Industries. Yet, in the midst of the stock's plummeting value, $150 million could secure a considerable stake. Nan Zhou reserved only $100,000 for personal use, channeling the remainder into purchasing Stark Industries shares. To outsiders, this seemed the folly of a fool. While others were desperate to divest themselves of Stark Industries stock, who would dare to buy? Little did they know, Nan Zhou was aware that in the not-so-distant future, Stark Industries stock would experience a meteoric rise, one that would leave all in awe. When that time came, Nan Zhou would emerge as a major shareholder in the rejuvenated Stark Industries. Wealth, once amassed, can indeed become an inexhaustible resource. Presently, many regard Nan Zhou as a naive benefactor. Yet in due time, they shall profoundly regret their actions. Astonishingly, some have chosen to act contrarily, purchasing our stocks. During an emergency board meeting at Stark Industries, the directors, gazing at the screen awash in green, were consumed by trepidation. Did they not yearn to divest themselves of Stark shares? However, their holdings were so substantial that finding willing buyers proved impossible. Thus, they could only sell in minuscule increments. And even that was met with reluctance. Who could have foreseen that the once thriving stocks of Stark Industries would find themselves in such disarray? The identity of this enigmatic individual remains shrouded in mystery. My attempts to investigate have yielded naught. At this juncture, Obadiah spoke up. The directors exchanged glances, pondering whether this individual could possibly be Stark himself. Perhaps witnessing the precipitous decline of his own stocks, he had resorted to purchasing shares out of his own pocket? Or might this be Stark's cunning ruse to regain control over Stark Industries by acquiring all our stocks? The board members began to speculate various conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, Obadiah's expression grew grave as he fixated on his phone. He had spent considerable time attempting to uncover the truth behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou's identity, and he was unconvinced that this mysterious figure was Stark. Surely, it must be someone else. Yet the inability to uncover this person left Obadiah with an unsettling sense of anxiety. Stark's survival was already beyond his expectations, and the entire faction in the Middle East had been obliterated, with none remaining alive. The military asserted that Stark had escaped on his own, a claim they had no reason to fabricate, as they would seize every opportunity to boast of their victories. Thus, if Stark had indeed escaped, could this be connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhou? Obadiah pondered, his countenance growing increasingly grave. Chapter 9. A night visit to Stark in the basement of the Stark mansion. Stark and Ethan were immersed in the creation of Mark II, yet their progress was still confined to the construction of the legs. Stark was acutely aware of the plummet in Stark Industries stock. A drop of 565 points was a substantial blow to any enterprise, Stark Industries included. However, Obadiah seemed to have taken full control, rendering Stark almost a mere figurehead. Yet, he was not particularly troubled by this. As long as he could focus solely on crafting Mark II without the burden of anxiety, he felt content. JARVIS, bring up the schematics, Stark requested while meticulously refining the leg components. Understood, replied a voice imbued with a slight mechanical timbre, emanating from Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Upon receiving Tony's command, JARVIS promptly projected the holographic schematics of all Mark II components. At this moment, Ethan stood before the blueprint, meticulously examining the design for the legs. He then turned to Stark, indicating that there were still improvements to be made in that area. As Ethan had collaborated with Stark on the creation of Mark I, he naturally accepted Stark's invitation to partake in the development of Mark II. This was an experience unlike any he had encountered before. He understood that the unveiling of Mark II would astonish the entire world. The combined might of all Stark Industries weaponry would pale in comparison to the impact of Mark II. After all, Mark I was already a device capable of altering the course of history, let alone the forthcoming Mark II. The prospect of contributing to such a transformative project filled Ethan with immense excitement. "Jarvis, play some music," Stark said, feeling the monotony of the situation was becoming tedious. This had always been his habit. However, contrary to his expectations, Stark received no response from Jarvis. "Jarvis?" He called again, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. But silence persisted. An uneasy premonition washed over Stark. It was then that Jarvis suddenly spoke. "Mr. Stark, I have just encountered a system rewrite. It appears someone has breached your villa." Upon hearing this, Stark and Ethan exchanged a glance. The ability to rewrite Jarvis's programming was a feat so rare that it seemed nearly impossible to find anyone capable of such a task. Jarvis, however, could not speak falsely, indicating that someone had indeed tampered with his programming and infiltrated Stark's home. Stark instinctively grabbed a wrench. As he had yet to equip the Iron Man suit with offensive capabilities, it was the only means of defense available to him. Ethan likewise armed himself, and both men fixed their gaze on the solitary exit. Suddenly, a figure clad in a mask and a black hooded sweatshirt descended the staircase. Upon seeing the mask, Stark and Ethan froze momentarily. This mask belonged to the individual who had disregarded bullets in Afghanistan, relentlessly dispatching kidnappers. The person was none other than Nan Zhou. "Don't be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions," Nan Zhou said, noticing the weapons in their hands and their vigilant stares. He proceeded to place a device in front of the keypad, and within less than half a minute, the lock to Stark's basement was effortlessly disengaged. As a descendant of the Bell-Toll template, with a proficiency level of 100, Nan Zhou inherited not only the combat prowess, fighting techniques, and firearms expertise of the Bell-Toll, but also its advanced intellect. Thus, breaching Stark's basement security was a rather simple task for him. Stark gazed incredulously at the figure before him. In his perspective, what was deemed the most impenetrable program in the world was effortlessly cracked by Nan Zhou in less than half a minute. This left Stark, who had always been adorned with the aura of a genius, somewhat incredulous. As Nan Zhou entered the workshop and took a seat at a nearby table, he observed the two engaged in their research. "What? Planning to create an upgraded version of your mech?" Stark inched forward. Despite the fact that Nan Zhou had saved both him and Ethan during their ordeal in Afghanistan, Stark could not wholly place his trust in him. "What brings you here?" Ethan mustered the courage to inquire. "What brings me here? Naturally, I can't see how you both are faring." Upon hearing this, Stark and Ethan were understandably skeptical. To trespass merely to check on their well-being? Preposterous. Of course, this was merely a jest. At that moment, Nan Zhou rose from the table and approached the leg of Mark II, scrutinizing it with great attention. "I'm here with a request," he stated. "Having saved your lives, it seems only fair for you to offer me some recompense or assist me in accomplishing a task. Does it not?" Stark and Ethan exchanged glances. Nan Zhou was correct. Had it not been for him, Ethan might have met his demise, and Stark would not have escaped that cave so easily. Thus, it was not unreasonable for Nan Zhou to seek some form of reward. "Then speak your piece," Stark remarked, feeling reassured that Nan Zhou harbored no ill intentions toward them. Placing the wrench on the table, "My request is quite simple, and I believe you possess the capability to fulfill it. I require a room saturated with Omega radiation." Stark and Ethan were taken aback by this revelation. Omega radiation was known to be the most terrifying form of radiation in existence. Exposure to gamma radiation might not lead to immediate death, but exposure to Omega radiation would result in severe hemorrhaging, organ failure, and ultimately, death. "What do you need that for?" Nan Zhou shook his head. "That is of no concern to you. Just ensure you can procure it for me. Ideally, the room should be movable, which should not pose a significant challenge given your stature." Stark. While Nan Zhou could acquire these materials himself, the hassle was considerable. It would be far more convenient to delegate this task to Stark. "Very well, I shall agree." Stark hesitated briefly before nodding. However, You must guarantee that you will not intrude upon my home uninvited in the future. Once I prepare this for you, our dealings will be settled." Nan Zhou smiled faintly. "Agreed, it's a deal." As he spoke, he produced a business card. "Once completed, contact this number, and do so swiftly." As he spoke, Nan Zhou rose and departed from Stark's basement, striding boldly through the grand entrance of the Stark mansion. Chapter 10. The minions of Kingpin. Nan Zhou's arrival was but an interlude for Stark and his companion. The progression of Mark II must continue, while the house infused with Omega rays would be addressed by Stark at another time. Upon leaving Stark's opulent residence, Nan Zhou returned to New York, where the three little ones appear to be faring well at school, at least causing no trouble and drawing no ire from others. Since Nan Zhou's return from Afghanistan, Sharon had vacated his home, and now it fell upon Nan Zhou to care for the three children. However, as night descended, Nan Zhou found no respite, for he had matters to attend to. He had already invested in Stark Industries, acquiring shares worth nearly $150 million, yet in strict terms, he could hardly be considered wealthy, as his bank savings dwindled to a mere $100,000. What Nan Zhou now sought was to amass wealth, and naturally, this fortune was to be procured from the shadows of the black market. Under the cloak of darkness, the night in New York became a revelry for the mafia. In the upscale clubs of the city, youthful maidens swayed on stage, captivating the gaze of the gangland lords. Among them, a rather frail man, with a cigar clenched between his lips, observed the alluring young woman before him, his eyes brimming with desire. Were it not for the throng around him, he would have pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf. At that moment, the door to their chamber swung open, revealing a man clad in a mask. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered, for none recognized this intruder. "Who are you? What do you want here? Seeking death, are you?" The frail man rose, brandishing his firearm threateningly. They were the kings of New York's underbelly, who dared to disregard their authority. The masked figure merely scoffed. "To be so brazen at the brink of death? Remember, I am a harbinger of your demise." The masked man was none other than Nan Zhou himself. Drawing his pistol from his waist, he swiftly dispatched the frail man as companions, a single bullet for each. The sudden turn of events left the room in stunned silence, while maidens on stage crouched down in terror, their screams piercing the air. "Damn it!" The frail man quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that Nan Zhou was a harbinger of doom. "Shoot!" he bellowed, turn to flee. There was a hidden door in the chamber, a potential escape route. Yet, Nan Zhou would not allow him to slip away so easily. With a remarkable leap, he landed squarely on the man's back. The others, witnessing this, dared not show excessive astonishment, instead pivoting to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Nan Zhou. Yet, just as with those who had encountered Nan Zhou before, the bullets that struck him caused no harm whatsoever. At this moment, Nan Zhou crouched down, gazing at the man beneath his feet. "Someone has paid for your life, so you shall endure this," he declared, pressing the gun against the man's forehead. Seeing that the bullets could not injure Nan Zhou, the man's subordinates rushed forward, eager to engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, every individual who approached Nan Zhou was met with a single punch, sent flying, bleeding from every orifice, and meeting their demise. "You dare not kill me," the frail man shouted, his voice tinged with fear. "I am one of Jean Bing's men. If you kill me, the boss will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Both you and your employer will face a brutal fate at the hands of Jean Bing." The man's words caused Nan Zhou to pause. He had not anticipated that this individual was a subordinate of Jean Bing. "I am a trusted aide of Jean Bing. The consequences of killing me are dire," the man continued, believing that the mere mention of Jean Bing's name had intimidated Nan Zhou. "You possess remarkable skills. Why not join us? Serve Jean Bing, and you shall never want for anything again." Thinking that these words might save him, he was taken aback when Nan Zhou responded by smashing the guns, but against his face, shattering all the man's teeth. The excruciating pain elicited a series of anguished cries from him. "I care not whether your words are true, even if you are a trusted aide of Jean Bing. What of it? In my eyes, Jean Bing holds no power." Nan Zhou patted the man's cheek. "If my employer's target is Jean Bing, I shall carry out the assassination without hesitation. In my world, all are equal. Once marked by me, there is only one fate, death." With that, Nan Zhou aimed the gun at the man's head. "You would do well to hope that your boss comes to seek you soon." With the finality of his words, a gunshot rang out, leaving only the piercing screams of a woman echoing in the room. Somewhere in New York, a man of imposing stature sat at a table, crushing the phone in his hand. "Damn it!" Who is this assassin known as Code 47? This furious man was none other than Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of New York's underworld. He had just received the news that one of his most trusted subordinates and his entire entourage had been slaughtered. Upon investigation, he discovered that the perpetrator was an assassin known as Code 47. This assassin, who was Nan Zhou, had gained notoriety throughout the underground world. Since his emergence 4 years ago, he had never once failed, achieving success in every assassination. Whenever a contract was assigned to him, the employer could rest easy, for by dawn, their target would be a corpse. Find out who this person is. Gene Bing, the preeminent crime lord of New York, had never paid much heed to the existence of the enigmatic subject known as Agent 47, as his own affairs rarely necessitated such a figure. However, the situation took a dire turn when Agent 47 directly encroached upon his territory, eliminating one of his most trusted confidants, igniting a furious wrath within Gene Bing. The streets of New York had long echoed a saying: to survive, one must either align with Gene Bing or keep a safe distance from him. Having dared to tread upon the toes of a Titan, one should not be surprised when the Titan sends them to meet their maker. In this moment of rage, Gene Bing's secretary, who had been standing by his side, cautiously spoke up. Many have attempted to investigate Agent 47, yet all have failed. His identity remains shrouded in secrecy, and I fear our chances of uncovering are slim. Before the secretary could finish, Gene Bing's hand came crashing down upon the table, shattering it into fragments. Even if we cannot ascertain his identity, I demand that you try. I'm the king of New York. How can it be that a mere assassin's identity eludes us? Leave no stone unturned. I will make him aware of the dire consequences of crossing me. Chapter 11. Gene Bing declares war on this day. The underworld of New York erupted into chaos. The monarch of this subterranean realm, Gene Bing, issued a bounty in the black market, a reward of $30 million for anyone who could unveil the identity of Agent 47, and a staggering $50 million for the head of the assassin himself. This announcement sent shockwaves through the black market, stirring a frenzy among those desperate for a chance to rise from obscurity. Agent 47 had become the most sought-after assassin in the underworld, while Gene Bing reigned supreme. It seemed an irreconcilable conflict had emerged between the two, and Gene Bing was poised to take action against the killer. The allure of $30 million and $50 million was irresistible, sparking the ambitions of countless individuals eager to test their fate. Meanwhile, in a modest motel in New York, the daredevil Matt Murdock became aware of this news. The last man he encountered was none other than Agent 47, who had not only recognized Murdock, but had also revealed his identity. This revelation left Murdock feeling that this individual posed a significant threat. Given the lethal methods employed by Agent 47, Murdock perceived him as a superhuman entity. He had attempted to investigate the assassin's identity himself, but regrettably, his efforts had been in vain. The layers of secrecy surrounding Agent 47's identity were impenetrable even for Murdock's formidable capabilities. However, Agent 47 was currently just an assassin, targeting members of the criminal underworld, thus posing no immediate threat to Murdock or society at large. Hence, he had refrained from further inquiries. Now, he pondered how he might navigate this predicament. Murdock approached the window, though he could not see the scenery beyond. The sounds of the wind and the conversations of passers-by allowed him to sense the world outside. The impending confrontation between Gene Bing and the elite assassin promised to be a remarkable spectacle. Although the underworld was in chaos, Nan Zhou continued to lead his life undisturbed. After concluding this transaction, he had acquired a considerable sum of money, allowing him to enjoy a period of leisure without worry. He was aware of the events concerning Gene Bing, yet he remained indifferent. Regardless of the investigation's intensity, his identity would forever elude Gene Bing's grasp. Since he could not be traced, Gene Bing could only succumb to impotent rage. Was it not delightful to observe this spectacle from the comfort of his home? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement in New York, a man was bound tightly to a chair, his fingers stripped of their nails, blood oozing from his mutilated hands. His face bore numerous bruises, and only a few teeth remained intact. This unfortunate soul was the hired hand behind the murder of Gene Bing's trusted associate, a leader within a minor New York gang. At that moment, Gene Bing emerged from the shadows, accompanied by his enforcer, and confronted the terrified man before him. Tell me, what does the one known as Agent 47 look like? What distinguishing features does he possess? The man merely shook his head, his words slurred and indistinct due to his shattered teeth. "I truly do not know. Our dealings were strictly online." The man had made it abundantly clear. His interactions with Nan Zhou were confined to the virtual realm. Upon completion of their arrangement, they would communicate with the employer who would deposit the payment into a secure account. This account was untraceable. It appeared as a vacant number, a mere shell. Thus, the prospect of uncovering Nan Zhou's whereabouts through the employer was exceedingly bleak. Even if they managed to locate the employer who had previously facilitated a face-to-face transaction, Nan Zhou had always concealed his identity behind a mask, his voice altered, rendering any revelation improbable. Observing the man, who had now lost control of his bladder, Jean Bing sighed deeply. "Why must you provoke me? Of all people, you chose to antagonize me, even hiring someone to kill me." As he spoke, Jean Bing seized the man's hair. "You understand the consequences of your actions, do you not? Do you believe you will emerge unscathed?" With those words, Jean Bing's fist struck the man's face with brutal force, causing his entire cheek to collapse. One punch followed another, two, then three. After the third blow, the man's visage was unrecognizable, and despite the excruciating pain, he could no longer utter a sound, teetering on the brink of death. These 3 strikes, however, were insufficient to satiate Jean Bing's wrath. Yet, he realized that if he continued, the man would soon perish, and with his death, the thrill of the moment would vanish. Contemplating this, Jean Bing released his grip and turned to his subordinate. "Ensure he remains alive. I still wish to derive amusement from him." Jean Bing's intention was to render this man's existence a living hell, much like the fate awaiting the one known as Agent 47. 3 days later, after escorting his children to school, Nan Zhou's phone rang, interrupting his tranquil routine. Nan Zhou answered the phone, and Stark's voice resonated from the other end. "Your house, infused with Omega radiation, is ready. When will you come to collect it?" Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's heart soared with joy. He was pleasantly surprised by Stark's remarkable efficiency. It had only been 4 to 5 days, and the work was completed. "I'll head over right away. Please wait for me." After hanging up, Nan Zhou promptly purchased a plane ticket to California. The journey from east to west was not particularly lengthy, yet whether due to his anticipation for the house imbued with Omega rays or some other reason, the time spent aboard the plane felt excruciatingly prolonged. As soon as the plane landed, Nan Zhou hurried to Stark's villa. Employing his usual tactics, he donned a mask to evade surveillance, and after bypassing the security code, he arrived at Stark's opulent mansion. However, unlike previous visits, this time Stark's assistant Pepper Potts was also present. Skillfully avoiding Potts' gaze within the luxurious estate, Nan Zhou descended into the basement. Perhaps due to their last encounter, Stark and Ethan appeared considerably more composed upon Nan Zhou's arrival. "The house is prepared for you, located in my garage. Let me take you there." Stark, without further ado, set aside his tasks to escort Nan Zhou to the garage. At that moment, the Mark II armor revealed itself before Nan Zhou. The silver battle suit emanated a chilling aura of dominance, captivating Nan Zhou's interest. After all, this was his first encounter with a tangible Iron Man suit, and the experience differed vastly from what he had witnessed in films. Stark and Ethan made no effort to conceal their armor. After all, during Nan Zhou's last visit, he had already scrutinized their blueprints, rendering further secrecy unnecessary. "This is truly impressive," Nan Zhou remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for the armor. Indeed, mechanized suits embody a man's romantic spirit. Chapter 12. The terrifying Omega radiation in New York. Nan Zhou transported the Omega radiation-infused house that Stark had prepared for him back to his garage. Although his garage was not small, it housed only a single vehicle, making it relatively easy to accommodate such a structure. The entire house was constructed from radiation-proof materials and featured excellent sealing. After all, should Omega radiation leak, it would pose a catastrophic threat to the entire neighborhood, even the city of New York itself. Entering the room, Nan Zhou quickly noticed a red button. According to Stark, pressing this button would fill the entire room with Omega radiation. He closed the door securely and reinforced it with 3 sturdy locks. Despite his outward calm, he felt a twinge of nervousness. He was uncertain what the radiation exposure would do to him. Taking a deep breath, Nan Zhou placed his hand over the red button, steeled his resolve, and pressed it down decisively. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a crimson glow, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from within Nan Zhou's body. This agony forced him to kneel on one knee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Simultaneously, his garments disintegrated into nothingness. Ding! Life protection function activated due to exposure to high-intensity omega radiation. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou initially believed the pain would diminish significantly. However, to his dismay, the torment showed no signs of abating. It appeared that this so-called life protection merely ensured his survival, utterly failing to alleviate his suffering. In his heart, Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse the system. He was perpetually enduring the torment of omega radiation. This suffering was beyond the capacity of any ordinary person to withstand. Even Captain America would not fare any better in this predicament. Yet, he was bound to endure this for 4 hours, which felt like an eternity in a purgatory of anguish. What compounded his distress was the requirement to complete 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 pull-ups, with an increment granted only after every 30 days. Although this increase was significantly more substantial than that of the Doomsday template, the pain he had to endure to meet this condition was exponentially greater. Let us begin, he resolved, bracing himself against the searing pain as he commenced his push-up regimen. Each repetition was a testament to his physical limits. Under normal circumstances, 1,000 would have been a trivial endeavor, but the present situation was far from ordinary. As time ticked away, Nan Zhou's anguished roars echoed within the confines of the high-intensity omega radiation-filled room. 5.5 hours had elapsed, and at this juncture, Nan Zhou clung to the edge of the room, performing his pull-ups. Now, he could discern the glimmer of victory on the horizon. 996, 997, 998. His entire body trembled, and at this moment, only his sheer willpower sustained him. 999, 1,000. As he completed the final pull-up, he collapsed onto the ground, his body feeling as if it had shattered into pieces. Rather than lying on the floor, he was sprawled upon it. Ding! Daily task accomplished. Achieving 30 repetitions enhances the Darkseid template by 1. 1 increment has been achieved. The host will not carry radiation and may interact with others without concern. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears, and though Nan Zhou longed to unleash a torrent of curses upon this wretched system, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. With great effort, he began to crawl towards the red button, his final ounce of energy devoted to this endeavor. Finally, his fingertip grazed the button, and with the last remnants of his strength, he pressed it. Instantly, the crimson radiance enveloping the room dissipated, replaced by a gentle and soothing natural light. As the omega radiation dissipated, the pressure weighing upon Nan Zhou lessened significantly, alleviating much of his pain and allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall of the room, he gasped for breath, reflecting on what might have been the most excruciating experience of his life. After resting for another half hour, he finally mustered the strength to stand. He unlatched the 3 reinforced locks and exited the room. With the opening of the door, a cool breeze swept in, sending a refreshing chill through Nan Zhou's body. Instantly, a sense of comfort enveloped him. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he ascended the stairs and returned to his home, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to a deep slumber. When Nan Zhou next opened his eyes, darkness had descended, and a faint light flickered outside his room. He changed his clothes and stepped out, discovering the 3 little ones gathered in the living room, engrossed in a television show, while a covered plate awaited him on the dining table. "Brother Zhou," Wanda exclaimed, bounding off the sofa to greet him, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. "When we got home, we saw you sleeping soundly, so we didn't want to disturb you. This is the dinner we made for you. Hurry and eat." At that moment, Lorna and Pietro joined Nan Zhou's side. Lorna lifted the lid, revealing a rather simple sandwich on the plate. "I made the fried egg," Lorna declared proudly, gazing up at Nan Zhou with beaming eyes. Nan Zhou smiled and tousled Lorna's hair. "Our little Lorna can fry eggs now. How clever," he remarked cheerfully, completely ignoring the visibly charred egg. Pietro, on the other hand, felt somewhat at a loss for words since he had contributed nothing to the sandwich. Lorna had prepared the egg, and Wanda had assembled and sliced the sandwich. Pietro's sole role had been to eat it. Observing Nan Zhou praising Wanda and Lorna, a tinge of jealousy flickered within him. However, Nan Zhou patted Pietro on the shoulder, having sensed his unspoken thoughts. "It seems we share a common trait. We both know how to enjoy a good meal," he quipped, placing himself in the same light-hearted position as Pietro, which elicited a smile from him and significantly lifted his spirits. At that moment, Nan Zhou took a bite of the sandwich. To him, there was little distinction between delicious and unappetizing when it came to sandwiches. At least, he had never discerned any difference over the years. His gaze shifted to the three little ones, noticing that Wanda and Lorna had blossomed into charming young ladies, while Pietro was developing into quite the handsome young man. Upon contemplating this, Nan Zhou could not help but shake his head. When he grows up, how many young men and women will he attract? Chapter 13. The Trap. Currently, the entire business community is pondering a singular question. Who is the enigmatic figure, known as S.H.I.E.L.D, that has boldly defied the odds to acquire a substantial stake in Stark Industries? Whether it be Obadiah or other prominent moguls, they are all in pursuit of this mysterious individual. Yet, regardless of their methods, S.H.I.E.L.D remains shrouded in an elusive veil, rendering them incapable of unveiling his true identity. An increasing number of individuals have begun to suspect that S.H.I.E.L.D might, in fact, be Stark himself, and that his actions are merely a ruse to liberate himself from Obadiah's constraints, thus seizing complete control of Stark Industries. However, Obadiah is acutely aware that such a notion is far from feasible. At this juncture, he has already acquired Stark's Mark I prototype, and his Iron Tyrant plan is set into motion. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou is relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility, spending his days in a room saturated with high concentrations of Omega radiation, diligently completing the daily tasks assigned by the system. A week has elapsed, allowing him to adjust to the torment of this chamber, making the 4 hours spent within considerably more bearable. As on previous days, Nan Zhou steps out of his room, towel in hand, wiping the perspiration from his brow, preparing to change his attire and ascend the stairs. Just then, his phone begins to ring. To his surprise, it is Nick calling. You've taken quite a long respite. Have you considered returning to work? Nick's voice resonates from the other end as soon as the call connects. Hearing this, Nan Zhou lets out a resigned sigh. The inevitable has arrived. Nevertheless, the nearly 20 days of leave he has enjoyed since rescuing Stark have been a hard-won reprieve. Although he yearns for freedom and wishes to distance himself from S.H.I.E.L.D, he is still an agent of the organization and must fulfill his duties. What mission? Speak. This time, Nan Zhou appears unusually forthright. Catching Nick off guard, Coulson is about to engage with Stark, and I wish to assign him an assistant. So that assistant would be me? Nan Zhou comprehends Nick's intent. You are merely required to assist him. Such a task does not seem particularly arduous. He might even witness a confrontation between Iron Man and the Iron Tyrant. I understand. I will set out immediately. Wait. Just as Nan Zhou is about to end the call, Nick hurriedly intervenes. What is it? Nan Zhou inquires, puzzled by Nick's meaning. There is no rush. Let us wait a few more days. Coulson needs to prepare as well. I simply wanted to give you a heads up so you can be ready. After Nick finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and Nan Zhou shrugged, leaving the garage and ascending the stairs. As he switched on the television, he was taken aback to see Colonel Rod explaining today as crash of a U.S. military fighter jet. Was the timeline only reaching this point now? Nan Zhou gazed at the screen, surprised that it had been over 20 days, nearing a month, since the emergence of the Mark III. On yet another dark and windy night, Nan Zhou donned his mask once more, traversing through the shadows. He had accepted a contract from the black market. However, this time, the employer might pose a disadvantage to Nan Zhou. The primary concern lay with Jean Bing. Following the previous incident, Jean had placed a staggering bounty on Nan Zhou's head, enticing all those in the black market to seize a piece of the lucrative pie. Thus, many would undoubtedly seek to lure Nan Zhou into their schemes through the black market. Yet, Nan Zhou was still willing to engage in this intrigue. After all, Jean Bing's actions had effectively severed his own financial avenues, compelling Nan Zhou to devise alternative means of earning. The strategy to acquire wealth was straightforward. Vanquish both factions and seize their valuable possessions. This was the new tactic Nan Zhou had adopted. He traced his target to an abandoned factory, a quintessential ambush site. Without a hint of concealment, Nan Zhou strode boldly into the factory, observing the dark, desolate expanse. He raised his hands and proclaimed, "I know you are all here. There is no need to hide. Come out." Shortly after his words echoed, nearly 200 individuals emerged from the shadows, encircling him. "Quite the gathering you have here, isn't it?" Nan Zhou remarked, unfazed by the scene before him. A figure capable of inciting such a hefty bounty from Jean Bing was undoubtedly formidable, and in pursuit of ensuring the safety of this sum, it was wise to have an ample number of accomplices. You're worth $50 million. Even a small share for my brother would be considerable. A burly man at the forefront stated, I advise you to surrender peacefully, as opposing Jean Bing will lead to no favorable outcome. The man continued, I believe it would be prudent for you to demonstrate your worth before Jean Bing. Should you succeed in pleasing him, you may avoid a painful fate. After nearly 10 days of anticipation, the leader, who initially sought a swift resolution to the conflict, now appeared somewhat patient, even going so far as to offer Nan Zhou a way out. I appreciate your concern, but now that I am here, it signifies that Jean Bing is nothing but a trivial matter in my eyes. As soon as Nan Zhou uttered these words, laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. All right, you have guts. Don't say we didn't warn you. The man finally ceased his banter, signaling his comrades to charge at Nan Zhou. However, at that moment, Nan Zhou's figure suddenly vanished from his previous position, only to reappear beside the man. With a swift motion, Nan Zhou launched a punch at the man's henchman. This blow was not executed with full force. It merely sent the henchman hurtling away, leaving him gasping for breath, yet sparing his life. The onlookers, initially astonished, soon found their amazement overshadowed by the allure of the staggering 50 million. Who could afford to dwell on their astonishment, witnessing the gleam of avarice in their eyes? Nan Zhou let out a weary sigh. They had once been ordinary individuals, but now they seemed destined for demise. Immediately, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the crowd, as countless individuals were sent crashing into the walls by Nan Zhou's punch. Some even found themselves dangling from the beams above. Anyone who dared approach Nan Zhou met the same inevitable fate of being struck down. This brutish method of resolution soon bored Nan Zhou, for these adversaries were pathetically weak, incapable of withstanding even a single blow. His entire repertoire of combat skills remained unused in the face of such feebleness. Chapter 14. The wrath of Jean Bing. The cries of despair echoed incessantly, as nearly 200 individuals before Nan Zhou resembled rag dolls, powerless against his might. Even armed with firearms, their bullets could not graze him. The terror he inspired rendered them utterly paralyzed with fear. In their perception, Nan Zhou had morphed into a monster, an unadulterated beast. Among the 200, only the man who had spoken earlier retained any capacity for movement. Now, he sat crumpled on the ground, his eyes brimming with terror. You are not human. Jean Bing is using us. As Nan Zhou approached, the man trembled visibly. It appeared that Jean Bing had placed a bounty on Nan Zhou, yet in truth, Jean Bing was utilizing Nan Zhou to eliminate rival factions throughout New York. This was Jean Bing's insidious scheme, a bloodless plot. At that moment, in the man's heart, this was the undeniable truth. I kept you for last because your earlier suggestions were rather insightful. Though I cannot ascertain your sincerity, I do not particularly despise you. Nan Zhou crouched down and grasped the necklace around the man's neck. However, your ultimate intent remains to kill me, which is rather unfortunate. It seems you're left with no path but to death. With that, Nan Zhou pressed the gun against the man's forehead, ready to deliver the final shot. Yet, at that moment, the man revealed a smile. Instead of despair in the face of impending death, he wore a grin tinged with madness, catching Nan Zhou off guard. Do you think that by killing me, you will bring this to an end? Just moments ago, I have disclosed your whereabouts on the black market. Now, every denizen of the underworld is aware of your location. The notorious gangs of New York will soon be upon you, including that ruthless fiend, Kingpin, who would delight in your torment. You are doomed. The man cackled maniacally. However, with the sharp report of a gunshot, his laughter was abruptly silenced. How irksome! Nan Zhou absently scratched his ear, somewhat taken aback by the man's desperation. Yet, the reality remained. Though the fish was caught, the net could not be severed. Even with the entire New York underworld converging, Nan Zhou remained unfazed. Confronting them was akin to child's play. I advise you to leave now, lest you find yourself in a dire predicament. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows in the corner, and stepping forth was none other than Daredevil, Matt Murdock. In truth, Nan Zhou had long been aware of Murdock's presence, but chose not to expose him. It was unexpected for the man to reveal himself. You always prefer lurking in the shadows, observing discreetly, never offering assistance. Upon witnessing Daredevil's emergence, Nan Zhou expressed a hint of reproach. Seeing that Nan Zhou was not startled was unsurprising to Murdoch, who approached him. You should not have slain them all. In response to Murdoch's statement, Nan Zhou simply shook his head. They sought to kill me first. Murdoch glanced at Nan Zhou, but chose not to pursue the topic further, directing his gaze instead to the corpse of the leading man. You heard his words. It won't be long before the entire New York underworld descends upon this place. I recognize your formidable prowess. Perhaps those gangs cannot overpower you, but I still advise you to leave swiftly. These gangs are utterly depraved. If they discover they cannot subdue you, they may resort to weapons of mass destruction, and then the entire block will be irrevocably doomed. Murdoch's words resonated. Those gangs truly lacked any moral compass, especially Kingpin's faction. Should this incident escalate and result in innocent casualties, it would be an irreparable tragedy. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. Yet he did not head towards the exit. Instead, he approached the numerous bodies strewn about. This action perplexed Murdoch, who could not fathom Nan Zhou's intentions. However, Nan Zhou turned back with a smile. While your reasoning is sound, I have resolved to remain. I know my limits. Just moments after their exchange, the factory was besieged by countless vehicles, and numerous armed figures emerged from the cars, their eyes gleaming with greed and bloodlust. Even the New York police could only observe from a distance, while the surrounding populace watched in trepidation, fearful that violence might erupt and engulf them in its wake. At that moment, a stretched Lincoln pulled up to the factory entrance, and the individual emerging from the vehicle was none other than Jean Bing. The majority of those surrounding the factory were affiliated with Jean Bing, and the remaining onlookers, upon witnessing the formidable presence of Jean Bing, found themselves devoid of the courage to contest. Is this the place? Jean Bing inquired, gazing at the tightly shut factory gates. One of his subordinates nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, this is the location. The messenger is an employer of that individual. Thus, the information is highly likely to be accurate. This was the swift assessment made by Jean Bing's subordinate regarding the credibility of the intelligence. And fortunately, it proved to be true. Jean Bing nodded, approached the imposing iron gates, and delivered a powerful punch against them. Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated from the gates, with rust cascading down as a result. Following the first strike came the second and third. The iron gates began to visibly cave in, and after the ninth blow, they were utterly demolished. Upon entering the factory, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses, prompting Jean Bing's subordinates to illuminate the area with flashlights. What they beheld was astonishing. Nearly 200 corpses lay sprawled across the floor, and on the adjacent wall, words written in blood proclaimed, Welcome to the arrival of Johnson Fisk. Upon seeing those bold letters, veins bulged on Jean Bing's forehead. What is this? A mockery directed at me, Jean Bing. The enraged Jean Bing struck the nearby wall with his fist, the fury within him becoming increasingly uncontainable. The unfortunate wall bore the brunt, cracking under the force of his blow. No one present dared to utter a word. Facing such wrath from Jean Bing was a perilous affair, as a careless move could lead to dire consequences. The once boisterous street fell into an eerie silence. This king of the New York underworld was exhibiting unprecedented fury before so many onlookers for the first time in years. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the factory's beams, two pairs of eyes were fixated on Jean Bing's current state, observing his overwhelming anger and loss of composure. Chapter 15. A frenzied mockery. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Nan Zhou and Murdoch crouched in the dimness, watching Jean Bing's throbbing veins, which stirred a sense of concern in Murdoch. Having dealt with Jean Bing on numerous occasions, he understood the terror he could unleash. He found it difficult to fathom how today's events would culminate. Consequences? Rest assured, Jean Bing would never harm innocent civilians, for in his eyes, I'm already a rogue akin to him. Nan Zhou's words took Murdoch by surprise, prompting an involuntary chuckle. The statement was indeed quite astute. After all, it is improbable that any virtuous character would resort to writing with blood from the deceased. In a certain sense, this code name 47 was also a ruthless individual. Well then, it is my turn to make an entrance. Observing the flustered Jean Bing, Nan Zhou suddenly leaped down, startling Murdoch beside him. What was he intending to do? Was he willingly stepping into the jaws of Tiger? Nan Zhou landed squarely in front of Jean Bing, his sudden appearance causing a stir among the onlookers. Even Jean Bing himself was taken aback. Gazing at Nan Zhou, Jean Bing marveled at the fact that this individual had eluded his keen observation. Typically, The various trainings and disciplines Jin Bing had undergone enabled him to sense anyone lurking in the shadows or behind him. Of course, this did not apply to that insufferable daredevil. Yet, this masked stranger before him had similarly eluded his senses. "What do you think of the welcoming ceremony I have prepared for you?" Nan Zhou said with a hint of mirth as he regarded Jin Bing. Upon hearing this, Jin Bing immediately realized that the person before him was the infamous Agent 47. "So, you're the one who killed my capable assistant?" Jin Bing's tone brimmed with fury. "I merely do my job for a fee. One could say your subordinate was simply unfortunate," Nan Zhou replied. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Bing launched a powerful punch towards him, the ferocity of the blow chilling the onlookers. A strike of such magnitude would undoubtedly be fatal if it landed. However, Nan Zhou appeared remarkably relaxed, allowing the punch to approach him without any intention of evasion. "This kid is doomed," thought the group, trailing Jin Bing, as they observed Nan Zhou's lack of defensive instinct. Who would dare face Jin Bing's punch head-on? The gruesome image of Nan Zhou's demise flickered in their minds. Jin Bing's fist came crashing down onto Nan Zhou's mask with a resounding thud, accompanied by a violent shockwave. The force behind Jin Bing's punch was terrifying. Any ordinary person would have their skull crushed to pulp. Yet, regrettably for Jin Bing, he was confronting Nan Zhou, who possessed the templates of the Doom Slayer and Darkseid. With his current physical prowess, Nan Zhou felt nothing from the impact, which was merely a trivial annoyance. Moreover, his mask remained intact, unscathed by the assault. This outcome astonished everyone present. Jin Bing shook his hand, clearly feeling the recoil from the force of his own strike. Even he found it somewhat taxing. "Surprised, are you?" Nan Zhou remarked, unable to suppress a cold chuckle at Jin Bing's bewilderment. "Your punch against me felt akin to a cotton candy strike, soft and feeble." Nan Zhou's words further enraged Jin Bing, who once again extended his fist, aiming for Nan Zhou's mask once more. The result, as anticipated, was the same. Nan Zhou's mask remained undamaged. As a creation bestowed by the system, its hardness is indeed formidable. Nan Zhou had previously tested it under a pressure machine. This mask, impervious even to the might of the machine, ultimately rendered it inoperative due to a short circuit. "Well, not even 2 punches could inflict a scratch upon me. I have a fair understanding of your capabilities," Nan Zhou remarked, observing the escalating astonishment on Jin Bing's face. "You have truly disappointed me. I had anticipated a vigorous exchange between us, yet your weakness is glaring." With that, Nan Zhou unleashed a punch, its swiftness surpassing even Jin Bing's own speed. Before Jin Bing could react, the fist had already struck his abdomen. With no defense in place, he bore the full brunt of the blow, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. Nan Zhou refrained from unleashing his full strength. Had he done so, Jin Bing's fate would have mirrored that of others who had fallen before him. Without exception, death. Nonetheless, even this restrained punch sent Jin Bing reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "This is impossible," Jin Bing gasped, struggling to rise, his eyes devoid of any emotion save for shock. The masked individual not only endured 2 of his punches, but had also knocked him down with a single strike, an occurrence unheard of for many years. Meanwhile, Murdoch, concealed among the beams, was equally astounded. He had not anticipated Nan Zhou to handle Jin Bing with such ease. This was Jin Bing, the underground king of New York, the ruler of a criminal empire, reduced to mere folly before this man. "You've issued a bounty of such magnitude that I might as well deliver myself to you," Nan Zhou jested, suddenly appearing before Jin Bing. "How about this? I'll accompany you, and you grant me 50 million. Nan Zhou's relentless mockery sent tremors through Jin Bing. He had never been subjected to such derision. In his earlier days, he had encountered some ridicule, but those who dared to taunt him ultimately found themselves crushed into pulp. Yet, the situation was different now. Faced with this audacious tormentor, Jin Bing felt his confidence wane. The strength of this man was inscrutable, leaving him with little hope of victory. Noticing Jin Bing on the brink of succumbing to impotent rage, Nan Zhou grew weary of the exchange. He reached out and lightly patted Jin Bing's face. "You should reconsider the bounty. You lack the strength and qualification. Perhaps focus on training before seeking me again. To defeat me, you still have eons to go." As soon as Nan Zhou finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, disappearing from sight before the astonished onlookers. His disappearance sent shivers down the spines of those who trailed behind Jin Bing. prompting them to scan their surroundings in fear that he might emerge from some hidden corner. However, Nan Zhou had no inclination to engage with them. He had already departed from the factory. At that moment, Jean Bing wore a sullen expression, and Nan Zhou's taunting remarks struck him like a hammer, each word resonating painfully within his heart. "Let's go," Jean Bing uttered, a mere fragment of a sentence. It was laden with a chilling aura that instilled dread deep within one's soul. Chapter 16. A second rescue. The first direct confrontation between Code 47 and Jean Bing ended in a resounding defeat for Jean Bing. This event became the most talked about topic in the black market the following day. Outside the factory at that time, not only were there Jean Bing and his henchmen, but also representatives from other gang factions, all of whom witnessed the outcome. This presented an opportune moment to strike a blow against Jean Bing, and those gang leaders aspiring to usurp his position would not let this chance slip by. The black market buzzed with reports of Code 47 publicly humiliating Jean Bing. Yet the latter's faction remained utterly silent in response. Since returning to his territory after leaving the factory, Jean Bing had shut himself away, permitting no one to approach his quarters aside from the necessities of daily meals. No one knew what Jean Bing was doing, but those who had followed him knew that when he re-emerged into the public eye, he would have undergone a profound transformation. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of this incident, Code 47 Nan Zhou, continued with his life unperturbed. He refrained from killing Jean Bing, wishing to prolong the amusement. He found Jean Bing to be rather intriguing and deemed it a pity to end his life so swiftly. Naturally, he anticipated their second encounter, curious to see how much Jean Bing could evolve after such humiliation. However, Nan Zhou's expectations were tempered. After all, no matter how hard Jean Bing tried, he remained merely human. To Nan Zhou, humans appeared as insignificant as ants. 5 days had passed since their confrontation, and today, Nan Zhou boarded a plane bound for California, where he would assist Coulson at Stark Industries. This time, he did not summon Sharon. Instead, he allowed the 3 little ones to guard the house by themselves, a decision they had expressed a desire for, which Nan Zhou quietly acquiesced to. At California's airport, as Nan Zhou stepped out of the arrivals hall, he spotted Coulson standing not far away. "It's truly a relief to have your help this time," Coulson said as he approached Nan Zhou. "It seems someone is about to pose a threat to Stark." Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback by Coulson's words, but quickly recalled certain matters. Could it be the other board members at Stark Industries? He pondered, though he refrained from voicing Obadiah's name. Coulson nodded, acknowledging that Stark Industries' weapons had fallen into the hands of those in the Middle East, a transaction orchestrated by Obadiah. Although Nan Zhou refrained from uttering Obadiah's name, Coulson had conveyed all the intelligence at his disposal. Ever since Stark's return from the Middle East, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been investigating the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, and the weapons sold in the region had piqued their interest. The investigation revealed that these actions were not Stark's doing. They were entirely the work of Obadiah. As the only individual with such influence within Stark Industries, he posed a significant threat to Stark's well-being, necessitating additional personnel to ensure Stark's safety. Nan Zhou, upon hearing this, felt somewhat incredulous. He never anticipated becoming Stark's bodyguard. A bodyguard from S.H.I.E.L.D., no less, and provided without charge. Such a circumstance was beyond belief. Coulson and Nan Zhou entered the vehicle, heading towards Stark Industries. Meanwhile, within Obadiah's office at Stark Industries, Pepper Potts was diligently attempting to breach Obadiah's computer security system. She was exceedingly anxious, fully aware that Obadiah could return at any moment. As she successfully navigated the security protocols, a plethora of documents began to materialize on the screen, and shock was etched across her face as she perused the files, including blueprints for the Ironmonger. Just then, the office doors swung open, and Obadiah stepped inside. Initially surprised to see Pepper at the desk, he quickly donned a facade of pleasantness and approached her with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Nan Zhou and Coulson arrived at Stark Industries. According to Coulson, he had an appointment with Pepper at this location. As Coulson and Nan Zhou took their seats on a nearby bench, Pepper descended from the upper floor. "Hello, Miss Potts. We had an appointment. Did you forget?" Coulson inquired. The evident tension on Pepper's face caught their attention as she glanced at Coulson, forcing a smile. "Of course not. Follow me, and I promise you'll never forget this," she replied, her nervousness drawing the gaze of both men towards the area from which she had just emerged. At that moment, they spotted Obadiah. Coulson exchanged a knowing look with Nan Zhou. "You go find Stark," Coulson instructed promptly, to which Nan Zhou nodded and departed Stark Industries. As twilight descended, Nan Zhou ambled down the avenue, gazing at the dimming sky, letting out a resigned sigh. This city was on the brink of a monumental clash that night. Nan Zhou glanced at the time. It was nearly the moment he had been waiting for. He casually hailed a taxi, opened the door, and climbed in. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Stark's opulent mansion. Donning a mask, he employed a familiar method to infiltrate the mansion, making his way directly to the basement. Upon entering, he discovered Stark laboriously leaning beneath a table, his breath rapid and his complexion pale. Not long before, Obadiah had paid a visit, stealing the reactor from Stark's chest. Now, without the reactor's operation, Stark was on the brink of death. At that moment, Nan Zhou approached Stark's side. Upon seeing the mask, Stark attempted to utter something, yet words failed him, leaving him gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou busied himself by removing the first-generation reactor from the mechanical arm beside Stark, shattering the glass atop it. Holding aloft with a slight smile, "I imagine you desire this greatly?" Stark remained silent, yet the longing in his eyes intensified. "If I were to affix this to your chest, would that not be tantamount to saving your life?" Nan Zhou continued to smile, entirely disregarding Stark's impending demise. "Thus, I have saved you this time. You owe me a favor, understand?" With that, Nan Zhou pressed the first-generation reactor directly against Stark's chest. Chapter 17. I am Dark Lord Darkseid, damn it. Stark felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Even his breath trembled. Ethan! Ethan! Stark's gaze shifted to the entrance of the basement. Earlier, when Obadiah had arrived, Ethan had attempted to thwart him, but was swiftly knocked unconscious. It was then that Nan Zhou realized there was indeed an Ethan beside Stark in this universe. Rising, he ascended to the ground level and soon discovered Ethan behind the sofa, bringing him down to the basement. Seeing that Ethan was merely unconscious, Stark exhaled in relief. What about Pepper? Suddenly, Stark recalled his secretary, grasping Nan Zhou's sleeve tightly. "Where is she? Is she all right?" "There are 5 or 6 bodyguards nearby," Nan Zhou replied. "That is insufficient." Stark's mind conjured Obadiah's visage. It was evident that Obadiah was also studying the armor. Merely 5 or 6 agents would be utterly ineffective. He needed to rise and protect Pepper. Yet his body felt utterly depleted, akin to a heap of mud. How could such a weakened form safeguard Pepper? "No, I must save Pepper. Obadiah is exceedingly dangerous. Those agents are of no use." Stark insisted, attempting to stand, but his frail body could not bear the strain, forcing him to sit back down. "How about this? I will go rescue Pepper now, and in return, you owe me 2 favors, Nan Zhou suggested, observing Stark, who was currently in a state of anxious urgency. Stark looked at Nan Zhou in surprise, but soon clenched his jaw. "If you can truly ensure Pepper's safety, then 2 favors it shall be." For someone like Stark, who had always been a notorious playboy, the idea of owing anyone a debt of gratitude was not particularly appealing. Yet, the individual before him had not only saved his life once in the Middle East, but had now done so again. A man who had rescued him twice was now set to save his secretary, Pepper. Despite his reluctance to owe anyone anything, what difference did it make now? "All right then, remember 2 favors," Nan Zhou remarked with a faint smile before heading outside. "Oh, by the way, Colonel Rhodes might come by shortly." Having reminded Stark, Nan Zhou turned and departed from Stark's residence. Not long after, Colonel Rhodes indeed arrived at Stark's home. "Tony! Tony!" he called out anxiously within the opulent confines of Stark's mansion. Upon reaching the basement, he found Stark, who had just begun to regain his composure. "Hey, Tony, are you all right?" Rhodes approached Stark, relieved to see him alive and relatively unscathed, albeit looking a bit worse for wear. "Can you believe it? I nearly died in my own home, not in that damn Middle East," Stark exclaimed, using the rail for support as he stood up, his eyes aflame with indignation. He strode towards the Mark III suit-up area and turned back to Rhodes. "Rhodes, Ethan is in your care." With that, Stark donned the Iron Man armor and soared out of his house. "This thing is truly magnificent." Rhodes marveled at the sight of the Mark III ascending into the sky, only to notice Ethan, unconscious on a nearby bench. "Damn Obadiah," he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou hastened towards Stark Industries. The opportunity to have Stark owe him 2 favors was something Nan Zhou was eager to pursue. He longed to deliver a punishing blow to Obadiah's ironmonger. Inside Stark Industries, Pepper and Agent Coulson had just entered Obadiah's laboratory. "There's nothing here," one agent remarked in disbelief. Upon entering, they had found no sign of machinery, only an overwhelming array of wires. As Pepper approached a tangle of wires, she could not suppress a shriek. When Nan Zhou arrived at Stark Industries, the Ironmonger was already wreaking havoc. In her fear, Pepper was desperately fleeing, while Coulson and the others attempted to retaliate. However, mere bullets were no match for the Ironmonger. As Obadiah raised his mechanical arm, intent on striking Coulson, he was unprepared for the unexpected sound that resonated. Not the grotesque crunch of flesh, but a sharp crack that reverberated through the air, causing Obadiah's mechanical arm to tremble. What was happening? This bewilderment consumed Obadiah as he lifted his arm, only to discover Nan Zhou, masked and resolute, standing before Coulson, having thwarted the impending assault. The mask adorning Nan Zhou's face was not that of the Grim Reaper. Donning such a visage would risk recognition by Coulson, a predicament he wished to avoid. In all previous black market dealings, Nan Zhou had opted for different disguises. "Who are you?" Obadiah inquired, his expression one of confusion at the sudden appearance of Nan Zhou. "Me?" Nan Zhou mused, stroking his chin before allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. He contemplated how best to respond to Obadiah's query. "Why not wait a moment? I shall think of a name to share with you. What do you say?" Nan Zhou's words ignited a fiery rage within Obadiah. This insolent youth seemed to regard him with utter disdain. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of my armor." With that thought, Obadiah unleashed another powerful punch at Nan Zhou. Yet, as before, he anticipated reducing this individual to mere pulp, but his mechanical arm halted mid-strike, unable to descend any further. "Why are you in such a hurry? I asked you to wait," Nan Zhou chided, effortlessly grasping Obadiah's mechanical arm with one hand. With a slight exertion, a sound of cracking metal echoed, sending Obadiah into a state of panic. This arm, forged from metal, was undeniably sturdy. Yet this individual managed to create fissures with merely his grip. Obadiah, though astonished, found himself increasingly desperate. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a barrage of firearms from his arm, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Nan Zhou. Coulson looked on in disbelief, astonished that Nan Zhou seemed unperturbed by the onslaught. The reality shocked everyone present. The bullets failed to inflict any harm upon Nan Zhou. Ah, this name seems quite fitting. Nan Zhou appeared entirely unaffected by the gunfire. With a swift pull, he yanked Ironmonger, armor and all, directly into his face, closing the distance between them. "Remember my name. I am Dark Lord Darkseid." Chapter 18. Identity in question. Dark Lord Darkseid? The name left Coulson and Obadiah momentarily dumbfounded, for they had never encountered such a title. "Regardless of your Dark Lord proclamations, daring to obstruct my path leads only to your demise." Obadiah seethed with fury, realizing that the formidable armor he had painstakingly crafted was rendered ineffective against an unarmed opponent. Even if this individual were a superhuman, the weaponry at his disposal possessed the potential to alter the world, and thus, he would naturally reject such an outcome. Countless weapons extended from his armor, unleashing a barrage upon Nan Zhou. Yet, the result remained unchanged. Nan Zhou stood there, unscathed. However, his shirt had been reduced to tatters, and his trousers had transformed from long to short. Fortunately, his mobile phone remained intact. It seemed prudent to prepare a more durable outfit for the future. Perhaps he would consult Stark to craft one. In that moment, Nan Zhou tore away the remnants of his shirt, revealing his sculpted physique, adorned with striking scars. After acquiring the Death Knell template, he had dedicated 4 years to mastering it. Yet prior to that, he had often faced peril during missions. Those scars were the remnants of such encounters. At that moment, Coulson had taken refuge behind a fallen stone pillar, observing the wound on Nan Zhou's back. The keen-eyed Coulson noticed a charred scar above Nan Zhou's waistband, a mark that seemed eerily familiar, yet he could not recall its origin. Wait! Coulson's attention was immediately drawn to Nan Zhou's undamaged shoes. He had seen those shoes earlier, worn by Nan Zhou, whom he had inadvertently glimpsed while welcoming him. Those were indeed Nan Zhou's shoes. The color of the trousers matched what Nan Zhou had been wearing moments ago. Coulson's expression shifted. Could it be that this person was Nan Zhou? The thought ignited in his mind, and as he glanced back at the charred scar, the memory flooded back. It was a scar from a mission shortly after Nan Zhou had joined S.H.I.E.L.D, sustained from a searing iron injury. Therefore, The individual before him was highly likely to be Nan Zhou. Yet, since he had joined S.H.I.E.L.D, Coulson had grown certain that Nan Zhou could not possibly possess such terrifying abilities. Contemplating this, Coulson reached for his phone. After enduring enough explosions, Nan Zhou clung tightly to the mechanical arm of the ironmonger. The resilience of his body against bullets and the force of explosions had long been anticipated. Yet he found himself astonished by the reality of experiencing such bombast. Damn it! Obadiah swung his other mechanical arm straight for Nan Zhou's forehead. However, neither the mask nor Nan Zhou sustained any injury. Instead, the ground beneath Nan Zhou began to cave in from the violent impact. He remained unfazed, though the sensation of being used as a pin was somewhat displeasing. Just as he contemplated retaliating, his pocket, where he had stowed his phone, vibrated unexpectedly. This took Nan Zhou by surprise. Could it be that Coulson, who was behind him, was calling? Receiving a call at this moment could very well jeopardize his life. Should he answer or decline? Answering would reveal his identity, while ignoring it could lead to complications when Stark arrived. Just then, Nan Zhou suddenly realized that he had simply donned a mask to come here, and he hadn't even changed his clothes since meeting Coulson. This could spell trouble. Was this call from Coulson meant to ascertain whether the person before him was indeed himself? Although Nan Zhou's death knell template was fully developed, reaching 100, his brain's development mirrored that of the death knell. However, there were times when Nan Zhou's clumsiness led him to make trivial yet significant mistakes, and that had not changed. If Coulson discovered this, it would indeed be problematic. Ultimately, Nan Zhou decided it was best not to answer. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on Obadiah's mechanical arm and hurled him away. While he had been deep in thought, Obadiah had landed several blows on him, causing half of his body to be driven into the ground. Did he truly think of me as a nail? Ignoring the vibrating phone in his pocket, Nan Zhou dashed towards Obadiah and threw a punch. Obadiah could only extend his mechanical arm in defense, but Nan Zhou's overwhelming strength pierced through it, exposing countless circuits and causing Obadiah to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, his mech was considerably large. Had his arm been in that position, it would have been his arm that was rendered useless. I must not allow this man to get close. Obadiah realized that if he permitted the person before him to approach, he would ultimately suffer the consequences. With that thought, he seized Nan Zhou and, employing his maximum power, hurled him away. Since he could not defeat this individual, the best course of action was to keep him as far away as possible. Although Nan Zhou possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, he found himself unable to counter such an attack and was simply thrown aside. However, as Obadiah caught his breath, he noticed a bright light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The light grew larger, and its outline became increasingly distinct. It resembled a red suit of armor. Before he could react, the red armor collided directly with him, grinding his mechanical suit against the ground. Tony! Obadiah recognized the owner of the armor as Tony Stark and was somewhat taken aback. You're still alive? If you're not dead, how could I possibly rest in peace? Stark's voice resonated from within the suit, and then he lifted his head and fired a shot at Obadiah's helmet. However, Obadiah's armor is remarkably resilient. This shot has yet to penetrate his helmet. Sir, Miss Potts is safe. Jarvis conducted a scan of the area and promptly located Pepper, who was observing the unfolding situation from a corner. Upon hearing the news of Pepper's safety, Stark breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted the power, yanking Ironmonger from the ground and hurling him in another direction. You scoundrel, it's time to settle our accounts. Chapter 19. Revelations from Coulson Settle Accounts? Obadiah rose from the ground, emitting a series of cold chuckles. Tony, do you see? My masterpiece. This armor is even more powerful. Its defenses are fortified, and its firepower is abundant. You should be grateful. I have enhanced your armor to such formidable heights. Look at yours, so diminutive. I could easily snap it in two. Faced with Obadiah's mockery, Stark found himself at a loss for words. He simply could not comprehend why Obadiah believed this cumbersome contraption constituted a superior enhancement. So foolishly boasting about it, Stark felt a wave of embarrassment on his behalf. Tony, forgive me, Obadiah suddenly exclaimed. I hope you did not hold my previous actions against me. I acted out of necessity for my grand ambitions. Obadiah's words made Stark feel quite nauseated. Out of necessity? Grand ambitions? What are your ambitions? To monopolize power within Stark Industries? Stark's retort elicited a derisive laugh from Obadiah. Tony, you're still young. With such terrifying weaponry and a reactor as a formidable energy source, do you truly believe you would confine yourself to a mere Stark Industries? You are so short-sighted. As he spoke, Obadiah extended his hands. My ambition is the world. Once this armor begins mass production, the entire globe will be mine. Obadiah's declaration left Nan Zhou beside him feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps due to his age, Obadiah had succumbed to delusions, fantasizing about unattainable goals. Even if this armor were to be mass-produced, it was inconceivable that Obadiah could achieve world domination with such a cumbersome suit. Stark shared this sentiment. It was evident that Obadiah had completely lost his mind. Tony, my grand ambitions require your assistance, Obadiah said, his tone abruptly shifting to one laden with malice. The help you can provide is your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Obadiah charged forward. However, his heavy armor was incapable of harming Stark, who soared into the air and retaliated with a punch aimed at Obadiah. Yet, employing the same tactic he used against Nan Zhou, Obadiah seized Stark and flung him away. Unlike Nan Zhou, Stark was met with a barrage of gunfire from Obadiah. The two individuals were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou, disinterested in intervening, decided to leave the subsequent events to Stark, especially since Obadiah's arm had already been pierced by his own hand, making Stark's task considerably less arduous. This confrontation would undoubtedly conclude shortly. At that moment, Nan Zhou leaped to Pepper's side, who was anxiously watching the two armored figures engage in combat. His sudden appearance startled her. Do not be alarmed. I'm here to protect you. Stark hoped that Nan Zhou would safeguard Pepper, and in doing so, Nan Zhou resolved to fulfill his role as a protector, preventing any inadvertent harm to her. Are you Tony's associate? Pepper inquired, recalling the recent chaos where Nan Zhou had been shot at and even bombarded. Associate may be too strong a term. We are merely acquainted through a web of obligations. Nan Zhou's response left Pepper somewhat puzzled. I saved Stark and promised to rescue you, thus creating two debts of gratitude owed to me. Do you understand now? He then recounted to Pepper the misdeeds Obadiah had perpetrated against Stark and Ethan. Upon hearing this, Pepper's astonishment grew. She had not anticipated Obadiah's treachery to such an extent and was equally surprised to learn that this individual had rescued Stark. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving Tony. Acknowledging Nan Zhou as Stark's savior, Pepper hurriedly expressed her thanks. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively. You owe me two debts. There's no need for gratitude. As their conversation continued, Coulson approached Nan Zhou and Pepper, his gaze fixed intently on Nan Zhou. This scrutiny caused Nan Zhou some concern, as he suspected Coulson might have discerned his true identity. Thank you for rescuing me. I am Coulson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Coulson nodded slightly at Nan Zhou, refraining from inquiring about his identity. Nan Zhou responded with a subtle nod, choosing not to reveal anything further since Coulson had not pressed him. The pressing concern was whether Coulson would disclose this matter to Nick or Peggy. Should either of them discover his identity, it would pose a significant threat to him. At that moment, Coulson stepped closer to Nan Zhou. You are Nan Zhou, are you not? His words caught Nan Zhou off guard. He had assumed Coulson would refrain from asking, but it seemed he could not evade the inquiry. You need not speak. This matter will remain between us. I will not inform Nick, nor will I tell Peggy, as long as only the two of us are aware. Coulson's statement took Nan Zhou by surprise, prompting him to turn and regard Coulson, who was one of Nick's few trusted confidants, choosing to conceal such vital information from him. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. There is no need for further speculation. Coulson observed Nan Zhou's demeanor, further affirming that he was indeed Nan Zhou. Numerous circumstances indicated that this individual was Nan Zhou, whether it was the shoes, the trousers, or the scars. Even the timing of his appearance, all served to substantiate his identity. Since Nan Zhou was reluctant to reveal his true abilities, he must have had his reasons. However, Coulson was unaware of the specifics behind it, nor was he in a hurry to uncover them. After all, he had already confirmed that this person was Nan Zhou. What need was there for concern regarding the underlying reasons? Meanwhile, Nan Zhou felt a tinge of frustration. Although his cognitive capacity had developed to 90, akin to a death knell, he still overlooked certain minor details. These oversights had led to the revelation of his identity. At this moment, he remained uncertain whether Coulson's awareness of his identity was advantageous or detrimental. Before he could ponder further, Stark was hurled towards them by Obadiah, hurtling directly in their direction. Nan Zhou swiftly stepped forward and single-handedly caught Stark, preventing him from crashing into Pepper and the others. "What happened to you?" Nan Zhou noted the significant damage to Stark's Mark III armor's left leg. He had inadvertently compromised the leg's flight system with his forceful grip. This revelation left Nan Zhou somewhat exasperated, as it appeared his intervention had altered the course of events. "How did your leg end up in such a state?" Nan Zhou inquired, observing the severe damage and the sparks flying from Stark's armor. "I got careless. He grabbed my leg, and when I attempted to ascend, he directly sabotaged the flight system," Stark replied, unable to suppress a curse. At that moment, Obadiah's ironmonger charged towards them. Stark sprang to his feet, using the only functioning leg of his armor to rush at Obadiah, attempting to knock him away. "With your armor reduced to a single leg, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Obadiah taunted. Stark, undeterred, soared into the sky. In response, Obadiah let out a cold chuckle and commanded his ironmonger to take flight, pursuing Stark relentlessly. As the two men engaged in aerial pursuit, Nan Zhou chose not to intervene, clearly recognizing that events were reverting to their expected course. However, Pepper's gaze remained fixed on the two in the air, her concern intensifying. "Tony is slowing down. Obadiah is catching up." Due to the damage to one leg's flight system, Stark found himself lacking the necessary propulsion, gradually allowing Obadiah to close the gap. If he could not maintain a sufficient altitude to freeze Obadiah's armor, Stark risked losing the confrontation. As events unfolded, they veered towards an unexpected direction. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that his involvement had disrupted the normal progression of the situation. It appeared he would need to intervene personally. With this thought, Nan Zhou stepped forward, channeling his energy throughout his body. Lacking the ability to fly, he could only rely on his leaping prowess to reach the height where the two others stood. Nan Zhou's actions puzzled Coulson and Pepper, as they were unaware of his intentions. They watched as he slowly crouched down, gathering strength in his legs. Suddenly, his calves swelled with power, the force causing the ground beneath him to tremble and sink. This spectacle made Coulson and Pepper comprehend that Nan Zhou intended to leap upward. Feeling his calves had reached their limit, it was time to unleash his pent-up energy. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself into the air, the ground erupting with a thunderous sound as he launched skyward, accompanied by debris and dust, hurtling toward Obadiah. His speed was astonishing, even surpassing that of Obadiah and Stark, who were soaring above. At that moment, Obadiah remained oblivious to Nan Zhou's approach, his focus solely on Stark. Capturing Stark within his grasp would mean securing his own survival. However, just then, his armor emitted a sudden noise. Obadiah turned, stunned to see Nan Zhou gripping his mechanical arm, which had grotesquely swollen. How had he achieved this? Despite the dread that Nan Zhou inspired in him, Obadiah could hardly fathom that this individual had appeared before him without any apparent means of ascent, especially at such dizzying heights, equivalent to that of 2 World Trade Center towers. Before he could contemplate further, Nan Zhou's formidable arm executed a powerful toss, propelling Obadiah skyward. "If you cannot ascend, allow me to assist you." The force of the throw eclipsed that of Obadiah's armor's propulsion, sending him soaring like a baseball flung into the heavens, gradually diminishing in size. Stark, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, but as he observed Obadiah ascending to greater heights, he let out a sigh of relief. At least his plan had progressed satisfactorily. Just as he intended to speak to Nan Zhou, he noticed that Nan Zhou was plummeting rapidly. Goodness, did this fellow leap up here? The mere thought sent shivers down Stark's spine. Although they were high enough to see the city, the traffic below was indistinguishable. The realization that Nan Zhou had leapt to such heights was truly a terrifying notion. The descent of Nan Zhou was swift, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Fortunately, as an agent trained in parachuting, he quickly adjusted his posture, with confidence in his physical resilience. He was not concerned about the fatal consequences of falling from such a height. Instead, he worried about the possibility of an unwitting individual appearing beneath him and meeting a disastrous fate. Stark observed Nan Zhou's rapid descent with keen eyes. He contemplated hastening his own speed to catch him, to prevent further plummeting. However, given the fragility of his damaged armor, he had to exercise utmost caution. A moment's negligence could result in his own high-speed fall. This fellow could withstand bullets, so he should be fine, Stark reassured himself, recalling Nan Zhou's formidable presence in the Middle East. Nan Zhou had not anticipated Stark would come to his rescue. With a resounding crash, he landed with tremendous force, causing tremors in the surrounding area. The ground cracked, and dust and debris were sent soaring into the air. It seemed he had weathered the fall quite well. Shaking his head, he found no discomfort from the drop, save for a brief moment of dizziness upon impact. Shortly thereafter, Stark landed unsteadily, prompting Pepper to rush to his side. "Tony!" she exclaimed, approaching him, only to find his gaze fixed on the darkened sky. Not only Stark, but also Nan Zhou and Coulson were staring intently upward, for Obadiah had yet to descend. Logically, the Ironmonger's material should freeze at a certain altitude, leading to a malfunction in the armor and a subsequent fall. Yet, the three had yet to catch sight of the Ironmonger's figure. Did I throw him too hard? Did I send him beyond the Earth's atmosphere? A rather plausible thought crossed Nan Zhou's mind. But then his sharp eyes detected a large object growing closer, not a stone, but Obadiah's armor. As it approached the ground, Stark exhaled in relief, confirming his suspicions. With another thunderous noise, Obadiah's Ironmonger crashed to the earth, creating a crater upon impact. The group moved forward cautiously. Stark and Coulson were particularly wary, while Nan Zhou approached nonchalantly to remove Obadiah's helmet. What they discovered left them all in shock. He burned? Chapter 21. Beneath the Ironmonger's helmet lay Obadiah's charred visage, his left side grotesquely disfigured. Professionals like Nan Zhou and Coulson recognized instantly that it was a severe burn. "Where did you throw him?" Coulson approached Nan Zhou and inquired. "I have no idea. I merely tossed him aside." Nan Zhou was uncertain of the force he had exerted, but it seemed highly probable that he had launched him beyond the atmosphere. The battle armor bore signs of scorching. Did you truly hurl him into the atmosphere? Such occurrences typically arise only after the armor endures intense friction with the atmospheric layers, suggesting that Iron Tyrant was indeed propelled into the stratosphere by Nan Zhou. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward to examine Obadiah's breath. "He is deceased, likely from a fall." As he spoke, he extracted Obadiah from the armor, revealing severe burn injuries, not just on the left side of his face, but also on his arms, torso, and legs. Considering the altitude from which he had plummeted, it was quite remarkable that his body remained largely intact. Pepper, terrified, had retreated behind Stark, and upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, she trembled in fear. Stark approached Obadiah's mangled remains and sighed heavily. "Regardless of everything, Obadiah was once my ally, although he sought my demise. Witnessing his death stirs a certain discomfort within me." However, reflecting on the matter, Stark recalled that this scoundrel's intentions extended beyond merely ending his life. He had sold his weapons to other battlefields, transforming them into instruments of massacre against the innocent. With this thought, Stark concluded that the man had met his deserved fate. "Handle this matter as you see fit," he stated, glancing at Coulson, who understood Nan Zhou's unspoken intent and nodded in agreement. With the task complete, Nan Zhou felt no reason to linger. He stood bare-chested, clad only in tattered shorts, his shoes having been damaged during the earlier leap. Adorned with a mask, he resembled a rogue with peculiar inclinations. Thus, it was prudent for him to depart swiftly. As he prepared to leave, Stark unexpectedly called out to him. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Thank you for saving me, Ethan, and Pepper." Nan Zhou paused, taken aback. Such expressions of gratitude were gravely sincere, a stark contrast to the Stark he had previously known. However, since their fortuitous encounter, Stark's demeanor had revealed a different facet of his character. "I am willing to allocate some shares of Stark Industries to you as a personal token of appreciation." Stark's words were surprising, particularly in light of his usual bravado. "Shares of Stark Industries?" Nan Zhou turned back, leaning closer to Stark's ear, whispering, "I already possess shares in your company, quite a substantial amount." Stark was momentarily rendered speechless by this revelation. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face revealing a look of surprise. "You are that sailor?" Nan Zhou merely scoffed coldly before departing from the scene. Coulson watched Nan Zhou's retreating figure, pulled out his phone, and sent a message, undoubtedly directed to Nan Zhou. "All right, it's time to get to work." Coulson closed the chat interface with Nan Zhou and proceeded to dial a number. It was now imperative to tidy up the chaotic scene before him and prepare various explanations. This was no simple task. Yet for Coulson, every aspect felt remarkably familiar. He had engaged in such endeavors numerous times. The repercussions of the incident in California were considerable, particularly given the substantial property damage resulting from the conflict between Stark and Ironmonger, despite Stark's earnest attempts to mitigate the situation. At that moment, Nan Zhou was seated in his home, having returned overnight following the events. He was now engrossed in a news conference broadcast on television regarding the previous night's occurrences. Countless reporters awaited Stark's appearance, while Colonel Rhodes on stage was hardly the focus of anyone's attention. Beside Nan Zhou sat Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna, all equally fixated on the press conference. When they learned that Tony Stark would be present, anger and hatred flickered in their eyes. After all, their hometown had been devastated by Stark Industries weaponry. Of course, the blame could not rest entirely on Stark, as it was Obadiah who had facilitated the arms sales to other battlegrounds. Nan Zhou had conveyed this fact to the trio, but it was evident that they were unwilling to accept it. The shadow cast by Stark Industries loomed too large in their hearts. Forgiveness for Stark seemed an insurmountable challenge. It appeared that Nan Zhou's status as a shareholder in Stark Industries would have to remain a secret. He let out a resigned chuckle. If the three were to discover his affiliation, how would they perceive him? Thus, Nan Zhou opted for concealment. At that moment, Stark's image graced the television screen. Oomph. Pietro scoffed, while Wanda and Lorna averted their gazes. Were it not for Nan Zhou's presence, they would have relished the opportunity to deface Stark's visage on screen. They could not comprehend why such a murderer garnered adoration from so many. Meanwhile, Stark found himself confronted by the very journalist with whom he had shared a tumultuous night, and it was not a pleasant experience. He retrieved a note that Coulson had prepared for him in advance, which contained the carefully crafted statements designed to distance him from the individual the public had dubbed Iron Man. Certainly, Stark would not act in such a manner. He set down the note in his hand and surveyed the surrounding reporters and cameras, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. As these words escaped his lips, the entire venue erupted in gasps of astonishment. Countless journalists rose to their feet, microphones in hand, hastily approaching Stark. It is essential to note that this was explosive news. The headlines would undoubtedly be dominated by this revelation. Only the female reporter who had posed the earlier question seemed unfazed, calmly seated with an expression of composure, remaining entirely still. Beep, the host has completed an event, earning 3 template inheritance points, with Darkseid template inheritance reaching 6. Beep, the host's Darkseid template inheritance has reached 5, acquiring the skill of telekinesis. Chapter 22. A conversation with Coulson telekinesis? Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system notification. What surprised him was that while he had to endure 30 days of hardship to elevate his Darkseid template by just 1 point, achieving certain events could yield a remarkable increase of 3 points. It seemed that as long as he continued to accomplish significant events, his Darkseid template would inevitably reach 100. Of course, what intrigued Nan Zhou even more was the prospect of telekinesis. He rose and entered the restroom, focusing his mind on his toothbrush. To his astonishment, the toothbrush began to move miraculously, slowly floating before him. By merely concentrating, he could execute telekinesis. The ease with which he performed this skill left him quite astonished. However, manipulating the toothbrush felt somewhat unrefined. He realized that to control larger, heavier objects, he would need more practice. Nevertheless, following this incident, he possessed more than just formidable physical strength. This skill would allow him to wield power with the elegance of a sorcerer. With these thoughts, Nan Zhou emerged from the restroom, brimming with excitement and wearing a smile. Wanda and the others exchanged glances, clearly perplexed by his demeanor. The next afternoon, Nan Zhou found himself in a CAF downstairs, seated across from Coulson. Shortly after leaving Stark's side, Coulson had sent him a message via his phone, naturally inviting him to meet. "I truly did not anticipate this," Coulson remarked, a wry smile gracing his lips. "After knowing you for so many years, I never imagined you possessed such capabilities." As he recognized that Nan Zhou was indeed the individual endowed with extraordinary strength and resilience, he found it somewhat difficult to reconcile this revelation. After all, he considered himself relatively familiar with Nan Zhou, yet had never sensed such terrifying power within him. "There is much you do not understand," Nan Zhou replied, smiling as he observed Coulson's expression. Regarding the Avengers Initiative, Coulson gazed at Nan Zhou and cautiously inquired, "Will you participate in the Avengers Initiative?" Nan Zhou merely shook his head, The thought of joining the Avengers had never crossed his mind. Coulson had anticipated this outcome long ago, for Nan Zhou had always relished freedom and independence, often displaying a rebellious spirit even as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. To expect him to join the Avengers was akin to chasing phantoms. Nonetheless, despite having foreseen this rejection, Coulson felt a pang of disappointment when Nan Zhou explicitly expressed his refusal. After all, having such a formidable ally as Nan Zhou would undoubtedly strengthen the Avengers. Nick had personally approached Stark regarding the initiative, indicating that Stark's role within the Avengers was about to shift significantly. Taking a sip of coffee, Coulson continued, "With Stark on board, along with Natasha and Barton, we have ample candidates for the Avengers, so you need not concern yourself with me." Nan Zhou, fixated on the steam rising from his coffee, responded somewhat absent-mindedly. His mind was consumed with mastering his telekinetic abilities, leaving little room for engagement with Coulson's words. "There is something else I wish to inquire," Coulson ventured once more. "How did you cultivate such a formidable physique? And what of the Dark Lord, Darkseid? Is he from some comic series?" Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou lifted his gaze, and it was evident that Coulson's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I am uncertain how to answer the question regarding my training, for I possess abilities beyond mere physicality," Nan Zhou replied. "As for the name Dark Lord Darkseid," he grinned playfully, "this is not a character from any comic. In fact, that name belongs to me. Since this was the Marvel Universe, where comics did not exist, it was only natural for Nan Zhou to adopt the moniker of Darkseid." Coulson felt a shiver run down his spine at Nan Zhou's smile. Although it appeared to be a perfectly ordinary expression, to Coulson, it resembled a malevolent deity smiling down upon him. Was it the display of power from Nan Zhou that instilled fear in Coulson? He found it hard to believe. The title of Dark Lord is typically reserved for villains. "Isn't it?" he mused, momentarily at a loss for words. "Rest assured, I harbor no ambitions of world domination or destruction. I merely seek a carefree existence." Unbound and simple, Nan Zhou reassured him, recognizing Coulson's apprehension. Given the power Nan Zhou had exhibited, he could indeed incapacitate an entire city if he so desired. And that was merely a fraction of his capabilities. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson felt somewhat relieved. His purpose in approaching Nan Zhou was to gauge his attitude. Now, Nan Zhou is well aware of his stance. Although he will not join the Avengers, he certainly will not stand against them. That is sufficient. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury sits at his desk. He strokes his bald head, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, displaying the fierce battle between Nan Zhou and Ironmonger, alongside the revelation that Coulson merely promised not to disclose Nan Zhou's name, without guaranteeing silence on the matter itself. After all, several of his subordinates have witnessed this formidable individual, capable of effortlessly manipulating Ironmonger, possessing a physique of inhuman strength, power, and agility. The footage of their confrontation loops continuously, and Nick is reluctant to miss any detail. Such a being could not possibly be human. If human, he is certainly a superhuman. The only pertinent information gleaned from the visuals is that this individual possesses immense power and physical resilience, but lacks the ability to fly. Moreover, it is clear that he has not revealed his full capabilities. Countless powers remain unutilized. Nick surmises that if this individual were to unleash his full strength, the entire city would face catastrophic destruction. Nevertheless, it appears that he does not stand in opposition to them. Yet, such a name warrants caution. Regardless, Nick feels compelled to engage in dialogue with such a person. The Avengers require his prowess. In Nick's eyes, the terrifying might displayed on screen does not seem particularly astonishing, especially considering that the woman far away in space possesses far greater strength than what is exhibited here. Chapter 23. The second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Who would have thought that it would be you, Xing Zhou? In Stark's villa, Nan Zhou, Stark, and Ethan sit in the basement. Nan Zhou still wears his mask, and Stark remains oblivious to his true identity. Ever since Stark publicly declared himself Iron Man, the stock of Stark Industries has risen sharply. Currently, Stark Industries shares are at an all-time high, surpassing previous levels. Nan Zhou's investment of $150 million has skyrocketed to astronomical figures, with Stark's promise of a share allocation to Nan Zhou. He has now ascended to the position of the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries. Nan Zhou's visit today is precisely regarding this shareholding issue. He has just recently secured this status. Are you planning to venture into the clean energy sector? Nan Zhou inquires, observing the various blueprints strewn across Stark's desk. Not planning. I've already ventured into it, Stark replies, picking up a blueprint. The events in the Middle East and with Stain have enlightened me significantly, which is why I have decided to shut down the weapons development division, he adds, tapping his chest arc reactor. Though this substance may salvage my life, it simultaneously drains my vitality. The palladium will inevitably claim my existence, and I shall not endure for many more years. In the fleeting time I have left, I wish to engage in endeavors that benefit the world. The events in the Middle East and the Iron Tyrant incident have profoundly transformed Stark, evolving him from a frivolous playboy lost in a dreamlike existence into a champion of justice. As he spoke, Stark grasped a cup nearby, filled with a verdant liquid. Care for a sip? It's quite invigorating, he offered, extending the cup towards Nan Zhou, who politely declined with a wave of his hand. Nan Zhou recognized this concoction. It was chlorophyll, capable of neutralizing palladium poisoning, though its flavor was scarcely commendable. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's rejection, Stark unscrewed the cap and took a sip, his expression contorting in a myriad of ways due to the indescribable taste. Consuming this daily was an undeniable torment, as Stark had only recently begun drinking chlorophyll. He found it particularly difficult to endure. After a single gulp, he sealed the container and set it aside, shaking his head in disbelief at the flavor. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, invited me to join some Avengers initiative, yet here I am, merely a provisional member. Do I still have a probationary period? Stark grumbled, recalling the incident when Fury had intruded upon his residence. Before him, Ethan and Nan Zhou had become some of Stark's most trusted companions, alongside Pepper and Happy. Despite Nan Zhou still donning his mask, Stark felt an instinctive trust towards him. I believe you are far more suited to join this Avengers initiative. You surpass me in capabilities, Stark remarked, his gaze fixed upon Nan Zhou. Clearly, in comparison, Nan Zhou was indeed superior, operating on an entirely different level. However, Nan Zhou shook his head in response. I cherish freedom and the absence of constraints. Joining such an organization would subject me to governance, and I have no desire to enter. Not only was he disinterested in the Avengers initiative, but he was also contemplating how to evade the responsibilities of being a S.H.I.E.L.D agent. Only upon shedding this identity would Nan Zhou truly achieve liberation. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone suddenly rang. He retrieved it and discovered it was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Their recent communications had been sparse, as S.H.I.E.L.D had been preoccupied with various internal matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. Surprised to see S.H.I.E.L.'s name on his screen, Nan Zhou stood and exited the basement to answer the call. What a surprise to hear from you. Finished with your busy schedule? He jested, to which S.H.I.E.L.D responded with an exasperated huff. I knew you would be making light of things. I've been exceedingly busy lately. And how have you been busy? You never share any details, Nan Zhou inquired. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, S.H.I.E.L.D let out a long sigh, appearing quite helpless. Are you coming to Washington recently? Let us meet up and discuss it in detail. The next evening arrived. In Washington, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D were dining at a restaurant they frequently visited together. So, you are investigating the assassin, codenamed 47, and the matter concerning Jean Bing? Nan Zhou sipped his water and spoke calmly. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. I was in New York not long ago, but I was too busy to attend to it. I only found time after returning to headquarters to hand over my work. Unbeknownst to her, the man sitting opposite her, Nan Zhou, was the very figure from the underground world whose name struck fear, even causing Jean Bing considerable distress. This situation has caused quite a stir in New York, and you remain completely unaware? Faced with such a predicament, Nan Zhou, of course, fabricated a lie, claiming ignorance, which only raised S.H.I.E.L.'s suspicions. I've been preoccupied with gaming at home. Why would I care about such matters? It has nothing to do with me. Nan Zhou aimed to present himself as uninvolved, for if S.H.I.E.L.D discerned his true nature, it could lead to complications. Alas, the entire underground world of New York is in chaos. S.H.I.E.L.'s wan complexion betrayed her distress, a result of her engagement with this dilemma. Jean Bing's presence had once acted as a deterrent to the rise of other factions, but due to recent events, his authority had waned, leading to the emergence of numerous gang organizations. New York had become exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, deeper investigations revealed a potential connection between Jean Bing and Hydra, complicating matters further. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.'s objective was to investigate this affair and uncover the identity of codenamed 47. However, Instead of revealing his identity, she stumbled upon Jean Bing's ties to Hydra, which left her feeling overwhelmed. S.H.I.E.L.D. rested her chin on her hand, stirring the water in her cup, although there was little to stir. With the transition of tasks, S.H.I.E.L.D. found herself with fewer responsibilities, a development that should have brought her joy. Yet, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. She yearned to uncover the truth, only to find the matter handed over to someone else. This left her in a state of profound frustration, even diminishing her appetite. "How vexing," S.H.I.E.L.D. murmured, her brow slightly furrowed. Although Nan Zhou attempted to console her, the situation only fueled her ire. At that moment, she set down her spoon, stood up, and turned to Nan Zhou. "Let us go. I need a distraction. Accompany me to a movie." Chapter 24. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s date in an inexplicable turn of events. S.H.I.E.L.D. dragged Nan Zhou to watch a movie. Over the years, the number of times Nan Zhou had visited a cinema could be counted on one hand, and even then, it had always been with S.H.I.E.L.D. In their youth, S.H.I.E.L.D. frequently indulged in taking Nan Zhou to the cinema, though Nan Zhou often lacked enthusiasm for the outings. Upon examining the schedule of films, they discovered that there were no remarkable offerings in the current lineup. Consequently, they settled for a family comedy, purchased tickets, and entered the screening room. The audience was sparse, with fewer than 30 individuals present, including Nan Zhou, in a hall that could accommodate 200. The film, much like its attendance, was utterly dismal. Although it was labeled a family comedy, Nan Zhou found it exceedingly tedious, to the point that S.H.I.E.L.D., resting against his shoulder, had succumbed to slumber. "What an utterly foolish film I have just witnessed." This sentiment echoed among the remaining audience members, as the movie was indeed insipid, bordering on the offensive to one's sensibilities. One could discern numerous traces of plagiarism, and the performances of the actors were devoid of talent. Had Nan Zhou not been in a relatively good mental state, he might have dozed off as well. Ultimately, the two found themselves nestled together in the screening room, asleep. Time seemed to crawl, and Nan Zhou remarked that he had never experienced such an excruciatingly long 90 minutes. When the credits began to roll, he gently nudged S.H.I.E.L.D. awake. She blinked, groggily surveying her surroundings, only then realizing that the film had concluded. "Oh, I actually fell asleep," S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, quite astonished by her unintended slumber. Although she had deemed the film somewhat tedious at the outset, she had not anticipated succumbing to sleep. "The film was dreadfully boring. Your slumber was a blessing." "I endured 90 minutes of sheer torment," Nan Zhou replied, rising to stretch his back, relieved that the ordeal had finally ended. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood as well, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Not only had she fallen asleep, but she had also leaned on Nan Zhou's shoulder during her slumber. Despite the discomfort of her nap, it had been unexpectedly restorative, revitalizing her spirits. The two departed the cinema together. Washington's nightlife was vibrant, with nearly all bars operating round the clock. Since the purpose of the evening was to accompany S.H.I.E.L.D. in relaxation and indulgence, Nan Zhou willingly acquiesced to her requests, which included a visit to a bar. As they entered the lively establishment, filled with dazzling lights and youthful patrons swaying to the music, they exchanged a knowing smile. This marked Nan Zhou's inaugural experience as a patron in a bar. His previous visits had been motivated solely by duty. They found a corner away from the bustling dance floor, where the atmosphere was relatively quieter. "Do you think we might uncover any illicit activities here?" S.H.I.E.L.D. shouted to Nan Zhou, her voice rising above the music. Even when distanced from the center of the dance floor, the two found themselves raising their voices to communicate. It is uncertain, yet highly probable, that such occurrences are not uncommon, even in Washington, where bars abound. The chaotic atmosphere of a raucous tavern can be quite terrifying, as those who indulge often become excessively uninhibited, leading to the proliferation of various crimes. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nan Zhou were not present to enforce the law. Even if they encountered such situations, they would likely turn a blind eye. At that moment, several disreputable men approached the pair. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nan Zhou exchanged glances before shrugging their shoulders, lamenting their ill fortune at encountering such unwelcome attention. "Ah, beautiful miss, you seem unfamiliar." These men blatantly ignored Nan Zhou, their focus solely on S.H.I.E.L.D. It was clear that they were regulars at this establishment, accustomed to the faces of frequent female patrons, while the enchanting S.H.I.E.L.D. was an unfamiliar sight, prompting their attempts at flirtation. "You look new here. Shall we introduce you to the place?" Despite their seemingly innocuous words, their tone and expressions betrayed their true intentions. S.H.I.E.L.'s countenance darkened, her displeasure evident. She had come out to enjoy herself, only to be confronted by such unwelcome advances. Just as she was about to rise, Nan Zhou firmly grasped her arm and stood up in her stead. "I'm sorry, but she is not interested in your company. I kindly ask you to leave." Nan Zhou's intervention irked the men, who scrutinized him from head to toe. "What business do you have here? Go back to wherever you came from." They clearly dismissed Nan Zhou, despite his imposing stature compared to theirs. The two were evidently newcomers, and such individuals were often seen as easy targets for intimidation. Unfazed by their taunts, Nan Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. "I am her boyfriend, so I must insist you cease your harassment." Upon hearing this, the men grew even more irritable. "Her boyfriend? Not anymore. Get lost." With that, one of the men lunged to shove Nan Zhou. However, before the man could lay a hand on him, Nan Zhou seized his arm, twisting it with a swift motion, causing the man to crash to the ground, accompanied by a pained cry as his fingers snapped under the pressure. This was merely a fraction of Nan Zhou's strength. The remaining men, realizing they had encountered formidable resistance, assumed aggressive postures and charged at him. Yet, one by one, they fell victim to Nan Zhou's prowess, each sustaining injuries. One broke his fingers, another his leg, another his arm, and yet another suffered fractured ribs. In less than 5 seconds, those ruffians lay incapacitated on the ground, wailing in unison. At this moment, Nan Zhou elegantly flicked his wrist and turned to Hill. "Let us go." Hill, momentarily stunned by Nan Zhou's words, quickly regained her composure and followed him outside. No one in the bar dared to intervene. Even the security personnel refrained from stepping forward. The Notorious Five held a certain reputation within the establishment, known for their fierce altercations. Yet, against Nan Zhou, they could not withstand even 5 seconds. Naturally, the rest of the patrons were dissuaded from confronting him. In the entire bar, not a single soul dared to obstruct Nan Zhou, allowing him to exit with utmost nonchalance. Hill's gaze remained fixated on Nan Zhou. Although dispatching those men posed no challenge, she could not comprehend why, at that moment, when Nan Zhou stood up so assertively, he appeared exceptionally handsome in her eyes. Chapter 25. The little ones suffered within the bar. No one dared to impede Nan Zhou and Hill. The aura emanating from Nan Zhou was simply too daunting. Those who contemplated intervening lacked the courage. Even the security personnel stepped aside as Nan Zhou approached. Watching the two depart, Hill trailed behind Nan Zhou, her eyes continually locked onto him. They walked silently down the street, until Hill finally broke the silence. "Zhou, Hearing Hill's voice, Nan Zhou turned to face her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Hill found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Observing Hill's bashful demeanor, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks, Nan Zhou inquired, "What's wrong?" He halted in his tracks, genuinely curious. To his surprise, Hill shot him a glare. "What's wrong? Isn't it your fault for saying that?" Upon hearing her words, Nan Zhou instantly understood. The source of her concern was his declaration to the ruffians that he was her boyfriend. "Ah, so that is what bothers you," he chuckled, stepping closer to her. "I merely provided a suitable justification, a pretext, much like an excuse for war. If you dislike my phrasing, I shan't mention it again." Hill, taken aback by his response, shot him another exasperated glance before briskly walking ahead. Her reaction left Nan Zhou somewhat puzzled. Scratching the back of his head, he quickened his pace to catch up. After escorting Hill back to her residence, Nan Zhou proceeded to the hotel he had arranged. Upon returning to her quarters, Hill dove into her bed, tightly clutching her blanket and burying her face within it. That dense fool. The following day, Nan Zhou boarded a flight from Washington, returning to New York. When Nan Zhou returned home in the afternoon, he expected that the 3 little ones would be at school. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The 3 children, who should have been at school, were still at home, and to his dismay, each bore visible injuries on their faces. This revelation darkened Nan Zhou's expression immediately. He quickly approached them, and before they could utter a word, he seized all 3 and brought them closer. The extent of their injuries varied, with Pietro suffering the most. His face was a true testament to a beating. With his right eye swollen shut and the left side of his face marred by severe bruising, his lips split open. Nan Zhou had anticipated some minor scuffles might occur at school, but he was unprepared for the severity of Pietro's injuries. What infuriated him further was that Wanda and Lorna also bore marks of violence. Had it merely been a boys' quarrel, Nan Zhou might have felt less enraged. However, The involvement of Wanda and Lorna left him with little patience. Who did this? Nan Zhou inquired, his tone grave. Pietro hung his head in silence. Tell me. Seeing Pietro's reluctance to respond, Nan Zhou raised his voice, startling the three children. It was someone named Oaken, a grade above us. Lorna finally spoke, her voice trembling. Lorna? Pietro interjected, tugging at her in dissatisfaction. I'll handle it myself. Handle it yourself? Nonsense. Nan Zhou shot Pietro a glare. It was unacceptable for him to be so severely beaten while expecting to resolve the matter alone, especially when Lorna and Wanda were also harmed. Pietro lowered his gaze, feeling a sense of injustice. Lorna continued. Oaken is the class bully, quite imposing in stature, and he has always tormented our classmates. He has shown nothing but disdain towards the three of us newcomers and frequently harasses my sister Wanda and me. Pietro had been protecting us, but recently Oaken has grown even more brazen. Just yesterday at noon, he attacked Pietro, and when we tried to intervene, he simply shoved us to the ground. Nan Zhou nodded, beginning to grasp the entire situation. Essentially, it was Oaken, the school thug, who was the root of this trouble. Is Oaken so brazen at school? Do your teachers not intervene? He questioned. Wanda shook her head in response. Oaken's father is reportedly the leader of a local gang. It seems that something has recently emboldened him, making Oaken even more arrogant. The teachers dared not discipline Oaken with any severity. Some whom he disdained did not return the following day, either with broken legs or arms, and one simply vanished. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Nan Zhou grasped the essence of the matter. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from Jinin suffering a setback during his confrontation with Oaken. Oaken's father likely wielded Jinin's oppressive influence, which deterred any reckless actions. Now that Jinin had faced defeat, his fear diminished, allowing his ambitions for power to surface. If his own father had begun to disregard him, Oaken would inevitably mirror that attitude. All right, I understand the situation now. You need not worry about this. I shall resolve it. I will fetch some medicine for you, and you can attend school as usual tomorrow. Nan Zhou's words brought joy to Lorna and Wanda, who were anxious about meeting the same fate as the other teachers. With Nan Zhou's assurance, their worries dissipated. However, Pietro was less pleased, muttering under his breath. I will handle this. I intend to confront Oaken. Naturally, Nan Zhou heard Pietro's words and affectionately ruffled his hair. That is a personal matter between you and that scoundrel. I shan't hinder you. My aim is not to punish Oaken, but to address his audacity. Pietro raised his gaze to Nan Zhou, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Brother Zhou, I wish to learn combat skills from you. Nan Zhou had rescued them from peril, and though Pietro had not witnessed Nan Zhou's prowess firsthand, he was certain of his exceptional fighting abilities. This statement momentarily startled Nan Zhou, who then smiled. Learn from me. I am quite rigorous. Can you withstand it? Without hesitation, Pietro nodded. Very well. Nan Zhou clapped Pietro on the shoulder, then turned his attention to Lorna and Wanda. What about you two? Are you interested in learning as well? Chapter 26. Revenge. The night grew deep, and the three children slumbered soundly while Nan Zhou stepped out of his home. New York's nightlife was vibrant, far surpassing that of Washington. Countless intoxicated youths released their stress on the streets. Beneath the neon lights, it appeared enchanting and thrilling, yet it was perilously dangerous, with unknown eyes lurking in the shadows. Watching the unsuspecting, Nan Zhou had a singular objective, a bar located 3 kilometers from Wanda's school. This establishment was owned by Oaken's father, who was currently indulging within its confines. Nan Zhou's home was not far from the children's school, thus the bar was within a reasonable distance. Upon arriving at the bar, Nan Zhou strode confidently inside, donning a mask amidst the bustling crowd. Navigating through the throng, he made his way to the private room on the 5th floor. As he reached his destination, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence, with each door exhibiting impeccable soundproofing, a clear indication of substantial investment. Who are you? A man blocked Nan Zhou's path as he stepped onto the 5th floor. This floor is closed today. Please leave. The man, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, appeared to be a henchman of Mr. Oaken. Is Mr. Leo in? Nan Zhou inquired, glancing towards the imposing door at the end of the corridor, where 2 guards stood watch. The man's expression faltered slightly at the mention of Leo. What do you want? With a light-hearted smile, Nan Zhou seized the man's shoulder and executed a swift shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding crack, his spine shattered. My intentions are simple: to take his life. The commotion alerted the 2 guards stationed at the far door. Sensing the hostile approach, they drew their weapons. Aiming at Nan Zhou, undeterred by the threat, he lunged towards them. Although they opened fire, their bullets proved ineffective against Nan Zhou. He swiftly incapacitated both guards, one of whom was hurled against the door, crashing into the room beyond. Inside, the revelry was abruptly disrupted. A robust man, surrounded by scantily clad, alluring women, was startled by the sudden breach. Nan Zhou entered, observing the now cautious figure who had drawn his gun. "You must be Mr. Liu," Nan Zhou stated. The man's countenance darkened as he pointed his weapon at Nan Zhou, while others encircled him, guns trained on his form. "Who are you?" The man, realizing Nan Zhou's malevolent intent, inquired. "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I abhor being threatened by firearms." With a mere thought, Nan Zhou caused the guns aimed at him to contort, twisted into grotesque shapes. This astonishing display left everyone dumbfounded, as none had witnessed such an event before. Before they could react, Nan Zhou raised his hand again, and the henchmen surrounding him found themselves lifted as if gripped by an unseen force. "There are too many of you. I wish to converse with you privately." With another flick of his wrist, the men were violently slammed against the walls, some embedding into the structure, while others fell to the floor, rendered silent and uncertain of their fate. Nan Zhou then ushered the terrified women out of the room, claiming a chair to sit before Liu. At this moment, Liu found himself in a bind, his gun twisted into a knot. Although his body was free to move, the presence of the masked figure before him stifled any urge to act recklessly. After all, the abilities displayed by this individual transcended those of mere mortals. "Brother, there is truly no need for this predicament." Liu managed an awkward smile to mask a flicker of fear within. "Necessary? Oh, quite the contrary. It is indeed essential," Nan Zhou replied, his words laced with a mirth that failed to elicit any humor from Liu. "You have provoked me, you see." This statement left Liu perplexed, as he frantically rummaged through his memories, struggling to fathom how he had offended such a formidable being. Noticing the confusion etched on Liu's face, Nan Zhou elaborated. "It is not you who has wronged me, but rather your wretched son, who assaulted my brother and sister at school. Hence I sought you out." Upon hearing this, Liu couldn't suppress a curse, realizing that his son had unwittingly embroiled him in a considerable mess. "That is my failure as a parent. We are willing to compensate." Despite his recent audacity, Liu had not forgotten the art of humility. He recognized the peril posed by the individual before him, prompting him to concede swiftly to avoid any dire consequences. Nan Zhou stroked his chin contemplatively. "And how do you propose to compensate me? Perhaps your son should take his own life as an apology?" Liu's expression darkened at this suggestion. "That seems rather inappropriate. He is still a child." "Then why not offer yourself in his stead?" Nan Zhou continued. "You are involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and organ trade. You deserve death. So, how about you take a shot at that?" Nan Zhou's words ignited a fury within Liu, yet he dared not display his anger, fearful of Nan Zhou's might. Prior to his arrival, Nan Zhou had already conducted extensive research on Liu. He was hardly a paragon of virtue, and his crimes warranted multiple executions. "I know you are powerful, but do not presume I am easily intimidated." Liu's countenance had grown grim. There are limits to endurance. Though he had not forgotten his knack for humility, he was no longer the man he once was. With that, Liu drew a dagger and lunged at Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou did not even lift a finger. With merely a thought, Liu's arm was met with a brutal 90-degree fracture. The excruciating pain forced a scream from Liu's lips. In an instant, Nan Zhou pressed his hand upon Liu's head. "You're far too noisy. When you descend into hell, remember to thank your son. Were it not for him, I would not have sought you out. Farewell." With those final words, Liu's head was twisted a full 360 degrees, extinguishing his life in an instant. As Liu's lifeless body slumped onto the sofa, Nan Zhou casually relieved him of some gold trinkets. After all, one might as well profit from the situation. Gathering valuable possessions, Nan Zhou left his mark as Agent 47, having stained his hands with the blood of Liu, and departed with an air of nonchalance. These gangsters would have lived untroubled lives had they not provoked Nan Zhou. Their fates hinged solely on whether he chose to accept their bounties. Yet, should they dare to challenge him, their outcome would be beyond their control. Chapter 27. New developments after a period of silence. Agent 47 re-emerged into the fray. The leader of a nascent gang, having just risen to prominence, fell victim to his lethal prowess. However, this time, the Jinbing faction remained conspicuously silent. After all, the slain was not one of their own, and thus they had no desire to involve themselves in the affair. The following day, when Pietro and his companions arrived at school, Ukin appeared notably cowardly, even subjected to derision from other school delinquents. Although Nan Zhou had not divulged the specifics to the trio, merely stating that everything had been resolved, it seemed evident that Ukin's protector had been eliminated by Nan Zhou. Observing Ukin, pinned to the ground, seething with anger, yet paralyzed by fear, the trio felt no sympathy. Countless students and teachers had suffered at the hands of this scoundrel, while the parents of innocent students were left without recourse, enduring the humiliation in silence. Now, the crimes he had committed would be repaid with the remainder of his life. A return to action? At this moment, in a modest abode in New York, Murdoch reclined against his headboard. The once quiet Agent 47 had once again targeted members of the underworld. Murdoch had anticipated a period of calm, but it appeared he had been mistaken. A man like him could never embrace tranquility. Well, might he encounter him again? Murdoch murmured softly. This enigmatic figure intrigued him, and most importantly, he was aware of Murdoch's identity. He was keenly interested in how this individual had come to possess such knowledge. After dismantling a minor gang, Nan Zhou found himself presented with another opportunity to fulfill his daily objectives. Entering the chamber saturated with high levels of Omega radiation, he endured the agonizing exposure, yet oddly found himself reminiscing about the pain. Could it be that he had developed Stockholm Syndrome? As he bore the anguish, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed it. He firmly believed he would not succumb to such a fate. The 5-hour ordeal of radiation exposure passed swiftly. Despite having undergone nearly 10 such sessions, each time he exited that room, he emerged drenched in sweat, accompanied by intense soreness. Returning upstairs, Nan Zhou stepped into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and began to alleviate his discomfort. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name Carlson. What could it be? Nan Zhou answered the call. There is a significant matter requiring your assistance, one that I believe will pique your interest. Nan Zhou switched the phone to speaker mode, showering while inquiring, what do you think could captivate my interest? Carlson chuckled softly at this remark. Do you recall the missing Dr. Bruce Banner? Yes. The fellow who mutated after exposure to gamma rays, right? Nan Zhou feigned ignorance, fully aware of the renowned Bruce Banner, the infamous Hulk. What surprised him, however, was the swift arrival of the Hulk's timeline, as the Iron Man's timeline had only just concluded. Yet, this was fortuitous for Nan Zhou. Upon the completion of the Hulk's events, he would be able to continue accruing inheritance points. A 5% threshold would grant him telekinetic abilities, and he eagerly anticipated what skills would emerge at the 10% mark. Indeed, it concerns Dr. Banner. An elderly gentleman consumed a beverage, subsequently suffering from gamma poisoning. Upon investigation, the military discovered that the drink contained Dr. Banner's blood, sourced from Brazil, prompting military action. Carlson provided a series of insights that Nan Zhou had already absorbed. General Ross of the military harbors grand ambitions. Thus, we do not intend to remain passive. Nick has dispatched me to investigate, and I hope you can lend your support. Carlson's words plunged Nan Zhou into a brief silence, while Carlson too remained quiet, awaiting Nan Zhou's response. If I assist you, what reward can you offer in return? After a pause, Nan Zhou inquired. Although involving himself in the Hulk's affairs would yield some inheritance points, he still sought to gain some advantage from Carlson. This question rendered Carlson somewhat awkward, as he was momentarily unsure how to respond. How about you consider a Captain America figurine? At this suggestion, Nan Zhou could hardly contain his laughter. It was common knowledge within S.H.I.E.L.D. that Carlson was an ardent fan of Captain America, with various figurines and memorabilia adorning his home. Each piece was treasured, and offering such items as a reward indicated Carlson was truly making a significant concession. All right, it's a deal. You may choose any Captain America figurine you desire, he declared. Upon hearing this, Carlson hesitated briefly, then resolutely accepted Nan Zhou's terms. In Washington at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, after settling 3 little ones, Nan Zhou arrived at the headquarters. Carlson awaited him outside the entrance. Without further ado, let us proceed. Upon encountering Nan Zhou, Carlson tilted his head slightly, signaling him to enter the vehicle. At that moment, however, Hill emerged from the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nan Zhou noticed her, and she, in turn, acknowledged his presence. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Nan Zhou intended to approach S.H.I.E.L.D. and exchange pleasantries. But to his surprise, after that brief moment of eye contact, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not spare him another glance and turned away. Coulson, who was observing the unfolding scene, appeared perplexed. He turned to Nan Zhou and inquired, "What transpired between you two?" Nan Zhou shrugged helplessly, indicating his own uncertainty. Yet, he was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.'s demeanor was likely related to their previous encounter. That night, her attitude had undergone an inexplicable transformation. However, the reasons behind it eluded even Nan Zhou, who had developed a considerable intellect. Perhaps a thorough conversation upon their return would shed light on the matter. Coulson patted Nan Zhou on the shoulder and entered the vehicle. Nan Zhou cast one last glance at S.H.I.E.L.'s retreating figure, shook his head, and followed suit. After Coulson drove away, S.H.I.E.L.D. slowly turned her head, her gaze lingering on the taillights until they vanished from her sight. Although S.H.I.E.L.'s attitude towards Nan Zhou was less than favorable, he still lingered in her thoughts. As for what exactly preoccupied her mind, she could hardly articulate. Chapter 28. Dreamscape. Nan Zhou and Coulson boarded a plane bound for Brazil. Will traveling by commercial flight be slower than military transport? Nan Zhou inquired, gazing out at the passing scenery. Coulson responded with a mild smile. Rest assured, the military has yet to mobilize. They are preparing to deploy their most elite special forces. Nan Zhou scoffed at this statement. Elite special forces? In the presence of the Hulk, these so-called elite units would be utterly impotent, merely fodder for destruction. Nevertheless, General Ross had been relentlessly pursuing him. Although the Super Soldier program had been suspended, General Ross had not given up the search. Coulson continued since Captain America's disappearance. The military and the ruling authorities have been engaged in the Super Soldier program, striving to recreate a figure akin to Steve Rogers. Ultimately, however, their endeavors culminated in failure, resulting in the creation of a terrifying entity like the Hulk. Although the special forces dispatched by General Ross were merely testing the waters, facing the Hulk would be tantamount to courting death. Not exactly a favorable scenario, Nan Zhou murmured softly, his words inaudible to Coulson. The journey on this flight spanned nearly 7,000 kilometers, promising a protracted duration aboard the aircraft. However, Nan Zhou has always found it lamentable that agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., such as Coulson himself, are relegated to economy class during missions. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. truly depleted its funds in the construction of that massive spaceship? At that moment, Coulson had already donned his eye mask and drifted into slumber, while a wave of drowsiness enveloped Nan Zhou, compelling him to close his eyes. It is uncertain how long he had been lost in the realm of dreams when he began to hear voices echoing in his ears. Nan Zhou, outsider. Nan Zhou, outsider. This refrain persisted for an interminable duration, stirring turmoil within him. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly bewildered, for he was no longer aboard the aircraft, but rather suspended in a void. Before him lay a luminous orb, from which the voices emanated. Nan Zhou, outsider. Outsider. You must be expelled. Expelled. The voices grew increasingly louder, and the brilliance of the orb intensified to an almost blinding degree. Striving to move, Nan Zhou discovered himself utterly immobilized, as though ensnared in this spectral realm. Despite summoning all his strength, he remained unable to shift even an inch. Even the desire to vocalize was thwarted, his throat constricted as if under duress, rendering him mute. The voices penetrated his very soul, each utterance resonating with a tremor that coursed through his being. Is this a dream? Nan Zhou struggled to comprehend. For how could a dream feel so palpably real? This was not the hazy imagery of slumber. It was strikingly vivid, and the sensations were profoundly authentic. Suddenly, the orb expanded, its radiance enveloping the entire void, the blinding light preventing Nan Zhou from opening his eyes. Then he awoke. This time, he was indeed on the airplane. What is wrong? Just as Nan Zhou was still grappling with disorientation, Coulson patted him on the shoulder. A moment ago, he had appeared as if caught in the throes of a nightmare, trembling uncontrollably before jolting awake. Did you have a nightmare? In response to Coulson's concern, Nan Zhou gently waved his hand. He touched his face, only to realize it was slick with cold sweat. How long had it been since he had experienced such a chill? Turning his gaze outside, he noted that darkness had descended. This indicated that the aircraft was nearing its destination. having traversed nearly 7,000 kilometers in 14 hours, departing in the morning to arrive by nightfall. Yet what preoccupied Nan Zhou was not the journey itself, but rather that haunting dream. The vividness of the experience sent shivers down his spine. Being ensnared and voiceless, powerless against the onslaught of those voices, was excruciating, an agonizing dual torment of mind and body. Nan Zhou feared that if this continued, he might not endure the ordeal. Certainly, Nan Zhou is also preoccupied with the identity of the dream's voice master. Is this an outsider? Exiled? It is evident that this entity is aware of its status as a traveler, one that does not belong to this universe. How does this being compare in strength to Darkseid? And how does it measure against the system within himself? Clearly, this entity has taken notice of him, while he remains defenseless before it. For now, he is still too feeble. Amidst these myriad concerns, Nan Zhou disembarked from the plane, arriving in Brazil. In the vehicle, Coulson closely observed Nan Zhou, acutely sensing the weight of his thoughts. Does the nightmare affect you so profoundly? Coulson inquired. Nan Zhou remained silent. Noticing this, Coulson chuckled softly. It appeared that Nan Zhou had succumbed to deep contemplation, leaving him unattended. However, it was not prudent for him to dwell in this manner, for an important mission awaited them shortly. Thus, Coulson called out a few times, successfully pulling Nan Zhou back to reality. It's nothing, just that the nightmare felt quite real. I need a moment to recover. You must quickly regain your composure. I've even invested in a Captain America figurine. Please don't let me suffer a loss. Coulson's words elicited a smile from Nan Zhou, easing his spirit considerably. He resolved to temporarily set aside this troubling contemplation, focusing instead on enhancing his strength and increasing his inheritance of Darkseid's power. Should the day come when he must confront this being directly, he would not falter. With these thoughts, Nan Zhou gazed out at the darkened sky, then checked his watch and slowly spoke. Coulson, we might be delayed. Coulson paused, turning to Nan Zhou. What do you mean? It's nearly 10 o'clock. By the time we reach the factory, we may only be left to clean up the aftermath. Coulson observed Nan Zhou's expression, recognizing that he was not fabricating his words. He promptly tapped the driver, urging him to accelerate. The vehicle picked up speed, drawing nearer to Dr. Banner's factory. Before long, both Coulson and Nan Zhou could see the factory within their line of sight. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from within, followed by a barrage of gunfire. This development caused Coulson's brow to furrow slightly. It was apparent that Nan Zhou had spoken the truth. The special forces had already engaged Dr. Banner. Indeed, they had arrived too late. Chapter 29. Nan Zhou and the Hulk inside the factory. Dr. Banner, now transformed into the Hulk, was wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the elite special forces team dispatched by General Ross was attempting to contend with this colossal creature. The general's words were utterly absurd. He never informed us that the target would be such a behemoth. The speaker is none other than the leader of the elite special forces team, Emil Blonsky. However, at this moment, Blonsky remains unaware that he is destined to transform into a creature even more formidable than the Hulk. Countless bullets rain down upon the Hulk, yet none inflict any harm. Seemingly disinterested in further conflict, the Hulk demolishes several factory facilities and incapacitates a few team members before turning and crashing through a wall, fleeing toward the mountains outside the factory. Blonsky swiftly orders his men to halt their pursuit. He has no intention of following any further, as doing so would only lead to their demise. This seemingly eco-friendly individual is far from being as benign as he appears. All of this transpires under the watchful eyes of Nan Zhou and Coulson, who are concealed in a corner outside the factory. We must pursue him, Nan Zhou declares. Glancing at Coulson, I will go ahead, you follow closely behind. I intend to confront that giant. Coulson, taken aback by Nan Zhou's determination, hastily grabs his arm. Are you out of your mind? You plan to confront that creature? Nan Zhou nods in affirmation. You saw what he just did, although you are powerful. You. Coulson's words are cut short by Nan Zhou's interruption. If you delay me any longer, he will revert to human form. I want to test whether I can defeat this behemoth in my current state. With that, Nan Zhou leaps forward, heading in the direction the Hulk departed. Sighing helplessly, Coulson quickens his pace to follow. Meanwhile, the Hulk traverses the jungle, distancing himself from the others. His rage gradually diminishes, and soon he will revert to Dr. Banner. Just then, a stone strikes the Hulk with considerable force, reigniting his nearly quelled fury. He roars in anger, turning to locate the source of the projectile. His gaze falls upon Nan Zhou, who is perched upon a tree trunk, wearing a mask. "Hey there, big guy." Nan Zhou greets him with a cheerful tone, waving slightly. The response he receives is a thunderous roar from the Hulk. It appears that verbal communication is not an option at this moment. Nan Zhou leaps to the ground, facing the furious Hulk, and picks up another stone. Without hesitation, he hurls it at the Hulk, just as he did before. This time, the Hulk does not evade the projectile, perhaps dismissing it as merely a stone, underestimating its potential. However, the Hulk soon pays for his folly. The stone, infused with 70% of Nan Zhou's current strength, strikes the Hulk's abdomen, eliciting a sharp pain that forces him to stagger backward. This marked the first time Hulk had endured such an intense blow, igniting an even greater fury within him. Without uttering a word, he charged at Nan Zhou, his colossal fist poised to strike. In the face of this onslaught, Nan Zhou did not flinch. Instead, a smile graced his lips. He was determined to match Hulk's strength head-on. Confronted with Hulk's giant fist, Nan Zhou advanced boldly, delivering a punch of his own. The two fists collided in midair, unleashing a violent shockwave that flattened the surrounding trees, forcing both combatants to stagger backward. How intriguing! A smile once again crept across Nan Zhou's face, as he found Hulk's power to be quite satisfying. Of course, Nan Zhou was not exerting his full strength, and he surmised that Hulk was likely holding back as well. "You are far more interesting than that Iron Tyrant and Goldman." Gazing at Hulk, Nan Zhou felt an overwhelming desire to engage in battle. It was the first time he had wished for combat so fervently. The Hulk before him might indeed compel him to unleash his utmost potential. Seeing Nan Zhou unscathed only fueled Hulk's rage further. Previously, he had obliterated everything in his path with a single punch. But this individual not only stood unharmed, but had also managed to push him back several steps, an affront Hulk could not tolerate. With a fearsome roar, Hulk's fury intensified, augmenting his already formidable strength as he charged once more. Nan Zhou, undeterred, had no intention of evading. He sought to confront this behemoth directly. Coulson, tracking the signs of battle, arrived at the scene and was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. The two were evenly matched, each punch causing nearby trees to topple, reducing the surroundings to rubble. What kind of battle is this? Coulson thought, observing the green behemoth, whose expression was one of pure rage, as if he longed to shred Nan Zhou into pieces. In contrast, Nan Zhou's eyes sparkled with wild excitement, exhilarated by every blow Hulk threw his way. Stronger, stronger. With Hulk's face contorted in anger, Nan Zhou cried out. Though he had yet to reach his peak strength, he was determined to push himself further. And to do so, he needed to incite Hulk's wrath even more. With this intention, each of Nan Zhou's punches grew increasingly formidable, and the frequency of his strikes accelerated. He hoped that this approach would further enrage Hulk. Once again, their fists met in confrontation. It was evident that Nan Zhou's sudden surge in power caught Hulk off guard, causing his arm to tremble from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Zhou unleashed another punch that landed squarely on Hulk's face, momentarily stunning the giant. Hulk shook his head, staggering backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground. The blow had left him somewhat disoriented. Observing the scene, Nan Zhou also ceased his efforts, watching the dazed Hulk. After shaking his head, Hulk trembled violently and let out a pained cry, subsequently turning and fleeing into the depths of the forest. Nan Zhou was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Shouldn't Hulk have been angrier and continued to battle Nan Zhou instead of retreating? Meanwhile, not far away, Coulson was equally astonished. Had Nan Zhou actually driven the behemoth away? Chapter 30. The desire for battle. Coulson emerged from behind a tree, his face a canvas of shock. He could hardly fathom that Nan Zhou had managed to send that colossal creature running. This revelation left Coulson momentarily disoriented. Do not be too surprised, besides. I have yet to exert my full strength, Nan Zhou remarked, shaking his hand and turning to face Coulson. You haven't used your full strength? Coulson could only manage a wry smile. He never anticipated that a confrontation with such a formidable foe would not compel Nan Zhou to unleash his utmost power. Just how terrifying must this individual be? Noticing the myriad of emotions reflected in Coulson's expression, Nan Zhou placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. That giant also did not employ his full strength. At least for now, he is not in his most formidable state. Presently, Hulk can only be regarded as a preliminary form. When compared to his power during the Battle of New York, he is significantly weaker. It is only natural that such a Hulk cannot defeat me. Nan Zhou, of course, was eager to challenge the Hulk from the New York battle. With that thought, he turned to leave the forest. We must depart immediately and return overnight. Coulson paused, somewhat perplexed. Return overnight? Why? Shouldn't we pursue him? What if General Ross's men discover us? Hearing this, Nan Zhou halted and stood still. Rest assured, that individual will not be detected by those men. He should be hastily departing Brazil now, likely to retrieve his own documents. Nan Zhou's words plunged Coulson into contemplation as he recognized the validity of Nan Zhou's reasoning. Dr. Banner would not remain as Hulk indefinitely. Eventually, he would revert to Dr. Banner as his anger subsided. At that point, Dr. Banner would surely leave, as his presence had been compromised. However, Coulson could not comprehend why he would delve into the lioness den to seek his own documents. Yet, for reasons unknown, he instinctively chose to trust Nan Zhou. Ultimately, he fell in step with Nan Zhou, and together they exited the forest. General, are you certain this is merely a straightforward capture operation? Bronowski, visibly agitated, sought out General Ross, his first act being to confront him. Prior to the operation, General Ross had failed to inform them that they would be contending with such a formidable adversary. The mission was supposed to be an apprehension. Yet who could have anticipated such a monstrous green entity? Had that creature possessed any intent to kill, even 300 elite special forces would have merely been offering themselves as sacrifices. This was the most powerful being Bronowski had ever faced. His anger was palpable, directed not only at General Ross, but also at the Green Behemoth. In response to Bronowski's inquiries, General Ross merely smiled faintly. That creature was none other than Dr. Banner. As he spoke, General Ross patted Bronowski's shoulder, saying, "I will explain everything upon our return. For now, have your men gather their belongings. We are leaving." The following day found them in an unrecognizable part of the forest. Hulk leaned against a stone wall, his form gradually shrinking, the green hue fading back into his human complexion. Hulk had reverted to Dr. Banner. At that moment, all that remained of him was a remarkably resilient pair of trousers. He shook his throbbing head, rising slowly, his face etched with anxiety. Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, Banner realized that Hulk had once again transported him to an unknown location. Upon leaving the forest, he managed to flag down a vehicle, only to discover he had arrived in Guatemala. Had Hulk truly covered such a vast distance overnight? Fortunately, the driver was benevolent, taking Banner toward the nearest town. Inside the vehicle, Banner's brow furrowed. He understood that military personnel were already on his trail, and this locale was no longer safe for him. The immediate priority was to retrieve his experimental data and send it to Mr. Blue, in hopes of eliminating the Hulk residing within him. Thus, he needed to return to the very place that had transformed him into Hulk. However, there was another matter that troubled Dr. Banner greatly: the man who could contend with Hulk. Although Banner and Hulk's memories were incompatible and not shared, every time Hulk reverted to Banner, he retained vague recollections. This time, fleeting images of Nan Zhou confronting Hulk flashed through his mind. The existence of someone capable of matching Hulk's strength deeply unsettled Banner. Despite his disdain for Hulk, he was acutely aware of the creature's might. To be able to battle such a monster, could that individual also be a product of military experimentation? Nan Zhou's presence filled Dr. Banner with trepidation. Determined to resolve this long-standing issue, Banner resolved to leave Brazil immediately, returning to the location that had caused his transformation into Hulk, Calvo University in Virginia. 3 days later, they found themselves outside Calvo University in Virginia. Banner sat quietly beneath a tree, observing the university where he had once transformed into the terrifying Hulk within its laboratory. Yet now, a pressing dilemma confronted him. How could he access the lab? It resided on the 5th floor of one of the buildings, which was under strict security. Without a legitimate reason, entry was impossible. This predicament deeply troubled Banner. At that moment, someone took a seat beside him, startling Banner. He turned to find a figure clad in a cap and mask, obscuring their features. However, the man produced a mask from his clothing and waved it gently in front of Banner. This individual was none other than Nan Zhou. As Banner beheld the mask, memories flooded back to him. Indeed, this was the very mask worn by the individual who had previously battled the Hulk in Brazil. Thus, the person beside him had once faced off against the Hulk. "What do you want?" Banner asked, warily regarding Nan Zhou, anxious that the Hulk within him might suddenly erupt. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of harming you, nor of provoking the creature within. I merely wish to engage you in a conversation, Nan Zhou replied, gesturing toward a nearby CAF. After a brief survey of the surroundings and a glance at Nan Zhou, Banner slowly nodded. I understand. I'll accompany you. Rising, he followed Nan Zhou to a table in the CAF. What business do you have with me? Banner's heart remained guarded. Nan Zhou chuckled softly, then pointed at Banner's chest. I wish to engage in a proper duel with the creature inside you. Chapter 31. A new idea, a duel? Banner was taken aback, staring at Nan Zhou in confusion. Why would you want that? Who are you? Nan Zhou chuckled again. My identity is of little consequence, but you need not worry. I'm not a military operative, and I have no intention of capturing you. He continued, thus far, no one has compelled me to unleash my full potential, and I believe the entity within you could achieve that. Have you lost your mind? Banner furrowed his brow. The devastation from such a battle would be catastrophic. Fear not. I shall not engage in a populated area. I will find a secluded spot devoid of any human presence to contend with the creature within you. That is utterly unacceptable. Banner slammed his hand on the table, startling those around him, who turned to look in their direction. Realizing he had overreacted, Banner cleared his throat and continued. I will never agree to this. The entity within me will soon dissipate, and you will have no opportunity. As he spoke, Banner left the CAF, and their initial conversation came to a swift conclusion. Watching Dr. Banner's retreating figure, Nan Zhou smiled faintly, reassured that his efforts would be futile. The Hulk would remain with him for a considerable time. Banner exited the CAF without a backward glance. In his eyes, Nan Zhou was yet another individual with ulterior motives, albeit less severe than those of the military, prompting Banner to refrain from further interaction. This outcome was anticipated by Nan Zhou, who understood that Banner would most likely decline his request. However, every endeavor deserves a try. Though the chances were slim, Nan Zhou was determined to make the attempt. Nevertheless, he was not concerned that this would preclude future encounters with the Hulk. Quite the contrary, opportunities to confront the Hulk would soon present themselves. As night fell, Dr. Banner sought out an old friend who owned a pizza shop. Upon seeing Banner, his friend was notably excited, and they quickly reached a preliminary agreement. Disguised as a pizza delivery person, Banner planned to infiltrate the laboratory. Yet, for Nan Zhou, the night proved to be less than pleasant. Lying in his hotel bed, the haunting voices from his dreams aboard the airplane returned, the words of outsiders and expulsion echoing in his mind, causing his head to throb. It was the same void, the same nothingness, the same orb of light, and those soul-stirring voices. Tossing and turning in bed, Nan Zhou found the sound exasperating. Suddenly, he jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. This marked the second occurrence of such a dream. Rising from his bed, he approached the window, pondering why the moon appeared so round that night. His head felt heavy, and he was somewhat drained. It seemed necessary to consult Stark about a portable, expandable room, reminiscent of the capsule company from Dragon Ball, which could be conjured with a throw or transformed into a capsule at the push of a button. Nan Zhou muttered to himself. The recurring dreams heightened his alarm, as he was uncertain how many more would come. Just then, inspiration struck. He thought of Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man. With Hank Pym's assistance, utilizing Pym particles to manipulate the room imbued with Omega radiation, Nan Zhou could practice at will, enhancing his growth as Darkseid's successor. The faster he grew stronger, the less those dreams would plague him. Moreover, he might even track down the source of those dreams and confront them directly. With this thought, Nan Zhou's spirits lifted considerably. Finding Dr. Pym would not be difficult. The real challenge lay in persuading him to willingly offer his assistance. However, this matter must await Nan Zhou's thorough understanding of Dr. Pym before any conclusions can be drawn. Once he possesses sufficient insight into Dr. Pym, winning his favor will be a matter of course. Thus, Nan Zhou resolved to seek out Dr. Pym after addressing the situation with the Hulk. With this decision made, Nan Zhou felt a notable uplift in his spirits, as the discomfort within his body began to dissipate. Although a lingering fog clouded his mind, it was no longer a significant concern. Perhaps buoyed by his improved mood, Nan Zhou found himself undisturbed by that insistent voice as he slipped into a restful slumber. When he awoke the following day, daylight had already graced the sky. This moment coincided with the time when Banner, disguised as a delivery person, would be entering the laboratory building. Nan Zhou, however, felt no urgency, for it would be a while yet before Banner transformed back into the Hulk. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of Nan Zhou's room. Upon opening it, he discovered none other than Coulson awaiting him. "Did you speak with Dr. Banner?" Coulson inquired as he settled into a chair nearby. Nan Zhou nodded, acknowledging their conversation, yet lamented, "Regrettably, he declined my invitation to battle the Hulk." "Did you not inquire whether he would consider joining the Avengers?" Coulson pressed on, his interest piqued. This was Coulson's primary objective, to recruit Dr. Banner into the Avengers before the military could seize him. "That is your concern. I merely wish to engage in combat with that green fellow," Nan Zhou replied, leaving Coulson momentarily speechless. Yet, he understood Nan Zhou's temperament. It was customary for him not to assist in such inquiries. "Then I shall seek him out myself." "Where is he now?" Coulson stated, preparing to rise in search of Banner. "I advise against it," Nan Zhou cautioned calmly. "Banner harbors a profound aversion to that monstrous entity within him. They are utterly incompatible, and he will undoubtedly refuse you. Furthermore, the military has already ascertained his location, and it is likely that Caltech University will become the battleground between them and him." Coulson stood abruptly, alarmed by this revelation. What? The military intends to capture Dr. Banner on campus? What if the creature emerges and innocent lives are harmed? Nan Zhou merely scoffed. "You know full well the military's disposition. They care little for the plight of ordinary citizens. General Ross is solely focused on capturing Banner. The loss of a few college students is trivial in his eyes." Coulson's expression darkened. Nan Zhou's assertions rang true. He was well aware of the military's moral character, particularly that of General Ross, who would stop at nothing to achieve his ends. As he contemplated this, Coulson's gaze drifted towards the distant Caltech University. His eyes filled with apprehension. Chapter 32. Encounter with Pym. Dr. Banner continued his quest for experimental data, yet his efforts were in vain, as all information regarding the Gamma experiments had been obliterated by the military. Consequently, he departed the laboratory in disappointment, feeling a profound sense of solitude. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was meandering through Calvo University with Coulson. Upon learning that the military was encroaching upon the university, Coulson grew increasingly anxious. A confrontation between the military and Banner within the campus would inevitably lead to dire consequences for both the institution and its students. He felt compelled to avert this potential catastrophe. However, Nan Zhou thwarted Coulson's intentions, reasoning that if the military refrained from engaging the Hulk, he would lose a critical opportunity to confront the creature himself. He was determined not to allow Coulson to disrupt the unfolding events. Furthermore, the clash between the military and the Hulk aligned with the natural progression of events. Having experienced two such prophetic dreams, Nan Zhou had become exceedingly cautious. He aimed to avoid altering the historical trajectory, allowing the Marvel Universe to unfold in its intended sequence. For he recognized that he was not yet capable of contending with the formidable entities from his visions. Thus, Nan Zhou endeavored to ensure that the occurrences in this world remained undisturbed by his presence. Of course, this non-interference was contingent upon his efforts, as he had already significantly altered the world. As he observed the university students around him, Nan Zhou found himself momentarily lost in thought. Coulson, noticing this change in Nan Zhou's demeanor, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Had he not become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou, at his current age, would likely be attending such a university, relishing an enviable collegiate life, while others in their 20s enjoyed fulfilling lives and sweet romances. Nan Zhou had danced perilously close to death on numerous occasions, wielding a terrifying power. Yet, many frontline agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked any collegiate experience, having been trained as operatives from a young age. Though this rigorous training honed their physical abilities and lethal skills, it also robbed them of their childhood. Of course, these musings were merely Coulson's reflections. Nan Zhou had not contemplated such matters deeply. Although he admired the beauty of university life, he bore no disappointment regarding his experiences since arriving in this world. Whether as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent or through the acquisition of his abilities, he recognized that, despite his ongoing yearning for true freedom, the past 2 decades had not been without merit. At that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly noticed an individual, causing him to rise abruptly. Coulson was taken aback by Nan Zhou's sudden movement and followed his gaze. By then, however, Nan Zhou had already approached a distinguished elder clad in an oversized suit, a smile gracing his face. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Pym?" Startled by Nan Zhou's abrupt appearance, the elder nodded, albeit somewhat dazedly. "Indeed, I am Dr. Pym." Nan Zhou was overwhelmed with excitement, as he had never anticipated that fate could be so extraordinarily serendipitous. To his astonishment, he encountered Dr. Pym, the very person he was to meet upon the conclusion of this matter at Calvo University. Dr. Pym's presence at Calvo University was straightforward. He was there for academic exchange, having been invited to participate in a recently concluded academic seminar. As he exited the building, he encountered the unexpectedly exuberant Nan Zhou. "I am your ardent admirer," Nan Zhou exclaimed, grasping Dr. Pym's hand with fervor, and proceeded to articulate various discoveries and theories of Dr. Pym's as if he were intimately familiar with them. Dr. Pym was taken aback, astonished at how well this youth seemed to know him. Meanwhile, Coulson observed with surprise. He had not expected Nan Zhou to be a fan, let alone one of a scientist. However, when he realized it was Dr. Pym, he could only smile wryly and discreetly withdraw. Moments later, Nan Zhou produced his phone, eager to capture a photograph with Dr. Pym. The flurry of compliments from Nan Zhou left Dr. Pym feeling somewhat dizzy, yet he acquiesced to the request for a photo. "I had intended to visit you personally. I never imagined I would meet you here," Nan Zhou exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, almost to the point of tears, rendering Dr. Pym somewhat flustered. While he had students who admired him, Nan Zhou's reaction felt akin to encountering a superstar like Michael Jackson. If you ever need assistance or clarification in your academic pursuits, feel free to visit my laboratory. Following a series of exuberant exchanges typical of a fan meeting their idol, Dr. Pym presented his business card to Nan Zhou. The latter accepted it reverently, treating it as a treasured artifact and carefully placing it in his pocket. Observing the scene, Dr. Pym chuckled softly. "Child, I appreciate your admiration, but I must remind you not to elevate your idols to the status of deities." With that, Dr. Pym departed, leaving Nan Zhou still brimming with excitement. Once Dr. Pym's figure had vanished from sight, Nan Zhou returned to Coulson's side. "What mischief are you concocting now?" Coulson inquired, noticing that the previous excitement had faded from Nan Zhou's demeanor, as if he now required assistance. Nan Zhou fiddled with the business card in his hand. "You must be aware that Dr. Hank Pym was once a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." "Of course I know that, but what of it? By the time I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he had long since departed. Since the disappearance of his wife during a mission and the continued pursuit of the Pym particle formula by S.H.I.E.L.D., Hank Pym withdrew from the agency and established Pym Technologies. Beyond his work at Pym Technologies, Dr. Pym remains a distinguished biologist and scientist. In addition to the Pym particles, he has contributed numerous renowned academic theories. Following their recent exchange, Pym now harbors a substantial impression of Nan Zhou. The first step has been accomplished, and the subsequent tasks promise to be more manageable. Observing Nan Zhou's relaxed demeanor, even humming a tune, Coulson sensed ulterior motives at play. Surely, he wouldn't attempt to exploit the Pym particles. A wave of foreboding washed over Coulson as he glanced at Nan Zhou. Yet, Nan Zhou simply leaned back, raising a finger to his lips, signaling for discretion. Chapter 33. The Battle at Calvo University. Dr. Pym's appearance could only be deemed a minor interlude. For Nan Zhou, the paramount concern remained the Hulk situation. Although Coulson contemplated reporting this matter to Nick, he was thwarted at every turn by Nan Zhou's insistence. He was unwilling to see S.H.I.E.L.D. jeopardize his plans. Under Nan Zhou's unwavering stance, Coulson reluctantly acquiesced to his demands. After all, he was no match for Nan Zhou, and it was unnecessary to use knowledge of Nan Zhou's true identity as leverage. Doing so might lead to dire consequences for him. Ever since he learned of Nan Zhou's identity, Coulson viewed him with a sense of unease, feeling that the person before him was no longer the Nan Zhou he once knew. This transformation compelled Coulson to exercise caution in their interactions, for such a person could extinguish him with the same ease as one would crush an ant. Thus, he capitulated, and the two waited in silence within the hotel room. Nan Zhou, however, exhibited no impatience, for he understood that what was meant to arrive would eventually come. By the third day, Coulson was idly toying with a Rubik's Cube in the hotel room while Nan Zhou leaned against the window, his gaze fixed on Calvo University. After a moment, Nan Zhou spoke slowly. "They are coming." Coulson, startled by the remark, quickly approached the window to peer outside. Indeed, in the distance, several small dots were approaching, military vehicles. A considerable number of them had arrived. Coulson furrowed his brow. It seemed the military was making a significant investment this time. What will you do? Will you intervene? He inquired, turning to Nan Zhou. Yet Nan Zhou shook his head. Certainly not. I have no desire to expose myself to the military. Once they set their sights on someone, that individual is in for a tumultuous experience, and I wish to avoid such complications. With that, Nan Zhou turned and walked away. Allow me to present to you the formidable presence of that behemoth. Coulson gazed at the approaching military vehicles with a resigned sigh. Falling in step with Nan Zhou as they departed the hotel, making their way toward Calvo University. The sight of the military vehicles astonished passers-by, who were oblivious to the unfolding events, many of them extracting their smartphones to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Banner and his girlfriend Betty Ross lounged on the grassy expanse of Calvo University, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Yet, in an instant, Banner sensed an ominous shift. As he noticed two armed personnel drawing near, realizing he had been detected, he swiftly separated from Betty and darted toward a nearby academic building. Ultimately, he found himself cornered in a transparent corridor, where he was overwhelmed by tear gas, triggering his transformation into the green-hued Hulk. Do you not find that rather dashing? Nan Zhou turned to Coulson, remarking on the raw primal ferocity that exuded a captivating allure. Coulson offered a faint smile, nodding slowly. While the hue might be somewhat unorthodox, one cannot deny that this colossal figure indeed radiates wildness. Amidst Hulk's thunderous roars, the military's machine guns erupted in a barrage of fire. Observing Hulk, shielding himself from a relentless hail of bullets, Coulson gradually concluded that, physically, Hulk could not rival Nan Zhou. After all, Nan Zhou had faced the relentless onslaught of Ironmonger without flinching or discomfort. The fellow was undeniably impressive, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. Watching Hulk, now enraged by the military's assault, Coulson sighed in resignation. If only Hulk possessed a modicum of intelligence, merely a fifth of Banner's, he would be an invincible force on Earth. Save for Nan Zhou himself. Alas, this Titan lacked cunning, even appearing somewhat simple-minded. Of course, this hypothetical intelligence would only apply provided his primal instincts remained intact. As time passed, Blonsky, infused with the super serum, emerged onto the battlefield to confront Hulk. Utilizing his agility and physique, Blonsky deftly evaded Hulk's every attack, a maneuver that caught Coulson off guard. He had indeed injected himself with the super serum? Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. It was certain that he had been injected. Although the dosage appeared limited, this serum likely belonged to the same batch as Captain America's. Observing Blonsky's eyes brimming with a murderous intent, Coulson furrowed his brow. This iteration of Blonsky unnerved him slightly. He had grown stronger, yet his psyche seemed distorted. At that moment, Coulson's phone rang unexpectedly. He retrieved it, discovering it was a call from Nick. Hello, Nick. Coulson answered the phone, yet Nick's voice did not reach him immediately. Where are you? Why is it so noisy? Are those gunshots? After a pause, Nick slowly inquired. Upon hearing the question, Coulson turned to glance at Southboat, who was still fixated on the battle between the military and Hulk, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. I am at Calvo University. The military has already engaged with Dr. Banner. Since Southboat showed no inclination to speak, Coulson stated the truth. The military is confronting Dr. Banner? Still on campus? Nick sounded somewhat surprised. This call was initially meant to inquire about Dr. Banner's situation. Yes, I had no means to prevent it. They had already clashed by the time I arrived. Coulson spoke the lie with an impassive demeanor, occasionally casting a glance towards Southboat. Meanwhile, Southboat remained oblivious to Coulson's presence, his gaze fixed on the ongoing confrontation. At that moment, the military had deployed sonic cannons to contain Hulk. They are truly investing heavily to subdue Hulk, Coulson thought. Damn it, how dare they do this? What if students are harmed? Nick couldn't help but curse. He was not as reckless as General Ross. If it were him, he would never attempt an apprehension in a crowded area. What about that giant? Is he subdued? Nick continued to ask. I fear not. Coulson raised his head to observe Hulk, who was now shielding himself from the sonic cannon with metal plates, and spoke slowly. Not even the sonic cannon can restrain him, nor can bullets. After hearing Coulson's words, Nick fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Is he akin to Darkseid? Indeed. Upon Nick mentioning Darkseid, Coulson glanced at Southboat. Just then, Nick let out a long sigh. That bastard Ross enjoys reckless antics. I hope he is prepared for an emergency announcement. Chapter 34. The second confrontation amidst the bombardment of armed helicopters. The plaza of S.H.I.E.L.D University was engulfed in fierce flames. Within the inferno, a colossal figure still stood resolute. Beside him, General Ross wore an expression of deep concern. His daughter, Betty Ross, had just been near that giant. Now, her fate amidst the blaze was uncertain. If anything were to happen to Betty, he would never forgive himself. Gradually, as the flames subsided, Hulk emerged, cradling the unconscious Betty Ross in his arms. Seeing that Betty was unharmed, General Ross breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Hulk's gaze fell upon General Ross, his eyes filled with fury. Without a word, he turned and exited the plaza of S.H.I.E.L.D University, disappearing into the adjacent woods, his figure gradually fading from view. General Ross refrained from ordering his soldiers to pursue, as his daughter remained in the clutches of that individual, and he dared not act recklessly. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou, who had been observing the scene for quite some time, gently tapped Coulson beside him. "Let us proceed and follow," he urged. Coulson nodded and trailed behind Nan Zhou, circumventing the military personnel before entering the thicket. "Do you intend to engage him amidst the woods?" Coulson inquired at that moment. "Certainly not. It is far too conspicuous here, and our skirmish would attract unwarranted attention." Nan Zhou replied. "What if he reverts to Banner along the way?" Coulson expressed his concerns, pondering the implications should that immense being transformed back into Banner, thereby jeopardizing Nan Zhou's strategy. However, to Coulson's surprise, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and shook his head. "Rest assured, such an occurrence is highly improbable," he stated with unwavering confidence, a demeanor that left Coulson somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom the source of Nan Zhou's certainty, which seemed anything but blind arrogance. Disregarding Coulson's confusion, Nan Zhou continued onward. As night descended, rain began to pour from the heavens. The Hulk, accompanied by Betty, found refuge in a mountainous forest, resting within a cave. Betty was then engaged in soothing the Hulk, who was agitated by the thunderous claps. Upon awakening, she had been thoroughly frightened by the colossal being, and now she was tasked with calming him down. Through their interactions, Betty discerned that despite his fearsome appearance, the Hulk possessed an essence akin to that of a child. His temperament and behaviors mirrored those of a young one. Perhaps this being was not as terrifying and malevolent as her father had described. Just as the Hulk and Betty were relishing their moment together in the cave, an ill-timed cough disrupted their solitude. The Hulk sprang to his feet with a start, turning to find Nan Zhou, masked and beckoning him. The memory of their previous encounter in Brazil flooded back, and the Hulk bared his teeth in response. Betty also rose, instinctively placing herself between the Hulk and Nan Zhou, her gaze towards him filled with wariness. "Who are you? What brings you here?" she demanded, in response to Betty's inquiry. Nan Zhou simply smiled lightly. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am not affiliated with the military, nor do I come to apprehend him." "And what, then, is your purpose?" Betty pressed, aware that anyone capable of locating them so effortlessly was no ordinary individual. "My purpose?" Nan Zhou replied with another smile. "It is quite simple. I seek to engage him in battle." He gestured towards the Hulk, who appeared to comprehend Nan Zhou's words, letting out a thunderous roar as if challenging him to a confrontation outside. No, Betty, however, firmly refused. She would not permit Hulk to engage in combat with anyone unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Hulk had already reached the cave entrance, turned his head to S.H.I.E.L.D, and leaped down first. S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged as he passed by Betty, remarking that it was not his issue, as Hulk was the one who sought the confrontation, something she could not avert. With that, S.H.I.E.L.D approached the cave's mouth and jumped down as well. Watching the two descend into the forest below, Betty felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The sudden appearance of this man instilled a foreboding feeling within her. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the forest. It was Hulk's. Accompanying the roar were the thunderous sounds of battle and the crashing of trees, making it difficult to fathom the ferocity of the confrontation. At that moment, Betty clung to the cave's entrance, peering down at the chaotic scene below, though she could discern nothing clearly. At that instant, Coulson appeared beside Betty seemingly out of nowhere, startling her profoundly, much like the earlier man had done. Noticing her fright, Coulson quickly produced a business card from his pocket. "Do not be afraid. I'm not your enemy. Here's my card." Betty scrutinized Coulson warily before finally accepting the card, which bore the lengthy title of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. She found the name perplexing. You may also refer to it as S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. A flicker of recognition crossed Betty's mind. Her father, General Ross, often mentioned this organization, albeit not in a favorable light. Are you affiliated with that individual? Despite understanding Coulson's identity, her wariness persisted, perhaps even intensified. We are not precisely allies, but I am indeed seeking Dr. Banner for serious discussion. Does your S.H.I.E.L.D. desire the creature within him? In response to Betty's inquiry, Coulson shook his head. While we would certainly be pleased to have the big guy on our side, we are equally interested in his intellectual contributions. Of course, we would prefer to have both the creature and his intellect, but either would suffice. Upon hearing this, Betty's vigilance lessened slightly. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not solely fixated on the creature within Banner, unlike her father, who seemed indifferent to Banner's well-being. Just then, an even more furious roar resonated through the air. Betty looked down again, observing that a substantial swath of trees had been uprooted in the forest below. Coulson, witnessing this scene, chuckled softly. It seems they would need artillery to achieve such destruction, yet these two are accomplishing it with their bare fists. Indeed, this exemplifies sheer brute force. Chapter 35, a satisfying confrontation. As Hulk delivered a powerful punch, it struck precisely at Nan Zhou's chest, sending him soaring through the air, shattering numerous trees in his wake. The current Hulk was significantly more formidable than the one encountered in Brazil. Perhaps during his time in Brazil, Hulk was disinclined to engage earnestly, which allowed for an effortless victory. However, this time, triumph would not come so easily. Nan Zhou brushed the dust from his attire, noticing that his clothing had sustained considerable damage, prompting him to tear his shirt apart. During his last visit to Stark, he had forgotten to request a garment of durable fabric that would not succumb to such destruction. Clearly, this matter warranted a note in his memorandum. With that thought, Nan Zhou lifted his gaze towards Hulk, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was immensely satisfied. This Hulk was the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. Although Hulk's punches could not inflict genuine injury upon him, the sheer force of his blows stirred a tempest within Nan Zhou's very core. This incarnation of Hulk was truly commendable. In this confrontation, Nan Zhou refrained from utilizing his mental manipulation, relying solely on his physical prowess to engage in battle with Hulk. The visceral thrill of each punch resonated through him, igniting a fervor he had not experienced since becoming an agent. Despite wielding only the Death Knell template, he had yet to encounter a truly formidable opponent during his missions, one that could elicit such exhilarating combat. As the saying goes, invincibility can be an isolating experience. Yet now, Nan Zhou would no longer feel lonely. This colossal figure was the adversary he had long anticipated. Observing that Nan Zhou remained unscathed, Hulk let out a thunderous roar and charged towards him. Unfazed, Nan Zhou countered with a punch of his own. This strike was not only powerful, but astonishingly swift. Hulk had no time to react before Nan Zhou's fist collided with his face, sending him flying, much like Nan Zhou had been moments earlier. Though both had crashed into trees, the impact upon Hulk was far more extensive than the previous encounter. Shaking his head to regain his composure, Hulk spat out the dirt from his mouth and offered a faint smile to Nan Zhou, despite his seemingly simple-minded demeanor and apparent lack of intellect. It was evident that he remained lucid throughout their battle. He recognized that Nan Zhou was not his enemy, as each of his punches bore no intent to kill. Unlike those from the assailants he had previously faced, this individual genuinely sought the thrill of combat. Hulk was also astonished. After all these years, he had never encountered anyone capable of sustaining such a fierce and engaging struggle. This person before him was a first. What perplexed Hulk was the astonishing strength possessed by such a diminutive individual. Of course, this small stature was only relative to Hulk. "I like you," Hulk exclaimed, pointing towards Nan Zhou, and then attempted to articulate his thoughts in his halting manner. This unexpected declaration took Nan Zhou by surprise. "Wow," he grinned. "I certainly didn't see that coming. However, it's simply impossible for us." Hulk, undeterred by Nan Zhou's response, charged forward once more. Observing this, Nan Zhou swung his arms, aiming a blow at Hulk. Meanwhile, in the cave, Betty anxiously watched the unfolding scene. She worried about any unforeseen mishap befalling Hulk. Although she believed he would surely prevail, her concern for his safety lingered. "Rest assured, he'll be fine. That behemoth is so powerful that even bullets cannot harm him. And the masked individual won T-land a hit. Trust me. How can you be so certain? Betty inquired, turning to Coulson with a puzzled expression. Though I'm not intimately acquainted with him, I do know that he genuinely seeks only a brawl with that giant. He has no intention of inflicting serious harm. Coulson, seated on a nearby stone bench, appeared somewhat bored. He regretted following Nan Zhou. The frigid weather, coupled with the persistent drizzle and the surrounding forest, rendered the air oppressively humid. Coulson despised such conditions and worried about catching a cold by dawn. If this ever happens again, I swear I'll be a dog for coming along. He muttered inwardly, cursing Nan Zhou, hoping for a swift conclusion. Sigh, Betty sighed, crossing her arms for warmth. Even Coulson found the weather unbearable. How much more so for someone like Betty? He then removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Taken aback by Coulson's gesture, Betty smiled softly. Thank you. It's nothing. If you catch a cold or feel unwell, I fear that giant might tear me apart. Coulson quipped, eliciting laughter from Betty. At that moment, she considered that perhaps this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was not as irksome as she had imagined, displaying a stark contrast to the military personnel. Meanwhile, on the ground, countless trees lay felled, and even the grass had been reduced to mere soil by the shock waves of the two combatants' punches. Their battle resembled the aftermath of a meteor crashing into the earth. Huffing and puffing, Hulk was clearly winded from the prolonged confrontation. In stark contrast, Nan Zhou stood a short distance away, seemingly at ease, as though he had exerted minimal effort. At that moment, a tremendous thunderclap resounded from the heavens, igniting Hulk's fury. He let out a furious roar towards the sky before turning his gaze back to Nan Zhou. Given the state you're in, are you sure you still wish to fight? Nan Zhou remarked, observing Hulk's labored breaths. No matter how you look at it, I've emerged victorious. Haven't I? Hulk, you've lost. Hulk continued to breathe heavily, refusing to concede. Nan Zhou could only raise his hands and surrender. All right, you've won. Having already relished the experience, Nan Zhou was indifferent to the outcome of the battle. With that, he leaped back into the cave, Hulk following closely behind. How are you? Are you injured? Upon their return, Betty rushed to Hulk's side, her face etched with concern. Hulk, I've won. Hulk beamed like a triumphant child, showcasing his success to his mother, his face aglow with joy. However, the stark contrast between the two men's conditions spoke volumes about the inevitable conclusion. I had a splendid time. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek you out again, Nan Zhou stated, glancing back at Hulk. Hulk, I will be waiting. They exchanged smiles before Nan Zhou departed the cave with Coulson. Watching their retreating figures, Hulk slowly murmured, Hulk, feel pain. Betty was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to him. Those bullets had failed to elicit such a response from Hulk. Yet that man had managed to do so. Just how terrifying could he be? Chapter 36. Initial encounter after a thoroughly gratifying confrontation. Nan Zhou departed Virginia. Meanwhile, Coulson remained in Virginia, monitoring Banner and Betty's movements, prepared for immediate action. Of course, the military was also keeping close watch on them. However, Nan Zhou did not leave New York. Instead, he headed straight for Dr. Pym's laboratory, with several days remaining before Hulk's final showdown. Nan Zhou intended to cultivate a rapport with Dr. Pym. He was not inclined to coerce the doctor into assisting him. Rather, he hoped for Pym's willing collaboration. Upon landing, Nan Zhou made his way directly to the address noted on the business card. Dr. Pym's laboratory was modest, and he had been operating it solo since departing from Pym Technologies. Now, Dr. Pym had been ousted from his own company by his apprentice and daughter. It was indeed a bitter irony. Leaving Pym Technologies meant relinquishing access to its laboratory and the advanced equipment within. Naturally, without the title of a board member, those who once surrounded him gradually faded away, leaving only a few universities that symbolically invited him to academic discussions. Symbolically, indeed. However, a handful of passionate individuals devoted to science would still visit him, yet none chose to join his laboratory. After all, this laboratory is rather modest, with equipment that is far from cutting edge. At this moment, Dr. Pym finds himself lost in thought within his own lab. He has recently been ousted from Pym Technologies, and the pain in his heart remains unbearable. He has been discarded by both his most trusted apprentice and the woman he holds dear. What a farcical situation it is. With a bitter smile, Dr. Pym gazes at the small ants beside him, gently stroking their heads. Just then, the doorbell rings. Dr. Pym immediately rises to answer it. Upon opening the door, he is met with the cheerful visage of Nan Zhou. "Ah, it's you," he exclaims, somewhat surprised that this young lad actually came to see him. "Come in." He gestures for Nan Zhou to enter his laboratory. As Nan Zhou steps inside, he adopts a curious demeanor, scanning the room with keen interest. He soon notices the ants that have yet to be cleared away. "What was your name again?" "Doctor." Pym pours a glass of water for Nan Zhou and hands it to him, suddenly realizing he does not know the boy's name. "Dr. Pym, my name is Nan Zhou." The young man promptly introduces himself. "Nan Zhou, a lovely name," Dr. Pym replies with a faint smile. "I never anticipated you would truly come here. I thought you merely wanted a photograph." "Doctor, you underestimate me," Nan Zhou responds earnestly. "Not only do I admire you, but I'm also deeply passionate about science. Having the fortune to enter your laboratory is indeed a stroke of immense luck for me." Dr. Pym chuckles at Nan Zhou's words. "My laboratory lacks any high-end equipment. It may not even compare to your university, Calvo." As he speaks, Nan Zhou approaches a blueprint laid out on the table. "Doctor." Pym harbors no concern that the young man might stumble upon something he shouldn't see. After all, the Pym particle technology he wishes to conceal is not present in this lab. "This is," Nan Zhou muses as he examines the blueprint, momentarily lost in thought. Before looking up, something seems amiss here. He brings the blueprint closer to Dr. Pym, pointing out a specific area, and begins to expound his thoughts with fervor. "Doctor." Pym transitions from confusion to astonishment. He had not expected this young man to identify the issue so swiftly, even proposing a solution. It is worth noting that even he had spent 2 to 3 hours resolving this particular problem. Remarkably, this child has managed to find a solution with just a glance. The blueprint pertains to Dr. Pym's latest research, a human neural exoskeleton, somewhat reminiscent of the work conducted by Dr. Octopus. Pym gazed in astonishment at Nan Zhou, pondering the possibility that this child might indeed inherit his legacy. Judging solely by the events that had just transpired, the boy exhibited undeniable genius. Yet, Pym couldn't help but think of his apprentice, Darren Klaus, a reflection of himself who had now embarked on a path of no return. The mere thought of him caused Pym to hesitate. However, the young man before him earnestly showcased his talents. If given the opportunity, it seemed he could genuinely advance Pym's particle technology. "How about this blueprint?" Pym stood up and retrieved another drawing to present to Nan Zhou. This new blueprint was an advanced version of the previous one, albeit fraught with its own issues. Nan Zhou examined the drawing meticulously for a moment before once again identifying a flaw, this time pertaining to the neural system. Pym, as he listened to Nan Zhou elucidate his proposed solution, found himself momentarily dazed, even a bit unsteady on his feet. For Nan Zhou had once again spoken truthfully, even improving upon Pym's own solutions, rendering them superior. This child is a prodigy. If Nan Zhou's initial identification of the problem had left Pym feeling uncertain, this time he was resolute in his decision to bring Nan Zhou into his laboratory. As Nan Zhou spoke, he keenly observed Pym's expressions, secretly amused by Pym's reaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired: to draw closer to Pym, gain entry into his laboratory, and ultimately engage with Pym's particle technology. He even envisioned recommending the future Ant-Man, Scott, to Pym. It was simply perfect. In truth, the contents of these blueprints posed no challenge to Nan Zhou. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency provided extensive knowledge training for its agents, coupled with the cerebral enhancements afforded by the Doomsday template. At this moment, Nan Zhou could confidently assert that he had surpassed Stark and Pym in terms of intellect. Pym now approached Nan Zhou directly. "I am aware that my modest laboratory lacks sophisticated equipment and sufficient personnel, but would you be willing to join me here?" Upon realizing Nan Zhou's genius, Pym began to worry whether the young man would be inclined to join his humble lab. After all, compared to larger facilities, his was truly insignificant. Despite Nan Zhou's declaration of fandom, Pym still felt a twinge of insecurity. "Of course I would," Nan Zhou responded without hesitation. "While the equipment may not be top-notch, I believe this laboratory will grow to become a leading technological hub." Nan Zhou's words deeply moved Pym. He, however, was oblivious to the insincerity that might have lurked on Nan Zhou's face. Yet, Nan Zhou genuinely felt elated, as the progression of his endeavor to connect with Pym had unfolded so smoothly. With the first phase of his plan successfully accomplished, the subsequent steps would now be easily executed. Chapter 37. The tense father-daughter duo, Nan Zhou, seamlessly became a member of Dr. Pym's laboratory, although not in a full-time capacity. His involvement would be occasional, merely assisting when needed. On his very first day of joining, he settled in the laboratory. Are you implying that you are not a student at Calvo University? As dusk fell, Dr. Pym engaged in conversation with Nan Zhou within the lab. Indeed, I have never attended university. All of this knowledge is self-taught. Nan Zhou did not portray himself as a student of Calvo University. Rather, he fashioned himself as a self-made prodigy. Self-taught indeed. I was right to recognize your potential. Your future is boundless. Dr. Pym's astonishment grew upon hearing this. Self-taught individuals are exceedingly rare. Even he, the Stark family, and the currently wanted Bruce Banner were not self-taught. These individuals possessed remarkable intellect, enhanced by the guidance of esteemed institutions and educators to reach their current stature. Yet here stood Nan Zhou, truly a product of self-education. It was nothing short of astonishing. Noticing the shock etched on Pym's face, Nan Zhou realized he might have appeared overly exceptional, as if Dr. Pym had unearthed a rare gem. If Pym were to discover Nan Zhou's true intentions, it would undoubtedly cause him great distress. However, Nan Zhou was unconcerned. If he were to worry about such matters, he would never have become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. after a night filled with exchanges of experiences and academic discussions. The two turned their gaze to the window and found that dawn had arrived. Nan Zhou rose to depart from Dr. Pym's laboratory, as he needed to return to New York. Firstly, he had not seen the three children for several days and wished to check on their well-being. Secondly, a significant battle was imminent in New York, one he must witness to obtain the inheritance of Darkseid, a moment he could not afford to miss. Just as Nan Zhou stepped out of the laboratory, he encountered a woman approaching. She emerged from an extravagant vehicle, her surprise evident upon seeing Nan Zhou exiting the lab. He recognized her as Hope, Dr. Pym's daughter, the one who had conspired with Klaus to oust Pym from the company. Hope paid him little mind, merely appraising him with a cursory glance before striding into the laboratory. "What are you doing here?" Upon her arrival, Dr. Pym's demeanor shifted, his mood darkening considerably. He is acutely aware of his shortcomings towards his daughter, and there remains a significant misunderstanding between them. However, being ousted from the company by his own flesh and blood must certainly weigh heavily on his heart. "I came to see how you are faring." Hope's words were devoid of emotion as she surveyed her surroundings. "Are you here to check if I'm still alive?" Pym scoffed derisively, then rose to approach a nearby table, where he poured himself a cup of coffee. "What brings you here?" Pym knew that his daughter was not genuinely concerned about his well-being. She must have ulterior motives. Hope cast a sidelong glance at Pym before slowly speaking. "Darren has a press conference tomorrow, and he hopes you can attend." Pym let out a couple of cold laughs upon hearing this. He was not mistaken. It was precisely this matter. Just recently cast out of the company, and now they wish for him to return? Does he strike her as someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will? For your own good. You were removed from the company. Your mental state is no longer conducive to managing it effectively. Hope's tone remained calm. You are doing quite well in this modest lab. After all, in a couple of days, I will have Darren arrange for some better equipment for you. Before Hope could finish her sentence, Dr. Pym slammed the cup onto the table with great force. "Now, please leave my laboratory." Taken aback by Pym's sudden fury, Hope paused momentarily, but ultimately let out a huff and turned to exit the lab. Just as she opened the large door, she halted, glancing back at Pym. "I expect you to arrive punctually at tomorrow's press conference. Your name is on the guest list." With that, Hope departed the laboratory. Pym, breathing heavily, sank into a nearby chair, listening to the sound of Hope's luxurious vehicle gradually receding into the distance, letting out a resigned sigh. He then slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was concealed behind some trees adjacent to the laboratory, having overheard the entire exchange between father and daughter. The rift between Pym and Hope remains vast. It is difficult to assign blame to either party. Perhaps both share some fault. Lost in thought, he regained his composure, hailed a taxi, and headed to the airport. By the time he returned to New York, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. At this hour, the three children should have finished school. Upon entering his home, Nan Zhou discovered the three children seated in front of the television. Their faces lit up with joy at his unexpected arrival, and they rushed to greet him. Nan Zhou often traveled, sometimes for several days, so the children naturally missed him during his absences. Yet, despite their expressions of happiness, Nan Zhou immediately discerned a shadow of worry in Wanda and Lorna's eyes. "What's troubling you?" Nan Zhou gazed at Wanda and Lorna and inquired. Upon hearing his question, the two exchanged glances before directing their attention to their backpacks. Perplexed, Nan Zhou approached their bags and unzipped one. To his astonishment, the interior revealed a hidden treasure. Inside were envelopes of various sizes adorned with colorful stickers. It seemed they were love letters, and quite an abundance at that. Turning to Wanda and Lorna, he noted that they had blossomed into charming young ladies, naturally attracting the attention of male classmates. However, he had not anticipated the sheer volume of love letters they had received. Perhaps it was the overwhelming number that created pressure for them. With this thought, Nan Zhou chuckled softly, as he could not comprehend such stress, having never received a love letter in either his past or present life. Chapter 38. The Dilemma of Love Letters. I had often dreamt of receiving a love letter myself. Nan Zhou set down his own backpack and returned to Wanda and Lorna's side. Witnessing their distress over the letters, he felt a twinge of envy and confusion. As he smiled, Wanda and Lorna exchanged amused glances. Despite their predicament, they realized that Nan Zhou's situation was perhaps even more pitiable. At that moment, he turned his attention to Pietro. "What about you? Haven't you received any love letters?" Pietro's striking appearance transcended mere handsomeness. Nan Zhou had often heard Wanda and Lorna jest about how he captivated their female classmates. Yet, Pietro remained unfazed. "Unlike those two, I don't fret over love letters. I accept every one that comes my way." "Then you simply discard them in the small grove behind the school?" Lorna interjected, her tone laced with disdain. Given Pietro's looks, it was only natural for him to receive love letters. However, his approach differed from that of the girls. He opted to bury the letters. The saying goes, "Out of sight, out of mind," and Pietro seemed content with this method. "At least I don't let it trouble me," he declared proudly, clearly satisfied with his strategy. "Your methods are merely superficial solutions." At this juncture, Nan Zhou, who had been observing, interjected once more. "Even if you bury the letters, they won't cease to exist. They will continue to flow in. The most effective way to eliminate love letters is to find a partner." At Nan Zhou's proclamation, the three fell silent, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, a smile graced Nan Zhou's face. Once you have a partner and make it known, many will naturally retreat, resulting in a significant reduction in love letters. Even if there are those who remain undeterred, they will likely seek trouble with your significant others, thus alleviating your burdens considerably. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pietro shrugged. "So, you imply that our partners are merely our tools?" Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. "Therefore, if you have someone you fancy, act swiftly. Do not delay." Naturally, Pietro found this perspective rather dubious, even more so than his own clandestine love letters, and he dismissed it without concern. However, Wanda and Lorna were genuinely lost in contemplation. Their heads bowed while their eyes occasionally darted in Nan Zhou's direction. The daylight gradually waned. The four of them sat around the dining table, enjoying the meal prepared by Nan Zhou. This marked the first time in several days that he had cooked, much to the delight of the three children. For Nan Zhou's culinary skills were quite commendable. "Have you all been diligent in your training during my absence?" Nan Zhou suddenly inquired amidst the meal. Of course, this so-called training referred to the trio's desire to learn combat techniques following the events involving Oaken. Nan Zhou had indeed imparted several fighting skills to them and encouraged physical conditioning. Although significant improvement might not be noticeable in the short term, over time, they would naturally feel their strength augmenting. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's question, the three nodded in unison. They had not slackened in their training and had diligently pursued the goals set by Nan Zhou. They understood that with his frequent absences, they could only rely on their own initiative to avoid being bullied. Satisfied by their nods, Nan Zhou reached out and pinched Pietro's arm, noticing a marked increase in muscle mass, which elicited a contented nod from him. "As long as you complete my tasks conscientiously, you shall never be victimized." Observing the earnestness of the three children regarding this matter brought Nan Zhou a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, however, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up to see that it was Coulson calling. "Hello, Nan Zhou, where are you right now?" Upon answering, Nan Zhou immediately detected a hint of urgency in Coulson's voice. "I'm having dinner. What's the matter?" Listening to the commotion on the other end, he surmised the situation was likely serious. Banner is engaged in a confrontation with another creature, and it appears rather dire. Are you in New York? Yes, I'm in New York. I'll head over shortly. There's no need to panic. Nan Zhou responded with an air of nonchalance, taking another bite of his meal. All right, please hurry. The situation here is quite urgent. Coulson urged before abruptly terminating the call. Nan Zhou set his phone aside, undeterred by Coulson's words, and continued his meal. Is it that urgent? At this moment, Wanda turned her gaze towards Nan Zhou and inquired. She was reluctant to see him depart, for once he left, it was uncertain how many days it would be before his return. Do not worry, there is no urgency. I am merely in New York City, and I can go after dinner, Nan Zhou reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Wanda released a sigh of relief, and Lorna shared her sentiments. Nan Zhou was aware of the situation's outcome, and thus did not intend to interfere. He preferred to be a distant witness, securing his inheritance without haste. He savored his dinner leisurely, knowing that Hulk and his adversary would engage in battle for some time, so there was no rush to depart. Meanwhile, on Coulson's end, after ending the call, he anxiously watched the clash between Hulk and the Abomination, the creature that had once been Blonsky. It was evident that Hulk was gradually falling into a disadvantage, and without Nan Zhou's assistance, he could very well be slain by the Abomination. This grotesque being was significantly stronger than Hulk. Watching Hulk retreat under the relentless assault, even suffering a piercing injury from the Abomination's spines, filled Coulson with profound concern. He had already informed Nick and agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were en route. However, could ordinary humans partake in such a battle? Only Nan Zhou possessed the capability to alter the tide of combat. Thus, he awaited Nan Zhou's arrival. Yet, as Hulk appeared to be on the brink of collapse, Nan Zhou's silhouette remained absent, increasing Coulson's anxiety to the point of pacing in frustration. He could not fathom what was delaying Nan Zhou, as tardiness was not characteristic of him. At that moment, Coulson raised his eyes to the sky, imploring, Nan Zhou, please hurry. If you do not arrive soon, Dr. Banner may face mortal peril. Chapter 39. Something feels off. While Coulson was in a state of utter urgency, Nan Zhou was unfazed, finishing his dinner and changing his attire before stepping outside. Once Nan Zhou left his home, Wanda and the others turned on the television. The channel was broadcasting live coverage of the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. Listening to the reporter's commentary, the three children realized that this was unfolding in their very city. Oh my goodness, the matter that Brother Zhou is addressing cannot possibly be this. The trio exchanged incredulous glances, fully aware that the two combatants were formidable foes. The thought of Nan Zhou confronting them filled the children with anxiety. Unbeknownst to Nan Zhou, who was unaware of the current battle's intensity, he quickened his pace towards the fray between Hulk and the Abomination. Before long, he spotted the distant flames and helicopters hovering in the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. To gain a superior vantage point, Nan Zhou ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building and gazed down at the battlefield below, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The original narrative dictated that the Hulk would sustain injuries, cunningly overcome his adversary, the Abomination, and ultimately triumph by standing victorious over him. However, the scene unfolding before him was entirely contrary to this script. The one lying beneath the foot was not the Abomination, but rather the Hulk himself. Moreover, the Hulk bore wounds far graver than merely a damaged shoulder. His abdomen had been pierced, leaving a ghastly, gaping wound from which green blood oozed. What could have transpired? Witnessing this disconcerting tableau, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow in worry. This deviation from the expected storyline was troubling. The plot should not have veered in this manner. While the Abomination was indeed more formidable than the Hulk, such a one-sided confrontation was unfathomable, with the severity of the Hulk's injuries suggesting a potential fatality. Nan Zhou clenched his jaw in determination. He had initially hoped to quietly observe the resolution of the conflict, ultimately reaping the rewards without involvement. Yet, it appeared that intervention was now imperative. At that moment, the Abomination raised his arm, intending to deliver a final, lethal blow to the Hulk. Suddenly, a sonic boom reverberated through the air as a figure hurtled toward the Abomination. Sensing this formidable presence, the Abomination looked up, only to see a shadow closing in rapidly. Just as he attempted to react, the figure had already reached him, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Abomination crashing into a nearby building. With great effort, the Hulk lifted his head and beheld the familiar figure clad in a mask, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this shadow was none other than Nan Zhou. who had been compelled to act. Nearby, Coulson observed Nan Zhou's arrival with a sense of relief. As he witnessed the Hulk's gradual downfall, even facing the prospect of death, Coulson had tirelessly attempted to reach him by phone, only to be met by a young girl on the other end, leading him to question whether he had dialed incorrectly. However, with Nan Zhou's appearance, hope was rekindled. His presence was the catalyst for change. Disregarding the Hulk, Nan Zhou's gaze was fixated on the swirling dust and debris caused by the abomination's destructive force. He understood that this singular punch would not suffice to vanquish the abomination. As anticipated, an enraged roar erupted from the clouds of dust, and the abomination charged forth, intent on attacking Nan Zhou. As he observed the frenzied creature, Nan Zhou suddenly noted an unusual detail. The abomination's pupils were blood red, a phenomenon that fell outside the realm of his understanding. In Nan Zhou's impression, the loathsome pupils were certainly not crimson. While the exact hue eluded his memory, it was unequivocally not this blood red. Could it be that the current predicament was a consequence of such sanguine orbs? As Nan Zhou pondered this perplexity, the abomination had already advanced to his very presence. With a sweeping motion of his hand, countless stones levitated in the air, hurtling towards the loathsome creature, enveloping it entirely in a stony sphere. If I could perform the Earth Explosion Star technique, I would have unleashed it upon you directly, Nan Zhou mused, gazing at the abomination, now encased in rock. Were he adept in such an art, surely the creature's hide would have been obliterated. Alas, he lacked such a skill. Thus, these stones could merely restrain the creature's actions. But mere seconds passed before the abomination extricated itself from the stone encasement, furiously charging at Nan Zhou once more. This time, however, Nan Zhou relied solely on his own power, extending his hand to manipulate the loathsome being through sheer will. This ability, known as mind control, allowed him to govern both living and inanimate entities with his intent. Naturally, the abomination, as a living entity, fell under his dominion. As its speed diminished, as if suppressed by an invisible force, the abomination found itself in disbelief. No, this cannot be. It recognized the machinations of the masked man before it, yet disbelief lingered. Not only it, but also Hulk, Coulson, and General Ross shared the same incredulity at this unfolding scenario. They had not anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable capabilities. Controlling lifeless matter was one thing, but to exert influence over living beings was truly grotesque. Faced with this intangible force, the abomination sought to resist. Yet Nan Zhou afforded it no opportunity to fight back. His willpower was dreadfully potent. As Nan Zhou gradually clenched his fist, the abomination's form began to contort. Subsequently, a wretched scream erupted from it. It howled in agony, summoning every ounce of strength to resist Nan Zhou, but could merely delay the spread of its torment. Nan Zhou, taken aback by the abomination's defiance, realized he had underestimated this creature. Its resolve was unexpectedly formidable, leaving him with a sense of fatigue. This could not continue, so he directed his other hand to manipulate a steel rebar, transforming it into a sharp spike in midair, which, propelled by tremendous force, pierced through the abomination's body. "You wretched fiend!" The abomination cursed in pain, and with a furious roar, it broke free from Nan Zhou's mental grasp. This revelation astonished Nan Zhou, for the strength accompanying that roar was alarmingly potent. After the outburst, the abomination slowly lifted its head, gritting its teeth as it emitted a low, menacing growl. His eyes, unexpectedly, emitted a crimson glow. Chapter 40, The Skill Chest. As South Boat gazed into the eyes of the abomination, suffused with a sinister red light, an ominous premonition began to unfurl within his heart. Everything felt profoundly unnatural. This abomination was far removed from the one he was accustomed to. This creature was undeniably more terrifying. No wonder Hulk had been so utterly defeated, given the current aura emanating from this abomination. It was entirely plausible that Hulk could be killed. "You are indeed intriguing, far more so than that hulking brute," the abomination remarked, its voice laced with a hint of madness. "How flattering," Southboat retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the abomination lunged forward with a powerful kick, charging straight at Southboat. In response, Southboat waved his hand, conjuring a wall of earth to shield himself. However, this mere earthen barrier proved inadequate against the force of the abomination, which shattered it effortlessly, its fist aimed directly at Southboat. In a remarkable display, Southboat extended his arm and caught the abomination's fist with a single hand, but the ground beneath him crumbled under the impact. The force of the blow was astonishing, sending ripples of shock through Southboat, a sensation he had never experienced in his encounters with Hulk, where he felt only a slight tremor without pain. This was the first time since acquiring the Darkseid template that he felt pain. Just how formidable was this abomination? Southboat could scarcely believe it. The abomination, taken aback by Southboat's ability to catch its punch, found it hard to accept, though it had not unleashed its full strength. It had exerted about 80% of its power, yet Southboat had managed to block it with ease. In disbelief, the abomination swung another punch. This time, however, Southboat was ready. He crouched low, evading the incoming fist, and then launched his own strike directly at the abomination's face. The speed of his attack was remarkable, leaving the abomination with no time to react, allowing Southboat's fist to connect squarely with its visage. The impact caused a significant indentation on the abomination's face, and the ground behind it erupted as a result of the force. Subsequently, the abomination was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing away with a resounding thud. Without pausing to assess the situation, Southboat leaped forward, heading toward the spot where the abomination had landed. He had no intention of granting it a moment's respite. Upon arrival, he found the abomination rising from the debris of the wreckage. Miraculously, its face was beginning to heal. Did the abomination possess such regenerative power? Upon witnessing this scene, Nan Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. When did the abomination acquire the ability of rapid regeneration? His punch had truly obliterated the abomination's face. Yet now, miraculously, it had restored itself before him. This is my power. The abomination cackled, casting a derisive glance at Nan Zhou. No matter how great your strength, you cannot kill me. Without the means to extinguish my life, you cannot thwart me. The maniacal laughter of the abomination caused Nan Zhou's brow to furrow. The sound was insufferably irritating. Let us see which is swifter, the force of my blows or your restoration. With a cold smirk, Nan Zhou advanced once more, raining down punches upon the abomination like a torrential downpour. The excruciating pain inflicted upon the abomination elicited a harrowing scream, one that even Coulson could hear with unsettling clarity. Coulson's hands trembled. The wretched cries sent chills down his spine. How much force must Nan Zhou be exerting? Meanwhile, countless fists descended upon the abomination, causing unfathomable damage, only for those injuries to heal instantaneously. As the abomination had asserted, regardless of Nan Zhou's might, if he could not reduce the creature to mere dust, it would endure, regenerate, and remain unkillable. From whence does this power originate? Nan Zhou pondered, convinced that this ability was not inherent to the abomination, but rather bestowed upon it by another. Even though he had intervened, his influence had been minimal, so any alterations should not have been so profound. At this moment, the abomination erupted into another maniacal fit of laughter. Do you wish to know the source of my power? It's a gift from the divine. The abomination proclaimed. I am favored by the gods. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. The words, and a luminous orb from his dreams, resurfaced in his mind. It was indeed him. A grim realization washed over Nan Zhou. Initially, it had merely been a hypothesis, but now he was utterly certain. The abomination's power stemmed from the very being who had conjured the dream. That entity had endowed the abomination with such strength for the sole purpose of annihilating him. This wretched creature, Nan Zhou cursed inwardly. Presently, he found himself utterly incapable of vanquishing the abomination. He possessed power in abundance, yet lacked the means to reduce the creature to ash. If only he had the omega beams of Darkseid, then this abomination would be reduced to nothing in an instant. Yet, at this moment, he was devoid of such capabilities, driving Nan Zhou into a frenzy. This was no viable solution. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed once again, causing Nan Zhou to pause momentarily. What good is having a chance to draw if it cannot yield any skills? He pondered within. At that moment, the system responded, ding. The host can draw a skill treasure chest, which may yield random skills. How deceptive. The odds of obtaining something worthwhile are dismally low. Otherwise, I wouldn't have consistently drawn items like masks and undergarments. Nevertheless, since the system has made such a claim, why not give it a try? Let the drawing commence. Ding. System lottery initiated. Item obtained. Iron Man's reactor Model 11. Another draw. This scenario was quite to Nan Zhou's liking. Ding! System lottery initiated. Item obtained. A full set of Black Cat leather attire. Another draw. Nan Zhou found himself at a loss for words, yet since he had already drawn twice, he might as well indulge once more. Ding! System lottery initiated. Item obtained. Skill treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Could it be that I truly won? Nan Zhou was pleasantly surprised by the system's notification and promptly nodded. Open. Ding! Skill treasure chest opened. Obtained. Godzilla's skill, atomic breath. Hearing the system's announcement left Nan Zhou somewhat astonished. Atomic breath? Godzilla's ability? Is this monstrous universe version of Godzilla considered a superhero? Chapter 41. Atomic breath. The acquisition of Godzilla's atomic breath from the skill treasure chest genuinely took Nan Zhou by surprise. He had not anticipated that this superhero system would even encompass the realm of monsters. However, after the initial shock, a wave of excitement washed over him. With this atomic breath, Nan Zhou now possessed the power to obliterate the enhanced abomination before him. Yet, a question lingered. How was he to wield this atomic breath? Was it to be unleashed from his mouth like Godzilla? Ding! The host can release atomic breath from any part of the body, as long as power is concentrated in that area. The system, sensing Nan Zhou's confusion, provided clarification. This explanation filled Nan Zhou with delight. Thus, he could unleash the atomic breath from his hands rather than solely from his mouth. This made things much simpler. With a grin, Nan Zhou threw a punch. But the damage inflicted still allowed the abomination to rapidly regenerate. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and countless steel bars floated in midair. With a flourish of his palm, they plunged directly into the abomination's body. Numerous steel rods pierced through the creature's form, bending in a manner designed to hinder its movements. The pain elicited a roar from the abomination, which attempted to force the steel bars out of its body using sheer strength. However, the countless steel bars that came flying were relentless. Even those he had forced away floated back once more, piercing through his body. This cycle indeed ensnared the abomination, rendering it nearly immobile. At that moment, Nan Zhou leapt onto the ruins, closing his eyes to concentrate his energy. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of power filled his right hand, and a blue orb of light materialized in his palm. Nan Zhou could distinctly sense the terrifying energy emanating from the orb. Is this the breath of atoms? As he watched his hand tremble violently from the orb's energy, a look of ecstasy appeared in Nan Zhou's eyes. This skill might truly reduce the abomination before him to mere ashes. The abomination, likewise trapped by the steel bars, sensed the energy of the blue orb, and an ominous feeling washed over it. It had a premonition that if it did not evade this skill, it would likely be obliterated. With this thought, the abomination hastened its struggle, forcing more steel bars out of its body. Yet, Nan Zhou had no intention of granting it such an opportunity. He aimed to eradicate this foe with his technique, focusing on maximizing the energy of the breath of atoms. Even the surrounding air trembled from its might. You are doomed, Nan Zhou declared, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You are the most formidable opponent I have encountered. You should feel honored. With that, Nan Zhou extended his right hand, directing the blue orb towards the abomination. No, the abomination thrashed in a frenzy. But the steel bars under Nan Zhou's command showed no signs of relenting, firmly restraining the creature. Futile, Nan Zhou asserted, applying pressure with his right hand as the blue orb shot forth, racing towards the abomination. No, the abomination felt the terrifying aura, and despair enveloped it entirely. Yet, alongside its despair lingered a sense of unwillingness. It was loath to perish so easily. It still aspired to conquer the world and wield its power to become the supreme ruler. However, all of this turned to naught before the breath of atoms. The orb did not cease its advance due to the abomination's desperate cries. It struck the creature, and an immense wave of energy engulfed it entirely. Subsequently, the abomination's form began to dissipate slowly. Gradually, it vanished without leaving a trace. Where it had been confined, a vast pit emerged, a testament to the destruction wrought by the breath of atoms. Nan Zhou gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, hardly believing the sheer destructive power of the breath of atoms. This seems to have escalated rather dramatically. Observing the immense crater that could now serve as an artificial lake, Nan Zhou let out a wry chuckle. Indeed, New York City seems to be beset by calamity, and this is merely the beginning. One can only ponder the future tribulations that await. With this thought in mind, Nan Zhou turned towards Hulk. Yet, scarcely had he pivoted when a voice resonated from behind him. "I remember you." The words compelled Nan Zhou to whirl around, revealing the abhorrent visage lurking just behind him. Not dead? The astonishment coursed through him. Having endured such a terrifying assault, the creature had managed to recover? "I remember you, Nan Zhou the outsider. We shall meet again in the future. I eagerly anticipate that day," the abomination declared once more. As the final syllable fell from its lips, its head disintegrated into dust, scattering to the ground. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the remnants away. Observing this scene, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. It was evident that the speaker was not the abomination itself, but rather the entity that endowed it with power, the very one who had invaded his dreams. This individual was aware of his status as a traveler and recognized his name, posing a significant threat. Moreover, the words spoken were likely a declaration of war against him. However, it appeared that this person found it difficult to manifest on Earth directly, opting instead to create tribulations for Nan Zhou through such means. With a slight grimace, Nan Zhou contemplated this newfound annoyance. He then turned once more, resuming his approach towards Hulk. At that moment, Hulk had yet to revert to Dr. Banner. He was clutching his wounded abdomen, intently observing the unfolding battle ahead. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's return, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Although the identity of the masked figure remained a mystery, it was evident he was allied against Blonsky, thus proving he was not an adversary. General Ross's gaze betrayed a hint of resignation. His ambition to create a super soldier had ultimately crumbled. The failure of Blonsky stood as a stark reminder, forcing him to relinquish his aspirations begrudgingly. Approaching Hulk, Nan Zhou noted the creature's grimace from the pain and couldn't help but chuckle. "So, how are you holding up? Can you still move?" Hulk merely grunted in response, disregarding Nan Zhou and instead fixing his gaze on Betty. Her eyes brimmed with compassion. Unable to fathom the extent of Hulk's suffering, gently, Hulk caressed Betty's cheek before leaping forth, sprinting towards the outskirts of the city. Watching Hulk's retreating figure, Nan Zhou felt a pang of sympathy for the love shared between Banner and Betty. Alas, it seemed their union was destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 42. Attention from all sides at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury was engrossed in the footage of Nan Zhou's battle with the abomination. How is it that this time there is yet another ability to manipulate objects and emit beams? Nick gazed at the screen as the formidable Darkseid unleashed his chilling atomic breath, a gasp escaping his lips. The terrifying chasm had already demonstrated the destructive power of this being. How much more has he yet to reveal? Leaning his chin on his hands, Nick contemplated the next course of action. His primary objective now was to uncover the true identity of this self-proclaimed Darkseid. What does he look like? If possible, Nick aspired to recruit him into the Avengers Initiative. This individual's strength surpassed that of his current target, the Hulk, and even Tony Stark, who had recently become a reserve member. In fact, he was immensely more powerful than both. Nick even suspected that this entity had not unleashed his full might even when confronting Abomination. The inclusion of such a formidable ally into the Avengers would undoubtedly provide significant support. Therefore, the singular and paramount question remained, who is this person, and where can he be found? However, this was no simple task. In fact, following the incident with Stark's Iron Man, Nick had already dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to investigate. Yet, the outcome was predictably fruitless. The operatives he sent out returned empty-handed, unable to uncover any documents or information regarding the name Darkseid. With this in mind, Nick reached for the landline in his office and dialed a number to summon Natasha, instructing her to come see him immediately. Less than 10 minutes later, the door to Nick's office swung open as Black Widow Natasha entered. "What is it?" she inquired, taking a seat on the nearby sofa without hesitation. She appeared somewhat fatigued, having just concluded a mission. "Natasha, I have another task for you," Nick stated, projecting the footage of Darkseid battling Abomination for her to see. Natasha was taken aback as she observed the immense power displayed on screen, coupled with the terrifying energy beam. She had heard of this figure, but had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. The chasm resembled the aftermath of advanced weaponry. This being, who called himself the Dark Lord Darkseid, had appeared once before during the conflict between Stark and Obadiah, aiding Stark in overcoming his adversaries, and now he had resurfaced. I have already dispatched some agents to investigate, but they were unsuccessful, so I want to send you this time. Upon hearing Nick's words, Natasha furrowed her brow. The thought of investigating such a formidable entity left her feeling uncertain, even herself. A being with such terrifying power could easily conceal his presence. Nevertheless, she nodded. I understand. I will do my utmost to investigate, and I will inform you immediately should I uncover any leads. Nick also nodded slightly, transmitting the battle footage of Nan Zhou and Obadiah, as well as the confrontation with the abomination, to Natasha. At this moment, Natasha turned and departed, stepping outside. Shortly after exiting Nick's office, she encountered Hawkeye Barton approaching her. "What's the matter? You appear rather discontented," Barton inquired, observing Natasha's somewhat despondent demeanor. Natasha sighed deeply and waved her hand dismissively. "I must investigate a challenging character." With that, Natasha recounted Nick's mission to Barton. "That fellow," Barton chuckled wryly, having heard about Nan Zhou's exaggerated performance in the battle against the abomination. To him, it hardly seemed human. "Good luck. This is no easy task," he said, patting Natasha on the shoulder as a form of consolation. Natasha could only exhale a heavy sigh, making her way out of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At this very moment, in Kamar Taj, the countenance of Master Ancient One appeared grave as she sat within the great hall, her mind troubled. Observing her distress, Karl Mordo approached slowly. "Master, what troubles you?" Since Ancient One's return from the New York sanctum, her mental state had been in decline. "It's nothing. I just need a moment of solitude," she replied, gesturing dismissively. Seeing that Ancient One was unwilling to speak further, Mordo chose not to press the matter and gently exited the hall, leaving her alone. Once solitary, Ancient One opened her eyes and released a slow breath. She had witnessed the battle in New York firsthand, from the clash between the Abomination and Hulk to the confrontation with Nan Zhou, culminating in the moment when Nan Zhou unleashed a surge of energy that vanquished the Abomination. That energy exuded an aura of danger, a sensation she had never encountered before. It did not belong to Earth, nor even to this universe. Throughout her extensive career as a sorceress, she had never felt such power, not even in the dark dimensions she had once traversed. This indicated that the man was an anomaly, an outsider to this universe. Furthermore, having utilized the Time Stone to glimpse the future, she had not detected the existence of such a formidable individual. Thus, it was evident that this man had materialized out of thin air, an interloper. This revelation filled Ancient One with trepidation. She was uncertain of the potential devastation this outsider could inflict upon the world and humanity. Another matter weighed heavily on her mind. The visage that had appeared behind the man after the Abomination's defeat. Though the aura emanating from that face was faint, it was unmistakable to Ancient One. It was the essence of divinity. The Abomination itself bore that divine aura, and it was certain that its victory over Hulk was a gift of energy bestowed by that deity. As for the purpose of the deity, it was to compel Nan Zhou to reveal himself. Although that presence was faint, it was potent enough to shake the very essence of Ancient One's soul. Furthermore, that aura was even of a higher caliber than Dormammu. This implies that the deity existed on a plane superior to that of Dormammu. The connection between that man and such an exalted being left Ancient One in a state of uncertainty, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. Consequently, this turmoil of spirit prompted her to seek solace in this place. Once her mind had settled significantly, Ancient One began to contemplate her strategies. She needed to locate this man and discern his intentions. She was eager to understand his perspective towards the world. Was it one of destruction, protection, or indifference? After all, Ancient One was tasked with safeguarding the equilibrium of Earth. Should that man aim to disrupt this balance, she would wield her power to eradicate him. Chapter 43. The Lawbreaker. I asked, "When did you acquire such abilities?" That light wave obliterated an entire lake. At a Chinese restaurant beneath Nan Zhou's residence, he sat across from Coulson. Coulson could scarcely contain his excitement and quickly posed the question. "I have mentioned before, there are numerous abilities I have yet to unveil," replied Nan Zhou, wearing a subtle smile tinged with bitterness. Due to the incident involving the Hulk, Nan Zhou had not received any degree of inheritance. Upon inquiring with the system, the response indicated that since Hulk did not resolve the situation in the end, it could not be deemed a completed event, and thus, no inheritance rewards could be granted. This left Nan Zhou rather dejected, although he had ultimately hurled Ironmonger into the sky during the Iron Man incident. The idea was fundamentally Stark's, making it Stark's accomplishment. Therefore, the Iron Man incident was eligible for inheritance rewards. Nonetheless, he had gained the formidable ability of atomic breath from this battle, so it was not entirely in vain. Yet, the absence of inheritance left him feeling quite resentful. In the days to come, Nan Zhou resolved to diligently cultivate his skills, aiming to elevate his inheritance level. He was determined to make up for the deficit incurred during the Hulk incident. While Nan Zhou wallowed in his frustrations, Coulson, on the other hand, was brimming with enthusiasm. That colossal foe was obliterated to mere fragments. Coulson was genuinely thrilled. Witnessing such a battle was a fulfillment of a lifetime's desire. That adversary was notoriously troublesome. I had no choice but to resort to that technique. Nan Zhou subsequently revealed the capacity of the abomination to recover rapidly. Coulson was taken aback upon hearing this. The ability to instantly restore one's physical form after sustaining tremendous damage was not solely that of General Ross. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was endeavoring to study it. After all, if successful, they would potentially create a super soldier even more formidable than Captain America. It is evident that, with the emergence of hatred, such plans must be halted. Uncontrollable elements are not what the military or S.H.I.E.L.D. require. By the way, I called you earlier. Who was the young woman who answered? Your girlfriend? At that moment, Coulson suddenly recalled the call he made to Nan Zhou when the Hulk was on the brink of death. The previous attempts to reach him had been unsuccessful, but after several tries, the call finally connected. However, the voice that emerged from the other end was distinctly feminine and sounded quite youthful. Ah, that was... Nan Zhou chuckled awkwardly. He had forgotten his phone at home when he left that day. It was Wanda who answered Coulson's call. Because of this incident, Wanda had received a reprimand from Nan Zhou. If their identities were exposed, both Nan Zhou and Peggy would find themselves in significant trouble. Moreover, I heard more than one voice on the line. It seemed there were 3 voices. Do you have others at home? Coulson, being a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., quickly caught on to such subtle details. Nan Zhou gazed into Coulson's inquisitive and curious eyes and sighed in resignation. Let me share this with you, but you must keep it a secret. In a hushed tone, Nan Zhou leaned closer to Coulson and recounted the circumstances of his encounter with Wanda and the other 2. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's account, Coulson instinctively glanced around and then looked back at him incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Not to mention how furious Nick would be if he found out, but this is illegal. Coulson's remark left Nan Zhou somewhat perplexed. Coulson continued, and there's a boy involved. You don't have that kind of inclination, do you? Nan Zhou instantly grasped what Coulson was insinuating and shot him a disdainful glare. What are you talking about? Can't you think of something wholesome? Those 3 kids didn't see one go into foster care or an orphanage. I felt pity for them, so I asked Grandma Peggy to help me out. They now have legal status. How can your mind be so muddled? Faced with Nan Zhou's inquiry, Coulson chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps having recently read too much about certain topics had made him overly sensitive. However, Nan Zhou's claim of feeling pity for the 3 children was purely nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that these children would eventually become superheroes, he would have never brought them back. After years of serving as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Nan Zhou had learned the truth. Maintaining one's own interests is paramount. Should these 3 children ultimately become superheroes, they would naturally stand by his side. With these 3 guardians in place, even if nations were to conspire against him in the future, they would hesitate to act rashly. You must never disclose this matter to Nick, do you understand? At this moment, Nan Zhou suddenly leaned closer, his gaze fixed intently upon Coulson. A hint of menace permeating his tone. Coulson naturally nodded in agreement, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Should he divulge this information, his fate would mirror that of Nan Zhou's revelation about Darkseid, death plain and simple. Coulson, being astute, was well aware of what actions were prudent and which were not. Keeping Nan Zhou's secret would undoubtedly serve his future interests. Perhaps, in a moment of peril, Nan Zhou might even save his life. By the way, Nick has intensified his investigation into your identity. Coulson clumsily picked up some food with his chopsticks and continued, Let them investigate. They will never trace it back to me. Nan Zhou, unfazed, resumed eating from his bowl. However, this time, Nick had assigned Natasha to the task, granting her full authority. Natasha, you say? Nan Zhou set down his chopsticks, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that Nick was taking this matter quite seriously, dispatching a skilled intelligence operative from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nonetheless, given the formidable strength Nan Zhou had displayed, it was only natural for him to expedite the inquiry. Yet, even if Natasha were to investigate, it would be futile. They were light years away from uncovering Nan Zhou's true nature. Observing Nan Zhou's nonchalant demeanor, Coulson began to grasp the situation. At least in Nan Zhou's mind, he believed that Natasha would never be able to unravel his secrets. With such confidence emanating from Nan Zhou, there was no need for Coulson to fret on his behalf. His primary duty now was to safeguard Nan Zhou's secret, ensuring that when danger loomed, Nan Zhou would descend like a deity to save his life. If Nan Zhou truly accomplished this, it would affirm that his investment had not been misguided. Chapter 44. Peggy, Danger Doctor. This area could certainly be improved. In Dr. Pym's laboratory, Nan Zhou and Dr. Pym were engaged in a series of experimental operations. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's suggestion, Pym stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. You are correct. This area can indeed be enhanced. Since meeting Nan Zhou and inviting him into his laboratory, Pym felt he had found a kindred spirit. Many of Nan Zhou's ideas resonated remarkably with his own, as if they were two halves of a whole. This realization brought Pym both excitement and trepidation, for the previous encounter with Darren Cross had evoked similar sentiments, ultimately leading to a disheartening outcome. It was precisely because of this uncanny resemblance that Pym felt an acute sense of concern. Fortunately, Nan Zhou's perspectives and imaginings are merely technical in nature, lacking any resemblance to his younger self. Indeed, everything Pym perceives is but a fa-ade crafted by Nan Zhou, who aims to instill a sense of security in Pym, leading him to believe in his trustworthiness, ultimately coaxing Pym to divulge the secrets of the Pym particles. Nothing more than that. Why don't you consider relocating here? It seems rather wasteful of time and money for you to keep coming back and forth. Pym interjected suddenly. He was aware that Nan Zhou resided in New York and that each visit entailed considerable time and expense. Thus, he hoped for Nan Zhou to move closer, fully realizing he could offer a substantial salary. Apologies, doctor, but I can't leave New York just yet, Nan Zhou replied with an awkward smile. As you know, I have responsibilities at the orphanage. They're short-staffed, and I cannot abandon them. In introducing himself, Nan Zhou had once again portrayed himself as a part-time staff member at the orphanage, crafting an image of someone bearing significant responsibilities there. His motives were clear. He sought a legitimate reason to resist Pym's encouragement to settle nearby. After all, there are 3 children back in New York whom he could not possibly leave behind. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pym let out a slight sigh of disappointment. If only Nan Zhou were to live nearby, his research progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Nevertheless, he empathized with Nan Zhou's predicament and refrained from pressing the matter further. Once my workload at the orphanage lightens and they no longer require my presence, I will certainly consider moving here, Nan Zhou offered, uttering polite platitudes. The notion of relocating was, of course, far-fetched, and Nan Zhou was merely giving Pym a semblance of hope. Pym nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic any longer, and redirected his attention to his research. Significant breakthroughs had been made in the study of human neural exoskeletons, and he believed that within 5 years, his work would once again astonish the world. This would be yet another masterpiece following the creation of the Pym particles. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Nick. He promptly exited the laboratory to answer. Where are you now? In New York? Nick's voice came through, tinged with urgency. I'm not in New York, why? Nan Zhou replied, sensing Nick's anxiety but unsure of the reason behind it. Peggy, she has been hospitalized. Nick's words left Nan Zhou momentarily stunned, but he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. What happened? What's the cause? Even the typically composed Nan Zhou felt a surge of alarm. He was aware that Peggy had only a few years left, yet he never anticipated the inevitability would arrive so swiftly. Although he had not seen Peggy for several months, during their last encounter, her spirits were remarkably high. How could it be that she suddenly collapsed? She had been summoned to S.H.I.E.L.D. for some urgent matters, but as she was departing, she unexpectedly fainted without any prior warning. Now, she lay in a hospital bed, unconscious, her situation critical. It would be prudent for him to return post-haste. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. Peggy had never suffered from any sudden ailments. She underwent annual health checkups, and each time her health was impeccable, devoid of any issues. Why? Then had she collapsed this time? This perplexity weighed heavily on Nan Zhou. All right, I understand. I shall return immediately. Despite his doubts, Nan Zhou felt compelled to go back. Peggy was akin to a grandmotherly figure to him. He was not devoid of compassion. After hanging up, he returned to the laboratory where Pim immediately noticed the stormy expression clouding Nan Zhou's face. What is the matter? Pim inquired. The director of our orphanage has suffered a medical emergency and is currently in the hospital, Nan Zhou replied as he donned his attire. I apologize, doctor, but the situation is urgent and I must leave at once. Pim nodded in understanding, urging him to hurry back, for his presence was indeed required at that moment. Observing the gravity etched on Nan Zhou's face, Pim refrained from any attempts to dissuade him. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou procured the nearest flight to Washington and made his way to the airport. Along the journey, he pondered the reasons behind Peggy's sudden fainting spell. While it appeared to be a medical emergency, to Nan Zhou, it felt decidedly abnormal. He knew Peggy well. Her constitution was remarkably robust. She was certainly not the type to succumb to sudden health crises. Yet, the reality was starkly apparent. Thus, Nan Zhou speculated that Peggy's condition might be the result of foul play within S.H.I.E.L.D. Someone intended to harm Peggy. This suspicion was not without merit, given that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra. Countless agents operating on the front lines were, in fact, covert members of Hydra. Was it possible that Hydra was finally making its move? Nan Zhou's brow knitted in concern. If it truly was Hydra, their audacity was astonishing. Peggy was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her stature within the organization was beyond measure. Although she had long since stepped away from the forefront, any misfortune befalling her would undoubtedly provoke the ire of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Even though Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., a significant number of agents remained loyal and were not affiliated with Hydra, a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, with Nan Zhou, a top-tier agent, at their side, they were far from helpless. Setting aside other agents, the mere presence of Nan Zhou was formidable. Injuring Peggy undoubtedly signifies a bold move against Nan Zhou. Can these individuals truly possess such confidence in their ability to conquer him? Chapter 45. At a loss within the confines of a hospital, Peggy Carter lies in her bed. The sounds of the nearby machines resonating with an overwhelming sense of despair. Outside the room, Sherry Lynn gazes at the ailing Peggy, unable to contain her tears. Beside her, Nick offers a comforting pat on her shoulder. Hill is also present, observing Peggy's frail form, feeling a profound discomfort in his heart. At that moment, Nan Zhou's figure enters Nick's line of sight, hastening his pace to join the two. Upon witnessing Peggy's weakened state, he is momentarily taken aback. This marks the first occasion in 20 years that Nan Zhou has seen Peggy in such a fragile condition. What has transpired? Has the nature of her illness been discerned? With a grim expression, Nan Zhou inquires of Nick. Nick nods in response, revealing that the affliction is simply heart failure. How is that possible? Nan Zhou turns, disbelief etched across his face as he gazes at Nick. Are you certain? Indeed, Nick affirms, producing a diagnostic report from his pocket and presenting it to Nan Zhou. This cannot be true. After glancing at the report, Nan Zhou shakes his head vehemently. His grandmother's heart has shown no issues over the years. He has kept every examination report, which unequivocally states that her heart is in perfect condition. This assertion is something Nan Zhou stands firmly by. Having examined each of Peggy's medical reports, he is convinced that the diagnosis of heart failure is utterly implausible. Meanwhile, Sherilyn's eyes have turned red from crying, and upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, she cannot help but weep once more. Gripping the diagnostic report tightly, Nan Zhou crumples it in his hand, revealing his mounting distress. This is likely not an unfortunate accident. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Nan Zhou speaks slowly, suggesting that this may be a premeditated murder, disguised as an accident presented before us. His words cause Nick to furrow his brow, as he too has entertained such suspicions. He had dispatched individuals to investigate. Yet thus far, there's been no feedback. He awaits the results from S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry to dare to commit murder against the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. seems a task only feasible for Hydra, especially when the attack occurs at the very threshold of S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters. Such audacity can only belong to Hydra. Shortly thereafter, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent approaches Nick, whispering a few words in his ear before departing. After the agent departed, Nick could not help but exhale a long sigh. They had scrutinized all the surveillance footage from S.H.I.E.L.D. Since Peggy's entry into the organization, she had not touched anything or consumed any water, thus eliminating the possibility of poisoning. Furthermore, there are no signs of tampering with the footage. If there was indeed a premeditated act, it was likely executed through alternative means or outside the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing Nick's words, Nan Zhou's expression darkened further. "I wish to investigate this matter. I will take full responsibility for it," he inquired at that moment. Nick, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. "Very well, but do exercise caution." Nan Zhou inclined his head and turned to leave. "I wish to accompany you," Hill interjected, having remained silent until now. "I too wish to investigate." Nick glanced between Hill and Nan Zhou, then nodded once more. "All right, you may join him. It is prudent to have each other as support." Hearing this, Hill promptly matched Nan Zhou's pace, hastily following him out. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Hill inquired, walking alongside Nan Zhou. "There hasn't been an ambush yet, but it is only a matter of time," Nan Zhou replied in a somber tone. This exchange marked the first dialogue between Nan Zhou and Hill since her previous outburst. There were no apologies or explanations, merely an air of normalcy. "Where shall we go now?" Hill asked again. "To S.H.I.E.L.D., he responded. Upon arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nan Zhou leveraged his status as a level 10 agent to gain access to the surveillance room. He retrieved all the footage from the time Peggy entered the headquarters until her collapse, commencing the playback. The total duration from her entry to her fainting outside the headquarters was merely 2 hours, allowing them to swiftly review all the footage. Regrettably, they unearthed no clues. Nan Zhou sat in the surveillance room, his brow furrowed. The headquarters surveillance was devoid of blind spots, thus negating the possibility of covert actions occurring in hidden areas. Moreover, Peggy exhibited no signs of distress or peculiar behavior within S.H.I.E.L.D. She simply collapsed outside the entrance, as if she had been abruptly shut down. The lack of leads left Nan Zhou feeling somewhat frantic. This was his first encounter with such uncertainty. Noticing Nan Zhou's growing agitation, Hill approached him. "Trust me, we will uncover something eventually." Nan Zhou nodded slightly and resumed his second review of the footage. The outcome, predictably, mirrored the previous one, fruitless. Feeling disheartened, Nan Zhou exited S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed that the incident had not transpired within the agency, leaving only one possibility. It occurred outside the premises of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, it is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. The incident may have transpired while Peggy was en route to S.H.I.E.L.D., or perhaps it occurred the previous day, or even 2 days prior. The probabilities are alarmingly high, and the surveillance is not as comprehensive as that of S.H.I.E.L.D., which leaves ample room for the perpetrator to carry out the poisoning or other nefarious actions in the blind spots of the cameras, subsequently vanishing without a trace. For Nan Zhou, even with a mind developed to 90, investigating the culprit under such conditions proves to be a formidable challenge. At this juncture, both Nan Zhou and Hill had departed from S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the lack of leads, it was unnecessary to linger any longer. Standing upon the sidewalk, Nan Zhou pondered his next course of action. Suddenly, an individual collided with him. While Nan Zhou remained unfazed, the other person tumbled to the ground. Ouch! That hurt. The person, an elderly man clad in somewhat tattered attire, appeared to be a vagrant, and his collision with Nan Zhou seemed a likely ploy for exploitation. However, the old man rose unaided, dusting off his clothing, and flashed a grin at Nan Zhou. "Young man, I can see you are troubled. Have you encountered some difficulty? I may be able to assist you." The old man's words struck Nan Zhou as somewhat ludicrous. How could this man possibly resolve an issue that even he could not? Chapter 46. Fate's design. The old man, perceptive of the disdain reflected in Nan Zhou's eyes, remained unfazed, continuing to wear that same smile. Gazing at Nan Zhou with an almost deranged demeanor. Some matters are not solely of human origin. They may be destined by the heavens. As he shook his head, he uttered cryptic phrases before ambling away, repeating destined by the heavens, resembling a man possessed. Hill, standing nearby, could not fathom the old man's ramblings. She regarded him as a madman spouting nonsense. Turning to Nan Zhou, she was taken aback by the seriousness etched upon his face. Could it be that Nan Zhou actually believed the old man's words? Though Hill might have been perplexed by the old man's statements, Nan Zhou comprehended their significance. The notion of fate resonated deeply with him, prompting him to glance towards the sky. He recalled the dream, the sudden surge of power within the abomination. The one who empowered the abomination would undoubtedly not relent. He would persist in obstructing Nan Zhou. Could the old man's declaration of fate be the doing of that individual? Perhaps, in an act of vengeance or obliteration, he was beginning to target those closest to Nan Zhou. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Nan Zhou abruptly turned his gaze towards the direction where the old man had vanished, only to find that the old man had inexplicably disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace as if he had never existed. At this moment, Hill had also approached, casting a puzzled glance at Nan Zhou. Observing his actions, it appeared he genuinely believed the ramblings of that peculiar old man. You actually believe what that old man said? Hill inquired. It was evident that the old man was spouting nonsense. There was no need to take him seriously. Before Hill could finish her sentence, Nan Zhou raised his hand to interrupt her. You may not understand what he said, but I do, and that suffices. Hill regarded Nan Zhou's serious demeanor with a sense of exasperation, yet she noticed the gravity etched upon his face, realizing he was not jesting. At that moment, Nan Zhou turned to Hill and spoke slowly. Let me handle the ensuing matters on my own. You need not involve yourself. What? Hill found it hard to believe what she had just heard, staring incredulously at Nan Zhou. She could not fathom why he wished to distance himself from her. The forthcoming events are far too perilous. Hence, you should refrain from participating, Nan Zhou reiterated. This time, Hill was quite displeased. She did not understand why he would say such a thing. She had faced numerous dangerous missions herself, each fraught with the peril of losing her life. Yet she had endured. Although she might not possess Nan Zhou's strength, she had endured her fair share of trials. His words made her feel belittled, naturally causing her discomfort. I realize you may not appreciate my words, but this matter truly requires my attention alone. Nan Zhou sensed Hill's discontent and hastily sought to clarify. This explanation only elicited another exasperated glance from Hill. Only you can do this. Only you can accomplish it. Nan Zhou's reasoning provoked Hill's irritation further. You are a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, while I am merely a minor player. You can achieve anything, yet I am rendered powerless. With that, Hill scoffed and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh. Ever since he had ascended to the rank of level 10 agent, a subtle rift had formed between him and Hill. He understood her yearning for recognition, particularly his own affirmation. However, the current situation was beyond her capacity to engage, for it involved confronting a deity. Though they had nearly reconciled, this incident had pushed them further apart. Nevertheless, it was not a grave issue. There would be ample opportunities for explanation in the future. The pressing concern remained: how to retrieve Peggy from the brink of death. Nan Zhou required someone well-versed in the divine, someone who had conversed with deities and was still present on Earth. As of now, he had yet to encounter any true divine being. The entity that had spoken to him with a face of disdain was not its true form. Thus, he needed to find someone who had direct contact with the divine. Upon this realization, Nan Zhou's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He had identified a potential candidate, Dr. Strange of Kamar Taj. This formidable sorcerer, who had once conversed with the malevolent Dormammu from the Dark Dimension, appeared to possess the necessary means. Although Dormammu was no benevolent entity, he could certainly be classified as a deity. Without delay, Nan Zhou resolved to embark on a journey to Kamar Taj. With a clear objective in mind, he set forth, eschewing conventional air travel. The distance from Washington to Kamar Taj was considerable, and direct flights were non-existent. The journey would require a significant amount of time. However, Nan Zhou had his own methods. At 177 Bleecker Street, outside the New York Sanctum, Nan Zhou, clad in a hooded sweatshirt and wearing a mask, stood before what appeared to be an ordinary building, a slight smile gracing his lips. Why fly directly to Kamar Taj when he could simply access it from the New York Sanctum? He took a moment to admire the air of mystery enveloping the sanctum before pushing open the door and stepping inside. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed. Nan Zhou gazed around. His curiosity piqued, as it was his inaugural visit to this enigmatic locale. At that moment, a black man emerged from the top of the staircase before him. "Who are you?" the man inquired, scrutinizing Nan Zhou, who was still surveying his surroundings. I'm just here to take a look, Nan Zhou replied, not even glancing at the man, continuing his exploration. Suddenly, a glass display case caught his attention, housing an exquisitely crafted sword that intrigued him greatly. He approached the case and reached out to touch it. Abruptly, the man appeared before him, grasping Nan Zhou's arm with a vigilant gaze. "Sir, you cannot touch that," he warned, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. "No matter your origins or intentions, I must insist you leave this place." Noting the man's grim demeanor, Nan Zhou chuckled softly before retracting his hand. "Why the tension? I bear no ill will. I do indeed have a purpose for my visit." His tone shifted to one of seriousness. "I seek an audience with Master Wang." Chapter 47. Master Wang. The man was taken aback by Nan Zhou's declaration and retreated 3 steps. "Who are you?" The knowledge that this intruder was aware of the existence of the sorcerers indicated a deeper understanding. "My identity is of little consequence. I merely wish to meet Master Wang. It's as simple as that. This is the New York Sanctum, is it not? It provides direct access to Camartage. So please escort me there." Nan Zhou's insistence only heightened the man's wariness. As the man's hands were enveloped in a magical circle, he regarded Nan Zhou with suspicion. "So, are you planning to make a move?" he inquired, observing the vibrant, sparking magic circle. To be candid, the spell was undeniably impressive. Perhaps when he eventually met Ancient One, he could learn a thing or two about it. Although the damage posed little threat to Nan Zhou, its aesthetic allure was more than sufficient. "Do not engage." At that moment, a woman's voice resonated, and from the very spot where the man had stood, a bald figure suddenly emerged. Nan Zhou required no conjecture to identify her as Ancient One. Upon seeing her, the man promptly retracted his spell and offered a slight bow. "Master." Ancient One waved her hand dismissively and approached Nan Zhou. "I hear you wish to meet with me. Shall we find a suitable place to converse?" A gentle smile graced her lips, conveying goodwill towards Nan Zhou. He nodded slightly and followed her into a secluded chamber within the sanctum. "You knew I was coming, so you traveled directly from Camartage?" Once inside the room, Nan Zhou sank comfortably into a chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I suppose so. I had been observing you during your confrontation with that hulking brute. I was present as a spectator," Ancient One replied, taking a seat opposite him, her expression serene. "Now, pray tell, what brings you to seek my counsel?" She was not particularly interested in how Nan Zhou had come to know of her existence, nor his awareness of Camartage or the New York Sanctum's access to it. After all, someone with connections to such a high-ranking deity was bound to possess knowledge of certain undisclosed matters. "I have come to request your assistance," Nan Zhou stated, removing his hood to reveal his mask entirely. "You, too, have encountered divine beings. I would like to ask for your help." At this, Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly. What could this individual possibly mean by having seen a deity? A sense of unease flickered within her. She shook her head and replied, "What do you mean? I do not quite understand." Nan Zhou found her response somewhat amusing. "There is no need for you to feign ignorance. I am aware that you draw energy from the dark dimension and have met Dormammu, which is precisely why I sought you out." His words struck Ancient One like a heavy blow. She abruptly rose, her previous tranquility replaced by disbelief and wariness. The fact that she had ventured into the dark dimension was her most guarded secret, known to no one. How could this person be privy to such information? Who exactly was he? Noticing Ancient One's considerable reaction, Nan Zhou quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Do not be so anxious. I assure you, I shall not divulge this matter. Furthermore, I harbor no ill thoughts regarding your acquisition of power from the Dark Realm. My purpose in seeking you stems solely from your experience of encountering deities." Nevertheless, Nan Zhou's words proved insufficient to allay Gu Yi's vigilance. "Who exactly are you? And how do you possess such knowledge?" Gu Yi remained on high alert, her most profound secret laid bare before him, stirring turmoil within her heart. "I am privy to many matters, this being merely a trivial detail. I'm also aware that Stephen Strange continues to practice as a surgeon." Upon uttering this, Gu Yi's composure faltered further. Occasionally, She utilized the time stone to glimpse future events, and she had indeed observed this particular surgeon and the trajectory of his future. Clearly, this individual spoke of strange, not merely in passing. He was cognizant not only of her foray into the dark realm, but also of her use of the time stone to peer into the future. Such knowledge rendered him formidable. Could he possibly be scrutinizing her? After conversing with Nan Zhou, Gu Yi felt utterly exposed before him, devoid of any secrets. Thus, I am aware of numerous things. There is no need for such trepidation. I bear you no malice. I merely seek your assistance. Although she could not perceive Nan Zhou's countenance, the sincerity of his tone gradually coaxed her to settle back. While her wariness had not entirely dissipated, she was now inclined to hear what he had to say. Very well, then. Pray, what is it that requires my help? Observing Gu Yi's demeanor soften, Nan Zhou felt a surge of relief. The matter is quite simple. There is someone of great significance to me, whose annual health reports have always been robust, yet recently, they have inexplicably fainted and are currently hospitalized. He proceeded to elucidate the situation concerning Peggy and his deductions. Gu Yi fell into contemplation upon hearing his account. After a moment, she articulated, "Are you suggesting that the person you hold dear has been cursed by the deity who wishes to bring about your demise? And now their life hangs in the balance? You have sought me out due to my prior encounters with deities in hopes of discovering a remedy?" Gu Yi succinctly summarized Nan Zhou's narrative, to which he fervently nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Gu Yi mused, her fingers stroking her chin as she occasionally glanced at him, clearly in a state of hesitation. Nan Zhou's presence posed a potential threat, for he was privy to her secrets. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he would not act against her interests. "I am willing to assist you, though I cannot guarantee success. I can investigate the situation." With that, Gu Yi spoke slowly. Upon hearing her words, Nan Zhou rose in excitement. "Is that true? I'm immensely grateful. However, I have one condition." Before he could finish, Gu Yi interjected once more. "I wish to know your appearance and your name. If you cannot comply, then there is no point in discussing further." Upon hearing these words, Nan Zhou appeared momentarily stunned, pausing in place. Subsequently, I asked, "If I reveal my true identity to you, can you promise to keep it confidential?" Gu Yi did not hesitate and quickly nodded, of course. She felt no need for anyone else to know the true identity of the person before her. It sufficed that she alone was privy to it. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou swiftly removed his mask, revealing his true visage. "Then, this will be simple. My name is Nan Zhou, I am 20 years old, and I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback by Nan Zhou's candidness. His youthful appearance surprised her, but even more astonishing was his willingness to divulge such information. For Nan Zhou, this was hardly a significant matter. He was discerning about to whom he could reveal his true self, and it was evident that Gu Yi was someone he could trust. He had confidence that she would not disclose his true identity. Furthermore, he believed that sharing his authentic self with Gu Yi would facilitate their future collaboration. This was the reason behind Nan Zhou's openness. His earlier astonishment was merely him weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Chapter 48. A frantic idea outside Peggy's hospital room in Washington. Gu Yi and Nan Zhou stood, gazing at the ailing Peggy. Gu Yi was clad in casual attire, having chosen not to wear her sorcerer's robes, which would have seemed out of place in this modern technological society. To avoid unnecessary attention, she opted for civilian clothing as she approached the hospital. "Is this the person you mentioned? Peggy Carter?" Gu Yi inquired. Nan Zhou nodded. "She is like a grandmother to me, and she is also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the individual within the hospital room was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. She had heard of the organization S' esteemed reputation, its crucial role in both World War II and other conflicts. Moreover, they currently possessed the Space Stone from the Infinity Stones, though they remained uncertain about how to wield it. "You said she's like a grandmother to you. So it seems she has nurtured you?" Gu Yi asked again. Nan Zhou nodded slightly, something like that. Gu Yi could sense the deep significance that Peggy held for Nan Zhou. "We should not delay. Let us enter." With that, Gu Yi grasped Nan Zhou's hand, urging him to hold onto her arm, then closed her eyes, allowing herself to slip into unconsciousness. Almost immediately, it seemed as if a rift in space had opened, and Gu Yi's head emerged from that opening. It is indeed peculiar for two living individuals to enter a ward designated exclusively for medical personnel, prompting me to adopt a spectral form to gain entry. Fear not. Others cannot perceive my presence. Only you can see me, and you shall have to endure remaining outside. Nan Zhou offered a resigned smile, placing Gu Yi's body onto a chair behind him, arranging it in a posture of slumber, before returning to his original position. He had anticipated Gu Yi's actions, considering the extensive surveillance and the throngs of people passing through, to avoid attracting suspicion and to circumvent unnecessary complications. Allowing Gu Yi to enter in spirit form was a most prudent strategy. At that moment, Gu Yi had arrived at Peggy's side, scrutinizing her condition with great care. She reached out to gently lift Peggy's eyelid, only to be taken aback as she observed a greenish hue in her pupil, prompting a slight furrow of concern on her brow. "This does not bode well," she murmured softly, pulling back the covers from Peggy. She pressed against her chest and even extended her hand within Peggy's being. Suddenly, Gu Yi felt a sharp sting, causing her to withdraw her hand in haste. To her astonishment, a wisp of black smoke had manifested upon her hand, searing her ethereal form. This alarming development startled Gu Yi, who quickly employed magic to expel the ominous smoke. Subsequently, her expression darkened further. The substance within Peggy that could corrode and inflict pain upon her spirit was no trifling matter. Gu Yi then seated herself upon a nearby swivel chair, stroking her chin as she gazed intently at Peggy. Time ticked away, yet Peggy remained unchanged, as if lost in contemplation. After an agonizing half-hour, Gu Yi finally rose and returned to her corporeal state. As her physical form awakened, Nan Zhou glanced in her direction, inquiring, "How did it go?" However, Gu Yi's countenance was grim as she approached Nan Zhou and whispered, "We must discuss this outside. It is not suitable here." Observing Gu Yi's troubled expression, Nan Zhou's demeanor grew serious, realizing the gravity of the situation. They exited the hospital and entered a quaint CAF. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, they settled into a discreet corner. "Peggy's condition is dire. I may be powerless to assist her," Gu Yi confessed, her expression dark with despair. It was the first time in many years she had encountered such a sense of helplessness. "What do you mean? Please elaborate," Nan Zhou prompted. Gu Yi sighed deeply, explaining, "Peggy's heart is ensnared by a malevolent force. To rescue her, that force must be eradicated." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou recalled the black smoke that had inflicted pain upon Gu Yi. "Is it that same black smoke?" he inquired once more. Gu Yi nodded in affirmation. The ominous dark energy was terrifying. If I were to forcibly breach it, not only would I succumb to its corruption, but even Peggy would face certain death due to the overwhelming turbulence. As it stands, Peggy remains alive solely because the dark energy has yet to launch a genuine assault on her heart, merely encroaching upon her bit by bit. Within a fortnight, it is inevitable that Peggy will succumb to the corruption, her heart ultimately ceasing to beat. Despite her reluctance, Ancient One reluctantly articulated this despairing reality. Initially, she presumed that Nan Zhou would be profoundly disheartened and vexed, yet the situation unfolded quite to the contrary. Nan Zhou's visage was imbued with calmness. Undeterred by the dire revelation, he was now contemplating alternative strategies. Ancient One recognized that Nan Zhou's anticipation of her inability to resolve the predicament was well-founded. After all, no matter how formidable she may be, she was not a deity. Thus, the likelihood of her being unable to rectify the issue had indeed materialized. However, this did not render Ancient One devoid of utility. She could still assist in another capacity. A bold notion emerged in Nan Zhou's mind. There exists another avenue. He lifted his gaze to Ancient One and slowly articulated, "We could seek out Dormammu in the dark dimension." At these words, Ancient One nearly rose in disbelief. "What did you say? You wish to find Dormammu?" Observing Nan Zhou's unwavering determination, Ancient One realized he was not jesting. Yet, the proposition was utterly audacious. "Indeed, I intend to find Dormammu and compel him to combat the dark energy using the sorcery of the dark dimension to extend Peggy's life." "Are you out of your mind?" Ancient One could scarcely fathom Nan Zhou's audacity. Was it true that his calm demeanor had led him to conceive such a reckless plan? Even if she did not support it, Ancient One was keenly aware that this indeed seemed to be the sole course of action available. Nonetheless, even with the dark dimension's power, she would not be able to sustain herself for long. The dark magic would erode her body. albeit at a slower pace than the dark energy. Before she could finish her thought, Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. These concerns are trivial. I'm aware of how much lifespan Peggy has left. My objective is simply to ensure she lives until her natural end, even if it means relying on the power of dark magic. The resoluteness in Nan Zhou's gaze compelled Ancient One to swallow hard. This young man was truly formidable. But how could this not be a calamity within Peggy's fate? Ancient One voiced her skepticism. Nan Zhou responded with a faint smile. You need not worry about that. I possess my own methods to ascertain her lifespan. With his assurance, Ancient One refrained from pressing further. She understood that Nan Zhou was an extraordinary individual, seemingly privy to much knowledge, so his understanding of such matters did not strike her as peculiar. Yet the abyss of darkness is perilous and terrifying, and we must endeavor to bring Peggy's spirit into this shadowy realm. Should Peggy's essence vanish within the dark expanse, it would signify her true demise. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement with Gu Yi's words. I am aware, thus I require the time stone. Gu Yi was utterly taken aback. This young man had the audacity to contemplate the time stone? With the time stone in our possession and adequate preparation, even if Dormammu were to present a formidable challenge, he would be unable to thwart us. Even if he were reluctant to assist us, his instinct for self-preservation would compel him to acquiesce. As Nan Zhou spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. He envisioned the scene where Dormammu would be driven to madness by his own antics with the time stone. Observing the confident Nan Zhou before her, Gu Yi let out a long sigh. She realized she had underestimated him. His audacity surpassed her expectations. Alas, if you believe you can achieve this, I shall aid you, as compensation for the unresolved issues from earlier. Ultimately, Gu Yi relented. Though Nan Zhou's scheme was undeniably audacious, it bore a semblance of feasibility. This piqued Gu Yi's curiosity, prompting her to assist Nan Zhou and even to retrieve her own time stone. Without further ado, let's commence this evening. Gu Yi rose and made her way outside the CAF. She intended to return to Kamar Taj to fetch the time stone, subsequently heading to the hospital to collect Peggy's spirit. As Nan Zhou watched Gu Yi depart, a faint smile appeared on his face, one that was tinged with pity for the unsuspecting Dormammu. Poor Dormammu. He was about to experience the maddening cycle of time far sooner than anticipated. Chapter 49. The Dark Space, are you prepared? Gu Yi and Nan Zhou found themselves in a secluded corner of a park in New York. Gu Yi bore Peggy's spirit on her back, with the time stone nestled against her chest. Upon hearing Gu Yi's inquiry, Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. I am ready. Seeing his acknowledgement, Gu Yi extended her hand. This venture into the dark space is fraught with danger. You must safeguard yourself. With that, Gu Yi waved her hand, causing a significant rift to tear open in the fabric of space, an overwhelming energy cascading forth. Gu Yi immediately shielded Peggy's spirit behind her, casting a glance at Nan Zhou before stepping into the void. Nan Zhou followed closely behind, entering the dark space. Although he had glimpsed the dark realm on screens before, the visceral experience overwhelmed him with astonishment. How to describe it? As he surveyed the indescribable scenery around him, he felt as though he were immersed in a performance art installation. At that moment, Gu Yi turned back to observe the inquisitive Nan Zhou, a faint smile dancing upon her lips. Although Nan Zhou has always appeared to be omniscient and all-knowing, it is fortunate that he has finally encountered something that eludes his understanding, sparking his curiosity. The Dark Realm is indeed like this. Nan Zhou could not help but express his astonishment. There is a considerable disparity compared to what he had previously observed. With that, Nan Zhou hastened to catch up with Gu Yi's pace. How long until we meet Dormammu? He inquired at that moment. Just a short distance further, Gu Yi replied, infusing her arms, as well as those of Peggy and Nan Zhou, with the power of the Time Stone. This was done in accordance with your method. The application of the Time Stone's power upon their arms was a technique Nan Zhou had learned through imitation, and Gu Yi naturally understood the rationale behind it. However, she was unsure if Dormammu would truly be ensnared in a temporal loop due to the power of the Time Stone. Nevertheless, seeing Nan Zhou's unwavering confidence, she considered the approach feasible. Rest assured, this method will ensure Dormammu never forgets this lifetime. As soon as Nan Zhou's words fell, the entire dark space began to tremble violently. Shortly thereafter, a colossal visage emerged before Nan Zhou and Gu Yi. Who are you? Why have you come here? Dormammu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Nan Zhou and Gu Yi. Upon seeing Gu Yi, he paused momentarily in surprise. I did not expect you to return here. Dormammu's words were directed at Gu Yi. There was a transaction between them. Otherwise, Gu Yi would not have lived for so long. I am here this time, for other matters, of course, still to seek you out, Gu Yi replied, her tone lacking any warmth towards this persistent threat to Earth. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward, casting a gentle smile at Dormammu. Greetings, Dormammu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Darkseid, and I wish to propose a transaction. Nan Zhou's self-introduction as Darkseid left Gu Yi puzzled. She had never heard that name and was unaware of its significance. Dormammu, equally bewildered, could not fathom why this individual dared to approach him so boldly. To him, a mere thought could reduce anyone to ashes. Consequently, Dormammu did not respond to Nan Zhou. Instead, with a flick of his mind, countless spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Nan Zhou. Observing Dormammu's immediate attack, Gu Yi swiftly cast a protective magical circle. Yet, she was not concerned for Nan Zhou, for he bore the power of the Time Stone. Should he perish, he could simply be revived. However, the spikes could not breach Nan Zhou's defenses. Upon striking him, they shattered instantly. This unexpected resilience took Dormammu by surprise. He had not anticipated such strength in this man's corporeal form. Even the Ancient One found herself taken aback, though she had witnessed Nan Zhou's formidable assault on the abomination. Showcasing his remarkable physical prowess, she did not believe he could withstand Dormammu's onslaught. Clearly, the Ancient One had underestimated the situation. After all, someone privy to such numerous secrets would undoubtedly possess several hidden strategies. He was certainly not to be trifled with. Alas, at that moment, Nan Zhou shook his hand, causing his attire to tear yet again. It was only in such circumstances that he recalled Stark. Why did you resort to violence immediately? I merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration, he remarked, glancing back at the Ancient One. When departing, please remind me to request a durable outfit from Stark. Turning his attention back to Dormammu, he continued, your actions have left me quite displeased. With that, Nan Zhou extended his hand, unleashing his atomic breath at full power. During his previous encounter with the abomination, he had refrained from utilizing his complete strength, as he needed to maintain mental control over his opponent. This time, however, such concerns were absent. Given Dormammu's colossal size, he was effectively a target for the atomic breath. A massive blue beam erupted from Nan Zhou's palm, hurtling towards Dormammu. The Titan's immense visage was unable to evade the attack, resulting in a direct hit. To his astonishment, Dormammu experienced a surge of pain and could not stifle a cry of agony. The Ancient One widened her eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This marked her second encounter with Nan Zhou's skill, and she was astonished by its sheer potency, capable of inflicting harm even on Dormammu. Consider this a retribution for your unprovoked aggression, Nan Zhou declared, shaking his hand. The maximum output of his atomic breath caused smoke to rise from his fingertips. What manner of power is this? Dormammu bellowed in fury. This is not a force governed by the laws of the universe. Who are you truly? Dormammu's exclamation sparked a realization within the Ancient One. She had always sensed that Nan Zhou's power did not conform to the universe's established laws. Yet she could not articulate the nature of it. In an instant, she comprehended Dormammu's words. The energy embodied in Nan Zhou's skill was not bound by the cosmic order. Whether it be the Ancient One, Dormammu, or other deities, along with the Infinity Stones, their powers were all rooted in the laws of the universe. These laws formed the foundation of existence, with magic and superhuman abilities deriving their strength from this cosmic framework. In stark contrast, Nan Zhou's power bore no trace of the universe's laws. This implied that he did not belong to this universe, nor to any multiverse. Listening to Dormammu's words, Nan Zhou gradually began to grasp the implications of his own abilities. The power within the Marvel Universe is endowed with the laws of that universe. In contrast, the strength I wield stems from the realm of monsters, lacking the cosmic regulations of Marvel. Thus, after enduring his assault, entities such as Dormammu can instantly perceive my essence. This implies that should Nan Zhou encounter other deities in the future, his identity will be utterly exposed. Chapter 50. Confessing Identity. Who are you truly? Dormammu's gaze was filled with fury and confusion, even tinged with a hint of wariness. This man, who wielded power devoid of cosmic law, remained inscrutable to Dormammu. The uncertainty inspired a flicker of fear. Be it deities or mortals, there exists an inherent caution towards the unknown. Currently, Dormammu regarded Nan Zhou in this very light. Why do you all ask me this? Nan Zhou found himself weary from the incessant inquiries regarding his identity, feeling a sense of frustration. This was indeed a grave matter. At that moment, even the Ancient One spoke up, aligning with Dormammu's perspective. The power you possess emanates from an uncharted realm. Neither Dormammu nor I have ever encountered such force. To us, you are an outsider, and we genuinely need to ascertain your identity. Despite their usual opposition, being adversaries, both Ancient One and Dormammu surprisingly shared a consensus on this issue. It is crucial to note that even the most exalted deities of the universe can merely traverse the multiverse. The generation of power within that multiverse is inherently based upon cosmic laws. Nan Zhou's strength, however, does not derive from these laws, a feat unattainable even by the highest celestial beings. Hence, Dormammu and the Ancient One were compelled to uncover Nan Zhou's origins, observing the grave expressions on both their faces. Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh and extended his hand in a gesture of compromise. It seemed the fundamental disparity in essence rendered him unable to evade scrutiny. Contemplating, Nan Zhou raised his gaze to Dormammu. Very well, let us strike a bargain, shall we? He proposed, gesturing towards the ethereal form of Peggy, carried by the Ancient One. I shall reveal my origins to you if you restore her to health. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Dormammu shifted his attention to Peggy's spirit. For a moment, he remained silent, scrutinizing her essence. After a period of contemplation, he voiced his astonishment. This power is astonishingly potent. A trace of disbelief flickered in Dormammu's eyes. The force entwined around Peggy's heart was evidently beyond his capacity to unravel, indicating that its master surpassed him in strength. Yet, how many could truly rival him? He, after all, was the Lord of Chaos, the Master of Darkness, a formidable entity commanding the dark dimensions. He was undeniably among the most powerful beings in the universe. However, the force entwined around Peggy's heart rendered him powerless. The entity she had provoked could indeed be formidable. Dormammu spoke. I am unable to dispel the power within this body. I can only sustain her life through dark magic. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou nodded. As long as life could be maintained, that sufficed. It need not be for long. 2 or 3 years will be adequate. This statement left Gu momentarily stunned, as he gazed at Nan Zhou with disbelief. Was it truly sufficient for the person he deemed most important to merely extend her life for a couple of years? Why not prolong it further? Gu, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. Yet, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Dormammu, unburdened by Gu Yi's doubts, opened his mouth, and a violet orb floated forth, subsequently entering Peggy's ethereal form. As soon as the orb merged with Peggy, she coughed several times, indicating that it was indeed effective. All right, I have resolved your issue. Now, as part of our transaction, reveal your identity. Dormammu's gaze turned suddenly serious. Do not think of escaping. I possess numerous methods to confine you here, and your companions are quite invested in this matter as well. Dormammu referred to Gu Yi, who was equally concerned about Nan Zhou's true identity and origins. Nan Zhou glanced around, sensing that remaining silent would likely hinder his departure from his place. Nevertheless, it was indeed a rare sight to witness Gu Yi allied with Dormammu. Very well, I shall honor my promise, Nan Zhou declared as he settled down. However, you must exhibit patience. This is a lengthy tale. With that, a narrative crafted by Nan Zhou began to unfold. After a considerable passage of time, Nan Zhou concluded his story and turned his gaze toward Dormammu and Gu Yi. At that moment, both their expressions mirrored each other, filled with incredulity. So, your universe bears a striking resemblance to ours, and you are a traveler between realms. Is that correct? Oui, idiot. Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. You have summarized it succinctly. In his narrative, he portrayed himself as the true Darkseid, the singular existence of that multiverse, fabricating a tale of defeat and traversal. This was the reason behind the title of the Dark Lord, Darkseid. In this world, he was known as Nan Zhou, thus possessing 2 names, Nan Zhou and Darkseid. Of course, these words were mere banter, albeit each statement contained a kernel of truth. Yet, through Nan Zhou's prowess, he succeeded in convincing both Gu Yi and Dormammu. At least for the moment, it appeared they genuinely believed him. Such events are indeed astonishing. Even the well-versed Dormammu finds himself taken aback. It It is difficult for beings of such cosmic prowess to fathom the existence of such phenomena. Those deities who are unique to the multiverse still ponder whether there exists another universe beyond their own. However, this uncertainty can now be dispelled. For Nan Zhou stands as a living testament to the fact that there are indeed universes beyond the known. Nevertheless, I would prefer that you refrain from publicizing this revelation. At this moment, Nan Zhou spoke, his gaze fixed firmly upon Dormammu. He was unconcerned about Ancient One, believing her to be discreet. Yet with Dormammu, he could not be so assured. As the sovereign of the Dark Dimension and a notorious antagonist, Nan Zhou could not guarantee that Dormammu would keep this matter to himself. Sensing Nan Zhou's distrust, Dormammu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Do you realize? If your existence were to become known among other deities, the cosmos would descend into chaos. And I long for that very chaos, for it is then that I can truly unleash my potential. If you wish for me to keep this secret, that would require a different kind of bargain, one I am not inclined to make. As Dormammu's words faded, the surroundings of Nan Zhou and Ancient One abruptly shifted. Within a mere 3 seconds, they found themselves back at the location they had entered the Dark Dimension. Dormammu had expelled them from his realm. Chapter 51. Awakening this individual is something else. Nan Zhou surveyed the landscape, managing a wry smile. After all, he is the king of darkness. Yet, his modus operandi is rather unorthodox. Ancient One regarded Nan Zhou with a complex expression. In a narrative spun by Nan Zhou, he is portrayed as the Dark Monarch, a tyrant, a ruler. Can such a being truly ensure Earth's safety? Though he does not appear malevolent at present, what of his conduct within his own universe? Might he resemble Dormammu in that context? Countless thoughts flooded Ancient One's mind, and her faith in Nan Zhou began to wane. Nan Zhou perceived Ancient One's unease and understood the source of her apprehension. He had crafted himself into a formidable villain, and it was only natural for Ancient One to remain vigilant for the sake of Earth's safety. This was a being willing to forge a pact with Dormammu and wield dark sorcery to protect the planet and seek a successor. The love Ancient One harbors for Earth is irrefutable. Now that matters have been settled, shall we return? Nan Zhou turned, hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward. Ancient One hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Will you pose a threat to Earth? She inquired midway, a question that had weighed heavily on her mind, now laid bare without reservation. Upon hearing the question, Nan Zhou stroked his chin and mused that, most likely, it wouldn't be the case. After all, he had spent 2 decades in this place, and despite the many years he had lived, he still harbored a certain affection for it. However, Nan Zhou's words were a mere performance, a facade to uphold the identity he had carefully crafted for himself. As a villain in this narrative, any hint of discord detected by Gu Yi would spell doom for the tale he had woven. Gu Yi, upon hearing Nan Zhou's response, felt a wave of unease wash over her. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, instead solidifying her resolve within. The uncertainty lingered. Would Nan Zhou pose a threat to Earth? Though he appeared amiable, Gu Yi remained vigilant, unwilling to lower her guard. Thus, she resolved to observe him closely, scrutinizing his every move. Indifferent to the possibility of being discovered. If you intend to monitor me, I advise against it, she seemed to convey, although the thought remained unspoken, clearly etched upon her visage. Nan Zhou, perceptive as ever, discerned her unvoiced intentions. Gu Yi, startled by his insight, was met with Nan Zhou's laughter. Given your centuries of existence, you must understand the importance of concealing one's emotions, he remarked, provoking her. Unable to suppress her irritation, Gu Yi shot him a glare. I detest the sensation of being watched, so I implore you to refrain from such actions. I would not wish for our relationship to sour due to any unfortunate incident. She retorted, at present, I hold no interest in Earth. At least until you find a successor, I shall not take any action against it. To Nan Zhou, forging an alliance with a formidable entity like Gu Yi bore no detriment. Thus, he sought to maintain amicable relations, wary of any missteps that might arise from Gu Yi's own folly. To preserve their camaraderie, he opted for persuasion, laced with a subtle threat. Although uncertain of their respective strengths, he felt compelled to embody the menacing persona he had adopted. Gu Yi, upon hearing his words, shook her head. Since you assert this, I expect you to honor your word. Her reference to honoring his word pertained to Nan Zhou as promise not to act against Earth until he found a successor. Nan Zhou chuckled softly. Though I may not be a paragon of virtue in my original universe, I am indeed a man of my word. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital in Washington, Peggy's physical attributes began to restore themselves after Dormammu infused her spiritual essence with that violet orb, the embodiment of dark magic. When Gui placed Peggy's spirit into her corporeal form, she gradually opened her eyes. The efficacy of the dark magic had ultimately prevailed. Peggy's awakening astonished the physicians in the hospital. Just 5 minutes prior to Peggy's awakening, they had conducted an examination, revealing no signs of consciousness. However, upon the arrival of Nan Zhou and Gui, Peggy unexpectedly regained her awareness. Everyone was in awe of this miraculous occurrence. Having completed his tasks, Nan Zhou prepared to take his leave. Observing what seemed to be a sigh of relief from Nan Zhou, Gui turned to exit. "Shall we have a meal before departing?" Nan Zhou, seemingly caught off guard, inquired. Gui merely shook his head in response. "I prefer dining at Kamartaj. Should you wish to find me in the future, you may visit the Sanctum in New York. I will inform the Guardians there to facilitate your entry." As she spoke, Gui appeared to recall something important and turned back to Nan Zhou. "Do not forget to ask Stark for clothing." Gui's words momentarily stunned Nan Zhou, as he had indeed forgotten again. "This time, I shall not forget," he replied with a faint smile, watching Gui disappear around the corner of the corridor. "Was she the one you brought to assist?" In the wake of Gui's departure, the voice of S.H.I.E.L.D. emerged from behind Nan Zhou. Turning around, he discovered S.H.I.E.L.D. standing close by, her gaze fixed intently on Peggy, who was still undergoing various examinations by the doctors after her recent revival. "After you and that individual arrived, she regained consciousness. I do not believe this is mere coincidence," S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked, her eyes filled with inquisitiveness as she turned to Nan Zhou. "You were successful, were you not?" For reasons unknown, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, her expression marred by frustration. She recalled her earlier doubts regarding Nan Zhou, believing him to be overly confident and dismissive of her capabilities. Yet now, it was evident that her own skills fell short. There were many feats Nan Zhou accomplished that she could not. The widening chasm of difference between them weighed heavily on her, instilling a sense of inferiority. Noticing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demeanor, Nan Zhou sighed deeply. He approached her, calling out Maria. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. turned away, uncertain of how to face him. "Let's go out for dinner this weekend," Nan Zhou suggested once more, unwilling to witness her distress. "I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us that remain unresolved. I do not wish for our relationship to stagnate. Let us gather this weekend and clear the air, shall we?" Chapter 52. A return visit to Stark. Peggy had transitioned from the ICU to a regular ward. Although still frail, her life was no longer in jeopardy. Nan Zhou sat by Peggy's window, attentively caring for her weakened state. "It feels as though I've been trapped in an extraordinarily long dream," Peggy said, gazing at the ceiling above. "I dreamed of the moment I first found you. The rain that day was particularly heavy, accompanied by thunder." Peggy spoke to herself, while Nan Zhou, beside her, peeled an apple. He had heard this story countless times, to the point that he could recite it flawlessly. Ever since Peggy aged, she would always recount this tale whenever Nan Zhou visited her. Then she would lament how swiftly time passes, how she has grown old, and how Nan Zhou had blossomed before her eyes. Soon, Nan Zhou finished peeling the apple, slicing it neatly, and offered a piece to Peggy with a toothpick. She naturally accepted the morsel and savored it. "What you must do now is take good care of your health," Nan Zhou interjected, interrupting Peggy's narrative. "Do you realize how many people were on edge when you collapsed? Nick called me." His tone was quite anxious. At his words, Peggy chuckled lightly. "The number of people who genuinely care for me can be counted on one hand. Yet many still wish to see me falter. As one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy had wielded considerable power in her day, inevitably offending many along the way. Though she was now retired, numerous individuals still harbored hopes for her demise. Peggy had long ceased to ponder the reasons behind her sudden fainting. To her, it was simply the machinations of those who wished her ill. Yet to their dismay, she had awakened unexpectedly. Although the doctors could not ascertain the cause, she felt surprisingly revitalized apart from a lingering weakness. It seemed her life was not meant to end just yet. Peggy thought to herself, though reality was far more complex. Naturally, Nan Zhou would not reveal the true circumstances. He worried that if Peggy learned of the actual situation, she might succumb to despair once more. After finishing the apple Nan Zhou had prepared, Peggy's complexion brightened considerably. Earlier, Her face had been ashen and devoid of color, but now she appeared quite lively. Seeing her in such spirits, Nan Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and it was Sherry Lin who entered. She had come to take over Nan Zhou's shift. Acknowledging him with a slight nod, she said, "You're here, so I shall take my leave." Nan Zhou had matters to attend to, and with Sherilyn's arrival, he decided to seize the opportunity to depart. Turning back to Peggy, he said, "Grandma, I have some tasks to handle. I may not be able to visit you for a few days. Please take care of yourself." Upon hearing his words, Peggy bestowed upon him a gentle smile. "Go on, I'm fine." To Peggy, it was evident that as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou had a multitude of responsibilities. However, the truth was, despite his status, Nan Zhou was arguably the most unoccupied agent in the entire organization. At this moment, Nan Zhou had risen and departed, while Sharon approached Peggy, grasping her hand tightly. The two began to converse. Several hours later, at Stark's mansion, Nan Zhou entered with his mask on. Despite having visited numerous times and becoming well acquainted with Stark and others, he still preferred to sneak in. Evading all surveillance and Jarvis's scans, he successfully infiltrated Stark's abode. Although there was a front door, Nan Zhou never used it. Perhaps it was a peculiar quirk of his. Upon entering the mansion, Nan Zhou did not hesitate to push open the door to Stark's office. As he entered, he found Stark and Pepper entwined in a passionate kiss at the edge of the desk. Their sudden encounter startled them, causing Pepper's face to flush crimson. "Hey, could you at least knock before entering?" Stark exclaimed, visibly irritated. This individual never knocked, and now he had bypassed even the door. Feeling somewhat awkward, Nan Zhou chuckled and apologized. "My sincere apologies, my mistake. It won't happen again." He stepped aside for the blushing Pepper. "What brings you here?" Stark inquired after taking a sip from his glass of green juice. "I'm aware of the situation in New York. S.H.I.E.L.D has contacted me, hoping I could persuade General Ross to reveal Banner's whereabouts." As he spoke, Stark approached Nan Zhou and casually closed the door behind him. "There's another matter. S.H.I.E.L.D is investigating you as well. They seem inclined to include you in their Avengers initiative." As the first individual recruited into the Avengers program, Stark possessed considerable knowledge. If you wish to remain undetected, it would be wise to keep a low profile for the time being. Nan Zhou nodded, already aware of this information, having been informed by Coulson. He even knew that Natasha was involved in the investigation and that she would soon join Stark Industries as an assistant. "I came to seek your assistance with a particular matter," Nan Zhou stated, settling onto a nearby sofa. "I would like your help in creating a durable outfit." Stark paused, momentarily taken aback by Nan Zhou's request. He then scrutinized him from head to toe. "Your attire tends to get damaged during combat, and with that mask, you resemble a rather dubious character. So, you seek a more resilient outfit?" Nan Zhou nodded, feeling that the combination of a bare torso and mask was too reminiscent of a deviant. "This isn't particularly challenging. I can easily assist you with that." For Stark, this was truly a trivial task. At this moment, Stark broke into a smile, one that was evidently laced with ulterior motives. "I have assisted you. What reward do you intend to offer me in return?" The more Stark interacted with Nan Zhou, the more he learned that everything required a face-to-face negotiation. This particular situation was no different, for Nan Zhou had operated in precisely this manner. Upon hearing Stark's words, Nan Zhou could only manage a wry smile. He had anticipated this development long ago. Stark would never gratuitously undertake tasks without compensation. It was clear that he sought a reward. And as for the nature of that reward, Nan Zhou had his own plans. Chapter 53. The outing. An hour after arriving at Stark's opulent mansion, Nan Zhou departed. A mutually agreeable arrangement had been reached. He had proposed a favor that Stark could not refuse, an obligation owed to him. Although this appeared to be a rather trivial reward, it held significant importance for Stark. In fact, it was an offer that few could decline. Having someone of Nan Zhou's caliber owe him a favor was no small feat. An obligation signified that Nan Zhou would be compelled to fulfill any request Stark might make, whether it was to eliminate a target, rescue someone, or assist with other endeavors. Stark didn't need to deliberate the pros and cons. The moment Nan Zhou articulated his terms, he assented without a second thought. He even requested Nan Zhou to sketch the design for the attire he envisioned, demonstrating considerable attentiveness. With a beaming smile, he watched Nan Zhou leave his mansion, convinced that he had outsmarted him, feeling as though he had struck a lucrative deal. Stark had witnessed the formidable power Nan Zhou displayed when he unleashed a force capable of creating an artificial lake during their confrontation with the adversary. Nan Zhou's strength surpassed Stark's expectations. After Nan Zhou's departure, Pepper entered Stark's office. Her expression indicated that she was still flustered by the earlier events. "What did you discuss with him?" Pepper inquired. Stark, without reservation, recounted the details of their transaction. "So, you intend to create an armored suit for him?" Pepper posed her question, revealing her skepticism. "Doesn't that seem rather superficial?" Nan Zhou smiled faintly before continuing. "The protective capabilities of an armored suit would be beneath someone of his caliber. Furthermore, such suits prioritize maneuverability, which he does not require. What he seeks are three key attributes: lightweight, comfort, and durability." As he spoke, Stark produced Nan Zhou's sketches and handed them to Pepper. "This is what he desires." Pepper glanced at the drawings before returning them to Stark. "To be honest, I find this outfit more aesthetically pleasing than your iron armor." Upon hearing Pepper's remark, Stark, who was sipping on chlorophyll, nearly choked, resulting in a spray of the green liquid. Coughing violently, his eyes betrayed a hint of embarrassment, even a touch of frustration. After all, his iron armor was widely recognized and accepted in the streets, cherished by the public. Yet, Pepper's words made Stark feel as though all of it was rendered insignificant. Nan Zhou spent merely an hour at Stark's opulent residence before boarding a flight back to New York. Peggy was being cared for by Sharon, while his date with Hill was set for the weekend. During this interval, he chose to return to New York to reside with the three little ones. By the time Nan Zhou arrived in New York, night had fully descended, enveloping the city in darkness. He resolved to take the three children out for a hearty meal. Driving them to a rather upscale restaurant in New York, a popular venue for the affluent, the trio was filled with excitement, chatting and laughing in the car. Their journey took them past the site of a fierce battle against the Abomination, which was still under renovation. Many had lost their homes due to the confrontation between the Abomination and Nan Zhou, prompting the city to invest considerable funds to provide these individuals with stable housing. As for the crater created by his atomic breath, it seemed destined to be transformed into an artificial lake. "Is this where you fought that grotesque monster?" Lorna inquired as she surveyed the surrounding ruins. Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. The children were well aware of Nan Zhou's abilities. He had never concealed the truth from them. They knew he possessed superpowers, was an agent, and that he was the one who saved Hulk during the incident involving the Green Giant and battled the Abomination. "Your battle caused many to lose their homes," Lorna remarked, her gaze lingering on the debris, filled with a sense of loss. The three children had all endured the anguish of losing their homes, and witnessing the devastation before them evoked memories of their own pasts. Such despair was inevitable. It was an unavoidable reality. Gazing at the three forlorn faces, Nan Zhou spoke gently. "If I hadn't defeated that creature, even more people would have lost their homes. If it were possible, I would have preferred to avoid such destruction. However, that monster has an astonishing ability to regenerate, and I could only vanquish him using my lethal powers." Lorna nodded in understanding, having witnessed the terrifying regenerative capability of the Abomination during the live broadcast of the battle. She comprehended the necessity of Nan Zhou's actions. Yet, despite their understanding, the sight before them still tugged at their hearts. Nan Zhou, sensing the oppressive atmosphere within the vehicle, decided to play some lively music and veered away from the desolate ruins. Before long, the four arrived at their destination, a rather upscale restaurant. The mere sight of the grand sign elicited gasps of astonishment from the three children. They recognized this place, as the affluent classmate often spoke of dining here and shared photographs from his visits. The trio had longed to experience this for themselves, and to their surprise, today that wish was fulfilled. Observing their wide-eyed wonder, Nan Zhou smiled gently. "Don't just stand there, come inside." At his invitation, the three eagerly followed him into the establishment. The melodious music and serene ambience exuded an air of sophistication, further igniting the children's excitement. However, they restrained their exuberance, choosing to keep their thrill contained within. They were aware that loud outbursts would be deemed uncouth and might cause Nan Zhou undue embarrassment, so they refrained from such behavior. Just then, at a nearby square table, a girl of similar age to Lorna noticed them. "Aren't you the trio?" she exclaimed, setting down her cutlery and gazing at Lorna and her friends with surprise. This girl was the wealthy classmate they knew. Seeing the trio also surprised her. In her eyes, they belonged to the realm of ordinary folk. How could they be here? Chapter 54. Pretensions, every corner of the upscale restaurant exuded nobility and opulence. Even seated at their table, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro remained captivated by their surroundings. The gold-rimmed cutlery and plates sparkled, and a candlelit centerpiece adorned their table. Not far from them, a beautiful woman played the violin gracefully. The children glanced around at the other tables, observing patrons elegantly slicing their steaks or sipping red wine, behaviors they had only witnessed on television. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed a marvel for them. In contrast, Nan Zhou regarded the establishment with a hint of disdain. While the restaurant appeared upscale, neither the menu nor the tableware truly reflected genuine luxury. It merely presented an outwardly affluent S.H.I.E.L.D. The seemingly opulent items that captivated Wanda and her friends were, in truth, mere gilded trinkets. The ingredients served here hardly qualified as high-end. Anyone who had dined in truly upscale restaurants would easily discern the disparity in quality. In a restaurant, the elegantly poised patrons are largely pretentious. The true elite society regards such establishments with disdain. The pretense of high-class dining is as off-putting as feigning wealth. To Nan Zhou, the elegance displayed by most diners here appears merely contrived. Yet, why did he bring Wanda and the 3 children to such a place? Soon, the first dish arrived, a plate of pasta adorned with green herbs, the flavor of which was far from commendable. The robust taste of this pasta prompted neighboring diners to cover their noses. The reason Nan Zhou chose this restaurant for the children lay in this very dish, an irresistible pasta that he could not refuse. Despite its ostentatious facade, the restaurant possessed its own unique charm, exemplified by the basil pasta before Nan Zhou. Unlike any other basil pasta, this dish boasted a peculiarly intense flavor. While others found the aroma rather unpleasant, Nan Zhou surprisingly enjoyed it. The 3 children, too, detected the off-putting scent, their brows slightly furrowed. "Brother Zhou, what is this?" Pietro could not help but inquire, gazing at the plate of basil pasta. "This is your brother Zhou's favorite food," he replied, taking a bite. The distinctive flavor surged through Nan Zhou's mind, prompting an exclamation of delight. So refreshing. His exuberance only served to irritate the surrounding diners further. "You may enjoy your flavorful dish, but must you vocalize it?" At that moment, a man from the second table behind the children stood up and approached Nan Zhou. "Sir, is it not rather impolite to consume such a pungent dish in the dining hall?" The man's presence compelled Nan Zhou to set down his fork, and the man's gaze at the pasta reflected his displeasure. "Everyone else is dining pleasantly, yet you have brought forth something so overpowering. Have you considered our feelings? Either move to a private room or kindly take your leave." This man exuded an air of superiority that irked Nan Zhou. "Are you the restaurant manager?" Nan Zhou inquired, sizing the man up. The disdainful expression on Nan Zhou's face darkened the man's countenance even further. "I am not the manager. I am merely an ordinary individual concerned with maintaining our dining environment." Hearing this, Nan Zhou could not suppress a laugh. Goodness, an ordinary individual maintaining our dining environment? Such a shameful remark. You merely seek to draw attention, do you not? Although the basil pasta before him indeed had a strong aroma. Nan Zhou had dined here on numerous occasions, and while some had spoken up, most had done so in a calm manner, hoping he would relocate to a private room. Although these individuals appeared rather pretentious in Nan Zhou's eyes, there were moments when their ostentation provided him with a peculiar sense of comfort. However, the situation before him was markedly different. This man seemed eager to make a spectacle of himself, almost wishing to expel Nan Zhou from the premises in a forceful manner. It appeared that the man was incensed, perhaps due to the fact that Nan Zhou had articulated what he himself was secretly thinking. "I have never sought the limelight. It is you who, by ordering such dishes, seeks to draw attention," the man retorted, attempting to shift the narrative and assail Nan Zhou in kind. Naturally, Nan Zhou was unimpressed by this tactic. "The dish I ordered is not restricted to private rooms, is it? My choice is entirely reasonable. Are you suggesting that those who dislike durian believe that consuming it is merely an act of attracting attention?" Nan Zhou feigned astonishment, glancing around at the onlookers, who responded with laughter. The man, having been verbally bested multiple times, began to lose his composure, reaching out to grasp Nan Zhou. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou caught his hand, twisting it with a swift motion that elicited a sharp pang of pain. The man could not suppress a cry of agony. "Daddy!" From the position where the man had initially sat, a little girl emerged, rushing towards them with an air of urgency. "Let go my daddy! Let go my daddy!" she exclaimed, striking at Nan Zhou. The appearance of the girl momentarily stunned Wanda and her companions, for she was the daughter of one of the wealthiest students in their class. Upon seeing Wanda and her friends, the girl shot them an angry glare, an action that did not sit well with them, but nonetheless validated the adage that like father, like daughter. Once again, Nan Zhou addressed the surrounding crowd. Did you all witness that? He was the one who initiated the confrontation. Had he approached me calmly and requested that I move to a private room, none of this would have transpired, would it? He continued speaking, seemingly indifferent to the girl still striking him, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. To Nan Zhou, it was merely a slight exertion, but for the man, it was an excruciating ordeal, prompting him to emit several cries of distress. At that moment, even the restaurant manager rushed over, quickly approaching Nan Zhou's table. "Gentlemen, please, let us resolve this amicably. How about we put an end to this matter?" The manager, wearing a conciliatory smile, was eager to avoid losing customers over this incident. "I have no objections. It is merely this fellow who seems rather dissatisfied," Nan Zhou replied, gradually releasing the man's wrist. The man, still fuming, retreated a few steps, his face flushed with anger. "You will regret this. I will make you pay," he declared, taking the girl and departing the restaurant. Chapter 55, To Settle? As Nan Zhou observed the man awkwardly departing the restaurant with the girl, he shrugged his shoulders and subsequently rose to survey his surroundings. Due to the demeanor he exhibited, those around him averted their gazes the moment they made eye contact. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier. I did not anticipate that the flavor of this pasta would be so unpalatable to everyone. Allow me to reserve a private room instead." Nan Zhou was not unreasonable. He had noticed the expressions of those around him since his arrival. Having been raised by Peggy, who consistently urged him to consider matters from others' perspectives, he felt compelled to act in such a manner, particularly to set an example for the children present. He hoped to instill in them the importance of adopting such habits. Seeing Nan Zhou's willingness to move to a private room, the restaurant manager was exceedingly pleased and quickly took away the half-eaten plate of pasta. "Sir, we shall prepare another serving of this dish for you." With that, the manager entrusted the plate to a nearby server and personally escorted the 4 individuals to the upstairs private room. During their ascent, Nan Zhou learned that the girl who had slapped him was indeed a classmate of Wanda. This revelation surprised him. He had not expected New York City to be so small. She was quite popular at school, boasting many admirers due to her wealth, always possessing the latest versions of phones, backpacks, and other items. At that moment, Pietro interjected, if she were truly that wealthy, she wouldn't be frequenting places like this. Hearing this, Nan Zhou responded with a sardonic chuckle. "If anyone at school dares to trouble you, do not hesitate to inform me. If the situation becomes inconvenient at school, we shall handle it outside, understood?" He reminded the 3 children. All 3 had been trained in combat techniques under Nan Zhou's guidance, making them considerably more formidable than their peers. Therefore, should anyone attempt to bully them, they must learn to stand their ground. They could no longer afford to be victimized as they had been during the Oaken incident, which ultimately required Nan Zhou to clean up the mess. The trio nodded in agreement, fully aware of what was expected of them. They were no longer mere victims, but empowered individuals. Upon entering the private room, the manager graciously presented 3 additional dishes before departing. The room offered a splendid view, with the park visible through the window. The children, filled with curiosity, pressed their faces against the glass to gaze at the scenery outside. Shortly thereafter, a new plate of pasta was served, accompanied by other dishes. However, it was evident that, after tasting the food, the children's expressions reflected disappointment. The flavors of the dishes did not meet their expectations. At least, they paled in comparison to those crafted by Nan Zhou. During his training under Peggy, culinary skills were deemed essential. Whether it be Western cuisine, Chinese dishes, or Japanese fare, Nan Zhou was required to master them all, as mandated by Peggy. The reasoning behind this was the potential need to infiltrate kitchens disguised as a chef during assassinations. Thus, Nan Zhou's culinary prowess was indeed commendable. However, the offerings at this restaurant fell short when juxtaposed with his creations. "Do you not like it?" Nan Zhou inquired, observing the expressions of the 3 children. They exchanged glances and gradually nodded in agreement. "It pales in comparison to what Brother Zhou makes," Wanda remarked. "Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you tomorrow. Be sure to jot down your preferences," Nan Zhou encouraged. The children nodded in response, yet they did not set down their utensils. Although the restaurant's fare was inferior to Nan Zhou's, it was not inedible. Its flavors were merely average. Furthermore, this was Nan Zhou's inaugural visit to such an establishment with them, and given the previous tensions with others, they naturally wished to honor him. Seeing them continue to eat, Nan Zhou smiled contentedly. As time passed, midway through their meal, he casually glanced outside. Their private room afforded a view of the restaurant's entrance. To his surprise, he spotted several vans parked to the left of the entrance, from which the man he had encountered earlier was emerging. The man leaned against a van, smoking a cigarette, conversing with a burly companion who had also disembarked. Nan Zhou smiled subtly. He understood the man's intentions. Turning his gaze to the 3 children across from him, he said, "Continue your meal. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly." With that, he rose and exited the private room, making his way downstairs. As Nan Zhou stepped out of the restaurant, the man smoking outside immediately recognized him. "It's him," he shouted, prompting 20 individuals to emerge from the 3 vans, each one robust and clearly seasoned enforcers. "I'll deal with this brat later. For now, I'll settle my score with you." A smug grin spread across the man's face. After being humiliated earlier in front of a crowd, he was intent on reclaiming his lost dignity. No matter how skilled Nan Zhou was, facing such numbers would reduce him to a mere punching bag. However, upon seeing the intimidating figures, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and gestured toward a nearby alley. His implication clear: "Let us discuss matters privately." The man, unfazed, chose to follow Nan Zhou's lead into the alley. The alley, as it turned out, was a dead end, with dark, towering walls and 20 formidable men blocking Nan Zhou in the center. The men, upon seeing this predicament, became even more exhilarated. "This is of your own making. Now you are trapped without escape," one of them declared, commanding his burly accomplices to advance and teach the young man a lesson. Nan Zhou regarded these individuals as one might regard mere ants. With a single breath, he could reduce them to ashes. However, he had no intention of doing so, for he was not a demon. As the foremost of the hulking figures swung a fist towards him, Nan Zhou deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch to the man's abdomen. The brute fell unconscious without uttering a word. The others, witnessing this, were taken aback. Pausing to exchange glances, the turn of events was unexpected. With just one blow, a giant had been felled. At that moment, Nan Zhou provocatively beckoned to them. "Stop hesitating. Come at me all at once." Chapter 56. Another encounter with Jin Bing? Cries of agony echoed through the narrow alley. Those who appeared to be brawny and stout could not withstand even a single punch from Nan Zhou, collapsing one after another. All 20 men were rendered unconscious, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. The man overseeing this spectacle could not help but retreat. How could he have anticipated such an outcome? He had thought that the arrival of 20 strong men would leave this insolent brat utterly defeated, confined to a hospital bed for at least 10 days. Yet, here was the reality before him. As he observed the incapacitated giants sprawled about and the advancing figure of Nan Zhou, the man's legs began to tremble. "You," he stammered, his voice shaky. "Stay away from me. If you hurt me, you want to get away with it." The absurdity of the man's words elicited a chuckle from Nan Zhou. "You want to get away with it? Did you not see your 20 men fall one by one of my hands? What gives you the audacity to utter such bravado? Was it Liang Jingru who inspired you?" With a tone laced with mockery, Nan Zhou looked at the man, who still clung to his defiance, with disdain. "Let me inform you, my identity is not ordinary," the man proclaimed, his legs giving way slightly as he nearly collapsed. "I am associated with Jin Bing. Surely you must know him." Nan Zhou, taken aback by this revelation, paused momentarily. Sensing Nan Zhou's reaction, the man instantly regained his composure, believing that Nan Zhou was intimidated by the name of Jin Bing. "What's wrong? Afraid?" In an instant, the man's confidence surged, and he spoke without a tremor in his voice, his legs steady once more. "If you were wise, you would kneel and sincerely acknowledge your wrongs. Although you possess considerable strength, these 20 robust men are merely an appetizer. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the consequences will be dire. You surely do not wish to meet a gruesome demise, do you?" The man's confidence surged, his tone growing increasingly assertive as he pointed his nose at Nan Zhou. Jin Bing is the king of the underground in New York, a fact well known to all. Those who provoke Jin Bing's associates often face tragic fates, ranging from destitution to utter ruin. However, witnessing the man's return to his arrogant demeanor. Nan Zhou could not help but chuckle. Do you think I fear Jinbing? Nan Zhou continued his advance, step by step, toward the man. I am merely surprised to discover yet another connection to Jinbing. Sensing that Nan Zhou remained unfazed, the man's bravado faltered. I advise you to reconsider. I am an associate of Jinbing. You must think carefully. If you do not wish for those 3 children to encounter misfortune, it would be wise to desist. The man's words caused Nan Zhou to halt once more. Are you threatening me? He tilted his head, his expression growing serious. You dare to use those 3 children as leverage against me? Upon hearing the shift in Nan Zhou's tone, the man broke into a cold sweat, a sense of foreboding flooding his mind. It seemed he had genuinely provoked this man. Nan Zhou was not incensed by the man's intent to harm him. Rather, it was the fact that the man dared to threaten him using the safety of Wanda and the others. This was Nan Zhou's greatest aversion, a line he would never allow to be crossed. He would not permit anyone to use his loved ones as pawns against him. Anyone who attempts such a thing will face the consequences alone. Nan Zhou possessed countless means to ensure this man would meet a grim fate without a trace of evidence left behind. He could make sure that his daughter and friends would find no peace due to his actions. This is the fate that awaits those who dare to threaten Nan Zhou. Observing that Nan Zhou had no intention of relenting, the man's confidence dwindled significantly. Those who threaten me seldom end well. With a darkened expression, Nan Zhou quickened his pace, and before the man could react, he seized his collar. What does it matter if you were associated with Jinbing? Even if you were Jinbing himself, you would not escape my wrath. Nan Zhou's words dripped with menace, causing the man's complexion to pale, his legs trembling anew. It appears that you are but a minor figure under Jinbing's command. If he were to inquire about you, he might not even recall your name. As Nan Zhou spoke, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, instilling profound fear in the man. With a sudden scream, the man turned and fled in a frenzy. Yet, Nan Zhou would not allow him to escape so easily. He seized the man's collar once more, yanking him back while raising his fist, delivering blow after blow. A piercing scream once again echoed through the dimly lit alley. Passers-by, upon hearing the sound, hurriedly distanced themselves, wary of the possibility that a gang was settling their affairs, not wishing to embroil themselves in trouble. Before long, the screams ceased, and Nan Zhou emerged from the shadows of the alley, his hands stained with blood, though it was not his own. Upon returning to the restaurant, he entered the restroom to cleanse his hands and then proceeded to his private room. The expressions on Wanda and her companions' faces reflected a hint of discontent upon his arrival. Where have you been? Why the prolonged absence? Although Nan Zhou's time away was not excessively long, it was certainly not negligible. He wore an awkward smile. Scratching his head as he replied, I felt a bit unwell, so I stepped into the restroom before returning. His words prompted a shared glance among Wanda and the others, ultimately leading them to accept Nan Zhou's explanation. The 4 of them tidied up the remaining dishes before departing the establishment. As they passed the alley, Wanda and her companions felt no sense of unease, oblivious to the horrifying events that had just transpired in the shadows. Meanwhile, the man and the 20 burly figures were eventually discovered in the alley. Those who found them promptly alerted the authorities and summoned an ambulance. While the 20 men emerged relatively unscathed, the condition of the man was far less hopeful. He had lost most of his teeth, suffered broken arms and legs, had bruises around his eyes, a broken nose, and several fractured ribs. It was evident that the assailants had been exceptionally brutal. However, the New York police, in their investigation, found themselves in an impasse, unable to uncover any leads. All surveillance footage in the vicinity had been deleted or tampered with, leaving them in the dark about how these individuals had come to their current state. Consequently, their inquiry yielded no results, and the case remained unresolved. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Nan Zhou, who found it quite simple to carry out such actions, being an operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Manipulating surveillance footage posed no challenge for him. Unfortunately, the man had to pay a steep price for his arrogance. Chapter 57. Data collection. Who is that man? Is he of any significance to me? In the opulent mansion of Jinbing, he had just set down the heavy barbell and wiped the sweat from his brow while listening to his secretary's report. The incident detailed in the report concerned an underling of Jinbing's who had been severely injured and hospitalized the previous night. The central figure in this affair was none other than Nan Zhou, the one who had dealt the blows to the arrogant man. Upon hearing the secretary's account, Jinbing's expression turned to one of disdain. I have never even heard of him. Do not burden me with information that is of no consequence. With that, he tossed the towel aside and moved towards another piece of equipment. There are always individuals who, emboldened by their association with me, act arrogantly towards everyone around them. Rather than squandering time in such frivolity, they would do well to enhance their own abilities and elevate their standing under my guidance. Should the day come when they encounter true adversity, they will find themselves in a predicament akin to their current demeanor. Jean Bing holds a disdain for those who, relying on their own reputation, provoke others indiscriminately. Not only do they invite unnecessary trouble, but should they attract the ire of formidable organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., they would find themselves in considerable strife. In this instance, Jean Bing could discern the situation without much contemplation, surmising it to be rather straightforward. Noticing Jean Bing's disinterest in trivial matters, the secretary wisely refrained from elaborating further and proceeded to report on the next issue. Meanwhile, in another part of New York, Nan Zhou was tidying his room. With the 3 children off to school, he pondered what might transpire when they encountered the daughter of the man he had assaulted. Reflecting on it now, he realized that he may have been overly forceful. That unfortunate fellow might very well require a cane for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou felt no remorse, for that fool had provoked him, even resorting to threats involving his children. There is nothing Nan Zhou despises more than threats directed at him. Hence the man had brought this fate upon himself. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, Nan Zhou discovered it was Stark calling. What could this be about? He inquired about Stark's intentions. I would like you to come here. I have some issues regarding your attire that require discussion. Stark's voice resonated from the other end, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat perplexed. Had he not already provided detailed designs? What further negotiations could possibly be needed? Do not concern yourself with the details. Just come. It will be advantageous for your garments, Stark insisted. Accepting Stark's assertion, Nan Zhou acquiesced and ended the call. Subsequently, he sent a message to Wanda, informing her of his departure for the day, and booked a flight for that very afternoon. After a brief journey by air, Nan Zhou arrived at the gates of Stark's opulent mansion. As before, he circumvented the surveillance and security systems to gain entry. Stark awaited him in the underground workshop, accompanied by Ethan. What is the situation? Nan Zhou inquired upon seeing the two. Stark stepped forward. Regarding the quality of your attire, Ethan and I have deliberated, and we wish for your garments to withstand the impact of that blue beam you employed in New York. Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? He asked, still processing Stark's words. We aim to ensure that your clothing can endure the damage inflicted by that beam you used in New York, Stark clarified once more. At this moment, Ethan rose to add, for this, we require the data from your light beam. I hope you can release it over the sea shortly. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou finally understood. It turned out that the two sought his assistance to acquire data on the atomic breath. They aimed to create a suit capable of withstanding the harm caused by atomic breath. Nan Zhou found this notion somewhat unrealistic. He even harbored confidence, believing that even vibranium would struggle to withstand the damage from atomic breath. Nevertheless, if the two wished to gather data, he would allow them to proceed. He did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The trio arrived at the seaside outside the mansion, where Stark donned his Iron Man armor and moved to a position out of Nan Zhou's sight. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Ethan stood on the shore. As Nan Zhou could not fly, he remained on the beach to release his energy. Ethan stood behind him, communicating with Stark. Stark was also fully prepared, having discussed all precautions with Nan Zhou. All right, we can begin, Stark announced into the communicator. His words naturally reached Ethan on the shore. Ethan gave Nan Zhou a thumbs up, to which Nan Zhou responded with a nod. Then, Nan Zhou extended his hand, concentrating his energy into his palm, and a blue sphere of light began to materialize. Ethan, standing behind him, felt the immense power and was momentarily left speechless. He finally understood why New York had been transformed into an artificial lake. Given this force, Stark's arc reactor seemed trivial in comparison. As Nan Zhou maximized his energy, he aimed in the direction previously agreed upon with Stark and unleashed it. The tremendous force instantly turned the ground before him to ashes, and even the seawater parted, with water near the atomic breath evaporating. On the sea, Stark observed the approaching blue beam with utmost seriousness. He could not afford any mistakes. A single error could result in his utter annihilation. He raised the prepared instruments, readying himself for the inevitable encounter with the atomic breath. Warning, massive energy fluctuations detected. Warning, massive energy fluctuations detected, Jarvis alerted. Clearly, even from a distance. Stark's armor sensed the overwhelming power, prompting Jarvis to issue the urgent warning. However, Stark did not retreat, focusing intently on the imminent arrival of the blue beam. Soon, the atomic breath passed a short distance before Stark. The Iron Man suit activated its red alert. Temperature too high. Temperature too high. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from the surface of Stark's armor, a testament to the immense power of the atomic breath. It is evident that Stark's armor is inadequate to withstand such a blow, leading to an inevitable demise for both himself and his suit. Fortunately, Stark was well prepared this time and emerged unscathed. Most importantly, he acquired the data he desired. Chapter 58. Stark's contemplations. The sheer terror of Nan Zhou's atomic breath is truly overwhelming, leaving Ethan, who stands behind him, utterly astonished. Although the damage inflicted by this atomic breath pales in comparison to that of a nuclear bomb, its full force could certainly devastate countless streets. At this moment, Stark soared back from the sea, exuding confidence. Splendid. We have successfully gathered the data on your beam. Now we merely await analysis before crafting your suit, he declared, having removed his helmet to reveal a beaming smile. Observing Stark's unwavering confidence, Nan Zhou felt a twinge of curiosity. What materials do you intend to use for my suit? Vibranium, perhaps? He inquired, gesturing towards Stark's armor, which had been charred by the aftereffects of the atomic breath. Given the composition of your armor, it hardly seems capable of withstanding my abilities. Could it be that you possess actual vibranium? Even if Stark were to possess vibranium, Nan Zhou could not assure that it would effectively counter his atomic breath. Upon hearing this, Stark chuckled, his smile tinged with a hint of awkwardness stemming from the disparity in their capabilities. I do not have that material, but I will enhance the durability of your suit to the fullest extent possible. Collecting data is merely a reference, he replied. At this, Nan Zhou discerned Stark's true intentions. While it was indeed essential for his suit to possess sufficient defensive capabilities, Stark's primary aim was to obtain data on the atomic breath, ultimately seeking to replicate it. After all, the potency of such a force was not lost on him. Should he successfully harness it, it would mark a significant leap in the capabilities of his armor. When confronted with formidable foes like Iron Tyrant, he could dispatch them without resorting to strategies like ascending into the sky to cool them down. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. Nan Zhou, perceptive to Stark's words and subtle expressions, understood his thoughts. However, he had no intention of hindering Stark's endeavors. He was genuinely curious to see if Stark could indeed replicate the atomic breath. Should Stark succeed, it would signify that he possessed a power capable of transcending the very laws of the universe. As Stark is known within the Marvel Universe as a mortal being rivaling the gods, Nan Zhou remained eager to discover the limits of his capabilities. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within S.H.I.E.L.D. Their satellite has just detected a tremendous surge of energy in the waters off the coast of California. This surge bears an uncanny resemblance to the energy fluctuations produced by an individual who claimed to be Darkseid during the earlier incident in New York. This indicates that the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Darkseid, is currently in California. The origin of the disturbance is alarmingly close to Stark's mansion. At this moment, Nick, seated in his office, wore a grave expression. This revelation suggests a possible acquaintance between Stark and Darkseid. After all, during the Iron Tyrant incident, Darkseid had aided Stark, a fact Nick had witnessed on tape. Immediately, he ordered personnel to be dispatched to Stark's residence, insisting on a thorough investigation. Rising from his seat, Nick resolved to visit Stark personally. With this crucial lead in hand, the situation seemed considerably more manageable. Stark might very well serve as a significant breakthrough. Beginning the inquiry from Stark could potentially unveil the true identity of this individual. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou remained unaware of the commotion at S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, he was engaged in casual conversation with Stark and Ethan within Stark's opulent mansion. Upon his arrival, Nan Zhou had already taken note of Stark's condition. At present, Stark's demeanor did not exude good health. Even his speech lacked vigor. Just moments earlier, when he had acquired the data on atomic breath, his smile had been vibrant, but it quickly reverted to his prior unhealthy state. It appeared that his palladium poisoning had worsened significantly. Solely relying on chlorophyll would prove insufficient to reverse the palladium toxicity he faced. Over time, Stark would ultimately be led toward death. The arc reactor embedded in his chest posed a dilemma. Removing it would result in his demise, but retaining it would lead to the same fate, merely differing in timing. Stark understood this reality better than anyone. Thus, he was diligently searching for materials to replace the current arc reactor. When no one was at home, Stark had heeded Ethan's advice and switched to a battery similar to the one used in the Middle Eastern cave. This could alleviate palladium poisoning and absorb shrapnel. However, it was not a sustainable solution. The arc reactor provided energy to the armor, a feat unattainable by a mere battery. Therefore, Stark's foremost priority was to expedite the development of new materials. Regrettably, this endeavor was fraught with challenges. At this juncture, Nan Zhou's phone suddenly rang. It was Coulson calling. Upon answering, Nan Zhou was met with Coulson's somewhat agitated voice. "Where are you? At Stark's house?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Nan Zhou responded candidly. "Did you perhaps deploy that skill you used in New York near the beach by his house?" Coulson continued to inquire. "Indeed. How so? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered something?" It was a rhetorical question that almost made Coulson chuckle at Nan Zhou's feigned ignorance. "Since you're aware, why bother asking? You are, after all, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Would such a surge of energy go undetected by our satellites? Nick has already dispatched personnel to Stark's residence, and he intends to visit personally. You should leave at once to avoid an unfortunate encounter." Coulson's words momentarily stunned Nan Zhou. "Goodness, it seems S.H.I.E.L.D. has mobilized entirely to locate me." After ending the call, Nan Zhou turned to Stark with a mischievous grin. "The energy wave generated by the beam I emitted appears to have been detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, and their agents are en route. The director himself is also coming over. I've inadvertently caused you quite the predicament. You'll need to handle the situation as best as you can." Stark was left speechless upon hearing Nan Zhou's remarks. It seemed this fellow intended to simply walk away, leaving him to face the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents alone. To be candid, Stark truly wished to avoid any interaction with them. However, at that moment, Nan Zhou had already risen and was making his way toward the opulent entrance of Stark's mansion, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents likely to arrive at any moment. Every second spent lingering increased the chances of an encounter. Chapter 59. Coulson's guilt. Shortly after Nan Zhou's departure, a knock echoed at Stark's mansion door. Stark opened it to find two men in suits standing outside. One of them held up a badge, stating, "Mr. Stark, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We detected a significant energy fluctuation near your residence, which we suspect may be related to the individual who claims to be Darkseid from the New York incident. May we come in to discuss this matter?" Observing the name on the badge and the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D., Stark smirked and tilted his head. "Come in." The two agents exchanged glances and followed Stark into the luxurious abode, astonished by its opulence and technological flair. "Make yourselves comfortable. Please be swift with your inquiries, as I have other matters to attend to." The agents nodded in acknowledgement, cutting straight to the chase. "Mr. Stark, are you acquainted with the man who claims to be Darkseid?" Without hesitation, Stark replied, "I am." This response left the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such a prompt admission from Stark. "Would you be so kind as to disclose his true identity to us?" Upon hearing this, Stark simply shook his head. This reaction aligned with the agents' expectations. If everything unfolded too smoothly, they sensed that the situation would not be as straightforward as it appeared. To be candid, although I'm acquainted with him, I too am eager to discern his true identity. Stark revealed a wry smile, subsequently raising his hands in resignation. Each encounter with this individual has been veiled in mystery, as he dons a mask and even alters his voice, leaving me unaware of his genuine visage. Upon hearing Stark's words, the two staff members exchanged glances of perplexity, unable to ascertain whether Stark was fabricating tales or speaking the truth. "What prompted him to unleash such a potent beam of energy by the seaside near your residence?" One of the staff members inquired once more. "The answer is rather straightforward," Stark replied. "He approached me seeking assistance in crafting a suit with formidable defensive capabilities." He then recounted the details of Nan Zhou's request for a specialized suit, as well as his efforts to gather data on the energy beam for enhanced protection. However, Stark refrained from divulging his intentions to replicate that immense energy. The staff members seized upon a key point. "How do you maintain contact?" They pressed, reasoning that a connection, be it through phone or email, must exist since they were acquaintances. To their surprise, Stark merely shook his head. "We possess no means of communication. He reaches out to me unilaterally, arriving directly in my residence, circumventing all surveillance systems and trespassing." In this instance, Stark opted for deception perhaps as retribution for Nan Zhou's habitual disregard for the front entrance. The two staff members conducted a series of inquiries, yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory. They gleaned that Stark was familiar with Darkseid, but Stark's knowledge was scant. The sole potentially useful information was that Darkseid sought Stark's expertise in constructing a suit with exceptional defensive properties. Nothing more. This result inevitably left the two staff members feeling somewhat disheartened. After offering their thanks, they departed from Stark's opulent abode. Once they were outside, they promptly contacted Nick via an aerial phone to report their findings. At that moment, aboard the aircraft, Nick, Coulson, and Hill were en route to California. The ringing of Nick's aerial phone piqued the interest of Coulson and Hill. Before long, Nick ended the call, his expression far from pleasant. "What's the situation? Did you uncover anything?" Coulson inquired hastily. Nick simply shook his head in response. The two individuals had interrogated Stark, but he possessed precious little information regarding either identity or contact details, though this did not preclude the possibility of Stark spinning a web of lies. This guy, a master of deception, Coulson reflected, feeling a sense of relief, yet simultaneously grappling with inner conflict. Regarding the identity dilemma surrounding Nan Zhou, Coulson found himself in a state of deep conflict. He believed he had uncovered the true identity of Darkseid and felt compelled to report it to Nick. However, he chose to conceal this information for the sake of Nan Zhou, who had been his savior. Without Nan Zhou's protection, he might well have perished at the hands of Iron Tyrant. In gratitude for his benefactor's life-saving intervention, Coulson resolutely promised to keep Nan Zhou's identity a secret. Torn between his unwavering loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. and his debt to his savior, Coulson was engulfed in turmoil. He was uncertain whether this decision would ultimately be beneficial or detrimental to himself, to S.H.I.E.L.D., and to Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who placed his trust in him. Yet, having taken this step, he felt he had no choice but to proceed. Hill had little opinion on the matter. She was simply summoned by Nick. Recently, her mental state had been far from stable, and the issue concerning Nan Zhou had rendered her unable to concentrate. Nick, perceptive to his subordinate's condition, intended this visit as an opportunity to help her unwind and regain her focus. "I need to discuss this matter personally with Stark. As a member of the Avengers Initiative, it is unacceptable that such a significant issue was withheld." Upon uttering these words, a subtle discomfort flickered across Coulson's face. Although Nick's remarks were directed at Stark, they resonated deeply with Coulson. It felt as though those words were aimed squarely at him. Should Nick discover that Coulson was also privy to Darkseid's true identity, yet chose to remain silent, the repercussions would undoubtedly be profound. Anger, disappointment, confusion. After all, he was one of Nick's closest and most trusted allies. Failing to align with Nick would certainly inflict considerable emotional damage. As he observed Nick, who was gazing contemplatively out the window, Coulson's expression grew increasingly complex. This subtle detail did not escape Hill's notice. Naturally, she was perplexed, unable to fathom the truth of the situation. She merely assumed there had been some misunderstanding between Nick and Coulson. Unbeknownst to her, for every second Coulson spent in Nick's presence, he was burdened with overwhelming guilt. Chapter 60. The Return of Nightmare's Mr. Stark. Nick, Coulson, and Hill had arrived outside Stark's opulent mansion. Upon seeing the trio, particularly Nick, who stood at the center, Stark was left speechless. He recognized that they were of a similar ilk, both preferring to bypass conventional means. Ever since he had revealed his identity as Iron Man that fateful night, this individual had made his way into Stark's home. However, unlike Nan Zhou, who had evaded all surveillance, this man had directly manipulated JARVISS programming. This individual was undeniably dangerous. Stark harbored a distinct aversion towards him. However, in the strictest sense, he remains Stark's superior. As a member of the Avengers Initiative, Stark's immediate superior is none other than Nick, who stands before him. Therefore, regardless of his personal aversion towards Nick, Stark must greet him with a cordial demeanor. "The individuals I dispatched should have arrived by now," Nick inquired as he was escorted into the mansion by Stark. Stark merely nodded in response. "They have arrived." Inquiring about that individual named Darkseid. "How is it that, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you still need to ask me?" Stark's words rendered Nick somewhat uncomfortable. To Stark, Nick's apparent feigned ignorance made him seem foolish. "I wish to discuss Darkseid with you personally," Nick stated, unfazed by the awkwardness. As he deftly shifted the conversation, I believe there is little more to discuss. I've already relayed everything I know to your personnel. Stark felt there was little necessity for further dialogue, as he had already articulated his position clearly. He was perplexed as to what more Nick could possibly wish to know. I did not know his name, his appearance, nor his contact information or address. What else do you think you can inquire? Stark lifted a cup filled with chlorophyll and took a couple of sips. Of course, I understand that your knowledge of Darkseid is also quite limited. Yet you must have had some exchanges with him, Nick remarked, rising to position himself beside Stark. Perhaps we could discuss his character? Upon hearing this, Stark pondered briefly before tilting his head. That is certainly feasible. Although we have only met a few times, I do possess some understanding of him. Stark was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was investigating the true identity of Nan Zhou. Although he had assisted Nan Zhou in concealing their contact information, he too was curious about the true identity of this individual. He had conducted a thorough search, but ultimately found nothing. Thus he was inclined to offer S.H.I.E.L.D. some assistance in their inquiries. This is the role of a traditional intermediary. Regardless of which party it is, he would provide some assistance. Consequently, Stark guided Nick and the others into his study, where they all seated themselves to commence an analysis of Darkseid's character. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was oblivious to the developments unfolding, as he had already boarded a flight back to New York. After enduring a lengthy journey, he finally returned to the city and hurried to his residence. Upon arriving home, it was already midnight, and his 3 children had long since fallen asleep. Nan Zhou had no choice but to tiptoe back to his bedroom. Just as he closed the door behind him, a thought struck him, prompting him to quietly exit his room once more and make his way down to the garage. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in his daily tasks. The last incident involving the Hulk had cost him dearly, and he needed to make amends swiftly. Soon arriving at the garage, Nan Zhou entered the room crafted by Stark and Ethan, a space capable of emitting Omega radiation. Without a second thought, the long-lost radiation enveloped him, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain, yet it evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. He hoped it wasn't Stockholm Syndrome. Realizing something was amiss, he internally recited mantras while enduring the pain, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of radiation exposure. Nan Zhou found himself feeling drowsy as he sat there. Although he was supposed to engage in his daily tasks, he dozed off against the wall in a haze. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed. Nan Zhou surveyed the area, noticing it was not the same room he had previously inhabited. He sprang to his feet. The first thought that struck him was that he might be dreaming once more. Indeed, although the void from his nightmares had vanished, the luminous orb remained. Within this abyss, an island emerged, and Nan Zhou stood upon it. You have encountered Dormammu and the Ancient One, and they are aware of your identity. This time, the orb no longer spoke of outsiders or expulsion. It appeared capable of communication. Who are you? A deity of this universe? Nan Zhou inquired, gazing at the orb. A deity? The orb responded with a chilling laugh. I transcend the gods. All deities in this universe tremble before me. The orb's words took Nan Zhou by surprise. Though the identity of the orb was unclear, its tone suggested immense power. You have altered many events. The course of occurrences can no longer proceed as destined. All because of you. The orb continued. I never wished to change those things. It was beyond my control. After all, I must survive. I do not understand why I am here, but I must continue to live. Nan Zhou defended himself against the orb's slightly irate tone. You are merely evading responsibility. The orb's anger intensified, its tone growing considerably more severe. Since your arrival in this world, every action you take reshapes this universe. Your existence is a mistake. Nan Zhou shrugged at this declaration. If I am indeed a mistake, why not eliminate me quickly? I cannot possibly be your match now. Upon uttering these words, the orb fell silent. Witnessing this, Nan Zhou stifled a smirk. You cannot destroy me now, can you? Is it because you are currently incapable of taking action against me? Although the exact reason eluded him, Nan Zhou could deduce something from the orb's silence. I am an existence that transcends the divine. Making you vanish is but a trivial task. It is evident that the luminous entity, provoked by Nan Zhou's mockery, has become increasingly furious. Then you must follow through on your words. Nan Zhou continued his taunts, further enraging the radiant being. You shall pay the price for your existence. As he spoke, the brilliance of the entity suddenly illuminated the entirety of the void, engulfing Nan Zhou's vision in blinding light, rendering everything indistinguishable. Chapter 61. the goddess of death, S.H.I.E.L.D, the entity, radiated a dazzling light that obscured all of Nan Zhou's sight. Once the brilliance dissipated, he found himself confronted by an expanse of unending darkness. The sudden alternation between blinding light and infinite blackness made it difficult for Nan Zhou's eyes to adjust. In a short span of time, after numerous frantic blinks, he acclimated to the shadows. To his astonishment, he discovered he was ensnared within a colossal cage, seemingly designed to imprison some enormous creature. Beneath his feet lay water that lapped at his ankles, its color an inky blackness, perhaps a consequence of the surrounding darkness or its inherent hue. Nan Zhou surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of his location. Yet, he could surmise that his presence in this place was entirely due to the entity that claimed to be beyond the divine. This prison was not only dark, but also cold and damp. A mere mortal could easily succumb to the chill in a short time. However, for Nan Zhou, this cold was of little consequence. He remained vigilant in the oppressive gloom, wary of the terrifying creature that might be confined within this vast cell. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water being disturbed not far ahead. Rather than rushing forward recklessly, he advanced cautiously. "Who are you?" A feminine voice emerged from the depths of darkness. Nan Zhou focused his gaze, aided by the faint glimmer of light, revealing a striking woman clad in form-fitting black attire. With long, wet black hair, likely a result of the dampness and the surrounding water. "I inadvertently stumbled here and wish to know where this place is," Nan Zhou inquired, unable to discern the woman's features in the shadows. "Inadvertently stumbled?" The woman chuckled at his words. "Your statement lacks discernment. This place is not one that can be entered by mere accident." No sooner had she spoken than a shadowy figure surged toward Nan Zhou, propelled by her outstretched hand. With quick reflexes, he evaded the attack and discerned the true nature of the object hurled at him. A faint smile graced his lips as recognition dawned upon him. "Speak. Who are you? Were you sent by Odin?" There is no need for Nan Zhou to reveal the truth. The woman herself has disclosed her identity. She is none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, the goddess of death and the firstborn of Odin in the Marvel Universe. This vast prison has been constructed specifically for her, intended to confine and imprison her. No, I'm not sent by Odin," Nan Zhou hastily interjected, gesturing emphatically. "I have no connection to Odin whatsoever." "Do you truly believe that your words would persuade me?" S.H.I.E.L.D advanced slowly, the dim light illuminating her face. She appeared mature and alluring, yet profoundly haggard. After being imprisoned for a millennium, even the goddess of death would inevitably succumb to weariness. "I speak the truth. Look at me. I am certainly not an Asgardian." Nan Zhou spread his arms wide, conveying to S.H.I.E.L.D that he bore no animosity. S.H.I.E.L.D halted 10 paces away, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him closely. Her gaze made Nan Zhou somewhat uncomfortable, yet he endured it to avoid any further complications. "You are indeed not an Asgardian. You are from Earth?" As the goddess of death, S.H.I.E.L.D could easily discern Nan Zhou's origins. Her surprise grew as she confirmed that he hailed from Earth. The dampness and cold of this place would spell doom for any ordinary Asgardian, let alone a being weaker than them, such as a human. She could not fathom how Nan Zhou stood before her, unscathed and seemingly at ease. However, it was evident that the focal point was not this. Rather, it was how he had arrived here. It is essential to note that this prison was crafted by Odin himself. Aside from him, no one else could possibly enter. Hence, S.H.I.E.L.D suspected that Nan Zhou was lying. Although he was from Earth, he undoubtedly had ties to Odin. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for him to gain access to this prison. Nan Zhou, too, sensed S.H.I.E.L.D's lingering doubt regarding his identity, placing him in a precarious situation. With a deity scrutinizing him intently, finding a way back seemed increasingly challenging. "Please do not regard me with such suspicion. I harbor no hostility or malice towards you. I was not placed here by Odin. I was brought by another entity." "And who is this being that granted you entry?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired sharply, her voice piercing through the air. This question left Nan Zhou in a difficult position, as he was equally unaware of the identity of the luminous entity. He offered an awkward smile. "I do not know who that being is." Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression darkened. With a swift motion, she launched a black spike directly at Nan Zhou. Observing the impending threat, Nan Zhou sighed deeply, then, with a deft sidestep, caught the spike with one hand as it narrowly grazed his body. This maneuver left S.H.I.E.L.D momentarily taken aback. She was acutely aware that standing here unscathed was no trivial matter, even for an Earthling. Yet she was taken aback by how effortlessly Nan Zhou had countered her sharp attack. Despite being sealed and imprisoned, she remained confident in her own formidable powers. She believed that Nan Zhou could evade her strike, but he certainly could not rely on it. "What is your name?" Hela realized she needed to confront this individual before her. However, she noticed that Nan Zhou did not respond to her inquiry, instead approaching her with purpose. This action left Hela somewhat perplexed, yet she did not shift her stance, choosing to gaze directly at him to discern his intentions. As Nan Zhou stood before her, he extended the sharp object towards her. This unexpected gesture momentarily rendered Hela speechless. She had lived for over 1,000 years and had never encountered such a situation. Nevertheless, she reached out and accepted the pointed weapon from him. "I am Nan Zhou, but you may also call me Darkseid." Upon seeing Hela accept the weapon, a slight smile graced Nan Zhou's lips. "Nan Zhou, Darkseid, why do you possess two names?" Hela inquired, her curiosity piqued by his response. "Both are my names. You may use either, as it matters not to me. Choose whichever you prefer," he replied, observing Hela's expression with a subtle smile. He sensed that his recent actions had significantly diminished her wariness towards him. Chapter 62. Departure and Liberation. Are you saying that the individual you hardly know was responsible for bringing you here? Hela and Nan Zhou found themselves seated atop a dark, coffin-like structure. Of course, this resemblance was merely a figment of Nan Zhou's imagination. He succinctly summarized how he had arrived at this place and shared this with Hela. Her reaction was one of surprise. The person who had brought him here possessed unfathomable strength. Gaining entry into this realm required Odin's consent. Yet this entity had seemingly bypassed Odin entirely to deliver Nan Zhou here, an occurrence both astonishing and implausible. That individual must be extraordinarily powerful. How did you manage to provoke her? Perhaps due to her prolonged confinement, Hela found herself intrigued by Nan Zhou. However, he merely waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to divulge his status as an outsider. He spoke of an existence that purportedly transcended deities, leaving Hela to wonder whether he was boasting or genuinely possessed such power. His assertion struck her as somewhat absurd. To claim superiority over the divine was indeed a bold statement. Yet, she could not dismiss the notion that anyone capable of circumventing Odin to bring another here must possess terrifying strength. Though Hela was reluctant to acknowledge it, that individual was indeed more formidable than herself, simply based on this fact. You wouldn't be like me, branded as an unforgivable villain, would you? Sent here directly by such a powerful entity. This person must be somewhat akin to herself in Hela's eyes. Yet unexpectedly, Nan Zhou shook his head. "I am quite different from you. You are the goddess of death, commanding countless souls, while I am merely a law-abiding human on earth, having committed no heinous deeds." Nan Zhou's words elicited a dismissive scoff from Hela, who remained unconvinced by his claims. At that moment, Nan Zhou rose from the imposing black coffin. He could no longer linger in this place and needed to return to Earth. Hela, having discerned Nan Zhou's intentions, sneered coldly. "I advise you to abandon this pursuit. If it were easy to leave here, I would have done so long ago. Why would I remain?" By now, Nan Zhou had exited the massive black prison, only to find that outside was still shrouded in darkness and black water, offering no distinction from within the confines. In fact, the light outside seemed even dimmer than that inside. "Are you unable to escape this prison?" Nan Zhou inquired, gesturing toward the dark cell. "I can certainly leave," Hela replied, rising from the confines. "This prison is merely a S.H.I.E.L.D. What binds me is the dark dome above." She pointed to the oppressive darkness overhead. "This darkness is woven from Odin's intangible power, and I have no means to combat it." Nan Zhou gazed at the dark canopy, sensing the myriad forces entwined within it. "So, if one were to disperse this darkness, one could escape?" Hela nodded, yet did not hesitate to extinguish Nan Zhou's optimism. "It is indeed possible, but I doubt you possess the capability to succeed." Hela, naturally, did not believe that Nan Zhou could achieve this, considering it was conjured from Odin's might. A mere human could never breach the confines crafted by death itself. However, Nan Zhou was undeterred, already formulating his own plan. With this thought, he concentrated his energy within his hands. Breaking this darkness was not a task to be accomplished with a single hand. Blue energy began to coalesce in Nan Zhou's palms, the radiance intensifying and illuminating the surrounding darkness for several meters. Hela watched in astonishment, Sensing the magnitude of this power, it was truly unexpected for a human to wield such formidable strength. As the light emanated from his hands, immense energy began to resonate, sending out waves of force. Feeling the tremors, Hela's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively retreated 3 steps, pointing at Nan Zhou, seemingly at a loss for words. However, Nan Zhou paid no heed to what she wished to articulate. With a swift lift of his hands, the atomic breath surged forth with tremendous force, striking at the darkness. Just as Hela had asserted, there was indeed a barrier within that darkness. The atomic breath surged upward, colliding with the dark barrier. Upon contact, the azure luminescence of the atomic breath began to spread across the dark expanse. Almost immediately, the sound of shattering echoed through the air. Suddenly, a colossal force erupted from the depths of the darkness, violently propelling both Nan Zhou and Hela away. In the aftermath, the dark canopy fractured, revealing a large aperture through which sunlight, long obscured for millennia, once again cascaded in. Hela, having entirely forgotten the preceding events, stood entranced by the sight of the sunlight. It was the first time in 1,000 years that she beheld such radiance. Nan Zhou, observing Hela's dazed expression, waved his hand before her eyes. "Wake up! Are you planning to leave or not?" His words jolted Hela back to reality, yet they also plunged her into a state of deep conflict. If she truly departed, Odin would undoubtedly discover her escape. She bore the chains of Odin's restraint, and even in Asgard, she could not prevail against him. Ultimately, facing Odin, she would either be captured or slain. Only with Odin's demise could she reclaim her true self. Yet, the allure of the light electrified Hela's senses, urging her to flee from this perpetual darkness. Seeing Hela in turmoil, Nan Zhou felt a surge of exasperation. "Make a decision quickly. If you do not leave, I cannot escape either." Hela regarded him with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his urgency. Sighing, Nan Zhou confessed, "I cannot fly. It is simply beyond me." This admission elicited a laugh from Hela, who then embraced Nan Zhou around the waist and, with a determined thrust, soared upward. She had resolved to leave this forsaken place. However, just as they breached the aperture of the dark barrier, Hela was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain that coursed through her body. The agony rendered her flight nearly impossible, and she was drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapsing. Clearly, this was yet another machination of Odin's. In order to ensure her survival, while she attempted to escape the dark expanse, Odin had imposed an additional seal upon the barrier. The moment Hela breached the threshold, the seal would manifest upon her, further diminishing her strength. Witnessing Hela's struggle, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness, Nan Zhou felt a surge of panic. He could not fly. The only one capable of flight was now incapacitated, leaving them both vulnerable to Odin's grasp. He would be deemed an accomplice if captured. The only recourse was to hasten their departure. Just as anxiety gripped Nan Zhou, a fissure suddenly appeared behind him. A powerful suction emanated from the crack, pulling both him and Hela into its depths. Moments later, the fissure closed and the two vanished entirely. Chapter 63. You sleep on the sofa. I sleep in the bed. Nan Zhou and Hela were drawn into an inexplicable passage through the rift, plummeting freely within its confines. At that moment, Hela succumbed to unconsciousness. Overwhelmed by the agony of the seal, her body collapsing into Nan Zhou's embrace. With no other recourse, Nan Zhou cradled her as they continued their descent. This sensation of falling persisted for an extended duration, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sudden force that yanked Hela from his grasp. This pull seemed to affect only Hela, leaving Nan Zhou untouched. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the fall caused him no injury. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized, to his astonishment, that he was back in the chamber where he had released Omega radiation. "Goodness, why am I naked?" Nan Zhou exclaimed, finally noticing his state of undress. Indeed, he had entered the chamber without clothing, yet upon encountering the radiant orb, he had appeared clothed. The same was true when he had seen Hela. Returning to this chamber, he naturally reverted to his unclothed state. Hurriedly, he rose to deactivate the equipment and exited the room. A pressing question lingered in his mind. Where had Hela gone? The force had whisked her away, leaving him behind. Who could be responsible for this? Was it Odin? As he stepped outside, the scene that greeted him was utterly bewildering. There lay Hela, clad in a black bodysuit. Not far from the chamber, Her complexion was ghostly pale, beads of sweat still visible on her brow. To his astonishment, Hela appeared even younger than before. Her mature aura significantly diminished, presenting as a youthful maiden, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Was this a result of Odin's seal? Puzzled by this transformation, Nan Zhou contemplated the implications of her presence. Keeping her close could pose a risk. However, after a period of reflection, he found no suitable solution. Ultimately, he decided to lift her and return to his home, gently placing her on his bed. It was vital that the three children remained unaware of Hela's existence, at least for the time being. Once she was settled on the bed, he finally took a moment to check the time, discovering that merely 2 hours had elapsed since he had entered the Omega radiation chamber and returned with Hela to his bedroom. Observing Hela's still pallid visage, Nan Zhou let out a deep sigh. It appears that I have once again found myself in considerable trouble. As dawn gradually broke and the sun ascended high in the sky, Hela slowly opened her eyes. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she was in an unfamiliar environment, compelling her to adopt a vigilant stance. Just as she attempted to rise, a wave of soreness washed over her. As the goddess of death, it seemed that only Odin had the power to inflict such pain upon her. Damn Odin, Hela cursed softly, forcing herself to endure the discomfort as she stood. The decor around her felt foreign, prompting Hela to open the door, whereupon she heard some sounds. Following the source of the noise, she discovered Nan Zhou sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Awake, are we?" Nan Zhou smiled upon noticing Hela. "You certainly can sleep. It's already noon." "Where am I?" Hela inquired. "This is my home," Nan Zhou replied. After hearing his words, Hela scanned her surroundings once more. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a mirror, reflecting her current visage. "Why have I become so youthful?" Hela exclaimed, astonished by her unexpectedly youthful appearance. Nan Zhou shrugged, indicating his own ignorance. He then recounted the events that transpired after he shattered the barrier of darkness. As Hela listened, her brow furrowed. "So, you mean to say there exists not only an entity that seeks to annihilate you, but also one that aids you in secret?" Hela remarked, scrutinizing Nan Zhou from head to toe. "Isn't that right, outsider?" Nan Zhou did not deny it. Given that he had employed atomic breath beyond the confines of cosmic laws, it was easy for Hela to deduce his identity. "No wonder you were targeted by such an entity. The emergence of an outsider would undoubtedly unsettle it. I am beginning to believe that this existence you speak of surpasses even the gods." Hela, unreserved, took a seat on the adjacent sofa. "I am grateful for your assistance in my escape. However, you must understand that my disappearance will surely be sensed by Odin, and you will be complicit in my plight. Therefore, do not expect any form of recompense from me. Our foremost priority must be survival." Hela did not even glance at Nan Zhou, her attention fixed on the television as she spoke casually. Nan Zhou sighed upon hearing this. This predicament is indeed grave. A misstep might lead to a confrontation with Odin. Presently, I am certainly no match for him, even if he is aged. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou had drawn a conclusion from the preceding events. His atomic breath was likely capable of dismantling any restrictions or seals within this universe. As it did not adhere to cosmic laws, its destructive potential against varying cosmic principles could be even greater. "And what about you? Do you have any plans?" Nan Zhou gazed at Hela and inquired, evidently skeptical that she would remain here. Yet, Hela's words struck him like a slap to the face. "I will stay here. Currently, I lack the ability to return to Asgard, so I shall consider this place my home for now." Her declaration left Nan Zhou momentarily speechless. It appeared that this individual truly had no intention of departing. "This house must have quite a few rooms. Simply grant me one." Unbeknownst to Hela, aside from Nan Zhou, there were 3 children residing in the household. Upon hearing Nan Zhou describe his living situation, Hela unabashedly responded, "That's easily resolved. You can sleep on the sofa while I take the bed." Nan Zhou face-palmed, relinquishing any hope that Hela would voluntarily vacate. What a character! One might mistake her for an arrogant and headstrong young lady. After all, she was the goddess of death. She ought to preserve some semblance of nobility. Was it truly fitting for the goddess of death to utter, "You sleep on the sofa while I sleep in the bed"? Chapter 64, Odin, Journey to Earth in the Golden Hall of Asgard. Odin sat upon the majestic throne, his expression rather grim. He had long sensed that Hela had escaped her confinement, and was aware that she now roamed the earth. What astonished Odin was the fact that Hela had instantaneously traversed from her prison to Earth, an occurrence he deemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, the reality was indisputable. It was known that Hela's place of imprisonment was exceedingly distant from Earth. Even with the Bifrost, the journey would typically require 7 to 8 minutes. Yet, Hela had arrived on Earth in an instant, an impossibility by all accounts. It seemed necessary for him to journey to Earth himself. Rising from his seat, Odin resolved to confront this matter personally. Thor, Loki. He rapped the floor with the spear he held. Shortly thereafter, the god of thunder, Thor, entered the hall, brandishing his hammer, with Loki trailing behind, panting heavily. "Ha! Loki, once again I have triumphed," Thor declared triumphantly, casting a proud glance at his breathless sibling. "You have a hammer as your crutch and consider it a glorious victory, do you?" Loki retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Thor's boastful claim. At that moment, Odin cleared his throat, and with 2 deliberate coughs, he commanded the undivided attention of both Thor and Loki. They stood respectfully in the center of the hall, their gazes fixed upon Odin. "I have summoned you both for an important matter," he continued, assessing them with a keen eye. "I shall be away for a time, and during my absence, the management of Asgard will fall to the 2 of you." Odin's words rendered Thor and Loki momentarily speechless, leading them to exchange uncertain glances. Since their childhood, Odin seldom ventured out alone, and his departures from Asgard were often due to unavoidable wars. If such a conflict were to arise, both Thor and Loki would invariably be by his side. Thus, when Odin uttered those words, the 2 of them found it rather peculiar. "Do not be surprised. I merely have some personal matters to attend to, and I leave Asgard in your capable hands to observe your leadership abilities. Rest assured, Father, we shall do our utmost," Loki replied first, with Thor nodding in agreement. Observing this scene, Odin smiled gently and approached the 2, patting their shoulders. "I trust you both to govern Asgard well. I hope that upon my return, Asgard remains as stable as ever." With those words, Odin passed between them, determined to make his way to Earth without further delay. Although Hela had been sealed away upon her departure from that prison, her powers were not entirely contained. Upon reaching Earth, she could potentially wreak havoc, prompting Odin to resolve the matter swiftly. As Odin journeyed towards Earth, Hela was in the home of Nan Zhou, trying on new garments. She had resolved to stay at Nan Zhou's abode, and being on Earth, her attire was strikingly attention-grabbing. To help her assimilate into this new environment, Nan Zhou had purchased some new clothes for Hela, all chosen by her own discerning eye. After freshening up, she stood before the mirror, admiring her new outfits. "I expected those of you from Asgard to have a different sense of aesthetics compared to us Earthlings, but it seems there is little distinction," she remarked, observing the seemingly ordinary garment she had selected, much to Nan Zhou's surprise. His comment elicited a roll of Hela's eyes in response. Nan Zhou, réalising il faut pas, waved his hand in a gesture of surrender, indicating he would refrain from further commentary. "Nevertheless, I must admit, the craftsmanship of your earthly garments is quite commendable. Though it may not rival Asgard's quality, it certainly caught me off guard," Hela remarked as she fiddled with her newly acquired shorts. "You should see how much these cost," Nan Zhou retorted, rolling his eyes this time. The total expenditure for Hela's outfits had approached $5,000 or $6,000. Just the shorts she wore were a staggering $400. Though they appear to be worth only a few dollars, they were sold under a luxury brand. As he spoke, Nan Zhou retrieved the receipt from a nearby bag, feeling a pang of regret. Despite being a major shareholder of Stark Industries, parting with such a sum was indeed a painful experience for him. As Hela continued to admire her own beauty, she suddenly fell silent. Soon after, her expression darkened. She turned to Nan Zhou and said, "Our troubles have arrived." Confused, Nan Zhou inquired, "What trouble?" "Odin is here." Hela could sense Odin's presence. He had already descended upon Earth and was nearby. His sudden arrival was undoubtedly facilitated by the Bifrost. It seemed that what was destined to come had indeed arrived. "What will you do? Run?" Nan Zhou asked at that moment. "Run?" Hela scoffed. "With my current abilities, how could I possibly escape?" With that, she sat down beside Nan Zhou, declaring, "I will remain here and await his arrival." Observing Hela, Nan Zhou found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that Hela was truly intent on binding her fate to his. "When Odin comes, I will say that you rescued me, and you will be an accomplice." Hela was astute. She understood that she had no chance of overcoming Odin alone, hence her decision to enlist Nan Zhou's aid against him. Nan Zhou possessed the ability to break Odin's restraints, and Hela believed he had the strength to confront Odin as well. although she was the goddess of death. Relying on another was a source of frustration for Hela. Yet, given the current circumstances, she had little choice. She was unwilling to return to the darkness and resolved not to surrender easily. She would give it a try. As time passed, Hela's expression grew increasingly grave, indicating that Odin was drawing nearer. Nan Zhou, noting her demeanor, realized that Hela genuinely feared Odin. Otherwise, she would not be so anxious. Just then, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense as a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 65, A Father-Daughter Reunion. He has arrived, right outside the door. Hela's face was serious, her gaze fixed on the door that had been knocked upon. Rather than breaking in, he chose to knock. This was unexpected. At that moment, Nan Zhou stood up and began to approach the door. Just then, Hela seized his arm, her already cold hand now trembling slightly. It seemed that Hela was now gripped by a fear of Odin. Do not worry. Nothing will happen, Nan Zhou reassured her, uncertain if his words held any magic or if Hela had merely steeled herself to face Odin. Regardless of the reason, Hela ultimately released her grip. Seeing this, Nan Zhou smiled faintly and proceeded to the door, opening it. Outside the door, the benevolent old man with white hair and an eye mask stood, smiling gently at Nan Zhou. Greetings, I apologize for the intrusion. Nan Zhou responded with a smile, showing no intention of taking offense. He swiftly stepped aside, allowing Odin to enter. Odin was somewhat taken aback by Nan Zhou's action, his mind briefly conjuring images of possible traps. However, he ultimately stepped inside, as he perceived no hostility on Nan Zhou's face. Upon entering Nan Zhou's abode, Odin noticed Hela seated on the sofa. Although her demeanor appeared relaxed, Odin could discern her underlying tension at a glance. Hela, he said slowly, approaching her, surprised to see her youthful appearance. He immediately speculated that the seal might have restored her visage to that of her younger self. The unexpected potency of the seal was astonishing to Odin. He recalled how Thor's mother had often lamented her desire to regain her youth. It seemed this might be a solution. At that moment, Hela abruptly stood and retreated. Odin understood that, had this been the former Hela, her first sight of him might have leveled the place. Yet now, her powers were significantly restrained, though still formidable. They hardly qualified as strong. Relax, I harbor no ill will, Odin calmly addressed his daughter, who regarded him with palpable wariness. Yet, his words only served to heighten her vigilance. Must you not sit down? Nan Zhou's voice resonated from behind Odin. Let us engage in a calm discussion. I advise against any violent intentions within my home. Understood? Nan Zhou had no intention of involving himself in their conflict. Although Hela sought to embroil him, he recognized that his participation would complicate matters further. As long as Odin refrained from aggression here, everything else could be negotiated. Nan Zhou's words elicited a smile from Odin, who then took a seat on the sofa. How about this? He proposed, directing his words toward Hela. This gesture aimed to convey his lack of hostility. Hela, noticing that Nan Zhou was not paying her any mind, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but nonetheless seated herself. Odin observed Hela's actions, glancing towards Nan Zhou as if grasping a deeper understanding. I did not anticipate that you would escape that realm of confinement while I still draw breath, Odin remarked, stroking his beard before turning his gaze to Hela. Is this young man connected to your newfound freedom? Hela cast another glance at Nan Zhou, noticing a slight hesitation in his movements. A smile crept into her heart as she pointed at him. Indeed, it was this fellow who had rescued her, skillfully bypassing Odin's perception and directly entering the dark realm of confinement. Odin, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Although he had long harbored suspicions, he still found it hard to believe, for no one in this universe had ever managed to elude his senses and infiltrate that place of imprisonment. How had this young man accomplished such a feat? Young man, may I have a word with you? Odin inquired as he rose to his feet, addressing Nan Zhou. I must decline, Nan Zhou replied swiftly. Do not involve me in the matters between you and your daughter. My entrance into that place was entirely unintentional, and rescuing her was merely a result of circumstance. Please do not entangle me further. Nan Zhou had already become intertwined with Hela, and he wished to avoid excessive entanglement with Odin. The entity that had brought him to Hela's prison this time could lead him to an unknown place next. Thus, until his strength had grown, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. Odin, sensing Nan Zhou's reluctance to elaborate, felt even more perplexed. The aura emanating from the young man struck Odin as peculiar, although he could not pinpoint why. He could not dismiss Hela's account either. As the goddess of death, her pride was considerable, and she would not fabricate a tale of being rescued by another to divert attention. Hence, it appeared that this young man had indeed evaded his perception and saved Hela. It seemed that Earth was home to hidden talents. At this moment, Odin could not help but marvel. The emergence of such individuals on Earth was indeed remarkable. With that, he turned his gaze back to Hela. Nan Zhou had indicated he would not intervene, which meant he would not impede any of Odin's decisions. Hela, I now present you with two options. 1. Return with me voluntarily. 2. Be forcibly taken back. Odin had no intention of leaving Hela on Earth, as she remained a potential threat. Although her powers had been significantly diminished, she still posed a danger to the planet. I refuse. Hela answered with resolute determination. I will not return to that dark place. I will not be a victim to your attempts at rewriting history. Hela's voice grew increasingly furious as her black bodysuit materialized around her, her hair transforming into shapes reminiscent of spider legs. I worked hard to escape that cold, damp, and dark realm. You think I would go back? In your dreams. Although Hela harbored a fear of Odin, at this moment, her sentiments were dominated by rage and hatred towards him. The individual who sacrifices his own daughter to embellish his history is utterly unworthy of being the great Allfather. Today, Asgard enjoys its current stature, and Hela believes herself to be indispensable in this regard. Yet, how does Odin treat those who have served him well? The fury of injustice, the rage of imprisonment, and various other indignations converge. Although she has been stripped of countless powers, Hela vows never to succumb to Odin again. Chapter 66. The departure of Odin, the atmosphere abruptly grew tense, leaving Nan Zhou at a loss for words. If he failed to intervene, it seemed his home might soon be in jeopardy. Observing Hela poised for battle in her wrath, Odin's expression darkened considerably. We once soared through the cosmos, with no foe to challenge us, and yet you ceased your conquests after claiming the 9 realms. What is this? An outpouring of benevolence? Hela mocked Odin. My ambitions surpass yours. I aspire to rule the entire universe, not merely the insignificant 9 realms. What can you achieve from that position? It is utterly laughable. Hela's words deepened the shadows on Odin's face, while she gradually descended into hysteria. Hela, you have been imprisoned for so long, and yet you have not changed at all. Though Odin's demeanor remained grim, his tone retained a semblance of calm, tinged with disappointment. Nan Zhou, observing the escalating tension between Odin and Hela, felt an ominous premonition. It seemed likely that they might soon engage in combat. Change? I cannot change. I have contributed so much to the kingdom, to Asgard, yet what did I ultimately receive? Imprisonment, confined to darkness. I detest everything you have done to me. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have fought for Asgard. Hela's reproach and resentment left Odin visibly unsettled. After all, he was the All-Father, the supreme being of Asgard, yet he found himself subjected to such rebuke. Even if the one chastising him was his own daughter, it was a bitter pill to swallow. As energy began to swirl around Odin, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The cups on the coffee table began to tremble, and Nan Zhou, sensing the brewing storm, immediately intervened. Do not forget the promise you made to me. He stepped between them, his gaze reflecting discontent. If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. You shall not engage in conflict here. With Nan Zhou's intervention, Odin momentarily reigned in his fury, though his gaze towards Hela remained frigid. Hela, I advise you to return with me willingly. Do not force my hand to take you back. This was Odin's final ultimatum, and Hela could feel the weight of his anger bearing down upon her. If she continues to refuse, it is highly likely that Odin will disregard Nan Zhou's words and resort to coercive measures against Hela. Hela cast a glance at Nan Zhou, and a plan began to form in her mind. She shook her head once more, resolutely stating, I will not return with you. If you wish for me to go back, you may as well forget it. I would rather perish here today than accompany you. Her words were unwavering, which only fueled Odin's fury further. He summoned a chilling energy in his hand, intent on freezing Hela and carrying her away. However, suddenly, Nan Zhou appeared before him, seizing Odin's frost-laden hand. I have told you before, I will not allow violence here. You shall not harm my family in any way. Yet at that moment, Odin was beyond heeding Nan Zhou's words. He was singularly focused on taking Hela away to prevent her from wreaking havoc on Earth. He believed that even if Hela had lost her former strength, she remained a formidable adversary. Young man, I implore you not to test my limits. Should I cause destruction to your home, I will compensate you. Asgard's treasures are at your disposal. Today, I must take Hela with me, Odin declared, his demeanor inciting even greater displeasure in Nan Zhou, who gripped Odin's hand with increasing intensity. I do not wish to repeat myself, so I hope you comprehend my message. Odin, equally incensed by Nan Zhou's defiance, found it absurd that a mere earthling would dare to dictate terms to him. In a fit of wrath, he attempted to soar out of Nan Zhou's abode. Yet, with a firm pull, Nan Zhou managed to restrain him, rendering his escape far from effortless. Nan Zhou would not permit Odin to leave his home. The consequences of an attack upon it would not only cost him a house, but also jeopardize his own identity should S.H.I.E.L.D inquire. Energy began to swirl in Nan Zhou's hand, with atomic breath primed to intimidate Odin. He was uncertain of the extent of damage his full atomic breath could inflict upon Odin, yet he felt compelled to test it. Odin sensed the potent energy emanating from Nan Zhou, taken aback as he scrutinized him. This power, where does it originate? It was evident that Odin recognized this strength transcended cosmic laws, thus realizing that Nan Zhou was no ordinary individual. You need not concern yourself with my origins. Your focus should be on not inflicting harm upon my home. At that moment, Odin dared not disregard Nan Zhou any longer, for this power commanded his utmost respect, surpassing even that which he held for Hela. You must either persuade Hela to depart or take your leave yourself. Should you dare to cause destruction here, do not blame me for being merciless. Nan Zhou was uncertain whether he could truly defeat Odin. Yet he was confident that if he exerted every ounce of his strength against the aged Odin, he could exact a severe toll. Odin, however, fixed his gaze on Nan Zhou and, after a moment, turned to glance at Hela. He understood that the current tension between him and Nan Zhou was a result of Hela's scheming. You've calculated quite astutely, Odin remarked, as he deftly shook off the grip Nan Zhou had on his wrist, followed by a disdainful snort. Hela, do not presume that you will remain unscathed after this. I shall undoubtedly seal you away once more in the future. With that, Odin's attention lingered on Nan Zhou. Clearly, it was the youth before him who piqued his interest more than Hela. Young man, I shall remember you. You are indeed quite extraordinary. Should my suspicions prove correct, then you must heed my warning. There are considerable dangers ahead for you. Nan Zhou chuckled at this. Rest assured, I have encountered my fair share of peril. Otherwise, I would not have been brought to the very place where you imprison your daughter. Upon hearing this, Odin let out another cold snort. It was evident that now, having discerned Nan Zhou's true identity, he had abandoned his pursuit of Hela. He was ready to return to Asgard. At this point, Odin had exited Nan Zhou's home, closing the door with a polite gesture. Watching Odin depart, Nan Zhou turned to Hela, remarking, "Your strategy is rather ruthless, isn't it?" Chapter 67. A surge of jealousy with Odin's departure, Hela's initial crisis was averted. Naturally, this resolution was entirely reliant on Hela's ability to incite conflict between Nan Zhou and Odin. The success of Hela's scheme stemmed from Nan Zhou's protective instincts for his home. That was quite a cunning move, Nan Zhou stated as he settled back onto the sofa, relieved to find that his cup had not shattered under Odin's formidable energy. Of course, Nan Zhou was no fool. He understood Hela's machinations. However, in exchange for safeguarding his house, he was willing to be a pawn in her game. Nonetheless, repelling Odin also depended on the imposing aura Nan Zhou exuded. Odin recognized that Nan Zhou could never truly conquer him. Yet Nan Zhou presented an air that suggested even if he could not win, he would make Odin suffer a painful reckoning. This formidable presence caused Odin to hesitate. He was concerned about sustaining significant injury, especially with his two sons lacking the capability to shoulder such burdens. Hence, he chose to depart. How can one act without incurring some risk? Hela remarked, taking a seat beside Nan Zhou, a smile gracing her lips. After this encounter, Odin shall likely refrain from visiting here for quite some time. You can find solace in that. As she spoke, Hela gazed at Nan Zhou's face. Are you truly at ease with me, a notorious villain, being in your home? Did you not mention that there are 3 children here as well? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou let out a cold snort. Had it been in the past, I would never have permitted you to linger here in your full strength. But now you. Nan Zhou turned to assess Hela from head to toe. Now, I can assure you with complete confidence that I can triumph over you. Hela rolled her eyes at this remark, yet it was indeed the truth. In her prime, Nan Zhou could not guarantee his victory over her. Had they been in Asgard, defeat would have been inevitable. After all, Hela was an invincible force in Asgard. However, the current Hela, who could not return to Asgard and was significantly weakened, inspired a newfound confidence in Nan Zhou. The children surely would not suggest adding another occupant to our home. As this house belongs to me, their schooling is my responsibility, and their legal status is also under my purview. Thus, they would have no objections. As he spoke, Nan Zhou rose to his feet. Checking the time, he noted that the children were due to return soon. Sure enough, moments later, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the house, followed by the entrance of the three children. Upon entering, their eyes immediately fell upon Nan Zhou, before they noticed Hela lounging on the sofa. Her striking beauty, coupled with an indescribable allure, stirred an unsettling feeling within Wanda and Lorna. Upon seeing the children, Hela waved with a smile, keenly perceptive of the girl's change in demeanor. "This is a friend of mine who will be staying here for a while," Nan Zhou quickly explained to the three curious faces. Hela, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Even claiming to be a distant cousin would have sounded more plausible than merely being referred to as a friend. As expected, the moment Nan Zhou uttered those words, Wanda and Lorna exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of skepticism. "Hello, I'm Hela. I hope we can coexist harmoniously," she said, striving to project friendliness, though the effort left a sour taste in her mouth. After all, she was the goddess of death, and now she found herself forced to wear a sickly sweet smile in front of three children. She had never anticipated that she would ever find herself in such a demeaning position. Nan Zhou ushered the children into the house to complete their homework assigned by their teacher, while Hela approached him from behind. "I'm not familiar with the customs of your Earth, but in Asgard, engaging with minors is illegal," she remarked. Nan Zhou understood her implication and retorted with irritation. "I grasp her meaning. Rest assured, in most countries on Earth, such relations with minors are indeed against the law. Please do not cast me in that light." Hela was not the first to misconstrue him in such a manner. That dubious honor belonged to Coulson. Hela, upon hearing those words, couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter devoid of any semblance to that of the goddess of death, leaving Nan Zhou momentarily entranced. "Do not worry, I was merely jesting. There is no need for such tension." The more Hela laughed, the more her joy seemed to swell, perhaps because it was endearing to witness Nan Zhou, who often exuded an air of meticulous strategy, reveal such a candid expression, or perhaps because the situation was genuinely amusing. Meanwhile, the three children had returned to their bedroom, completing their already sparse homework. However, the atmosphere among them was rather peculiar. Pietro dared not make any loud noises, fearful that one misstep would lead Wanda and Lorna to tear him apart. At that moment, Wanda and Lorna were diligently working on their assignments, their writing imbued with an unusual intensity, as if they were harboring some resentment. Indeed, the source of their frustration was the unexpected presence of such a beautiful and captivating woman in their home. The arrival of this woman instilled a sense of crisis in the two children. The existence of Chiron had already been a cause for caution, but the emergence of this new figure heightened their sense of peril. In comparison to this woman, Chiron seemed insignificant. Both Wanda and Lorna had to concede that the allure of this woman was so profound that even they found themselves almost captivated by her charm. Pietro, aware of their sentiments, refrained from speaking too loudly. What he had initially thought was a rivalry between the two girls, and Chiron had now unexpectedly expanded to include another contender. The dynamic had shifted from a delicate balance to a situation where one was dominant and many were competing. As an outsider, Pietro felt a palpable tension. "Those two children seem quite taken with you. Do take care," Nan Zhou remarked to Hela as they engaged in casual conversation outside the bedroom. Hela brought up the topic once more, prompting Nan Zhou to contemplate, though he found himself at a loss for words and sighed deeply. All right. I shall refrain from teasing you further," Hela conceded, choosing to drop the subject. Nan Zhou gazed at Hela, somewhat astonished. Despite her reputation as the blood-stained goddess of death, whose very existence compelled Odin to seal her away, he had come to realize, through their time together, that this goddess was not as terrifying or dangerous as one might presume. Instead, she resembled an extraordinarily striking individual, now seemingly detached from her ominous title. Chapter 68. The new attire within the Golden Hall of Asgard. Odin sat upon his gilded throne, his expression clouded with gloom. Standing in the center of the hall, Thor and Loki exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Ever since their father had returned to Asgard, he had adopted this somber demeanor, as if burdened by unspoken concerns, perpetually furrowing his brow in contemplation. They sought to inquire about Odin's distress, but he remained resolutely silent. The two individuals were utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Odin's contemplation centered on the matter of Nan Zhou rather than on Hela. It was abundantly clear to Odin that the situation concerning Nan Zhou was far more dire than that of Hela. Possessing powers that defy the laws of this universe unequivocally suggested that this individual hailed from an alternate realm, one that, like their own, encompassed myriad universes. According to Nan Zhou, he had been transported to the location where Hela was imprisoned. The capability to orchestrate such feats without detection indicated a formidable strength that could not be underestimated. This entity was undoubtedly aware of Nan Zhou's true identity. If circumstances permitted, Odin would genuinely desire to engage in dialogue with this being. At present, it appeared that matters concerning Hela could only reach a temporary conclusion, for she seemed resolutely intent on forming an inseparable bond with Nan Zhou. The very presence of Nan Zhou beside Hela rendered Odin hesitant to act impulsively. With no knowledge of this individual from another universe and time, Odin was understandably cautious about provoking him. However, previous encounters suggested that this being would not permit Hela to wreak havoc indiscriminately. As long as someone could restrain Hela, Odin might well choose to turn a blind eye. What a stroke of misfortune, Odin muttered under his breath, leaving Thor and Loki further bewildered. Their father had indeed become quite peculiar, and they were at a loss to comprehend the reasons behind it. Meanwhile, on Earth, 3 children were enduring another school day. While Nan Zhou was engaged in his training within a garage, immersed in an environment suffused with Omega radiation. 5 hours swiftly elapsed, and Nan Zhou emerged from the garage, drenched in perspiration. After a brief cleansing of his body, he donned his attire, and Hela entered the garage shortly thereafter. Hela had initially intended to accompany Nan Zhou into the garage, but was met with vehement opposition from him, which led her to wait outside for 5 long hours before finally entering. Curiosity piqued, she stepped into the room saturated with Omega radiation, where she could perceive the residual energy lingering in the air. This energy was undeniably potent. Hela felt astonished, unable to fathom that this was a product of human research on Earth. If she were to be exposed to such radiation, it would surely not bode well for her. Yet, the method employed by Nan Zhou involved immersing himself in this very radiation for a full 5 hours. At that moment, Nan Zhou released a sigh of relief, having successfully completed his new daily task after such an extended period. With a 6 inheritance rate of the Darkseid template, he was certain that he posed no threat to anyone on Earth. However, should he venture into the cosmos, his prowess would likely appear rather insignificant. Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat a fully empowered Hela, even an aged Odin in Asgard would likely prove formidable enough to best him. Thus, Nan Zhou was determined to enhance his daily task completion rate. Before the arrival of the next significant event, I aim for my inheritance template to reach a level of 10. Nan Zhou has returned home, and Hela has followed him closely, like a shadow. Just as Odin predicted, Hela has truly transformed them into conjoined twins. After all, Hela is uncertain when Odin might return, so it is wise to stay close to Nan Zhou. However, this appearance hardly resembles that of the goddess of death. She is meant to be drenched in countless blood, with the power to ensnare souls with a mere glance. In her current state, she bears no semblance of such a formidable figure. Not long after Nan Zhou arrived home, his phone rang. Stock? Surprised by the caller ID, Nan Zhou wondered if this individual sought to collect more data from him. With this thought in mind, he answered the call. Hey, I have some good news that I believe you will appreciate. Stark's voice resonated from the other end. What good news? Has the suit been completed? Indeed, after my relentless efforts day and night, your suit has finally been crafted successfully by Ethan and me. Stark's tone brimmed with pride, as if accomplishing this task in just a few days warranted celebration. All right, I understand. I will come by to retrieve the suit. Nan Zhou was taken aback by Stark's speed. However, I must caution you, be careful when you come. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have been lurking outside my home, specifically waiting for you. Stark's words caused Nan Zhou to furrow his brow. He was already aware of the situation from Coulson, yet the tenacity of S.H.I.E.L.D. was somewhat disheartening. These agents were convinced he would indeed visit Stark's residence, prompting them to reinforce their presence. Should they intercept Nan Zhou, it would be a significant gain for them. Understood. I will circumvent them. With that, Nan Zhou ended the call and turned to Hela. I will be leaving for a while. You should remain here at home. He had no intention of bringing Hela along to Stark's, as it would complicate matters. Upon hearing this, Hela immediately shook her head. No, I must accompany you. What if Odin arrived during Nan Zhou's absence and forcibly took her away? To prevent such an occurrence, Hela was resolute in her decision to not allow Nan Zhou to venture out alone. She intended to be his unwavering shadow. It will be quite troublesome if you come along. Nan Zhou was adamant about not having Hela trail him. If he brought her to Stark's house, she would inevitably follow him to Dr. Pym's laboratory afterward. At that point, he would truly be unable to shake off this persistent shadow. At least until Hela's seal is lifted, he would likely be entangled with Nan Zhou. This was not the outcome Nan Zhou desired. Thus, he felt compelled to ensure Hela remained at home. He was aware that Hela was preoccupied with concerns that Odin might pay an unexpected visit during his absence. However, Nan Zhou believed that the likelihood of such an event was exceedingly low, allowing her to remain comfortably at home. Most importantly, she could assist in caring for the 3 children, nurturing familial bonds in the process. Ultimately, having an additional free caregiver at home was quite the boon. Chapter 69. The drawbacks of the battle suit. Having disembarked from the aircraft, Nan Zhou had lost count of how many times he had visited Stark's residence. Prior to boarding, he had engaged in extensive deliberation, weighing the pros and cons, before persuading Hela to stay home while he traveled to California. Once again, he headed straight for Stark's abode. Yet he remained vigilant. Stopping 3 kilometers from Stark's home, he opted to complete the journey on foot, keenly observing his surroundings as he walked. Given S.H.I.E.L.D's proclivity for thoroughness, it was inconceivable that they would only deploy personnel at Stark's doorstep. They would undoubtedly have stationed agents along the route, monitoring potential threats. As anticipated, a man clad in a hoodie and cap caught Nan Zhou's attention not far ahead. With his extensive experience at S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou swiftly deduced that this individual was indeed an agent. As he passed by, the man glanced up at Nan Zhou before returning his gaze downward. At that moment, Nan Zhou wore a mask and exuded an aura of harmlessness, causing the S.H.I.E.L.D agent to pay him no mind. Consequently, Nan Zhou easily slipped past him. Along the way, he spotted several more S.H.I.E.L.D agents stationed like sentinels at intervals. The lengths they had gone to in order to locate him surprised Nan Zhou. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D was taking this matter quite seriously. Following recent events in New York, their scrutiny of him had intensified, and now that they had latched onto Stark as a potential lead, they would not relent. Yet, in Nan Zhou's view, all their investigations and deployments were ultimately futile. After all, capturing him with mere S.H.I.E.L.D agents was an insurmountable task. They would scarcely even notice him, let alone discover his true intentions. Before long, Nan Zhou arrived near Stark's mansion. He found a secluded spot, turning his clothing inside out and doing the same with his trousers. As a level 10 S.H.I.E.L.D agent, he adhered to the principle that dual-sided garments provided the most efficient means of disguise. With a simple change in attire, Nan Zhou could seamlessly infiltrate. Thus, he had prepared himself accordingly for entry into Stark's residence. Outside the Stark mansion, the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D agents far exceeded that on the streets, with sentries stationed every few steps. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for Nan Zhou. He deftly exploited the blind spots in the agent's line of sight and quietly entered the opulent residence through a small door. Inside, there was no sign of S.H.I.E.L.D personnel. However, as soon as Nan Zhou emerged from the cluttered room where the small door was located, he unexpectedly encountered Pepper Potts. The sudden appearance of Nan Zhou startled Pepper, eliciting a sharp gasp from her. Quick-witted, Nan Zhou swiftly covered her mouth, aware that her scream could easily attract the attention of the agents outside. He certainly did not wish to be captured unawares. "Don't be alarmed, it's just me," he reassured her, allowing her to regain her composure. "You truly never enter through the front door, do you?" Pepper shot him an exasperated glance, clearly displeased with his habitual disregard for conventional entry. Yet, she found herself helpless, for she had grown accustomed to it. Sister, the outside is swarming with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waiting to intercept me. Do you think I could possibly walk through the front door? That would be sheer folly. Nan Zhou's words prompted a resigned sigh from Pepper. How could she be unaware of the situation? Ever since the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had arrived, they had lingered nearby, steadfast. Although they refrained from interfering with Stark's daily life or the operations of his company, Pepper felt an inexplicable discomfort, a sense of being watched. After all, save for a few with peculiar inclinations, who would willingly invite scrutiny. Stark and Ethan are in the basement. You should hurry, Pepper waved him off. Her attention diverted to other pressing matters, leaving no time for idle conversation. Nan Zhou nodded and briskly made his way to the basement, where indeed he found Ethan and Stark. Have you gone unnoticed? Stark inquired upon Nan Zhou's arrival. Do you believe if I had been discovered, I would still be standing here unscathed? Those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be all too eager to whisk me away. Deny me any chance of reaching the basement, Nan Zhou replied, eliciting a chuckle from both Stark and Ethan. Ethan then approached a covered area and said, You must see this. I'm quite pleased with our creation. With that, he dramatically unveiled the cloth, revealing a glass cabinet containing a striking red and black suit of armor. Upon seeing the exquisite piece before him, Nan Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the finished product would be so remarkably impressive. He stepped closer, while Ethan, understanding his intent, opened the glass cabinet. Nan Zhou reached out, feeling the texture of the suit. It is certain that this is quite lightweight and will not impede Nan Zhou's mobility. However, there is a drawback to this item. Stark interjected. It shares a common issue with my armor. The storage is not particularly convenient. If only there were a device that could instantly shrink it, but alas, we lack such technology. Stark's words reminded Nan Zhou of the capsules from the Capsule Corporation in Dragon Ball, as well as the nanotechnology Stark would soon master. In other words, I can only keep this suit at home, and when something significant occurs, I will put on? Nan Zhou inquired. His question was met with Stark's nod of agreement. Essentially, that is the gist, but you need not worry about one thing. I will provide you with lifetime support for this item. Should I innovate any new technology, your suit will be upgraded accordingly. Stark's sincerity took Nan Zhou by surprise. Very well, go ahead and try it on. If it doesn't fit properly, I will make adjustments. Nan Zhou nodded, removed the form-fitting armor, and retreated to a corner of the basement to change. Will this thing defend against my skill? It probably won't, right? Nan Zhou asked as he changed. Not at the moment, but it can mitigate a significant amount of force, Stark replied. Rest assured regarding its defensive capabilities. I, Stark, guarantee its quality. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding resolved. The form-fitting armor fit Nan Zhou exceptionally well, and he felt quite satisfied wearing it. However, the inconvenience of carrying it still left him somewhat disappointed. Moreover, transporting it back to New York posed a challenge. Yet, none of this proved difficult for Stark. As the head of Stark Industries, although S.H.I.E.L.D. was monitoring him to some extent, they had no authority to interfere with the operations of Stark Industries. Thus, the armor was treated as Stark Industries equipment and was loaded into Stark's vehicle without raising any suspicions. This item was to be airlifted to New York, where Nan Zhou would ultimately accept it. Everything proceeded so smoothly that Nan Zhou hardly had to worry at all. One cannot help but commend Stark Industries' excellent after-sales service. It is undoubtedly one of the reasons they have become the leading arms dealer. Nan Zhou departed once more with complete peace of mind. This back and forth was beginning to irritate Nan Zhou. Would he acquire the ability to fly? That would save him a great deal of time. However, it was evident that this was a challenging goal to achieve. To accommodate Nan Zhou's desire for convenience, Stark had deliberately refrained from equipping the armor with any flying capabilities. Meaning flight would have to be developed through enhanced mastery or attained via luck in a lottery. However, the lottery system proved to be rather ineffectual, although it granted Nan Zhou the skill of atomic breath, which significantly improved his perception of it. The system merely transitioned from a torrent of negative reviews to a more moderate number of them. Upon returning to New York, Nan Zhou patiently awaited the arrival of the attire. During this period, it seemed as though S.H.I.E.L.D. had genuinely forgotten about him. A level 10 agent, as he received no directives whatsoever. Were it not for his sporadic communication with Coulson, he might have entirely forgotten his affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Gazing at the calendar, Nan Zhou realized that his rendezvous with S.H.I.E.L.D was approaching. Since acquiring the Darkseid template, his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D had grown increasingly distant, a development he was not keen to witness. Thus, he had resolved to invite S.H.I.E.L.D to dinner upon Peggy's awakening, considering it a direct and effective means to resolve their misunderstandings through face-to-face conversation. Immediately after his return to New York, he set off for Washington, as Stark's gift of attire would not arrive for several days, alleviating any concerns about its reception. By the time Nan Zhou arrived in Washington, it was already daytime, coinciding with his scheduled meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D. He confirmed their meeting point and proceeded there. Upon arrival, he noticed S.H.I.E.L.D clad in black, holding a helmet, evidently having ridden a motorcycle. "Hello," Nan Zhou greeted her, waving. S.H.I.E.L.D responded with a faint smile. "Where are we headed?" Nan Zhou pondered for a moment, then noticed a colossal movie poster on a nearby skyscraper. "How about we take a look at that?" S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at the poster and nodded in agreement. "You seem rather free lately," she remarked during their journey. "It's been ages since anyone spotted you at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters." "Indeed, I've been quite unoccupied, spending my days watching television and exercising, which I find quite enjoyable. My preferred lifestyle," Nan Zhou replied, prompting a clear expression of envy from S.H.I.E.L.D. "You truly have it good." "Recently, I accompanied Nick to Stark's residence regarding that individual known as Darkseid," S.H.I.E.L.D recounted, sharing her recent experience with Nick and even speculating about some friction between Nick and Coulson. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou quickly grasped the situation at hand. Internally, he scoffed at Coulson's actions, considering them rather unreliable for a top-tier S.H.I.E.L.D agent. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D had not deduced the truth, indicating that Nan Zhou needed to remind Coulson of his duties. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to express her grievances about her work, a side of her that only emerged in front of Nan Zhou, despite her generally composed and serious demeanor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Although this date was ostensibly intended to clear up misunderstandings, it appeared that their misconceptions were not as significant as they had initially thought. Even if there were any lingering issues, they seemed unperturbed. The two had arrived at the cinema, and after purchasing tickets, they entered the screening room. As a highly acclaimed art film, the attendance rate for this movie was astonishingly high, and fortunate for Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D, they managed to secure seats in the middle. As they watched the entangled relationship of the protagonists unfold on screen, S.H.I.E.L.D fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she tugged at Nan Zhou's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Her gesture took him by surprise. "I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier." Nan Zhou was taken aback by S.H.I.E.L.D's unexpected admission. "I understand that my stubbornness and temper have caused you pain. I'm truly sorry for everything that transpired." S.H.I.E.L.D was referring, of course, to the incident involving Peggy. Nan Zhou's desire to resolve the issue independently left S.H.I.E.L.D feeling abandoned, prompting her outburst. Even after Nan Zhou managed to awaken Peggy, S.H.I.E.L.D remained reluctant to concede. After a period of reflection, S.H.I.E.L.D recognized her own faults. Her impulsiveness had not only harmed herself, but also Nan Zhou. As the film depicted a poignant moment, S.H.I.E.L.D found the courage to express her thoughts. "I too am at fault. I should have been more forthright." At that moment, Nan Zhou glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D and noticed her gaze was cast downward, resembling a child awaiting reprimand, which compelled him to offer comfort. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, still looking down. Nan Zhou reached out, gently ruffling her hair. "Do not be like this. After all, you are a top agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. How can a top agent behave in such a manner?" His words prompted S.H.I.E.L.D to lift her head, though her eyes reflected a hint of grievance. "Right now, I'm not an agent. I am on leave. During my time off, I'm not a spy." Her tone, laced with a sense of injustice, made it difficult for Nan Zhou to suppress a smile. Perhaps the mounting pressure from work had led to S.H.I.E.L.'s increasing emotional responses, which had contributed to their previous misunderstandings. "All right, after the movie, I will take you out for a nice meal. Today, just relax," Nan Zhou said with a broad smile. In that instant, it seemed as though their misunderstandings and grievances had dissipated into thin air. Chapter 71. 4 months later, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.'s date had been quite perfect, albeit without progressing further. That night, Nan Zhou flew back to New York, as he still had training to attend to. Time flew by, and soon, 4 months had passed since the incident involving the Hulk in New York. During this period, Nan Zhou has been practicing in a room infused with Omega radiation at home, occasionally visiting Dr. Pym's laboratory to foster their relationship and assist him in making progress on his new research project. In the underworld, as Agent 47, he has severed ties with Kingpin. The incident where he decisively dealt with Kingpin's subordinate at a restaurant has seemingly gone unnoticed by Kingpin. This formidable underground assassin, Agent 47, appears to have completely withdrawn from the scene. Many speculate that he has been eliminated by Kingpin, yet there remains a substantial belief that he is still alive, with some even conjecturing that he was involved in the Hulk incident. The discourse is rife with varying opinions, yet no definitive conclusion has emerged. The 4 months of inactivity have afforded Nan Zhou ample time for training. During this period, he has successfully attained a 9 on the Darkseid inheritance scale, just a step away from reaching 10. He understands that achieving this milestone will grant him new abilities associated with Darkseid, which stirs a sense of excitement within him. Meanwhile, Hela, the goddess of death, who has taken refuge in Nan Zhou's home, has fully adapted to earthly life. Aware that Odin has temporarily abandoned his intentions towards her, she now ventures out openly. Naturally, her captivating beauty does not go unnoticed, leading to flirtations and advances. Despite her powers being largely sealed, Hela still possesses strength that earthly beings cannot rival. Consequently, those who dare to flirt with her often meet grim fates. Nonetheless, she adheres strictly to Nan Zhou's command, no killing. As the goddess of death, she is the first, besides Odin, to receive such orders from him. Surprisingly, she has complied with Nan Zhou's request without any resistance, likely recognizing that any chaos she might unleash on Earth could prompt Nan Zhou to send her back to Asgard before Odin even arrives. At least during these 4 months, Nan Zhou has enjoyed a semblance of peace, a state of existence he finds quite preferable. On one particular day, the 3 children, having returned home from the new school term, wore expressions of discontent. "What is the matter?" Hela inquired as she sat on the sofa, observing the trio before her. Having resided in this household for 4 months, Hela has seamlessly integrated into the family. Initially, she faced hostility from Wanda and Lorna, but such animosity has since dissipated. Although the children do not share the same closeness with Hela as Nan Zhou does, their relationship remains amicable. There are always whispers at school about Tony Stark hosting some Stark Expo, and almost everyone in class wants to attend. It's genuinely irritating. Upon hearing this, Hela understood the source of their gloom. She is also aware of the 3 children's animosity towards Stark, as it was Stark's weaponry that annihilated their homeland. Hela has also gleaned some stories about the 3 individuals from Nan Zhou, learning about the notable figures in this world. Among those figures, naturally, is Tony Stark. Nan Zhou, having heard the children's words, emerged from the kitchen. He glanced at the calendar and realized that the time had indeed come. Stark is set to host the Stark Expo in Flushing, New York. Not long ago, Stark had contacted Nan Zhou regarding this event. This exposition, aimed at showcasing various inventions, had been in the works since the time of Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark. Unfortunately, due to Howard's passing, the expo had to be abruptly halted. Now, Stark has revived this proposal that had been dormant for nearly 3 decades. The primary motivation behind this revival is to demonstrate his technological prowess. Of course, Stark's call was not an invitation for Nan Zhou to attend the event. With S.H.I.E.L.D. still investigating Darkseid's identity, should Nan Zhou don his mask and appear at the expo, it would undoubtedly lead to his capture by S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, if he were absent from home that day, the 3 children would surely assume he had gone to the expo, which would inflict considerable emotional distress upon them. Stark is quite arrogant. Hela ushered the 3 children back to their room and remarked, "He is quite self-important in front of others, but given his achievements on Earth, he does have the credentials." Nan Zhou returned to the sofa. As a globally renowned superhero, Iron Man, Stark possesses technological advancements that are a decade, if not 2, ahead of the world. Although he no longer manufactures weapons, his identity as Iron Man has kept Stark Industries' valuation high enough to maintain his status as the world's richest individual. It is difficult for someone of his stature not to be conceited. However, despite his arrogance, he is fundamentally decent. Nan Zhou does not harbor disdain for Stark. While he may be egotistical, he is remarkably amiable towards his acquaintances. Such a person as one Nan Zhou is willing to befriend. "The outfit in your garage was crafted by him, right?" Hela inquired once more. Nan Zhou nodded. "I commissioned him to create it." Hela shrugged. "In my opinion, it looks rather unappealing." Clearly, his taste is lacking. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. "That outfit was made according to the design I provided." As soon as Nan Zhou uttered this, Hela found herself in an awkward position. She forced a smile. "Now that you mention it, I suppose the outfit is somewhat appealing. Hela's swift change of tone left Nan Zhou speechless. Is this the renowned goddess of death? Nan Zhou, of course, would not bicker with Hela. As long as he finds her appearance pleasing, that suffices. After all, he is quite satisfied with this attire. Yet, the persistent issue remains. It is rather cumbersome to carry. Thus, he can only hope that Stark will hasten the development of new technology to remedy this predicament. Alternatively, perhaps Dr. Pym could divulge the secrets of the Pym particles to him, enabling not only the reduction of his living space, but also the diminishment of his battle suit. While Nan Zhou and Hela engage in light conversation, Stark is not at ease either. The exposition is imminent, and a throng of reporters is clamoring for interviews. Although he has declined many requests, the journalists continue to flood in, causing Stark considerable annoyance. Ever since he publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, every public appearance has attracted an overwhelming crowd. This celebrity effect has posed quite a challenge for Stark. Chapter 72, The Farce Mr. Stark. Regarding the government's desire to nationalize your armor, the Senate Military Committee is convening a hearing on the reinforcement of the armor project, where countless reporters, military personnel, and Stark himself are gathered in the conference room. Notably, Nan Zhou and Black Widow Natasha are also present. This marks the second day of Stark's exposition, which has been remarkably successful. Stark has showcased his technological prowess, along with the awe-inspiring Iron Man suit. However, he has also received a subpoena, compelling him to attend the Senate Military Committee hearing, a summons he cannot refuse. Despite his fame and unparalleled technological mastery, he is reluctant to confront the military directly. Consequently, he flew to Washington overnight, compelled to participate in this hearing. In one corner of the hearing room, Nan Zhou and Natasha observe the interrogation of Stark, along with his retorts. This is quite bothersome. Nan Zhou frowns, evidently discontented with being present. Yet, it has been over 6 months since he last worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. While there have been no pressing missions requiring him to confront Hydra directly, Nick would not continue to allow Nan Zhou to lounge idly. Thus, he has been dispatched here on a mission to accompany Natasha to the hearing. Natasha has been investigating the matter concerning Darkseid, and she has come bearing a second task. The primary objective remains the investigation of Darkseid, while the secondary task involves getting close to Stark and monitoring him. Undoubtedly, the latter does not conflict with the former. In fact, surveilling Stark could facilitate a deeper investigation into Darkseid, especially since the only intelligence they currently possess is the contact between Darkseid and Stark. It is evident that Natasha's current state of mind is not particularly favorable. The matters concerning Darkseid have left her utterly fatigued, in addition to gathering information. She must also conduct on-site investigations. As if this were not enough to induce hair loss, she now faces a second task, monitoring Stark based on her findings. How could this not overwhelm Natasha? Thus, she paid little heed to the hearing, knowing she would ultimately join Stark Industries as Stark's assistant. Is it not tiresome to be so idle? Natasha, having overheard Nan Zhou's complaints, could not help but interject, I truly envy you. You've spent half a year seemingly unoccupied, while I, on the other hand, am overwhelmed with work. Natasha shares a good rapport with Nan Zhou, regarding him as a younger brother. Some of her frustrations are only shared with Hawkeye, Barton, and Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou's apparent leisure certainly irks Natasha, especially considering his extended break of 6 months, with his salary unchanged. Who wouldn't he find that enviable? It is no wonder Natasha expresses her grievances. After all, Nan Zhou's situation can provoke ire among many. It seems I have little utility in this situation. Currently, the Hydra organization is not as brazen as before. Nan Zhou adeptly offers an excuse. Indeed, as he mentioned, Hydra has been considerably subdued of late, possibly due to Nan Zhou's influence, as they seem to fear the ominous presence of this death knell. His success rate in missions is astonishingly high, a feat even Natasha and Barton cannot achieve. Once targeted by Nan Zhou, the bell tolls for them. Their lives ultimately fall into his grasp. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Natasha let out a deep sigh. Compared to such tasks, she much prefers engaging in frontline combat. The thought of having to interact with Stark, the notorious playboy, fills her with aversion. She fears that in her attempts to gain Stark's trust, she may have to compromise her integrity once more. At that moment, Stark was embroiled in a heated argument with congressional members. I have created a remarkably resilient shield for the people, thanks to my presence. How many malevolent enemies have been reduced? How many deranged individuals, hell-bent on warfare, have been thwarted? I not only protect this place, but the entire world. Now you dare to seize my assets? Who amongst us is truly speaking nonsense? I am Iron Man, and Iron Man is I. None shall take what is mine. Stark's stance was resolute, as it always is. The congressional members were acutely aware that persuading Stark to concede would be no easy feat. Thus, they enlisted Justin Hammer, a figure regarded as a competitor to Stark Industries. Of course, in Stark's eyes, Hammer holds no significance. In fact, compared to Stark, I find myself disliking this individual even more. Observing Hammer's indecisiveness on stage, Natasha once again voiced her thoughts. Though Stark may be arrogant and conceited, he at least possesses a semblance of integrity. In stark contrast, Justin Hammer embodies the essence of a true charlatan. Such a character has undoubtedly been scrutinized by S.H.I.E.L.D, rendering the label of hypocrite an apt designation. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement, harboring no fondness for Hammer. Not only is he a fraud, but he is also rather foolish. The mere thought of having to list my experience at Hammer Industries on my resume further irks me. Natasha, well aware of the work history she submitted to Stark Industries, knew that it included a record of employment at Hammer Industries. Once the surveillance task on Stark concluded, the idea of having Stark Industries on a resume would equally disgust her. Nan Zhou's words earned Natasha an eye roll, prompting her to pinch his arm in discontent. At that moment, Hammer's speech concluded, and it was now Rhodes' turn to take the stage. Watching Rhodes challenge the congressional members during the hearing piqued Nan Zhou's interest. The proceedings escalated into a cacophony, with both sides raising their voices, transforming the hearing into a farcical spectacle, one that ultimately favored Stark. When Stark blacked out the electronic screen and played the footage of Hammer's disastrous mech experiments, showcasing the fatalities caused by failures, the tide of the situation turned dramatically. This farce not only benefited Stark, but elevated his stature further. The military's aspirations to draft Stark's Iron Man suit dissipated into thin air, and Stark found himself in the limelight once more. His technology remained unparalleled on Earth, irreplicable, let alone innovative. Stark stands as a figure nearly 2 decades ahead of the world. Chapter 73, as promised in Monaco at the venue for the Grand Prix. Nan Zhou stood in a corner, gazing at the race cars poised for departure. Beside him was Hela. You Earthlings are truly peculiar. Is this truly so captivating? Given the cultural differences, Hela struggled to comprehend the amusements of many Earthlings. Immerse yourself in the human world. Trust me, you will find interest in some things you once deemed incomprehensible. Nan Zhou shared her enthusiasm for the Grand Prix, noting Vettel from the Red Bull racing team, who was set to claim this year's driver championship. Although Nan Zhou had arrived in the Marvel Universe, many elements bore resemblance to his original reality, such as the current Moroccan Grand Prix. Certainly, Nan Zhou did not come here merely to observe the race. He had already noticed that Stark had replaced a driver on the team, intending to force his participation in the competition. This particular race was bound to witness a significant incident. Given the previous occurrence involving the Hulk in New York, Nan Zhou decided to attend in person to ensure all precautions were taken. As for Hela's timely arrival, it could only be regarded as an exception. Having spent an extended period in New York, Hela felt the urge to explore, and, after much persuasion, she finally convinced Nan Zhou to bring her along. Naturally, Nan Zhou had his own stipulations. She was to follow him and heed his every instruction, to which Hela readily agreed. Is this truly so captivating? Hela inquired once more, as the engines of the vehicles roared thunderously. This is humanity's pursuit of speed, and the aesthetics of the cars align perfectly with Earth's sensibilities. Coupled with the skillful maneuvers of the drivers, it undoubtedly garners the admiration of the populace. However, in comparison, I find greater amusement in witnessing the collisions of these vehicles, as the loss of even a single component amounts to a substantial financial setback. Although it is a contest of speed, at its core, it remains an extravagant expenditure. As Nan Zhou recounted the events, the race officially commenced, with countless vehicles surging from the starting line. Unsurprisingly, Stark, a driver who barely qualified as amateur, lagged behind. Yet, Nan Zhou's attention was not on this. The race failed to ignite his interest. Instead, his gaze fixated on a man clad in work attire, Ivan Vanko. Observing him surveying the surroundings, Nan Zhou sensed that he was about to take action. However, Hela was oblivious to these developments, her gaze remaining fixed on the racing cars speeding along the track. From an Earthling's perspective, the velocity of these cars was indeed impressive. Yet for Hela, an Asgardian, it seemed rather mundane. As time progressed, the racers completed 5 laps, and at that moment, Ivan Vanko commenced his endeavor. He stepped beyond the barrier, gradually advancing towards the oncoming cars. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he slowly removed his shirt, revealing the whip he had crafted. With a swift lash directed at the approaching vehicle, its front end was immediately severed, sending debris flying. Fortunately, the driver emerged unscathed. Panic ensued as the onlookers screamed and fled the scene. They were not foolish. They understood the gravity of the situation. If they did not escape now, they risked becoming victims of Vanko's wrath, leaving them unable to explain their fate to the King of Hell. So begins. Despite the chaos, Nan Zhou and Hela remained seated, observing the unfolding events with quiet resolve. Did you come here specifically for this? Nan Zhou did not deny it. Instead, he nodded. Perhaps I shall intervene shortly, or perhaps I shall refrain. Nan Zhou awaited the moment when Stark would transform into Iron Man and confront Whiplash. As anticipated, the arrival of Happy and Pepper brought Stark the portable Mark V armor, which he donned with an impressive flair. Damn, he truly looks magnificent, Nan Zhou thought, unable to contain his admiration as he watched Stark clad in the armor. The Mark V, being a portable suit, lacked flight capabilities and possessed only the palm repulsors for offense. Consequently, in facing Whiplash, Stark's 2 palm repulsors were swiftly rendered inoperative. Yet, this progression was entirely expected, and Nan Zhou remained inactive. However, events took a turn. Vanko's whip strikes accelerated, seemingly denying Stark any chance to evade the entangling tendrils. In fact, he had already managed to sever a portion of Stark's helmet with a sweeping lash. Damn it, just as I feared, that scoundrel. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow and donned his mask, tossing another mask to Hela behind him. Put this on and wait for me here. Do not venture anywhere. With that, Nan Zhou leaped from the audience seats, landing squarely between the 2 adversaries. At that moment, Whiplash's whip descended upon him, aiming to strike. Nan Zhou deftly sidestepped the lash and seized it with one hand, allowing it to crackle and spark against his grasp. Witnessing this individual manage to grasp his whip with mere flesh and blood, Vanko was taken aback. At that instant, Nan Zhou noticed the crimson gleam emanating from Vanko's pupils. He had confirmed that Ivan Vanko had acquired that man's power, which explained his newfound strength. However, such power might suffice against Stark, but against himself, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand. With a forceful tug, Nan Zhou severed Vanko's whip, the immense strength causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Stark rushed forward and landed a powerful punch squarely on Ivan Vanko's face. Despite having gained that man's strength, Vanko remained a mere mortal. Stark's iron fist rendered him unconscious in an instant. Observing the scene, Nan Zhou shook his head. A mortal is ultimately just a mortal. Stark turned to speak, but was interrupted by a cacophony of noise as a group of individuals clad in black suits, armed with firearms, emerged onto the racetrack. These were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, and their target was none other than Nan Zhou. Initially, they had merely hoped for his appearance, but now that he had indeed manifested, it was an opportunity they could not afford to overlook. Gazing at these agents, Nan Zhou could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, it truly validates the old adage that fortune seldom comes in pairs, and misfortune rarely arrives alone. Chapter 74. The Pursuit. Why are we running? In the streets of Morocco, the masked figures of Nan Zhou and Hela sprinted along, pursued by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Running is the right choice. I have no desire to engage with them. Nan Zhou dragged Hela into a narrow alley. Aren't you one of them? Hela was perplexed by Nan Zhou's words, for he was indeed an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and a top-tier one at that. It is precisely because I am one of them that I understand their exasperating nature. Observing the agents behind them, some already revving their motorcycles, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. At that moment, however, Hela came to a halt. Even if we follow your reasoning and wish to avoid confrontation, we are stronger than they are, so there is no need to hide. With that, Hela raised her hand and forcefully halted an oncoming motorcycle, lifting it effortlessly before casting it out of the alley. The other agents hesitated, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the woman who accompanied Darkseid. Shall we not simply defeat them? Hela knew that Nan Zhou would never condone killing, so she deliberately phrased it as merely defeating them. However, Were Hela in Nan Zhou's position, it is likely that none would escape unscathed. Death would be their inevitable conclusion. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself would not escape retribution, as Hela would also hold them accountable. Following S.H.I.E.L.D's downfall, their next step would be to dominate the entire Earth, followed by the conquest of the universe. Ultimately, the grand objective is to rule the cosmos. At that moment, the alley's entrances were sealed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, trapping Nan Zhou and Hela within. Subsequently, a man armed with a submachine gun stepped down from an armored vehicle blocking the alley. Nan Zhou recognized him instantly. He was none other than Brock Rumlow, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.'s strike team. To his surprise, he had not expected Rumlow to be present. Observing Rumlow approach, Nan Zhou felt a twinge of astonishment. He had assumed that only S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were pursuing him and had not anticipated that the strike team leader would personally engage in the fray. Ahem. Rumlow slowly approached the alley, lowering his weapon as a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Darkseid, we bear no ill will. I wish to have a word with you. Seeing that Rumlow had no intentions of hostility, Nan Zhou was inclined to converse with him. And what, pray tell, do you wish to discuss? Nan Zhou's voice was altered, for Rumlow was undoubtedly familiar with his true tone. Although Nan Zhou was already aware that Rumlow was a member of Hydra, their daily interactions were frequent enough for Rumlow to recognize his voice. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and we sincerely hope you will join our ranks to contribute to the protection of this world. Rumlow was fully aware of the man's formidable strength and understood that he was no match for him. He could easily meet the same fate as the individual who had previously been cast aside. Thus he maintained a courteous demeanor. Protect the world? Nan Zhou could hardly believe Rumlow would utter such words, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. He then waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in world protection. The only reason I find myself allied with you is that your enemies threaten my interests. However, should your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. ever pose a threat to my interests, I would not hesitate to obliterate you. At this, Rumlow's expression darkened. While he hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D. would swiftly encroach upon this man's interests, allowing him to eliminate them with alacrity, he was also incensed by the man's audacious words. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not as fragile as you might perceive. Despite Rumlow's desire for Nan Zhou to act sooner rather than later, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances for the time being. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but laugh again. The absurdity of the statement, especially coming from a Hydra spy like Rumlow, added to the comedic effect. Rumlow, keenly aware of the sarcasm lacing Nan Zhou's tone, grew even more somber. However, Nan Zhou was disinterested in further idle chatter. He glanced at Hela beside him, who promptly grasped his arm and ascended into the sky. While Nan Zhou could not fly for the moment, Hela certainly could. One of the reasons he had brought her along was precisely for this capability. Who could resist the allure of a complementary means of aerial transport? As Nan Zhou soared into the heavens, Rumlow was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Reports indicated that this Darkseid could not fly and was limited to ground movement, which was why they had not deployed any aircraft in the vicinity. Clearly, he would need to amend the report to reflect that he possessed an aerial vehicle. With a wave of his hand, Rumlow signaled his subordinates to retreat. This mission had undoubtedly culminated in failure. I believe it would be prudent to eliminate potential threats. In the sky, Hela held onto Nan Zhou's arm as they sped towards New York. Though they needed to traverse the ocean, this posed no challenge for Hela, who could even outpace the fastest aircraft in existence. Nan Zhou, absorbing Hela's remarks, fell into deep contemplation. He understood that her insinuation was to eliminate S.H.I.E.L.D. If he hesitated to take action, Hela was more than capable of fulfilling that role. For many years, Hela had refrained from taking lives, yet an itch for bloodshed lingered within her. However, Nan Zhou's thoughts diverged from this notion entirely. Hela's words sparked a daring idea in Nan Zhou's mind, one that, if successful, could grant them a respite for a considerable time. The contemplative demeanor of Nan Zhou left Hela somewhat astonished. Could it be that he truly harbored murderous intent? In Hela's eyes, Nan Zhou had always embodied the essence of a benevolent being. He consistently admonished Hela against killing, preventing her from eliminating those who would taunt and insult her. This was not due to Nan Zhou's innate kindness, but rather his desire to shield Hela from rediscovering the exhilarating thrill of bloodlust, which could render her increasingly uncontrollable. Yet, Hela perceived him as genuinely virtuous. Now, it seemed he was indeed contemplating violence, which filled her with anticipation. Should they truly embark on a mission to annihilate the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., Hela would undoubtedly be the first to volunteer. It all hinged upon whether Nan Zhou had devised a strategy. Let us change course. We shall not return to New York, but head straight for Washington, he declared. Upon hearing this, Hela's heart swelled with joy. Washington was the very headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., indicating that Nan Zhou had resolved to eradicate the looming threat once and for all. Chapter 75. A Grand Arrival at S.H.I.E.L.D. In the dead of night, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, Nick was diligently organizing the day's reports in his office. Among them was a report submitted by Rumlow regarding the emergence of an additional flying entity associated with Darkseid. As Nick perused Rumlow's findings, a frown creased his brow. The sudden appearance of another immensely powerful, flying woman alongside Darkseid was neither good news nor bad. It simply added to Nick's mounting concerns regarding Darkseid. The situation was proving to be elusive and unpredictable. Even Rumlow's strike team had faltered, though this failure was anticipated. Confronting such a formidable and terrifying adversary could not be resolved by Rumlow and his team alone. At that moment, the office lights began to flicker erratically, which struck Nick as peculiar. He rose to investigate the light switch, but suddenly, the lights extinguished entirely, plunging the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters into darkness. The room was enveloped in an inky blackness. Years of experience as an agent alerted Nick to the impending danger. He swiftly turned, and by the light of the moon, he discerned a figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. "Who are you?" Nick inquired, his voice taut with tension as he slowly reached for his sidearm. The presence of this individual in his already locked office indicated that he was no ordinary intruder. "I advise you not to draw your weapon. Should you do so, it would complicate matters for me," the man replied, stepping closer. Bathed in moonlight, Nick finally discerned the stranger's face. He wore a mask, and that very mask belonged to Darkseid. "You are Darkseid." Nick was taken aback. The individual before him was indeed Darkseid, also known as Nan Zhou. A faint smile graced Nan Zhou's lips as he settled onto the nearby sofa. Nick, in this moment, found himself increasingly unsettled. The person before him was the very Darkseid he had long been preoccupied with. Naturally, Nick could surmise the reason for his presence here. "There is no need for me to elaborate on the purpose, is there?" Nan Zhou understood that Nick was an astute individual, thus he decided to be forthright. Nick also took his seat, realizing the gravity of the situation. "It appears that my associates have left you quite displeased today." Nick dared not make any hasty moves, for someone of his caliber could extinguish his life with but a thought. It seems the renowned director Nick Fury is indeed a clever man. Nan Zhou lounged in a casual manner, exuding an air of arrogance. "I am aware that you have been investigating me, and I know you have uncovered little. In truth, your inquiry has irked me, yet I remained indifferent. However, this time you have genuinely provoked my ire." Nan Zhou's words struck a chord within Nick, who discerned the underlying threat and malice in his tone. "It is an unfortunate circumstance, and I hope you can empathize with my position," Nick replied with a smile. "After all, an entity as formidable and unpredictable as you warrants my vigilance. I recognize your disdain for my methods, yet it is my duty, and I have no alternative." Nick spoke the truth. He could not afford to be complacent around such a powerful being, especially without knowledge of his true intentions. Although Nan Zhou had assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. on several occasions, contributing to the maintenance of peace, Nick remained uncertain of his allegiance. While their interests may have aligned thus far, what if he were to oppose Nick in the future? Such considerations were paramount in Nick's mind. Explaining his investigation into Nan Zhou. "I'm fully aware of your dilemmas, but what does that have to do with me?" Nan Zhou appeared utterly unreasonable, unwilling to entertain the perspective of his counterpart. If one were to always consider the other's viewpoint, the world would cease to function. This lesson had been imparted to him during his agent training by Peggy. It is not always necessary to view matters from another's standpoint. An agent must be decisive and unyielding. I wish to have no entanglements with you. Do you understand? Nan Zhou continued. I can assure you, I am solely concerned with my own interests. I harbor no ambitions of world destruction or domination. I merely desire to live a tranquil and liberated life. Those I have eliminated were merely infringing upon my interests. I had no choice but to dispose of them. Ordinary individuals seldom encroach upon my interests. However, should someone genuinely seek their own demise, I find myself powerless to intervene. Nan Zhou's words have unequivocally conveyed his stance. He harbors no intention of opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, this also provides Nick with an avenue for retreat. With Nan Zhou's assertion, Nick would be wise to promptly withdraw any investigations concerning him. Should Nick remain obstinate, he must accept the consequences of Nan Zhou's actions. I'm acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses a formidable weapon in outer space, yet this poses no concern for me. Upon uttering these words, Nan Zhou left Nick astounded, revealing that he was privy to matters concerning Carol as well. Thus, my point is made. Do you comprehend? After speaking, Nan Zhou fixed his gaze upon Nick, who astutely nodded in acknowledgement. Although, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his concession would significantly impact the morale of its agents. There were no alternatives. A humble admission could alleviate tensions in their relationship, rendering it a worthwhile endeavor. Satisfied, Nan Zhou smiled at this development. Nick has always been a man of prudence, a quality that Nan Zhou greatly appreciates. Despite the simmering discontent within him, it bore no relevance to Nan Zhou. He then approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window and opened it wide. I hope you uphold your word. I have little patience for those who lack integrity. With that, Nan Zhou leapt from the window. Upon witnessing this, Nick hurried to the spot, only to find that Nan Zhou had already vanished. Subsequently, the power supply to S.H.I.E.L.D. was restored. It is indeed embarrassing for such a prestigious organization to have its power system compromised so easily. Clearly, an upgrade to a more robust system is imperative. Stark might be a possibility, though he may not suffice either. At this moment, Nick was fraught with frustration, rubbing his eyes at his desk. I anticipated you would take action, yet this is quite disappointing. On the rooftop of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nan Zhou and Hela gazed at the panorama of Washington, D.C. Hela expressed her dissatisfaction with Nan Zhou, having expected him to orchestrate a massacre within S.H.I.E.L.D. Who could have foreseen such a lackluster outcome? When did I ever declare my intention to kill? Nan Zhou retorted disdainfully at Hela. You, of all people, a so-called noble Asgardian, might refrain from behaving like a savage obsessed with bloodshed. Why resort to violence when words can suffice? His derisive remarks darkened Hela's countenance. If I were not currently at a disadvantage, you would soon regret your insolence. Nan Zhou could not suppress a laugh at this. Rest assured, once you regain your strength, you will discover that you remain incapable of besting me. Chapter 76. Withdrawal of investigation. Why has there been a sudden retraction of the investigation into Darkseid? Natasha, within the confines of Stark Industries, unexpectedly received a call from Nick. Upon hearing his words, she felt a surge of astonishment. After toiling diligently for an extended period, Nick was abruptly suggesting the termination of her mission with a mere statement. This, of course, was something Natasha found difficult to accept. Had they truly uncovered Darkseid's true identity? Natasha, familiar with Nick's character, surmised that his decision to halt the investigation likely indicated that he had indeed discovered Darkseid's real identity. However, Nick remained silent on the other end of the line, an ominous sign for Natasha. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke with a firmness that brooked no argument. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that you're no longer required to investigate Darkseid. His words were not merely a suggestion, but a command. Leaning against the wall, Natasha rubbed her temples and let out a long sigh. I understand. With that, she ended the call. The situation regarding Darkseid had already left her in disarray, yet she was unwilling to relinquish her pursuit without clarity. Nick's refusal to divulge the reasons behind his decision only heightened her suspicions. Observing Pepper, who was currently overwhelmed with her own tasks, Natasha contemplated that the cessation of her investigation might be a blessing in disguise, granting her a moment of respite. However, she preferred a resolution to her inquiries. Thus, she resolved to continue her investigation. Meanwhile, Nick had withdrawn all agents monitoring the vicinity of Stark Manor. The phrase from Nan Zhou, expressing a hope that he would follow through, lingered in his mind. This was the first time in many years that Nick felt such apprehension towards an individual. During their interaction, he had sensed a palpable threat of death. With a mere flick of that person's finger, he could cease to exist. If that individual unleashed the same power they had in New York, Nick feared he might not even have time to reach a crematorium. He would simply be reduced to ashes on the spot, returning to the cosmos. Moreover, that individual was aware of Carol's past deeds, indicating a comprehensive understanding of her actions. Despite this knowledge, there was an unsettling lack of concern displayed, as if Carol were insignificant. Nick remained uncertain about the comparative strengths between himself and Carol. However, the tone of that individual suggested they were likely equals in power. With this thought, Nick clenched his fist tightly. He was, of course, reluctant to concede. Such an approach was undoubtedly a capitulation to that person. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, how could he justify yielding to someone so formidable? It seemed imperative to accelerate the Avengers initiative. Nick understood that only by assembling a team capable of matching that individual could he hope to negotiate terms. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. At that moment, Coulson entered Nick's office. "Nick, why have you called off the mission?" Coulson, having learned of Nick's orders, approached his superior with a sense of perplexity. "There is no reason. Just execute the orders," Nick replied, rubbing his eyes and dismissively waving his hand. He was well aware that his team would undoubtedly bombard him with questions. But revealing the truth was out of the question. He could only send them away one by one. Observing Nick's evident distress, a rare sight indeed, Coulson surmised that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Nan Zhou. With a nod of understanding, he chose to remain silent and tactfully exited Nick's office. No sooner had he left than he turned to dial Nan Zhou's number. The call connected swiftly. "What's going on?" came Nan Zhou's voice from the other end. "Nick has abruptly rescinded the order to investigate you. Is this related to you?" Coulson inquired directly, without pretense. "Indeed, I met with him last night to discuss certain conditions," Nan Zhou replied. At this, Coulson scoffed. "Discuss conditions? You must have threatened him, didn't you? Why would you say that? I was quite calm during our conversation." Nan Zhou insisted, genuinely believing he hadn't intimidated Nick. After all, there had been no violence, and the dialogue had been amicable, at least. Nick had not thrown any cups or overturned tables. Nevertheless, Coulson had already formed his own opinion. He did not trust Nan Zhou's claim of merely negotiating conditions. He suspected that Nan Zhou had indeed resorted to threats. As for Nick, he simply lacked the courage to retaliate, uncertain of what Nan Zhou might do. After the call with Nan Zhou, Coulson gained a clearer understanding of the situation and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Nick. After all, it was his own choice to provoke Nan Zhou. Once he hung up, Coulson grimaced slightly before heading outside the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Meanwhile, in New York, Nan Zhou was being led around the shops by S.H.I.E.L.D, feeling an unusual sense of freedom. With Nick having rescinded the inquiry into him, it was clear that this individual understood the stakes, knowing precisely what could and could not be done. However, the only lingering concern was that ominous presence, continually strengthening its adversaries to thwart his growth. Yet, this entity appeared to underestimate his capabilities. No opponent posed a genuine threat. Only that loathsome nuisance remained a bit troublesome. Currently, it seemed quite ineffectual. What lay ahead was uncertain, but this was merely the beginning. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D approached Nan Zhou, cradling a cup of mate tea in her hands. For reasons unknown, she seemed to have an inexplicable fondness for the taste of mate, reminiscent of water steeped with cigarette butts. "So, did Nick fulfill his promise?" "He l'inquired." Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he had commanded the cessation of the investigation against him. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D let out a disdainful scoff. "In my opinion, it would be best to eliminate the threat entirely, thereby preventing any future complications. And then I shall reign over the world, over the universe." S.H.I.E.L.D once again indulged in her grandiose fantasies of dominion, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat speechless. This goddess of death was perpetually lost in dreams of universal conquest. Having been imprisoned for a millennium, her aspirations had only intensified, and if left unchecked, her already pathological thoughts would only worsen. Ultimately, this could lead to her original fate. While Nan Zhou had no desire to alter the course of the universe's history, the path S.H.I.E.L.D envisioned had already been irrevocably altered. Thus he found himself indifferent to the outcome. Since change was inevitable, he might as well embrace it fully. Chapter 77. Resolving the Iron Man dilemma as usual, New York basked in the warmth of the sun. Nan Zhou drew back the curtains in the living room, gazing out at the bustling city bathed in sunlight. He had lost count of how many days he had spent sleeping on the couch, as Hela had forcibly claimed his bedroom, leaving him with no choice but to find refuge on the sofa. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered that the caller was Tony Stark. "Hey, my friend, there's a gathering at my place tonight. Would you care to grace us with your presence?" Stark's voice echoed through the receiver, slightly slurred, a clear indication of his hangover from the previous night. Nan Zhou was not particularly surprised by this. "Perhaps not. Your gathering will be bustling with guests, and my presence might overshadow you," he replied, though this was merely an excuse, as he wished to avoid becoming embroiled in Stark's chaotic affair. Stark, upon hearing Nan Zhou's response, let out a slight sigh of disappointment. It seemed he had genuinely hoped for Nan Zhou's attendance, yet he could not press further given Nan Zhou's stated unavailability. "What a pity, I understand," he conceded, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Just as Nan Zhou set down his phone, Hela emerged from his room, stretching languidly and striding over to his side, rubbing her eyes. "Is there any breakfast?" she inquired. "There's sandwiches on the dining table. Feel free to help yourself," Nan Zhou replied as he plopped down on the sofa and turned on the television. The television broadcasts news of Hammer Industries' upcoming expo in New York. Following Stark's exhibition, Hammer is unwilling to remain stagnant. Otherwise, it would not have assisted Ivan Vanko in his escape, subsequently forging a partnership that birthed a formidable army of steel. I find myself pondering, do mortals truly revel in such ostentatious endeavors? At that moment, Hela emerged from the kitchen with a sandwich, taking a seat beside Nan Zhou. To her, these so-called expos and armors are nothing more than extravagant yet impractical trinkets. While they may seem inconsequential to you, they represent terrifying weapons in this world. Despite having lived here for quite some time, Hela has yet to fully integrate into Earth's societal fabric. Otherwise, she would not pose such inquiries. These weapons might appear trivial in your eyes, but if mass production were achievable, they could dominate the globe. The weapons Nan Zhou referred to are, of course, the Iron Man suits crafted by Stark. Upon hearing this, Hela smirked. It must be said, this world is indeed feeble. In her prime, she could have obliterated it within a day. Yet, individuals like Nan Zhou exist. Though an outsider, he currently serves as a protector of this realm, which lends an air of unpredictability to it. To Hela, this is profoundly paradoxical. As time swiftly passed to the following day, a significant event unfolded. A colossal battle erupted within Stark's mansion, leaving much of it in ruins. Rhodes donned the Mark II and engaged Stark in a legendary confrontation within the Iron Man's residence, resulting in utter chaos. Ultimately, Rhodes, clad in the Mark II, soared back to his military base. This news was largely suppressed, as those present at Stark's mansion received substantial hush money to quell the uproar. Had the media sensationalized the incident, it would have dealt a fatal blow to Stark Industries. The trouble surrounding Ivan Vanko and Morocco had already caused a significant decline in the company's stock. Now, as Pepper assumes her role at Stark Industries, she must ensure that the company does not endure further drastic stock drops. Meanwhile, Stark is no longer within his mansion, leaving Ethan to clean up the remnants. Observing the dilapidated state of the residence, Ethan felt a sense of helplessness. He had long anticipated Stark's downfall. The palladium poisoning symptoms had become painfully evident on his body, spreading beyond his chest to his neck and even to his face. The proportion of palladium in his blood had escalated to an alarming 90. Stark was acutely aware that his time was drawing to a close. All the absurdities surrounding him were founded upon this grim reality. Ethan understood Stark's desperate quest for an alternative element to palladium. Yet, despite their exhaustive permutations of surrounding elements, every attempt had met with failure. At present, palladium remained irreplaceable. This substance that had once preserved Stark's life was now poised to extinguish it. Should Stark fail to discover a substitute for palladium forthwith, it was likely that he would not survive beyond 3 months. At that moment, Stark reclined atop a colossal donut sculpture, clutching a freshly purchased donut. A bruise marred his forehead, a remnant of his recent altercation with Rhodes. "Sir, I must insist that you descend from that oversized donut," a voice called out from nearby. Stark turned to find a black man standing before him. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's expression was far from pleasant. He had just encountered Darkseid, an event that had left him humiliated as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, forced to retract a command amidst the bewilderment of his subordinates. Now, Stark was adding to his troubles. As S.H.I.E.L.D's director and a principal figure in the Avengers Initiative, he could not afford to ignore this situation, compelling him to step forward. It seemed he would have to assume the role of a compassionate older brother to address the turmoil within Stark. As Stark removed his sunglasses and surveyed himself, Fury rolled his eyes and entered the establishment beneath the sculpture. Stark promptly rolled off the sculpture and followed him inside. He had more pressing matters to attend to in New Mexico, but felt obliged to assist Stark in resolving his predicament. Fury gazed at Stark, who appeared somewhat dazed, and his irritation surged. This Stark was forcing him to make him the focal point of his universe. Chapter 78. New Skills. Flight. Hey, Nan Zhou. Do you have time to be active and take a trip to New Mexico? Nan Zhou received Nick's call, who was hoping for assistance regarding Stark's situation. Nick, preoccupied with Stark's troubles, could not afford to divert his attention to New Mexico. Thus he sought Nan Zhou's help. That might be difficult, Nan Zhou responded nonchalantly, reclining on the sofa, engrossed in the television. He was well aware of the events transpiring in New Mexico, a place where he had received his inheritance rewards, and certainly intended to visit, just not at that moment. Nick was taken aback by Nan Zhou's reply. Why? I find myself unable to attend to certain matters, and I believe Coulson is more suited for the task at hand. Let him handle it. Nan Zhou's response was exceedingly perfunctory, igniting a simmering frustration within Nick. Yet, succumbing to anger would not resolve the predicament. The foremost priority now is to find someone genuinely capable of stepping up. Since Nan Zhou is unwilling to go, Nick must seek out Coulson. He has grown accustomed to Nan Zhou's habitual behavior, as it is a frequent occurrence, and thus he does not intend to impose any penalties this time. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Nan Zhou rose and made his way to the garage. He is now remarkably close to achieving a score of 10 on the Darkseid template. With each passing day, today, tomorrow, the day after, he will be able to complete a new daily task once more. Upon accomplishing this task, Nan Zhou will have completed 30 daily tasks, thereby earning a reward of 1 in inheritance. Consequently, his inheritance level for the Darkseid template will reach 10. The day he attains this milestone coincides with the Hammer Industries exposition. Regardless of the Darkseid abilities he may earn as a reward, he will have ample opportunity to experiment with them. He fervently hopes for the Omega beams. As he walks, Nan Zhou silently prays. After enduring prolonged exposure to Omega radiation, it would be exceedingly disheartening not to acquire even a single signature skill from Darkseid. Meanwhile, in California, within Stark's opulent mansion, Nick tucked his phone away and let out a heavy sigh. Did he agree? Natasha, standing behind him, inquired at that moment. Her question was tinged with a hint of knowing, for Nick's expression revealed that Nan Zhou had outright rejected the assignment. Not only did he decline, but he also pushed Coulson forward. Nick rubbed his eyes, feeling at a loss regarding Nan Zhou's behavior. With Peggy still among the living, Nan Zhou occasionally heeds his commands. However, the thought of Peggy's absence one day raises concerns about whether Nan Zhou would become an uncontrollable force. Reflecting on the recent close call Peggy had with death, Nick felt compelled to prepare himself mentally. It is highly probable that after Peggy's passing, Nan Zhou would sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D, and S.H.I.E.L.D would never permit such a formidable agent to operate without oversight. Thus, Nan Zhou might ultimately emerge as a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. Contemplating this, Nick sank deeper into his gloom, letting out a resigned sigh as he massaged his temples. Nevertheless, being in New York is fortuitous. As the Hammer Industries exposition is approaching, perhaps he will have some support then. Natasha, unsure of how to alleviate Nick's current melancholy, could only broach the subject once more. After listening to her consolation, Nick waved his hand dismissively and departed from Stark's mansion, leaving Natasha to continue her role as Pepper Potts' assistant and Coulson to monitor Stark. As for Coulson, after resolving the affairs concerning Stark, he was set to depart for New Mexico. When Coulson learned that Nan Zhou had been directly assigned this task, he found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had hoped to request a vacation from Nick after settling Stark's issues, but it now appeared that his long-awaited respite would be thwarted. He had always wanted to ask, How was it that he managed to keep his body unscathed while confined in a room saturated with such terrifying radiation? At that moment, Nan Zhou had already emerged from that room and returned to his home. He had installed a makeshift shower in his garage, and after exiting the room, he would immediately shower and change before heading home. After all, there was still Hela at home. It would be quite awkward to return in a disheveled state if they happened to cross paths. Thus, by the time Nan Zhou returned, he was already in fresh attire. Hela, on the other hand, was perplexed. Although Nan Zhou was an outsider, the human anatomy was evidently the same. Why then was he seemingly unaffected by such lethal radiation? Was he truly that formidable? Contemplating Hela's question, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, pondering how to respond. He could only remark that there was indeed a significant disparity between his body and theirs. As he spoke, he picked up a cup and fiddled with it in his hands. While the anatomical structure may be identical, there were subtle differences that were imperceptible to the naked eye, yet substantial nonetheless. With a smile directed at Hela, he added, "To truly understand me, you must spend more time in my company. The secrets I harbor far exceed what you could possibly imagine." Hela could hardly refute this. Undoubtedly, Nan Zhou possessed more secrets than she did. If one were to ponder who the most enigmatic individual in this world was, it would undoubtedly be this outsider, Nan Zhou. Time gradually passed, and the Hammer Industries Expo was upon them. At that moment, Nan Zhou was in his room, eagerly counting down the minutes. The 5-hour mark was swiftly approaching, and he could even feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. It had been a long time since he had felt such exhilaration. Watching the clock on the wall, he noted that the second hand was drawing closer to the 5-hour limit. He had even begun to count down, the anticipation intensifying his excitement. He was eager to discover what new abilities he would acquire this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. The host has achieved 30 daily tasks, and the inheritance degree of the Darkseid template has increased by 1. As the 5-hour limit arrived, the long-awaited sound of the system echoed in Nan Zhou's ears. Ding! The host's Darkseid template has reached level 10, unlocking a new skill. Congratulations, the host has acquired the skill of flight. Upon hearing these words, Nan Zhou instantly rose to his feet. He had not misheard. He had indeed acquired the skill of flight. He could soar through the skies. Chapter 79. Stepping in to save the day, although the ability he gained was not the coveted Omega Ray he had long yearned for. The power of flight was undeniably a boon. At this moment of immense excitement, a significant issue arose at the Hammer Industries Expo. Just then, Nan Zhou's phone rang, and it was Nick on the line. "Nan Zhou, are you in New York right now? There's a problem at the Hammer Expo. Hurry." Nick's voice crackled through the receiver. What problem has arisen? "I'm not in New York. I'm in Texas." Nan Zhou feigned ignorance as he responded. "You're in Texas? Damn it." Nick was thoroughly infuriated this time. "Can't you just stay put in New York?" "I mentioned that I have some matters to attend to, which is why I'm in Texas." Nan Zhou's explanation left Nick momentarily speechless, for he was, in a sense, justified. After all, Nick had not explicitly instructed him to remain in New York. Where he chose to be was entirely his prerogative. This situation could only be swallowed in silence. "Once you finish your business, head to New Mexico, understood?" Nick sighed heavily before speaking again. "Understood." Nan Zhou recognized the art of taking advantage while maintaining a facade of innocence. Thus he readily agreed. Meanwhile, at the Hammer Industries Expo, the drone armor crafted by Ivan Vanko had spiraled completely out of control, and even the Mark II, modified by Hammer, was now under Vanko's command. Their singular objective was none other than Tony Stark. All of the armors had been designed with the sole purpose of eliminating Tony Stark, and their collaboration with Hammer was merely to secure a favorable production environment. "Tony, be careful, I've locked onto you." Rhodes, trapped within the war machine, found himself unable to take any action, resorting to incessantly alerting Stark through the communicator. This incessant warning was beginning to irk Stark. Ever since Stark had received the relics left by his father, Howard Stark, from Nick, he had successfully created a new element. Utilizing the video left by his father, coupled with his own intellect, effectively replacing palladium without any adverse effects. Consequently, Stark triumphed. He survived, aided by his father's legacy. His arrival was also to thwart Vanko's nefarious scheme. With the new element powering his suit, his capabilities had grown significantly. However, the sheer number of Vanko's drones posed a considerable challenge. He could not engage them within the city and needed to lure them away from the downtown area. At that moment, Stark's armor radar detected a rapidly approaching target. "What is that?" Feed me the satellite imagery. Shortly thereafter, Jarvis transmitted the satellite imagery directly into Stark's suit. Upon observing the figure illuminated by the lights, Stark momentarily froze. The attire was one he recognized all too well, for he had crafted it himself. Darkseid? What brings him here? And he can fly now? Stark swiftly discerned the approaching individual. It was indeed Darkseid. It was Nan Zhou. Despite having reached level 10, Nan Zhou was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to enhance his inheritance. Thus he soared through the air using his newfound flying skills. However, his flight appeared rather clumsy, lacking the finesse of an experienced aviator. He struggled to maintain his balance, veering awkwardly through the sky, a clear indication that he had only just acquired the ability to fly. At that moment, Nan Zhou spotted the myriad of drones in pursuit of Stark, and with a burst of acceleration, he charged towards the cluster of airborne robots. Upon arrival, he seized the two closest drones, diverting their flight paths and sending them crashing down onto the plaza below. Subsequently, he extracted their mechanical heads and crushed them effortlessly. This is somewhat challenging to control. Nan Zhou sighed, brushing off the dust from his attire before discarding the shattered robot heads aside. He then ascended into the sky once more. The sensation of flying was exhilarating. The breathtaking view below and the irresistible speed filled Nan Zhou with elation. Yet this was not the time for leisurely enjoyment. He had tasks to attend to. Though reluctant to assist Stark, believing him capable enough on his own, Nan Zhou resolved to practice his flying skills by engaging with these adversaries. He accelerated once again, pinning 3 more robots to the ground and obliterating their heads, rendering them powerless. All of this unfolded under the watchful eye of Ivan Vanko. Clearly, this unexpected presence had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. While he could not ascertain whether this individual was the same one who had caught his whip with a single hand, there was an uncanny resemblance. Hey, that suit looks remarkably fitting on you. Nan Zhou, having dispatched several more robots, approached Stark's side. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's attire, Stark could not help but comment, I must say, it looks quite impressive. I really like it. The red and black battle suit resonated profoundly with Nan Zhou's aesthetic sensibilities. There was a distinct professionalism to it. Are you here to assist me? Stark inquired once more. Nan Zhou hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. You could interpret it that way. Before Stark could respond, however, a war machine accelerated from behind, ensnaring Stark's leg, and both men plummeted into the park. While they grappled, Nan Zhou continued to dispatch several more lesser foes. At this moment, Natasha and Rhodey had breached the workplace of Vank at Hammer Industries. Naturally, Vank had long since fled. Utilizing her skills, Natasha swiftly liberated Rhodey from the clutches of the war machine, granting him his freedom. Hey, brother, perhaps I should return this battle armor to you. Being controlled by someone else is quite an unpleasant experience, Rhodey panted, rising to his feet. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Nan Zhou. I presume you are the renowned Darkseid, are you not? Rhodey was well aware of this name. Extending his hand, he introduced himself, James Rhodey. Since Rhodey had initiated the handshake, Nan Zhou reciprocated. Darkseid. After their greeting, Rhodey turned to Stark. So, you were aware of this all along and chose not to inform me. As a longtime friend of Stark, Rhodey felt a twinge of disappointment. However, Stark merely offered an awkward smile. After all, he asked me to keep it secret. What could I do? With his power, a mere flick of his wrist could spell doom for Iron Man. You would lose your closest friend. Fear not, Nan Zhou interjected abruptly. I still possess shares in your company, so it won't be so easy for you to perish. As long as you are around, there is money to be made. Chapter 80. Ex-wife. While Stark, Rhodey, and Nan Zhou were engaged in conversation, the drones controlled by Vank had already surrounded them. What a hassle these individuals are, Rhodey remarked as he donned his mask, with Stark doing the same. At that moment, Stark glanced at Nan Zhou. You will assist us, won't you? Nan Zhou tilted his head. Well, I suppose I shall lend a hand. Upon hearing this, both Rhodey and Stark exchanged slight smiles. Suddenly, the robots, encircling them, brandished their weapons, aiming at the trio. Let us resolve this issue first, and then we can talk, Stark declared. With that, both Stark and Rhodey activated their weapons, defending against the barrage of bullets while launching their counterattacks. As for Nan Zhou, he did not wish to overshadow the two, as they were the true protagonists of this event. A misstep could cost him the ultimate reward, so it was prudent for him to remain low-key. Is this fellow even human? Rhodey mused, noticing Nan Zhou, who had effortlessly punched through a robot's body and then strolled over to another, delivering yet another decisive blow. The efficiency of this seemingly childlike fighter evoked a sense of envy in Rhodey. Coupled with the previous incident involving the Hulk, he increasingly suspected that this individual might not be of earthly origin. "I cannot say," Stark replied after blasting through another robot. "I have yet to see the face beneath that mask." Stark was perpetually curious about the visage concealed beneath Nan Zhou's mask. He envisioned numerous possibilities, yet none seemed to correlate with his physique. Could it be that beneath that mask lurked an extraterrestrial being? Roger mused, his mind conjuring images of aliens from films he had watched. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much," Stark replied, casting a silent glance at Roger. "If he becomes displeased, you may want to contemplate the consequences." Upon hearing this, Roger promptly silenced himself. After all, that individual shared a closer bond with Stark than with him. Should he incite any discontent, Stark might not be able to shield him from the repercussions. As the two conversed, they relentlessly continued their onslaught against the robotic adversaries. Even the newly arrived automatons fell victim to their combined might. The legion of robots, crafted by Vanko utilizing resources from Hammer Industries, was utterly vanquished. "These lesser foes are quite manageable," Stark exhaled in relief, seemingly confident that the issue had been resolved. His foremost concern now was the elusive mastermind, Ivan Vanko. Where on earth has Ivan Vanko disappeared to? "If he has fled, we might be in trouble," Roger remarked. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward. "Rest assured, there is no need for you to seek him out. He will come to you on his own." He raised his gaze to the night sky. Suddenly, Natasha's voice echoed. "Stark, something is hurtling towards your direction. I cannot ascertain what it is, but it may not bode well," she added. Just then, the enigmatic object descended before Nan Zhou and his companions. It was a suit of armor reminiscent of the Ironmonger, with electricity-laden whips extending from its arms. The helmet was removed, revealing none other than Ivan Vanko himself. "Delighted to make your acquaintance." Vanko smiled at Stark, though his expression turned wary as he regarded Nan Zhou. The individual capable of effortlessly catching the electrified whips was not one to be trifled with. However, having committed himself to this confrontation, he knew he must press on. "Wow, this is rather dire," Roger interjected. "But I have prepared a special gift for this fellow." He stepped forward with unwavering confidence, a small missile emerging from the left shoulder of his armor. "I intend to obliterate his formidable stronghold with my ex-wife." At this proclamation, Stark was momentarily taken aback. "What on earth? Your ex-wife?" Before he could finish his thought, the missile, ominously dubbed ex-wife, was launched from Roger's shoulder. However, Ivan did not shy away. Instead, he smiled as the projectile struck him. With a soft clang, the projectile inflicted no harm upon Vank, instead landing in the puddle at his feet, extinguishing itself instantly. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward in that instant. Although Nan Zhou had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was still enough to evoke a sense of embarrassment on Rod's behalf. This was indeed a noteworthy scene, and it seemed unjust for the system to offer no rewards. Yet, this was merely Nan Zhou's wishful thinking, as the system remained entirely unresponsive. "Oh, Stark," he glanced at Rod. "So this device was crafted by Hammer, was it?" Rod nodded slightly, his demeanor betraying his discomfort. Hammer's creations had always been unreliable, and it took considerable audacity to utilize them. Stark, ever the provocateur, seized the moment to tease Rod. Then, he stepped forward declaring, "Allow me to take the stage." With that, Stark raised his shoulders, aiming his weapon at Vang's neck and head, before launching the projectile. Clearly, Vang's attitude towards Stark was markedly different from his treatment of Rod. He dared not underestimate Stark's weaponry. After all, Stark's armaments were not forged by Hammer, and thus, he would not face the same embarrassing repercussions as before. Vang swiftly donned his mask, deflecting Stark's projectiles with his sturdy metallic armor. Subsequently, he wielded his whip, striking out at Stark and Rod, prompting both to hastily evade. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou leisurely perched himself upon a nearby rock, opting to refrain from participating in the skirmish. He had no desire to unintentionally claim a kill without any reward, so he resolutely decided to withhold his intervention, even if Vank's focus shifted toward him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Stark and Rod, clearly perplexed by Nan Zhou's inaction, directed their confusion toward him. "This is entirely up to you," Nan Zhou replied slowly. "I shall not intervene. Rest assured, I have faith in you. You will triumph over him. Good luck." Chapter 81. The second event achievement without Nan Zhou's assistance. Stark and Rod found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. In such confined terrain, the long whip of the whipsock armor proved exceedingly advantageous. Consequently, the two found themselves entangled in a strenuous struggle. Are you truly not coming to help? Stark and Rod, ensnared by the whip's length, found their attempts to break free futile. In response to Rod's inquiry, Nan Zhou merely smiled and shook his head. Consider it a form of training for you both. How about that? Nan Zhou's words left Rhodes utterly speechless. However, before he could muster any retort, he was unceremoniously cast aside by the whip. It was evident to the whip wielder that Nan Zhou would not intervene. Though the reason eluded him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He hoped that when he vanquished Iron Man, this individual would remain on the sidelines. The reason Nan Zhou refrained from action was that he discerned Ivan Vanko had not acquired the power of that entity. Perhaps the frailty of a mortal was too great. Obtaining such power might overwhelm the body. Alternatively, even if Vanko had gained that strength, his prowess would not see significant enhancement. Yet, the specifics no longer concerned Nan Zhou. As long as Vanko lacked that entity's power, he would remain passive. After all, under normal circumstances, it was Stark and Rhodes who would jointly defeat this foe. So his non-interference would likely lead to their victory. Observing the beleaguered duo, Nan Zhou found himself wishing for a bowl of sunflower seeds, treating the spectacle as an immersive cinematic experience. At that moment, Stark landed beside Nan Zhou, his red and gold armor now charred and blackened. The whip's strike was undeniably formidable. Without the armor's protection, he might have been rendered lifeless by a single lash. Can you bear to watch this? Stark, like Rhodes, earnestly inquired of Nan Zhou. Yet, Nan Zhou merely smiled in response. Of course I can bear it. You two carry on. Observing the pair's apparent helplessness, Nan Zhou briefly speculated whether that entity had indeed intervened, targeting Stark and Rhodes, diminishing their intellect. Recall the tactics you employed during that gathering, Nan Zhou prompted Stark, hoping to jog his memory. True to his genius, Stark quickly recalled the incident at his mansion, where Rhodes piloted Mark II against him. Were you at my house that day? Stark questioned, clearly remembering that he had previously contacted this individual, only to be met with outright refusal. Naturally, I possess my means of knowing, Nan Zhou replied, bemused, astonished that Stark's primary concern was this matter. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Stark promptly regained his focus and initiated communication with Rhodes via radio. Rhodes responded in kind, and soon the two found themselves once again ensnared by Vanko. This time, they moved in unison, positioning themselves to encircle Vanko. Rhodes, it's time, Stark declared, raising his hand, with Rhodes mirroring the gesture. Vank was utterly oblivious to the peculiar antics of the two individuals, yet an instinctual unease gnawed at him, as if foreboding an imminent calamity. In quick succession, Stark and his handheld cannon unleashed a brilliant beam of energy, the two projectiles converging to create a tremendous shockwave. Vank found himself directly in the path of this colossal disturbance, mere inches away as it surged toward him. Amidst a cacophony of dust and debris, both Stark and Rhodes were likewise hurled backward. As the haze began to dissipate, Nan Zhou approached with curiosity, only to discover Vank's upper body remarkably intact, while his lower half was a gruesome sight, a clear indication that his days were numbered. With a twisted grin, Vank turned his gaze toward Nan Zhou, remarking, "If you had joined, I would have surely met my end far sooner." He then erupted into a sinister laugh. "Though I am defeated in the end, I still emerge victorious." No sooner had he spoken than the core of Vank's armor began to emit a crimson glow, pulsating ominously and accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. Even the nearby robots exhibited similar reactions. Stark and Rhodes, witnessing this, shouted in alarm, "This guy's going to self-destruct." Realizing the gravity of the situation, they sprang into action. Stark dashed toward Pepper, while Rhodes sought cover. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou remained rooted in place, observing Vank, whose expression was one of bewilderment as he pondered why this individual chose to stand firm in the face of impending explosion. In that fleeting moment of life, Vank could not comprehend the reasons behind Nan Zhou's apparent indifference to the looming blast. With a resounding explosion and a sky ablaze with fire, Ivan Vank met his end. The other robots also detonated, plunging the already beleaguered New York into chaos once more. Yet at the epicenter of the explosion stood Nan Zhou, directly hit by the shockwave, yet miraculously unscathed, his attire untouched. It must be said that Stark's technology was indeed formidable. In admiration, Nan Zhou praised Stark, but before he could finish his thought, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the event milestone. Iron Man vs. Whiplash. Host receives a 3-point inheritance reward. This time, Nan Zhou had succeeded, earning his second event reward. He had approached this rare opportunity with utmost caution. Elated by his achievement, he lifted his gaze and soared toward his home. The newfound ability to fly was an extraordinary convenience, not to mention the savings on airfare. Shortly, he arrived at the foot of his building. Just as he reached his destination, a familiar surge of power washed over him, though he struggled to identify its source. Contemplating this, Nan Zhou quickened his ascent up the stairs, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. Upon entering the living room, he found Hela vigilantly observing the sofa. She stood by the window, perpetually poised for battle, her gaze brimming with vigilance. When Nan Zhou glanced towards the sofa, he was taken aback. Seated there was Odin, the very visitor from before. It was this familiar presence that emanated from Odin. The three children stood nearby, witnessing Hela's unprecedented tension. Upon Odin declaring himself as Hela's father, the children exhibited less resistance, engaging in pleasant conversation with him. As Nan Zhou returned, Odin rose with a smile. Greetings, Mr. Nan Zhou. It is a pleasure to see you again. Chapter 82. Departure to New Mexico. Odin, Nan Zhou, squinted at the elderly figure before him. He approached the three children, ushering them into the room, and then took a seat on the sofa, while Odin comfortably settled onto a nearby, smaller couch. What brings you here? Surely, you do not intend to take Hela away? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's inquiry, Odin offered a faint smile and shook his head. That is not the matter at hand. I have other business to attend to. In that instant, Nan Zhou comprehended. Odin was not only an exceptional king, but also a devoted father. However, the term devoted father seemed ill-suited when applied to Hela. You wouldn't be asking me to look after your son, would you? The moment these words escaped Nan Zhou's lips, both Odin and Hela were momentarily stunned. How do you, quickly, a hint of apprehension flickered across Odin's face. You wish to inquire how I came to know? Before Odin could finish, Nan Zhou interrupted. I'm aware of many things. Please do not be too astonished. Nan Zhou was indeed privy to the events unfolding in New Mexico. Thor, the god of thunder, had been exiled there, along with his hammer. This was a matter Nan Zhou understood all too well, particularly as he was set to embark on a journey to that very place the following day. Since you are already informed, there is no need for further elaboration. I hope you can discreetly safeguard my son, Thor. That is certainly feasible, especially since I do intend to visit New Mexico, Nan Zhou replied, stroking his chin as he fixed his gaze upon Odin. Is there compensation for this? Nan Zhou was not one to work without reward. He had always believed in fair remuneration, provided the offer was suitable. Odin had anticipated this inquiry, having already surmised that Nan Zhou would seek compensation. If you assist me, you shall become the most esteemed guest of Asgard, and I assure you, before my passing, I will impose no further entanglements upon Hela. If Odin had previously been compromising, this time he spoke with genuine sincerity. Even Hela was taken aback. She had not anticipated Odin's capacity to make such a promise. It appears you are quite sincere. Although Nan Zhou verbally expresses this sentiment, internally he harbors some resentment. After all, Odin's words lack any genuine sincerity. Even without these rewards, he would still be a guest of honor in Asgard. He dares not provoke Hela lightly. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou chooses to accept the reward, despite its seemingly negligible value. There is a significant difference between voluntary acceptance and coerced compromise. What Nan Zhou seeks is legitimacy. Very well, Nan Zhou nodded. In that case, I shall lend you a hand and take care of your wayward son. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's agreement, Odin felt a surge of happiness, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort at the notion of his son being referred to as wayward. Then I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Nan Zhou. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Odin stated, preparing to depart from Nan Zhou's abode. Wait a moment, Nan Zhou suddenly called out to Odin. Odin turned back, perplexed, not understanding why Nan Zhou wished to stop him. If I were to wield that hammer, would your son's pride be wounded? This question took Odin by surprise. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from Nan Zhou. Anyone deemed worthy by the hammer could lift it, so if one is recognized by it, they too could wield it. As for whether Thor's pride would be hurt, he was uncertain, though he believed it would not. With that, Odin departed from Nan Zhou's home. This time, Nan Zhou did not hinder his exit. Once Odin's presence faded, Hela sank onto the sofa, appearing somewhat dejected. Nan Zhou understood the reason for Hela's disheartenment. Though she harbored hatred for Odin, he was still her father. Witnessing him return to this place, where he had previously suffered, seeking assistance for Thor's safety, stirred mixed emotions within her. Observing Odin's attitude towards Thor only deepened Hela's sense of disappointment in herself. Nan Zhou approved Hela. I understand your current emotional conflict. Hela looked up at him, recognizing that Nan Zhou's acceptance of Odin's terms was ultimately for her benefit. After all, a just cause is essential in warfare. With Odin's promise secured, he would surely refrain from troubling her. This was the legitimacy Nan Zhou sought, and it all seemed to revolve around her. Hela then rested her head on Nan Zhou's shoulder, an unexpected gesture that took him by surprise. Here was the goddess of death, now appearing as vulnerable as a delicate maiden. I also wish to accompany you to New Mexico, she said softly after a pause, longing to see her brother, the one favored so dearly by Odin. This time, Nan Zhou did not refuse Hela's request. Instead, he nodded slightly. Very well. Nan Zhou not only understood Hela's current emotions, but the God Lord also empathized with him, as it all seemed intertwined with the life he once led in another world. Hela, taken aback, had not anticipated that Nan Zhou would genuinely acquiesce to her plea. She contemplated inquiring about his reasons, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. If you wish to go, then let us prepare. We shall spend several days there. The situation in New Mexico was far from simple, after all. She would be participating in her capacity as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, which would render the experience anything but leisurely. Hela nodded and rose, making her way to Nan Zhou's bedroom. Not only had Hela taken over Nan Zhou's room, but she had also claimed his wardrobe, which was now filled entirely with her attire, purchased with Nan Zhou's own funds. As for Nan Zhou's clothes, he paid them little mind, as he possessed only a few garments himself. Nan Zhou approached the room where the three children were staying to explain the situation. As expected, the children voiced their discontent. Although Hela had taken them to Hawaii during the holidays, they still wished to accompany Nan Zhou. However, upon learning that his departure was work-related, they ceased their complaints. Conversely, Wanda and Lorna exhibited a hint of jealousy upon hearing that Hela would also be joining them. After soothing the three children, Nan Zhou made his way to the living room, reclining on the sofa as he booked 2 plane tickets to New Mexico. In his report to Nick, Nan Zhou planned to fly from Texas to New York and then to New Mexico, thus making the itinerary plausible. He set his phone down, contemplating the dawn that awaited him. Another trip to New Mexico to clean up the mess. Chapter 83. Raising the Thunder God's Hammer, New Mexico. Upon disembarking the plane, Nan Zhou and Hela arrived in the city. In truth, Nan Zhou had not frequently visited this place and was not particularly familiar with it. Nan Zhou, just as they exited the airport, they heard Coulson's voice calling out to them. Following the sound, they saw Coulson waving at them. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou approached Coulson with Hela in tow. Noticing that Nan Zhou had brought someone along, Coulson appeared puzzled. However, upon seeing Hela's beauty, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did you bring someone with you? You're here on a mission. Coulson pulled Nan Zhou aside. Is this your girlfriend? Nan Zhou quickly shook his head. Just a friend, don't worry, it won't interfere with my work. After hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson glanced at Hela once more, feeling a pang of sympathy for Hill. Enough, don't stare. You might not be able to defeat him. Nan Zhou sensed that Coulson was becoming engrossed and promptly patted him on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Coulson, perplexed by Nan Zhou's statement, wondered why he would claim he might be outmatched by that woman. It seemed impossible for anyone to surpass him. However, as Nan Zhou insisted on pulling him into the vehicle, Coulson refrained from pondering further and drove them to their destination. If you wish to see your brother, stay here obediently and refrain from wandering around. Nan Zhou instructed Hela upon their arrival at the hotel. Hela nodded, indicating she would comply with Nan Zhou's arrangements. Satisfied with her affirmation, Nan Zhou nodded in return and departed the hotel alongside Coulson. Where did you meet that girl? Coulson inquired, glancing at Nan Zhou, who sat in the passenger seat. The girl he referred to was, of course, Hela. Where did we meet? Nan Zhou mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps about 6 months ago. Why do you ask? Coulson shook his head and pressed on. Does she know about your abilities? Upon hearing this question, Nan Zhou hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, he slowly nodded, not concealing the truth from Coulson. Indeed, she is aware of my strength. Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Really? You trust her that much? In response to Coulson's skepticism, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. He was aware of his capabilities, yet he would withhold Hela's true identity from Coulson. After all, once the events in New Mexico concluded, Coulson would likely uncover Hela's true nature himself, rendering any current revelations unnecessary. Noticing that Nan Zhou seemed disinclined to divulge further, Coulson chose to remain silent. By the way, there's something important I haven't shared with you. Just as he closed his mouth, Coulson recalled that he had yet to provide Nan Zhou with vital work-related information. In a desolate area of New Mexico, a peculiar object with a strange energy source has landed. It resembles a hammer. In truth, Coulson need not have informed Nan Zhou of the work details, as he was already aware of the situation. Take me to the site, Nan Zhou interjected, interrupting Coulson mid-sentence. Recognizing the necessity of allowing Nan Zhou to observe the scene firsthand, Coulson nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at the location where the hammer had fallen. The area was cordoned off by S.H.I.E.L.D, preventing anyone from approaching. Upon entering the makeshift workspace set up by S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Usputida Familia Fus. Hawkeye Clinton Barton. Hey, Joe, good to see you. With a smile, Barton approached Nan Zhou, who warmly welcomed him. Clinton, it has been ages since we last met. The two embraced, patting each other's backs in camaraderie. The bond between Nan Zhou and Agent Barton was one forged through life-threatening experiences. When Nan Zhou was 17, he accompanied Barton to Mexico to investigate a smuggling case, only to inadvertently discover that their target was a member of Hydra. They were soon discovered by Hydra, which had deep roots in Mexico and connections with various gangs, resulting in a relentless pursuit. Together, they managed to return to Washington, solidifying a profound friendship. If Barton's closest ally in S.H.I.E.L.D was Natasha, then the second would undoubtedly be Nan Zhou. However, after that incident, their collaborations became scarce. Nan Zhou primarily focused on eradicating Hydra, while Barton dealt with hostile forces from other nations, leading to their prolonged separation. This unexpected reunion was a surprise, though it was primarily so for Barton. I never anticipated you would come, he remarked, pulling Nan Zhou's arm to lead him inside. I also didn't expect to see you here, Nan Zhou replied, exchanging pleasantries. After a time of cordial conversation, Nan Zhou returned to Coulson's side. Now that the pleasantries are over, take me to see that hammer. Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly led the way to the location where the hammer had fallen. Nan Zhou surveyed the S.H.I.E.L.D personnel conducting tests nearby before he placed a hand on Coulson's shoulder. Please clear them out and turn off the cameras. Coulson hesitated for a moment, but complied with Nan Zhou's request, ushering everyone out and shutting down the surveillance. Now, only Nan Zhou and Coulson remained before the hammer. Gripping the hammer's handle, Nan Zhou was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surge of power. The hammer of the Thunder God. Its might is indeed formidable, he mused. Observing this, Coulson quickly interjected, that hammer cannot even be moved by a vehicle. I know you possess great strength, but it's still a stretch. Nan Zhou simply smiled in response. This hammer cannot be lifted solely by brute force. It requires a certain worthiness. He pondered whether he, an outsider unbound by the laws of the universe, could indeed lift it. With that thought, Nan Zhou exerted force upon the handle of the hammer. Are you certain you want it? Coulson began to say, but suddenly fell silent, his mouth agape in disbelief. For Nan Zhou had effortlessly lifted the hammer, an object that seemed immovable to nearly all. Chapter 84. Hela's obsession, did you truly lift it? Coulson gazed at Nan Zhou in disbelief, astonished that he could effortlessly raise a hammer that even a truck could not budge, as if it were merely a toy. Surprised? Nan Zhou toyed with the hammer before placing it back in its original position. Well, there's nothing else at hand. I merely wish to play with this hammer, which is why I asked you to send everyone else away. With that, Nan Zhou began to make his way outside, prompting Coulson to hastily follow. Do you even know what this hammer is? Where it originates? Nan Zhou nodded. Of course, why? Would you like to hear about it? Coulson eagerly nodded. His purpose for being there was to investigate the hammer, so naturally, he desired to know its secrets. Very well, follow me. Nan Zhou smiled slightly, gesturing for Coulson to accompany him, and they proceeded to a secluded corner of a temporary base. There, Nan Zhou began to recount the tale of Asgard. In his view, sharing this information with Coulson was of little consequence. After all, he would eventually need to learn the truth. Thus, whether he discovered it now or later mattered not. What? You cannot be serious. That S mythology, Coulson exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face as he processed Nan Zhou's words. The stories he recounted were those he had encountered in his own readings. Norse mythology, Odin, Thor. These are narratives he had once studied in textbooks on Earth. For a moment, Coulson struggled to accept the reality of it. Yet, the sincerity in Nan Zhou's gaze compelled him to confront the truth. To think that those myths were indeed real, implying that the hammer belonged to none other than Thor himself, now residing in New Mexico. Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. In truth, it is somewhat misleading to refer to Thor merely as the god of thunder. Currently, he is more accurately the god of the hammer. Without it, he may be rendered powerless. Furthermore, he could very well arrive in a couple of days, and you may have the opportunity to meet him. This notion caused Coulson to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the hammer remained here, and Thor would undoubtedly seek to reclaim it. So by your account, the hammer can only be lifted with its approval. You mentioned it was banished here, which means that even if he comes, he won't be able to lift the hammer. Correct? That is essentially the crux of the matter, Nan Zhou replied. Just wait until tomorrow, when a jubilant Thor arrives, eagerly attempting to lift his hammer, only to discover he cannot do so, resulting in a scene of utter disappointment as he requests for you to take it away. At this, Coulson could not help but chuckle. The thought alone conjured an image so awkward that it would be utterly hilarious if it were to come to fruition. Tomorrow, rain is expected. You should prepare to witness an extraordinary spectacle tonight. Nan Zhou patted Coulson on the shoulder before departing from base. With no pressing matters of his own, he thought it would be preferable to retreat to his hotel. Watching Nan Zhou's retreating figure, Coulson was reminded that a torrential downpour was anticipated the day after tomorrow. According to Nan Zhou, the god of thunder, Thor, would arrive that very evening. How much did he truly know? Was this some form of prophetic ability? As Coulson meandered through the base, he found the tales Nan Zhou recounted to be utterly astonishing. Even more remarkable was the fact that Nan Zhou seemed to possess such knowledge, even foreseeing Thor's arrival the following day. Had Nan Zhou truly become so powerful as to predict the future? And now that he could fly, could he still be considered human? It was almost divine. Upon returning to his hotel room, Nan Zhou was soon approached by Hela. So, have you met my brother yet? She inquired. Nan Zhou shook his head, indicating that he had not yet encountered him, but would soon. A heavy rain was forecasted for tomorrow, and that night, her brother would infiltrate their base to claim the hammer. Hela, perplexed by this certainty, asked tomorrow, "Are you so sure?" Nan Zhou merely smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. I can guarantee it. Convinced by his confidence, Hela fell silent, though her gaze toward him bore a hint of peculiarity. That hammer isn't as difficult to lift as one might think. I managed to do so quite easily, she remarked. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Nan Zhou took a sip of water before responding. Hela was not particularly surprised by his assertion. For one unbound by the laws of the universe, wielding the hammer would indeed be a simple feat if one were unable to lift it. That would truly be astonishing. With a wry smile, Hela glanced at her own palm. The hammer could only be lifted by those deemed worthy, and she mused that she likely no longer possessed such credentials. Reflecting on her past battles alongside Odin, when she too had wielded the hammer of the god of thunder, she felt the weight of time. A millennium had passed, and everything had changed. She had devoted her entire being to Asgard, following Odin into countless battles from a young age, forsaking her ordinary life, only to face this fate in the end. The look of concern in Odin's eyes for his son pierced her deeply. She had never experienced such a gaze from him. To Odin, she had always been a mere instrument, a tool for slaughter. With these thoughts, Hela lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly. She yearned for revenge against that silver-haired old man. She vowed to return to Asgard and show the one who had once cast her aside like a rag that she was indeed the rightful queen of Asgard. These are merely Hela's current thoughts. At present, she lacks the ability to return to Asgard, let alone engage in any other matters. Naturally, Nan Zhou perceives Hela's predicament and gently pats her shoulder, choosing to remain silent. May I visit your base tomorrow? Hela inquires. Upon hearing her words, Nan Zhou comprehends her sentiment. She yearns to reunite with her brother, to discern the identity of the one so favored by Odin. I fear that may not be possible. Nan Zhou replies, shaking her head. You are not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, so entry into our temporary base is restricted. We maintain a strict no-admittance policy for outsiders, unless, of course, you possess the ability to become invisible. Hela sighs upon hearing Nan Zhou's response, for she indeed lacks such a talent. Rest assured, you will meet him eventually. He is destined to engage in a battle of wits with your other brother in New Mexico. At this, Hela slowly raises her head, her brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Nan Zhou merely smiles in response. It's nothing of great concern. You need only enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 85. Nothing left behind, hey. That belongs to me. A new day dawns in New Mexico. After bidding farewell to Thor, Jane and her companions are en route to their laboratory when they witness a vehicle hauling away the equipment from within. This sight leaves them utterly bewildered. Jane is the quickest to react, immediately sprinting towards her laboratory. Inside, several individuals clad in black suits are in the process of removing various items from the lab. What are you doing? Jane rushes forward, attempting to halt their actions, but a man steps in front of her, blocking her path. Good day, Miss Foster. I am Agent Nan Zhou of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Nan Zhou can finish, Jane interrupts. What is the meaning of this? Those are our research materials. With that, she attempts to circumvent Nan Zhou to stop those taking her laboratory's equipment. While Jane is oblivious to the identities of these individuals, Dr. Eric Selvig behind her is well aware of Nan Zhou's affiliation. He quickly steps forward, restraining Jane. Jane, trust me, do not interfere. This situation is far more serious than you realize. Yet, Jane is unable to heed Selvig's warning. To her, these devices are akin to her very life, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are jeopardizing her existence. With determination, Jane breaks free from Selvig's grasp and presses onward. At that moment, Agent Coulson appears beside her. Miss Foster, we are investigating a security threat, and we need to requisition all of your research reports. Don't be absurd. Is this how you conduct requisitions? Jian could hardly contain the fury raging within her as she surveyed the S.H.I.L.D. personnel who continued their work unabated. Her anger intensified upon the realization that an unknown group of individuals had intruded upon her laboratory, seizing her intellectual property without her consent. Do you believe I won't report you for trespassing? You are infringing upon my constitutional rights. In the face of Jian's threats, Coulson remained unfazed. He was well acquainted with such situations, navigating them with ease. At this moment, Nan Zhou had already entered the vehicle. Negotiation was Coulson's forte, and he opted not to meddle, content to await the resolution of the matter. Before long, Coulson joined Nan Zhou in the car. So, have you resolved the issue? Nan Zhou inquired teasingly, observing Coulson's relaxed demeanor. You ought to know who I am. This is my area of expertise. Coulson replied with a proud smile, finding such matters to be trivial. Although Jian continued her tirade, Coulson paid her no mind, adopting a facade of cheerfulness. For one could utter the most egregious remarks as long as a smile adorned one's face. You are correct. Thor will arrive at our base tonight, Coulson whispered, leaning closer to Nan Zhou. He expressed skepticism regarding the arrival, noting the clear skies that offered no hint of impending rain, thus questioning whether the figure would indeed show up. Rest assured, he will come. He may be en route even now. Swayed by Nan Zhou's confidence, Coulson chose to remain silent, placing his trust in the statement. Meanwhile, in the recently ransacked laboratory, Jian sat in her swivel chair, gazing at the desolate space, filled with an overwhelming sense of loss and indignation. This incident had not only robbed her of her current research, but also years of diligent work. S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled a famished beast, leaving no remnants behind, not even backup files or their duplicates. Observing Jin's despair, Dr. Shavig offered words of consolation. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. has targeted this matter indicates its gravity. What kind of department are they? At that moment, Daisy, who had remained silent, slowly spoke up. I know a scientist renowned in the field of gamma rays who vanished completely after S.H.I.E.L.D. became involved. Dr. Shavig turned to Daisy, remarking, You're beginning to grasp just how formidable they truly are. Daisy nodded in understanding, falling silent once more. After a prolonged silence, the laboratory echoed with Daisy's voice again. However, the person who initially blocked our way seemed rather handsome. Upon Daisy's utterance, both Shavig and Jane cast her a disdainful glance. This scene rendered Daisy speechless, compelling her to lower her head and awkwardly seal her lips. Upon returning to the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou began to peruse Jane's investigative notes. It must be acknowledged that Jane is indeed a prodigy. Had she not been entangled with Thor, she might have ascended to the ranks of top-tier scientists. Alas, her misfortune lies in her romantic involvement with Thor, even developing mutual feelings. Frankly speaking, from a human perspective, the extent of her investigation is nothing short of remarkable. Nan Zhou did not withhold his praise, recognizing Jane's formidable capabilities. From a human perspective, it implies that there are numerous inaccuracies within these notes, correct? Coulson interjected from his seat, prompted by Nan Zhou's commentary. Isn't that rather obvious? Nan Zhou retorted, casting an eye of disdain towards Coulson. As if my silence on Asgard would lead you to deduce that this matter pertains to extraterrestrials. With Nan Zhou's statement, Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledging the limitations of his understanding. Achieving such investigative depth is indeed commendable. As Nan Zhou spoke, he set the notebook aside and turned his attention to the requisitioned instruments. Not only does Jane excel in scientific theory, but her practical skills are equally impressive, earning Nan Zhou's respect. Before long, night descended. A chilling wind swept through, signaling to Coulson an impending downpour, despite the weather forecast indicating otherwise. What do you think it will arrive? He inquired, approaching Nan Zhou, who leisurely sat on a stool, absorbed in his musings. I cannot specify an exact time. Just wait. It will surely come tonight, Nan Zhou replied, continuing to toy with an object in his hand. You merely need to keep an eye out for any shadowy figure sneaking in. Having heard Nan Zhou's words, Coulson stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, a thunderclap resonated through the air. The sound prompted Nan Zhou to switch off his device, rising slowly with a slight smile. The show is about to begin. Chapter 86. Capture. Thor in the pitch-black night. Accompanied by thunder, rain soon began to fall. Within the downpour, a shadow infiltrated the S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary base. It seemed that the arrival of this individual triggered a profound magnetic disturbance emanating from the hammer, causing even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s machinery to falter. The shadow, unfortunately, was soon detected. Alarms blared. Although Thor had been transformed into a mortal, he relied on his millennia of combat experience to subdue all the approaching S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, making a beeline for the location of the hammer. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Barton had already readied his bow and arrow, taking aim at the sprinting Thor. Barton, cease your assault. Just as Barton was poised to release his bow, Coulson's voice resonated through the communicator. This puzzled Barton momentarily, yet he relinquished his grip on the bow. Why? Observing the figure drawing ever closer to the hammer, Barton inquired with curiosity. Rest assured, he is incapable of taking that thing away, Coulson replied vaguely, offering no specific explanation. At that moment, Thor had already arrived before the hammer. Gazing at the hammer, glistening in the rain, Thor smiled faintly. Old friend, I have returned. With that declaration, Thor grasped the handle of the hammer and exerted all his strength to lift it. However, to his dismay, the hammer remained utterly unmoved. This unexpected resistance took Thor by surprise. He strained once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Thor was bewildered as to why the hammer suddenly refused to respond to him. Then, a memory of his father Odin's words flashed through his mind. One cannot lift the hammer without its approval. In an instant, Thor was plunged into a profound abyss of despair. He understood now that he was no longer deemed worthy by the hammer, rendering him incapable of lifting it. In that fleeting moment, his spirit shattered, and he knelt upon the ground, allowing the rain to drench him, unable to discern whether the moisture coursing down his cheeks was rain or tears. Soon, agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. encircled him. This time, Thor chose not to resist. He let them subdue him and affix handcuffs around his wrists. In this moment, his heart felt as though it had perished. It was not as he had imagined. Rather, he felt an acute pang of sorrow. Coulson and Natasha observed the scene unfold before them, with Coulson expressing a similar sentiment. Natasha merely shrugged and turned away to depart. Meanwhile, outside the temporary base, Jane noticed the commotion within had subsided, yet Thor had not emerged, stirring a sense of foreboding within her. It was evident that Thor had been captured. To avoid being ensnared alongside him, Jane hastily rose to seek reinforcements. After Thor was subdued by S.H.I.E.L.D, the rain ceased. Inside the makeshift base, Thor was handcuffed and seated on a chair, facing Coulson. You've apprehended my people, those highly trained professionals, as if they were mere security guards in a supermarket. Do you realize how disheartening that is? Coulson observed Thor's current state of despondency and spoke. So, from whence do you hail? Understand that only those who have undergone rigorous training can overcome my agents. Chechnya, Afghanistan, or Syria? It is evident that Coulson did not approach the situation with candid straightforwardness. He refrained from declaring, I know you are Asgardian. You are Thor. Such matters pertained to Nan Zhou. As for himself, he merely pretended to be oblivious, posing questions that Thor could scarcely comprehend, given that he was unaware of the location of Afghanistan. All of this was orchestrated by Nan Zhou, and although the rationale eluded him, Coulson had no choice but to acquiesce to Nan Zhou's directives. Will you not respond? He inquired, observing Thor's silence. Coulson continued his performance. Or are you a mercenary? Numerous organizations would pay handsomely to employ a formidable mercenary like yourself against us. So who exactly are you? Thor remained unresponsive. Coulson glanced at the time, feeling increasingly perplexed about his purpose in this encounter. Having already discerned Thor's true identity, he realized that no matter what he uttered, the man before him would remain reticent. At that moment, Coulson's phone unexpectedly rang, catching him off guard. Upon answering, he discovered it was Nick calling. He swiftly cast a glance at Thor and cautioned, Do not move. With those words, he exited the room. Once outside, Coulson turned to Nan Zhou and asked, Was this also your arrangement? Nan Zhou merely shrugged. If I could orchestrate Nick to call you, you should indeed exercise caution. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D is now under my control. Upon hearing this, Coulson understood that it was not Nan Zhou's doing. Nick genuinely sought him out. Could this individual truly possess the ability to foresee the future? Coulson's eyes filled once more with incredulity. First, dismiss everyone. I wish to speak with him privately, Nan Zhou remarked, observing Coulson as he prepared to take the call. Coulson nodded and then connected the long-ringing call from Nick. However, Nan Zhou did not rush to enter. Instead, he stood quietly outside. He was aware that another individual was conversing with Thor within the room and wished not to intrude on the brothers' dialogue. Thus, he patiently awaited the departure of the uninvited guest. Meanwhile, Coulson had already concluded the call and dispatched the others present, assigning them alternative tasks. There is a death knell here. There is no cause for concern, he reassured the staff, who appeared anxious about the possibility of the man escaping. Citing Nan Zhou's authority quelled their fears, allowing them to depart. Gradually, the staff vacated the area, leaving only two individuals behind, Nan Zhou and Thor, who sat on a stool, utterly devoid of spirit, as though his very soul had been siphoned away. Upon witnessing the scene, Nan Zhou realized that the individual had departed. He promptly set all the surveillance in the room and the vicinity to a continuous loop before donning a mask and entering the chamber. At that moment, Thor lifted his gaze to observe Nan Zhou. He was puzzled as to why this person wore a mask, yet he lacked the disposition to ponder it further. Thor, Nan Zhou remarked with a slight smile, uttering his name. This took Thor by surprise. He raised his head to scrutinize Nan Zhou, uncertain of the man's identity. Yet this stranger could articulate his name. Why the long face? Let me guess, did your father just die? Chapter 87. A conversation with a god. What did you say? The words of Nan Zhou ignited Thor's fury. He struggled against the handcuffs, yearning to land a blow on that accursed mask. The provocation in Nan Zhou's statement only fueled Thor's anger. However, he had long since lost his divine powers. As a mere mortal, he found it impossible to budge the sturdy restraints. Thus, after futile attempts, he was left with nothing but solitude. Meanwhile, Loki arrived at the location where Thor's hammer was kept. He remained in a state invisible to all but himself. Approaching the mighty hammer, he grasped its handle and pulled with all his might, yet the hammer did not budge. Loki, undeterred, employed both hands in a vigorous effort. But the outcome remained the same. The hammer remained immovable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his wrist and turned to leave, acknowledging that he was not worthy of the hammer's acceptance. Back in a room where Thor was imprisoned, observing the furious god, Nan Zhou quickly interjected, Whoa, big guy, calm down. He then fetched a stool from outside and seated himself across from Thor. Gazing at the enraged deity, Nan Zhou continued, If my deductions are correct, The person who just visited was your brother. He mentioned that the terms for the truce with Jotunheim entail your permanent exile, and your mother has forbidden your return. Is that accurate? Nan Zhou recounted the words Loki had spoken, words invisible to ordinary eyes. As he spoke, Thor's anger began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of caution. Who are you? Thor inquired, fully aware that Loki had been unseen by others. Yet this man could accurately recount all that had transpired between them. This indicated that he possessed knowledge of Loki's visit and their conversation's entirety. I am not of great importance, Nan Zhou replied. You must feel quite desolate at this moment. Your father has perished because of you, and you are forever barred from returning to the homeland of your upbringing. Furthermore, your divine powers have vanished, rendering you incapable of even moving the hammer an inch. The throne is utterly beyond reach, and your reputation is destined to remain confined to this insignificant little planet. Does that not evoke a sense of despair? Nan Zhou's tone, laced with sarcasm, irked Thor, yet there was a semblance of truth in his words, prompting Thor to suppress his anger and bow his head in silence. The demise of his father, a result of his own actions, left no room for contemplation. He was undoubtedly the most unfilial son in the annals of Asgard. Without the throne and divine power, I am indifferent, for I am, after all, the most despicable being in all of Asgard. Thor ceased to care about the identity of the person before him, who was presumably connected to Asgard in some manner. I only worry for my mother, Thor murmured, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. At this sight, Nan Zhou could no longer contain his amusement. This thunder god was indeed somewhat naive. It could be said that he still placed too much trust in his brother. You do not appear to be an earthling. Who exactly are you? Thor inquired, gazing intently at Nan Zhou. An earthling could not possibly have overheard the earlier conversation with Loki. Thus, in Thor's view, Nan Zhou was certainly not from Earth. Quite unfortunately, I am indeed an earthling, Nan Zhou replied with a smile, and I also share a certain rapport with your father. Upon hearing this, Thor's spirits sank further. Observing Thor's despondence, Nan Zhou approached and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You ought not to be so mournful. You must believe that hope will inevitably emerge. However, Nan Zhou's words were little more than platitudes, lacking even the substance of comforting wisdom. Yet, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Thor, as this was not his burden to bear. Nan Zhou had come to Thor for a different purpose altogether. At that moment, an inconspicuous corner of Nan Zhou's attire housed a camera directed at Thor, relaying the encounter to Nan Zhou's phone, where he was engaged in a video call with Hela. Thus, every exchange between Nan Zhou and Thor was being observed by Hela, who was keen to see her favored brother stay here on Earth and consider it a form of atonement. Nan Zhou offered a feigned consolation before departing the room and resuming surveillance. Shortly thereafter, Coulson returned with his team, and Thor was escorted away by Dr. Selvig under a false identity, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou returned to his hotel. How was it? Did you meet your brother? Upon encountering Hela, Nan Zhou inquired. I did, and indeed, he appears somewhat simple-minded, Hela replied, nonchalantly, while fiddling with her phone. However, it seems that Asgard may be in peril. Odin is not dead, after all. He was quite lively just a while ago. Hela, of course, did not believe the rumors surrounding Loki's death. After all, she had seen him just a few days prior, brimming with vitality. Thus, she comprehended the nature of the predicament facing Asgard. I told you to watch the spectacle, she remarked. Nan Zhou settled down, taking a sip of water. In a couple of days, there will be a confrontation nearby. I shall take you to witness it in person. Upon hearing this, Hela lifted her gaze towards Nan Zhou. Really? Is there any doubt? Nan Zhou replied, I had promised you, have you forgotten? With his affirmative response, Hela smiled, setting aside her phone to focus on him. I am quite eager to meet that brother. He piques my interest. It appeared that Hela was not particularly intrigued by Thor, but rather captivated by the deceptive Loki. If you have the opportunity to visit Asgard, you will naturally have your chance. However, he will be visiting Earth again soon, so if you aren't in a hurry, you can wait. Nan Zhou's words once more left Hela puzzled. This fellow seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of everything. At that time, I want to restrict your activities as I do now. If you wish to meet that brother, I will personally escort you. Just bear in mind that you cannot acknowledge each other. Hela found herself perplexed by this statement. Why not? She could not fathom why. If it was possible to meet him, they could not recognize one another. Yet, Nan Zhou silenced her with a gesture, The secrets of the universe must remain undisclosed. Chapter 88. Disturbance. As night fell, Hela had been confined to the hotel for an entire day. She was not the type to remain cooped up, and thus insisted that Nan Zhou take her out. Unable to resist her insistence, Nan Zhou finally relented and led her away from the hotel, strolling through the streets of New Mexico under the night sky. "Let us check out a bar," she suggested. They wandered aimlessly, but Hela's spirits lifted, and she pulled Nan Zhou towards the bar. He did not protest, as he was there to accompany her. Upon entering the bar, the dim lighting and scent of alcohol enveloped them. Hela settled at the bar, ordering her favorite drink, while Nan Zhou, abstaining from alcohol, opted for a non-alcoholic beverage. At that moment, Nan Zhou glanced to the side and was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Well, look who's here." Not far from him, Thor and Sif were enjoying their drinks. Sif was already quite inebriated, struggling to articulate her words. "Hey, take a look over there," Nan Zhou said, tapping Hela on the shoulder and nodding towards the drinking duo. Upon seeing Thor, Hela was taken aback. It was indeed a curious coincidence. She had not expected to encounter them here. At this moment, Thor was engrossed in conversation with a bald man, Shavik, completely oblivious to the presence of Hela and Nan Zhou. "What? Do you wish to approach him for a chat?" Nan Zhou inquired, casting a glance at Hela. However, Hela merely shook her head. "Now is not the appropriate time. And besides, he does not recognize me. I have no desire to be perceived as a fool." Hela's message was clear. Thor was entirely unfamiliar with her, and if she were to approach him impulsively, she would likely be regarded as a simpleton. Nan Zhou, upon hearing this, shrugged, choosing not to respond. Yet, he quickly realized that Thor's presence indicated the likelihood of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents being nearby as well. For Coulson had ordered some individuals to tail Thor upon his departure. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a man clad in a black suit approached Nan Zhou. "What brings you here?" Nan Zhou turned to see that he recognized this individual as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Just my luck," Nan Zhou muttered, furrowing his brow. He was reluctant to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents during his leisure time and sought to distance himself from the situation. The agent, surprised to see Nan Zhou, pondered whether he too was trailing Thor. "Don't mind me. I'm merely here for a drink. I didn't expect to find this fellow here." Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively, indicating Hela beside him. The agent, taken aback by Hela's stunning beauty, found it hard to suppress a gulp. Even before Hela had entered the bar, she had already attracted considerable attention. Naturally, there were those with less than honorable intentions toward her. "You two carry on. Pay me no mind, but don't expect my assistance," Nan Zhou remarked, eliciting a wry smile from the agent. Nan Zhou's reputation within S.H.I.E.L.D. was well known. He was the one who had been granted a 6-month leave by Nick Fury, an almost mythical status within the agency. The agent had no illusions about Nan Zhou offering any help, fully aware of his unconventional ways. "Very well, take care," Nan Zhou said, giving the agent a pat on the shoulder. The agent, understanding the unspoken message, discreetly departed. Shortly after the agent's exit, a scruffy-looking thug approached Nan Zhou. "Hey, beautiful. Care to have some fun with my crew?" The typical bravado of the thug amused Nan Zhou, while Hela chose to ignore him, finding the group beneath her notice. Seeing that Hela was unresponsive, the thug attempted to shove Nan Zhou aside. "What is the point of hanging out with someone who doesn't even drink?" he sneered, trying to push Nan Zhou from a seat. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou suddenly reached out and grasped the wrist of the ruffian. Almost immediately, the ruffian felt a sharp pain emanating from his wrist. He turned to look at Nan Zhou, only to find a smile gracing his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. The ruffian quickly sensed the formidable nature of this individual and hastily extricated himself from Nan Zhou's grip. Nan Zhou had no intention of breaking the man's wrist, so he naturally released him, allowing him to depart. "How about we place a wager?" At that moment, Hela spoke up. "Let us bet on whether this man will let it go." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. "I wager he certainly will not." Hela echoed his sentiment with a subtle smile. "Coincidentally, I too believe he will not." As her words settled, Nan Zhou tilted his head. "Shall we resolve this issue?" Hela remained silent, but stood up, her actions clearly conveying her thoughts to Nan Zhou. Subsequently, Hela and Nan Zhou exited the bar in tandem. Just as they left, the ruffian who had previously harassed Hela accompanied by 5 or 6 others, also rose to leave the bar. The streets of New Mexico were nearly deserted at night, fraught with latent dangers. Such peril could not only describe New Mexico, but also the relatively impoverished regions across the United States, where nighttime brought forth trepidation. As anticipated, Nan Zhou and Hela found themselves intercepted in a deserted area, confronted by the very ruffian they had encountered earlier. So you thought you could flee after stirring up trouble? The ruffian mocked, addressing Nan Zhou. This is my territory. Even if you are police, with just the two of you, you are merely lambs to the slaughter. He then turned his gaze to Hela. Fear not, sister, we shall treat you well. His words were met with the lewd laughter of his companions. Did you hear that? They intend to cherish you, Nan Zhou remarked, glancing at Hela, who appeared visibly distressed. What if, for a moment, we don't kill him, but rather incapacitate him? Hela's words exuded a fierce intensity, prompting a chuckle from Nan Zhou in response to her expression. Of course, incapacitate him wherever you see fit. The ruffian, witnessing Nan Zhou and Hela engage in casual banter, felt a deep sense of humiliation. You, he bellowed, neither of you will escape today. The ruffian's furious outburst struck Nan Zhou as little more than impotent rage, for in his eyes, this ruffian was lesser than an ant. Chapter 89. Fierce Hela gunshots rang out on the streets of New Mexico, startling Soul, who was dragging the inebriated Shavig out of the bar. He spotted Nan Zhou and Hela standing not far away, with 5 or 6 ruffians sprawled on the ground beside them. Hey, what have you done? Thor approached slowly, enveloped in uncertainty regarding the unfolding events, yet instinctively suspecting that it was Nan Zhou and Hela who had incapacitated their adversary with gunfire. We were merely acting in self-defense, Nan Zhou stated, gesturing toward the fallen thug on the ground, who now bore the visage of agony. The thug's thigh had been punctured by a bullet, though it was evident that he had inflicted the wound upon himself rather than being shot by Nan Zhou. The reasons behind his injury were perhaps too bewildering for the thug to comprehend. Enraged by the apparent indifference of Hela and Nan Zhou, the thug, accompanied by his compatriots, brandished knives and charged at them. Yet, what harm could such feeble blades inflict upon Nan Zhou and Hela? All 6 knives were effortlessly shattered by their formidable skills. This was not a mere display of unarmed combat. It was a brutal grip that seized the incoming blades, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against steel. In a swift motion, Nan Zhou fractured the knife into pieces. At that moment, the thug was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how Nan Zhou had accomplished such a feat. By the time he comprehended the situation, his associates lay sprawled on the ground, their chests concaved and blood seeping from their lips. Panic surged within the thug as he realized he had antagonized individuals of formidable power. He began to plead for mercy. Yet it was abundantly clear that Nan Zhou had no intention of letting him escape unscathed. In a sudden act of desperation, the thug drew a firearm from his waist and fired at Nan Zhou, believing that this shot would snuff out his life. To his astonishment, the bullet halted mere inches from Nan Zhou's nose. With the ability to manipulate thoughts, Nan Zhou found it effortless to control the trajectory of the bullet. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent the projectile crashing into the thug's leg. They're demons. The thug's voice was laced with terror as he pointed at Nan Zhou and Hela, exclaiming, "They are demons. Save me." To him, the ability to evade knife wounds and control bullets seemed beyond human capacity. Shortly thereafter, a foul odor permeated the air, as pain and fear caused the thug to lose control of his bladder. Such weakness, Hela remarked with evident disdain. At that juncture, Thor glanced at Nan Zhou and Hela, and upon seeing Hela, he experienced a moment of bewilderment. She emanated an inexplicable sense of familiarity that he could not articulate. "Damn it, this is tedious," Hela scoffed, her gaze fixed disdainfully on the now subdued thug. "You dared to disrespect me with your words, and yet aspire to cherish me? I shall ensure that you will never again cherish anyone else in your life." With that, Hela strode forward and delivered a swift kick to the thug's groin. Both Nan Zhou and Thor winced at the sight, donning expressions of shared agony. Although this foot did not tread upon his own body, the pain it inflicted was acutely felt by both individuals. As for the unfortunate soul who had been trampled, he had long since lost consciousness, unable to emit even a single cry of agony. "Did you crush his eggs?" Thor gazed incredulously at Hela, the seemingly exquisite beauty, astonished at her cruel disposition. To shatter his eggs was to grant him an undeserved mercy, He ought to be grateful he still drew breath. Hela did not deign to glance at Thor, turning instead to depart. The gruesome scene was too harrowing even for Nan Zhou to bear. A man stripped of the very essence that affirms his masculinity. What worth does he possess in life? Nan Zhou's words resonated with Thor, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Nan Zhou followed Hela, leaving Thor momentarily stunned. Damn it, to crush his eggs is utterly horrifying. Thor suddenly found himself regarding the woman with a newfound wariness. She was no longer the approachable figure he had perceived. It seemed Earth harbored its fair share of merciless individuals. Thor muttered to himself, then departed with Shavig in tow. You are exceedingly ruthless. You actually crushed his eggs. Did you do this before? Nan Zhou approached Hela, still taken aback by her earlier actions. While he had employed tactics targeting the lower regions during missions, he had never resorted to such destructive measures. He brought it upon himself for his insolence, Hela remarked nonchalantly. She felt no remorse, believing it to be an act of mercy that he had not perished. You didn't do this before, did you? Nan Zhou inquired, recalling Hela's frequent lamentations about being harassed. He had merely advised her to refrain from taking lives, permitting her to act freely otherwise. Yet, it appeared Hela often employed such methods. As expected, Hela casually cracked her knuckles and replied, occasionally yes. Nan Zhou let out a dry laugh. Her casual remark indicated that such conduct was far from rare for her. From now on, I shall call you the Egg Crusher, he jested, only to receive a scathing glare from Hela. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trailing Thor were gradually recovering from their shock. They had witnessed Hela's earlier actions and had long been aware that Nan Zhou and Hela were waylaid by thugs. They believed that, given Nan Zhou's formidable prowess, those thugs posed no challenge whatsoever and would be easily vanquished. However, upon hearing gunfire, they felt a surge of anxiety. They feared it might have been fired by the thugs, and if any harm befell Nan Zhou, they would bear the burden of guilt for eternity. Fortunately, Nan Zhou emerged unscathed, while it was the thug who had sustained injuries. Immediately, they witnessed the unfortunate soul being crushed under Hela's foot. Even seasoned warriors like Nan Zhou and Thor were taken aback by the sheer force, let alone the others present. One of Nan Zhou's companions remarked, "That woman is truly terrifying. The strength she possesses must be formidable. She cannot be an ordinary individual. Could she be a new S.H.I.E.L.D. agent?" Naturally, as agents, they speculated about Hela's identity, pondering whether she might be a descendant of some martial arts master. Another agent chimed in, suggesting that such a person would be quite fitting for Nan Zhou. They all nodded in agreement, secretly vowing to themselves that if they ever encountered this woman again, they would certainly avoid provoking her. This woman exhibited exceedingly cruel methods. Chapter 90. The Destroyer armor. The following day, Coulson and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were investigating the peculiar markings resembling text that appeared on the ground when Thor arrived on Earth. After conversing with Thor, Nan Zhou had kept silent, claiming ignorance when questioned about the meaning of the markings. The reason was simple. Nan Zhou himself was unaware. This left Coulson quite perplexed. However, Hela likely knew about these markings, though she had not seen them. We should consult a linguistics expert, Coulson suggested, crouching down to examine the ground, unable to decipher the symbols. Just then, the skies darkened ominously, and a radiant, multicolored light burst forth from the clouds, striking the ground. From within the beam emerged a colossal steel giant. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel nearby were momentarily bewildered. "Director, did Stark create this?" they inquired, as such metallic constructs naturally invoked thoughts of Stark's inventions. "He did not mention anything to me regarding this matter," Coulson replied, clearly indicating that this was not Stark's creation. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Nan Zhou and Hela observed the descent of the steel giant. "Is this yet another creation from Asgard?" Hela sensed a familiar aura emanating from the giant. "This must belong to your father," Nan Zhou remarked, savoring his sandwich. "Belong to Odin?" Hela kurifuned puslid. Nan Zhou nodded, stating, "This is the Destroyer armor." Hela was momentarily taken aback. "The Destroyer armor? You cannot be serious." In Hela's understanding, the Destroyer armor was Odin's formidable armor, wielding immense power. Its presence in this vicinity meant that the streets would likely suffer significant destruction. "Certainly, this is no jest. Your other dear brother has gone to great lengths to eliminate the good brother here." As Nan Zhou spoke, he turned to leave the room, while Hela followed closely behind, murmuring softly, "What enmity or grudge do these two share?" At that moment, Nan Zhou glanced back at Hela. "Your brother still in Asgard is, in fact, a frost giant from Jotunheim, to be precise, the son of their king, Lao Fei." What? Hela was taken aback by this revelation. That individual is a frost giant? Nan Zhou nodded. Odin rescued him from the temple of Jotunheim during his war with Lao Fei. Even then, Odin displayed remarkable mercy. This time, Hela did not respond to Nan Zhou. She lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Nan Zhou pondered whether Hela had participated in that war. If she had, it would mean that apart from Odin and his queen, no one else was privy to the fact that Odin had brought Loki back from Jotunheim. Before long, Hela lifted her head again, appearing unconcerned about the matter, as she walked past Nan Zhou and exited the room. Observing this, Nan Zhou could not help but smile wryly. Just moments ago, she had been following him, and now the roles had reversed. At this juncture, Coulson had picked up a megaphone, addressing the approaching destroyer armor. "You're using unregistered weaponry. Please identify yourself." To Coulson's surprise, the destroyer halted its advance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, suggesting that this formidable entity was not an enemy. The visor of the destroyer armor then slowly opened, revealing nothing within. Coulson's instincts alerted him to the impending danger. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from the vacant helmet, followed by a brilliant beam of laser fire. "Get down," Coulson shouted, urging his team to flee as the destroyer incinerated a nearby car. In haste, Coulson dialed Nan Zhou's number. "Hello, is this Nan Zhou?" He had barely spoken 5 words before Nan Zhou interrupted. "I know what is happening. I'm on my way." Hearing Nan Zhou's words brought Coulson considerable reassurance. With him, there was great hope. Meanwhile, the destroyer armor seemed to have no intention of annihilating the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It turned toward the side street. In the center of that street stood Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3, who had already evacuated the crowd and awaited the arrival of the destroyer. Due to the arrival of Sif and her companions, Thor has come to the realization that his father, Odin, did not perish from the stress of his deeds. Rather, it is all part of Loki's insidious plot. At this moment, Thor's eyes blaze with fury directed at Loki. Upon learning that his father Odin still lives, Thor begins to piece together elements of Loki's scheme. However, he remains but a mortal, devoid of divine strength, let alone the ability to wield his hammer. Thus, their primary objective must be to confront the impending threat of the ever-approaching Doomsday Machine, which has already begun its destructive rampage. Yet, this adversary bears Odin's former armor, making the task daunting for Sif and the 3 warriors, and even more so for Thor, now stripped of his divinity. At this juncture, Nan Zhou and Hela have ascended to the rooftop adjacent to the street. Gazing at the encroaching Doomsday Machine, Hela's brow furrowed in concern. Given her current capabilities, she is uncertain whether she can triumph over this remotely controlled monstrosity. "At this moment, I doubt I could prevail against it," Hela remarks. Nan Zhou, however, appears unfazed, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. If circumstances permit, he would prefer to remain on the sidelines, apprehensive only about the entity that has previously drawn him into dreams, fearing its interference once more. Should that occur, he would have no choice but to intervene. Nan Zhou merely wishes to observe from a distance, striving to achieve event completion and earn new inheritance points, hoping that this entity will refrain from meddling. The Doomsday Machine continues its slow advance, leaving devastation in its wake as it demolishes every building in its path. Fortunately, the populace has already dispersed, leaving only material losses in its wake without any casualties. "When do you plan to make your move?" Hela inquires, clearly skeptical of Thor and his companion's ability to conquer this foe. "Patience," Nan Zhou replies with an easy smile. "I shall take the stage when the time is right." Chapter 91. The transformation of the Thunder God, the Doomsday Machine, draws near, its target set firmly on Thor, who is utterly defenseless at this moment. His friends would certainly not allow him to face such a risk alone. The 3 warriors, Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral, prepare for a frontal assault, while Sif positions herself for a surprise attack. Volstagg, supported by Hogun and Fandral, gains remarkable speed, intent on launching a direct charge against the Doomsday Machine. For Asgard, Volstagg bellows as he raises his hammer, only to be swiftly felled by a single blow from the machine. "Goodness," Nan Zhou and Hela exchange a glance, both frowning in unison. It seems rather disconcerting that a strategy akin to a baseball bat could be conceived. The intelligence of these three warriors appears to be in a precarious state. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D. leapt onto the back of the destroyer, her spear piercing its neck. This severe blow forced the destroyer into a brief slumber. However, as it was merely a temporary respite, the destroyer awakened once more, swiftly turning its wrath upon S.H.I.E.L.D. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to evade the next assault, it ultimately ended in failure. The ensuing narrative depicted S.H.I.E.L.D. and the three warriors being mercilessly toyed with by the destroyer. The four of them were no match for its overwhelming power. As a relic of Odin's former armor, the energy of this mechanized destroyer was nothing short of terrifying. Unless Thor reclaimed his former strength, their fate lay solely in annihilation. Will you not intervene? They will perish soon, Hela remarked, her indifference to their demise evident. However, she found herself puzzled by Nan Zhou's calm demeanor as he stood unfazed. Rest assured, the time for my involvement has not yet arrived, Nan Zhou replied, perceiving nothing amiss with the destroyer. In essence, the entity that posed a threat had yet to emerge and disrupt him. Therefore, Nan Zhou saw no reason to act. After all, this was a matter that could be effortlessly handled by Thor alone, and he could simply observe and enjoy the spectacle, thereby accruing inheritance points. Why not relish in this opportunity? Seeing Nan Zhou's in action, Hela ceased her inquiries. She was indeed eager to witness the beloved Thor, doted upon by Odin, be thoroughly bested by the destroyer. Do you believe that if you remain idle and Thor perishes, Odin will not come seeking you? Hela questioned once more. Fear not. Thor will not meet his end. I shall fulfill my promise to Odin. Under normal circumstances, Thor would certainly survive, but should events deviate from the expected course, Nan Zhou would have no choice but to intervene. The destroyer's immense destructive capability rendered S.H.I.E.L.D. and her companions utterly defenseless, and it was not long before they were all brought to their knees. If this continued, they would soon face death at the hands of the destroyer. At that moment, Thor stepped forward, urging S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others, including Jane, to flee. He recognized that the destroyer had come here because of him, and if he demonstrated no desire to contest the throne, Loki would surely release them. Thus, Thor resolutely approached the mechanized terror. Indeed, quite audacious, Hela remarked, observing Thor stride confidently toward the destroyer. If I were that machine, he would likely have perished long ago. Hela continued, reflecting on how her brother, far away in Asgard, remained too lenient. Watching the events unfold as expected, Nan Zhou noted Thor standing before the destroyer, stripped of the arrogance he once bore as the god of thunder. This former deity now found himself in a state of supplication and compromise. Heimdall observed the scene with a resigned shake of his head. How could it be that a son of Odin was resorting to compromise, thus tarnishing the dignity of the Asgardian royal family? Compromise is indeed an art. At that moment, Nan Zhou perceived Heimdall's inner thoughts and spoke up. Meanwhile, it seemed that Thor's concessions and pleas had truly borne fruit. Far away in Asgard, Loki appeared to be genuinely considering letting them off the hook, as the destroyer mech had turned to depart. However, in a sudden turn, the destroyer retaliated with a punch that sent Thor sprawling. Excellent, Nan Zhou thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. Everything was proceeding too smoothly, suggesting that the lurking presence had chosen to remain dormant this time. Perhaps the passage that had ensnared him and Heimdall during Odin's confinement had instilled a sense of caution in that entity. Nan Zhou was deeply intrigued by the identity of the architect behind that tunnel and their motives for such an act. While Nan Zhou pondered, Thor was already knocked to the ground, barely clinging to life. This precarious state, however, marked the pivotal moment of Thor's transformation. As he rose to stand for others, he completed a profound shift within himself, earning the hammer's recognition in that instant. Sure enough, amidst Jane's call, Thor reclaimed his strength, and the hammer of the thunder god returned to his grasp. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the event milestone, Thor's transformation. You have gained a 3 inheritance of the Darkseid template, raising your total to 16. Skill reward, level 1 spatial movement acquired. Ding! Level 1 spatial movement allows you to teleport only to places you have previously visited. The skill will enhance as your level increases. The system's voice resonated once more. The events of Iron Man in New York and the Thor incident in New Mexico had elevated Nan Zhou's inheritance level beyond 15. Every increment of 5 would grant him new Darkseid skills, and this time it was spatial movement. Though it was merely level 1 and restricted to familiar locales, it was sufficient. You are correct. "This fellow is indeed the god of hammers," Heimdall remarked, observing Thor as he battled the destroyer mech. She could clearly see that while Thor had gained the hammer's approval, his power still fell short. As the god of thunder, he should possess divine strength independent of the hammer, yet it appeared he did not. Thus, in Heimdall's eyes, Thor still had much to learn. Yet, even in this seemingly immature state, Thor swiftly dispatched the destroyer mech upon regaining his power. This was the might of the thunder god, a significant gap remaining between him and Sif's quartet. Loki had not unleashed the full potential of that mech. Watching the victorious Thor, Heimdall shook her head in disappointment. As Odin's armor, the destroyer mecha is not easily vanquished. It can be said that not only is this younger brother lacking, but even that sibling far away in Asgard is unworthy. Both of them still have much room for growth. Hela remarked, suddenly pausing, then turned to Nan Zhou. "You should take a look. Doesn't that Thor seem a bit off?" Chapter 92. Possession. Upon hearing Hela's words, Nan Zhou also turned to gaze. At this moment, Thor stood motionless, whereas they should have already returned to Asgard through the runic symbol. What on earth is happening? A sense of foreboding washed over Nan Zhou. Jane, Sif, and the three warriors hesitated to advance, sensing something was amiss with Thor. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel led by Coulson stood at a distance, reluctant to approach. Before long, Coulson could no longer contain himself. He rose and walked toward Thor. Just then, Thor suddenly turned around, his pupils glowing a deep crimson. "Damn it, so you were waiting for me." Nan Zhou could not help but curse as Thor raised his hammer. The sky darkened, accompanied by claps of thunder, as countless blue lightning bolts converged upon Thor's hammer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Coulson urgently signaled for everyone to flee, retreating swiftly himself. Yet, how could his speed match that of the lightning? At that moment, Nan Zhou appeared before Coulson, deflecting Thor's lightning with a single palm. "Nan Zhou," Coulson exclaimed, elated yet puzzled. "What is happening? Why is Thor attacking us?" There was no time for explanations. "I'll tell you everything later. For now, you need to get out of here," Nan Zhou responded hurriedly. Coulson, understanding the urgency, nodded and began to retreat. As Thor approached slowly, Nan Zhou suddenly spoke up. "Hey, can you hear me?" He was not addressing Thor himself, but the entity controlling him. It was evident that Thor had not gained the power of that being, but was rather under its control. Then, Thor emitted a chilling laugh. "Nan Zhou, quite clever, aren't you?" Hearing this, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, realizing his suspicion was correct. Thor was indeed under the control of the entity that had been obstructing him. The dominion over Thor's body was no longer his own, but belonged to that presence. The divine physique was truly remarkable. That grotesque, hulking figure was incomparable. The entity waved Thor's arm dismissively. It was merely a matter of time, as this deity was not the so-called supreme god. No sooner had the words left his lips than Thor swiftly appeared before Nan Zhou, delivering a powerful blow to him. The speed of his attack was astonishing, so rapid that Nan Zhou was rendered unable to react. This strike sent Nan Zhou crashing through the back of a nearby building, creating a substantial hole. However, moments later, Nan Zhou emerged from the debris, retaliating with a punch that sent Thor flying. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the events unfolding before them. Only Hela observed with a furrowed brow, sensing that Nan Zhou had attracted a formidable presence. "Are you not concerned that this body might be destroyed by your blows?" After falling to the ground, Thor rose once more, and the voice of that entity echoed again. "Fear not, you find this body satisfactory, and thus it shall not be damaged." As soon as the words were spoken, Nan Zhou charged forward again. This time, Thor did not evade, but instead raised his fist. The clash of their punches generated a tremendous shockwave, shattering the glass of the nearby, intact buildings. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles were overturned. What magnitude of battle is this? The assistant beside Coulson could not help but inquire. Coulson stood in stunned silence, observing the scene unfold. It could be a conflict between deities. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, realizing that time was of the essence. The matter concerning the god of thunder remained unresolved. If Thor did not return to Asgard promptly, serious complications would arise. Are you not always worried about my interference in the affairs of this world? Yet your current actions are precisely that, an interference. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, a slight smile graced Thor's lips, and the voice of that entity chimed in. "I had almost forgotten. Thank you for the reminder." With that, Thor's body surged towards Nan Zhou at remarkable speed. However, Nan Zhou had no intention of evading. He clenched his fist and aimed to strike directly at Thor's face, indifferent to whether this body belonged to Thor. Yet, Thor managed to evade midair, placing his hand on Nan Zhou's wrist. In an instant, both vanished without leaving a trace. When Nan Zhou regained his bearings, he found himself on a small island, surrounded entirely by the void. This scene was eerily familiar. It was the same place he had arrived at before encountering Hela. Ah, this place again, Nan Zhou mused. Before he could finish his thought, Thor hurled a hammer at him. However, Nan Zhou was prepared, swiftly dodging the attack. Do you truly believe that you can conquer me relying solely on Thor's body? He addressed the entity that inhabited Thor's form. I acknowledge your formidable strength. Your physique is virtually indomitable. It is not merely impossible to vanquish you. Even overcoming you seems an insurmountable challenge. That is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing the words of that entity, Nan Zhou promptly responded, Look, you cannot affect me. Why engage in such futile efforts? As soon as Nan Zhou uttered this, the entity let out a chilling laugh. Even if I cannot subdue you, I can confine you here. You surely lack the capability to return, do you not? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. It appeared to be true. He found himself incapable of escaping this void. Even if the entity relinquished control over Soul's body, he remained trapped in this place. At that moment, the entity sneered once more, and a luminous orb emerged from Soul's being. Soon after, Soul vanished from sight. I shall not delay the progression of this world any further. I will take Soul away from this location, and you shall remain here to fend for yourself. With that, even the orb of light disappeared without a trace. At this juncture, Nan Zhou felt somewhat dazed, gazing into the emptiness beyond the small land, his brow furrowed. It seemed he had unwittingly ensnared himself in considerable trouble. In a realm unknown to him, could he ever return to Earth? Just then, a spark of inspiration illuminated Nan Zhou's mind, an idea that appeared genuinely feasible. This ignited a sense of enthusiasm within him, and a slight smile graced his lips. If it succeeds, I shall infuriate that scoundrel. Chapter 93. Repeated leaps swiftly, Nan Zhou devised a plan for his next course of action, strategizing within his mind. He resolved to employ the skill he had recently acquired, spatial mobility. Although it was merely a level 1 skill, it allowed him to traverse any location he had previously visited. Should this ability prove effective in this realm, Nan Zhou would undoubtedly be able to depart with ease, perhaps even with remarkable freedom. With unwavering focus, he concentrated, for this was his inaugural attempt at utilizing the skill, and he was uncertain of its success. Nevertheless, it was imperative to give it a try. Gradually, a fissure materialized before Nan Zhou, lengthening until it matched his height. Subsequently, the crack ceased to elongate vertically and began to split horizontally. Witnessing this, Nan Zhou's heart soared with joy. It seemed feasible. As the fissure widened, the scenery beyond became visible. New Mexico lay on the other side. Evidently, Nan Zhou had truly succeeded. What are you doing? At that moment, the voice of the entity echoed once more, this time tinged with disbelief. How did you accomplish this? The entity was taken aback, unable to fathom that Nan Zhou possessed such a skill. It was indeed a bewildering revelation. You cannot hinder me at this moment. You have no power to prevent my departure. Nan Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he beheld the re-emerging orb of light. My apologies, dear sir, but I fear I may disappoint you. With that, he stepped into the crack. Farewell. Subsequently, he advanced into the fissure, which then sealed behind him. The orb gazed at the closed rift, silent for a long while, yet the weighty sound of its breathing betrayed its fury. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou found himself once more in New Mexico, a thrill coursing through him. It appeared that, henceforth, he need not worry about this troublesome individual, for he possessed a means of return. How did you return? At that moment, Hela's voice reached him. To her, Nan Zhou seemed to have materialized behind her without any forewarning. Me? Nan Zhou replied, a subtle smile gracing his face. I have many skills. There's no need for alarm. As he spoke, he glanced around, searching for Thor's whereabouts. Stop looking. Thor has left, Hela remarked, having deduced his thoughts from his actions. What? He just left? Nan Zhou expressed his surprise. Hela nodded in affirmation. After being transported back alone, Thor appeared remarkably unperturbed. Yet he bore no recollection of the previous events or his confrontation with Nan Zhou. Despite Sif and the warriors' three's attempts to elucidate the matter, Thor remained oblivious. Presently, he was preoccupied with concern for his father, Odin. Thus he hurriedly led Sif and the others to their landing site, subsequently awakening the frozen Heimdall, and the five were transported away together. Lost memories of this period. Nan Zhou mused, stroking his chin, a frown creasing his brow. It seems that this entity possesses the capability to manipulate such occurrences in an effort to avert influencing events. He murmured softly, the words reaching Hela's ears. Hela, too, contemplated Thor's recent peculiarities and their connection to the aforementioned presence. Has it troubled you again? Nan Zhou nodded, acknowledging, although it poses no immediate threat to me. It remains bothersome. He scratched the back of his head in exasperation. This individual proved exceedingly vexatious. After the first encounter, a second is inevitable, and a third will surely follow. Thus, one risks becoming ensnared in a vicious cycle. While this presence may not be able to defeat Nan Zhou, it will persist in creating turmoil for him, merely to irritate him. And Nan Zhou found himself at a loss, unable to conquer this entity. This cycle has persisted for many years, until Nan Zhou achieved 100 iterations of the Darkseid template. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. A sudden impatience seized him. No, I must disturb him. Perhaps it was a misalignment in his thoughts. But Nan Zhou found himself yearning once more to return to that place. Resolute, he focused his mind. With the success of his first attempt, opening the spatial rift a second time proved significantly easier. In the blink of an eye, the rift leading to the small land amidst the void was formed. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou leaped through. Sure enough, the luminous orb still floated in the emptiness. Upon seeing Nan Zhou return, the orb was momentarily taken aback. Is it you? What? Did you fail? The presence, upon witnessing Nan Zhou's reappearance, naturally assumed he had faltered, lacing its tone with mockery. Fear not, I have not failed yet. Nan Zhou replied with a jest, while concentrating intently. I have come here to inform you that I can arrive and depart from this place at will. With that declaration, the rift back to New Mexico was successfully opened, and Nan Zhou returned once more. As he reappeared, the presence was momentarily dazed, struggling to process the situation. Yet a wave of displeasure surged within. Suddenly, another rift materialized, and Nan Zhou returned yet again. Look, I am back. I have left. I'm back. I have left. Are you angry? Are you furious? Nan Zhou traversed repeatedly between New Mexico and the small land through the spatial rift, even casting a mocking glance at the orb. When I have the time, I shall return here to chat with you. Do remember to wait for me. This was the final utterance from Nan Zhou on that diminutive land, after which he departed, leaving behind a presence now consumed by jealousy and fury, the orb beginning to contort in rage. Ah! In the desolate void, the presence emitted a furious roar. It was a being that transcended the divine. When had it ever endured such indignity? That Nan Zhou was clearly taunting him, inciting his ire to satiate his own ambitions. It was evident that the individual had succeeded, and this presence was seething with anger, wishing desperately to devour Nan Zhou alive. Yet, it understood the futility of such desires. It could obliterate anyone and anything in this world, but it was powerless to exact any punishment upon Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, the orb roared once more. You shall pay for this. I shall not rest until I see you undone. Chapter 94. Avenger? Preventer? Do you dare to humiliate a being that surpasses the divine? Hyla gazed at Nan Zhou, whose face was now suffused with satisfaction, and furrowed her brow in inquiry. Are you not concerned that he might do something to those three little ones? She had witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety, while she too found it exhilarating. A twinge of anxiety gnawed at her. As the goddess of death, she harbored no fears, yet this being, who transcended even the divine, instilled a profound apprehension within her. The mere fact that he could effortlessly transport Nan Zhou to a realm that required Odin's consent to enter spoke volumes of his formidable power. Furthermore, the ability to manipulate Thor's very body only deepened Hyla's trepidation. Although Thor possessed extraordinary strength as the god of thunder of Asgard, to wield such control over a deity was an indication of unimaginable terror. She feared that should Nan Zhou inadvertently provoke this entity, those around him would inevitably suffer the consequences. However, upon hearing her words, Nan Zhou shook his head reassuringly. Rest assured, he would never harm any of them. He may devise ways to eliminate me, but he would never touch a single soul here. His response puzzled S.H.I.E.L.D, prompting her to inquire further. Why is that? Because you are all natives, Nan Zhou replied, casting a slight smile at the approaching Coulson. S.H.I.E.L.D's understanding crystallized in an instant. They were all natives of this world. The three little ones, herself, Thor, and the suited men nearby. In contrast, Nan Zhou was an outsider, a being not belonging to this realm. Thus, it stood to reason that this entity would not inflict harm upon its natives. Absolutely not. With this reassurance from Nan Zhou, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a weight lift from her heart. Well, I thought you might not return, Coulson remarked softly regarding Nan Zhou. Yet, he raised his voice to address him formally. Mr. Darkseid, I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson was acutely aware that revealing their acquaintance could lead to significant complications. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D had been forcibly adorned with a mask by Nan Zhou, concealing her face from view. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement, then spoke. Your director certainly follows through on his promises. I commend that. Coulson chuckled awkwardly at this remark, realizing the audacity of Nan Zhou to threaten the director of S.H.I.E.L.D within the very confines of his office. Huh. We certainly do not wish to be your adversaries, Mr. Darkseid. Rather, we hope to forge a friendship with you. With a slight cough to clear his throat, Coulson continued, Might I inquire if Mr. Darkseid is interested in joining our Avengers initiative? Your acquaintance, Mr. Stark, has already become a part of it. Coulson regarded this as merely a routine matter, fully aware that such words would resonate with Nan Zhou like a mere fart. Nan Zhou had no desire to become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, let alone join the Avengers initiative. The Avengers initiative? Nan Zhou feigned a smile. Your naming could use some improvement. Why not call it the Preventers instead? Upon hearing this, Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond to Nan Zhou's inquiry. You see, revenge only comes after the opponent has inflicted significant damage. Defeating the enemy is termed revenge, but I believe you should enhance your professional capabilities and consider rebranding as Preventers. With that, Nan Zhou turned away. Regardless of whether you are called Avengers or Preventers, I have absolutely no interest in your initiative, so please do not disturb me. After exchanging a glance with S.H.I.E.L.D, they both ascended into the sky. Do you think Darkseid's personality and manner of speaking bear some resemblance to Nan Zhou? At that moment, a staff member behind Coulson suddenly chimed in, nearly causing Coulson to break into a cold sweat. Not really. Perhaps you're overthinking it, he replied. Another staff member slowly voiced disagreement with this notion. By now, Coulson had donned a mask of anguish, though his subordinates were unaware of it, as he faced away from them. Oh dear, please spare me. Coulson's inner self cried out, tormenting him to conceal such matters. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in New York. Thanks to their ability to traverse space, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D returned effortlessly. This skill is remarkably easy, S.H.I.E.L.D praised. Although she possessed a similar ability, her own powers were currently sealed, rendering her unable to utilize it. I've saved quite a bit on airfare, Nan Zhou remarked, taking pride in his skill. Both flight and spatial movement were immensely beneficial to him. By the way, what was that Avengers initiative the person mentioned earlier? S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly inquired. Her curiosity piqued since Nan Zhou had never shared details about it with her. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou elaborated on S.H.I.E.L.D's Avengers initiative. Is that all? S.H.I.E.L.D raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed. Isn't it a problem just to take one of you down? Nan Zhou could only nod in resignation, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, defeating the few superheroes that had emerged thus far would pose a challenge. However, overcoming them would not be an easy feat, especially considering that both Hulk and Thor could consume a considerable amount of his time. However, regarding a character like Tony Stark, Nan Zhou believed it was merely a matter of a single punch. Yet, if Stark were truly capable of harnessing the power of atomic breath, that would be an entirely different story. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone began to ring, and the caller ID revealed none other than Tony Stark. What a remarkable coincidence. Upon answering, Stark's voice burst forth with palpable excitement. Hey, brother, there's something I must share with you. What is it? The fervent tone of Stark's voice instilled a sense of foreboding within Nan Zhou. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Shall we meet? Stark's air of mystery only intensified Nan Zhou's unease. Fortunately, with his newfound ability to traverse space, reaching Stark's residence would no longer require an extensive journey. All right, understood. As soon as the words left his lips, a spatial rift materialized before him, leading directly to Stark's opulent mansion. Chapter 95, Replication, the Terrifying Genius Goodness. You made it here? In Stark's basement, both he and Ethan stood in astonishment at Nan Zhou's sudden appearance. Their surprise was palpable. They had anticipated Nan Zhou's arrival the following day, and it seemed he had underestimated the situation. How long has it been since we hung up? And you're already here? New skill, spatial movement. Impressive, isn't it? Nan Zhou grinned at Stark, showcasing his formidable ability. Stark was momentarily taken aback. Spatial movement was indeed an extraordinary skill. As he pondered this revelation, his brow furrowed, as if a thought had suddenly struck him. All right, what is going on? Was he so worked up, keeping me in suspense? Nan Zhou's inquiry seemed to awaken Stark from his daze, reminding him of an even more pressing matter he needed to convey. All right, I almost forgot. Your new skill has me so astonished that I lost my train of thought. Fortunately, Stark recollected himself and led Nan Zhou to a corner of his basement. There lay a large chest draped in a crimson cloth. Stark approached the cloth and dramatically unveiled it. Beneath the fabric was a glass case, housing none other than the Mark V armor. Mark V? Nan Zhou queried, perplexed. What do you intend to do with this armor? I thought you had destroyed it. I have incorporated a research breakthrough into this armor, and I plan to transplant it onto other suits as well. With that, Stark opened the glass case, donned the Mark V, and stepped outside the mansion. At this moment, Nan Zhou and Ethan exchanged glances, both puzzled. What is happening? Nan Zhou inquired, still somewhat bewildered. However, Ethan, much like Stark, chose to tease him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You will find out soon enough. I cannot divulge anything just yet. You may be left utterly astonished. Faced with Ethan's cryptic response, Nan Zhou felt somewhat speechless but decided to follow him outside. They arrived once more at the seaside, where Stark was already standing at the spot where Nan Zhou had previously unleashed his atomic breath. The ground still bore the marks of a significant dent. Noticing that Nan Zhou and Ethan had caught up, Stark smiled slightly. Darkseid, just watch closely. Make sure not to drop your jaw in astonishment. Nan Zhou regarded Stark, uncertain of what he was alluding to. Yet, seeing Stark's unwavering confidence ignited a sense of anticipation within him. He too was eager to witness the research outcome that could evoke such excitement in Stark. Stark then spread his arms wide, and the arc reactor on his chest began to accumulate energy. Nan Zhou could distinctly sense a tremendous wave of energy converging at Stark's armored chest, a sensation that felt remarkably familiar. Behold, Stark unleashed the amassed energy from his reactor. The sheer force caused significant damage to the armor surrounding his chest, a testament to the immense power involved. Nan Zhou was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, for he realized the source of this familiarity. The energy bore the essence of atomic breath. One of Stark's reasons for gathering data on atomic breath was evidently to harness it for his own use. While this energy may not yet reach even a third of the potency of atomic breath, its essence was strikingly close. This revelation filled Nan Zhou with incredulity. He could hardly believe that in just 6 months, Stark had managed to simulate such an essence. What do you think? Stark had since exited the armor, which had once again sacrificed itself due to the overwhelming energy. Quite unexpected, Nan Zhou mused, astonished that Stark could replicate something after merely witnessing it once. It was terrifying. No wonder some refer to Stark as a man cursed by knowledge. Though its destructive capacity may not yet rival yours, I am confident that, given a few years, I can replicate an energy identical to your skill, Stark asserted, his confidence bolstered by Nan Zhou's incredulous expression. I believe in your ability. I am truly amazed. Nan Zhou confessed, openly displaying his astonishment at Stark's remarkable achievement. Moreover, if Stark has indeed succeeded in replicating the atomic breath, it signifies that he possesses the power to transcend the laws of the universe, under the very rules that even deities must adhere to. A mere mortal has shattered those boundaries. This is no simple matter of a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. It is a true transcendence of divinity. It seems I have once again altered the course of the narrative. At this moment, Nan Zhou let out a wry smile, feeling rather helpless, for it appears that entity is about to trouble him once more. While this capability is undoubtedly destructive, utilizing it would render my armor utterly inoperative. Stark then spoke once more, asserting the necessity of constructing a suit with superior defensive capabilities. It is worth noting that even Stark's reactor had been specially reinforced to withstand this weakened version of the atomic breath. Without such fortification, the reactor would be unable to endure the immense energy released during the execution of this skill, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Such an event would be nothing short of a gruesome spectacle. As it stands, none of Stark's armors have proven capable of unleashing the atomic breath unscathed. Thus, the immediate priority is to expedite the enhancement of his armor. "All right, this is what I want to show you," Stark announced as he approached Nan Zhou, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The astonishment evident on Nan Zhou's face brought Stark a sense of satisfaction. As an arrogant playboy and scientist, Stark was reluctant to concede defeat. Despite being fully aware of Nan Zhou's terrifying prowess, he still harbored hopes of surpassing him. The creation of a weakened version of the atomic breath marked a significant advancement for Stark. Should he manage to replicate the full potency of the atomic breath, he would find himself on equal footing with Nan Zhou. Although the sheer physical strength and raw power of Nan Zhou might still overpower him, Stark believed that if he could flawlessly unleash the full force of the atomic breath, his armor's resilience would not fall short. This thought filled Stark with confidence. He was determined to harness such an immensely powerful skill for himself. For he is Stark, Iron Man. Chapter 96. The invitation. Nan Zhou had returned to his home, settled on the couch, and recounted the events that transpired at Stark's residence to Hela. "That guy is truly formidable," Hela remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. She was well aware of the atomic breath's formidable nature, a skill capable of annihilating even the very foundations of Odin. Stark's ability to replicate nearly a third of its power, especially as a mere earthling, was nothing short of astonishing. "I, too, am quite taken aback. After all, this is not a feat that just anyone can accomplish," Nan Zhou admitted, recognizing the potential trajectory Stark was on. If this trend continues, Stark is bound to create a miracle. Following this incident, Nan Zhou's life returned to its unremarkable routine. He was indifferent to Stark's progress. If Stark truly succeeded in replicating the perfect atomic breath, it would be beneficial for Nan Zhou. However, 5 days later, an unexpected guest arrived at Nan Zhou's home. At least, that's how it felt to Hela. As usual, Hela ventured out shopping, for Nan Zhou's finances were ample, leading her to believe that every piece of clothing was a necessity and every delicacy warranted indulgence. Consequently, Hela often returned home with an abundance of clothing, naturally sharing some with Wanda and the others. This prompted Nan Zhou to allocate additional space in the house for garments. But fortunately, the home was spacious enough. On this particular day, as Hela arrived home, she exclaimed, "Nan Zhou, I bought you a shirt. See if it fits." Hela not only brought clothes for the 3 children, but also for Nan Zhou, for his wardrobe was lamentably sparse. Moreover, since she was spending Nan Zhou's money, she felt compelled to bring him something, lest her conscience be troubled. However, just as she was speaking, she suddenly froze. For seated on the sofa was a man she wished to avoid at all costs. Her father, the All-Father, Odin. "What are you doing here?" Hela Kurfunit, her brow furrowing at the sight of Odin. "Do not worry, I'm not here to take you back," Odin replied, surprisingly smiling upon seeing Hela. "I have come merely to express my gratitude to Mr. Nan Zhou for his assistance with Thor. I am a man of my word. Since Mr. Nan Zhou has ensured my son's safety, I shall honor my promise to him." Despite recognizing Hela's hostility, Odin remained affable, seeing that Odin harbored no ill will. Hela chose not to respond and retreated to her room, rather to Nan Zhou's room. "Let's disregard her." Odin waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention back to Nan Zhou. "I heard from Thor that a masked individual found him after he was captured by your S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems this person knows us well. That must be you, correct?" Odin remarked with a smile. In truth, Odin was quite familiar with Thor's experiences on Earth, as every action of his was under Odin's scrutiny. Although Odin had been in a state of unconsciousness in Asgard for a time, he was fully aware of Thor's endeavors on Earth, aided by Heimdall. Naturally, Odin was also aware of Thor being possessed by that entity. "The entity you mentioned appears to be quite troublesome," Odin stated, addressing the matter of Thor's possession. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. "This matter pertains solely to him and me. Thor is, in fact, one of the victims manipulated by that scoundrel." Odin was equally taken aback upon discovering that Thor had been possessed. Although Thor's current strength pales in comparison to his prime, he remains a deity of Asgard. The ease with which he was overtaken serves to illustrate the sheer terror of that entity. However, one aspect piques my curiosity. Odin turned once more to Nan Zhou, inquiring, having traversed from the future to Asgard, how is it that you are so well versed in its affairs? Could it be that your world also harbors our legends? Nan Zhou simply shook his head. This is something I am not at liberty to discuss, and it cannot be easily explained in a moment. But rest assured, my understanding far exceeds what you are aware of. Nan Zhou's cryptic remarks only deepened Odin's intrigue. He yearned to comprehend the nature of the world from which Nan Zhou hailed. Observing the inquisitive glint in Odin's eyes, Nan Zhou could only manage a wry smile, knowing that when the time is ripe, the answers would reveal themselves. His words clearly indicated a refusal to divulge further information, a realization Odin acknowledged, thus refraining from further inquiry. Mr. Nan Zhou, might I extend an invitation for you to visit Asgard? Odin proposed unexpectedly, catching Nan Zhou off guard. A visit to Asgard? A flicker of disbelief danced in his gaze as he considered the tightly shut door of his room. Odin quickly grasped Nan Zhou's implication and could not suppress a chuckle. Mr. Nan Zhou, I truly cannot fathom your concerns. You and her share no ties, do you? Fear not, the cuisine in Asgard is quite delectable, and I am certain it will suit your palate. Odin's words elicited a slight grimace from Nan Zhou, yet he sensed the sincerity in Odin's tone. Moreover, the prospect of visiting Asgard appeared decidedly advantageous, leaving him at a loss for excuses to decline. More importantly, Nan Zhou himself harbored a growing curiosity about the enigmatic judge. Thus, he rose and retreated to his chamber, gently closing the door behind him. What? To that place? Soon, Hela's voice echoed within the room. What is there to enjoy? Do you think it is entertaining? Allow me to inform you. Asgard is the most mundane locale in this universe, stale and antiquated. Her remarks reached Odin's ears as he sat on the sofa, inducing a sense of discomfort and awkwardness within him. Yet, should he choose to go, I cannot object. Gradually, Hela's protestations subsided, likely indicating her concession. Before long, Nan Zhou emerged from his room and approached Odin, tilting his head slightly as a signal that he was ready to depart. Odin mimicked him, pointing towards his chamber. This gesture left Nan Zhou both amused and perplexed. After living for millennia, it was surprising that he still lacked composure. Subsequently, Nan Zhou waved his hand and feigned nonchalance, saying, Do not mind her, let us proceed. Chapter 97. The Feast of Asgard. Everyone was intrigued by the new companion Odin had brought along. This enigmatic figure, shrouded in a mask that concealed his visage, was purportedly a friend Odin had suddenly encountered. Of course, a few individuals present were aware of the masked stranger, albeit unaware of his true identity. Thor, Sif, the three warriors, and Heimdall had all crossed paths with this individual. Indeed, he truly was an acquaintance of their father. Observing Odin and Nan Zhou engaged in lively conversation, Thor could not contain himself. Initially, he had assumed Nan Zhou might be an unknown adversary, but it appeared he had been mistaken. As for Sif and the three warriors, they harbored no significant animosity towards Nan Zhou. After all, when Thor had lost control and aimed to attack the Earthling, it was Nan Zhou who had stepped forward to deflect Thor's aggression. How splendid is this magnificent Asgard, Odin remarked, guiding Nan Zhou through the resplendent realm. As he watched Nan Zhou curiously surveying the surroundings, Odin's heart swelled with pride. This was the most opulent place in the 9 realms, a creation of his relentless dedication. If such grandeur could not evoke curiosity or admiration in Nan Zhou, then his years of effort would truly be in vain. At that moment, Odin led Nan Zhou into the grand hall of Asgard. Upon entering, Nan Zhou was enveloped by an overwhelming aura, a presence emanating from the divine. This is your grand hall, Nan Zhou said, stepping beneath the vaulted ceiling and gazing up at the mural depicting the harmony of the 9 realms. A faint smile gracing his lips. Behind this ceiling mural, one can assume, lies the depiction of Hellas battles alongside you in the 9 realms. Nan Zhou's words took Odin by surprise, prompting him to approach Nan Zhou's side. It seemed she had indeed shared this with you. The information Nan Zhou had just articulated was the greatest secret of the Grand Hall of Asgard, a secret Odin had kept for ages. Apart from Odin, the only others privy to this knowledge were his wife, Frigga, and Hela, who was currently on Earth. Given this, it was evident that Nan Zhou's awareness of these matters must have come from Hela. At least, that was Odin's assumption. After all, While Nan Zhou seemed to possess substantial knowledge, the intricacies of the events remained elusive to him. This was what led Odin to believe that Hela had informed Nan Zhou. Perhaps, he conceded, Nan Zhou naturally understood Odin's intentions, so he refrained from offering any elaborate explanations and merely nodded in agreement. After all, political policies must evolve. One cannot forever cling to the murals of a bygone era of war. At this moment, Odin was articulating his rationale for concealing the once revered dome mural. In an effort to demonstrate my commitment to peace, I had no choice but to alter that mural. Odin's words caused Nan Zhou to narrow his eyes slightly, for he recognized that Odin was only revealing half of the truth. However, he was indifferent, as he had little desire to comprehend Odin's thoughts. Soon, he found himself before Odin's magnificent throne, reaching out to touch it. Such an action would be utterly forbidden in Asgard, as it would encroach upon the sanctity of the throne. Even Odin's most cherished favored one would never dare to perform such a gesture, at least not while Odin still drew breath. Over the years, besides Odin, the individual who had spent the longest time seated upon this throne was, in fact, Loki, who had only recently departed. Yet, in the face of Nan Zhou's seemingly audacious act, Odin surprisingly maintained a stance of tacit approval, permitting him to continue admiring the throne. Unable to restrain his admiration, Nan Zhou extolled the artistry of the throne, which far surpassed any craftsmanship or machinery found on Earth. This elicited a satisfied smile from Odin, a wave of unnameable pride swelling within him once again. After the banquet, Nan Zhou and Odin stepped outside the palace, where Nan Zhou was afforded a view of the entirety of Asgard. It must be said that Asgard is an exceptionally beautiful realm, if circumstances allowed. Retiring here would indeed be a splendid choice. A place endowed with mountains and waters, fresh air, and exquisite surroundings is, in Nan Zhou's eyes, the ideal haven for one's twilight years. Odin nodded in agreement, unable to suppress his concurrence. At that moment, Odin's gaze lingered upon Nan Zhou's face, and the latter sensed the weight of Odin's scrutiny, slowly turning his head. Their eyes met, and Odin spoke, "I am quite surprised by the magic you possess." This statement left Nan Zhou somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" he inquired. Odin merely smirked and turned away. "I was referring to Hela. To be honest, from the moment of her birth until I can find her, she has never exhibited such expressions or uttered such words." As Odin spoke, he recalled the earlier encounter at Nan Zhou's residence, where Hela had brought clothing for him. He also remembered the sight of Hela interacting amiably with the 3 children in Nan Zhou's household. It seemed highly improbable. After all, the Hela he had known in Asgard was nothing more than a relentless machine of destruction, devoid of any emotion save for her obsession with the throne. Thus, Odin found it utterly astonishing, convinced that Nan Zhou possessed some formidable magic that transformed Hela into her current state. Odin's words elicited a smile from Nan Zhou. However, at that moment, he had never comprehended the depth of his daughter's character. Had you treated Hela as you now treat Thor, she would not have been imprisoned, nor would she have crossed paths with me. She ought to be a participant in this banquet. Nan Zhou's statements left Odin speechless, for they resonated with undeniable truth. His past shortcomings towards Hela were indeed significant, which had compelled him to confine her. Yet now, it appeared that Hela had discovered a place she cherished, where she seemed to thrive. Reflecting on this, Odin patted Nan Zhou on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You truly are an extraordinary man. I believe that placing Hela in your care seems far safer than confining her. Imprisoning her would only amplify her resentment towards herself and all of Asgard. However, under your influence, it seems Hela is continuously evolving, progressing toward a more favorable state." This revelation brought Odin a sense of relief. He resolved to no longer dwell on Hela, trusting that her companionship with Nan Zhou would facilitate her gradual transformation. "I also hope that you will treat Hela with kindness," Odin added, his tone suddenly imbued with a profound sincerity. "As a father, I beseech you." Chapter 98. Hop back home in New York. Nan Zhou reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Hela occupied the opposite end of the sofa, cradling a large bowl of popcorn, engrossed in the same show. Since Nan Zhou's return, Hela's demeanor towards him had undergone a remarkable transformation, seemingly catalyzed by his attendance at Odin's banquet. Yet, Nan Zhou had sought her approval prior to going. Now, witnessing Hela's persistent aloofness left him somewhat perplexed. Women, he mused, observing Hela, who refused to even glance his way. eliciting a sense of exasperation. At this moment, Nan Zhou attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. I'm going to wash my hands. Before he could finish his sentence, S.H.I.E.L.D abruptly set down her bowl of popcorn and rushed to the bathroom. After washing her hands, she returned, once again clutching the bowl, resuming her popcorn consumption. This behavior caused Nan Zhou considerable discomfort. It was evident she wished to avoid conversation, using her actions to interrupt him. Yet, she had merely washed her hands, only to return and continue eating popcorn. This contradictory behavior left Nan Zhou at a loss for words. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D, he sighed in resignation. I know you were displeased with my trip to Asgard. Where would you like to go tonight? It's on me. If S.H.I.E.L.D were to maintain such an expression, or even ignore herself, the atmosphere in the household would undoubtedly become exceedingly awkward. It would be far better to appease S.H.I.E.L.D now, to lift her spirits. Nan Zhou's words did not halt S.H.I.E.L.D's consumption of popcorn. However, he noted a slight hesitation in her demeanor upon seeing her. Clearly, she was intrigued. Yet, a series of gentle coaxing from Nan Zhou was still required. Western cuisine? Nan Zhou inquired. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D's continued silence, he ventured again. How about Chinese cuisine? S.H.I.E.L.D's hand hesitated momentarily, indicating that Chinese food might pique her interest. Then how about hot pot? Sichuan cuisine? By narrowing down the options to Chinese food, it became considerably easier for Nan Zhou to explore each possibility. However, after numerous attempts, none resonated with her. S.H.I.E.L.D's hand ceased to show any further uncertainty. Chongqing? At last, as Nan Zhou continued his quest, S.H.I.E.L.D finally spoke. Taken aback, Nan Zhou's face broke into a broad smile. How about we indulge in Chongqing hot pot tonight? This time, S.H.I.E.L.D set down the bowl of popcorn and nodded in agreement. Good, but could you perhaps refrain from being so distant? Seeing her acquiescence, Nan Zhou eagerly pressed on. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D turned to face him, followed by a dismissive snort, before rising and seating herself beside him, seizing the remote to change the channel. Nan Zhou smiled in response, sensing his success. Although he did not consider himself an expert in charming women, after years of acquaintance with S.H.I.E.L.D, he felt he had garnered some experience. Was this not a perfect example? He had managed to soften S.H.I.E.L.D's cold demeanor, despite possessing a highly developed intellect. Capable of analyzing complex matters, understanding the female psyche remained a challenge that could not be resolved solely by his intellect. It required his personal experiences as well. As evening swiftly approached, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D drove to a renowned Chongqing hot pot restaurant. He had not included Wanda and the other two, opting instead to prepare a sumptuous meal at home as compensation. After all, this dinner was intended as a treat for S.H.I.E.L.D, and bringing along the 3 children felt rather peculiar. Should S.H.I.E.L.D become displeased, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, he resolutely left the children at home and ventured out alone with S.H.I.E.L.D. The Chongqing hot pot restaurant he selected was reputed to be the most authentic in all of New York's Chinatown, a conclusion he reached after sampling various establishments throughout the area. As someone who excelled in both Chinese and Western cuisines, such an assertion held considerable weight. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, they were greeted by the sight of countless Chinese faces gathered around tables, fervently enjoying their hot pot experience. This establishment is seldom frequented by foreigners, as the spiciness of the dishes is often overwhelming for many, rendering it difficult for them to appreciate the flavors. Consequently, one rarely encounters individuals of Caucasian or African descent here. Only once has Southboat brought S.H.I.E.L.D to this hot pot restaurant. Yet that solitary visit etched an indelible memory in S.H.I.E.L.D's mind. After placing their orders, Southboat glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, who was already eagerly rubbing her hands together, and smiled gently, inquiring, "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" In response to Southboat's words, S.H.I.E.L.D let out a disdainful hum. "At least you recognize the situation. Otherwise, I would not have let you off easily." As she spoke, she clenched her fists, seemingly intent on taking action against Southboat. Of course, such words were merely jest. The notion of S.H.I.E.L.D besting Southboat was nothing short of fanciful. Southboat, not inclined to take offense, merely chuckled and moved on. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D posed a question regarding Asgard, catching Southboat off guard. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D's deep-seated animosity towards Odin and Asgard, she had grown up there, and so there remained some lingering sentiment. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired further. "It's quite well, I suppose. At least everyone seems to be living contentedly," Southboat replied casually, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D had no desire to hear him extol the virtues of Asgard as splendor and prosperity. A simple acknowledgement sufficed. With Southboat's response, Hela offered a faint smile and refrained from pursuing the topic, redirecting the conversation elsewhere. Their dinner concluded swiftly, and as Southboat and Hela exited the restaurant, they did not rush to drive home, but instead strolled about the vicinity, ostensibly to aid digestion. Is your place similar to this? Hela asked, captivated by the sights of Chinatown. To her, the ambience suggested that Southboat's homeland must reflect a similar charm. However, Southboat shook his head. In truth, the disparity is significant. The most bustling city in our region rivals, if not surpasses, the heart of New York. The decor here is designed to instill a sense of belonging among those from our homeland, as they possess a strong connection to their roots. As he spoke, he glanced at the red lanterns adorning the streets. Frankly, aside from festive occasions, he had only encountered such decorations in Chinatown. At that moment, Southboat abruptly halted in his tracks, spotting a familiar face not far ahead, one he would not have expected to see here. The sorcerer, Ancient One. Ancient One? Southboat exclaimed, recognizing the unexpected presence. Mr. Southboat. Gu Yi noticed Nan Zhou's attention and smiled as she approached him. Mr. Nan Zhou, I trust you have been well? Observing Gu Yi's cheerful demeanor, Nan Zhou sensed that her visit was not for trivial matters. Nevertheless, he greeted her with a smile in return. Indeed, I have been well. At that moment, Gu Yi's gaze shifted to Hela beside Nan Zhou, and she momentarily paused in surprise. Her astonishment did not stem from Hela's beauty, but from the divine aura she sensed emanating from her. This striking woman was a goddess. Master Gu Yi, your presence here to seek me must not be mere coincidence, Nan Zhou stated, disfavoring any indirectness. Pray tell, what brings you to me? Gu Yi, maintaining her serene smile, acknowledged his directness. It seems nothing escapes your discerning eye, Mr. Nan Zhou. Shall we find a more private place to converse? With a gesture of invitation, Gu Yi beckoned him. Understanding her hint, Nan Zhou moved forward, and although Hela was unaware of the unfolding events, she followed suit. The trio soon arrived at a modest eatery in Chinatown, where Nan Zhou casually ordered a couple of cold dishes. Master Gu Yi, we have already indulged in hot pot earlier, and are feeling a bit overwhelmed, hence the choice of lighter fare. I hope you don't mind. Upon hearing his polite remarks, Gu Yi waved her hand dismissively. She was indifferent to Nan Zhou's selection, as she had more pressing matters at hand. Mr. Nan Zhou, I have come to seek your assistance regarding a crucial matter, Gu Yi stated promptly before the food had even arrived. You require my help? Nan Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. What may I ask is this matter? Gu Yi took a breath and continued. As you know, there are 3 sanctuaries on Earth: London, New York, and Hong Kong. Recently, these sanctuaries have been exceedingly unstable, frequently besieged by unknown magical forces. Even I have been unable to trace the source of these magical fluctuations. Furthermore, the essence of this magic does not adhere to the laws of the universe, suggesting that its origin is akin to yours, a being beyond the control of cosmic order. Gu Yi succinctly recounted the troubling events occurring within their sanctuaries. Nan Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even Gu Yi could not ascertain the origin of the magical disturbances. The implication that the source of such magic might be an outsider, similar to himself, was indeed peculiar. Faced with her predicament, Gu Yi thought of Nan Zhou, a fellow entity not bound by universal laws. It was her hope that approaching him would lead to a resolution. Nan Zhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was indeed unusual for there to be a sorcerer on Earth whose presence eluded even Gu Yi's scrutiny. The ever-omniscient Nan Zhou, who has long been able to predict the future, now finds himself confronted by an area of ignorance. While he is willing to assist, he makes it clear that compensation is requisite. His intent is unmistakable. Assistance is contingent upon reward. Nan Zhou does not work for free. It is evident that Gu Yi had anticipated this. During their interactions, Gu Yi had gained considerable insight into Nan Zhou's character. To enlist his services, one must present a reward that meets his satisfaction. He is assuredly willing to help when adequately compensated. My demands are quite simple. Nan Zhou articulates his requirements. Regardless of the source of that magical fluctuation, be it a person or an object, I expect to acquire it. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi acquiesces to this demand. She harbors no desire to linger among entities that defy the laws of the universe. Thus, Nan Zhou's request aligns perfectly with her own inclinations. Excellent. Nan Zhou beams with satisfaction. So, when shall we address this matter? At this juncture, The cold dishes have been served, and both Hela and Nan Zhou pick up their chopsticks to partake. Under Nan Zhou's guidance, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, along with Hela, have become quite adept at using chopsticks. They not only relish the cold dishes, but Hela's recent dexterity with chopsticks while enjoying hot pot astonished several onlookers of Chinese descent. Shall we wait until you finish the cold dishes? Gui observes the enjoyment shared by Nan Zhou and Hela, and, unable to resist, picks up her own chopsticks. Nan Zhou nods in agreement. Certainly, this will save us the hassle of takeout. Once the trio has finished their cold dishes, Nan Zhou settles the bill and leads Gui and Hela to the sanctum located in New York. Along the way, Nan Zhou hopes that Hela might return home, yet she steadfastly declines. This matter piques Hela's curiosity. She wishes to witness firsthand the nature of an entity or individual, like Nan Zhou, that remains unaffected by the cosmic laws. Consequently, she insists on accompanying him, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat exasperated, yet he concedes to her presence. As for Gui, she has no objections, although not yet confirmed. The mere essence of Hela confirms to Gui that she is indeed a deity, with another divine being assisting her. The resolution of this issue is assuredly expedited, alleviating her from the burden of constant thought regarding it. In due course, the trio arrives at the sanctum in New York. Now under Gui's control, the sanctum's overseer raises no objections as they enter. Upon stepping inside, Nan Zhou feels no particular sensation, yet beings like Hela, who are divine, immediately perceive the distinct atmosphere. It is clear to Nan Zhou from Hela's expression that she has sensed something extraordinary, a wave of energy that transcends the laws of the universe. Although he too felt a peculiar sensation, his reaction was not nearly as pronounced as Hela's. At that moment, Ancient One approached Nan Zhou and quietly inquired, "Mr. Nan Zhou, what is the situation with that lady?" This question naturally pertained to Hela's identity. Nan Zhou glanced at Hela, hesitating on whether to reveal the entirety of her identity. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to disclose only a portion of the truth. She is a goddess, a deity from Asgard. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. A goddess from Asgard? That stunning woman? Ancient One was indeed familiar with Asgardian lore and was astonished to have encountered an Asgardian deity in person. The sensation was undeniably intriguing. "And how did you come to know her?" Ancient One could hardly contain her curiosity and hastily asked. However, Nan Zhou merely waved his hand. This time, he had no intention of divulging any further information. "I must keep this confidential. If she wishes to tell you, you may inquire with her directly." Chapter 100. The Sanctum. Nan Zhou, this aura is extraordinary, Hela suddenly remarked as she approached his side, her brow slightly furrowed. This energy feels exceedingly perilous. While Ancient One and Nan Zhou were engaged in conversation, Hela had already been attuned to that formidable force, and it imparted upon her a sense of the unknown and danger. Seeing Hela's serious demeanor, Nan Zhou understood that this matter was indeed significant. Though he sensed something unusual, it did not evoke the same apprehension in him as it did in Hela. Perhaps this was a consequence of divinity. "Shall we explore other sanctums?" Ancient One proposed, recognizing Hela's grave warning about the perilous aura, yet lacking any leads. Nan Zhou and Hela exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Hela's expression heightened Nan Zhou's curiosity. He was eager to uncover the source of this ominous magical energy. Subsequently, under Ancient One's guidance, the two were teleported from a New York sanctum to the London sanctum. Just like the New York sanctum, the atmosphere here was thick with an unsettling and perilous magical aura, which was even more potent than that of the New York location. This indicated that the magical energy in the London sanctum was stronger and closer to its source. "Which deity are you referring to from Asgard?" Ancient One once again approached Nan Zhou, lowering her voice to inquire. She was well-versed in Asgardian myths and was eager to learn which goddess accompanied Nan Zhou. "Are you certain you wish to know?" Nan Zhou replied with a smile, glancing at Ancient One, who nodded in affirmation. "This individual is none other than Hela, the goddess of death." Nan Zhou did not conceal Hela's identity, but rather revealed it to Ancient One, believing that disclosing this matter would pose no significant issue. Hela would not threaten her, nor would she pose a threat to Hela, which is why Nan Zhou felt compelled to share this information. "What? The goddess of death?" Ancient One was taken aback upon hearing this revelation, astonished that such a stunning woman was indeed the goddess of death. More astonishing was the notion that such a formidable deity would willingly follow Nan Zhou. This left Hela in disbelief. Just how terrifying must Nan Zhou be to command the allegiance of an Asgardian god? It seemed that this was not the place. At that moment, Hela approached the side of Nan Zhou and Ancient One. She had already surveyed the London sanctum and had a general sense of the magical aura present. It was clear that this was not the source they sought. We have one final location to investigate. Noticing that Hela could not discern anything further, Ancient One resolved to lead the two to the last sanctum, the Sanctum of Fragrance. As the machinery of the London sanctum whirred to life, the trio appeared within the Sanctum of Fragrance. The moment they entered, Hela was immediately enveloped by a powerful magical presence, one that was more than 3 times that of the previous sanctum. There was no need for further investigation. The source of the magical energy was undoubtedly within this very place. Even Nan Zhou, who had previously shown no signs of unease, felt his heart race inexplicably. He could not articulate the reason, but his heart was pounding furiously, a clearly abnormal reaction. Nan Zhou and Hela exchanged a glance, reaching a silent agreement. The source of this magical energy was indeed here. Yet, if this was the source, where was it located? The trio began a thorough search of the entire Sanctum of Fragrance. Ancient One even summoned other sorcerers from Kamartaj to assist in the search. The sanctum had never been so bustling. However, after their exhaustive investigation, they found nothing. It seemed as though the entire sanctum had been assimilated by that magical aura. Even Hela began to feel overwhelmed. Just then, a shout echoed from the basement of the sanctum. The group hurried over to discover a sorcerer attempting to pry open a locked safe, from which emanated a rich magical energy. The source was here. Ancient One quickly realized this and rushed to stand before the safe. However, to the sanctum's custodian, this safe appeared as though it had never existed. He had no recollection of it being in the sanctum. Likewise, Ancient One had no memory of this safe either. However, numerous signs have now indicated that the source of the mysterious magical aura lies within this very box, necessitating its opening. Unfortunately, the box is enveloped by a formidable magical barrier, rendering brute force utterly ineffectual. Observing this, Ancient One took matters into her own hands, seeking to dismantle the box with her own magic. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly astonishing. The magical barrier absorbed Ancient One's spells, a phenomenon unprecedented in history. Furthermore, after assimilating her magic, the barrier grew even more resilient, making it seemingly more arduous to breach. The onlookers, taken aback by the unfolding events, shared in Ancient One's disbelief as she glanced at her own hands in wonder. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward, convinced that, as one who is not bound by the laws of the universe, he might succeed where Ancient One had failed. He extended his hand, channeling the power of atomic breath into his right palm. Soon, a cerulean orb of light materialized in his grasp. This time, Nan Zhou refrained from exerting his full strength, utilizing less than a fifth of his power, out of concern that a moment's carelessness might reduce the sacred hall to ruins. Upon the manifestation of the blue orb, the magical barrier clinging to the vault began to exhibit a subtle tremor, implying that Nan Zhou's technique was indeed effective. He then reached forward, closing the distance to the vault, and the barrier visibly rippled in response. As his hand inched closer, the magical barrier receded like a retreating tide, centering around the atomic breath. The door of the vault, at last, slipped free from the barrier's grasp. Overjoyed at this development, Nan Zhou realized that his atomic breath was indeed a remarkable skill, significantly easing their task. With this thought in mind, he turned to call for assistance to force open the vault door. Although the code remained unknown, the absence of the magical barrier made the task of prying open the vault quite manageable for a sorcerer. Just then, a distinct click resonated in the air. The vault door swung open on its own, startling even Nan Zhou. As the door gradually creaked ajar, it emitted a sound reminiscent of age, as if it had endured the passage of many years and rust had taken its toll. Suddenly, a powerful wave of magical energy surged forth from within the box, sending weaker sorcerers hurtling backwards. Only Nan Zhou, Ancient One, and Hela, along with a few other formidable mages, managed to maintain their footing amidst the upheaval. The powerful surge of magic reverberated through the Hong Kong temple, sending tremors that dislodged dust from the beams above. In an instant, the entire basement was engulfed in a cloud of debris. As the magical fluctuations gradually dissipated, The dust settled to reveal the contents of the safe, presenting itself before the onlookers. Within lay a rectangular object, shrouded in darkness yet radiating a violet aura. At that moment, Nan Zhou directed his gaze towards Hela, pondering whether the aura emanating from the object was beyond the confines of cosmic laws. Unable to discern what constituted the cosmic order and what did not, he sought Hela's insight. Hela, captivated by the contents of the safe, appeared momentarily entranced. Nan Zhou waved his hand before her eyes, prompting her to regain her composure. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's inquiry once more, Hela nodded affirmatively. This power indeed transcends the cosmic laws. It is akin to the skill you unleashed, existing outside the realm of universal control, belonging to an outsider. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou scratched his neck, initially believing that the source of the magical surge might be a human. Perhaps he would encounter a second outsider in this world. Yet, it soon became evident that this was merely an object, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he recognized the intrinsic value of this item for research and resolved to take it back with him. Extending his hand, Nan Zhou intended to touch the black rectangular object. "Mr. Nan Zhou," Ancient One called out, halting him. "We cannot ascertain what this object truly is yet. It would be prudent not to touch it recklessly." Nan Zhou simply smiled, assuring her, "Do not worry, I shall be fine. You are aware of my physical resilience." His meaning was clear. He had withstood the attacks of Dormammu with nothing but his corporeal form. Did she not trust him? Understanding his implication, Ancient One refrained from further objections. Thus, Nan Zhou boldly reached for the black rectangular object. To his astonishment, upon making contact, he found it surprisingly warm to the touch, contrary to his expectation of a frigid metallic sensation. The texture was distinctly different from that of metal. Its nature eluded description. Nevertheless, he extracted the object, which no longer emitted the previous magical fluctuations, though a faint aura still lingered. Examining it closely, he discerned nothing remarkable. He began to toy with the object in his hands, having assured himself of its harmlessness. "Do you recall our earlier agreement?" As he spoke, Nan Zhou turned his gaze towards Gu Yi, recalling the reward he had mentioned after their earlier encounter. Of course, he remembered. "We simulate faintly. Since we have indeed located this object, you are naturally entitled to take it with you." Gu Yi sought Nan Zhou solely with the intention that he would trace the source of this magical aura, thereby ensuring that his 3 sanctuaries would no longer be plagued by such energies. As for the true nature of this magical source, Gu Yi felt no curiosity whatsoever. As long as it posed no threat to Earth, its origin was of no concern to him. Now that the source had been identified, allowing Nan Zhou to take it was certainly not an issue. "Well, since the item has been found, I shall take my leave," Nan Zhou declared. Eager to depart with the object, his curiosity piqued. No sooner had he uttered these words than he, accompanied by Hela, opened a spatial rift and promptly returned to New York. Gu Yi was astonished to witness that Nan Zhou had acquired the ability to traverse dimensions. He could hardly believe that within just over 6 months, this individual had mastered spatial mobility. Could it be that he had possessed this skill all along, merely concealing it? As he observed the rift Nan Zhou had created close, Gu Yi could not help but murmur softly to himself. At that moment, a wizard suddenly appeared beside Gu Yi. "Master, are you truly allowing him to take that object?" The wizard felt uneasy about entrusting such a dangerous item to a stranger. However, Gu Yi shook his head. "You do not understand. This object can only be entrusted to him." The wizard, perplexed, pressed further. "Why is that?" Gu Yi turned to face the inquisitive wizard, stating, "In the future, we must avoid any involvement with matters related to this individual. We should simply hand over the object to him. There are many things only he possesses the capacity to handle and resolve. Our interference could lead to dire consequences." The wizard was taken aback by Gu Yi's words, astonished that the master would express such thoughts. What level of power did the man who had just departed possess to warrant such respect from the master? Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Hela had returned to their home. In his room, Nan Zhou was examining the rectangular object, while Hela lounged on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Nan Zhou was keen to keep this item hidden from Wanda and the others, making it prudent to scrutinize it in the privacy of his own space. "Do you understand this thing?" Hela inquired, noticing Nan Zhou's furrowed brow, sensing his apparent confusion. Nan Zhou could only manage an awkward smile and shake his head in response. Nan Zhou found himself utterly perplexed by this object. yet he was certain it served as a source of immense energy, brimming with unparalleled power. Continuing his research in his current residence was simply out of the question. A moment's inattention could result in catastrophic consequences, potentially obliterating the entire building. Such a perilous situation necessitated that Nan Zhou seek a more suitable location. At that moment, a particular individual sprang to his mind, a prime candidate, one who might even offer assistance free of charge. With this thought, Nan Zhou hastily reached for his phone and dialed the number. Before long, the call connected, and he immediately spoke. "Stark, do you have a moment? I have a significant task for you that you will undoubtedly find intriguing." Chapter 102. The dark-clad intruder in the basement of Stark's residence. Stark wearily observed Nan Zhou emerging from the rift in space. He had already settled down for the night with Pepper, but Nan Zhou's call had roused him from slumber. "What on earth could be so urgent that it requires me at this hour?" "I was sleeping," Stark complained, glancing at Ethan, who had also been awakened by the summons. If Stark was deprived of restful sleep, so too was Ethan. "Do not complain. This object will surely meet your expectations," Nan Zhou replied, retrieving a black rectangular prism from his backpack. "What is this?" Stark and Ethan exclaimed in unison, drawn closer by the pulsating purple glow emanating from the object. "I am uncertain of its nature, which is why I hope to utilize your equipment for examination." Nan Zhou had considered taking this artifact to Dr. Pym, but it was not the type of object one could casually bring to someone of Pym's stature. Moreover, the equipment at Pym's laboratory was not particularly sophisticated, prompting Nan Zhou to opt for Stark's resources instead. He placed the object upon Stark's workbench. Ethan, unable to resist the allure of the mysterious item, reached out to touch it, only to be restrained by Nan Zhou. "I strongly advise against any reckless handling. I am the only one who has made contact with this object thus far, and I cannot guarantee its effects on your health." Hearing Nan Zhou's warning, Ethan obediently withdrew his hand. At that moment, Stark procured a radiation detector and positioned it over the rectangular prism. Activating the device, he initiated a radiation assessment of the object. To their astonishment, the results were startling. While Nan Zhou had regarded the artifact as a mere curiosity, the radiation levels emanating from its surface were alarmingly high. Any item that came into contact with it would become contaminated with radiation, the intensity of which could potentially lead to instant death for an adult. The implications of such power were indeed terrifying. However, it was noteworthy that the radiation did not disperse. Instead, it adhered directly to anything that touched the prism. Unless an object continues to make contact, radiation will not disperse. At this moment, Nan Zhou cast a glance at his backpack, realizing it too was no longer of use. Subsequently, he called Hela, urging her to avoid touching the rectangular table he had just placed, and instructed the three children to steer clear of it as well. As for Nan Zhou, he had no cause for concern. After all, he was a radiation insulator. Even under the formidable Omega radiation, he could emit no radiation whatsoever, let alone from such a lesser source. At this juncture, the detector had confirmed that the object was a colossal energy source, brimming with terrifying potential. Stark stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the dark rectangular object before him, which contained enough energy to obliterate half the planet. Both Nan Zhou and Ethan were equally stunned. They proceeded with utmost caution, fearful that any misstep might cause the energy within the rectangle to leak. "Where on earth did you acquire this ominous artifact?" Stark inquired as he continued his analysis of the rectangular object. "I was approached by a figure reminiscent of a sorcerer who claimed to have discovered this. I simply brought it back," Nan Zhou replied casually, aiming to reassure Stark that the object had not come from nefarious hands. This entity must never fall into the clutches of villains. Otherwise, the entire world could face annihilation. Stark articulated his concern, for the destruction of half the Earth equated to the obliteration of the planet itself. If harnessed correctly, this object could potentially alleviate the energy crisis for centuries to come. Stark regarded the rectangular object as if it were a priceless treasure. If we could extract the energy from this artifact, it would be a monumental breakthrough, he mused. Why not leave it here with me? I could study it thoroughly, he suggested, turning to Nan Zhou. The scientist's innate curiosity had him utterly captivated by the object. Nan Zhou felt no objection and nodded in agreement. Leaving it in Stark's hands provided him with a sense of security. However, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed from the top of Stark's mansion, followed by the unmistakable scream of Pepper Potts. The three men immediately sensed trouble. Nan Zhou dashed out of the basement, with Stark donning his battle suit in hot pursuit. Once again, Stark's mansion was under siege. The roof had been punctured with a gaping hole, and a cloud of dust obscured the scene. With a swift motion of his hand, Stark dispersed the smoke, revealing a figure clad in dark attire, their gender and features concealed, who was gripping Pepper's arm. At that moment, Pepper was bleeding from her forehead and had succumbed to unconsciousness. I advise you to release her right now. Stark extended his hand, and the energy cannon began to accumulate power. Yet, the man in black appeared unfazed by Stark's threat, even responding with a mocking laugh. I can return her to you, but you must trade that item for her. The voice was distinctly male, and the item he referred to was undoubtedly the black rectangular object brought by Nan Zhou. Hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. Your tone suggests you're threatening me. The man in black laughed coldly again. Indeed, I'm threatening you. I hold a life in my hands. You must comply, or I cannot guarantee her safety. His tone grew increasingly arrogant, and the expressions of the three indicated that this individual held significant importance to them. Before the man in black could revel in his bravado any longer, Nan Zhou raised his hand and unleashed a fine atomic breath, which pierced through the man's leg. The man was taken aback by Nan Zhou's sudden attack, his legs buckling as he half knelt on the ground, releasing his grip on Pepper. Seeing this, Stark rushed to the man's side, scooping Pepper into his arms and delivering a powerful kick that shattered the man's jaw, rendering him unconscious. Case closed. Stark observed the now unconscious figure of the man in black, letting out a cold chuckle at his earlier arrogance. Nan Zhou approached and yanked off the man's hood, eager to uncover his identity. Upon revealing the face, Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Is this man Mongolian? Chapter 103. The New World Organization. Nan Zhou and Stark carried the man in black to the basement, binding him to a chair. Stark then turned to tend to the injured and unconscious Pepper. In the basement, only Nan Zhou and Ethan remained conscious, staring at the unconscious man. His attire and headgear bore a striking resemblance to that of a Mongolian. As for whether he was of Mongolian ethnicity or simply from Mongolia, Ethan was currently investigating. Shortly thereafter, Stark returned to the basement after ensuring Pepper's comfort, just as Ethan had uncovered the man's identity. I've found him. He holds Mongolian nationality, and his name's Zakabu. Ethan informed Nan Zhou and Stark, presenting the information he had gathered. He has no visa. He is an illegal immigrant. Nan Zhou surveyed the man's details. Illegal immigrants were not uncommon in this city, thus he felt no surprise. However, it was evident that this man was far from being an ordinary illegal immigrant. Instead of hastily concealing his identity and blending in, he chose to maintain his traditional appearance from his homeland, which was evidently unusual. Their purpose as illegal immigrants was undoubtedly linked to the ominous black rectangular object concealed within the basement. Time had elapsed significantly, yet the man showed no signs of awakening. It appeared Stark's blow had nearly claimed his life. Was he truly not inclined to regain consciousness? Observing the man, still unresponsive, Stark approached him, producing a vial of azure elixir, which he promptly injected into the man's body. At the very moment the serum coursed through him, the man's eyes widened in shock, and he abruptly awoke. Stark's concoction was designed to stimulate the cerebral cortex and central nervous system, capable of rousing even the faintest of comas. Now awakened, the man's jaw hung slack, his gaze filled with animosity as he regarded the trio. He uttered incoherent sounds, his dislocated jaw preventing him from articulating words like a typical individual. The three exchanged glances, and Stark stepped forward, delivering a swift strike to the man's jaw. You shall not escape retribution, the man exclaimed, now able to speak normally, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon the trio. You have stolen our sacred relic. May you meet a wretched fate. The divine shall curse you all to death. His words were laced with maledictions, primarily directed at the three. Nan Zhou exchanged a glance with Stark, remarking, I believe removing his jaw would render him more tranquil. Stark, irritated by the man's incessant tirade, tilted his neck and spoke. Nan Zhou merely patted his shoulder, recognizing the necessity of extracting information from a man, thus deciding to keep his jaw intact. Your name is Zakabu, is it not? You hail from Mongolia, Nan Zhou stated, having reviewed the man's basic information displayed on the screen. Now, would you kindly enlighten me as to why you find yourself here? Because you beasts have stolen our sacred relic. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Zakabu retorted, cursing vehemently. Nan Zhou, undeterred by Zakabu's invectives, pressed on with his inquiries. This object, this is the sacred relic, is it not? Nan Zhou inquired, revealing the black rectangular object before Zakabu. Upon sighting the relic, Zakabu seemed to trigger into a frenzy, resembling a rabid dog as he struggled violently against his restraints. Were he not bound to the chair, he would likely have lunged at Nan Zhou with ferocity. This is our sacred relic. You beast, return what belongs to us. The divine will curse you. None of you will find peace. Your family shall be mercilessly slaughtered. Zakabu's fervor was clearly linked to the object. Then why, prior to this, were you unable to locate this so-called sacred relic? Nan Zhou continued his questioning. In his view, the absence of this Zakabu from the scene could not merely be attributed to the detection of the aura emanating from the black rectangular object. Just as Nan Zhou had delivered this item to the Stark residence, Zakabu arrived shortly thereafter. This sequence of events was decidedly unusual. What manner of being is this so-called Holy One you speak of? Nan Zhou inquired, scrutinizing the Zakabu before him. How dare you address the Holy One with such irreverence? Do you comprehend the magnitude of his greatness? Upon uttering these words, a smile escaped Nan Zhou's lips. For reasons unknown, the statement bore an undertone reminiscent of questioning the extent of one's efforts. He is the deity who created this world. He is the savior of existence. He shall lead humanity into a new realm, Zakabu proclaimed, his demeanor growing increasingly frenzied, resembling that of a zealot. Our new world organization shall emerge as the vanguard of this new era, while you remnants of the old world shall await annihilation at the hands of the Holy One. It was evident that the so-called New World Organization, as described by Zakabu, represented a nefarious cult, with Zakabu himself being a pitiful victim of indoctrination. However, upon learning that they were part of an organized group, Nan Zhou felt an even greater sense of surprise. Could it be that their members were scattered across the globe? Would they mobilize at the first sign of this object's presence? Yet, why did they not appear when it was in New York, only to storm in when Nan Zhou transported it to California? Did they perceive Iron Man as an easy target? This seemed implausible. Countless questions swirled in Nan Zhou's mind. Meanwhile, Zakabu's gaze was fixated on the black rectangular object, his eyes bulging unnaturally. Noticing this, Nan Zhou rubbed his forehead and said to Stark, "This fellow appears rather unsettling. Perhaps we should let him remain unconscious." Stark nodded in agreement, approached Zakabu, and delivered a swift punch, rendering the unfortunate creature unconscious once more. Let us have Jarvis investigate this so-called New World Organization and ascertain its true nature, Nan Zhou continued to Stark. Stark nodded, instructing Jarvis to conduct the inquiry with utmost urgency. Since it was an organization, it was likely that its members would continue to emerge. The priority was to swiftly determine the location of this organization. Once they were apprehended, tranquility would be restored. This was Stark's line of thought. However, Nan Zhou held a different perspective. He suspected that the New World Organization was far from ordinary. Their leader was undoubtedly formidable. It was highly probable that this individual was a sorcerer, possibly even linked to Kamar Taj. Furthermore, the leader of this organization might very well be an outsider, akin to himself. Chapter 104. The Indoctrinated Community Brothers. Jarvis has managed to uncover information regarding this organization. Just under a minute after Stark instructed Jarvis to investigate the New World Organization, Jarvis had already obtained information. Goodness, that was swift. Nan Zhou and Ethan immediately gathered around. At that moment, Stark, the first to view the investigation results, appeared quite astonished. And Nan Zhou and Ethan, upon reading the findings, were equally taken aback. Remarkably, this organization turned out to be a legitimate civil entity. Gazing at the data gathered by Jarvis, Nan Zhou was somewhat astonished. Utilizing his supercomputing intellect, Jarvis quickly pinpointed the organization, the New World Organization. This group, located in Italy, is a legally established civil organization primarily dedicated to environmental protection. Its leader is a dual-nationality individual named Druscom Ma, hailing from both Britain and the Netherlands. Such a convoluted relationship, Ethan remarked, unable to contain his surprise upon reviewing the investigation report. Jarvis, could it be that you have erred in your investigation? Nan Zhou evidently harbored doubts regarding the findings presented by Jarvis. My dear Mr. Darkseid, aside from you, there is nothing in this world that I cannot uncover. Jarvis's response left Nan Zhou feeling somewhat awkward. It was clear that Jarvis possessed considerable confidence. It seemed that this organization truly was the New World Organization as mentioned by Zaka. Nevertheless, even with Jarvis's assurance, Nan Zhou resolved to personally investigate. This decision received the support of both Stark and Ethan. Even if only to comprehend the motives behind this organization, Nan Zhou deemed it necessary to pay a visit. I shall depart tomorrow. It is too late this evening. Nan Zhou opted not to venture out tonight, preferring to wait until the morning, hoping to observe if any reckless individuals would dare to approach Stark's mansion again. Thus, he spent the night at Stark's residence. As the night passed, aside from Zaka, no other individuals arrived, indicating that there would likely be no further visitors in the near future. However, with Stark on guard, Nan Zhou felt reassured. As for the unfortunate soul named Zaka, Stark had thoroughly incapacitated him with medication, ensuring he would remain unconscious for at least 3 days. After enjoying breakfast, Nan Zhou activated a spatial rift and transported himself to Italy. The organization was situated in Rome, a city he had previously visited, allowing for direct spatial movement to this location. Following the coordinates provided by Jarvis, Nan Zhou hailed a taxi and was en route to the address listed on the organization's official website. The destination was located within a community. As he approached, the surroundings grew increasingly surreal. The streets of the entire neighborhood were adorned with posters bearing the slogans of the New World Organization. Brother, does this New World Organization wield such substantial influence? Nan Zhou inquired of the taxi driver. Just look at our community. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's inquiry, the driver gestured towards the window. In all of Italy, only our community remains so immaculate, devoid of any litter, while others are merely filthy and disordered. The transformation of our community is inextricably linked to the New World Organization. Their presence has rendered our surroundings so pristine and harmonious, for which we are genuinely grateful. The driver's words exuded a profound sense of gratitude and admiration for this organization. As Nan Zhou listened, he noticed various slogans along the roadside. Even the billboards were replete with messages of thanks directed towards the New World Organization. The radio, too, intermittently extolled their virtues, amplifying Nan Zhou's unease regarding the situation. Everything appeared reasonable, yet it was merely an illusion. A meticulous investigation would reveal the exaggerated nature of it all. Both the driver's remarks and the radio's expressions of gratitude, along with the colossal slogans on the billboards, conveyed an undertone of servility, as if all the New World Organization's endeavors were acts of charity towards the lesser members of this community. Before long, Nan Zhou arrived at his destination. He chose to park not at the New World Organization's address, but rather at the entrance of a restaurant 2 streets away. My friend, just beyond those 2 streets lies the headquarters of the New World Organization. I highly recommend you pay a visit. I assure you it will be an unforgettable experience. It is a paradise for all. The man continued to extol the virtues of the New World Organization before driving away. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow as he watched the taxi retreat, juxtaposed against the smiling faces of passers-by. Everything appeared extraordinarily harmonious, as if this place were a veritable utopia. Yet the more harmonious it seemed, the more abnormal it felt. Even the restaurant's sign was modest, overshadowed by a massive placard proclaiming gratitude to the New World Organization. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou ventured inside, determined to gather more insights. Upon entering the restaurant, he was greeted by a smiling server, her attire adorned with the insignia of the New World Organization. This sight gave Nan Zhou a headache. It seemed no one in this community could escape the pervasive slogans of the New World Organization. He ordered a couple of dishes and then noticed a plump woman at the counter, engaged in casual conversation with the server. She appeared to be the proprietor of the establishment. The woman soon caught Nan Zhou's gaze and approached him with a smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Nan Zhou intended to inquire about the New World Organization, but before he could articulate his thoughts, the woman began fervently expressing her gratitude towards the organization. Her words mirrored those of the driver. Even the server and the patrons nearby chimed in, extolling the New World Organization's merits. Countless voices echoed in Nan Zhou's mind, yet he felt nothing beyond the cacophony. After all, he had been a devoted follower of emperor domination for many years, and his resolve had long since become unshakable. At that moment, his meal arrived, delivered by a young boy. Once the food was set before Nan Zhou, the chatter around him faded into silence, and the onlookers collectively disregarded him. The boy approached Nan Zhou and placed the meal on the table. "Are you from out of town?" he inquired. Nan Zhou nodded. He perceived the boy to be akin to the others, poised to launch into a lengthy discourse. However, the boy deliberately lowered his voice. I advise you to leave quickly. It's quite dangerous here. You must either join them or risk disappearing. Nan Zhou was taken aback by the boy's words, surprised to find this child was different. What if I said I'm here to investigate this matter? The boy paused in astonishment, then glanced around before continuing in a hushed tone. After you finish your meal, come to the back of the restaurant. Chapter 105. Another one? After delivering this message, the boy dashed back to the kitchen, prompting Nan Zhou to hasten his meal. To his astonishment, even the plates bore the slogans of the New World Organization. It was evident to Nan Zhou that this organization had brainwashed everyone in the district. Otherwise, the neighborhood would not have transformed so drastically. Perhaps the boy was among the few who had escaped this indoctrination. Or he might be feigning ignorance to lure Nan Zhou into a trap. However, even if it were the latter, Nan Zhou remained unfazed, confident in his unyielding resolve. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Nan Zhou proceeded to the rear of the restaurant as promised. This space lay between two buildings, enclosed by walls. The boy awaited him there, visibly elated at Nan Zhou's arrival. Are you truly here to investigate? He asked, unable to contain his excitement. Though he still kept his voice low, Nan Zhou nodded, assuring him, please believe me. With that, he produced his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials to gain the boy's trust. Upon realizing that Nan Zhou was indeed investigating, the boy could no longer hold back his tears and began to quietly sob. He then shared with Nan Zhou the troubling phenomena currently afflicting their community. Nan Zhou learned that the boy's name was S.H.I.E.L.D, and at just 12 years old, he was the son of the restaurant's owner. The organization, known as the New World, had been established 5 years prior in this neighborhood. Initially a grassroots movement advocating for environmental protection, it had been met with a degree of acceptance from the community. One fateful day, it seemed as though the entire populace had transformed into a singular entity, fervently worshiping an organization known as the New World. They regarded its leader with almost divine reverence, believing that this individual truly possessed the ability to forge a new realm, while the inhabitants of this community were deemed the inaugural residents of this new world. Moreover, numerous outsiders fell prey to this indoctrination. Even members of the local police force, who once entered to investigate, ultimately succumbed to the same brainwashing. Upon returning, they reported that there was nothing amiss, thus halting any further inquiries. Nonetheless, despite the overwhelming majority being ensnared by this manipulation, a handful of individuals remained untouched, predominantly children, among whom was S.H.I.E.L.D. Some of the slightly older children clandestinely formed a resistance group, yearning to awaken the minds of the indoctrinated adults. Yet, the innocence of youth proved insufficient to effect change. One by one, the leaders of these resistance cells either vanished or fell victim to the same brainwashing. After 4 arduous years, the ranks of the resistance had dwindled significantly, with S.H.I.E.L.D. emerging as its leader. Though youthful, his precocious maturity and composure earned him this role. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s account, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded his initial expectations. It was astonishing to discover that the community had been subjected to brainwashing for over 4 years. Turning his gaze towards S.H.I.E.L.D., he marveled at the resilience of these children, who had managed to endure such an ordeal for so long. Brother, can you save the people in the community? S.H.I.E.L.D. implored with earnest eyes. Gently ruffling his hair, Nan Zhou reassured him, rest assured, I shall certainly assist those ensnared by this control. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face lit up with joy at Nan Zhou's promise, though a trace of anxiety lingered in his smile. He was acutely aware of the fate that had befallen many investigators before. Fearing that Nan Zhou might meet the same dire end, he wished to shield the innocent from further entrapment, preferring that the community remain under control rather than see more innocents ensnared in this web. Nan Zhou discerned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unspoken thoughts and could not help but lament the harsh environment that had forced these children to mature prematurely. After bidding S.H.I.E.L.D. farewell, Nan Zhou proceeded towards the stronghold of the New World Organization. A grand palace, exuding magnificence, stood majestically at its center. It was no wonder that the leader was regarded as a deity. It appeared that this opulent edifice had been erected by the brainwashed individuals using their own resources. Nan Zhou took his time, opting to observe the surroundings carefully, vigilant for any signs of surveillance. He indeed spotted several individuals stationed at various intersections, standing motionless for extended periods, scanning their surroundings as if to monitor any outsiders who lingered too long in observation of the palace. Certainly, they failed to notice Nan Zhou. Even on the bustling streets, he walked within their blind spots, and these individuals were utterly oblivious to his presence. Before long, night fell upon the district, which boasted no nightlife. By 8 o'clock, the streets were deserted as everyone had retreated to their homes. It appeared that the leader enforced a curfew. At this moment, Nan Zhou stood atop a building, gazing at the palace-like structure, intending to infiltrate it that very night. Ever since acquiring the Darkseid template, he had seldom engaged in such clandestine operations. However, infiltrating such a grand edifice proved to be quite effortless. Nan Zhou descended from the palace's summit and seamlessly entered the building. Yet, he soon heard some rather unsavory sounds. Curiosity piqued, he ventured to the ground floor, where he discovered a Caucasian man surrounded by numerous beautiful women, reveling in merriment and libations. Scattered around them were not only drinks, but also a white powder. This man, it seemed, was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, the leader of this new world organization. What a life of indulgence! Observing the multitude of alluring women writhing before S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou merely scoffed before continuing his investigation. Before long, he stumbled upon the surveillance room of the entire building, only to find it astonishingly unguarded. How lax! It appeared they truly had no fear of being discovered. Nan Zhou swiftly manipulated the surveillance feeds, then proceeded to investigate with boldness. Soon, he encountered a grand door adorned with gold. Given its opulent decor, it was likely the chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, and he illuminated it with his flashlight, revealing an astonishing array of treasures. Before him lay famous paintings and exquisite wines, leaving Nan Zhou quite taken aback. Clearly, those ensnared by S.H.I.E.L.D's influence extended beyond this mere community. Otherwise, how could such a wealth of art and fine wine exist? The sheer value of these items was staggering. At that moment, Nan Zhou also discovered a particularly robust safe, renowned as one of the most secure and challenging to breach in the world. It was evident that it contained many valuable items, although the safe was indeed formidable. For Nan Zhou, it posed little challenge. In less than half a minute, the safe was effortlessly opened. What lay inside astonished him even further. No longer was it a black rectangular object. Instead, it was a black sphere emanating a violet glow. Chapter 106. There are no permanent enemies, only everlasting interests. Staring at the black sphere within the safe, Nan Zhou found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Goodness, what is this? Nan Zhou did not retrieve the object from the safe, uncertain if its removal would alert that individual. Although he bore no fear of the S.H.I.E.L.D, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and disturbances. To his surprise, there were actually two of these objects. Stroking his chin, he found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, declaring that there was indeed more than just two. Startled, Nan Zhou glanced around, yet found himself alone. Upon further reflection, he recognized the voice. It belonged to the entity that had persistently troubled him. What? Are you also interested in this object? He inquired, immediately receiving a response. Naturally, as it is an outsider. Much like yourself, I cannot help but be concerned. When did this object arrive here? Nan Zhou pressed on, his curiosity about the dark artifact deepening. Long before you, I would say at least 2 centuries ago. 2 centuries is considered early? Nan Zhou scoffed at the entity's remark, expecting it to be thousands of years older than himself. It turned out to be merely 200. The entity, unfazed by his skepticism, continued. As for this object, I am powerless against it. The energy it harbors is highly detrimental to me. This revelation took Nan Zhou by surprise. Was there indeed something that could challenge this entity's power? So, this object is your nemesis? He queried. In a manner of speaking, came the response. A sardonic smile crept across Nan Zhou's face. Well then, I shall use this object to threaten you and see if you dare to trouble me again. The entity merely laughed derisively at his words. Do not be so naive. This object can harm you as well. It gradually erodes one's will. Even deities are not immune. I know you are formidable, but daily proximity to this object will render you akin to that hedonistic fellow downstairs. It does not adhere to the laws of the universe, but acts solely upon the presence of life. A chill ran down Nan Zhou's spine upon hearing this, confirming that the object was indeed best left untouched. Yet, a nagging suspicion lingered in his mind. I cannot fully trust your words. After all, you would relish my demise. If this object proves harmless to me, but hazardous to you, would that not be my loss? The entity, anticipating his skepticism, emitted a low huff. Belief is yours to choose. When those around you suffer, you shall have time to lament. With that, the voice faded into silence. At this moment, Nan Zhou gazed at the ominous black orb before him, deep in contemplation regarding the veracity of the entity's claims. System, what insights do you possess? He inquired of his system, hoping for a more responsive interaction this time, despite its usual silence. Beep. This object is indeed exceedingly perilous and poses significant harm to the host. Should your mental prowess not reach the level of a creator deity, I strongly advise against engaging with it. The system replied unexpectedly, offering a warning that underscored the object's terrifying nature. Hey, are you still there? Nan Zhou called out again, seeking the presence of that being. What if I wish to destroy this thing? His question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment. Yet soon, the familiar voice resonated once more. It seems you possess some wit, recognizing the dreadfulness of this object. Destroying it is no trivial task. It may require the utilization of your blue energy cannon skill. This revelation surprised Nan Zhou. He had always perceived the atomic breath skill as lacking the destructive power to rival that of a deity, yet here he was, being urged to employ it against an entity that even the being could not confront. Is that truly feasible? He queried. I cannot say for certain. The mightiest skills under the laws of this universe prove ineffective. Thus you must resort to a power that lies beyond those laws, the being responded, leaving Nan Zhou momentarily speechless. However, should you indeed succeed in damaging this object, I assure you I shall refrain from troubling you for the next 3 years. This assurance invigorated Nan Zhou. The thought that this being would not seek him out for trouble was compelling. You said it. A gentleman's word is his bond. Should I succeed in obliterating this object, do not waver in your promise. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Rest assured, my words hold weight. The being assured him, seemingly regarding the object as far more dangerous than Nan Zhou himself. Very well, I shall attempt this. But how do I restore those who have been brainwashed? Without hesitation, Nan Zhou agreed, seizing the opportunity while it lingered. This is straightforward. The brainwashing of the community is not the doing of the orb, but rather that of a certain individual named Karma. Eliminating him will suffice. The simplicity of the answer took Nan Zhou by surprise. Is it truly that simple? He asked, incredulous. Indeed, it is as simple as I have stated, the being confirmed. Then shall be done. I shall await his arrival, Nan Zhou declared, settling into an opulent chair belonging to Deluska Karma, prepared for the impending confrontation. Do not forget our transaction. Should you fail to fulfill it, I shall continue to trouble you. After this statement, the presence seemed to vanish, leaving no trace of sound behind. Nan Zhou found it rather intriguing. He had not anticipated that he could broker a deal with this persistent nuisance. Indeed, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Now, Nan Zhou's objective was to eliminate Karma and depart with the enigmatic black orb. However, he had already been waiting for quite some time, and Karma had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he had indulged too much and succumbed to slumber? Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. He was unwilling to wait any longer and resolved to descend and eliminate Karma with a single shot. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the room, suggesting that Karma was returning. Observing this, Nan Zhou retreated once more, biding his time for the approaching footsteps. The sound halted before the door. Soon, with a creak, the door swung open. Chapter 107. The master of brainwashing the corridor's light spilled into the pitch-black room, allowing Nan Zhou to discern a shadowy figure standing before him. This individual was none other than Deathstroke Karma. Yet, he seemed oblivious to Nan Zhou's presence, staggering into the room in a drunken haze. Where is it? Where is it? Even as Karma entered, he failed to notice Nan Zhou, instead fumbling around in a daze. At that moment, Nan Zhou abruptly activated his flashlight, directing it at Karma. Damn, who the hell are you? The blinding light incensed Karma, who turned a switch on the room's lights. As he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he paused upon spotting Nan Zhou. For this man was not one of his palace guards, but a complete stranger. Who are you? Karma mumbled, still ensnared in his stupor. Clearly, he had yet to regain his full faculties. Had he been sober, the appearance of an unknown individual in his abode would have immediately prompted him to summon his guards. Gazing at the inebriated Karma, Nan Zhou smirked coldly and spoke with deliberate calmness. I am here to kill you. His words were so matter-of-fact that Karma momentarily failed to grasp their significance. Upon hearing this, Karma let out a derisive chuckle. Kill me? Kill. As he pondered the implication of those words, the reality struck him. This stranger intended to take his life. However, rather than panic, Karma responded with a sardonic laugh. Many had sought his demise, yet in the end, they were all brainwashed and transformed into obedient puppets. You wish to take my life? I fear you may find yourself insufficient. Karma scoffed, extending his hand as a purple luminescence began to flicker upon it. This aura was reminiscent of the dark orb from earlier. It appeared that he was attempting to brainwash Nan Zhou. Perhaps those who had fallen under his sway had been subjected to similar methods. Karma began to recite incantations, gesturing with his hands in a bid to ensnare Nan Zhou's mind. However, the murmurs that reached Nan Zhou's ears were nothing more than the buzzing of mosquitoes, devoid of any significant effect. Observing Nan Zhou's indifference to his spells, Karma was taken aback, hastening the pace of his chanting. Yet, even with this increase in speed, Nan Zhou remained unmoved, perceiving Karma's accelerated incantations as merely the presence of a few more flies. Karma, witnessing this, grew somewhat flustered. Why are you so unfazed? To him, it seemed inconceivable that anyone, regardless of their martial prowess, could resist his enchantments. Nan Zhou merely chuckled derisively. If your brainwashing were effective, do you truly believe I would still be standing here? Rising to his feet, he advanced toward Karma, who instinctively began to retreat, aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Quick! Karma was about to summon his bodyguards when, unexpectedly, Nan Zhou lunged forward, covering Karma's mouth. Hush! I advise you to remain silent. Answer my questions, and you shall remain unharmed, understood? As he spoke, Nan Zhou's grip on Karma's mouth tightened slightly. Upon feeling the pain radiating from his face, Karma blinked rapidly, signaling his acquiescence to silence. That's better, quite obedient, Nan Zhou remarked, closing the door behind him and directing Karma to take a seat in the chair he had just vacated. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou settled himself onto Karma's exceedingly plush bed. Now, answer me this. Did you send someone to the Stark residence to steal that rectangular black object emitting intense radiation? Without hesitation, Karma nodded. It was I who dispatched them. I could sense the aura emanating from that black rectangle, which compelled me to act. Gazing into Karma's eyes, Nan Zhou discerned no deceit. Were you truly willing to sacrifice your own men? That was Iron Man Stark, after all. In response to Nan Zhou's inquiry, Karma chuckled and shook his head. A life or two means little to me. If I so desire, even a nation's president could fall under my influence. Surprised by Karma's unwavering conviction, Nan Zhou realized that he now viewed human life as utterly expendable. You truly are a scoundrel, he could not help but exclaim, before posing his second question. The individual you sent, speaking of the Sacred One, was that you as well? As soon as the question escaped his lips, Karma found himself in a quandary. He scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Nan Zhou sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared and pressed on. Could it be that the Holy One has another identity? Are you merely a puppet? Karma, pursing his lips, slowly replied. One could say that this Holy One is both me and not me. What do you mean? Nan Zhou inquired. That is something you cannot know. Karma stated with a slight smile. Given your current standing, you are not yet privy to our secrets. Noticing Karma's expression, Nan Zhou narrowed his eyes. The use of we alongside the earlier assertion that the Holy One is both him and not him led Nan Zhou to deduce that the Holy One could be two entities or perhaps a singular entity coexisting, with Karma currently holding the reins of their corporeal form. Thus, Karma served as a spokesperson for this so-called Holy One, presenting his visage to the world. Then, I would like to meet this Holy One. Would you be able to introduce me? Upon uttering these words, Nan Zhou was met with Karma's derisive laughter. You wish to meet the Holy One? Even the president cannot claim such an audience, let alone you. Karma, despite knowing he could not overpower Nan Zhou, felt an inexplicable sense of pride when discussing the Holy One. I tell you, even the deities of this world cannot meet the Holy One. The only one who can is me. Karma's declaration elicited a laugh from Nan Zhou. I must ask, if even the deities of this world cannot meet the Holy One, how is it that you can? Because I am the chosen one. As he uttered these words, Karma's pride swelled, his chin lifted, his tone replete with nobility. What a fool! Nan Zhou chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed that the one most thoroughly indoctrinated was indeed the one who sought to indoctrinate others, Karma himself. You have been deceived, you great simpleton. A deity cannot merely exist in such a straightforward manner. The first choice must surely be the so-called chosen one. If you truly are the chosen one, then it is the divine who has chosen you. Do you not understand the dynamics of hierarchy? Nan Zhou's words left Karma momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate a response. So, the Holy One you revere is, in fact, a hypocritical charlatan, deceiving you and those you have brainwashed. Chapter 108. The Holy One appears you are talking nonsense. After Nan Zhou's proclamation, Karma erupted in anger, his eyes blazing as he glared at him. The Holy One is the greatest existence in this universe. He would never deceive us. He will lead us to create a new world. If he can lead you to create a new world, why would he send you to brainwash others? Nan Zhou's question left Karma momentarily stunned, before he stammered in response that is because great individuals are often misunderstood by the world. In pursuit of facilitating a swift transition into a new realm for this world, he resorted to such desperate measures to ensure the populace could enjoy a better existence. However, Kamar's words were riddled with inconsistencies, leaving Nan Zhou at a loss for where to begin his critique. Surely, even you cannot believe what you have just uttered? With that, Nan Zhou rose to his feet, declaring, "If you allow me to meet this divine being of yours, I shall spare your life. Does this arrangement not seem reasonable?" He had no intention of continuing this futile dialogue, feeling that further conversation with this fool would only diminish his own stature. "I have made myself clear. I will not permit you." Kamar began to utter a refusal, but Nan Zhou's atomic breath ray had already been unleashed, piercing through the wall beside Kamar. "You lack the leverage to refuse." At this moment, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. He was unwilling to prolong the exchange any further. The ray's discharge sent a chill down Kamar's spine. This man was indeed formidable, and if he wished to preserve his life, it appeared that he would need the divine being to intervene. Yet at that moment, Kamar's body underwent a horrifying contortion. His arm twisted grotesquely, causing Nan Zhou to furrow his brow in confusion. It was evident that this divine being was intrinsically linked to Kamar's being. Before long, the grotesque bending of Kamar's form ceased, restoring him to a semblance of normalcy. However, he had undergone some transformations. Notably, his pupils had turned a striking shade of purple, and the aura emanating from him had undergone a profound alteration. "Human, do you seek me?" Kamar inquired, his purple eyes fixed upon Nan Zhou. It was clear that not only his pupils and aura had changed, but even his voice bore a significant transformation. "Are you the divine being?" Nan Zhou asked, raising his gaze to meet Kamar's current form. "Indeed, I am the divine being." Kamar affirmet. "You wish to see me? What is it? Do you desire to join my ranks?" Nan Zhou did not respond to this inquiry, but instead stroked his chin thoughtfully, slowly articulating, "It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. This individual is indeed one with Kamar." The divine being, sensing Nan Zhou's silence as an affront, retorted, "Human, do you dare to disregard my question? Are you so weary of life?" The divine being's demeanor incited considerable discontent within Nan Zhou. Even Odin, the father of gods, did not exude such overwhelming authority. "Young man, I can sense that the energy you released moments ago does not belong to this world. You and I are likely not of this realm. What say you to joining forces, and together we shall overthrow that lofty tyrant? Once successful, I shall grant you half of the universe." Upon hearing this proposal, Nan Zhou let out a cold laugh. "It appears that the divine being manifested due to the atomic breath I had just released, infused with energy that defies the laws of the universe." He sensed that Nan Zhou did not belong to this realm, which is why he occupied Karma's body to confront him. The lofty figure that the divine being mentioned must be the very entity that has persistently troubled Nan Zhou. Although that being is indeed irksome, he has also caused me considerable vexation. Nan Zhou remarked, "However, in comparison, it seems you are even less worthy." Upon hearing this, the divine being was instantly filled with rage. "What did you say? Do you wish to court death?" The divine being was oblivious to Nan Zhou's true strength, perceiving him merely as an earthling endowed with a modicum of extraordinary abilities. "Could you refrain from incessantly threatening my life?" Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. I detest being threatened, and those who threaten me seldom meet a favorable end, even if they are gods. As he spoke, an aura began to emanate from him. The divine being, sensing this formidable presence, changed his countenance in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable human could exude such a terrifying aura. Who are you? The divine being realized that the individual before him was far from ordinary, and he was not in an invulnerable state. Rather than concerning yourself with my identity, why not disclose how you arrived in this universe? Nan Zhou, noticing the divine being's fear, could not suppress a cold chuckle. It seemed that this being was not as powerful as he had initially thought. A mere intimidation had rendered him frightened, which was quite disgraceful. My arrival in this world is inconsequential, for you are about to meet your demise at my hands. The divine being was utterly incensed by Nan Zhou's demeanor. He raised his hand to cast his magic upon him. However, Nan Zhou had no intention of granting him that opportunity, for he knew full well that this being posed no real threat to him. With a swift motion, Nan Zhou donned his mask and, in an instant, appeared before the divine being, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. The divine being was sent crashing through the palace-like structure, hurtling through the air. Karma's visage was also crushed by Nan Zhou's punch. Following the trajectory of the divine being, Nan Zhou pursued him, witnessing the entity crash heavily to the ground. Although the consciousness within the body was that of the divine being, the vessel was merely that of an ordinary mortal, Karma. Thus, upon impact, Karma's body was shattered beyond recognition. Yet, soon a purplish light began to shimmer around Karma's form, and miraculously, the body began to heal. It resembled the rapid recovery experienced by Zhang-Yi, who had acquired that extraordinary power. Huh, do you truly believe you can kill me? The divine being cast a cold smile at Nan Zhou, his words laced with mockery. However, before he could finish his taunt, Nan Zhou swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful punch to his head. The force of this strike far surpassed the previous one, instantly transforming the divine being's head into a pool of crimson. Yet, as if by magic, a purple light flickered, and his head rapidly regenerated. Do you think you can kill me? It's not that simple, the divine being's derisive voice echoed once more. Despite being astonished by Nan Zhou's formidable strength, he remained convinced that the ability to annihilate him eluded his opponent. As long as his body remained intact, he could fully restore himself, leaving no trace of injury. This seemingly insurmountable skill appeared almost familiar to Nan Zhou, who realized he possessed the means to counter it. Chapter 109, A God So Weak at This Moment. The divine being laughed maniacally, ridiculing Nan Zhou, convinced that he had no capacity to vanquish him. Unperturbed by the mockery, Nan Zhou maintained a serene smile, perceiving the divine being as nothing more than an ignorant buffoon. Soon, he would come to understand the true nature of the entity he had provoked. With a sudden movement, Nan Zhou reappeared before the divine being, a steel spike manifesting in his hand. Useless, you fool! The divine being's scornful voice rang out again, dismissing Nan Zhou's close-quarters attack. Without engaging in further banter, Nan Zhou plunged the spike into the divine being's arm and forcefully brought him to the ground with his knee. The spike embedded in the divine being's body sank deeply into the earth. Immediately, through the power of his will, Nan Zhou commanded several spikes to pierce the divine being's form, restraining his movements, reminiscent of his previous encounter in New York with the abomination. A cry of agony escaped the divine being's lips. You bastard! What do you think this will accomplish? You still cannot harm me. All you do is provoke me. And the only one who will be injured is you. Faced with the divine being's continued derision, Nan Zhou found himself growing increasingly impatient. How could a being bearing the title of God exhibit such a lack of divinity? Was it possible that in another world, this divine being was known as the god of noise or the god of chatter? Can't you be quiet for just a moment? Nan Zhou frowned at the divine being, wishing he could silence him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the divine being had little time left. It was imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. With that, Nan Zhou raised his hand, gathering the energy of atomic breath. The immense power surged through the air, wreaking havoc as it amassed. Sensing this overwhelming energy, the divine being finally began to feel a sense of alarm. He initially thought that the rays conjured by Nan Zhou were merely a trivial trick. However, it became evident that his perspective was rather narrow. How could this be possible? Despite the undeniable reality before him, the sacred deity remained incredulous. You, a mere human. How could you possibly possess such terrifying abilities? An expression of disbelief flickered in the deity's violet eyes, as he considered it inconceivable that an ordinary human could wield such formidable power. He yearned to break free from his constraints, for he realized that should such energy strike him, death would be his only fate. He had to escape this predicament posed by karma at once. Yet, the deity's feeble attempts to flee did not escape Nan Zhou's keen perception. He immediately discerned the intent to escape. To think he could abandon this corporeal form? Such delusions were laughable. With a fierce admonition, Nan Zhou unleashed a breath of atomic energy from his hands. The immense force instilled a sense of impending doom within the sacred deity. Half of his essence had already departed from Karma's body, leaving him with but a remnant. However, the speed of Nan Zhou's atomic breath was beyond his capacity to evade, and the beam struck Karma, reducing him to mere dust. The anguished screams of the sacred deity echoed from the remnants of Karma's form. Observing Karma's body now turned to ashes, Nan Zhou let out a cold snort. He had not anticipated that this so-called sacred deity would be so feeble. Comparing him to Odin was laughable, and he believed that even the current Stark could easily extinguish this deity. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the sacred deity returned once more. "You shall pay for this, you wretched human." This time, the tone was devoid of mockery, filled instead with deep-seated hatred. As if the deity yearned to rend Nan Zhou limb from limb. "You have destroyed the vessel I sought for so long. I will not let you go unscathed. You have not annihilated me. Once I regain my full strength, you and your family, your friends, shall bear the consequences of your actions today." The menacing voice gradually faded, leaving no further echoes. "Damn it, I was careless," Nan Zhou lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Had he amplified the power of his atomic breath, perhaps this sacred deity would have been utterly vanquished. It seemed he would have to clean up this mess later. At that moment, Nan Zhou returned to the 4th level of Karma, retrieving the black orb he had stored in the safe. How was he to destroy this object? As he gazed at the inky sphere before him, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With Karma's disappearance, those who had been brainwashed should now be awakening. He hurried downstairs to assess their condition. Indeed, as he approached the 1st floor, he was met with the cacophony of numerous girls' startled shrieks. They should have awakened, but upon seeing their extraordinary selves, they would likely emit screams of astonishment. However, it seems these individuals are oblivious to the reasons for their presence here, as their memories during this period appear to have vanished. This may also be attributed to Karma's demise. His death triggered the awakening of these brainwashed individuals. Yet conversely, the memories of those who have awakened are also compromised. Nevertheless, seeing them conscious reassured Nan Zhou. To confirm this matter, he felt compelled to explore other locations to ascertain if there were others who remained in a state of unawareness. The first place Nan Zhou visited was the restaurant he had dined at during noon, owned by the family of a lad named Lib. The establishment was still open, and Nan Zhou entered without hesitation. As he stepped inside, he noticed the proprietor holding her forehead, seemingly in distress. Beside her, Lib was attentively inquiring about her condition. However, Nan Zhou discerned the unmistakable smile that Lib could not conceal. When Lib noticed Nan Zhou's arrival, he approached with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "You did it!" Lib was nearly jumping with joy, for not only was his mother afflicted with a headache, but his father was also experiencing similar symptoms and had lost recollection of many things. They appeared to have no remembrance of the term New World Organization. Witnessing this, Lib understood that Nan Zhou had succeeded. "Thank you so much." Tears welled in the corners of Lib's eyes, for 4 years had passed, and it was difficult for an ordinary person to fathom how Lib had endured such a time. The sense of injustice he felt was likely known only to him. Nan Zhou gently patted his head in a gesture of comfort. "Are you a superhero?" Lib suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Nan Zhou. The question caught Nan Zhou off guard. It was the first time someone had referred to him as a superhero. Neither Iron Man, Tony Stark, nor Coulson, nor Hela had ever described themselves with such a term. Even Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro had not done so. To them, Nan Zhou truly did not fit the mold of a superhero, and he himself felt no affinity with the label. He lacked the qualities typically associated with a superhero. All his actions thus far had been driven by self-interest, this instance included. How could an egoist possibly be deemed a superhero? It was quite frankly a farce. Yet, This young lad, named Lib, perceived him as a superhero, which struck Nan Zhou as peculiar. With a smile, he tousled Lib's hair and replied, "I am not a superhero. I hope you will become one in the future." Chapter 110. The Abyss of the Sahara Desert. Deep within the Sahara Desert, the sun radiated its scorching energy upon the arid expanse, casting its relentless glare upon Nan Zhou. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he gazed upward at the blazing orb. Damn, it's sweltering. Had it not been for the imperative need to find an open space to obliterate the two remnants left by the divine entity, he would never have ventured here. Last night, Nan Zhou had concluded matters with the divine being, restoring sanity to the community, and subsequently returned to the Stark residence. After elucidating the events to Stark, he set forth with the black rectangular object and the black sphere extracted from the divine entity, making a beeline for the Sahara Desert. Regrettably, Nan Zhou had never truly traversed the Sahara. His previous tasks had only taken him to its periphery. Thus, after utilizing spatial movement to arrive at the desert's edge, he took flight to this very locale. The temperature here was indeed formidable, even for Nan Zhou, who found it somewhat intolerable. However, in comparison to the room that emitted Omega radiation, this heat was merely a minor inconvenience. Yet, the task at hand remained paramount. Nan Zhou did not lose sight of his mission. He needed to swiftly annihilate these two objects. During his flight, he had already sensed the insidious power radiating from them, encroaching upon him. Fortunately, due to his physical fortitude and indomitable will, the energy they emitted had failed to affect him. Nevertheless, this indicated that the entity had not deceived him. Prolonged exposure to these objects would pose a threat, not to him, but to those around him. Stark had likely remained unscathed by containing the object within an isolation box. But what if it were removed? Stark would surely have been overwhelmed by the energy released by the rectangular object. Thus, it was evident that these artifacts were far from benign. They must be destroyed to prevent future calamities. With this thought, Nan Zhou retrieved the two spheres, still radiating a purple luminescence alongside the rectangular object. Even under the sun's glare, the purple glow could not be concealed. It was indeed a marvel. As he spoke, he placed the two objects at his feet, then ascended into the air, gazing down at them. Farewell. A faint smile graced his lips as he concentrated his energy, maximizing the power of his atomic breath. Turbulent blue energy surged through his hands, and as if sensing impending doom, the two objects intensified their radiant glow. Could it be that these entities possessed some form of sentience? Observing their condition, Nan Zhou felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts. Sentience mattered little, for their ultimate fate was already sealed. As he contemplated the situation, Nan Zhou unleashed a torrent of atomic breath at full power. The overwhelming energy surged forth like a deluge breaching a collapsed dam, engulfing the two dark entities in its wake. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal pit materialized in the ground where the atomic breath had struck, a sight reminiscent of a site of weaponry experimentation. Nan Zhou realized he might have overstepped. Should any nearby armed faction detect this location, they might suspect it to be an experimental endeavor by rival forces, potentially leading to conflict. Yet, such concerns were not his priority. He was intent on assessing the fate of the two entities. Having been bombarded by his full-powered atomic breath, it was improbable that anything could survive. Even the divine being, in the face of only half his power, had been compelled to abandon its corporeal form. Hence he felt confident in his success. With this thought, Nan Zhou descended into the depths of the pit, commencing his search for the two entities to ascertain their status. The radiance emanating from them was so intense that even sunlight could not obscure it, making their discovery a simple task. Before long, he spotted a purple glow in one location. Reaching out, he retrieved an irregular object, uncertain whether it was a sphere or a rectangular prism. It appeared he had achieved partial success. To his surprise, even at full power, it had not sufficed. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he acknowledged he had underestimated the resilience of these entities. Thus, he returned to his previous vantage point, descending further this time to gather energy once more. The energy of atomic breath swiftly coalesced in Nan Zhou's hand. If one attempt had faltered, he would simply try again. With this resolve, he unleashed his atomic breath once more. This time, the already formidable pit was subjected to another barrage, deepening its terror. Yet, Nan Zhou did not relent. He launched a third wave of atomic breath, followed by a fourth, and then a fifth. After 5 devastating strikes, he was convinced that the two entities could no longer endure. However, to err on the side of caution, he descended to conduct a thorough inspection, ultimately finding nothing, confirming his success. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Rome, Italy, a dark figure felt a tightening in its chest and expelled a stream of purple liquid. That scoundrel! The figure roared in fury. It was none other than the divine being that had narrowly escaped. The purple liquid it had expelled was its blood, distinct from the crimson blood of humans. He felt a searing pain in his chest, a natural response to the realization that the two things that rightfully belonged to him had been damaged. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew it was that insufferable brat from Rome who had nearly cost him his life in another world. Just wait. I shall ensure your demise is excruciatingly tragic. The shadow emitted a roar of fury, only to spew forth 2 mouthfuls of blood. As a once great divine being, he had never endured such humiliation. Were it not for his incomplete body and pitifully diminished abilities, he would never have resorted to fleeing or hiding. Now he understood that ostentation was no longer viable. To survive and regain his full strength, he would have to endure in silence. He must bide his time and seek vengeance upon this world. That insufferable brat, along with that lofty scoundrel, would surely face his wrath. At this moment in the Sahara Desert, Nan Zhou had resolved his issues and was ready to open a spatial rift to depart from this place. However, not long after, 7 or 8 armed off-road vehicles came to a halt before the sand that Nan Zhou had bombarded. These individuals were heavily armed. Yet upon witnessing the sand that had been subjected to 5 bombings by Nan Zhou, they stood utterly dumbfounded. The deep pit appeared as if it could swallow a person whole, causing those with finely crafted weapons to gasp in astonishment. Was this the result of demolishing a dam? One of them could not contain himself and spoke aloud. Just how much explosive power was required for this? Although these individuals seldom encountered a massive lake, they had some concept of what a dam entailed. To them, the deep pit created by Nan Zhou resembled a reservoir. However, the issue was that there was no water. At that moment, several more armed off-road vehicles approached from another direction. Both sides instantly took a defensive stance, assuming that the other party was responsible for this anomaly, and thus refrained from making any rash moves. Yet, continuing in this manner was not a feasible solution, so they sent representatives to negotiate. The consensus they reached left them in shock. What? They hadn't caused it? Then how did this pit come to be? Chapter 111. Parent-Teacher Conference, New York. Exiting the spatial rift, Nan Zhou returned directly to New York. As for Stark, a simple phone call from Nan Zhou would suffice. Is it over? Hela inquired upon seeing Nan Zhou's return. He nodded and proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to her. After listening, Hela furrowed her brow. The situation seemed to transcend her expectations. It appeared that this world harbored more than just Nan Zhou as an outsider. Will you not eliminate him? He might become a hidden threat in the end. Hela opposed her concern. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I actually hope he seeks me out, for then I can eliminate any future threats entirely. However, this statement was met with Hela's disapproval. If that fellow realizes your strength, what if he retaliates by attacking those close to you? For instance, the 3 young ones? Hela gestured towards Wanda and the other two's room. After listening to Nan Zhou's account, she realized that this so-called sacred being was certainly not a person of integrity. There was a strong likelihood he would use those 3 children to threaten Nan Zhou. Unlike Nan Zhou, who possessed formidable power, the children were vulnerable, and any threat to them would ultimately burden Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou understood Hela's reasoning well. That individual had indeed claimed he wouldn't allow those around him to live peacefully. It was quite plausible he would resort to using the 3 children as leverage against Nan Zhou, who could not always be by their side. At that moment, Nan Zhou turned his gaze towards Hela. She noticed the intensity of his look and sensed something ominous, already anticipating what he was about to say. How about you help me protect Wanda and the others? Nan Zhou spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Hela let out a resigned sigh. As expected, she could discern from his expression what he intended to propose. Nonetheless, she did not refuse him. Instead, she nodded. Through their prolonged interactions, Hela had developed a considerable affection for the 3 children, making her the first to oppose any harm that might come to them. Even if Nan Zhou had not made this request, she would have chosen to protect them anyway. After all, she was well aware of Nan Zhou's character. He was someone who disregarded familial responsibilities. It was indeed unfortunate for those children, who had to manage their own commutes to school and prepare their own meals. Now that Hela was present, they also had to ensure she received a portion of their food, as cooking was not her forte. Before long, the three children returned home from school, their spirits high upon seeing Nan Zhou, for dinner would be taken care of today. However, they had another important matter to discuss with him. "Brother Zhou," Lorna exclaimed as she plopped down beside him. "Lorna." Wanda, noticing this, felt a surge of indignation and quickly approached. "You're being too much, jumping ahead like that." Nan Zhou, observing the playful banter between Lorna and Wanda, found himself puzzled by their dynamics. "What is going on?" he inquired, directing his attention to Pietro. Baza Zhu. "Tomorrow our school is having a parent-teacher meeting. Could you attend?" Pietro's request caught Nan Zhou off guard. "What? A parent-teacher meeting?" At that moment, Wanda nodded in affirmation. "Exactly. There was a meeting last semester, but since you were away from New York, we took a leave of absence. This time, the teacher insists you must be present. We can't skip it again." The mere mention of a parent-teacher meeting filled Nan Zhou with a deep-seated aversion. After all, during his previous life, such gatherings invariably ended with him facing severe reprimands. What flour costs 50 yuan to invite an elderly vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes to act as a relative? Such tricks have long been employed by Nan Zhou. Yet, the eventual outcome is predictably grim. He would still be discovered and face even harsher consequences. However, now, he is no longer a student, but rather a parent attending a parent-teacher meeting. The thought of this surprisingly lessened Nan Zhou's resistance. "I have no pressing engagements tomorrow. I can indeed attend the meeting." Upon hearing this, Wanda and Lorna immediately erupted in cheers, while Pietro appeared somewhat lackluster. "Pietro, what is the matter?" Nan Zhou inquired upon noticing Pietro's demeanor. Yet, Pietro merely managed a strained smile and shook his head. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." His reluctance to elaborate was evident. Respecting his silence, Nan Zhou refrained from further questioning and ushered the three of them into the bedroom. As he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, at that moment, Hela suddenly interjected, "It seems his grades aren't very good. Wanda and Lorna have been tutoring him." As soon as Hela spoke, Nan Zhou grasped the situation. Reflecting on his own school days, he recalled how he would also feel disheartened at the mere mention of a parent-teacher meeting due to poor grades. Perhaps Pietro felt similarly. "I understand," Nan Zhou nodded, having gleaned the gist of the matter. The extent of Pietro's academic struggles would be unveiled at tomorrow's meeting. With that thought, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before long, the next day arrived. At Wanda and Lorna's insistence, Nan Zhou donned his formal attire. According to them, the parent-teacher meeting at their school warranted a more formal appearance. "I must say, this is the most expensive suit I own. Is it truly necessary to dress so elegantly?" He regarded his suit, momentarily questioning the need for such formality. This suit had been custom-tailored at Nick's insistence following a mission in Italy, and he had personally covered the expense. "Since Wanda and Lorna think so, then you might as well dress to impress. You wouldn't want to embarrass them, would you?" Hela joined Wanda and Lorna in their stance, appraising Nan Zhou. "Custom tailoring indeed makes a difference," Hela remarked while observing him. "Not bad. You look quite dapper." Nan Zhou stood before the mirror, assessing his appearance. He had worn this suit only 3 times prior. This would be the 4th, as it usually lay dormant in his wardrobe, occasionally taken out for maintenance. However, Nan Zhou truly harbored a disinclination towards formal attire, finding it somewhat uncomfortable and excessively constraining. Yet, for the sake of Wanda and the others, he donned the outfit. Hela escorted him down the stairs, watching as he entered his garage. To be honest, he looked quite dashing. As she ascended the stairs, Hela incessantly showered him with compliments. She genuinely believed that Nan Zhou appeared remarkably handsome in that suit. Upon this thought, Hela suddenly felt an unsettling sensation and quickly shook her head. What was I thinking? Just moments ago, a dangerously bold idea had surfaced in her mind, and she was determined not to allow it to fester. At that moment, Hela returned home and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, realizing, to her astonishment, that she had a slight blush on her cheeks. This was unbelievable. Hela found it hard to accept. She approached the window and saw Nan Zhou driving away. "I am the formidable goddess of death." Hela paced within her home, repeatedly asserting that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. "I am the renowned goddess of death, an irreplaceable existence across the 9 realms, and yet I could possibly harbor feelings for him." Chapter 112. The annoying suitor outside the school of Wanda and her friends. Nan Zhou's car drew a considerable crowd. What a stunning vehicle! This was the unanimous sentiment among many onlookers. This car was Nan Zhou's first, a Ferrari 430. The latest model released after his coming of age. He had invested a substantial sum to acquire it, with a portion of the sponsorship from Peggy ultimately paying in full. Despite not frequently driving this car, its appearances far surpassed those of the suit he had just worn. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro were well acquainted with Nan Zhou's vehicle and quickly approached upon spotting it. At that moment, Nan Zhou parked his car and, upon opening the door, beheld Wanda and her friends rushing towards him. Brother Zhou. They were taken aback by the respect Nan Zhou had shown. Initially, they had expected him to wear a more ordinary suit and drive the car he often used for their outings. To their surprise, he had chosen to wear his most expensive suit and arrived in an impressively powerful sports car. Nan Zhou seldom drove the Ferrari. Especially after the arrival of the three children, it had mostly remained in the garage, gathering dust. He typically drove the 2009 Jeep Wrangler, which could accommodate all four of them. Now, with Hella in the picture, the Ferrari was even less likely to see the light of day. This demonstrated that Nan Zhou had indeed gone to great lengths to honor them. Your sister Hella insisted that she could not allow you three to lose face. So she instructed me to dress in this manner. Be sure to express your gratitude to her when you return home. Nan Zhou gently ruffled the hair of the three girls before allowing them to escort her to their classroom. Why had this trio sought out a Chinese individual this time? Although many were astonished by Nan Zhou's lavish attire, some raised this question. Those privy to the circumstances began to slowly speak up, revealing that the trio were orphans. Taken in by this person. Is that so? I was entirely unaware of this. How could you possibly know? Have you forgotten that my uncle is a teacher at this school? Ah, I see. Whispers began to circulate regarding the relationship between Nan Zhou and the three girls. Yet the majority remained captivated by Nan Zhou's exquisite ensemble. Before long, guided by the trio, Nan Zhou arrived at the classroom, where she encountered the teacher who had facilitated the enrollment of Wanda and her companions. Mr. Nan Zhou, the teacher, clearly impressed, approached her with brisk steps. You are quite the busy individual. It's a challenge to catch a glimpse of you. In response to the teacher's jest, Nan Zhou chuckled lightly. I hope you can forgive me. My work truly keeps me occupied. Of course. Wanda, please show your brother to his seat. The teacher instructed, prompting Wanda and her companions to lead Nan Zhou to their designated places. In this school, parent-teacher meetings were structured such that children guided their parents to their seats, after which the children could return home. Those wishing to wait for their parents could do so on the playground. Since Nan Zhou's car accommodated only 2 passengers, Wanda and her friends had to make their own way home. Thus, after Nan Zhou settled into her seat, the trio departed the campus, heading homeward. Lorna. As the 3 girls made their way home, Lorna was suddenly called out by someone. A boy with golden hair, azure eyes, and a sprinkling of freckles waved energetically as he approached her. Lorna, upon seeing this boy, felt a sense of exasperation and sighed, glancing at Wanda. Lorna, is that the brother you mentioned? The boy reached Lorna's side, his chatter unceasing. That S.A. Ferrari 430. His suit must be tailored, right? What does your brother do for a living? Kurt. Pietro, feeling quite irked, interrupted with a sharp call to the boy, halting his relentless questioning. Realizing his previous rudeness, Kurt offered an awkward smile in response to Pietro's reprimand. Kurt was notably one of Lorna's most ardent admirers within the class. His father managed 5 thriving restaurants in New York, placing him among the wealthier students. Kurt's allowance was substantial, yet a considerable portion was devoted to purchasing gifts for Lorna in hopes of winning her affection. However, the gifts sent by Kurt were returned to him unceremoniously by Lorna. For certain matters that could not be returned, Lorna had no choice but to distribute them among Wanda, Pietro, and other classmates. It could be said that Kurt, through Lorna, unwittingly provided for several students. Although Lorna had explicitly rejected Kurt's affections numerous times, he continued to shower her with gifts, attempting to win her over with material possessions. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that many things cannot be acquired through wealth alone. When a person's heart is already devoted to another, and that affection is steadfast, no one else can hope to capture even a fragment of their interest. Upon encountering the parents of the trio today, Kerr finally realized that his offerings might hold little significance in Lorna's eyes. One parent, dressed in a bespoke suit and driving a Ferrari 430, clearly belonged to a family of considerable means. The items he had presented likely paled in comparison to what they could easily procure. Though his understanding was still flawed, it at least illuminated the disparity between his and Lorna's families. After all, his father could not afford a Ferrari 430. Lorna, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. May I ask what your parents do for a living? Kerr was now eager to learn about Nan Zhou's profession. A person so young, able to afford a Ferrari, must either have an incredibly wealthy father or a highly lucrative job. However, Lorna was reluctant to answer, frowning and remaining silent. Unperturbed by Lorna's unwillingness, Kerr pressed on with his inquiries. Kerr, enough already. Can't you see that Lorna doesn't wish to answer your questions? Wanda interjected, her tone tinged with a hint of menace. They were not fond of Kerr's incessant pursuit of Lorna, but they had not forgotten Nan Zhou's teachings. They could not bully others indiscriminately, so they resorted to intimidation instead. Seeing Wanda and Pietro stepping forward to intervene, Kerr felt a surge of defiance. Just tell me what your parents do, and I promise I won't bother you anymore. How about that? Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, preparing to respond. Wanda? At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind the trio. They turned to see Hela standing there, holding a slice of cake. Sister Hela. Lorna was the first to rush to Hela's side, grasping her hand, her eyes filled with distress. What's wrong? Hela. Noticing Lorna's expression, quickly inquired. At that moment, she also recognized Kerr's presence and understood the situation. What's this? Are you the one bothering our Lorna? Hela glared at Kerr, her gaze piercing enough to send a shiver down his spine. This individual possesses an exquisite beauty, yet her gaze seems capable of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the soul. With a fierce tone, Hela declared, if you continue to harass our dear Lorna, I cannot assure you of your fate or that of your family. Upon hearing these words, Kerr's legs trembled, and without a backward glance, he fled. Observing this, Hela let out a cold snort, remarking, so cowardly, yet you wish to pursue our Lorna? Pathetic. Chapter 113. The trio's dilemma unbeknownst to Nan Zhou. Events involving Wanda and her companions were unfolding while he attended a parent-teacher conference. The duration of this conference was rather brief, and he could have returned home early. However, he was summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher. As the only parent requiring a private discussion, a sense of unease settled within him. Could it be that these three little rascals had caused some trouble at school? The teacher gestured for Nan Zhou to take a seat, her expression revealing a hint of difficulty. Observing her demeanor, he braced himself mentally. Mr. Nan Zhou, there are certain matters regarding Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro that you ought to be aware of. Her words compelled Nan Zhou to swallow hard. Please go ahead, he urged. The teacher nodded and continued. Our school has been actively combating the formation of cliques among students. As you may know, children of this age often gravitate towards small groups, and many shy individuals find themselves isolated. My class once had numerous such cliques, all of which I have managed to dismantle. However, I have been unable to address the group formed by Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. It is not my intention to separate them. Rather, I hope they can engage more with their peers. The teacher's remarks enlightened Nan Zhou. It became evident that these three children had no significant friends at school apart from one another, and almost no one could be considered close to them. It was not that other students isolated them. Rather, they isolated others. Thus, the teacher hoped Nan Zhou could guide these children toward broader social interactions. After listening to the teacher, Nan Zhou nodded. I will make an effort to encourage them, but you are aware of their past experiences. The homeroom teacher was already cognizant of the trio's status as victims of war, having learned about their parents' demise during the conflict. Wanda and Pietro had endured several harrowing nights amidst Stark Industries' weapons, teetering on the brink of death. However, the circumstances surrounding their abduction by Hydra remained classified, and Nan Zhou had no intention of disclosing this information. Their shared experiences of life and death forged an indelible bond among the three. With the addition of three individuals, they were captured and subjected to experiments by Hydra, which led to their hearts being unable to accept outsiders. Nan Zhou emerged as their savior, and naturally, the trio would open their hearts to him. Hela, as a friend of Nan Zhou, also provided them with care, thus they would similarly confide in her. However, the same could not be assured for others. The teacher, well aware of Nan Zhou's intentions and having witnessed the brutalities of the battlefield, understood that it was rather commendable that they had not been left with any lasting scars. Encouraging them to embrace their fellow classmates would undoubtedly require time. I recognize the challenges, yet this is ultimately beneficial for the children, the teacher continued. Nan Zhou, cognizant of the advantages, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall guide them. But this too will necessitate time. I hope the teacher can be patient. There's no rush. We can take our time, was the reassuring response. Feeling that the conversation had reached a conclusion, Nan Zhou sensed it was time for him to take his leave. He held a strong aversion to the confines of the teacher's office, recalling his frequent visits as a student, often receiving reprimands from the teacher. He yearned to conclude this matter swiftly and depart, yet it became evident that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Mr. Nan Zhou, that was the first matter. There's also a second. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou felt a wave of dismay wash over him, surprised that more issues awaited his attention. The teacher proceeded to elaborate, addressing a situation concerning Pietro and his academic performance. By the time dinner arrived, Nan Zhou finally opened the door to his home. Wanda and Lorna stood before him, inquiring about the teacher's revelations. However, Nan Zhou merely brushed over the details. Wanda and Lorna were performing admirably in their studies. Their issue lay solely in their reluctance to be open. The more pressing concern was Pietro. Yet, as it was mealtime, Nan Zhou chose not to disrupt their dining experience with discussions of the parent-teacher meeting. Nevertheless, he could distinctly observe Pietro's discomfort, as if he were already confronting his own fate. During dinner, Hela recounted her earlier encounter with Wanda and the others to Nan Zhou. So timid? Just a glare from you almost made him wet his pants? Upon hearing Hela's account of how Carl had fled in fright, Nan Zhou found himself skeptical. What? You don't believe me? Are you unaware of my identity? Hela's irritation was palpable. After all, she was the goddess of death. A mere mortal child should be no match for her formidable presence. She could easily instill fear with just a glance. Lorna, that man is so cowardly. You must not associate with him any further, understood? Hyla remarked, reminding Lorna that a man who could not even withstand a single glance from himself was hardly worthy of pursuing her. It was truly an exercise in self-reflection. Nan Zhou, upon hearing Hyla's words, couldn't help but chuckle, subsequently sharing what their homeroom teacher had confided in him during their time together in the office. The three exchanged glances. As they had been oblivious to this matter, they believed their relationships with their classmates were quite amicable. However, after contemplating Nan Zhou's words, they realized there was indeed some truth to it. You must treat your classmates with kindness. Should any of them be troublesome, it is wise to keep your distance. But if they are good individuals, you ought to cultivate a closer rapport. Nan Zhou's advice prompted nods of agreement among the trio, as they felt capable of adhering to his guidance. Satisfied by their acknowledgement, Nan Zhou smiled, and the meal was enjoyed amidst laughter and joy. Albeit limited to the four of them, Nan Zhou, Hyla, Wanda, and Lorna, with Pietro being notably absent from the merriment. Throughout dinner, Pietro appeared anxious, his hands trembling slightly, a fact not unnoticed by Nan Zhou. He was acutely aware of Pietro's apprehensions regarding a potential reprimand from him. After dinner, Nan Zhou glanced at the television, assessed the time, and slowly rose from his seat. Upon witnessing Nan Zhou's movement, Pietro shuddered, seemingly bracing himself for impending trouble. Nan Zhou then turned to Pietro and calmly stated, Pietro, come with me to my room. With no alternative, Pietro steeled himself and rose, followed by the scrutiny of the other three as he entered the room with Nan Zhou, who then closed the door behind them. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances, shaking their heads in sorrow for what was to befall Pietro. As his closest confidants, they were well aware of the predicament he faced, likely leading to an unavoidable reprimand from Nan Zhou. Inside Nan Zhou's room, he instructed Pietro to take a seat on the chair while he settled on the bed. Surprisingly, Nan Zhou did not exhibit anger. Rather, his tone was remarkably calm, which left Pietro feeling somewhat incredulous. After a long sigh, Nan Zhou began, What exactly is going on with you? In response to Nan Zhou's inquiry, Pietro lowered his head in silence. Observing Pietro's demeanor, Nan Zhou couldn't help but sigh again. According to their teacher, this young man had dismal grades across all subjects, having consistently secured the last position in the class since his arrival. How could your performance be so abysmal? Nan Zhou asked, producing several of Pietro's test papers marked with glaring failures, each one a testament to his struggles, all bearing the unmistakable imprint of utter defeat. In the original world, When Nan Zhou was of the same age as Pietro, he did not experience the numerous failures that Pietro did. Although Nan Zhou had his academic weaknesses, he still achieved commendable grades. Pietro's performance unequivocally attests to the fact that he was utterly disengaged during lessons, having absorbed not a single minute of instruction. So tell me, what were you doing during class? Nan Zhou inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Pietro, who remained silent, his head bowed. This left Nan Zhou feeling somewhat disheartened. He had neither reprimanded nor struck the boy, yet Pietro remained mute. You must articulate why your performance is so abysmal. Only then can we devise a solution. Nan Zhou continued, your homeroom teacher informed me that you doodle in your notebook during class. Are you aspiring to be a cartoonist? Bring your drawings to me. He extended his hand, requesting Pietro's creations. However, Pietro remained immobile, offering no response whatsoever. Rest assured, I will not tear your work, Nan Zhou reassured him. Yet, seeing Pietro's continued inaction left Nan Zhou at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Pietro finally shifted his feet and exited the room, retreating to his own bedroom. The three individuals in the living room observed as Pietro emerged from Nan Zhou's room, entered his own, and eventually returned to Nan Zhou's bedroom with something in hand. What is that? Hela inquired at that moment. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Even they were unaware of what it was. Perhaps it's a drawing he made in class, Lorna suggested. He often enjoys sketching during lessons, but what he draws remains a mystery to us. He treasures it like a precious gem and only shows it to himself. Lorna and Wanda were aware of Pietro's penchant for drawing, yet the specifics of his artwork were unknown to them, as he never divulged that information. Hela, intrigued by Lorna's remark, squinted at Pietro. Meanwhile, Pietro returned to Nan Zhou's room, trembling hands outstretched as he presented the notebook to him. Nan Zhou accepted the notebook, casually flipping through its pages to examine the contents. The notebook contained a coherent narrative, albeit Pietro's artistic style left much to be desired. Nevertheless, the story possessed a certain charm. It primarily recounted how Pietro had become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, akin to Nan Zhou, embarking on perilous missions fraught with danger, each time narrowly escaping life-threatening situations through his wit and cleverness. Moreover, the tale followed a unique storyline, featuring a character who served as Pietro's superior, issuing commands to him. Remarkably, he had even depicted Nan Zhou himself as a heroic savior within the narrative, revered by people around the globe. Nan Zhou casually flipped through the comic, its artistic style perhaps best described as shoddy. Yet, surprisingly, the narrative proved to be somewhat intriguing. So, your aspiration is not to become a comic artist, but rather a S.H.I.E.L.D agent? Nan Zhou inquired after finishing the story. Pietro nodded in agreement, finally mustering the courage to voice his thoughts. I wish to be a S.H.I.E.L.D agent just like you. In Pietro's eyes, agents represented an embodiment of coolness, and he longed to emulate Nan Zhou, even without possessing superpowers. Who would have thought you held such ambitions? Is that why you neglect your studies? Are you daydreaming about your future as a S.H.I.E.L.D agent every day? This time, Pietro did not remain as motionless as a statue. Instead, he slowly nodded. Each day in class, he found himself lost in fantasies of being a S.H.I.E.L.D operative. In his imagination, he had already ascended to the ranks of a top-tier agent, a pillar of strength within the organization. Sighing, Nan Zhou regarded Pietro with a sense of understanding. Becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D agent is not an easy feat, you know. At the very least, you need a substantial knowledge base in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and languages. Otherwise, how will you decipher codes? What will you do in an assassination? How will you calculate the enemy's blind spots? Do not be misled by the notion that practice makes perfect. If your knowledge is insufficient, you may be discovered on your first mission, and a swift demise would be a fortunate outcome. Worse still, you might endure torturous suffering at the hands of your enemies. Having emerged from a life of peril, Nan Zhou was all too aware of the brutality inherent in the world of espionage. If one truly wished to become an agent, they must dedicate themselves to efforts far beyond the ordinary. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pietro lowered his gaze, reflecting on the fact that he had only envisioned agents as glamorous figures on the battlefield, neglecting the vast array of knowledge required for the role. Yet, Nan Zhou continued. If you genuinely aspire to be an agent, it is not impossible. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Really? Pietro's spirits lifted at this remark, and he looked up at Nan Zhou with renewed hope. After all, you have trained in combat techniques for quite some time, Nan Zhou gradually replied, so we can assess whether you possess the aptitude for becoming an agent. While Pietro demonstrated considerable talent in combat, the realm of espionage encompassed various other disciplines. This week, if you attentively engage in every class, I will introduce you to the training of agents, and you may even participate in some of it. This prospect filled Pietro with excitement. Brother Zhou, is that true? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. When have I ever deceived you? Upon uttering those words, Pietro erupted in a jubilant cheer. Hooray! Long live Brother Zhou. This exuberance resonated directly from Nan Zhou's bedroom, leaving the three individuals seated on the sofa momentarily bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. What is happening? Why are we celebrating? Hela inquired at that moment, perplexed. Shouldn't he be reprimanded by Nan Zhou instead? Both Wanda and Lorna were equally confounded, as this turn of events diverged significantly from their expectations. The typical narrative would have depicted Pietro emerging from the room in tears, followed closely by an irate Nan Zhou. Why then was there a chorus of cheers? Soon, Pietro emerged from the room, beaming with delight, followed by a content Nan Zhou. He bounded back to his bedroom, clutching his backpack with infectious enthusiasm. Hela seized the opportunity to confront Nan Zhou, asking what is going on. Shouldn't you be scolding him? Wasn't it said that his academic performance was lacking? Even Hela struggled to comprehend the situation alongside Wanda and Lorna. Noticing Hela's perplexed expression, Nan Zhou revealed a sly smile. Ah, you see, I made a deal with him. Chapter 115. The promise. Under Nan Zhou's influence, Pietro began to take his studies seriously at school. He attentively listened in every class, seeking clarification from teachers in their offices when he encountered difficulties. This transformation astonished Pietro's homeroom teacher, who could scarcely fathom the methods Nan Zhou had employed to elicit such a remarkable change. Furthermore, the other two members of the trio, Wanda and Lorna, began to interact with other students, gradually breaking away from their insular group dynamic. All of this was made possible by Nan Zhou's irreplaceable position in their hearts. It was his words that inspired their metamorphosis. A week swiftly elapsed, and once again, Nan Zhou arrived at school. This time, he did not drive his Ferrari 430, but opted for his Jeep Wrangler, dressed in casual attire. The transformation in Wanda and her friends truly astounds me, remarked the teacher upon seeing Nan Zhou. I never anticipated such swift results, especially from Pietro. He has begun to engage earnestly in every lesson. All the teachers are taken aback by his progress. What exactly did you do? Nan Zhou merely smiled and replied, my method is quite simple. It's merely a transaction. He promised me he would study diligently, and I assured him I would take him to a place he has longed for. This approach proved extraordinarily effective, at least in validating Pietro's newfound commitment to his studies. The purpose of Nan Zhou's visit today was to ascertain Pietro's academic progress, and it was evident that Pietro was indeed dedicated to his learning. Since he was diligently studying, Nan Zhou decided to take him to the S.H.I.E.L.D. to observe the agent's training process. He kept his promise. Upon returning home from school, Nan Zhou was met with Pietro's excited gaze. He had worked hard all week for this moment. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the boy's expression, Nan Zhou remarked, I spoke with the teacher, and indeed, you have been earnest in your studies this week. You have fulfilled my expectations, so as a reward, tonight is Friday, to ensure we do not delay next week's lessons. You shall accompany me to Washington this evening. Tonight? Pietro exclaimed in astonishment, utterly surprised by the swift arrival of such delight. Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. Yes, this very evening. The journey from New York to Washington takes less than 4 hours. We shall depart after dinner, and we will arrive by midnight. He had no intention of taking Pietro through the spatial rift. After all, he had traversed it alone and was uncertain whether an ordinary human like Pietro would encounter any issues. Thus, he resolved to drive with Pietro instead. Upon hearing this, Pietro clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. The reward for his week-long anticipation and effort had finally arrived. Observing Pietro's exuberance, Nan Zhou smiled. By catering to his interests, he believed Pietro's performance would continue to improve, and soon he would have no cause for concern regarding any of the three children. During dinner, Nan Zhou shared his plans for the weekend with Hela, Wanda, and Lorna. It was then that Wanda and Lorna comprehended why Pietro had been so diligent in his studies. They learned that his dream was to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. This ambition had been buried deep within Pietro's heart. However, neither of the two felt discontent about Nan Zhou not including them, as they had no particular interest in becoming S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for Hela, she was indifferent, for with Nan Zhou absent, Wanda would still be there to prepare meals. Having someone cook for her sufficed. After dinner, Nan Zhou and Pietro departed from home, driving a Ferrari straight towards Washington. This marked Pietro's first experience in such a luxurious car, a privilege neither Wanda nor Lorna had enjoyed. Not even Hela. Brother Zhou, how much did this car cost? Pietro, though young, was quite fascinated by sports cars, and the roar of the engine captivated him. It was purchased for $530,000, Nan Zhou replied, after a moment of contemplation. Looks like agents earn quite a bit. Upon hearing the price, Pietro was astonished, realizing the financial rewards associated with being an agent. Observing Nan Zhou, who was just in his early 20s, able to afford such an extravagant vehicle, made him ponder. In truth, agent salaries were not particularly high. At this moment, Nan Zhou slowly spoke. Do you think this car was purchased solely with a salary? What naive thought. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pietro appeared somewhat perplexed. Observing the bewilderment on the young man's face, Nan Zhou continued, if agents relied solely on their meager salaries. To be frank, few would be willing to return to the front lines, where one might meet their demise in a foreign land at any moment. As an agent, after each assassination, it is customary to return with some valuable artifact from the target to sell or to engage in a bit of clandestine trade in the black market for extra earnings. This is where the real money lies. Pietro, taken aback by Nan Zhou's revelations, found it hard to believe. Is that even permitted? He inquired. Nan Zhou scoffed lightly. Even if it's not allowed, what of it? What happens when no one is willing to risk their lives for him? Thus, everyone turns a blind eye, as long as it doesn't go too far. Nan Zhou's words truly enlightened Pietro. He hadn't anticipated that agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. operated under such unspoken rules. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened by this revelation regarding the profession of an agent. After all, it was a line of work steeped in bloodshed. How pristine could it possibly be? Seeing that Pietro quickly accepted this reality, Nan Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction. Accepting the darker aspects of an industry would enable him to integrate more seamlessly into it. Though the journey from New York to Washington typically takes less than 4 hours, under Nan Zhou's skill driving, they arrived in Washington in under 3.5 hours, even with 3 stops at service areas along the way. However, Nan Zhou did not lead Pietro directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Even with Nan Zhou's presence, entry to the headquarters would be challenging, and he had no desire to be reprimanded for it. Instead, he drove straight to an airport. Upon arriving at a hangar, they discovered a jet parked inside. Standing next to the aircraft was Coulson, who frowned as he approached, remarking, "What are you up to this time? Why are you at the training base?" With a cheerful demeanor, Nan Zhou stepped out of the car and gestured towards Pietro, saying, "I've brought you a future agent. If he proves suitable, I'll take him under my wing." Coulson, taken aback by this assertion, quickly regained his composure and pointed towards the plane. "Get on board. You're flying." Chapter 116. Pietro's talent in the sky. Nan Zhou piloted the aircraft while Coulson and Pietro occupied the seats behind him. This plane had once belonged to a parachuting team, but had been abandoned due to years of neglect. Coulson had acquired it at a bargain price and had undertaken some repairs. Now, it was merely functional enough to fly. "I must ask," Coulson inquired, "does this plane still need further repairs? The radar seems to be malfunctioning." Nan Zhou gazed at the flickering radar screen before him and spoke. "If you had the funds, I could get it repaired. But as it stands, we're short on cash. As long as it operates, that suffices. If it doesn't charge you, you should be grateful." "Wait, you're charging me? Are you even human?" he retorted. "This thing runs for 2 trips and costs $200? The fuel alone surpasses that." Indeed, every time Nan Zhou encountered this aircraft, he would unleash a barrage of complaints, to which Coulson would invariably counter. This exchange had long become a familiar routine between them. At that moment, Pietro interjected, "Brother Zhou, where are we headed?" S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington? Pietro had anticipated that they would be heading to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. However, upon their arrival, they boarded this plane, leaving him uncertain of their destination. Washington is the headquarters, but you won't see any agent training there, Coulson replied on behalf of Nan Zhou. If you wish to observe agent training, you must venture to other cities. Coming to Washington is merely for this fellow to borrow a plane. And where are we going? Coulson inquired once more. We're off to Texas. There exists a S.H.I.E.L.D. training facility for agents. That's our destination. You should catch some sleep. It'll be quite a journey to Texas. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson produced a sleeping bag and handed it to Pietro. To become an agent, it's essential to be able to sleep amidst chaos. Rest now. Pietro nodded, accepted the sleeping bag, and nestled himself inside. Meanwhile, Coulson turned off the lights, took his seat in the co-pilot's position, and closed the door between the cockpit and the cabin. Did you install that door afterward? It wasn't there last time. Nan Zhou remarked upon noticing Coulson seated in the co-pilot's seat. I thought having a door would be prudent, so I installed it. Unexpectedly, it has proven useful, Coulson replied. Hearing this, Nan Zhou smirked and added, this aircraft, though I've utilized it a few times, still leaves much to be desired. With the money, one could purchase a more affordable plane that would serve better. His words struck a nerve with Coulson, who shot him a piercing glare. Although the aircraft had been inexpensive at purchase, the subsequent repairs and modifications had cost Coulson a small fortune. Reflecting on it, he felt quite the loss. Yet, acquiring such a plane from the market was nearly impossible, and the black market prices were exorbitant. Despite the losses, the mere thought of owning a plane he favored rendered the expense somewhat justifiable. During his slumber, Pietro did not sleep soundly. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a radiant light streaming through the window. He opened the door connecting to the cockpit and gazed at the sky outside, utterly astonished. The airplane soared above the clouds, through the window revealing a breathtaking panorama of undulating billows. Pietro was astounded, having never witnessed such beauty before. During his inaugural flight, he had merely dozed off, and subsequent journeys had followed suit. It was only on this occasion that he truly beheld this magnificent spectacle. Awake now? Nan Zhou remarked as he noticed Pietro emerging from the cabin. We shall be arriving shortly, and you will soon reach the base. Before long, the aircraft touched down at a clandestine airstrip, nestled within a forest in Texas. As Nan Zhou and Coulson disembarked, a figure clad in camouflage approached them, offering a salute of remarkable precision. Both Nan Zhou and Coulson acknowledged him with a nod, and the man continued, not far ahead lies the training facility for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Allow me to escort you. The trio then climbed aboard a jeep, jostling along towards their destination. In no time, a vast clearing came into view, accompanied by the resounding shouts from the training ground. Nearly 30 agents were engaged in rigorous drills. Behold, this is how they train, Nan Zhou remarked, glancing at Pietro, who was now thoroughly captivated by the scene before him. Although it differed somewhat from his expectations, the excitement was palpable. Will these individuals become frontline S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives after their training? Pietro inquired. Nan Zhou shook his head. Not quite. Out of these 30 individuals, only 5 will ultimately excel, and merely 1 or 2 will ascend to become field agents for S.H.I.E.L.D. The others may have opportunities within the agency, but only in roles at the headquarters or various divisions. Nan Zhou's revelation about the stringent selection process left Pietro gasping in astonishment. Come, let us see how you fare with a firearm, Nan Zhou said, wrapping an arm around Pietro and guiding him to the shooting range. Pietro was undoubtedly proficient in combat skills, but Nan Zhou was eager to assess his shooting prowess. Handing Pietro a handgun, he could sense the boy's exhilaration. It had been a long-awaited moment for him to wield a real weapon. Pietro took a deep breath and fired a shot. Though he did not miss entirely, hitting the edge of the target, it was a commendable feat for a 15-year-old novice. Continue, Nan Zhou urged, showing no intention of allowing Pietro to stop. After a series of shots, both Nan Zhou and Coulson were taken aback. This kid seems to possess some talent, Nan Zhou mused. Initially, Pietro struggled with the recoil of the gun, but by the time he had fired half a magazine, he had adapted, and his accuracy improved significantly. Nan Zhou, you have indeed found a promising prospect, Coulson remarked. Coulson approached Nan Zhou and spoke. Although Nan Zhou was surprised, he managed a proud smile. How could there be any issues with the people I bring? My judgment is incredibly sharp. Do you think I would present someone devoid of talent? Coulson couldn't help but roll his eyes at Nan Zhou's words. In truth, he could discern from Nan Zhou's expression that he too was somewhat astonished. Perhaps he was unaware of the child's remarkable abilities. This lad truly has the potential to become a formidable agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 117. Significant events. Pietro fully showcased his age and talents, leaving Nan Zhou quite taken aback. If Pietro were to acquire Quicksilver's speed in the future, his power would undoubtedly amplify significantly. It seemed that he had indeed struck gold. The Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris, 3 future superheroes, would ultimately become part of his own strength. The thought was exhilarating. While Pietro observed the training of these agents, Coulson's phone rang unexpectedly. "Nick?" Coulson answered, only to find it was indeed Nick calling, which surprised him. "Director, what is it?" Upon connecting the call, Coulson's expression turned to one of utter astonishment. "Director, is it true?" His reaction piqued Nan Zhou's curiosity. What kind of momentous event could elicit such a response from Coulson? "Director, Nan Zhou is with me now. Should we? All right, understood. We'll head over immediately." After hanging up, Coulson turned to Nan Zhou. "We must go. Something important has arisen, and our presence is required." Seeing Coulson's serious demeanor, Nan Zhou sensed the gravity of the situation. "What is going on?" he inquired. Coulson leaned closer to Nan Zhou and lowered his voice, slowly revealing, "They've found Captain America. They've located Steve Rogers." At this revelation, Nan Zhou was momentarily stunned. They've discovered Steve Rogers now? The timeline clearly does not align. Under normal circumstances, Rogers should have been found in the 2nd year from now, subsequently awakening shortly thereafter. However, this discovery had occurred nearly 6 months earlier, which was evidently incongruous. Was it possible that his very existence had caused the timeline to shift? If the timeline had indeed advanced, did that mean the timeline for the Battle of New York would also be affected? Countless thoughts surged through Nan Zhou's mind. "Stop dawdling. We must leave." Coulson's voice snapped back to reality. There was no point in pondering these matters now. The immediate priority was to proceed to Washington. Nan Zhou accompanied Pietro as they followed Coulson onto the plane. Although his departure was somewhat hurried, Pietro felt a profound sense of satisfaction, especially since he had earned Nan Zhou's affirmation. Naturally, this filled him with excitement, leaving no room for discontent regarding his imminent departure. The aircraft was fully fueled, and Coulson was pushing the engines to their limits, striving to arrive in Washington a minute earlier. Coulson's urgency was not merely a consequence of Steve Rogers' explosive emergence. As an ardent admirer, he was compelled to hasten their journey. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou remained largely silent, lost in contemplation. The early onset of events did not bode well, and he was uncertain of the alterations that this premature occurrence might herald for the future. Nevertheless, that entity had assured him of no further troubles, thus alleviating some of his concerns. Yet, he could not completely dismiss the possibility of that entity reneging on its promise. Should this incident summon foes or unforeseen tasks, the likelihood of future troubles resurfacing could not be discounted. Pietro, observing the taciturn demeanor of the 2 men, was perplexed by the gravity of the situation, though the seriousness of the phone call Coulson had received was unmistakable. At that moment, Nan Zhou broke the silence. "Once we arrive in Washington, I'll take you to a hotel where you'll stay for the night. Understood?" Pietro nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. Coulson drove with determination towards Washington, and they arrived by afternoon. The plane remained at the same airport as before, where Nan Zhou, having boarded the vehicle with Pietro, set off for the hotel, while Coulson sped directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After ensuring Pietro was settled at the hotel, Nan Zhou hastened to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Upon his arrival, he spotted Barton waiting outside. "Were you waiting for me?" Nan Zhou inquired as he exited the vehicle and followed Barton into the headquarters. The atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. was charged with tension, yet the director was diligently working to suppress the unfolding crisis. If the news broke, the repercussions would be dire, as Barton explained while they walked. Nan Zhou understood Nick's rationale for containing the information. If the outside world learned that Steve Rogers had been revived and was alive, countless individuals would risk everything to seize him, particularly the remnants of Hydra. However, it was likely that Hydra was already aware of the situation, given the numerous spies embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. As they descended to the underground level of the headquarters, Nan Zhou encountered a gathering of individuals surrounding a bed. Approaching the group, he observed that much of the ice encasing Rogers had been removed. Nan Zhou, this is Rogers, Nick announced upon noticing Nan Zhou's arrival. Nan Zhou nodded and observed Rogers lying on the bed, noting with surprise how well-preserved even his clothing was. Regarding our discovery of Rogers, I hope you and Sharon can inform Peggy, Nick spoke once more. At present, Peggy was unaware that Rogers had been found. In her eyes, he was already deceased. Nick wished for this news to be delivered by Nan Zhou and Sharon, the two individuals closest to Peggy. Raising his head, Nan Zhou noticed Sharon gazing at him, with Hill beside her. They exchanged a glance and slowly nodded. This revelation could potentially overwhelm Peggy with excitement. Given her current frail condition, it was essential to convey the truth to her gradually, without causing excessive agitation. However, we're keeping this information under wraps. You must also ensure discretion to prevent any unintended ears from overhearing, Nick reiterated. Nan Zhou nodded and once again looked at Sharon before they departed. You rarely take this car out, Sharon remarked suddenly in Nan Zhou's vehicle. I need to drive it out occasionally, otherwise, it would be a pity for it to gather dust at home, he replied. Sharon smiled slightly at his response, but her expression soon turned serious. What do you think Annie's reaction would be upon hearing this news? The love of her life is still alive, unchanged in appearance, while she feels she has aged and is nearing the end of her life. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou fell into contemplation but quickly responded. I believe Peggy will not dwell on such thoughts. She no longer cares about her appearance. The mere fact that Rogers is alive is the best news for her. Chapter 118. Informing Peggy at Peggy's home, she was quite surprised to see Nan Zhou and Sharon arrive together. Although they often visited her, it was rare for them to come in such a pair. Auntie, Sharon approached Peggy, her smile bright and cheerful, despite her uncertainty about how to convey the news. However, Nan Zhou had already devised a strategy. He knew how to reveal the truth to Peggy. After Sharon exchanged pleasantries with Peggy, Nan Zhou moved to her bedside. Following the customary greetings, he shifted the topic. Grandma, you once mentioned that you and Rogers had an unfinished romance? Nan Zhou initiated the conversation, focusing on Captain Rogers. Upon hearing Rogers' name, Peggy's smile radiated warmth, tinged with a hint of regret. Yes, I had an unfinished romance with him. Alas, that unfortunate incident shattered our love completely. As Peggy spoke, a deep sigh escaped her lips, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Grandma, tell me, if Rogers were to suddenly appear before you, alive and well, and moreover, in his youthful form, what would you do? Nan Zhou continued, his words eliciting a look of astonishment from Sharon. Upon hearing this, Peggy adopted the expression of a young girl. If Rogers were to stand before me now, I would be grateful that he is still alive. Peggy was acutely aware that she was nearing the end of her life. She understood her own body. Thus, if the events unfolded as Nan Zhou described, with Rogers appearing before her unharmed, she would indeed thank the heavens for preserving this hero. Seeing Peggy's response, both Nan Zhou and Sharon exhaled in relief. It seemed that, if they were to reveal this truth to Peggy, she would be able to accept it with composure. Why would you pose such a question? You previously showed little interest in my relationship with Steve. What's this? Now that you're 21, have you finally developed an interest in love? I must tell you, Hill is quite a remarkable young man. You should seize the opportunity. Peggy was curious about why Nan Zhou had asked such a question. However, he could not fathom the truth behind the matter and merely assumed that Nan Zhou had awakened to the notion of love. Previously, Nan Zhou had been utterly indifferent to romance, even disinterested in matters deemed inappropriate for children. Peggy attributed this to his youth and lack of awareness. However, it was said that his relationship with Hill had grown increasingly intimate, yet there had been no progress, which caused Peggy some concern. Nevertheless, the question Nan Zhou had just posed made Peggy feel as though he might indeed be awakening to the concept of love. Yet, Nan Zhou awkwardly chuckled, Grandma. That's not what I meant. My inquiry was actually, at this point, Nan Zhou fell silent, merely smiling at Peggy. This left Peggy somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? What does that smile signify? Don't keep me in suspense. Noticing Nan Zhou's reticence, Peggy began to feel anxious. However, he still refrained from revealing the truth, instead reiterating, Grandma, if Rogers truly appeared before you, alive and well, in his youthful form, what would you do? Once more, Nan Zhou posed his question. Peggy found herself momentarily bewildered by his repetition, but as she gazed at his expression, A bold thought surfaced in her mind. Could be true? Overwhelmed, Peggy sat up in bed and grasped Nan Zhou's hand tightly. Have you found him? Nan Zhou glanced at Sharon, and the two exchanged a knowing nod. At the site of the Rogers crash, we discovered the wreckage of the aircraft beneath the sea, where we also found Captain Rogers, his body encased in ice, yet still resembling his youthful self and showing signs of life, albeit in a state of unconsciousness, leaving us uncertain as to when he might awaken. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Peggy felt utterly overwhelmed. Observing her distress, Nan Zhou quickly moved to support her. Had he perhaps overestimated Peggy's ability to cope? However, Peggy took a few deep breaths and sat upright, seemingly recovering her composure. You truly aren't deceiving me? This is no trivial matter. Peggy feared that Nan Zhou and Shireen were merely toying with her, yet she also recognized that they were not the type to engage in such antics. Indeed, we are not lying to you, Nan Zhou replied, his tone turning serious, while Shireen nodded firmly behind him. Oh my God, Peggy exclaimed, gazing at the ceiling as she released a deep sigh upon seeing their earnest expressions. What a twist of fate. With that, she attempted to rise from the bed. Nan Zhou and Shireen hurried to assist her. Where's Steve now? Peggy inquired urgently. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Shireen promptly responded. All right, let's go now. Without a moment to change her clothes, Peggy set off for the headquarters. Observing her haste, Nan Zhou quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and draped it over Peggy's shoulders, guiding her downstairs along with Shireen. This time, they did not take Nan Zhou's car, as it could only accommodate two, and there were three of them. Additionally, Peggy found it difficult to endure the roar and thrust of a sports car. It would be unwise for her to risk her health in such a manner. Therefore, the trio drove an old car that Peggy rarely used to reach S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Fortunately, the vehicle was operational, the fuel sufficient to avoid a breakdown en route. The only drawback was its lack of speed. Nan Zhou pushed the car to its limits. Yet Peggy incessantly urged him to drive faster. Grandma, this car is already at maximum speed. Please be patient. We will arrive shortly. Peggy's home was not far from the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, but for reasons unknown, the journey felt exceedingly long to her, as though they would never reach their destination. However, this perception was merely psychological. The time taken was the same as always. Before long, Nan Zhou parked the car at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Peggy hurriedly exited, using her cane to stride inside, with Shireen chasing after her frantically. Nan Zhou tossed the keys to a S.H.I.E.L.D. staff member. Park this for me, and hand it over to the front desk, he said, before rushing to catch up with the others, leaving the bewildered staff member in his wake. What is happening? Why the urgency? Has something serious occurred? It is evident that the staff member was unaware that the great Steve Rogers had been located. Chapter 119. Lovers finding it difficult to unite. Under Sharon's guidance, Peggy hastily made her way to the basement of S.H.I.E.L.D., where Rogers was placed. This was the first time since she had taken to using crutches that she moved with such swiftness, leaving Sharon astonished. The power of love proved to be immensely potent. Upon seeing Peggy arrive, everyone parted to make way for her. At that moment, Nick stepped forward, addressing Peggy. Peggy, the captain remains in a state of unconsciousness. Although his vital signs are stable, it is uncertain when he will awaken. Peggy paid little heed to Nick's words, for she had already been informed by Sam. Her gaze was solely fixed upon Rogers, who lay unconscious on the bed. Oh my! Seeing the real Steve Rogers brought tears to Peggy's eyes, which soon cascaded down her cheeks. She had waited nearly 70 years, and at last beheld the man who had occupied her thoughts day and night. She still recalled that he owed her a dance. Now, Peggy's memory had begun to fade significantly. Many individuals had slipped from her recollection, and perhaps in the not-so-distant future, her niece Sharon and Sam, whom she had raised, would also be forgotten. Yet, she could not erase from her mind the image of the man before her, the one who had ensnared her heart so completely. It felt as if fate were toying with them. Gently caressing Roger's cheek, her tears fell upon his handsome face. What if she had encountered him sooner? Not at the twilight of her life, when her beauty had faded, but rather during a time when she still possessed some allure. Would the outcome have been different? Peggy undoubtedly harbored feelings of regret and loss. Yet, more than anything, she felt joy. Though she might soon depart from this world, She took solace in the knowledge that the man she had loved for a lifetime still lived. He was not dead. The hero of this world had not perished. As Peggy wept, those around her felt a profound sense of melancholy. This was meant to be a joyful occasion. Yet those who understood Peggy and the captain's shared history could not help but feel sorrow for them. Is it truly so difficult for lovers to unite? Before long, Peggy wiped away her tears and turned to Nick, asking, "What can be done to awaken him?" Nick, faced with this question, appeared troubled. As current medical methods were inadequate to rouse the captain, it would depend solely on his own willpower. If the captain's resolve was strong enough, he would awaken. Otherwise, he would remain in eternal slumber. Understanding the expression on Nick's face, Peggy grasped his meaning and continued, "What about Stark? Is there no way he can help? Since medicine had proven futile, perhaps technology could offer a solution?" Yet, in the end, Nick could only offer her a definitive shake of his head in negation. Nick let out a deep sigh and shook his head. At present, there exists no technology in the world capable of rousing Captain Rogers. The only hope lies within the captain himself. I have faith that he will awaken. His numerous deeds testify to his formidable nature, not merely in strength and physique, but also in willpower. Hence, I firmly believe that the captain will certainly awaken. Nick's words elicited nods of agreement from the others, many of whom had grown up hearing tales of Captain Rogers. Naturally, they held steadfast belief in their idol's ability to return to consciousness. Observing this scene, Peggy allowed herself a reassuring smile. She had never imagined she would witness him alive again in her lifetime. Now, Peggy felt her life was already complete, and if she were to see Rogers awake, it would truly render her existence without regret. My body cannot withstand much more of this. I shall visit him regularly, every 3 or 4 days, Peggy stated as she prepared to leave, assisted by Sharon. However, at that moment, Peggy suddenly paused, turning back to face Nick and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. members. "I hope you will treat him well." With that, Peggy departed. Seeing this, Sam followed Sharon and Peggy out. Nick watched the three leave before turning his gaze back to the slumbering Captain Rogers. Even if there seems to be no way, find a way. We must ensure the captain awakens. This was directed at Coulson, who understood Nick's intent and promptly took his leave. Nick then shifted his focus to the others. Today's events are of grave significance. We cannot allow Hydra or any other hostile forces to seize the captain. We must heighten our vigilance. Do you understand? Nick's words resonated like a command, and everyone nodded in agreement. With a decisive gesture, Nick proclaimed, "Very well. Let us act immediately. After all, whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or any other faction, they all sought to obtain Rogers' blood to replicate the super serum. Such ambitions could not be permitted to come to fruition. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already signed the documents. The super soldier program had been irrevocably sealed, with Captain Rogers standing alone. The real threat lay with other hostile factions, particularly Hydra. Thus, Nick had to ensure that Captain Rogers was placed in an exceedingly secure location, guarded by heavy security, with thorough searches conducted for anyone entering or exiting the room. This was a hero of the world, and Nick had to protect him at all costs. Meanwhile, at Peggy's home, she felt unusually elated today, buoyed by the knowledge that Rogers was still alive. The news seemed to rejuvenate her spirit immensely. She insisted on keeping the two of them there to finish dinner. Nan Zhou did not hesitate and immediately took Pietro to Peggy's home. Since there was someone to provide a meal, it was only natural not to forget about Pietro, who was still at the hotel. Although Peggy was now advanced in years, her culinary skills had not diminished in the slightest, with Nan Zhou assisting her. The meal was particularly sumptuous, rivaling even the finest dishes he had tasted. Peggy's cooking remained as delectable as ever. Shireen, while praising the food, eagerly filled her mouth with the dishes. "My skills have not waned. It's just that you all seldom stay for dinner, merely coming here to chat, leaving me with no opportunity to showcase my talents." Peggy's words elicited laughter from Nan Zhou and the others. It was evident to Nan Zhou that Peggy was genuinely joyful. Despite her frailty upon discovering Captain Rogers, she lamented the unfairness of fate. Yet, at least Rogers was alive. And although he had not yet awakened, Peggy firmly believed he would. She equally trusted that in this society, Rogers would still be able to adapt and find friends as steadfast as Bucky. Chapter 120, A Sense of Helplessness After Dinner. Shireen and Pietro were assigned to wash the dishes, while Peggy summoned Nan Zhou to her bedroom. The room was dim, illuminated only by the moonlight, allowing Nan Zhou to discern Peggy's hunched figure. As he reached for the light switch, Peggy's voice suddenly called out, "Do not turn on the light. Just come here." Though perplexed, Nan Zhou complied and approached Peggy's side. In the blink of an eye, "You're already 21, she observed, gazing out at the flowing traffic with a heavy sigh. Life is but a fleeting few decades. It passes in an instant, and none can predict whether joy or surprise will come first. As she spoke, Peggy turned her gaze to Nan Zhou, whose face was partly illuminated by the moonlight, the other half cloaked in shadow. "I still remember the day I found you. You were so frail that you could barely cry, on the brink of death." Peggy reminisced about that fateful night. For Nan Zhou, however, the fact that he could not cry was a conscious choice. After all, he was a soul traversing dimensions, possessing the rationality of his former self. Yet, even in silence, he managed to capture Peggy's attention, which was no small feat. "You were remarkably well-behaved as a child, never crying or throwing tantrums, unlike other children who only knew how to sleep. You seemed almost like an adult." Indeed, as Peggy remarked at that time, Nan Zhou truly embodied the essence of an adult, albeit in a child's body. "I can still picture you as you were back then, and now you have transformed into a genuine adult." Peggy spoke, taking Southboat's hand. "Do you think one day I might forget you?" Upon uttering these words, Southboat felt an indescribable pang of bitterness. Although meeting Captain Rogers had exhilarated Peggy, it also stirred in her a multitude of thoughts and a hint of trepidation. She became acutely aware that she was approaching the end of her life, realizing that her memories were fading significantly. Thus, she feared forgetting everyone, especially those who held great significance in her heart, like Southboat before her. Despite not having children, she had long embraced Southboat as her own. "Rest assured, you are one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your mind remains remarkably agile. How could you possibly forget me?" Southboat sensed that Peggy now resembled a child feeling distressed and hurried to offer comfort. "Moreover, even if you do forget me, I will ensure you remember." With Southboat's soothing words, Peggy's spirits lifted slightly. She patted the back of Southboat's hand and said, "Boat, you truly are a wonderful child. Thank you. I feel so tired. Let me sleep for a while." Upon hearing this, Southboat assisted Peggy in lying down on the bed, drew the curtains, and sat by her bedside, waiting for her to drift off to sleep. Once Peggy had fallen asleep, Southboat quietly exited the bedroom. Returning to the living room, Southboat noticed Peggy's gaze fixed on her. "What is Aunt's state of mind?" S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired eagerly. Southboat settled onto the sofa, resting her elbow on her thigh and cradling her chin in her hand, letting out a faint sigh. "How should I put it? There are still some issues with her mindset. She harbors a significant fear of death. Everyone fears death. It is a natural human emotion. However, when one begins to grasp the impending nature of their demise, that fear transforms profoundly from the usual apprehension." S.H.I.E.L.D. comprehended Southboat's words and sighed deeply. After what happened previously, the doctor mentioned that if all goes well, she has about 3 to 4 years left. The incident S.H.I.E.L.D. referred to was the earlier transaction between Southboat and Dormammu. This statement caused Southboat to furrow her brow slightly, remaining silent. She was well aware of Peggy's time left. That day was gradually approaching. Her current concern was whether Rogers being unmasked prematurely would result in a chain reaction, hastening not only the timeline but also Peggy's demise. If that were the case, Southboat might never forgive herself. As the one who had raised Peggy, whom she regarded as a mother, she truly did not wish to witness Peggy's descent into death. Yet, she felt powerless to effect any change. She was no deity, lacking the authority to alter the course of life and death. Thus, she could only watch as Peggy slowly moved towards her end. This sense of helplessness was a feeling Southboat had never experienced before. As he stood in Peggy's dimly lit room, the moonlight casting shadows that revealed her frail figure, a sense of helplessness washed over Nan Zhou for the first time. Not even during that previous incident had he felt such a profound powerlessness. Rising to his feet, he spoke softly, "Since Grandma has already fallen asleep, I shall take my leave." Sharon nodded in acknowledgement. "You may go. I will remain here tonight." At that moment, Nan Zhou glanced at Pietro, who understood his unspoken intention and followed him out of Peggy's home. Throughout the journey, Nan Zhou remained silent, the car's speed steadily increasing. A deep-seated agitation consumed him, a sensation he had never experienced so intensely before. He had long been aware of Peggy's impending death, Yet it had never truly registered until this incident, which made the specter of death seem alarmingly close. The woman who had raised him was on the brink of departure, with merely 3 or 4 years left. With this thought swirling in his mind, Nan Zhou accelerated further, gripping the steering wheel with increasing intensity. Pietro, seated beside him, took the rapid pace as a thrill, relishing the adrenaline rush that came with the speed. Suddenly, Nan Zhou broke the silence. "Would you like to become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? Pietro paused, taken aback by the proposition, but as realization dawned, he nodded without hesitation. "Of course I want to." Seeing the determination in Pietro's eyes, Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. "Very well, since you are resolute, join me for training. Pay attention in class. I will guide you personally, but your grades must improve." It was yet another transaction, yet Pietro cared little for the nature of the agreement. Becoming an agent was his sole ambition, and grades were a trivial concern. "All right, I accept." Upon hearing Pietro's affirmative response, Nan Zhou continued, "We shall commence tomorrow. I will introduce you to various firearms. The initial stages will be tedious, and you must endure." "Understood." The prospect of beginning professional training the following day filled Pietro with exhilaration. Yet Nan Zhou's somber mood tempered his enthusiasm, preventing him from expressing his excitement too loudly. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Tomorrow marked the beginning of his true journey into the world of espionage. Chapter 121. Contemplating death when Nan Zhou and Pietro returned home. It was already past midnight, and Wanda and Lorna had succumbed to slumber. After washing up, Pietro was promptly urged by Nan Zhou to retire for the night. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou stood by the window, gazing outside. At that moment, Hela emerged from his room, having remained awake and aware of his return. "What troubles you? You seem preoccupied," Hela observed, her gaze discerning the unease etched upon Nan Zhou's face, prompting her to inquire. "It is nothing, merely a matter that you need not concern yourself with." Upon hearing this from Nan Zhou, Hela felt a twinge of confusion. "What does it mean? A matter I need not worry about?" Nan Zhou nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, this piqued Hela's curiosity, prompting her to continue. "Then why not share what it is, so that I may lend it some thought?" Upon her utterance, Nan Zhou simply smiled and turned to face Hela, inquiring, "What is the duration of your lifespan?" Hela was taken aback by this question, pausing for a moment before responding, "Well, it might be around 10,000 years. "How splendid!" Nan Zhou sighed deeply upon receiving this answer. "In stark contrast to the fleeting decades of human life, your longevity indeed inspires envy." This lamentation unveiled Nan Zhou's inner turmoil. It was ultimately a matter of lifespan. "What is it? Did someone significant pass away?" "Today, I visited the one who raised me. She has but a few years left, perhaps 3 or 4, and as I watched her, I felt utterly powerless." To Hela, Nan Zhou expressed her distress. "In truth, the notion of lifespan varies from person to person," Hela remarked, placing a comforting hand on Nan Zhou's shoulder. "If an individual feels that their life is devoid of regrets, then when death approaches, they shall possess no attachments, and they will depart with ease. Conversely, those who have yet to fulfill their desires often face death with trepidation, for they still harbor unaccomplished wishes in this world, unwilling to confront the unknown and elusive nature of death." At this point, Hela regarded Nan Zhou with a smile. "Which category does the one who raised you belong to?" Hela's words plunged Nan Zhou into contemplation. It was apparent that Peggy belonged to the former, at least in Nan Zhou's eyes. Ever since she learned of Roger's survival, it seemed Peggy's wishes had been fulfilled. The two individuals closest to her, Nan Zhou and Shirin, had become completely self-sufficient. She harbored no desire to witness the significant events of Nan Zhou's or Shirin's lives. Thus, in Nan Zhou's perspective, Peggy truly had no lingering regrets. If one were to suggest a potential wish, it might be to meet the awakened Rogers. Should that event come to pass, Peggy would indeed have no remaining regrets. Helas reflektions torde avakene Nan Zhou. He smiled at Hela, the shadows on his face dissipating. "It seems you have come to an understanding." Hela, noticing the change in Nan Zhou, returned the smile. "Since I have provided you with some psychological guidance, might you consider repaying me in some manner?" Hela said playfully, turning and skipping toward the kitchen with her hands behind her back. "As for a token of gratitude, could you prepare a bowl of egg paste for me?" Upon hearing Hyla's rather simple request for a return, Nan Zhou naturally nodded in agreement. Certainly, with over 20 eggs in the refrigerator, there was more than enough to satisfy her. With Nan Zhou's assurance, S.H.I.E.L.D revealed a contented smile, feeling that the late-night snack was truly worthwhile. However, at that moment, it seemed S.H.I.E.L.D recalled something and continued. I believe you need not worry about your lifespan, do you? It seems to me that you cannot be measured like an ordinary human. Your lifespan should exceed that of others. In S.H.I.E.L.D's perspective, Nan Zhou was not a typical human being, for who among humanity possesses such formidable abilities? If he were not an ordinary human, then naturally, his lifespan could not be equated to that of normal individuals. Yet, in response to S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry, Nan Zhou merely tilted his head. I am uncertain, perhaps so, but it is also possible that my lifespan is akin to that of other humans. After all, even superhumans like Rogers have lifespans indistinguishable from those of ordinary individuals. For someone like me, merely enhanced by a system, it would not be surprising if my lifespan mirrors that of a typical human. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D was momentarily taken aback, halting in her tracks. This puzzled Nan Zhou, who approached her and asked, "What's the matter?" However, S.H.I.E.L.D only offered an awkward smile and shook her head. It's nothing, just suddenly pondering something. Noticing that S.H.I.E.L.D seemed unwilling to elaborate, Nan Zhou refrained from pressing further. He proceeded to the refrigerator, retrieving 3 eggs to prepare an egg paste. Unbeknownst to him, S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze was fixed upon him, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Of course, Nan Zhou remained oblivious to this. Could one's lifespan truly be akin to that of humans? S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed her brow slightly, stroking her chin as if she had made a private resolution. The following day arrived. The previous night, S.H.I.E.L.D had consumed every last bit of Nan Zhou's egg paste, returning to her room deep in thought. Nan Zhou was unaware of her sudden preoccupation and paid little mind to it. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, S.H.I.E.L.D departed from her home. Despite her utmost caution, Nan Zhou sensed something amiss. He could not grasp what S.H.I.E.L.D intended to do, and he remained unawakened, quietly observing her leave. What was troubling her? He wondered about S.H.I.E.L.D's actions with curiosity. However, he did not follow her, for he had promised Pietro to undertake special agent training that day. Having made that commitment, Nan Zhou felt no regret. Thus, even though he was intrigued by S.H.I.E.L.D's situation, he prioritized his training with Pietro. As Nan Zhou opened the door to Pietro's quarters, he found that it was still early, and naturally, Pietro was still fast asleep. However, the training of an agent would not wait for him to wake naturally. Nan Zhou abruptly yanked him up. Pietro, still bleary-eyed and utterly bewildered, gazed at Nan Zhou, clearly still in a state of confusion. No more sleep. It is time for training, rookie. Nan Zhou's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, his tone now exceedingly grave. To become an agent, you must be prepared to rise early. Training commences today. Do you understand, rookie? Chapter 122. The second meeting, while Nan Zhou ushered Pietro into the rigorous training regimen of an agent. S.H.I.E.L.D had already soared to New Mexico. Her destination was the very spot where Thor and the others had previously returned to Asgard. The mark of the Bifrost had since been concealed by S.H.I.E.L.D, yet S.H.I.E.L.D retained a vivid memory of this place. She lifted her gaze towards the heavens and cried out, "Odin, I know you can see me. Odin." Her voice resonated powerfully, startling those nearby, who regarded her with expressions akin to that reserved for a fool. Such a beautiful girl, yet alas, she is a simpleton, lamented an elderly passerby, shaking his head in resignation, believing only a fool would act in such a manner. However, S.H.I.E.L.D paid no heed to their judgments. Her singular desire was to meet Odin, whether on Earth or in Asgard. When her calls went unanswered, she persisted, continuing to shout at the sky. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, observed the unfolding scene. He did not recognize her, but he was aware that she was associated with the masked figure. Could it be that something had befallen that masked man? Thus, Heimdall relayed the matter to Odin. What? Odin furrowed his brow upon hearing Heimdall's account, then waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I understand. With that, Odin rose from his throne, determined to make a trip to Earth. At that moment on Earth, an hour had passed, and Hela had yet to receive a response from Odin. Damn it, is that old fool deaf? She muttered, unable to suppress her frustration, preparing to call out once more. I'm not deaf, came Odin's voice from behind her. He appeared, clad in casual attire, standing just behind Hela. So, you claim your father is deaf and an old fool? Is that truly wise? Hela could not help but emit a derisive snort. If you fail to hear me, then you're indeed deaf. Unperturbed by Hela's malicious words, Odin's concern lay with the reason behind her summons. What has transpired? Has something occurred with Nan Zhou? He inquired. Hela did not beat around the bush. Upon hearing Odin's inquiry, she straightforwardly asked, "Do you possess any methods that could significantly extend human lifespan?" Odin was momentarily taken aback by Hela's question, uncertain of her motives. However, gazing into her resolute eyes, he began to piece together some of her intentions. "If I am not mistaken," he ventured, "you seek this knowledge in order to prolong Nan Zhou's life, correct?" Hela clenched her teeth at Odin's words, but eventually nodded in affirmation. Observing her assent, Odin's lips curled into a bewildering smile. "Indeed, I never anticipated that Nan Zhou could inspire such a transformation in you." Hela, feeling somewhat irked by Odin's jest, retorted, "Just tell me if you have a solution. No need for your endless ramblings. Is age making you increasingly tedious?" Though her words could be perceived as insults to Odin, they represented a notable change in Hela's demeanor. She had developed a hint of pride. Nevertheless, Odin shook his head with a hint of resignation. To find a method that could grant ordinary humans a lifespan akin to ours is indeed a formidable challenge. However, I do possess a means to extend the lives of regular humans to some degree. Upon hearing this, Hela's expression fell, clearly disheartened. She was not interested in Odin's second option, yearning instead for the first. It was evident that even the All-Father, Odin, was at a loss for solutions. Although Hela believed she was more suited to rule Asgard than Odin, she had to concede that he possessed knowledge beyond her own. If even Odin found himself in an impasse, then hope seemed utterly lost. At that moment, Odin observed Hela's despondent countenance, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It was rare for Hela to exhibit such vulnerability, underscoring the profound significance Nan Zhou held in her heart. However, Odin reassured her, there is no need for concern. A person as formidable as Nan Zhou is bound to have a lifespan exceeding that of ordinary humans. In Odin's eyes, Nan Zhou had yet to unleash his full potential, possessing numerous hidden strengths. Nonetheless, truth be told, his current capabilities were limited, though they would grow as his inheritance of templates increased. Yet, he himself admitted uncertainty regarding this. With her head bowed, Hela's voice grew faint. Observing her state, Odin sighed deeply. In a few years, perhaps 10 or 15, if Nan Zhou's appearance remains unchanged, you may find solace. However, should signs of aging appear, we can seek solutions then. This was all Odin could offer. For extending a human's lifespan to match that of the gods was a feat even he found daunting. Moreover, Southboat is currently entangled with that terrifying existence. If one were to forcibly extend Southboat's lifespan through certain means, Odin remains uncertain whether that entity would intervene. He cannot fathom if he possesses the strength to confront such a being. Upon hearing Odin's words, Hela let out a helpless sigh and replied, "I understand. Let us devise a plan when the time comes." At this juncture, Hela suddenly turned her gaze upon Odin and inquired, "You do not intend to seize this opportunity to take me away, do you?" Her words prompted a chuckle from Odin. "Rest assured, I shall not renege on my promise to Southboat. As long as you do not harm Asgard or its people, I shall not take any action against you." Acknowledging Odin's words, Hela nodded in agreement, then propelled herself into the air and vanished from sight. Observing Hela's sudden departure, Odin fell into a contemplative silence. Her transformation was unforeseen, a delightful surprise of immense magnitude. The allure of Southboat transcended his expectations. Yet, a sense of worry lingered. He questioned whether Hela's growing closeness to Southboat would bode well for Asgard. After all, Hela harbored resentment towards Asgard and himself. With a resigned shake of his head, Odin mused, "Southboat, I hope your charm deepens further, ensnaring Hela ever more profoundly." Chapter 123. Black Panther, just a few days following Roger's discovery. New York hosted a technology expo. However, this particular event was not organized by Stark, nor did he participate. In Stark's absence, Southboat accompanied Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro to enjoy the expo. Hela was also present. Recently, Hela had quietly departed, only to return seemingly unperturbed, her face revealing a hint of undeniable melancholy, which Southboat chose to overlook. "Wow." Wanda and the others gazed in awe at the fantastical technological marvels on display, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had never encountered such wonders before. Take a good look. If anything piques your interest, you must strive to learn. Understand? Observing the trio, curiously inspecting their surroundings. Southboat continued his gentle admonishments. Ever since he welcomed these children into his home, he had become increasingly chatty, often lecturing them about the importance of education. It was a stark contrast to his former self, cold, aloof, and taciturn. Reflecting on this transformation, he felt a mix of resignation and amusement. Southboat? At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the speaker was none other than Dr. Pym. It had been 2 months since their last encounter, with communication limited to brief exchanges over the phone. Haha, I knew you would come. Upon encountering Nan Zhou, Dr. Pym was filled with excitement and immediately embraced him. At present, Dr. Pym has made significant strides in the scientific community, largely due to the support of Nan Zhou. His research on neural exoskeletons has become a prevalent topic in the field, a feat that could not have been accomplished without Nan Zhou's assistance. Naturally, I had to come and see this, Nan Zhou responded. At that moment, Pym noticed the trio of children behind Nan Zhou, having seen them earlier. He turned to Nan Zhou and inquired about them. These 3, Nan Zhou had already prepared his words, guiding Pym aside. They are children from an orphanage, each having faced unfortunate circumstances. They possess a budding interest in science, so I thought it would be enlightening to bring them along. Listening to Nan Zhou, Pym nodded in understanding, recognizing their plight. He gently patted Nan Zhou on the back and said, "In that case, I shall not intrude upon your time. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave for now. Goodbye, doctor." After parting ways with Pym, Nan Zhou returned to the trio. "Who was that person just now?" Wanda asked curiously. Nan Zhou glanced once more at Pym's receding figure. "That individual is an exceptional scientist, and I would consider him a friend." His words elicited nods from Wanda and her companions, for in their eyes, those whom Nan Zhou deemed worthy were indeed few and far between. The exposition continued, showcasing an array of innovative scientific products. Although the absence of Stark diminished some of the spectacle, Nan Zhou found the event to be rather commendable. While he marveled at technologies that might not materialize for another decade, he inadvertently collided with an approaching individual. "My sincerest apologies." Before Nan Zhou could respond, the other person quickly offered his apology. "Not at all. It was my oversight," Nan Zhou replied, observing that the individual was a black man. New York, being a melting pot of cultures, presented a tapestry of races that one would encounter regularly. However, this particular man piqued Nan Zhou's interest, not due to any remarkable physical traits, but rather because of the unique name his female companion called him. "Chala, hurry up." The man had intended to say more, but under his companion's urging, he hastily departed. The name Chala brought a subtle smile to Nan Zhou's lips. The Prince of Wakanda, the next generation of the Black Panther, watched as the African man departed, a smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. As the saying goes, there are no coincidences. Encountering the Black Panther here was indeed quite remarkable. It was surprising that the Prince of Wakanda, a nation far ahead in technological advancement, would attend the expo. However, the prince had no desire to expose his identity. Meeting him was enough, and he had little interest in forging a friendship with the Prince of Wakanda. The expo soon concluded, and the prince, accompanied by Wanda and her companions, returned home. Wanda and her friends animatedly discussed the wonders they had witnessed at the expo, while Hela appeared rather indifferent. To her, humanity's so-called advancements and weapons seemed trivial when compared to the grandeur of Asgard. In her prime, a mere wave of her hand would render these weapons useless. "I suddenly crave bubble tea," Hela exclaimed unexpectedly, her mind flooded with the thought. "Go buy it for me," she commanded, directing her gaze at the prince, her tone devoid of any request, as if it were a given that he would fetch her bubble tea. The prince bore no resentment. After changing his clothes, he hurried downstairs, for he too had developed a desire for it. Upon reaching the ground floor, he did not head directly to the bubble tea shop across the street, but chose to visit one located 3 streets away, as he believed their bubble tea was truly delectable. However, as he passed a street corner, he overheard a familiar, unpleasant voice. "What are you doing here, you black scoundrel? You are not welcome. Get lost." It was the voice of the gang leader. In the vicinity of the prince's home resided a white supremacist gang, notorious for humiliating and assaulting anyone of African or Asian descent who dared to enter their territory. They would even venture beyond their domain to cause trouble for others. The prince had been targeted multiple times, yet each encounter ended with the aggressors suffering a severe defeat at his hands. It appeared that yet another unfortunate soul was facing their wrath. The prince had no intention of intervening. He merely cast a casual glance as he walked past the alley. Oh, it seems the esteemed prince is cornered. Chapter 124. The discriminated prince, the unfortunate individual surrounded by the white supremacist gang, was none other than T'Challa, the prince of Wakanda, whom the prince had encountered earlier at the expo. T'Challa and a fellow African woman found themselves trapped in an alley, encircled by more than a dozen white men. You are unfortunate to have come here. You can leave with just a finger. Which one will it be? The leader of the gang glared menacingly, as if he wished to devour T'Challa whole. Yet, T'Challa's eyes betrayed no hint of panic, nor did his companion display any semblance of fear. In truth, rather than referring to her as a companion, it would be more accurate to describe her as a bodyguard. Observing that T'Challa remained unresponsive, the leading Caucasian man furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly pained. "I'm speaking to you, are you deaf?" he exclaimed, preparing to deliver a kick. However, to his surprise, T'Challa deftly evaded the blow and retaliated with a powerful punch. The man, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, was struck squarely in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and 3 of his teeth to fly out. "You bastard!" The Caucasian man cursed through gritted teeth, enduring the searing pain. "This matter cannot be resolved with just a finger. Brothers, charge at him. Break one of his arms. I want to pluck out his teeth one by one. And don't let that woman escape." Infuriated beyond measure, the Caucasian man was determined not to let T'Challa go unpunished. What he failed to anticipate, however, was the considerable disparity between himself and T'Challa. As the group of white men charged forward, T'Challa and the female bodyguard sprang into action simultaneously, in the confines of the narrow alley. Although it was not particularly conducive to combat, they found themselves more than capable of handling these untrained ruffians. Even with daggers in hand, the assailants were no match for T'Challa's agility. He skillfully maneuvered around the gang members wielding knives, evading their strikes while delivering a decisive blow to each of them. The force of his attacks was nothing short of terrifying, leaving the thugs unconscious in a matter of moments. Before long, the once formidable white supremacist gang, which had boasted a significant numerical advantage, was reduced to a single standing figure, the leader who had just lost 3 teeth. Seeing the scene unfold, the leader was utterly panicked, unable to fathom how his subordinates had crumbled so easily before these two. T'Challa resembled a superhero, dispatching his foes with effortless precision. You will regret this. I will not let you get away." Despite his deep-seated disdain and prejudice against black individuals, the leader recognized that this was not the time for arrogance. He understood the adage that preserving one's life is paramount. Thus, retreat became his best option. Yet the female bodyguard picked up a stone and hurled it at the man, striking him squarely on the back of the neck. He felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. The bodyguard approached, flipped him over, and placed her foot on his chest. "You think you can cause trouble and just walk away? Not a chance." Her clumsy accent elicited a chuckle from Nan Zhou, who was observing from a distance. The awkwardness of her speech, filled with a lisp, was something he felt he could never master. "What do you want from me?" The white man found himself in a dire predicament, feeling his legs tremble uncontrollably. Such a person truly exhibited a lack of integrity. At this moment, he was gripped by fear of the black individual he had always looked down upon, revealing his utter insignificance. Just moments ago, he had spoken of extracting teeth and nails, had he not? The female bodyguard's tone dripped with menace. The man felt a jolt of alarm at her words, swallowing hard without responding. "Answer me," the bodyguard bellowed, evidently unwilling to let him off the hook. Yes, he stammered, shivering in terror, nodding fervently. "It was I who said that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard scoffed coldly. If apologies held any weight, how many evils would be eradicated from this world? Her words were unmistakably clear. An apology was futile. "I truly made a mistake. I'm sorry." For reasons unknown, as the man gazed into the bodyguard's eyes, a deep-seated fear welled up within him, compelling him to plead for mercy. However, the bodyguard paid no heed to his entreaties. "What was it you said about pulling nails and teeth? I shall show you a modicum of mercy. I won't extract your nails or pluck out your teeth one by one." With that, the bodyguard lifted her foot. "I find the thought of putting my hand in your mouth revolting. A swift kick is far more gratifying." The man was all too familiar with her impending action, and he lost control, wetting himself in fear. "No." He barely began to protest when the bodyguard's foot came crashing down. There was no scream, no pleas for mercy. With that single blow, the white man lost consciousness. His teeth were surely irretrievable, and his face was crushed beneath the weight of her foot, his nose collapsing instantaneously. What a tragic sight it was. You acted too impulsively, Chala remarked as he approached. You needn't have gone this far. Extracting a tooth or two would suffice. It was evident that Chala disapproved of the bodyguard's methods. But, Your Highness, that man spoke to you so disrespectfully. He must be punished. Although Chala did not endorse her actions, the bodyguard remained steadfast in her beliefs. Noting her unwavering stance, Chala ceased his objections and instead turned his gaze toward the alley's entrance. In the direction Chala observed, there lay the concealed figure of Nan Zhou. Come fort. I know you have been watching for quite some time. Chala had long sensed Nan Zhou's presence. Yet, Nan Zhou was not genuinely hiding. He was merely an onlooker, reveling in the spectacle. Had he truly wished to remain unseen, Chala would never have detected him. Nonetheless, he was surprised that Chala had indeed discovered his presence. Failure. Nan Zhou let out a wry smile, donned his mask, and stepped outside. Chala gazed at the masked figure before him, an instinctive wariness welling up within him. Who are you? Why are you merely observing? Why are you wearing a mask? 3 direct questions were thrown forth, revealing Chala's heightened alertness towards Nan Zhou. Even Chala himself could not comprehend why he felt an overwhelming sense of danger the moment he laid eyes on Nan Zhou. Chapter 125. Confronting the prince in response to Chala's inquiries, Nan Zhou could not help but applaud. Remarkable, indeed, a true testament to the Prince of Wakanda. Upon hearing this, Chala's expression shifted, his vigilance intensifying. Who exactly are you? It was noteworthy that only a select few were privy to Chala's identity as the Prince of Wakanda. Thus, how could this enigmatic masked individual possess such knowledge? Who I am is of little consequence, Nan Zhou replied, somewhat resigned to the recurring question of his identity due to the mask. What truly matters is that you understand I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely passing through, observing. Although Nan Zhou spoke the truth, Chala perceived it as a feeble excuse, and his disbelief was mirrored by the female bodyguard at his side. She had positioned herself protectively in front of Chala, equally convinced that this masked figure was not to be underestimated. Prince, I sense he is on an entirely different level than the previous individual. For reasons unknown, they could feel the potent aura emanating from Nan Zhou as they stood there. This man felt extraordinary. You really need not be so tense, Nan Zhou remarked, bemused by their expressions, realizing that his words seemed to complicate matters further. I genuinely mean no harm. I'm simply passing by. The mask is merely to conceal my face. The moment those words escaped his lips, the air around them thickened, as his explanation only served to deepen the mistrust in Chala's eyes. To your left and my right. Chala whispered an order to the female bodyguard, signaling their intent to confront Nan Zhou together. She understood immediately, launching herself into action. Wait, why must we resort to violence? Nan Zhou lamented, his expression one of dismay. Had he known it would come to blows, he would have refrained from spectating. It appeared that apart from Iron Man, Tony Stark, the others among the superheroes were all inclined to physical confrontation. As Chala and the bodyguard advanced to flank him, Nan Zhou sighed deeply and deftly evaded their attacks with a swift sidestep. This left Chala and the bodyguard momentarily stunned, not expecting him to dodge their strikes without even raising a hand. Must we truly resort to violence? Nan Zhou took a step back and gazed at the two individuals, perplexed by their inability to engage in a simple conversation. Was he truly that intimidating? It seemed they had no choice but to resort to violence. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, T'Challa responded. Nan Zhou's impressive evasion convinced T'Challa that this individual was not merely an innocent passerby. He undoubtedly had ulterior motives. T'Challa could not believe that an ordinary person could possess such exceptional skills. Thus, exchanging a glance with the female bodyguard, they both launched another attack. Alas, Nan Zhou felt rather helpless, yet he refused to be a passive target. Since these two insisted on fighting, he would indulge them. T'Challa and the female bodyguard displayed an impeccable level of coordination, leaving Nan Zhou with little opportunity to breathe. However, from Nan Zhou's perspective, despite their seamless teamwork, they remained mere mortals. Their techniques could never touch him. He evaded their every assault with ease, rendering their efforts futile. Before long, the duo retreated, their eyes filled with disbelief. They were convinced their attacks had nearly landed, Yet with a mere shift of Nan Zhou's foot, they found themselves grasping at air. "Have you had enough?" Nan Zhou inquired, observing T'Challa and his companions cease their attacks. In truth, they were not idle, but rather contemplating their next strategy. Conventional tactics were ineffective against Nan Zhou, so it was time for a change. In that moment, the female bodyguard spotted a steel pipe lying in the dark corner. This was the perfect weapon. Without hesitation, she seized the pipe and charged at Nan Zhou. Believing in the adage that a weapon enhances one's strength, she was confident that she could strike, even injure him. Nan Zhou felt a surge of displeasure at this turn of events. Why was it that she could wield a weapon while he was left unarmed? The female bodyguard swung the pipe with a fierce intensity, exuding an air of dominance. "Since you've armed yourself, do not blame me for being impolite," she declared. With her armed approach, Nan Zhou felt it unnecessary to hold back any longer. It was time to showcase his true abilities. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and effortlessly caught the incoming pipe with a single hand. This left T'Challa and his companion in stunned silence, particularly the female bodyguard. The steel pipe, clearly a remnant from a construction site, was quite heavy. She had trained for years to wield it effectively, believing that even a blow from her would significantly impact Nan Zhou. To her astonishment, he caught the pipe with ease. The female bodyguard appeared somewhat disoriented. Observing her expression, Nan Zhou let out a faint scoff, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, which then shattered with a resonant crack. The next scene revealed him effortlessly compressing the remnants of the pipe into a flat surface with a single hand. Such strength was unfathomable for any ordinary human being. This was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the female bodyguard. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Nan Zhou advanced a single step, seizing the bodyguard by the throat. The swiftness of his action left her with no time to react. She found herself ensnared. The bodyguard struggled fiercely to free herself, yet discovered that regardless of her efforts, she could not escape the vice-like grip of Nan Zhou. "Release her!" S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing the scene, charged towards Nan Zhou. In response, Nan Zhou casually flung the bodyguard, sending her crashing into S.H.I.E.L.D. Both were propelled backward, landing atop the unfortunate thug whose teeth had just been crushed by the bodyguard. "You two are rather unimpressive," Nan Zhou remarked mockingly, observing S.H.I.E.L.D. and the bodyguard. "I expected a semblance of strength, yet you proved to be so easily overpowered. Is it truly wise to seek trouble with someone of my caliber? Are you attempting to take shortcuts in life?" At this moment, Nan Zhou stood before them, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to reiterate, I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely a passerby drawn by the commotion." Chapter 126. Investigation in Wakanda. With an imposing demeanor, Nan Zhou unceremoniously tossed the female bodyguard aside, causing her to collide with S.H.I.E.L.D., who fell to the ground. "I advise you to refrain from hasty actions until you grasp the truth of the matter." Nan Zhou smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D., turning to depart. "Wait." S.H.I.E.L.D. gritted his teeth and rose, wishing to articulate further. Suddenly, Nan Zhou pivoted, pressing a finger against S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forehead. "What? Do you have something to say?" His gaze shifted to S.H.I.E.L.D., transforming into one of seriousness, coldness, and a hint of menace. Of course, this ominous aura was not genuine, but rather a deliberate attempt to instill fear in S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon encountering the intensity of Nan Zhou's gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D. shivered involuntarily. He had never perceived such a terrifying presence in anyone else's eyes. Even the mightiest warriors of Wakanda lacked such a formidable stare. Who exactly was this individual? What was his origin? S.H.I.E.L.D., who had initially contemplated resisting, now found himself at a loss for words, ultimately silencing himself. Satisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s newfound reticence, Nan Zhou smiled. "Excellent. You demonstrate wisdom in retreating. I commend you. You are indeed the Prince of Wakanda, possessing discernment." At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke up, inquiring, "How do you know I'm the Prince of Wakanda? What connection do you have with Wakanda and my father?" In response to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s question, Nan Zhou felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, he provided an answer. "In truth, I am aware of many things, not only that you hail from Wakanda and the mightier nation, but also the legend of the Black Panther." After speaking, Nan Zhou patted S.H.I.E.L.D. on the shoulder, completely disregarding the astonishment on his face, embodying the essence of humility concealed within greatness. Once Nan Zhou departed, the female bodyguard approached, her eyes equally filled with surprise. "Prince, should we report this matter to the king?" Without hesitation, Chala nodded. It is imperative to inform him. This is no trivial matter. We must return at once. With that, Chala led the way out of the alley, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Nan Zhou. He moves rather swiftly, Chala remarked, and then he and the female bodyguard turned to leave. Meanwhile, atop a nearby high-rise, Nan Zhou observed their departure, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. The Prince of Wakanda is quite restless. It seems he requires further experience. At that moment, Nan Zhou recalled his craving for bubble tea and promptly leaped from the building, heading straight for the tea shop. I hope they haven't closed yet, he thought, glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. If the shop were to close, he would be sorely disappointed. Fortunately, upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, he found it still open with a few customers inside. Nan Zhou swiftly purchased his drink and hurried home. Upon his return, he was met with Hela's discontented expression. Why'd you take so long? Hela glared at Nan Zhou, who wore an innocent grin. She intended to say more, but found herself momentarily speechless at his expression. This better not happen again. After a prolonged silence, Hela seized her bubble tea and issued a warning to Nan Zhou. I encountered some unexpected events, Nan Zhou replied, nodding as he recounted the earlier occurrences to Hela. After listening to his tale, Hela scoffed, isn't there an old saying, curiosity killed the cat? While curiosity may not be fatal, it certainly can waste your time, such as making me wait for bubble tea. With that, Hela took a hearty sip of her drink and added, you're not a superhero. Why concern yourself with such matters? Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. Even if I'm not a superhero, does that strip me of the right to observe? I merely watch the scene unfold. Who could have anticipated those two would be so oblivious, ultimately ending up in a predicament I had to resolve? What? Are you proud of that? Hela responded to Nan Zhou's words with a retort. Are you truly so proud of having taught a lesson to two mere mortals? To Hela, it seemed that Nan Zhou had squandered his time enjoying tea to watch a performance, and regardless of his justifications, they appeared to her as mere excuses. Nan Zhou was well aware that Hela was in a foul mood, her words laced with venom, so he chose to remain silent and sipped his tea instead. The following day, in the enigmatic realm of Wakanda, T'Challa sought out his father, the king. Upon hearing T'Challa's words, the king furrowed his brow in concern. Clearly, the masked individual T'Challa spoke of, a person capable of crushing steel pipes with bare hands, was unknown to him. How then did this person come to know of Wakanda's secrets and the existence of the Black Panther? This situation was fraught with implications. Whether this individual had gleaned information through hearsay or first-hand experience, it posed a significant threat. The king spoke solemnly. A stranger possessing knowledge of Wakanda's most guarded secrets and exhibiting formidable skills, someone who could effortlessly defeat both his son and his female bodyguard, was alarming. If this individual were Wakandan, the king would surely recognize him, but he had no recollection, indicating this person was an outsider. The notion that an external entity held Wakanda's secrets was even more unsettling. Who could say when he might expose Wakanda's existence to the world? Such a revelation would spell catastrophic disaster for Wakanda. With this in mind, the king turned to T'Challa. My son, I fear you must journey to New York. We must uncover the true identity of this masked man. With his father's command, T'Challa complied, though the memory of being brutally defeated by the masked figure lingered painfully in his mind. At that moment, the king spoke again. Do you recall the mask? If so, sketch it for me. I will have others investigate this person's identity. After relaying his request, the king handed T'Challa paper and a pen. Though the night was dark, T'Challa discerned the mask's shape in the dim light and quickly began to draw. Excellent. The king nodded in satisfaction upon seeing T'Challa's depiction of the mask. With this image, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover his identity. Chapter 127. Pym's assurance, could it be that this individual is the same one from New York? Wakanda's technology surpassed that of human society by leaps and bounds, and their intelligence network was among the world's finest. With T'Challa's sketch, tracing the masked figure would be a straightforward task. Indeed, they had already uncovered footage of Nan Zhou battling the abomination in New York. T'Challa was astonished. He had never anticipated entangling himself with such a formidable presence. It seems that you have managed to return alive this time, and for that, we must express our gratitude. The king, observing the scene before him, spoke with a hint of resignation. This time, T'Challa truly traversed the gates of the netherworld. Had that formidable being been displeased, T'Challa might have met with an untimely demise far from home. Will we continue our investigation into this individual, Your Majesty? Inquired a nearby technician at that moment. Of course, We shall investigate. The king replied without a moment's hesitation. Regardless of his immense power, since he is aware of Wakanda's secrets, we must ascertain the identity of this person. As he spoke, the king turned his gaze towards T'Challa. Our plan remains unchanged. You shall proceed to New York. Understood. T'Challa bowed respectfully and then withdrew. The king then gazed into the distance at the breathtaking vistas of Wakanda, his brow slightly furrowed. He pondered whether such a powerful being would prove beneficial or detrimental to their nation. The fact that this entity had not harmed T'Challa suggested a lack of malevolence towards them. Despite Wakanda's status as the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, its citizens were, after all, merely human. Confronted with such a terrifying force, even if they were to triumph over this individual, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Let us hope this individual harbors no hostility towards us. The king sighed deeply before turning to leave. The affairs of Wakanda were not known to Nan Zhou, who was far away in the northern hemisphere. At that moment, Nan Zhou had returned to Dr. Pym's laboratory after a considerable time apart, where the two resumed their collaborative research. Dr. Pym's laboratory had expanded significantly. It was no longer just the two of them working there. With remarkable advancements in his research, the laboratory had grown to accommodate nearly 20 individuals. As Dr. Pym surveyed the bustling lab, a smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Nan Zhou, none of this would have been possible without you, he remarked, looking over at Nan Zhou. All these transformations stemmed from Nan Zhou's presence. Initially an ardent admirer of Dr. Pym, Nan Zhou had joined him in the laboratory and contributed greatly to their groundbreaking work, leading to immense success. Now Dr. Pym was invigorated. Having cast aside the shadows of being ousted from his company, he was engrossed in his latest projects. Having long forgotten the feelings of loss and sorrow that once plagued him, in his eyes, his current achievements were entirely due to Nan Zhou's influence. If it were not for you, my progress would not have been nearly as swift. Nan Zhou, Dr. Pym suddenly declared, I believe you should not remain in my laboratory. This statement left Nan Zhou momentarily speechless. What do you mean? Although his intentions might be somewhat ulterior, he has been genuinely helpful. Is he now contemplating dismissing me just as I am beginning to find my footing? However, Pym was naturally concerned that Nan Zhou might misinterpret his intentions. So he hastily continued, I am not suggesting that you should be expelled. Rather, I believe that your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine. Our laboratory may confine you, and thus I hope that once this project achieves true success, you will establish your own laboratory and pursue your own endeavors. I will extend my utmost assistance to you. Pym's sentiments were quite evident. He believed that Nan Zhou's future achievements in the realm of technology would eclipse his own, and he wished for Nan Zhou to have his own laboratory and projects, while he would make every effort to support him. This clearly illustrated the esteemed position Nan Zhou held in Pym's eyes. Nonetheless, Nan Zhou had no intention of leaving just yet. His purpose for being here was to explore the Pym particle. If, after this project, Pym had not taken the initiative to reveal the Pym particle to him, Nan Zhou would remain. Unless he had devised a means to carry the room imbued with Omega radiation, he would not easily depart from Pym's laboratory. Rest assured, Doctor, Nan Zhou replied at that moment. I will certainly have my own projects. My dream is to become a technological mogul like you. Forgive me for speaking candidly, but perhaps this place is one of my stepping stones. Nan Zhou continued to echo Pym's sentiments, and Pym nodded in satisfaction. He genuinely hoped that Nan Zhou would regard his laboratory as a launch pad, as this would demonstrate Nan Zhou's sufficient ambition and thirst for knowledge. That would be ideal. I hope you become a scientist who alters the fabric of time. Although Pym had learned from past experiences to be cautious in whom he placed his trust, he found himself unable to apply this wariness to Nan Zhou. In Pym's eyes, Nan Zhou bore a resemblance to him, yet was also distinctly different. This paradox gradually fostered Pym's trust in Nan Zhou, allowing him to express such sentiments. However, my current focus is not on establishing my own venture, but rather on diligently completing our project. Nan Zhou turned to Pym and reiterated. Haha. Pym chuckled in response to Nan Zhou's words. Indeed, our project. Pym's gaze grew resolute. This was his opportunity for redemption. If he successfully navigated this research, he would stand on equal footing with the Pym technologies that no longer belonged to him. This time, he would be starting from scratch. Although he had the assistance of someone of Nan Zhou's caliber, he perceived it as a fresh beginning. He intended to show those who once supported his ousting from the company that without Pym P.I.M. Technologies lacked any true essence. Without P.I.M., the company was devoid of soul. Wherever one finds oneself, that place embodies the true essence of P.I.M. technology. Nan Zhou once recounted an ancient tale to P.I.M. Even as Lianpe ages, can he still partake of food? Though I may now be akin to the aged Lianpe, I remain an unassailable titan within the realm of science. Across the globe, my equals can be counted on but a single hand. What do those others amount to? Chapter 128. The Awakening of Captain America. Nan Zhou spent 3 days in Dr. P.I.M.'s laboratory, and on the 4th day, he could no longer contain his urgency and set off for Washington. Of course, he informed Dr. P.I.M. that he was returning to New York to attend to matters at the orphanage. Yet, he traversed directly through a spatial rift to Washington. For a momentous event had transpired at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had awakened. This was the news relayed to him by Hill. Upon regaining consciousness, Rogers promptly discerned the flaws in S.H.I.E.L.'s restoration efforts. The field agents were utterly incapable of restraining him, and he burst onto the streets. Faced with this unfamiliar environment, even a man who had faced death like Rogers felt a surge of disorientation. He was uncertain of where he truly was. He was soon escorted back by Nick and his team. Hill's message to Nan Zhou was not merely to inform him of this development, but to prompt him to meet with Rogers directly, as he and Sharon were among Peggy's closest confidants. Engaging with them would likely put Rogers at ease. After bidding farewell to Dr. P.I.M., Nan Zhou arrived in Washington with remarkable swiftness, leaving Hill somewhat astonished. "How did you arrive so quickly?" she inquired, struggling to comprehend. "Even by car. The journey from New York to Washington takes nearly 4 hours." From the moment she hung up the phone to Nan Zhou's arrival, not even an hour had passed. How had he accomplished this? Nan Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively, offering a casual excuse. "And Rogers?" he asked. "He is in that room, locked inside. His emotions may be quite heightened," Hill replied slowly. "So, he could potentially assault me, then?" Upon hearing this, Hill nodded in agreement. Nan Zhou smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, he will be fine, and so shall I." With that, he strode toward Rogers' room. "By the way, where is Sharon?" he suddenly recalled, turning back to inquire. "She is out on a mission and cannot return, so you'll have to handle this on your own," Hill explained. With a resigned sigh at her words, Nan Zhou approached the door to Rogers' chamber. Without any hesitation, he opened the door. "Be cautious," Hill was about to issue a warning when, before she could fully articulate her concern, Nan Zhou raised a hand. A muffled thud followed as Rogers' fist struck forcefully against Nan Zhou's palm, smoke emanating from the point of contact. "Who are you?" Rogers inquired, his expression grim. "Captain, there's no need for alarm. I am one of your own," Nan Zhou reassured him. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's face, Rogers sensed no malice and gradually lowered his fist, although his gaze remained vigilant, clearly still harboring distrust towards Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, feeling somewhat exasperated, reflected on his peculiar tendency to engage in conflicts with superheroes. The Hulk, Thor, Black Panther, and now Captain America. Was he destined to confront every notable figure, such as Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, or Doctor Strange in the future? "May I enter and speak with you?" Nan Zhou asked, glancing at the bed in the room. Rogers hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, permitting Nan Zhou to sit upon it. With great courtesy, Nan Zhou closed the door and took a seat on the bed. "Captain, feel free to ask any questions you may have. I shall address them all," Nan Zhou offered. With this invitation, Rogers wasted no time, launching into an array of inquiries. "Where are we? What time is it? Who are you? What about them?" He posed these 4 questions in quick succession, showing no concern that he might ask something else beyond Nan Zhou's knowledge. "We are in Washington. We are your allies. As for my identity, it is of little consequence." Regarding the time, Nan Zhou said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Rogers. "I hope you're not too startled to learn that it is the year 2011, the 69th year since your crash." In truth, Rogers' awakening had occurred earlier than anticipated. He was meant to awaken in 2012, marking the 70th year since his fall. However, due to his earlier discovery, such an early revival was to be expected, a scenario Nan Zhou had long prepared for. 2011? Rogers was evidently taken aback by this temporal revelation. Had he truly been in slumber for a staggering 69 years? "Captain, it is indeed a miracle that you are alive. You are frozen, and your metabolism has been exceedingly slow. This explains why you still appear youthful, full of vigor. Nan Zhou elaborated, gesturing for Rogers to sit beside him. At this point, Rogers' mind was struggling to process the information, leading him to comply with Nan Zhou's suggestion and take a seat beside him. I understand this may be difficult to accept, but observe the skyscrapers outside. Such sights were likely only witnessed at your technology expos, were they not? Nan Zhou's words prompted Rogers to nod in acknowledgement, recognizing that these marvels were indeed previously confined to the realm of exhibitions. However, now these have become tangible realities. The individual who previously organized the exhibition was Howard Stark, and now it is his son, Tony Stark. Upon hearing that the current organizer is Howard's son, Rogers could only manage a wry smile. After all, a full 69 years had passed, and the world had drastically transformed. Yet what about the woman who resided in his heart? Was she still alive after all these years? Nan Zhou, perceptive to Rogers' inner turmoil, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. I know who you are thinking about. As for me, I am affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. One of its agents, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by the very person you are contemplating. Peggy? At the mention of her name, Rogers lifted his gaze. Indeed, it is she. Do you know why I was brought here? Nan Zhou continued, this time posing a question. Rogers shook his head, indicating his ignorance. With a slight smile, Nan Zhou spoke once more. Because I was raised by Peggy, although I am merely her adopted child. She's like a grandmother to me. The moment those words left Nan Zhou's lips, the astonishment on Rogers' face was palpable. Observing this reaction, Nan Zhou continued. The reason for my presence here signifies one thing. Peggy is still alive. Chapter 129. He appeared before her. Peggy is alive? Rogers gazed at Nan Zhou in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the love of his life had survived the passage of 69 years. And this young man before him was indeed the child raised by his beloved. Nan Zhou, observing Rogers' reaction, solemnly nodded. Yes, she is alive, but at this juncture, Nan Zhou abruptly fell silent. What is it? Answer me. With a sense of urgency, Rogers grasped Nan Zhou's shoulders, imploring him for clarity. Her time is limited. She does not have many years left. Nan Zhou, witnessing the gravity of Rogers' expression, sighed deeply before speaking again. Upon hearing this, Rogers appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon, sinking into despair. As a soldier who had faced the battlefield and danced with death, even the strongest psychological fortitude could scarcely withstand such a surreal reality. It was completely understandable that Rogers felt this way, for when he first arrived in this Marvel universe, it took him an extended period to accept such a premise. Sighing heavily, Rogers lamented, his mind struggling to cope. Where is she now? I wish to see her. This was the truth. Rogers expressed his longing to meet Peggy. She is in Washington, not far from here, and she is aware that we have discovered you. Yet she is unaware that you have awakened. As Nan Zhou spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing, because you fell into the ice. Peggy never married and has never had a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Rogers instinctively covered his mouth, overwhelmed by a surge of guilt as he learned that Peggy had remained single her entire life. She had sacrificed her happiness for his sake, and this realization filled him with remorse. If possible, you should go see her, Nan Zhou urged. She was ecstatic to learn you were still alive. If you were to appear before her, full of life, it would surely complete her existence. With these words, Rogers stood up. Rather than wallowing in guilt and sorrow, he resolved to visit Peggy, the woman he adored, who had spent her life alone because of him. Observing his determination, Nan Zhou rose and opened the door, signaling to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside. Together, they boarded A.S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle and set off for Peggy's home. Director, is it truly wise to let Nan Zhou take Rogers away like this? Natasha inquired, having heard the news. There are just two people if they encounter Hydra. Rest assured, nothing will go awry, Nick replied, a confident smile gracing his face. He had initially restricted information to prevent Hydra from seizing the dormant Rogers. But now that Rogers had awakened, Hydra could pose no threat. Although nearly 70 years had passed, no one would question Rogers' formidable strength. Seeing Nick's confidence, Natasha chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Rogers made their way directly to Peggy's residence. Wait a moment before you go in, Nan Zhou instructed as they arrived. Let me speak with Peggy first. She is older now and has heart issues. I fear that if you appear too suddenly, her excitement might lead to complications. It was crucial that Rogers did not inadvertently startle Peggy, as any distress could prove detrimental for both of them. Understanding Nan Zhou's concerns, Rogers nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to follow his guidance. Nan Zhou smiled faintly, having encountered numerous superheroes, yet found Rogers to be more approachable than most. They parked the car outside Peggy's building and entered the hallway. Grandma. Upon entering the house, Nan Zhou glanced around and saw Peggy lying in bed, reading a newspaper, looking serene and content. Show her. Upon the arrival of Nan Zhou, Peggy felt a surge of joy, hastily setting aside her newspaper with the intention of rising from her bed. However, with a swift motion, Nan Zhou gently supported her. Grandma, please take it easy. Nan Zhou expressed genuine concern, fearing that even the slightest movement could be too much for Peggy's frail body. I'm still quite well, Peggy replied cheerfully. Though I may not be as strong as before, getting out of bed is still within my capabilities. As Nan Zhou helped her settle back onto the bed, Peggy wore a bright smile, clearly in high spirits. What's the matter? Have you encountered some delightful news? Nan Zhou inquired, noticing the joy radiating from Peggy's face. Uncertain of the source of her happiness, Peggy could only respond, I can't quite explain it, but I have this feeling that something good is destined to happen today. Her words caught Nan Zhou slightly off guard. If Roger's awakening was indeed a piece of good fortune for Peggy, then her intuition was remarkably accurate. Was this the essence of longing for a beloved? Nan Zhou pondered in wonder. How did you know to come visit me today? Peggy suddenly countered. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou replied, something significant has transpired at S.H.I.E.L.D, a momentous event. Upon this revelation, Peggy refrained from further questioning. Ever since she distanced herself from the core of S.H.I.E.L.D, she had ceased to inquire about its affairs. As long as Nan Zhou and Sharon were willing to share, she would listen. If they chose not to, she would respect their silence. Nonetheless, her curiosity lingered. Was this event truly more monumental than the discovery of Rogers? At that moment, Nan Zhou continued, in fact, this event is also of great significance for you. Intrigued, Peggy lifted her gaze toward Nan Zhou, eager to understand more. Nan Zhou smiled. For you, it's indeed a tremendous blessing. Your sense that something good would occur today proves to be accurate. As he spoke, he gestured behind him. Quietly entering the room was Rogers, who had stealthily followed Nan Zhou. The sight of him left Peggy wide-eyed and speechless. My goodness. Chapter 130. A reunion after 69 years. As Peggy processed the sudden appearance of Rogers, her emotions transitioned from bewilderment to confusion, culminating in disbelief. Although she was aware that Rogers had been discovered and was alive, she had not anticipated his swift awakening. And now, he stood before her, the man she had yearned for, truly alive and present. Meanwhile, Rogers gazed at Peggy, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. Gazing upon the woman he so deeply cherished, now aged and weathered, he reflected on how just yesterday, in his memories, she was the youthful and radiant Peggy. Yet, an astonishing 69 years had elapsed. Despite Peggy's advanced age, Rogers could still discern the essence of his beloved in the subtle lines of her face and the depths of her gaze. Slowly, he knelt before her, his hands gently caressing hers. The roughness brought about by time filled his heart with sorrow. Peggy, in turn, grasped his hands tightly, trembling as if fearful of losing him once more. Steve, Peggy called out affectionately, her voice a tender echo. Responding to her call, Rogers met her gaze, their connection palpable. At that moment, Sam, sensing the intimacy of the scene, discreetly exited the room, granting them the solace of privacy. It's incredible. You have truly appeared before me, Peggy whispered, her fingers tracing the contours of Rogers' handsome face, a solitary tear gliding down her cheek. I have waited a full 69 years, and now you are finally here with me. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her face, a testament to the longing that had consumed her over the decades. Each night, she had gazed at the photograph on her bedside, occasionally dreaming of him, and often weeping in the solitude of her bed at midnight, reminiscing about their past. How she wished time could freeze at that moment, in an era that had been both cruel and beautiful. Rogers, witnessing the lines of experience etched upon Peggy's face, felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. He could hardly fathom the hardships she had endured for his sake. Do not worry. This time, I will not disappear. I shall remain by your side, always, he vowed, holding her hands firmly. His affection for her had not waned in the face of her aging. Rather, it deepened his sense of guilt. He yearned to atone for the years lost, willing to do anything to make it right. Yet Peggy shook her head gently. You have your mission. You cannot remain by my side forever. As long as you are alive, I will find joy in that. Just seeing you alive is enough for me. Indeed, Peggy longed for Roger's companionship in her remaining days. Yet she understood that he was Captain America, not merely Steve Rogers. He had greater responsibilities that surpassed her need for his presence. All those missions are inconsequential. Compared to you, nothing else matters. Rogers listened to Peggy's words and shook his head resolutely. This time, he would not leave her side. He understood that Peggy's time was drawing near, and he intended to cherish these final moments with her, as a form of compensation for the past. Seeing Rogers's unwavering determination, Peggy smiled and shook her head. Choosing not to speak further, she recognized that Rogers was quite stubborn, and any additional persuasion would be futile. Thus, Rogers remained in Peggy's room for an extended period, while Nan Zhou sat on the sofa, patiently waiting for their conversation to conclude. Peggy joyfully recounted the events of the past years to Rogers, a source of immense happiness for her, having the person she loved most by her side, listening to her tales. However, Rogers perceived the underlying struggles woven into her stories. He discerned the hardships Peggy had faced over the years, not only in establishing S.H.I.E.L.D, but also in grappling with various troubles that had even put her life in jeopardy. Before long, Rogers opened the door and stepped out of Peggy's room, where he found her peacefully asleep. He glanced at Nan Zhou and took a seat beside him. The blissful smile that had graced Peggy's face would forever remain etched in Rogers's memory, a testament to the joy of long-held yearning finally realized. Each time he recalled that smile, a pang of heartache surged within him. You raised her, Rogers remarked, directing his gaze toward Nan Zhou. Since exiting Peggy's room, his eyes held a different expression, suggesting that Peggy had shared certain matters with him, such as how he had come to know Nan Zhou and anecdotes from Nan Zhou's childhood. I didn't expect you to be a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy holds you in very high regard, Rogers said, his praise unreserved. From his earlier conversation with Peggy, he sensed the depth of her affection for Nan Zhou. He was indeed a child whom Peggy had devoted herself to raising, a source of pride for her, a truly remarkable young man. Actually, I'm about the same age as you, Rogers continued. Though you might perceive me as distant, the truth is, I am merely in my 20s. Peggy had informed him that today's youth idolized him, viewing him as a role model. In the eyes of contemporary society, Rogers appeared almost otherworldly, especially given that over 60 years had elapsed. That is quite distant indeed, Nan Zhou replied. Throughout my life, you've always existed within stories. Peggy frequently shared tales of you, which made you seem far removed from my reality. For Nan Zhou, it wasn't just Rogers. Figures like Tony Stark and Thor also felt like distant legends, because Nan Zhou had only previously encountered their existence on screen or in stories. Now, these individuals appeared before him, engaging in conversation, some even having become his friends. It felt surreal, yet this was indeed reality. Peggy thinks of you every day, at every moment, often lost in contemplation while gazing at your photograph, Nan Zhou remarked. Upon hearing this, Rogers let out a deep sigh. I am acutely aware of this. I have wronged Peggy far too much. Thus, I must endeavor to repay her, to repay this beloved person. Chapter 131. Benevolence and Tension. Nan Zhou returned to New York from Washington. Meanwhile, in Washington, Rogers remained by Peggy's side. Nick had granted Rogers ample freedom, ensuring he could spend time with Peggy daily. This not only allowed him to care for her, but also facilitated his better integration into the modern world. After all, transitioning from a life lived 69 years prior to the present day necessitated a process of adaptation. Therefore, Nick intended to assist Rogers in acclimatizing. He did not conceal the discovery and awakening of Rogers, but instead informed the government, which left them in utter astonishment. Their dissatisfaction with Nick and S.H.I.E.L.D's secrecy was palpable. They perceived such concealment as a profound disrespect, viewing themselves as superiors to S.H.I.E.L.D, and considered this behavior a challenge to their authority. In response to Nick's report, senior government officials subjected him to a series of criticisms. However, in Nick's eyes, these rebukes were insignificant, He held little regard for them, regardless of their status as his superiors. He possessed his own convictions and would not be restrained by them. Meanwhile, Rogers was summoned for a discussion with the government as high-ranking officials. Rogers, your awakening is a privilege for the entire world, the president stated, seated before Rogers, his eyes reflecting admiration. Even as president, he had grown up listening to tales of Captain America, an emblem of heroism not only for his nation, but for the salvation of the entire world. Mr. President, it is an honor to meet you, Rogers replied respectfully. In fact, you are also my idol. I hold you in high esteem. The president bore no airs, his expression warm and amiable. He did not wish to render the conversation overly serious. Rather, he hoped to engage more intimately and amicably with his idol. Under the president's influence, Rogers gradually set aside his military demeanor, engaging in conversation with the president as an ordinary man. During this time, Rogers became aware of the significant global events that transpired since his plane crash, gaining insights into the Cold War and Middle Eastern affairs. He, of course, did not limit himself to a singular narrative. From Peggy's perspective, neither the Cold War nor the Middle East had a just side. This perspective allowed Rogers to adopt a relatively composed view of the current global landscape. Our nation's youth idolize you. If they were to learn that you are still alive, they would surely go wild. The president's words elicited a smile from Rogers. If that were the case, it wouldn't just be the youth. Many young and elderly individuals alike would likely react with equal fervor, Rogers replied, causing the president to chuckle in return. Engaging in conversation with his idol was indeed one of the happiest moments of his life. However, unlike the pleasant exchange between Rogers and the president, Nick found himself in a more challenging situation. You all truly possess remarkable audacity. Nick stood in the center of the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, surrounded by screens that enveloped him. Facing the indistinct inquiries emanating from the screens, Nick remained unflustered, merely offering a cold chuckle before stating, I am merely taking precautions to prevent Hydra from exploiting Rogers' body, given that he carries the serum of a super soldier within him. Although we have ceased the super soldier program, Hydra has not abandoned their ambitions. For years, they have sought to reclaim the super serum, an aspiration that remains unchanged. If I were to disseminate news of Rogers' discovery and his body were to be seized by S.H.I.E.L.D. array, it would spell tragedy for the entire world. Should they successfully replicate the super serum, who would bear the responsibility? Nick's assertion rendered the government officials speechless. His argument was irrefutable, leaving them unable to conceive any counterarguments. Observing their dumbfounded expressions, Nick smirked with a sense of mockery. If Rogers' body is taken by you and subsequently lost, will it be my fault or yours? He reiterated, further silencing them. Disappointed, Nick shook his head. He had anticipated some remarkable retorts from these individuals, yet they could not muster even a single coherent thought. Never mind. I hardly expect you to articulate anything of substance. With that, Nick waved his hand dismissively, shutting down all the screens. These so-called government officials were hardly worthy adversaries. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou returned to New York, resuming his former life. Upon re-entering the room that emitted gamma radiation, he experienced a long-lost sense of comfort. What significance does this room hold for you? Hela inquired once more. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed Nan Zhou's return. I have mentioned it to you before, yet you seemed unable to comprehend, Nan Zhou replied, casting a glance at Hela. In truth, Nan Zhou had articulated his thoughts on numerous occasions, but Hela remained oblivious to his meaning. You speak in such vague terms that I have yet to grasp your point, Hela retorted with a roll of her eyes. Each time she broached this topic, Nan Zhou merely offered a perfunctory response, or so it appeared to Hela, leaving her in a state of confusion regarding his explanations. Oh well, perhaps I shall understand eventually. Nan Zhou sighed, disinclined to elaborate further, as he gestured dismissively and resumed his enjoyment of the pastries before him. Explaining is quite a hassle, he added, his mouth still full of pastry. Once again with that phrase, Hela lamented with a long sigh, rising to pour herself a glass of water before bringing one for Nan Zhou as well. You possess an abundance of secrets. After a moment, she spoke again, her glass nearly empty. Having spent considerable time with Nan Zhou, Hela found herself increasingly intrigued by him, even developing deeper feelings, despite her reluctance to admit it. Odin had already discerned Hela's affections for Nan Zhou, while Nan Zhou himself seemed blissfully unaware. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou could sense a shift in Hela's demeanor. She had begun to initiate conversations with him more frequently. Chapter 132. The Target of Investigation, my prince. How shall we investigate this individual in the vast expanse of New York City, given that we possess no leads? In the heart of New York, S.H.I.E.L.D and the female bodyguard meandered through the streets. They had been dispatched by the king to uncover the identity of the masked individual. However, it was evident that they lacked the means to ascertain Nan Zhou's identity. Even their investigative prowess fell short of revealing the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D found himself in a state of vexation. Realizing that probing into Nan Zhou's affairs was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, particularly since the individual might not even be in New York. If he were indeed absent, their efforts would have been in vain. It appeared that his father had bestowed upon him a rather formidable task. My prince, perhaps we could seek information in the black market, the bodyguard suggested at that moment. The black market? S.H.I.E.L.D paused, momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of what the bodyguard referred to, yet initially he had not intended to investigate in such circles. In his view, the leads available in the black market, especially from those who had showcased their prowess in public, were likely to be unreliable. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that the bodyguard's suggestion warranted consideration. Upon contemplating this, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. The black market could indeed present a viable avenue to explore. One could only wonder what might come of it. Accessing the black market website posed no challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D and his female bodyguard. They reserved a hotel and, utilizing their personal computer, effortlessly navigated to the black market site. This marked S.H.I.E.L.D's inaugural venture into such a clandestine realm. The website was undeniably captivating, adorned with extravagant and ostentatious visuals that astonished both him and his bodyguard. What truly astonished them was the homepage, which unequivocally offered assassination services. The details of targets, names, genders, appearances, and occupations were laid out with alarming clarity, along with the corresponding monetary rewards. Was it truly this brazen? S.H.I.E.L.D had anticipated a more subtle approach. His surprise grew. He had assumed the black market would disguise itself under the guise of a legitimate website, yet it was shockingly overt. Surely, even the authorities must have tacitly acknowledged the existence of such a site. The bodyguard could only concur with this notion. While their knowledge of New York was not extensive, they were aware of the formidable presence of its underground crime syndicates. The individual known as Kingpin seemed to wield significant power. S.H.I.E.L.D casually registered an account and commenced his investigation on the site. Before long, they identified an assassin codenamed Agent 47, reminiscent of the masked figure from that fateful day, albeit with a different mask. Although numerous masked assassins operated within the black market, Agent 47 had notably bested Kingpin, thus capturing S.H.I.E.L.D's keen interest. However, since that encounter, Agent 47 had not resurfaced on the black market. Despite lucrative offers for his return, he remained unresponsive. Coupled with the previous two incidents in New York, many within the black market speculated that the individual possessing extraordinary abilities was none other than the enigmatic Agent 47. Was it likely that this was indeed the case? S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at the profile of Agent 47, who had been dormant for quite some time, lost in contemplation. Do you think we could ascertain his identity using our resources? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, prompting a shake of the head from his bodyguard. I find that unlikely. If Agent 47 is truly that individual, his security measures would undoubtedly be exceptionally robust. Thus, I believe he may struggle to uncover any leads. Her words left S.H.I.E.L.D without a counterargument, leading him to exhale a resigned sigh. As the Prince of Wakanda, it was his first experience of such disorientation. Nonetheless, having acquired this lead, they now possessed a pathway for investigation. They could start from the black market and engage with individuals who had previously interacted with Agent 47. This approach might yield some valuable insights. The words of the female bodyguard momentarily stunned S.H.I.E.L.D, for he found them to carry a certain weight of truth. Yet, which individual who had crossed paths with Agent 47 could provide him with valuable information? At that moment, both of them simultaneously thought of one person, Kingpin. Meanwhile, in a lavish residence in New York, Kingpin was indulging in a sumptuous feast laid out before him. His substantial physique necessitated a correspondingly enormous appetite, and the sheer volume of food consumed at each meal was quite formidable. Just then, the butler approached Kingpin's side. "Sir, there are visitors at the door requesting an audience," he announced. Kingpin, taken aback, was aware that few knew of his residence, and typically, the butler would allow entry to those he recognized. The butler's approach indicated that the visitors were unknown to him. "Who is it?" Kingpin inquired. Two individuals, a man and a woman, both African-American. The butler hesitated, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. What is it? Speak. Kingpin's brow furrowed at the butler's reticence. He detested obfuscation. Sensing Kingpin's growing displeasure, the butler hastily added, they wish to discuss matters concerning Agent 47. The butler understood that while Kingpin currently held a significant position in New York, it was not as formidable as it once was. This decline was largely due to the public humiliation he suffered at the hands of the infamous assassin, Agent 47. His title as the underground's most powerful figure had been thoroughly usurped, and speculations had arisen that the masked figure involved in the recent high-profile incidents in New York was indeed Agent 47. Consequently, whispers in the black market suggested that Kingpin had incurred the wrath of a superhuman. Although Kingpin was indeed a fearsome individual, he remained an ordinary man, and few would wager on his chances against someone capable of creating an artificial lake with a single shot. Thus, Kingpin's standing in New York had diminished considerably, which was one of the reasons for his recent seclusion. The specter of Agent 47 loomed large in his thoughts. As expected, upon hearing the butler's words, Kingpin's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grave. The butler dared not make a sound, sensing the impending wrath that awaited the two audacious visitors. Yet surprisingly, Kingpin's gaze towards the butler revealed an absence of murderous intent. Bring those two in. I wish to have a word with them. Chapter 133. The prince and the gangster under the guidance of the butler, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the female bodyguard entered Kingpin's opulent abode. For S.H.I.E.L.D, uncovering Kingpin's residence was a straightforward task, significantly simpler than discerning the identity of Southboat. The butler led them into a room adorned with a grand mahogany door, where at a table directly opposite the entrance sat Kingpin himself. It appears that you wish to discuss matters concerning Code 47 with me, do you not? S.H.I.E.L.D regarded the imposing figure of Kim, who indeed exuded an intimidating presence. Indeed, rather than a mere conversation, we hope you might provide us with some leads. Following the butler's guidance, S.H.I.E.L.D took a seat on the adjacent sofa as the butler discreetly exited the room, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D, the female bodyguard, and Kim in solitary company. You hope for me to furnish you with clues? Kim scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D, his brow slightly furrowed. He could discern from S.H.I.E.L.D's words and demeanor that this was no ordinary individual. It seemed that Code 47 had provoked him in some manner. Therefore, I am curious to know why you seek to investigate this individual. Why? S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a slight smile, for he had learned certain secrets of ours. Upon hearing this, Kim narrowed his eyes at S.H.I.E.L.D. It appears that your secret is of significant importance to you. Certainly, you would not wish for an outsider to become privy to it, would you? S.H.I.E.L.D nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the case. Kim smiled faintly, and then rose to sit beside S.H.I.E.L.D. If I were to provide you with clues, would you be able to ascertain his identity? I have conducted an investigation for quite some time without uncovering much. S.H.I.E.L.D sensed the pressure that Kim was exerting, yet he remained unfazed. As the Prince of Wakanda, he had encountered numerous challenges and was not easily intimidated by Kim's forcefulness. As long as you provide me with sufficient leads, we shall undoubtedly unveil his identity. We are, after all, professionals. Kim, observing S.H.I.E.L.D's resolute confidence, began to trust that this individual was indeed formidable. After all, he had managed to uncover details about Kim's exclusive residence, which only a select few knew of, showcasing his undeniable prowess. However, in Kim's estimation, this person was certainly not from New York, nor from this nation, for no one here possessed such an accent. It appeared that Code 47 had also drawn the ire of individuals from other countries. Very well, since you have stated so, I shall divulge some clues to you. Of course, I hope you will assist me in discovering who that individual is. Kim genuinely wished for S.H.I.E.L.D to unveil the true identity of Code 47, as it was a matter that weighed heavily on his mind, one he yearned to resolve. Only then could he once again ascend to the throne of New York's king. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement. I shall endeavor to do my utmost, but should we fail to unearth the truth, I trust you will not take offense. Kim waved his hand dismissively. After all, he had also been unable to uncover the truth and harbored no excessive expectations. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D extended his hand, signifying a willingness to collaborate, and Kim grasped it in return. A prince and a crime lord reached an agreement. My understanding of this enigmatic figure, known only as Code 47, is rather limited. I can merely provide a basic description regarding his height and physique, along with certain mannerisms. The clues that Jean could offer are indeed scant. His investigation into Nan Zhou ultimately yielded no leads. As the King of New York, he had undoubtedly mingled with numerous hackers and computer savants, enlisting their aid in his inquiries. Yet, the outcome was predictable. Failure, as if Code 47 had never existed. The only information gleaned pertained to those who had hired him, while his past remained shrouded in mystery. Consequently, Jean had no choice but to abandon this line of inquiry, resigning himself to the skepticism of others. However, even if he were to uncover the true identity of Code 47, Jean would be powerless to confront such an inhuman entity. The likely outcome would mirror his previous encounters, a thorough beating. The notion of reconciling with Code 47 was even more unacceptable to Jean. As the sovereign of New York, he would never stoop to apologize, even in the face of an individual capable of detonating an artificial lake. His pride forbade such capitulation. Neither seeking vengeance nor reconciliation, Jean felt no compelling need to investigate Nan Zhou. Rather, he was driven by a desire to ascertain the identity of the one who had bested him. The thought of being defeated by someone whose identity remained unknown was an insurmountable obstacle for him. Thus, when S.H.I.E.L.D sought him out, he consented to provide a trace of information, albeit one that was minuscule in significance. S.H.I.E.L.D found himself in a quandary upon hearing Jin's words. Although Jin's clues proved somewhat helpful, their impact was negligible, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D acutely aware of the long road ahead. Nonetheless, having something was preferable to having nothing. Despite the meager nature of these leads, they still offered some assistance. Time swiftly passed, and S.H.I.E.L.D and his female bodyguard emerged from Jin's opulent mansion. Clearly, this scant information would not suffice. The bodyguard's expression reflected disappointment. She had anticipated more substantial leads from Jean, but appeared they had overestimated the situation. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, S.H.I.E.L.D replied. Moreover, I do not intend to rely solely on their information. We must seek leads elsewhere. Elsewhere? The bodyguard queried, perplexed, as she was unaware of the other locations S.H.I.E.L.D referred to. Could it be that he had already identified another individual connected to Code 47? S.H.I.E.L.D noted the expression on the bodyguard's face and smiled slightly. Though we have sought out the king of the underground in New York, the clues he possesses may not necessarily surpass those held by others in the shadowy realms. After all, he is a figure of some renown within this clandestine world. I find it hard to believe that, apart from Kim, no one else has ever crossed paths with him. Upon uttering this statement, the female bodyguard immediately grasped its implications, her expression revealing surprise. Prince, could it be? S.H.I.E.L.D offered a faint smile before continuing. You are indeed correct. Our next target lies within the underground world. Chapter 134. The underground bar. As night enveloped New York, the city pulsed with vibrant lights and intoxicating allure. Nestled within a district rife with vice, a bar flaunted its neon sign. Here, S.H.I.E.L.D and the female bodyguard found themselves amidst the congregation of the city's underbelly. Within this establishment, one could procure the most unimaginable goods and unearth various whispers of gossip, provided one had the means. However, this bar upheld an unspoken rule. The investigation of Code 47 was strictly forbidden. The rationale was simple. No matter the sum offered, securing information about him was nearly impossible. Thus, this bar refrained from undertaking any inquiries into Code 47. S.H.I.E.L.D had learned of this policy prior to his arrival. Yet he still brought the bodyguard to this venue, as it seemed to be their best hope. The air within the bar was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol and smoke. On stage, a captivating woman swayed around a pole, her movements enticing. Below, men tossed wads of cash into the air, their generosity prompting more alluring displays from the performer, who blew kisses to those who showered her with the most bills. The one who spent lavishly could ultimately take the dancer away for an unforgettable evening. Observing the atmosphere, S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard could not help but frown. This environment was hardly to their liking, particularly for S.H.I.E.L.D, who had grown up in the technologically advanced Wakanda and was accustomed to a more refined existence. The two made their way to the bar and took a seat. Is this your first visit? What would you like to drink? The bartender inquired, noting their unfamiliar faces. Just anything will do, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, gesturing dismissively. He was indifferent to the specifics of their libation. By the way, you cannot investigate Code 47 here, correct? S.H.I.E.L.D asked, probing. Indeed, but why would you wish to investigate Code 47? I advise you to reconsider. It would be a futile endeavor, the bartender cautioned, responding swiftly to S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry. The bar has conducted numerous investigations into this individual, yet all efforts have culminated in failure. This person is formidable, reputedly a non-human entity from New York. I advise you to reconsider your pursuit. While this establishment does not proactively investigate Nan Zhou, it does not impede others from doing so. It merely offers caution against such endeavors. Rest assured, we're mindful of our boundaries. S.H.I.E.L.D, upon hearing the bartender's words, merely smiled faintly. It seemed the bartender was oblivious to the truth, and conversing with him was a futile exercise. After enjoying a glass of whiskey, the two rose from the bar, making their way into the crowd to ascertain how much others knew about the enigmatic subject known as Agent 47. Agent 47? What purpose does investigating him serve? I have only heard his name, never seen his face. This individual is shrouded in mystery. Why pursue him? I know nothing about him. I once sought him for a contract, but he declined. You won't find his original employer here. Those individuals are in hiding, fearful of retribution from the syndicate. S.H.I.E.L.D and his female bodyguard inquired around, yet uncovered no leads concerning Agent 47. Many refrained from discussing the man who had bested the syndicate, fearful that a careless word might seal their fate. After a fruitless round of inquiries, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a tinge of disappointment. I hear you are investigating Agent 47? At that moment, a man approached S.H.I.E.L.D and his bodyguard. Do you have information about him? Seeing the man take the initiative to engage, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this man possessed some clues regarding Agent 47. The man shook his head. I know nothing about him, but I recall a woman investigating him in this bar. She hasn't returned since. This revelation left S.H.I.E.L.D and his bodyguard exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of the man's implication. To clarify, the man continued, that woman may have fallen victim to Agent 47. If you persist in your investigation, you might meet a similar fate. He is not to be trifled with. The man's warning was well-intentioned, and S.H.I.E.L.D and his bodyguard expressed their gratitude. However, this advice bore no fruit. They remained devoid of any leads on Agent 47. It appeared that this bar held no further clues, and their investigation had reached an impasse. With a heavy sigh, S.H.I.E.L.D pondered the possibility that they might never uncover anything about this elusive figure. Whether it be Wakanda or their own efforts, they remained unable to glean any information regarding him. It seemed that fate had determined they were not meant to cross paths with this individual. S.H.I.E.L.D was now profoundly disheartened. This investigation had indeed proven to be a significant failure. At that moment, another man was seated at the bar, sipping his drink, having overheard the inquiries made by S.H.I.E.L.D and the female bodyguard. In truth, he had been aware of their presence since the bartender began conversing with them. As S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard prepared to leave the bar, the man suddenly rose and approached them. I noticed you were asking about Agent 47. Do you perhaps have a vendetta against him? With yet another individual appearing, S.H.I.E.L.D's earlier hope had clearly diminished. He had resigned himself to the situation. Yes, what of it? Do you possess any leads? S.H.I.E.L.D raised his gaze and spoke in a nonchalant manner. The man nodded in affirmation. To be candid, I do have some leads. More importantly, I have encountered him before. S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this statement. Had this man truly crossed paths with Agent 47? Such a claim could hardly be taken lightly. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a twinge of disbelief, suspecting that the man was fabricating his story. Rest assured, I speak nothing but the truth. The man replied, revealing a confident smile. Captivated by this man's demeanor, S.H.I.E.L.D found himself swayed into believing the man's words. You genuinely have met him? The man nodded again. Indeed, I have. If you seek information, I can provide it. What compensation do you require? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired further. No compensation is needed, as long as you can uncover his true identity. With that, the man removed his sunglasses, revealing his sightless eyes. Chapter 135. I can reach him. This blind man was none other than Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Having overheard their investigation into Agent 47, he felt a surge of curiosity. While he could not claim to know much about Agent 47, he had indeed encountered him on a few occasions and engaged in several conversations. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard's dialogue, Murdock surmised that these two possessed a certain level of capability, believing they might genuinely be able to uncover the true identity of Agent 47. Shall we converse elsewhere? Murdock suggested, leading them away from the bar to a concealed alley. I have indeed crossed paths with Agent 47. Once in the alley, Murdock addressed S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard. How did you come to meet him? S.H.I.E.L.D asked, eager to learn how this elusive figure had made an impression on the man before him. It was by chance, Murdoch replied, refraining from disclosing his true identity as the vigilante known as Daredevil. During the Kingpin incident, I was merely an observer, fortunate enough to exchange a few words with him. Upon hearing this, Chala and the bodyguard could not help but exchange a knowing glance. Are you a participant in that matter? Chala found it hard to believe, gazing into the sightless eyes of Murdoch. While such a remark may seem disrespectful, could a blind man truly be part of the underworld? Murdoch then spoke, explaining that he merely happened to pass by and overheard the argument. But how can you be certain that the person you spoke with was indeed the one known as Agent 47 and not an impersonator? Faced with a blind man, Chala questioned the veracity of Murdoch's words. Though I am blind and cannot perceive the world visually, my hearing is exceptionally acute. I can discern a person's character merely through their tone, Murdoch declared, directing his sightless gaze toward Chala. From your tone, I can infer that you are an individual of considerable education, a true elite. I'm certain you hail from a noble background, having received an elite education. As for the lady beside you, he continued, shifting his attention to the female bodyguard, she too is a person of advanced education. I can tell from her tone that she is adept, likely fulfilling the role of a bodyguard. Upon finishing his observations, Murdoch smiled slightly. So what do you think? Am I mistaken? His words left Chala and the bodyguard momentarily speechless, astonished by the accuracy of his deductions based solely on tone. It was indeed remarkable. They exchanged incredulous glances, both recognizing the formidable nature of this man. He is quite formidable, the bodyguard whispered. Formidable might be an understatement. When God closes a door, he opens a window, Chala remarked, causing the bodyguard to be taken aback. She was surprised he could hear her hushed words. Now, let us set aside other matters. Concerning Agent 47, having met him once, what clues can you provide us? Chala was resolute, eager to uncover what Murdoch might reveal about Agent 47. Surely, you are aware of the rumors surrounding Agent 47, the one possessing inhuman strength in New York. Do you believe there is truth to such tales? Murdoch inquired, refraining from offering direct information. His question prompted a silent exchange of glances between Chala and the bodyguard before they nodded in agreement. Our investigation into Agent 47 is indeed driven by the belief that he is the one rumored to possess extraordinary abilities, Chala admitted. Murdoch stroked his chin and smiled slightly, realizing that the two were aware of the connection between Agent 47 and the monstrous entity. Yet, even with that understanding, their quest for answers would persist. Do you not fear his retaliation as you continue to investigate such a creature? Murdoch inquired further. Of course, Chala replied without hesitation. However, our intention is not to provoke him, but rather to reach a mutual understanding, for he is aware of a profoundly significant secret of ours. Murdoch chuckled at Chala's words. Well, in that case, I need not worry about your safety. Murdoch did not perceive the two individuals conversing with him as malevolent. It was evident from his tone, although blindness rendered him unable to see, his acute hearing allowed him to discern a person's character solely through their voice. While there were moments when this faculty might falter, it generally proved reliable. Can you share with us now what you know? What clues can you provide about that individual? Chala was eager to move past trivialities, yearning instead for valuable information. He hoped not to waste time on irrelevant details. Murdoch, attuned to Chala's thoughts, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips before responding. I can indeed establish contact with that individual. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, both Chala and the female bodyguard were taken aback. Could this person truly connect with such an elusive figure? Doubt lingered in their minds. For how could one easily reach someone so shrouded in mystery? Yet, Murdoch's confident smile suggested he spoke the truth. Can you genuinely reach him? Chala probed cautiously. There is no doubt. I can contact him, but whether he will agree to meet is uncertain. Murdoch's assertion about having means to reach Nan Zhou was truthful, yet he was indeed unsure if Nan Zhou would be willing to meet. If you can reach him, is there any form of compensation required? Chala inquired again, now nearly convinced of Murdoch's credibility. I seek no reward, Murdoch waved dismissively. I simply wish to meet him as well. Then let us not delay, Chala urged, stepping forward. Sensing Chala's urgency, Murdoch abandoned any further pretense, retrieving his phone and executing a series of deft maneuvers. His device featured voice prompts, enabling him to effortlessly access the black market website and locate Nan Zhou's codename, 47. This codename had always been publicly available, attracting many who sought to message Nan Zhou. though he typically disregarded such overtures. Murdoch believed that, given his status, he could compel Nan Zhou to acknowledge him, perhaps even arrange a meeting. Chapter 136. The prince meets the savior at this moment. In New York, within Nan Zhou's residence, he was engrossed in his computer activities. After the last altercation with S.H.I.E.L.D, I found myself drifting aimlessly. Recently, peace has prevailed, and I cannot ascertain whether the impending battle in New York will be hastened. At least for now, tranquility reigns. It was during this serene period that a window suddenly popped up on Nan Zhou's computer, a private chat window from the black market website. Ordinarily, Nan Zhou would have long since closed this chat window. His black market account was set to do not disturb, preventing any unsolicited messages from appearing. Yet, unexpectedly, this private chat page materialized on its own. A stranger's avatar puzzled Nan Zhou. The ability to bypass his do not disturb setting suggested this individual possessed considerable prowess. Nonetheless, Nan Zhou found it hard to believe. After all, individuals capable of circumventing his defenses were exceedingly rare. Perhaps only 3 could be found worldwide. Hello, I am Murdoch. We have met before. The individual initiated the conversation with a self-introduction. Murdoch? The name struck Nan Zhou with surprise. Daredevil? What would he possibly want from me? Nan Zhou was at a loss regarding Murdoch's intentions. I know you. I remember you. What brings you here? He replied. I would like to meet with you. There are matters we need to discuss. Just as Nan Zhou sent his response, Murdoch replied promptly. Discuss with me? Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. He held no fear that this person could pose a threat. After all, even beings beyond divinity could not contend with him, let alone a mere mortal. What intrigued him was why this individual sought him out and what issues warranted a face-to-face conversation. This piqued Nan Zhou's curiosity. All right, I understand. Let us decide on a location. Are you in New York? Indeed. Let us meet in the park beside the World Trade Center, which is currently under repair. I will be waiting there. How does 9 o'clock tonight sound? Meeting in a park? Nan Zhou's brow furrowed again. He found Murdoch somewhat suspicious. Why choose a park? Had he anticipated that Nan Zhou would undoubtedly arrive masked, rendering a restaurant meeting pointless? Even with his highly developed intellect, Nan Zhou struggled to process this. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall be there. Until then. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley of a New York bar, Murdoch, with his blind eyes, smiled as he observed S.H.I.E.L.D and his female bodyguard. All settled. Fortunately, this fellow was gracious enough to grant me this favor. S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that this individual truly managed to secure a meeting, and even more so that he sought no compensation. Thank you immensely, S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed hurriedly. I stated that I do not concern myself with remuneration. I merely wish to meet him. Consider it a favor, Murdoch replied. In order to alleviate any lingering discomfort between the two, Murdoch remarked, providing a sense of ease to S.H.I.E.L.D and his female bodyguard. With the matter settled and the time fixed for 9 o'clock in the evening, their only task was to await that hour. As the clock struck 9, the park's illumination had dimmed considerably, likely due to years of neglect that rendered the streetlights somewhat unreliable. Seated on a park bench, Murdoch awaited the arrival of Nan Zhou. As the hour approached, Nan Zhou's figure emerged within the park, drawing near to Murdoch. Although he could not see, Murdoch was acutely aware of Nan Zhou's presence. The park, now nearly deserted, allowed Nan Zhou to locate him with ease. What brought you here? Nan Zhou inquired as he settled beside Murdoch. Perhaps the tranquility of this place. Murdoch replied with a smile, then continued. So, you've come wearing a mask again? Upon hearing Murdoch's words, Nan Zhou turned to regard his sightless eyes. What is this? Aren't you blind? Can you see now? I can sense it, Murdoch responded. I can feel your presence and discern from your voice that you are wearing a mask. Nan Zhou, well aware of Murdoch's remarkable auditory and sensory abilities as Daredevil, was not taken aback. So, what is the purpose of your summons tonight? He asked, eager to cut through the pleasantries and get to the heart of the matter. To be frank, I only wish to see you, Murdoch admitted, which prompted a twinge of dissatisfaction in Nan Zhou. Is this S.H.I.E.L.D? You summoned me under the guise of urgency, only to tell me it was merely to meet? Noticing the displeasure in Nan Zhou's tone, Murdoch quickly interjected, Do not be vexed. While my intent was simply to meet, others have pressing matters that concern you. With that, Murdoch dialed a number and was promptly answered. Come in. He is already seated here, he said before hanging up, casting a reassuring smile in Nan Zhou's direction. Just a moment, they will arrive shortly. Nan Zhou regarded Murdoch with a furrowed brow, having surmised the nature of Murdoch's intentions. This man had indeed established a connection with the other two. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D and the female bodyguard appeared before Nan Zhou, having remained outside the park to ensure that Nan Zhou remained unaware of their presence, thereby preventing any possibility of him departing prematurely. Indeed, Nan Zhou scoffed softly, realizing that his suspicions were correct. Murdoch had summoned him precisely because S.H.I.E.L.D and his female bodyguard had located him. It was quite astonishing that these two managed to find Murdoch. Was it merely serendipity? At that moment, Nan Zhou crossed his legs, expressing his surprise. I am genuinely astonished that you were able to locate him. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and replied, in the pursuit of a power such as yours, one must invest time, otherwise, you would remain elusive. Approaching Nan Zhou, S.H.I.E.L.D maintained a facade of cordiality, though his smile did not reach his eyes. After all, locating Nan Zhou had indeed required considerable effort, as he was the one privy to their secrets. Codename 47, a premier assassin with superhuman strength, a savior. S.H.I.E.L.D addressed Nan Zhou. It is a pleasure to meet you. I wish to discuss how you became aware of our secrets. Chapter 137. An invitation from the Prince of Wakanda. It was indeed regarding this matter. Nan Zhou observed S.H.I.E.L.D before gradually rising to his feet. From the moment S.H.I.E.L.D appeared before him, he had already discerned the latter's intentions. Since you are aware of my purpose, might we converse privately? S.H.I.E.L.D gestured invitingly. Nan Zhou accepted S.H.I.E.L.D's invitation, following him into a secluded grove. Once they were assured of their solitude, S.H.I.E.L.D turned to Nan Zhou, his expression serious. Sir, could you enlighten us on how you acquired knowledge of Wakanda's affairs? In response to S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry, Nan Zhou smiled slightly and began, I possess a multitude of secrets. You mistakenly believe that the secrets of Wakanda are known only to a select few. In my view, they are rather insignificant. Nan Zhou's implication was unmistakable. Though he was aware of their secrets, they held no allure for him. Insignificant? S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sting of indignation. To him, the secrets of Wakanda were the most cherished of all mysteries, and to be deemed trivial by this individual was disconcerting. As the Prince of Wakanda, S.H.I.E.L.D had always regarded their secrets with utmost reverence. Now, they were reduced to a mere triviality in someone else's eyes. It seems you must possess many undisclosed secrets. S.H.I.E.L.D observed, looking intently at Nan Zhou. That would be an accurate assessment. Indeed, I harbor many undisclosed secrets, some of which the world may know only through me. Nan Zhou asserted, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D to scoff softly. In his view, there was nothing more enigmatic than the secrets held by Wakanda. I understand that the secrets of your land may seem to you the most enigmatic in the world. However, I must assure you, the mysteries of Wakanda truly pale in comparison on this earth, Nan Zhou stated, approaching T'Challa and gently patting him on the shoulder. While the secrets of Wakanda may indeed be shrouded in intrigue for humanity, they hold little enigma for the planet as a whole. This is a perspective worth contemplating. I am aware of your reasons for seeking me out. Rest assured, I shall not divulge the secrets of Wakanda. You can trust me, Nan Zhou continued. He had no inclination to frivolously share Wakanda's secrets, for it would serve no purpose. Even if Wakanda were to provoke him, Nan Zhou could swiftly bring ruin upon this place. T'Challa exchanged a glance with his female bodyguard, both uncertain whether Nan Zhou would genuinely uphold his word. Nonetheless, given Nan Zhou's formidable power and his role as a protector of the people, T'Challa was inclined to place his trust in him. Would you consider visiting us in Wakanda? T'Challa unexpectedly proposed to Nan Zhou. Prince, the bodyguard's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly grasped T'Challa's arm. This may not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it, T'Challa replied, waving his hand dismissively. I have my own intentions. T'Challa envisioned bringing Nan Zhou to Wakanda, knowing that it would be impossible to confine him there. However, he hoped to present him to his father, the king of Wakanda, for a thorough discussion. I would indeed like to see Wakanda, Nan Zhou admitted. While I am aware of your secrets, I have yet to witness the internal splendor of your nation, and I must confess, I am quite intrigued. Upon hearing this, T'Challa's face lit up with joy. It seemed that Nan Zhou would accompany him to Wakanda. Shall we set off immediately? T'Challa urged, anxious that Nan Zhou might change his mind. You may need to wait a moment. I must inform my family. Please remain here, and I shall return shortly. With that, Nan Zhou opened a rift in space and stepped through, leaving T'Challa and the bodyguard in a state of bewilderment. They were astonished by the immense energy Nan Zhou had displayed, let alone the rift itself. What sort of power is this? The bodyguard inquired. T'Challa shook his head, equally perplexed. I do not know, he admitted, though his gaze had hardened with resolve. He was determined to master this ability, for if they could harness such power, it would represent a monumental technological leap for Wakanda. T'Challa vowed silently to acquire this knowledge from Nan Zhou. Not long after, a rift in space suddenly appeared before T'Challa and his female bodyguard. South Boat emerged from the fissure, accompanied by Hela. Bringing someone along shouldn't be an issue, right? South Boat remarked, gesturing towards Hela behind him. After returning home and mentioning this place to Hela, she developed a keen interest in it. This vast nation, concealed within the forest, boasted technology that was centuries ahead of the rest of the world. Intrigued, Hela insisted on visiting, and South Boat, unable to refuse her, agreed to take her along. There was certainly no cause for concern. T'Challa would not suggest bringing an extra person. After all, South Boat had brought her, and she likely possessed similar abilities, so it was wise not to offend her. However, the female bodyguard's expression darkened. Was it truly prudent to admit two strangers into Wakanda? One South Boat was manageable, but now there was an additional individual. The bodyguard harbored some discontent with T'Challa's decision. Yet, as the Prince of Wakanda, she felt constrained to voice her objections. Well then, let us proceed, T'Challa said, waving his hand as he led South Boat and Hela away from the park. As South Boat passed the bench, he noticed Daredevil, Matt Murdock, still seated there. You little trickster. South Boat approached Murdock, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I thought you had something to discuss with me, but it turns out you were just laying a trap. The tone of South Boat caused Murdock to shudder slightly. Despite the lack of menace in his words, a sense of unease settled in Murdock's heart. I'll let this slide for now. I have other matters to attend to. We'll settle this when I return. With that, South Boat departed the park first, followed by T'Challa, who expressed his gratitude to Murdock, leaving him in a state of confusion. Wait, you're leaving just like that? I still have questions. Chapter 138. Audience with the king. After half a day, the female bodyguard piloted the Wakandan aircraft, bringing T'Challa, South Boat, and Hela to the outer shield of Wakanda. This is Wakanda, T'Challa stated, seated opposite South Boat, gazing down at the lush, primordial forest below. Hela turned her attention to the forest, recognizing that such hidden realms beneath protective barriers were not uncommon. However, for a world so lacking in both magic and advanced technology, this was indeed a rarity. It seems your Earth is not devoid of achievements. There are some remarkable exceptions, Hela remarked, turning to South Boat, completely disregarding T'Challa, who remained unaware of her origins. T'Challa regarded Hela with puzzlement. Her words suggested that she might not be from Earth. Could it be that she was an extraterrestrial? T'Challa could not perceive Hela's aura, yet from the depths of her gaze, he sensed an unfathomable essence. In response to Hela's remarks, Nan Zhou merely chuckled and shook his head, fully aware that in Hela's eyes, Earth resembled an uncivilized tribal community. At that moment, the female bodyguard accelerated the aircraft, swiftly revealing a transparent protective barrier at the forest's edge. Almost immediately, Nan Zhou felt a tremor as the plane surged directly into the shield. Welcome to Wakanda, a voice announced. Once they penetrated the barrier, the once dense forest transformed entirely. The true visage of Wakanda unveiled itself before Nan Zhou, showcasing advanced technologies unseen in other parts of the earth. The immense golden leopard head was omnipresent throughout Wakanda. Indeed, technology is remarkably advanced, Nan Zhou mused, momentarily entranced by the futuristic city. Despite possessing formidable powers, even embodying Darkseid's template, he remained fundamentally an earthling. Witnessing this place, which he had only envisioned as a parallel to his futuristic dreams, filled him with awe. Behold, this is Wakanda, a civilization hundreds, if not thousands, of years ahead of the world, T'Challa remarked, pleased to observe Nan Zhou's curious demeanor. However, Hela's expression bore no particular astonishment. In comparison to Asgard, it fell short. Yet, when juxtaposed with other parts of Earth, it was undeniably advanced. The aircraft descended onto the spacious grounds of the palace. T'Challa escorted Nan Zhou and Hela from the plane. Flanking the road were Wakandan warriors armed with spears, who, upon seeing T'Challa, struck the ground with their weapons, producing a resonant sound that resonated with Nan Zhou's sense of grandeur. Not far ahead stood the king of Wakanda, adorned with a welcoming smile. T'Challa had already informed the king of his intention to bring this individual, privy to Wakanda's secrets, to their realm. Without prior notice, the king would have been unable to arrange a welcoming ceremony. T'Challa approached the king, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, the esteemed guest has arrived." The king's gaze fell upon Nan Zhou's masked visage, recognizing him as the one who held their secrets. The alluring woman beside him, undoubtedly, was not merely a decorative presence beside such a powerful figure. From beyond the forest, esteemed guests, we welcome you to Wakanda. The king's hearty laughter filled the air as he led Nan Zhou and Hela into the palace, with T'Challa following closely behind. Inside the grand hall, a sumptuous feast awaited, embodying Wakanda's hospitality. Observing the fragrant dishes before him, Nan Zhou could not help but smile with satisfaction. It appeared that the king of Wakanda had indeed put forth considerable effort. The king escorted Nan Zhou to the esteemed guest seat, while Hela was arranged to sit beside him. "As guests, please feel free to relax," the king addressed Nan Zhou. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou chuckled softly. "As guests, you say? Do you truly believe that without my prowess, I would still be considered a guest here?" He then cast his gaze upon the sumptuous feast laid out before them. "I shall forego the meal. There is no need for me to remove my mask. Since I have been brought here, let us engage in a proper conversation." Nan Zhou reclined in his chair, crossing his legs with a mischievous grin directed at the king. Such blatant disrespect in the presence of the king incited considerable ire among Wakanda's warriors, some of whom, in their impatience, considered confronting this audacious individual. "Halt! T'Challa!" Standing outside the palace, swiftly restrained a warrior who was about to advance. "Do you wish to court death?" With a mere skill, he could conjure an artificial lake. "Do you seek to provoke him and bring annihilation upon Wakanda?" T'Challa remained remarkably composed, fully aware of the consequences of inciting Nan Zhou's wrath. His intervention calmed the warrior, who, having witnessed Nan Zhou's formidable power, was no longer filled with rage, though discontent lingered in his heart. After all, this was the king of Wakanda, and to see someone treat him with such disrespect would provoke ire in any citizen. Despite Nan Zhou's insolence towards the king, the latter remained unfazed. "Since you prefer to avoid circumlocution, I shall be forthright," the king acknowledged Nan Zhou's tone, understanding his aversion to beating around the bush. The preparations he had made seemed to hold no significance. "We hope you will not disclose Wakanda's secrets, ideally to anyone." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled faintly. "Truth be told, even without your warning, I hold no interest in your secrets and would not indiscriminately share them. However, since you have broached the subject, I must request some benefits." At these words, the king's expression shifted. It was evident that such matters inevitably demanded a price. "Very well, state your terms," he replied, uncertain of what could possibly sway this being of extraordinary strength. "Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you." With that, Nan Zhou turned his gaze towards the skies of Wakanda. "My request is quite simple. Allow us to stay here for a few days and enjoy ourselves." The king's surprise was palpable as he gazed at Nan Zhou, astonished. "Is that all?" Chapter 139. The Trident of Poseidon after a span of 4 days. Namor and Hela finally departed from Wakanda. During this period, they indulged in the breathtaking landscapes and experiences that Wakanda had to offer, truly immersing themselves in its wonders. The advanced technology of this remarkable nation allowed Namor to revel in activities that were quite extraordinary. However, Hela remained unimpressed. The cuisine here paled in comparison to the culinary delights prepared by Namor. Neither the splendor of Wakanda nor that of the outside world could rival the opulence of Asgard. Thus, Hela's quest was solely for delectable food, yet regrettably, the choices were rather limited. The finest meal she had ever tasted was still Namor's cooking. The absence of his dishes over these 4 days left her longing, rendering her days somewhat lackluster, as her thoughts were persistently occupied by memories of his meals. Namor's departure was equally remarkable. He simply opened a spatial rift and, with Hela in tow, stepped through it, returning directly to his abode. "When might we master this technology?" T'Challa inquired of the king beside him, gazing at the now-closed rift. "Based on our current technological prowess, it would take us a century," came the reply. A century? T'Challa could not suppress a sigh. If that were the case, he might never witness it in his lifetime. However, if their relationship with Namor were to improve, perhaps he could share some insights into his techniques. The king remarked, patting T'Challa on the shoulder. During their stay, S.H.I.E.L.D had meticulously arranged for all of Namor and Hela's needs. There were no cameras or observers, ensuring that they could remove their masks without fear of being recognized. Although S.H.I.E.L.D had yet to glimpse Namor's true visage, their bond had certainly strengthened. At the very least, they had established a semblance of camaraderie. In due time, I shall engage more with him. It will undoubtedly be enlightening, the king suggested. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, understanding that to swiftly acquire this technology, they must cultivate a closer relationship with Namor. I shall strive for that, he replied, watching the king depart. Meanwhile, in Namor's residence in New York, Hela settled onto the sofa, a look of sheer contentment adorning her face. Did you truly dislike that place so much? I found it rather pleasant, Namor remarked, observing her expression. The food there simply cannot compare to yours. I certainly did not enjoy it, Hela retorted, pouring herself a glass of water. I still yearn for the meals you and Wanda prepared for me, and I miss my bed. Unbeknownst to her, Hela had developed an unexpected attachment to her bed, as well as to Namor's culinary creations. This newfound fondness for her surroundings and the food served to her left Hela somewhat astonished, realizing how Namor had influenced her in such a profound manner. All right, hurry and prepare a meal for me. I have a craving for spaghetti, specifically with meat sauce. Hela, weary of further conversation, gestured for Nan Zhou to take charge of the cooking. Nan Zhou, accustomed to this routine, rose without protest and made his way to the kitchen. Having prepared meals for Hela on numerous occasions, he had developed a habit of compliance, rarely offering any retort. At that moment, a voice echoed in Nan Zhou's mind. It was the system's notification. Ding! Notification. Host has successfully checked in, earning a lottery opportunity. A total of 5 lottery chances have been accumulated. This was a frequent reminder from a system, which Nan Zhou typically chose to disregard. After all, the lottery seldom yielded anything of value. The single instance of winning the atomic breath had been an unexpected stroke of luck, leading Nan Zhou to believe he might finally turn his fortunes around. However, the subsequent lottery attempts swiftly reminded him of reality. 5 chances had accumulated. As he boiled the pasta, Nan Zhou mused to himself, perhaps I should give it a try. With 5 opportunities at hand, he decided to attempt a 5-fold draw. Despite the disappointment that had accompanied each previous attempt, Nan Zhou remained hopeful about the lottery system. After all, it was a system where one could draw simply by checking in. If it required monetary expenditure, that would be absurd. System, lottery, Nan Zhou silently communicated while cooking. Ding! Lottery system activated. Ding! 1 draw. Catwoman's leather suit. Ah! Nan Zhou chuckled softly, bemused by the system's peculiar sense of humor. Why would it grant him something like this? Onward, he declared, undeterred, as he still had 4 chances remaining. Ding! 1 draw. Ghost Rider's flaming motorcycle. A flaming motorcycle? Nan Zhou was taken aback, envisioning the audacious bike of Ghost Rider, and suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Quite impressive, I like it. This time he felt satisfied, which rekindled his confidence in the lottery. Let's continue. For the 3rd draw, choosing to proceed, he initiated the 3rd attempt. Ding! 1 draw. Batman's Batarang. What an unfortunate outcome. Nan Zhou couldn't help but mutter a curse. What use was a Batarang? His own crafted projectiles were far more practical. On to the 4th draw. Ding! 1 draw. Iron Man's mask. The system's notification left Nan Zhou feeling exasperated. His collection of masks had grown so extensive that he could hardly keep track. With the addition of masks from characters like Doom, Steel, and Flash, he now found himself with Iron Man's mask as well. Was the system intent on collecting every masked hero from Marvel? Nan Zhou's resolve wavered, but upon realizing it was his final chance, he steeled himself. 5th draw, here we go. Then, the system conducted the 5th lottery. Ding! A lottery draw, Poseidon's Trident, red grade. Upon the system's announcement, Nan Zhou momentarily paused while cooking noodles. What? Poseidon's Trident? Surprised, Nan Zhou quickly accessed his system panel and discovered that Poseidon's Trident had indeed appeared in his inventory. What is this? Another transformation? At that moment, Nan Zhou noticed that the letters of Poseidon's Trident were in red, and the system had indicated it was a red-grade trident. What could that signify? The system, understanding Nan Zhou's curiosity, spoke again. To accommodate the host preferences, red-grade weapons can alter their form at will until the host is satisfied. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou was taken aback again. This red-grade weapon seemed quite impressive, capable of changing its appearance at will. Contemplating this, he gazed at the words Poseidon's Trident and smiled slightly. Since it can change colors, let it transform into a battle axe. Chapter 140. The Power of the Trident. Why have you brought me here? Hela asked, squinting at the enormous sun overhead. After just finishing Nan Zhou's pasta, she had been taken to this desolate place, a blazing desert, the Sahara. I have something to discuss with you. It was inconvenient at home, Nan Zhou replied, surveying the area. He chose this location precisely because it was unlikely anyone would come here. What is it? You're being so mysterious, Hela remarked, somewhat displeased with Nan Zhou's secretive demeanor. At that moment, a golden trident materialized in Nan Zhou's hand. What is this? Hela asked, astonished by the weapon that had never appeared before. What is this thing? I've never seen you use it. Hela could sense from the aura emanating from the weapon that it was no ordinary item. It radiated divine energy. It's a divine artifact. I just acquired it, and I want to test its strength. With that, Nan Zhou pointed to a spot 100 meters away and instructed Hela, stand over there and throw your skills at me to see how much this weapon can withstand. Hela, not refusing, nodded and moved to the designated position. Is this okay? She inquired. Nan Zhou nodded slightly and assumed a stance. Seeing this, Hela summoned black, long spikes that floated ominously around her. With a flick of her hand, the spikes shot toward Nan Zhou in unison. The distance between them was merely 100 meters, and the spikes traveled at a speed too swift for an ordinary person to react to. However, facing the onslaught was Nan Zhou, wielding the divine artifact, Poseidon's trident. As Nan Zhou raised the trident of the Sea King in his hand, he forcefully struck it against the sand. Immediately, a surge of power emanated from the impact, incinerating the sharp spikes aimed at him into mere ashes. Even Hela was blown away by this shockwave. Realizing he had gone too far, Nan Zhou swiftly moved to Hela's side, gently supporting her and placing her firmly on the ground. Are you certain this isn't a retaliatory strike against me? Hela shot him a sharp glare, suspecting that he was merely biding his time for revenge. Yet, she was also quite astonished, for the force of his action appeared to be minimal. The ground where the trident struck showed little indentation. The shockwave was indeed a manifestation of the trident of the Sea King's inherent power. Truly a divine artifact. Its essence was unlike any other. Hela's gaze fell upon the trident in Nan Zhou's grasp, its golden shaft radiating an extraordinarily pure aura, a divine presence. However, Nan Zhou found himself unaccustomed to wielding such a long weapon. He preferred shorter-handled arms that could be used with one or both hands, such as a battle axe. Given that the system informed him the trident was a red-tier weapon capable of transformation, he considered the possibility of reshaping it into an axe. With this thought, Nan Zhou concentrated, and the trident seemed to liquefy, swiftly morphing in his hand into a new form. A black and gold battle axe materialized, altering both the shape and the brilliant hue of the trident. This was far more to his liking. Grasping the axe with one hand, he weighed it with satisfaction, a smile creeping upon his face. Now let's test this out. With the weapon feeling more suited to him, he anticipated an increase in the energy it could unleash. He casually swung the axe, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Sand was propelled upward in a vast cloud around Hela and Nan Zhou's feet, the sheer force of his motion conjuring a whirlwind. What was once a sunlit, azure sky was suddenly shrouded in yellow dust, casting a shadow over the two. A few kilometers away, at a military base, confusion ensued. What is happening? A stationed soldier questioned as he observed the approaching sandstorm, perplexed by its sudden onset and lack of forewarning. Attention! A sandstorm is approaching. Before he could finish, the tempest assailed the base, though the damage was minimal, leaving the soldier with a mouthful of sand. Damn it! The officer, preparing a personal meal, was infuriated to discover a layer of sand atop his cooking station. In a fit of rage, he hurled his cooking apparatus to the ground, exclaiming in frustration about his ruined meal. After venting his anger, the officer's gaze shifted towards the source of the impending sandstorm. It was evident that this storm was unusual, having struck without any prior warning, indicating its proximity. He recognized that the terrain was not conducive to such phenomena, suggesting that the situation was far from straightforward. Gather a few men and investigate that area, he commanded his subordinates, dispatching a 7-member team to traverse toward the direction from whence the storm came. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou, along with Hela, was taken aback by the unexpected consequences of his actions. It was astonishing to realize that a mere gesture could yield such devastation. Observing the layer of sand accumulating in front of him, Hela felt a sense of surprise. However, it was only natural, considering the artifact's power and the prowess of its wielder, Nan Zhou. Even a casual flick could produce significant damage. I have a rough idea of the capabilities of this weapon now, Nan Zhou mused, toying with the battle axe in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. His hopes for the lottery system were rekindled. Indulging himself occasionally was a delightful prospect. Well, the test is concluded. We may return now. Thank you for your assistance, he remarked, opening a spatial rift and turning to Hela. Hela shot him a playful glare before brushing off the dust from her attire. If you truly wish to thank me, prepare more delectable dishes instead of merely expressing gratitude. Actions speak louder than words, she retorted, stepping into the rift. Watching Hela's retreating figure, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. This formidable goddess of death had transformed into quite the foodie during their time together. Nevertheless, he had to admit that he was thoroughly pleased with the weapon. Chapter 141. The Darkseid battle axe. Nan Zhou and Hela had traversed from the Sahara Desert through the spatial rift, returning to New York. The armed personnel who had come to investigate found themselves at a loss, yet they were astonished by the sudden reduction of sand layers. What transpired here? The leader of the group inquired, gazing at the scene before him. The neatly defined boundary was clearly a result of human intervention. Unable to ascertain the full circumstances, they documented the evidence with photographs and ultimately returned to headquarters. However, just hours later, a shadow descended from the sky. A man with flowing black hair, bare-chested, wielding a trident reminiscent of the one Nan Zhou had previously possessed, landed precisely at the spot where Nan Zhou and Hela had once stood. The man's ears starkly contrast with those of an ordinary human, resembling the ears of a mermaid from a fairy tale. The blazing sun relentlessly scorches the body of the man with dark hair, inducing a profound discomfort within him. He had once sensed a force on the other side of the earth, a power akin to that of the trident he wielded, which compelled him to this desert he so vehemently resisted. The energy emanated from this very location. There was no mistaking it. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. Noting the marks left by Nan Zhou's axe, his brow furrowed in contemplation. It appeared that this was indeed the result of that force. However, the aura of the divine artifact had since vanished, suggesting that its bearer had disappeared. It seemed he would have to venture out more frequently. Reluctant to linger in this place any longer, the oppressive heat of the sun made his discomfort unbearable. At that moment, he suddenly detected a surge of energy, identical to the wondrous aura he had sensed before. Yet this time, it manifested across the vast ocean. How could it have appeared there so suddenly? What means could facilitate such rapid travel? Could that individual possess the ability to fly? He realized that after he had sensed this energy, he had hurriedly flown over, a journey that took several hours. The aura's new location was significantly farther than where he had just arrived, leaving him astonished. Was it possible that there existed something swifter than his flight? Perhaps a supersonic aircraft? It seemed he would not be returning anytime soon. The man gazed toward the direction from which the energy was emanating and leaped forth, heading directly towards Nan Zhou's location. Meanwhile at home, Nan Zhou and Hela were engaged in conversation. What is the name of this object? Hela inquired, as she requested Nan Zhou to once again present the battle axe formed from the trident for her examination. This is a long story, and I cannot elucidate it all at once, Nan Zhou replied, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, thus deflecting her inquiry. Transmigrated. This was well within her expectations, as she had come to understand Nan Zhou's tendency to refrain from elaborating on such matters. Does it have a name? Hela pressed on, changing her question, for she believed that such a divine artifact must surely possess a name. No, Nan Zhou replied candidly, shaking his head. No? Hela was taken aback. Typically, artifacts of such caliber were bestowed with resonant names, and Nan Zhou's response caught her off guard. There truly is no name. The trident form certainly has a name, but this battle axe form does not, he clarified. Thus, the trident mode is its original state, correct? Surely. It must have a name. Hela grasped the essence of Nan Zhou's words and immediately inquired, is there such a thing? Indeed, there is, known as the Trident of Poseidon. This time, Nan Zhou answered the question, stating the Trident of Poseidon. Hela scrutinized the black and gold battle axe in Nan Zhou's hand. It was undoubtedly a name befitting a divine artifact. Is it of this earth? It is indeed from Earth, but not from this particular Earth, Nan Zhou replied, facing Hela's inquiry. This statement left Hela somewhat perplexed, prompting her to lift her gaze towards Nan Zhou, who smiled and pointed at himself, just like me. Upon hearing this, Hela comprehended that the battle axe, much like Nan Zhou himself, was not an entity of this universe, existing beyond the laws of the cosmos. Then why not bestow it a name? Hela activated her inquiry mode, continuing to pose further questions. Nan Zhou glanced at the battle axe in his hand, falling into contemplation. Although he was not particularly concerned with names, Hela's suggestion made him realize that it would indeed be prudent to assign a name to the weapon. While not necessary, it seemed preferable to have one. If you publicly declare yourself as Darkseid, then let this battle axe be called the Darkseid battle axe. Hela's choice of name left Nan Zhou somewhat speechless. He had anticipated a more impressive title from her, yet it appeared that this one fell short. Nevertheless, Hela herself found the name quite fitting, even displaying a satisfied expression. What do you think? Quite good, isn't it? Hela cast a slight smile towards Nan Zhou, seemingly awaiting his praise. It's not bad, I suppose, Nan Zhou remarked, observing Hela's expression, unable to muster any sarcastic retort. However, Hela misinterpreted the undertone of Nan Zhou's words, believing he approved of the name she had chosen, which only made her smile brighter. Hours passed, and, on the streets of New York, the man who had previously appeared in the Sahara Desert was now amidst the bustling city. With his bare torso, striking features, and melancholic gaze, coupled with the resplendent golden trident in his hand, he attracted a considerable amount of attention. Yet, he paid no mind to the onlookers, steadfastly advancing toward the source of the ominous aura. Nan Zhou did not retract the battle axe, as Hela seemed intrigued by it. Thus, he left it exposed. He sensed that he was drawing nearer to the source of that power and became increasingly cautious. He could feel the presence of this force, and surely, it could sense him as well, thus he remained vigilant. Meanwhile, at Nan Zhou's home, the battle axe suddenly began to emanate radiant beams of light, growing ever more luminous. This phenomenon startled both Hela and Nan Zhou. Hela turned to look at Nan Zhou, clearly inquiring about the cause of the occurrence. However, Nan Zhou could only shake his head, as he too was unaware of what was unfolding. At this moment, his mind was racing, and soon, a bold idea surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be Namor? Chapter 142. Mine is the father, yours is the son. Indeed, as Nan Zhou had surmised, the visitor was none other than Namor, the Aquaman of the Marvel Universe. He could sense the energy emanating from the trident in Nan Zhou's hand, for this power bore a striking resemblance to the trident he wielded. Namor had already arrived at the foot of Nan Zhou's building, his own trident trembling in resonance with the energy. It appeared that the source of this energy was indeed within the very structure. Confirming this, Namor entered without a grand show, intending to ascertain which household it was. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou felt the glow of his battle axe intensifying, aware that Namor was drawing ever closer. It seemed that a guest would soon arrive, and he hoped it would lead to a confrontation. A guest? Is it related to this axe? Do you know who it is? Hela inquired, observing the seriousness etched on Nan Zhou's face. I can make a good guess as to who he might be. Let us hope he doesn't come seeking a fight. Nan Zhou replied, prompting a slight furrow in Hela's brow, indicating that this individual was not on particularly good terms with him. At that moment, a knock resonated at Nan Zhou's door. He asked, coming in directly, surprised by the unexpected entrance. Nan Zhou opened the door to find a handsome man with black hair and fish-like ears standing outside. It was indeed Namor. Through meticulous discernment, Namor had confirmed that the energy emanated from this household. Without any pleasantries, he stepped inside. The energy is emanating from your abode, Namor stated slowly, continuing, I believe you understand what I mean. Upon hearing Namor's words, Nan Zhou offered a faint smile and welcomed him into his home. It is indeed a rare honor to meet you, Aquaman Namor, Nan Zhou said with great courtesy, to which Namor merely nodded, unperturbed. After all, he possessed an item of energy akin to his own trident, so he naturally recognized his identity. Following Nan Zhou into the living room, he was astonished to behold the battle axe radiating energy. The intensity of this energy momentarily led Namor to believe it was the same type of object. Why is your weapon an axe? Namor inquired, perplexed. Holding a trident, he had assumed the energy-emitting object would likewise be a trident. Yet it appeared there was a significant discrepancy. What I desire it to be, it shall be. Its essence is merely that of a trident, much like the one in your hand. Nan Zhou smiled faintly before grasping the battle axe, which transformed in his hands into a steel knife. It then morphed into a spear, ultimately reverting to the original form of his trident. As long as I desire, it can assume any shape. Observing the weapon's shifting forms in Nan Zhou's hands, a look of astonishment spread across his face. He suddenly felt that the weapon in Nan Zhou's possession was far more advanced than the one he held. A weapon that emanates such energy and aura is a rarity in this world. My friend, from whence did you acquire that? Nemo's gaze was fixed intently on the weapon in Nan Zhou's hand, which had transformed back into the battle axe, and he inquired. Nan Zhou had anticipated this question, so he chuckled and donned a mysterious expression. How can you, as the Sea King and ruler of Atlantis, be so uninformed? Nan Zhou approached Nemo, placing the battle axe alongside Nemo's trident. The two similar energies clashed, resonating and vibrating together. Did you notice anything amiss? Nan Zhou asked, looking at Nemo. Observing the two vibrating weapons, Nemo's keen eyes suddenly perceived something. My trident seems to vibrate less intensely than yours. Quite right, Nan Zhou replied with a grin. Then posed a second question. Do you know why my weapon vibrates more vigorously than your trident? This question left Nemo momentarily speechless, shaking his head in admission of ignorance. In truth, your trident is akin to a child, while mine is that of a father. Upon hearing this, Nemo was taken aback. Goodness, do these things really have a distinction of father and son? As the king of Atlantis, he was well versed in the history of tridents. Yet he had never encountered such a version. A son would not be as assertive in the presence of his father. Hence your trident appears much steadier before my weapon. Moreover, as a father, my weapon possesses numerous abilities, such as changing forms. In a few years, your trident will surely acquire such traits as well. Of course, this was merely Nan Zhou's fabrication, an imaginative tale he spun. However, his acting was remarkably skilled, so much so that even the astute Nemo found himself momentarily dazed, almost convinced. Yet, the notion that his trident was suited for a son left Nemo feeling quite displeased. While the vibration of his trident might not match Nan Zhou's, the assertion that his trident was a mere child was difficult for him to accept. What is this? You seem to disagree, Nan Zhou remarked, noticing Nemo's displeased expression. Naturally, I would never accept the notion that mine is a son while yours is a father. As the sovereign of Atlantis, he would naturally never concede that the weapon in his grasp, one reserved solely for kings, was his son. Shall we have contest? Nan Zhou remarked half-jokingly, observing Namor's unwilling expression. To his surprise, Namor nodded in agreement. Very well. I refuse to believe that my trident, which has been passed down through the generations, cannot surpass yours. Seeing Namor's earnestness, Nan Zhou was taken aback. The Namor before him was clearly not the anti-hero he had anticipated, but rather appeared somewhat naïve. Is this truly the Marvel Aquaman, Namor? Nevertheless, since this individual was keen to engage in a duel, Nan Zhou would not decline. With a casual wave of his hand, a rift in space opened, revealing the Pacific Ocean on the other side. Namor, witnessing such a display of power for the first time, was understandably astonished. Since we are to compete with tridents, the ocean is certainly the most fitting arena, is it not? Nan Zhou's words elicited a cold chuckle from Namor. After all, the ocean was his domain. No matter how many functions this battle axe possessed, it would hardly stir the waters in his territory. Chapter 143. Namor. Not so strong at this moment. Namor and Nan Zhou were floating at the heart of the Pacific, while Hela had also traversed the rift to a point not far from them. Through their exchange, Hela had discerned the identity of their visitor. Simply put, the Lord of the Sea. Given that he was indeed the ruler of the ocean, this was unequivocally his domain. It appeared that Nan Zhou's choice of battleground was a testament to his confidence in overcoming this Sea King. Choosing my territory, I must admit, feels like an affront. Namor coldly regarded Nan Zhou. He had been displeased from a moment Nan Zhou referred to his trident as a mere son, and now, confronting him in his own realm only deepened his ire. As the king of Atlantis, being challenged to battle by a pure land dweller in the ocean was nothing short of an insult. With a flourish, Namor wielded his trident, lightly tapping the surface of the sea, causing the waters at his feet to sink and recede. You will come to regret this. As his words echoed, Namor unleashed a sonic boom, propelling himself toward Nan Zhou with astonishing speed, thrusting his trident forward. Naturally, Nan Zhou was fully aware of the impending assault. With a swift movement, he evaded Namor's strike and countered with a swing of his battle axe. Namor was taken aback, astonished that this man could evade his attack. He prided himself on his speed, and yet this individual had managed to dodge it. I must not underestimate him, Namor realized, determined to turn back and continue his offensive. But as he pivoted, he found Nan Zhou already before him, the battle axe poised to descend at any moment. How fast? Nemo was taken aback, utterly astonished that Nan Zhou had arrived behind him with such swiftness. More importantly, he realized he had not reacted at all. As he witnessed Nan Zhou unhesitatingly swing his battle axe towards him, Nemo quickly raised his trident to fend off the assault. In the next moment, the trident clashed with the axe, producing a deafening sound that reverberated across the surface of the sea, as if it had been struck by an explosion, sending countless small fish soaring into the air. Nemo was struck by Nan Zhou's axe and sent flying, disappearing from sight. He plunged into the water, only to emerge moments later, shaking his drenched hair, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although the force of that blow did not seem overwhelmingly strong, why had it sent him flying so effortlessly? This fellow possessed formidable strength. Gritting his teeth, Nemo realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet before he could surface, Nan Zhou suddenly appeared before him, offering a faint smile. "ISNT this King Neptune? Have you become so sluggish in just a few days?" As soon as the words left his lips, Nan Zhou raised his battle axe and struck down once more. Nemo, seeing this, dove deep into the ocean, skillfully evading Nan Zhou's attack. The strike cleaved the sea in two, inadvertently slicing a curious tuna in half. Observing this, Hela suddenly desired to claim the tuna, recognizing it as a prime ingredient that, after Nan Zhou's preparation, would surely become a culinary delight. However, she could also discern that Nan Zhou had granted Nemo ample space to maneuver. Had Nan Zhou been more serious, it seemed likely that Nemo would have met the same fate as the tuna. At that moment, the waters beneath Nan Zhou began to churn violently, and a shark leapt from the depths, its gaping maw rushing towards him. Nan Zhou regarded the approaching shark with a cold smile, realizing it was undoubtedly Nemo's cunning ploy. Unable to defeat him in a fair fight, Nemo resorted to utilizing his dominion over the ocean's creatures as reinforcements. But would such tactics truly prove effective? With his axe, Nan Zhou struck the shark's belly, causing it to contort in agony before plummeting back into the sea. Yet, this shark was merely an appetizer, immediately following it. A gigantic blue whale surged from the depths. Such trivial tricks, regardless of Nemo's maneuvers, Nan Zhou viewed them as mere theatrics, utterly ineffective. He gripped his battle axe tightly, which then radiated an incredibly brilliant light, followed by a tremendous surge of energy pressing downward. Even Hela felt the pressure, trembling and nearly losing her footing in the water, let alone the marine creatures around them. As the mighty Nemo gestured for the blue whale to attack, it faced an overwhelming pressure, causing it to spew blood and plunge back into the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Nemo emerged slowly from the water, his complexion ashen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and nose, evidently injured by the oppressive force of Nan Zhou. "Your petty tricks are utterly futile against me. They only serve to highlight your foolishness," Nan Zhou remarked, observing Nemo's deteriorating state. "You might as well concede that my weapon is the progenitor of yours." Nemo's expression darkened. He had mentally cursed Nan Zhou's ancestors many times over. As a king, he could never admit such a fact, regardless of its truth. The dignity of a monarch was at stake. Nan Zhou, noticing Nemo's defiance and resentment, let out a resigned sigh. He waved dismissively, stating, "I have no interest in continuing this exchange. I shall take my leave." Turning to Hela, he noticed she was now holding a tuna, bisected by her own hand, a creature he recognized as the unfortunate victim he had just slain. It seemed Hela was resolute in her quest to improve their meals. A smile graced Nan Zhou's face as he prepared to open a rift in space. Wait, just as Nan Zhou and Hela were about to step into the rift and return home, Nemo called out to him, "Where did you acquire that weapon? You have yet to answer me." Regardless of whether his weapon truly was a progeny and Nan Zhou's a father, he needed to unravel the origins of the weapon in Nan Zhou's possession. Understanding the truth could potentially alter the course of Atlantis' history. Turning back, Nan Zhou pressed his lips together. "If you can defeat me, oh, no, that might be a bit challenging. If you can hold your ground against me, then I shall reveal the origins of this artifact." With that, he glanced at Hela before stepping into the rift, leaving Nemo alone adrift in the sea. "Do you truly expect him to share the glory with you? That's utterly absurd," Hela remarked upon their return home. "Nan Zhou, hearing her words, snorted dismissively. This is precisely to compel him to retreat, to bury this question deep within his heart. Chapter 144. Unstable factors in the depths of the ocean. Within Atlantis, Namor returned with a grim countenance, immersing himself in the library, poring over the history of Atlantis and the tale of the trident. Those around him sensed an unusual tension. Namor had departed with a serious demeanor, and upon his return, the gravity of his expression had only intensified, becoming even more foreboding. They were unaware of the events that had transpired during his absence. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared behind Namor. "Brother, what has transpired?" At this moment, Namor glanced back at the woman, and the severity etched on her face softened slightly. "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with me," Namorita replied. Namorita, the cousin of King Namor, discerned his reluctance to divulge the truth and wisely refrained from pressing further. She turned her gaze towards the Atlantean ministers lurking outside the library, shaking her head in resignation. Observing this, the ministers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disappointment as they departed from the library's entrance. It appeared that their king harbored no intentions of revealing the truth, even to Namorita, who had earnestly inquired. Thus, it was exceedingly unlikely that Namor would disclose anything to those ministers. "I have been quite happy during this time," said Southboat. "In Washington, at Peggy's residence. Ever since he acquired the ability to traverse spatial rifts, Southboat found himself visiting Peggy more frequently. This increase in visits afforded them ample opportunities for interaction. The appearance of Steve Rogers illuminated Peggy's otherwise dim twilight years, allowing her to spend each day with the man she had loved her entire life. Despite the passage of time and the toll it took on her appearance, Steve remained steadfast and unwavering in his devotion. This companionship served to remedy the regrets of her youth. "It has been a long time since I have seen you in such good spirits," Southboat remarked, observing the newfound sparkle in Peggy's eyes. Although Peggy had raised him, he often felt a twinge of guilt for not being present during her advancing years when she required care. However, Peggy had expressed her desire for Southboat to dedicate more of his efforts to S.H.I.E.L.D. rather than to her, recognizing the rarity of his talent and abilities. "After all, he is the man I have cherished for so many years. To have him by my side is something I never dared to dream of," Peggy said, a radiant smile illuminating her face. While she had spent far more time with Southboat, having nurtured him into adulthood, the most significant person in her heart remained Rogers. Just as they continued their exchange, the door to Peggy's home swung open, revealing Rogers, who entered carrying a large bag of fruit. "You're here?" he exclaimed, surprised to see Southboat. Though he was aware of Southboat's frequent visits, they had always managed to miss each other until this serendipitous encounter. Rising to his feet, Southboat offered Rogers a slight smile before turning to Peggy. "I must take my leave now. I shall return in due time." Each of Southboat's visits with Peggy was brief, as he seldom shared his own affairs, and she, in turn, refrained from inquiring. After all, Nan Zhou is a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and since she is no longer part of the organization, she understands that she lacks the qualifications and authority to inquire further. She is well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regulations and would not impose herself. As Nan Zhou departed from Peggy's home, Rogers followed closely behind. "Aren't you going to keep Peggy company?" she inquired upon noticing Rogers walking alongside her. "We can converse every day, unlike you," Rogers replied, adding, "but I am quite intrigued by you at this moment. I have heard of your remarkable feats. Peggy takes great pride in you. You truly are formidable. The Hydra agents tremble at the mere mention of your name, codenamed Death Knell, signaling the demise of your enemies. Such a name carries an impressive weight." Rogers' words clearly indicated his fascination with Nan Zhou. Most of what he knew about her came from Peggy and Nick. "It's all right," Nan Zhou modestly responded. "After all, I was raised and trained by Peggy, so I naturally possess some advantages over others. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing." Her humble remark elicited a smile from Rogers, who then patted her shoulder. Observing his expression, Nan Zhou ventured, "It seems you have become somewhat accustomed to this contemporary society." Rogers was taken aback by the question, not expecting her to broach such a topic. "It's manageable, though I still find certain aspects disconcerting. At least I've learned to use a smartphone," he said with a weary sigh. His transition had been arduous, having been out of sync with the times for 70 years. Many things seemed peculiar to him, though they appeared entirely normal to the current generation. The towering skyscrapers were relatively easy for him to accept. However, communicating with others remained an enigma. After all, he was a man from 70 years ago, and using the vernacular of that era inevitably led to misunderstandings. I previously attempted to engage with the younger generation, only to be met with inquiries about my age. Some of the things I say make them perceive me as quite old, he admitted. Strictly speaking, when considering the time spent frozen, Rogers was indeed quite old. Fear not. One day you will fully integrate into this society. Just converse more with the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, he encouraged. By the way, I heard from Nick that while he holds you in high regard, he mentions you as an unpredictable variable, suggesting you seem reluctant to remain with S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only Nick, but even Peggy has voiced similar sentiments, he added. I simply dislike feeling constrained, Nan Zhou replied, shrugging. There are too many restrictions within S.H.I.E.L.D. I am not fond of that environment. If it weren't for Peggy, I might have long since departed from S.H.I.E.L.D., or even left New York and perhaps the United States altogether. Nan Zhou spoke with utmost candor, directly informing Rogers that his allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. was solely due to Peggy's influence. This revelation left Rogers feeling somewhat awkward, indicating that Nan Zhou harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the agency. It was no wonder Nick had deemed him an unpredictable variable. Chapter 145, The Great Titan, Thanos Loki. It is now your moment to repay Lord Thanos. Within the grand, imposing extraterrestrial vessel, Loki knelt before a chair that faced away from him. Beside him, a grotesque and emaciated alien addressed Loki, saying, during your exile and moments of defeat, the great Lord Thanos took you in, imparted new knowledge upon you, and now he bestows upon you a new mission. As the alien's words faded, the chair slowly turned, revealing a burly figure with a head resembling a purple yam, none other than the formidable Titan, Thanos. Witnessing Thanos' commanding presence and his piercing gaze, even Loki could not suppress a shudder. This subtle reaction did not escape Thanos' notice. Yet, to Loki's surprise, Thanos chuckled, seemingly amused by his demeanor. Oh, my child, why tremble? Thanos gazed at Loki, his tone imbued with mirth. I am about to assign you a significant task, and I hope you shall not disappoint me. Whatever the task, I shall accomplish it. For the glory of Lord Thanos, I will not hesitate. Loki replied hastily. He understood that he was under Thanos' dominion. Failing to exhibit unwavering loyalty could lead to a fate far worse than imprisonment in Asgard. Excellent. Thanos nodded in satisfaction, rising to approach Loki, crouching slightly to pat his shoulder. On a distant, remote, and underdeveloped planet lies an infinity stone I have long sought. I wish for you to retrieve it, and, while you're at it, conquer that world. Upon hearing Thanos' words, Loki lifted his gaze, meeting Thanos' eyes directly. Might I inquire which distant, remote planet you speak of, my lord? Thanos smiled faintly. Earth. At the mention of Earth, Loki's expression darkened. Although this planet was indeed remote and underdeveloped, the circumstances that led him to his current plight were largely attributed to it. Thanos was well aware of Loki's past grievances, and thus, assigning him the task of conquering Earth was a deliberate choice. I will provide you with an army of Chitauri, sufficient for your conquest of Earth. I trust you will succeed in this endeavor. Thanos declared, turning to address a slender alien nearby. Ebony Maw, summon the Chitauri leader for me. The emaciated alien was none other than Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' formidable lieutenants. Ebony Maw nodded slightly before turning to leave, soon returning to Thanos' side with an unattractive alien in tow. This unsightly creature was none other than the leader of the Chitauri. Upon seeing Thanos, the Chitauri leader knelt on one knee and addressed him respectfully. My lord Thanos, your servant has arrived. Thanos approached the Chitauri leader and spoke deliberately. This individual beside you is Loki from Asgard, the son of Odin. I now require your cooperation to launch an assault on Earth and retrieve the Infinity Stones for me. The Chitauri leader raised his gaze to Loki and then back to Thanos, stating, My lord, the Chitauri army is poised to attack that primitive planet at any time, and I am fully capable of leading the charge myself. The implication was clear. The Chitauri leader had no desire to collaborate with Loki. After all, Partnering with Loki would dilute his command over the Chitauri forces, a prospect he found unpalatable. Nonetheless, Thanos had anticipated this reaction. "Do you dare defy my command?" he declared with a stern expression, fixing his piercing gaze upon the Chitauri leader. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver through the Chitauri leader, who quickly bowed his head. "I do not dare, my lord. It was my presumption. I seek your forgiveness." Thanos responded with a cold snort, waving his hand dismissively. "If there are no further matters, then be gone." The Chitauri leader nodded vigorously and retreated promptly. Thanos then turned his attention to Loki, saying, "You may leave as well. Do not disappoint me." Loki nodded in acquiescence and silently departed. Once the two had vacated the chamber, Ebony Maw approached Thanos again. "My lord, I believe it is entirely feasible for the Chitauri to handle Earth independently. Loki is far too cunning and treacherous. We cannot ascertain his true loyalty to us." Thanos merely smiled faintly at this observation. "Ebony Maw, do you truly believe that Earth is a primitive planet?" The question rendered Ebony Maw momentarily speechless. "In my view, a planet should possess multiple governing powers. Furthermore, how could a world without even colonizing its own moon be considered primitive?" "Your argument holds merit," Thanos conceded with a nod, acknowledging Ebony Maw's perspective. "Yet, even so, Earth is not a place to be underestimated." As he spoke, Thanos strolled to the window of the spacecraft, gazing out at the vibrant expanse of the cosmos. "You have heard Loki's tale. Odin once graced Earth with his presence, and his son harbors a profound affection for that world. Do you still believe Earth is an easy target?" At Thanos' words, Ebony Maw fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. The conquest of Earth was not an insurmountable task, yet it was equally fraught with challenges. Thanos gently patted Corvus Glaive's shoulder before departing. As he entered the control room of the spaceship, Gamora and Nebula knelt before him on one knee. "Father, the mission has been accomplished." Observing his two daughters, Thanos smiled with satisfaction. "Father, I have heard that the Chitauri army intends to invade Earth, and I wish to accompany them." Nebula spoke first, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked toward Thanos. The fervent desire for recognition and accomplishment in her gaze did not escape Thanos' notice. However, he declined Nebula's request. "You have other assignments to attend to. Earth does not require your presence at this time." Thanos' refusal left Nebula somewhat disheartened, and she cast a resentful glance at Gamora. Her application to travel to Earth was motivated by a longing for achievement and a desire to elevate her standing in Thanos' eyes, thereby overshadowing Gamora. Yet, Gamora had long grown accustomed to Nebula's glances and remained unfazed. "Gamora." Thanos turned his attention to Gamora, who had been silent until now, and spoke slowly. "Father." Gamora lowered her head slightly in response. "Ronan has discovered new leads on the stones, and I do not trust him. Therefore, you shall keep a close watch." Gamora nodded, determined to fulfill her duty. Chapter 146. "The Mind Stone, were it not for that individual, I would not deign to associate with you." The Chitauri leader, now in a secluded corner of the spaceship with Loki, expressed his profound dissatisfaction. "I am the rightful ruler of the Chitauri army. In this operation, they will heed only my commands. As for you, you are merely a supporting character." Loki, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend why the Chitauri leader harbored such animosity towards him. He did not believe it was merely a concern over sharing authority over the Chitauri forces. The leader seemed to possess an inherent hostility towards the Asgardians. Loki, puzzled by this enmity, reminded himself that he was not an Asgardian but a frost giant. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to the Chitauri leader's threats, having no interest in commanding the Chitauri army. In his eyes, those grotesque, uncouth beings were inferior to the humans of Earth, whom he viewed as a higher species. Commanding such a rabble felt like an affront to his dignity. However, to gain Thanos' trust and achieve his own ambitions, it appeared he could not do without their assistance. "I have no interest in your army's dominion." Loki cast a cold glance at the Chitauri leader, perceiving his very breath as a pollution of the air. "As long as I can fulfill Lord Thanos' mission, your army's authority holds no allure for me," he stated, sneering slightly. The Chitauri leader, sensing the mockery in Loki's gaze, felt insulted. However, constrained by the fact that they were still aboard Thanos' ship, he dared not act recklessly, thus burying his anger deep within. "By the way, there is something I must convey to you." At this moment, Loki suddenly recollected an important matter and turned to face the Chitauri leader. Earth is not as feeble as you imagine. Odin's son, the god of thunder, is not easily dealt with, and your Chitauri army may pay a heavy price. This was one of Loki's rare warnings, yet it was met with disdain from the Chitauri leader. Merely a god of thunder, how could he stand against my Chitauri forces? Our army's fervor is nearly insatiable. Once we reach Earth, it shall become a sea of flames. As for you, just ensure the portal is open correctly. The Chitauri leader's tone brimmed with menace, as he felt compelled to assert his army's dominance before Loki. After all, Loki is the god of mischief and lies, and Ebony Maw had long warned him of Loki's numerous schemes. Thus, the Chitauri leader harbored both animosity and caution. Loki merely curled his lip. He was well aware of the leader's intentions. Such a person, unwilling to collaborate amicably, would ultimately suffer the consequences, and it would be of no concern to him. Since you are so confident, I hope your army shares your unwavering assurance. I have already warned you. Should trouble arise, do not blame me. With that, Loki turned and departed from the corner of the ship. Hypocritical scoundrel. Observing Loki's retreating figure, the Chitauri leader could not suppress a disdainful spit. To him, Loki appeared gentlemanly on the surface, yet who knows how many sinister plots lay beneath. Should his Chitauri army grant Loki a measure of authority, he would not hesitate to send his soldiers to their doom. It seems your communication with him is far from satisfactory. At that moment, Ebony Maw emerged behind the Chitauri leader, an amused expression gracing his features. To me, he is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. The Chitauri leader scoffed again. He truly held no affection for Loki. Though I have informed you of his many schemes, it does not imply that you should become his adversary. Ebony Maw's tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. If you engage in infighting and jeopardize the operation, you are well aware of the consequences. Upon gazing into Ebony Maw's chilling eyes, the Chitauri leader shuddered. He was acutely aware of what the consequences entailed. Should their endeavor fail, both he and Loki would inevitably face Thanos' wrath. The fury of the great Titan is a burden they cannot bear, leading only to one resolution awaiting them: death. To become mere remnants of Thanos' grand design. Thus, in a strict sense, the Chitauri leader and Loki were akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. Should they fail due to internal strife, neither would escape unscathed. Observing your expression, it seems you comprehend the essence of my words. I greatly enjoy conversing with those capable of articulating their thoughts. Omoho regarded the increasingly somber demeanor of the Chitauri leader with a satisfied smile, subsequently patting him on the shoulder. This mission's success signifies a meteoric rise within Lord Thanos' ranks. Failure, however, would lead to an abyss. With a chuckle, Omoho ambled away, leaving behind a serious-faced Chitauri leader. Meanwhile, Loki was contemplating his journey to Earth to retrieve the Infinity Stone when he was summoned by Thanos. Upon witnessing the Titan, whose stature dwarfed his own, Loki found himself compelled to kneel. The proud heart within him could scarcely bear the humiliation of submission to another. Yet, he recognized the futility of resistance in his current predicament. Conquering Earth should pose no challenge for you, but locating the Infinity Stone presents a dilemma, Thanos stated. Producing a scepter adorned with another gem capable of controlling minds. I entrust this to you. It will guide you to the stone you seek. As Loki grasped the scepter, he felt the pulsating energy emanating from it. In truth, this gem was once pilfered from your Asgard, Thanos reminisced. In my earlier days, when I was not yet formidable, I launched an assault on Asgard, only to find defeat due to my own weakness. Yet, I managed to abscond with this gem. Loki was taken aback by Thanos' revelation, as he was unaware of this historical episode. Perhaps Odin deemed the conflict too trivial to mention, his knack for concealing history well known. Now, this gem has returned to your Asgardian kin. I hope you will wield it wisely, Thanos remarked, striding past Loki. I place my trust in you, and thus, I have bestowed it upon you rather than the Chitauri. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 147. The bewildered Dr. Savage unearthed the recent tranquility afforded Nan Zhou an opportunity for diligent training. His integration of the Darkseid template had reached 18, inching ever closer to 19. However, this calm was merely superficial. Nan Zhou was acutely aware that a new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. Upon rising in the morning, he gazed out at the sunlit sky, a sight that brought a sense of reassurance. Yet, he knew this comfort would not endure. This sense of tranquility will not last long, Nan Zhou murmured to himself. You've taken to standing by the window each morning. This was not your habit before, Hela remarked. Approaching him. Recently, Nan Zhou had been inexplicably lingering by the window, lost in silence, which puzzled Hela. Of utmost significance is the gravity in Nan Zhou's gaze, as if he has foreseen the arrival of momentous events. Perhaps in due time, you shall meet your other brother, he stated, casting a glance towards Hela. Another brother? Hela was taken aback, pondering whether this sibling was the very one who sought to eliminate Thor, the child retrieved by Odin from the Frost Giants. Is he also destined to arrive on Earth? In response to Hela's inquiry, Nan Zhou nodded. However, unlike Thor, whose identity is that of an Asgardian, this brother will not share such a lineage upon his arrival on Earth. Nan Zhou's words deepened Hela's confusion. Unaware of Loki's disappearance after falling from the Rainbow Bridge, her lack of understanding was entirely justified. Yet, the enigmatic riddles spoken by Nan Zhou only served to perplex her further. Sensing her bewilderment, he offered a faint smile and reassured her, in time, you shall comprehend. With yet another cryptic statement, Hela sighed in resignation, casting a sideways glance at Nan Zhou. Accustomed as she was to his manner of speaking, New York is, after all, a place rife with calamity, Nan Zhou lamented, subsequently making his way towards the kitchen. Contemplating Nan Zhou's earlier remarks, Hela fell into deep thought. His assessment of New York as a land of misfortune suggested an impending crisis. Coupled with his mention of another brother, it seemed plausible that this looming threat was somehow connected to him. Yet, how did Nan Zhou possess this knowledge? Hela fruged. Resigned to her uncertainty, Nan Zhou would not divulge such information. Resolving to follow him, she entered the kitchen, where she observed Nan Zhou preparing breakfast. She took a seat at the dining table, and soon, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, still bleary-eyed, gathered around. They had school to attend, and, each morning, their faces bore the marks of fatigue. Be cautious in the days ahead, do you understand? Nan Zhou placed the breakfast on the table, addressing Wanda and the others. New York may soon descend into turmoil, so take care of yourselves. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Pietro. Especially you, ensure you protect them both. Having trained extensively in combat and espionage techniques under Nan Zhou, Pietro was expected to assume the role of their guardian. However, in light of the impending crisis in New York, Pietro lacked any superhuman abilities to offer substantial protection. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou felt compelled to impart this advice. Pietro nodded resolutely. I will see to it. He then turned to the two girls, patting his chest with confidence. Rest assured, I will safeguard you. Lorna and Wanda exchanged a brief glance at Pietro without uttering a word, simply continuing to enjoy their breakfast. Meanwhile, in the subterranean laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick was collaborating with Dr. Eric Selvig and others on the Tesseract. It was this very artifact that had caused Captain America, Steve Rogers, to plunge into the ice. Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, had salvaged it and preserved it within S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the agency sought to harness the Tesseract's formidable energy. Unbeknownst to them, a looming crisis awaited. The immense power contained within the Tesseract was inexhaustible. Should humanity manage to seize this energy, not only could they advance into the unknown cosmos, but they could also resolve the pressing issue of energy scarcity. The potential of this power was utterly astounding. Dr. Selvig, his face alight with excitement, turned to Nick and exclaimed. As a scientist, despite his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered such energy. The desire for achievement as a scientific scholar fueled Selvig's ambition, leading him to believe he was destined to be a world changer. If he truly mastered this energy, he could indelibly etch his name in the annals of history alongside the likes of Einstein and Newton. This inflated ambition exhilarated him, and he had been sleepless for quite some time. Doctor, it would be prudent to take a moment to rest, Nick suggested, observing Selvig's bloodshot eyes. He understood the fervor stirring within the scientist, but was equally concerned for his health. He knew that if this continued, Selvig would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. I am on the cusp of altering the world. I cannot afford to rest for even a moment. Selvig was utterly consumed by his obsession. If I can grasp this power sooner, humanity will enter a new era, and establishing bases on the moon or Mars, or even venturing beyond the solar system and galaxy, will be but trifles. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his hands trembling with excitement. Nick, observing Selvig's fervor, grew increasingly somber. He recognized that Selvig was spiraling into obsession, and if not curtailed promptly, not only would progress and efficiency falter, but the scientist's health would also be jeopardized. You there? Take Dr. Selvig away for a proper rest. Nick instructed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him. The agents understood Nick's intentions and moved forward to escort Selvig away. Wait, let go of me. Selvig protested vehemently, struggling against their grasp. I'm still conducting research. I am destined to change humanity. You fools, release me. However, Shavig's struggles proved futile as he was taken away. Nick, witnessing this, let out a resigned sigh and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Hello, Nan Zhou. There's a task that requires your attention. Please come at once. Chapter 148. The agitated cosmic cube. A few hours after Nick ended the call, Nan Zhou arrived at the underground testing center of S.H.I.E.L.D, where the dazzling blue cosmic cube awaited him. You arrived rather swiftly. I had anticipated your arrival would be tomorrow, Nick remarked, glancing at Nan Zhou. Standing before the cosmic cube, Nan Zhou examined the object closely. Is this the item that Howard Stark salvaged? The immense energy radiating from the blue cube astonished him. This marked his first encounter with an infinity stone, and the cosmic energy emanating from it was indeed breathtaking. This is merely one of the 6 infinity stones. How terrifying must their combined power be? No wonder a mere snap can send tremors throughout the universe. Originally, Dr. Shavig was responsible for researching this artifact, yet its overwhelming energy seemed to have driven him to madness. He is currently subdued with a tranquilizer and is resting in a room. Nick explained the situation to Nan Zhou. If we could harness the energy within this cube, humanity would enter a new era. Although Nick often exhibited extreme behavior akin to Shavig's, his aspirations aligned with those of the doctor. Oomph. Nan Zhou scoffed at this notion, prompting a puzzled expression from Nick. What do you mean by that? At this moment, Nan Zhou shifted his gaze from the cube to Nick. You are trying to achieve a monumental feat without the necessary foundation. Do you understand? Nan Zhou's words caused Nick's expression to shift. He comprehended the underlying message in Nan Zhou's statement. We are currently incapable of even colonizing the moon, yet you are already contemplating mastering such formidable energy? With a cold chuckle, Nan Zhou continued, at our current level, attempting to control this energy is far from a trivial endeavor. One misstep could awaken unspeakable entities. Unspeakable entities? Nick furrowed his brow at Nan Zhou's words. What do you mean by that? He recognized that Nan Zhou's words were laden with subtext, yet he could not decipher their meaning. Nan Zhou merely offered an enigmatic smile, patting Nick's shoulder without elaborating further. This cryptic behavior from Nan Zhou left Nick exasperated. Nan Zhou often spoke in half-truths, whether to Hela or Nick, which was quite vexing. Either articulate your thoughts completely or refrain from speaking at all. Who can endure such half-finished dialogues? Nick couldn't help but voice his grievances to Nan Zhou. In response, Nan Zhou chuckled softly and patted Nick's shoulder, revealing a smile that was both enigmatic and profound. Some matters are better left unspoken, understood rather than articulated. Nick, feeling increasingly exasperated, gazed at Nan Zhou's smiling face, wishing fervently to tear it apart. All right, calm down. There's nothing I can do, he finally conceded. Once more, Nan Zhou donned that mysterious expression, stating, in a couple of days, you will comprehend. Disheartened by Nan Zhou's words, Nick chose to disregard him, waving his hand dismissively as he resumed his observation of the cosmic cube. Throughout that week, Nan Zhou remained at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Acceleration Testing Center. However, he did not linger there for 24 hours a day. He traversed through spatial rifts back to his abode each evening. After all, he still needed to train Pietro and prepare meals for Hela. Though it was a bothersome routine, he bore no complaints. During this time, he awaited Loki's arrival. Yet, he was not entirely bored, as he shared this experience with Agent Hawkeye, Barton. The two were good friends, often indulging in casual meals together, leading a rather fulfilling life. What began as a tranquil period was abruptly altered today, as the energy of the cosmic cube began to surge violently. Dr. Selvig promptly contacted Nick. Having undergone forced treatment with tranquilizers previously, Selvig had managed to stabilize his emotions significantly, recognizing his earlier indiscretions. He had become much more composed. Yet Nan Zhou understood that his ambition remained intact. At that moment, Barton had already entered a state of heightened alertness, concealing himself in the shadows to observe the unfolding events. In stark contrast, Nan Zhou stood boldly before the cube, witnessing its tumultuous transformation. It would be wise to step back, S.H.I.E.L.D advised as he approached Nan Zhou. It is crucial to note that the energy emitted by the cosmic cube is radioactive and is precisely what transformed Dr. Banner into the Hulk. Although gamma rays are initially harmless to humans, an increase in radiation could have dire consequences for the body. Hence, S.H.I.E.L.D urged Nan Zhou to vacate the area to prevent any harm. However, Nan Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of the potential dangers posed by the cube's radiation. Even if it were to cause harm, it would be inconsequential to his physique. At that moment, Nick arrived. Observing the agitated cosmic cube, he advanced towards it with determined strides. Witnessing this, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a mix of resignation and concern. Radiation concerns momentarily forgotten. He followed closely behind Nick. "Doctor, what's the situation?" Observing the agitated cube, Nick inquired. "The situation appears rather dire. It has been activated and is becoming increasingly volatile." "It has not merely been activated. It has independently powered itself on. I have attempted to shut it down. It possesses the ability to restart itself, as it is, in essence, a source of energy." At that moment, Nick and Savage approached the cube. Alongside Nick was Agent Hill, who had not seen Nan Zhou for quite some time. "You seem to be in good spirits despite our time apart," Hill remarked, lightly patting Nan Zhou's shoulder. "I'm managing, but you seem rather fatigued," Nan Zhou replied. Noticing Hill's diminished vitality, likely a consequence of her exhaustive missions with Nick. As their conversation unfolded, the cube grew even more agitated. Suddenly, a beam of blue laser erupted from it, striking a nearby platform. As the beam dissipated, dust swirled, revealing a figure emerging from the haze. None other than Loki, wearing a mischievous grin. "Sir, might you kindly lower that object in your hand?" Nick addressed Loki, unfazed, having encountered extraterrestrial beings before. In contrast, the other S.H.I.E.L.D agents raised their weapons, cautiously advancing toward Loki, acutely aware of the inherent danger he posed. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou, who was not present, sensed the disturbance and recognized Loki's arrival. As he reminisced with Hill, neither was near the cube, suggesting trouble was afoot. Turning to leave, Nan Zhou was met with Hill's urgent inquiry. "What is happening?" Her gaze caught the seriousness in his eyes. "Prepare the vehicle swiftly," he instructed, withholding further details. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hill, recognizing the urgency conveyed through Nan Zhou's demeanor, complied without delay, prioritizing action over explanation. As Nan Zhou advanced toward the cube, the laboratory had descended into chaos. Loki's scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, had transformed the environment drastically. As an Asgardian, augmented by the power of the scepter, even the most skilled S.H.I.E.L.D agents found themselves powerless against him, ultimately facing a deadly fate. Barton, Dr. Savage, and several agents had succumbed to the influence of the Mind Stone. "I advise you to remain still," Loki warned. Nick attempted to discreetly remove the Tesseract, but regrettably, Loki had already detected his movements. Loki gazed at Nick with a sly smile before casually waving his hand. In an instant, the sharp report of a gun rang out as Barton drew his pistol and fired at Nick. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Nick collapsed to the ground. Loki seized the box containing the gemstone and followed Barton and the others as they made their way outside. At that moment, Nan Zhou arrived at Nick's side. He was aware that Nick was wearing a bulletproof vest, which would prevent an easy demise. Nick grimaced in pain as Nan Zhou helped him to his feet. Despite the vest, the impact of the bullet was excruciating. "Where were you? Why did you arrive just now?" Nick's first words to Nan Zhou were laced with irritation. "I was catching up with Hill. I've already instructed her to prepare the vehicle," Nan Zhou replied. Nick nodded in agreement. "Very well. But the issue at hand is that they possess something capable of controlling minds. Barton has already been compromised. We must regroup them." With that, Nick gave Nan Zhou a push. "You need to stop them. Do not concern yourself with me. The laboratory is on the brink of disaster due to the earlier disturbance from the Tesseract. It will explode within 2 minutes." At that moment, Hill arrived, opening her car door and signaling for Nan Zhou and Nick to get in. Nick exchanged a glance with Nan Zhou before the latter entered the vehicle. While Nick ascended toward the higher ground, "Why isn't he coming with us?" Hill asked, perplexed by Nick's decision to stay behind. "He has his own matters to attend to. Agent Barton has been compromised. We need to act swiftly," Nan Zhou explained. Compromised? S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, her shock evident as she started the car. To her, the notion seemed utterly implausible. After all, Agent Barton was a highly trained professional, unlikely to be swayed so easily. An alien emerged from that tesseract, wielding a weapon capable of mind control, which is how Agent Barton fell under its influence. Nan Zhou provided a succinct clarification. Instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation, S.H.I.E.L.D. pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. She took a shortcut, positioning the car directly in front of Barton and his team. With a swift maneuver, S.H.I.E.L.D. executed a drift, confronting Barton head-on. In that tense moment, Nan Zhou drew his weapon and fired several shots at Barton, intentionally missing to avoid fatality. Barton, unwilling to concede, returned fire. However, the instability of the vehicle diminished his accuracy, and none of his shots found their mark. In the ensuing contest of driving skill, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly found herself outmatched by Barton, who deftly distanced himself from her. It was at this critical juncture that Loki became exposed before Nan Zhou. Upon seeing Loki, Nan Zhou offered a cold smile and raised his gun, pulling the trigger and landing a precise shot squarely on Loki's forehead. Loki's expression darkened instantly. This was a blatant provocation. Was he truly willing to press a gun to his own forehead? He raised his scepter, unleashing a beam of light. Upon witnessing this, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face paled, and she hastily evaded. Was this weapon truly so formidable? S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonished. Had that blast struck their vehicle, both of them would have met their demise. Loki, realizing his shot had missed, grew increasingly frustrated and fired several more rounds. Why would you engage in such folly? S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel to dodge the incoming light projectiles. Loki furrowed his brow, recognizing the need to enhance the accuracy of his weapon. If he could not hit them from a distance, he would take matters into his own hands. With that, he leapt from the vehicle and thrust his scepter toward Nan Zhou's window. Seeing this, Nan Zhou quickly pushed the steering wheel aside and leapt from the car. You pursue him. I will intercept. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expression shifted with concern. She worried that Nan Zhou might meet the same fate as Barton and the others. Yet she chose to place her trust in him and continued her pursuit. You possess quite the courage to face me alone, Loki sneered, observing Nan Zhou. The bravery of this ordinary man was commendable, yet was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a fool's endeavor. I dare to confront you alone because I possess such confidence, Nan Zhou declared, donning a mask. Let us hope you have not memorized my face. In an instant, he appeared before Loki, grasping the orb of light. This speed astonished Loki. Loki immediately activated the scepter, having missed from a distance. It was unacceptable to fail at close range. Yet, Nan Zhou simply clutched the orb, which detonated violently in his grasp. Miraculously, Nan Zhou emerged unscathed from the explosion, while Loki was left reeling, his scalp tingling from the shock. Loki's expression shifted dramatically. Was this truly a human from Earth before him? Could an Earthling withstand such an assault and survive? Could it be that this individual was not even from Earth? Chapter 150. More terrifying than Thanos gazing at the man before him, who could effortlessly crush his orb of light, Loki's demeanor soured. He recognized that he had encountered insurmountable odds. The laboratory was on the verge of collapse, and he needed to escape swiftly. He had initially believed himself the hunter, but now he found himself in flight. Moreover, the man capable of obliterating the orb with a single hand was undoubtedly formidable. Whether he could defeat him was a pressing concern. If he failed to overcome this adversary, it would be an utter embarrassment. With this realization, Loki resolved not to linger in battle, but to seek an opportunity to flee. Furthermore, if he could subjugate such a powerful individual, it would undoubtedly bolster his plans for Earth's domination. Nan Zhou, perceiving Loki's intentions, instinctively took a step back. Uncertain of his ability to resist the influence of the Mind Stone, he feared that a moment's lapse could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Earth. Loki observed Nan Zhou's actions, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. It appeared that this individual also harbored a fear of the Mind Stone. Suddenly, Loki seized Nan Zhou's arm. His scepter poised to strike at Nan Zhou's chest. In a swift motion, Nan Zhou broke free from Loki's grasp and retreated. However, Loki's blast struck behind him, causing the wall to collapse, and the energy from the explosion propelled Nan Zhou forward, directly into the path of Loki's mind-controlling scepter. This series of events left Nan Zhou momentarily paralyzed. He had no time to react before the scepter's tip pierced his chest. Instantly, the Mind Stone erupted with a brilliant blue light. A wave of tumult surged within Nan Zhou, an insidious force encroaching upon his very being, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. Meanwhile, Loki reveled in his triumph, realizing the Mind Stone's potency could be harnessed for his purposes. "Join us," he coaxed, "and I shall grant you the freedom you seek." As he seduced Nan Zhou with his words, he celebrated the acquisition of a formidable ally. At that moment, Nan Zhou found himself enveloped in darkness, eyes shut tight as he struggled to break free from the overpowering force. It was relentless, gnawing at his heart like a swarm of insects. As frustration mounted, he summoned all his strength, unleashing the formidable presence of Darkseid. This overwhelming aura dissipated the energy emanating from the Mind Stone, sending Loki hurtling backward. Gradually, Nan Zhou opened his eyes, surveying the chaos around him, only to realize that Loki had vanished. "What a stroke of bad luck," he muttered, irritated at Loki's uncanny ability to escape at the slightest opportunity. At that moment, the underground research facility began to tremble violently. Unable to withstand the energy unleashed by the Tesseract, it began to collapse. Thoughts of S.H.I.E.L.D. crossed his mind. She was still pursuing Hawkeye Barton alone, and he needed to find her. Resolving himself, Nan Zhou quickened his pace, heading toward the front. Upon locating S.H.I.E.L.D., he discovered that the entire laboratory had crumbled. S.H.I.E.L.'s vehicle lay, trapped beneath a fallen column. Yet fortunately, she remained unscathed. "I was so worried about you," S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, rushing towards him. "Are you all right? No injuries?" Upon seeing that Nan Zhou was unharmed, she exhaled in relief, considering the formidable extraterrestrial adversary he had just faced. Equipped with a mind-controlling weapon, S.H.I.E.L.'s concern for Nan Zhou was palpable, especially since even Hawkeye Barton had fallen victim to the threat they faced. "Rest assured, that fellow cannot harm me." Observing the concerned expression on S.H.I.E.L.'s face, Nan Zhou chuckled softly as he affectionately ruffled her hair, offering her solace. With Nan Zhou seemingly unharmed, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a wave of relief wash over her. The two of them waited for a brief moment before the rescue team arrived to escort them away. Meanwhile, on Loki's end, after Nan Zhou unleashed the aura of Darkseid, he hastily fled the scene. From that presence, Loki sensed an energy comparable to, if not exceeding, that of Thanos. The oppressive force, the suffocating aura, drenched Loki in cold sweat. He realized that lingering here was perilous. Remaining could very well lead to death, an unequivocal demise. At that moment, Loki was in their temporary base, his demeanor grave. He established contact with the leader of the Chitauri. "Our plan to invade Earth must be postponed," Loki stated, glancing at the Chitauri leader. "There exists a formidable entity on Earth that we cannot contend with." Upon hearing Loki's words, the Chitauri leader scoffed derisively, his laughter laced with disdain. "We cannot contend with it. It is merely your weakness. I assure you, my Chitauri army is unstoppable. If you fear, you should withdraw. Your absence would mean no competition for me." Loki, finding the Chitauri leader obstinately ignorant, felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that this matter necessitated a discussion with Thanos, for the aura he sensed was even more daunting than that of Thanos himself. Thus, Loki severed communication with the Chitauri leader and turned to contact Thanos, managing to reach him swiftly. The scepter embedded with the Mind Stone also possessed the ability to connect with Thanos, and once again, the scenery around Loki shifted to the interior of Thanos' spacecraft. "Loki, what brings you to seek me?" Thanos had previously cautioned Loki to adhere to their plans and refrain from unnecessary disturbances. Loki's arrival, rather than welcomed, left Thanos somewhat displeased. "Esteemed Thanos, there is a matter I must clarify with you. Our strategy to conquer Earth may require a more prolonged consideration." Loki's statement piqued Thanos' curiosity. "What is the matter? Has there been a complication in locating the space stone?" "This scepter is capable of pinpointing the stone's location." Loki nodded. "The stone is not the issue. I have acquired it. However, I have encountered an exceedingly troublesome individual, one even more formidable than my brother." Thanos, intrigued, pressed further. "More problematic than your brother? Are you certain?" Loki slightly inclined his head, his voice trembling. "Not only that, the aura emanating from him is even more terrifying. More terrifying than what?" Thanos, sensing Loki's hesitation, urged him on impatiently. "More terrifying than you?" Loki finally admitted. Thanos' expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. "Loki, this is no jest. Are you certain? Should you deceive me, You are well aware of the consequences. Chapter 151. Refusal to Reunite. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thanos exuded a terrifying aura that rendered Loki breathless. It was undeniably true. Thanos could withstand the waves of energy released by the Mind Stone with a single hand, and the stone lacked the ability to control him. To be precise, while the Mind Stone could influence him, his formidable strength and indomitable will rendered its power null and void. As Loki spoke, Thanos' expression grew increasingly grave. This was no trivial matter. If a being as formidable as Odin existed on Earth, he would need to contemplate the implications of invading the planet. However, considering the lurking Chitauri army eager to strike, Thanos was reluctant to forego this opportunity. If word spread that he had retreated out of fear of an entity on Earth, it would undoubtedly undermine the morale of his forces. Dissenters like Ronan would seize such an opportunity to rebel. Therefore, he could not abandon the invasion of Earth. Moreover, Loki's assertion might not necessarily be accurate. What if it was merely a miscalculation? Thanos was confident in his own strength, firmly believing that no being on Earth could surpass him. After considerable contemplation, Thanos slowly spoke, proceed with the original plan. Utilize the space stone within the cosmic cube to create a spatial tunnel for the Chitauri army to enter Earth. Do you understand? Loki nodded, realizing that he had no choice but to comply. And, my lord, how shall we deal with that individual? Loki inquired cautiously, referring to the chilling presence of Nan Zhou. I have my methods, Thanos replied, waving his hand dismissively, signaling that Loki could take his leave. I will personally confront the individual you mentioned. I trust your judgment is sound, understood? Thanos' gaze emanated a lethal intent. His message was clear. Should the entity Loki spoke of prove to be less formidable than anticipated, Loki must prepare for punishment. Understanding this, Loki nervously nodded and severed the connection. Returning to reality, Loki observed that Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye, along with those under his control, had constructed a temporary laboratory. A faint smile graced his lips. His task was now to obey Thanos' orders and expedite the completion of the mission. With this thought, Loki's expression turned cold. At present, he was forced to rely on Thanos to gradually achieve his ambitions. Once his own power grew, he would undoubtedly seek to break free from Thanos' dominion, even aspiring to usurp him. He despised the feeling of being subservient. He desired to be the one issuing commands. However, at present, he must endure humiliation and obey the commands of others to achieve his own objectives. Loki's scheme is progressing step by step, while chaos reigns within S.H.I.E.L.D. It must be noted that Hawkeye, Barton, has been turned, a truly terrifying development. The transformation of such a top-tier agent into an adversary subordinate is a blow that is all too predictable. Fortunately, Nick remains relatively composed, for he had foreseen this outcome long ago. It is time to begin summoning the necessary individuals. Nick spoke slowly, aware that the plan, which had not yet been formally executed, was about to commence. Nan Zhou, there is a mission I must entrust to you, Nick said, casting a glance at the nearby Nan Zhou. Naturally, Nan Zhou understood the nature of the task. It was simply an invitation to join the Avengers. This prospect filled him with deep-seated reluctance. He had no desire to align himself with the Avengers, even if the current iteration lacked the stringent regulations of Europe. The obligations would undoubtedly be numerous. He might have to traverse the globe, unable to refuse, for joining the Avengers would signify his emergence as a superhero. Should he later decline Nick's assignments, Nick might very well resort to moral coercion to compel compliance. He refused to participate in what he perceived to be a disadvantageous organization. Thus, upon hearing Nick outline the general plan, Nan Zhou promptly expressed his refusal. Nick, naturally, was quite displeased. Nan Zhou, possessing such extraordinary abilities, to not contribute to humanity and safeguard world peace. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Despite his dissatisfaction, Nick endeavored to reason with him. Ultimately, you would merely serve as a tool for your nation. In response to Nick's entreaties, Nan Zhou scoffed. The early Avengers were nothing more than a nationalistic organization, with every mission undertaken solely for the benefit of the state. While at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou had consistently abstained from missions steeped in national interests. The tasks he engaged in served the benefit of all nations. Ever since Peggy had taken him in, his heart had drifted far from national ties, landing instead in the distant lands of the East. Otherwise, he would not have desperately sought to change his nationality at the age of 18. He was the only foreign operative within S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Once he entered the Avengers, he would undoubtedly be coerced into undertaking various missions driven by national interests. This was an understanding he had not failed to grasp. Seeing Nan Zhou's resolute stance, Nick felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. He had anticipated that Nan Zhou would respond in a manner akin to Yang's, yet he had not expected such a thorough rejection. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Nan Zhou was eager to distance himself from S.H.I.E.L.D, making his participation in the Avengers a formidable challenge. At this juncture, Nan Zhou had already turned to leave. He was reluctant to involve himself in the affairs of the Avengers, even refraining from participating in the Battle of New York unless unforeseen disruptors were to emerge. For instance, that long-absent entity. Given its prolonged absence, it was only natural for Nan Zhou to assume that it would not make an appearance this time either. As long as the Chitauri did not provoke him, nor did they disturb Hela or Wanda during the New York conflict, Nan Zhou would remain passive. He held no concern for the fate of the New Yorkers, for such events were merely a part of the historical continuum, and he had made a pact with that entity not to deliberately alter the course of events. He declined, did he not? At that moment, Coulson approached Nick and inquired. Nick nodded, a response anticipated. He then turned to Coulson, saying, "Let us set him aside for now. Contact Natasha immediately. The situation is dire. Reach out to Dr. Banner and Stark as well. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance, and I sense a fierce battle is imminent." Chapter 152. Nan Zhou's Dilemma. Why did you decline Nick's offer? After Nan Zhou rejected Nick's invitation to join the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D sought him out for a conversation. In her view, his refusal was quite unexpected, considering the opportunity to team up with Captain America and Iron Man. Although she held a certain disdain for Stark. "I have my reasons. I believe you should comprehend my perspective," Nan Zhou replied coolly to S.H.I.E.L.D. She regarded him thoughtfully and nodded in understanding. She truly grasped why Nan Zhou would turn down Nick's invitation. Joining the Avengers would conflict with his desire for a life of freedom. Though still an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou had become little more than a nominal figure, with no real responsibilities yet still receiving a salary. This arrangement brought him ever closer to the liberated existence he yearned for. Joining the Avengers would only delay the arrival of the life he desired. While she understood his reasoning, S.H.I.E.L.D did not wish for Nan Zhou to sever all ties with the Avengers. After all, she had already committed to the initiative, and if Nan Zhou did not join, she sensed that their paths would diverge increasingly. What an excellent opportunity it is to become a superhero to protect the world, to earn the love and admiration of people worldwide. Having discerned Nan Zhou's thoughts, S.H.I.E.L.D's voice diminished, growing increasingly uncertain. "I harbor no aspirations for world protection," Nan Zhou retorted plainly. "I merely wish to live my life well. Unless faced with the imminent destruction of the world, I shall not intervene lightly." Nan Zhou spoke as if he were an otherworldly sage, and strictly speaking, he indeed possessed such qualities. Upon witnessing that Nan Zhou had made his decision, S.H.I.E.L.D ceased to press further, departing with a sense of regret. With S.H.I.E.L.'s exit, Nan Zhou too left the S.H.I.E.L.D Accelerated Testing Center, making his way back to New York. Before long, his phone rang, and the caller was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. "Nick Fury wishes to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers. Why are you calling me?" Stark's purpose for calling was straightforward, yet it caught Nan Zhou off guard. He was inquiring about Nan Zhou's perspective on the Avengers. "I merely wish to gauge your stance," Stark replied. "For reasons unknown." Stark's words made Nan Zhou feel as if this man were akin to a subordinate. "Simply follow your heart. There is no need to consult me. However, if you insist on asking, I must say I am somewhat inclined to support your inclusion." Of course, Nan Zhou's statement stemmed not from a genuine belief that Stark was suited for the Avengers, but rather from the understanding that the Avengers could not exist without Iron Man, nothing more. Stark fell into contemplation upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. Although he had become an observer within the Avengers, uncertainty arose within him as the moment for actual inclusion approached. Deep down, he genuinely desired to join, and Nan Zhou's words bolstered his confidence. "All right, since you say so, I shall join them." After this exchange, Stark engaged in light conversation with Nan Zhou before ending the call. As for the affairs concerning the Avengers, Nan Zhou chose not to involve himself further. He held no interest in the formation of the team. After all, he had made it abundantly clear that he would not participate. Thus Nick would not extend an invitation to him aboard that colossal aircraft. The following day, the original members of the Avengers gradually arrived at the enormous vessel. Captain America, Steve Rogers, the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner, and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The only figures yet to make their appearance were Iron Man, Tony Stark, Thor, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, who was under Loki's control. As the three arrived, S.H.I.E.L.D's massive aircraft began to ascend slowly into the air. Director, regarding Nan Zhou, Hill approached Nick, feeling somewhat disheartened after a conversation with him the previous day. You must have anticipated the outcome, Nick replied, observing Hill's disappointment with a smile. You know well what kind of person Nan Zhou is. Once he makes a decision, it is unlikely to change. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Nick's expression turned serious. Yet, such obstinacy may lead to significant complications for him. As he spoke, Nick turned to Hill. You should be aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. will not tolerate the existence of individuals who act with such impunity. Nick's words caused a sheen of cold sweat to form on Hill's forehead. She was acutely aware of Nan Zhou's precarious situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. The individuals above Nick were already quite dissatisfied with Nan Zhou. Such a formidable level 10 agent would not be easily relinquished, and even the prospect of placing him under house arrest carried considerable risk. Therefore, should Nan Zhou continue his association with Yang, he would face only a few potential outcomes: total confinement, spending the remainder of his life in prison, or complete erasure from this world. The mere thought sent a shiver down Hill's spine. Were it not for Nick's relentless negotiations with those above him, they might have already taken action against Nan Zhou. After all, the desire to eliminate Nan Zhou had been brewing for quite some time. His circumstances were undeniably perilous, as he repeatedly pushed against their limits. If he could not successfully vanish from sight, he would inevitably confront those two fates. Rest assured, I know you worry about him, Nick said, having observed Hill's expression. He understood her thoughts at this moment and sought to comfort her. Although this troublesome kid's actions have frustrated me as well, I will do everything in my power to protect him. Upon hearing Nick's words, Hill exhaled in relief. She understood Nick's stance. After all, Nan Zhou had assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. in resolving numerous Hydra-related missions, dismantling countless Hydra strongholds. Nick was not a heartless individual, and despite Nan Zhou's current predicament, his contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D. could not be overlooked. Thus, even if Nan Zhou was a source of irritation, Nick would ardently strive to safeguard him. Chapter 153. The Arrival of Thanos. A sense of despair. New York had enjoyed a few days of tranquility, yet an impending crisis lurked, ready to besiege this vibrant city. At that moment, atop the Stark Industries building in New York, the Control Doctor Ziegler had constructed a machine capable of creating a massive spatial rift in the skies above Earth, allowing the Chitauri army to invade. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou sat in his room, gazing at the sky, uncertain of when the azure expanse would be overtaken by the Chitauri forces. The cheerful crowds below remained blissfully unaware of the impending horror that awaited them. It should be coming soon, Nan Zhou murmured softly. Hela stood beside him, following his gaze into the sky. Aside from the cerulean heavens, nothing else was discernible, and she could not fathom what Nan Zhou was perceiving. Have you not been asking me what calamity I was referring to? Nan Zhou inquired, casting a glance at Hela. Hela nodded slightly. Although she had ceased her inquiries during this period, her curiosity remained unabated. Nan Zhou observed her with a faint smile, assuring her that soon she would witness it for herself. According to his conjecture, the formidable Chitauri forces would invade Earth today, targeting New York. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela glanced once more at the sky, realizing that the impending calamity would likely manifest from above. At that moment, a brilliant blue beam shot upwards, creating a rift in the sky, and soon after, countless Chitauri warriors descended upon Earth aboard their alien vessels. They have arrived, Nan Zhou remarked, his expression turning grave as he beheld the opening. Is this the disaster? Hela furrowed her brow, casting her gaze upon the grotesque Chitauri. She understood that these beings hailed from Chitauri, a realm inhabited by relentless warmongers, and it seemed that Earth was destined to face a dire catastrophe. Determined, Hela prepared to turn away and confront the invaders. Though she was not a native of Earth, her time spent on this planet had fostered a deep affection within her. She could not allow the Chitauri to invade and slaughter humanity. Just then, Nan Zhou reached out and grasped her arm firmly. I strongly advise against it. Why? Hela questioned, perplexed by his restraint. She could not comprehend why Nan Zhou would dissuade her. If we do not act, countless Earthlings will perish at their hands. Moreover, you are an Earthling. Should you not join me in stopping them? Yet, Nan Zhou shook his head. This is a calamity that New York and Earth must endure. Our involvement would be ill-advised. Hela, upon seeing the determination in Nan Zhou's gaze, instantly grasped the essence of his words. As an outsider, his intervention could potentially alter the course of history. Since she was brought back by Nan Zhou, every action she took could reshape the timeline, and should she intervene, the repercussions would be even more profound. With this realization, Hela clenched her jaw and chose to remain. Brother Zhou, what has transpired? At that moment, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro emerged from within, their faces reflecting the fear they felt upon witnessing the Chitauri. Rest assured, as long as you stay here, nothing will happen to you. Nan Zhou reassured them. Hearing this, the trio felt a measure of relief. After all, they recognized Nan Zhou's formidable abilities and had little doubt that he could withstand the Chitauri. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou's gaze returned to the window, where the relentless Chitauri army continued to pour forth from a rift. He was acutely aware that many lives would be lost, yet he remained resolute in his decision not to intervene. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the rift, contrasting starkly with the Chitauri forces, seemingly from an entirely different realm. Nan Zhou's eyes sharpened as he immediately recognized the individual. As he beheld the scene before him, he found himself utterly bewildered. The figure standing there, so starkly different from the Chitauri army, was none other than the formidable Titan, Thanos. Thanos had actually arrived on Earth. This revelation left Nan Zhou incredulous, for this occurrence was an entire 6 years ahead of schedule. It was only 2012, yet Thanos had come to Earth, when he should not have appeared until 2018. Soon, Nan Zhou deduced the reason for Thanos' unexpected arrival. It was likely that his confrontation with Loki had instilled a sense of dread in Loki, prompting him to inform Thanos of the situation, which in turn had led to Thanos' descent upon Earth. Thus, Thanos' presence was a consequence of his own actions. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene. With a wry smile, Nan Zhou resolved to venture out. Hela, too, noticed the imposing figure of Thanos, and from Nan Zhou's expression, she surmised that this formidable being was a result of Nan Zhou's machinations. I leave these 3 to you. I shall return shortly. With that, Nan Zhou donned his mask and donned the suit provided by Stark, soaring towards Thanos. At that moment, Thanos had landed on the ground, exuding an aura of power that intimidated the assembled Avengers. A mere glance from him was sufficient to dismiss them. While they were undeniably stronger than the Chitauri, they were clearly not the adversaries Loki had described. The one who stood out was Thor, the god of thunder, hailing from Asgard, who was considerably stronger than the others. Yet still not the individual Thanos sought. Loki, Thanos bellowed, searching for his elusive ally. Soon, Loki approached Thanos, bowing respectfully. Where is he? Thanos inquired, referring to Nan Zhou. Upon hearing this, Loki felt a twinge of anxiety. My lord, that individual has yet to make his appearance, but I am certain he will come. Thanos cast a disapproving glance at Loki. Should he fail to show, you're well aware of the consequences. Just then, Thor surged forward, delivering a powerful blow. Thanos, however, swiftly evaded the strike and, in a flash, confronted Thor, landing a punch to his abdomen that sent him careening through the air. Witnessing this, Steve Rogers rushed forth. But if Thor faltered, how could he stand a chance? He too was swiftly dispatched by a single punch. Iron Man fared no better. His barrage of bullets proved utterly ineffective against Thanos, who capitalized on the distraction to retaliate. As for the Hulk, renowned for his brute strength, he met a similar fate. Though he managed to exchange a few blows with Thanos, the Titan's tactical prowess overwhelmed Hulk's raw power, landing several decisive strikes that left him staggering. In the entire Avengers ensemble, the 4 most formidable individuals found themselves at a loss. It was not just Black Widow and Hawkeye. Even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wore expressions of deep despondency. Gazing upon Thanos, a wave of despair washed over them. Chapter 154, Omega Beams. There was nothing of interest. Thanos had toyed with each member of the Avengers, shaking his head in disappointment. While these individuals were considerably stronger than the Chitauri, they were utterly powerless against him. Among them, the Asgardian piqued his interest the most. However, it was regrettable that this Asgardian was still lacking, especially when compared to Odin, who was truly in a league of his own, being the king of Asgard. Yet, Thanos could not deny that his decision to allow the Chitauri to invade Earth was rather unwise. Although faced with only these few individuals, the Chitauri would find the confrontation challenging. The optimal choice would have been to send a greater number to invade the planet. At that moment, Thanos soudainement succède en inusual aura. He turned sharply to behold a masked man floating in mid-air, gazing intently at him. Thanos quickly deduced that this individual possessed a distinct presence, likely the one Loki had spoken of. You are the one Loki referred to. The one whose formidable aura even the Mind Stone cannot manipulate, Thanos remarked, fixing his gaze on Nan Zhou. I know not how Loki perceives me. I am here solely to thwart you. Nothing more, Nan Zhou replied, assessing the imposing figure before him. Thanos undeniably emanated a potent aura, eclipsing that of the Avengers members. Among them, only Thor could potentially hold an advantage against Thanos, though that was certainly not the case with the current Thor. Presently, Thor could not truly be regarded as the god of thunder. He seemed more akin to the god of the hammer. Your bravado is amusing. I wonder how you intend to stop me, Thanos sneered, dismissing the seemingly frail man before him as a viable opponent. Defeating him might not be as effortless as vanquishing the previous adversaries, but Thanos was resolute in his belief that he would ultimately emerge victorious. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the status of Thanos' adversary. Reward: Darkseid Inheritance Level 2. Inheritance level has reached 20. Just as Nan Zhou anticipated Thanos' next move, he was taken aback by the system's announcement. He had not anticipated that inciting Thanos' animosity could yield an achievement, along with an inheritance level of 2, bringing his Darkseid inheritance level to 20. This signified that he was on the verge of acquiring new abilities associated with Darkseid. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new skill, Omega Beams Level 1. Omega Beams? Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. However, he was quite certain that he had not misheard. The newly acquired skill was indeed the signature ability of Darkseid, the Omega Beam, a potent ray that could emanate from his eyes and even track its targets. But what did this first level signify? Would the skill unlock progressively as his inheritance level increased? Nan Zhou was knowledgeable and did not require excessive explanation from the system. Nonetheless, the system still deemed it necessary to provide an introduction. Ding! The Omega Beam is categorized into 5 levels. Currently, the host is at the first level, and as the host's inheritance level rises, the skill's level will also enhance. Why complicate matters? Would it not be better to provide everything at once? Nan Zhou found the system's approach rather perplexing. Why impose a hierarchy when a single comprehensive bestowal would suffice? Yet, upon reflection, granting him access to the highest level would render him excessively formidable. Being invincible could indeed be quite lonely. Thus, it seemed the system was looking out for him. This series of contemplations plunged Nan Zhou into deep thought, which did not escape the notice of Thanos. Thanos felt a swell of displeasure in his eyes. This individual was blatantly disregarding him, which he perceived as an affront. After all, he commanded an immensely powerful army and was a great titan. Now, he found himself overlooked by a mere earthling. Since I began traversing the cosmos and waging war, you're the first to dare stand before me and ignore my presence. Thanos' voice was cold, and his aura was undeniably terrifying. However, to Nan Zhou, this was hardly significant. He regarded Thanos' imposing presence as no different from mere theatrics. While the Avengers might tremble in the face of such an aura, for Nan Zhou, it was but a trivial matter. Just then, a Chitauri soldier suddenly appeared behind him, attempting a surprise attack. Yet, this was entirely anticipated by Nan Zhou. With a cold smirk, he decided to test the potency of his new skill. His eyes glowed a fierce red, and a ray shot forth, curving precisely to pierce the chest of the Chitauri soldier behind him. The soldier instantly fell lifeless, clearly dispatched. However, Nan Zhou's actions did not cease there. The Omega Beam continued to fire, leaving no Chitauri soldier unscathed in its wake. Though this was merely the first level of the Omega Beam, it effortlessly penetrated the Chitauri armor. Should he reach the 5th level, it would match Darkseid's Omega Beam, capable of melting a target with the immense energy emitted before even making contact. Nan Zhou's display astonished Thanos. Such a skill was unprecedented in his experience. It appeared that this individual was truly exceptional. Just the ray alone left him uncertain of his ability to withstand its full force. At this moment, Nan Zhou turned to Stark and the others, saying, "I will handle this. You go confront the Chitauri." His words prompted the members of the Avengers to exchange glances, and one by one, they nodded before dispersing. Only Nan Zhou and Thanos remained. "You astonish me," Thanos remarked, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhou, brimming with the fervor of battle. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone capable of igniting his fighting spirit, and this individual was the first to do so. "Come, let's exchange a few blows." Upon hearing Thanos' invitation, Nan Zhou smiled and shook his head. "Is it truly that simple? I fear I might strike you so hard that even your mother wouldn't recognize you." His words dripped with provocation, causing Thanos' veins to bulge with fury. He extended his hand and bellowed, "Bring me my blade." Moments later, 3 Chitauri soldiers struggled to lift Thanos' iconic double-edged sword, bringing it to his side. The weight of the weapon was evident, requiring the combined effort of 3 soldiers to bear it. "I hope you remember what you just said." Thanos' eyes glinted coldly. "Never forget it, even in death." Chapter 155. Nan Zhou versus Thanos. Thanos swung his massive sword toward Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou showed no urgency to defeat Thanos. He was eager to toy with this adversary. With a mere thought, the trident of Aquaman transformed into a battle axe in his hand, intercepting the sword with ease. The sound of metal clashing rang through the air, and Thanos felt his arm tremble violently. He had exerted 70% of his strength in that strike, yet the backlash was greater than he anticipated. What manner of weapon is this? Thanos gazed incredulously at the battle axe in Nan Zhou's grasp, sensing a divine aura emanating from it. Strictly speaking, it could be classified as a divine artifact. Nan Zhou glanced at his axe and casually remarked, "Indeed." Yet, he too was somewhat astonished. The force behind Thanos' strike was no small matter, and he could distinctly feel the vibration in his arm. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable being, known as the Mad Titan, with immense strength and ambition. However, he bore the Darkseid system, a unique existence within the multiverse, a six-dimensional new god whose very presence could shatter the cosmos. Against Thanos, even without the Infinity Gauntlet, he would find himself utterly outmatched. Divine artifact, as Thanos observed the battle axe in Nan Zhou's possession. He momentarily felt disenchanted with his own sword. He yearned to possess that axe, employing every conceivable tactic to obtain it. With this thought in mind, Thanos again swung his sword, relentlessly striking at Nan Zhou. Yet, Nan Zhou remained unperturbed, facing Thanos' tempestuous onslaught with a calm demeanor, effortlessly deflecting and neutralizing every attack. After a series of maneuvers, Thanos found himself perspiring, while Nan Zhou appeared entirely unperturbed. A wave of frustration washed over Thanos, despite his fervent assaults. He had not managed to ruffle a single hair on Nan Zhou's head, naturally leading to his sense of defeat. However, as the commander of a vast army, losing confidence after a single setback was certainly not in his nature. Yet, this feeling of frustration was unfamiliar to him, having not encountered it in a long time. Soon, he rallied his resolve and charged at Nan Zhou once more. Seeing Thanos' relentless spirit, Nan Zhou could only smile wryly. This time, he did not intend to wield his battle axe, but instead raised his hand, preparing to unleash his atomic breath. Instantly, a sphere of blue light coalesced in his palm, a force not governed by the laws of the universe that momentarily stunned Thanos. Yet, in that fleeting moment of astonishment, the atomic breath was released. Thanos had no time to evade and could only brace himself with his massive blade. The atomic breath struck Thanos, forcing him to retreat several steps, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground before he finally came to a halt. To his astonishment, this technique was beyond the bounds of universal law. Thanos chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze upon Nan Zhou. It dawned on him that Nan Zhou was an outsider. The essence of the atomic breath was palpable to Thanos, and he quickly deduced Nan Zhou's true identity. At that moment, Thanos noticed that his blade was infused with the energy and essence of the atomic breath quite abundantly. Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he swiftly grasped the situation. The blade in Thanos' hand had absorbed the atomic breath. Now, it posed a significant threat. If Nan Zhou could deduce this, so could Thanos. With a smirk, Thanos raised the blade and brought it down heavily upon the ground. In an instant, fissures began to appear in the earth surrounding Thanos, and blue energy surged forth from below. Clearly, Thanos was channeling the absorbed atomic breath energy into the ground. A deafening roar echoed as the ground began to collapse violently, with nearby skyscrapers unable to escape their doom, crumbling to the ground. Not far away, in the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, Dr. Strange was engaged in a battle against the Chitauri, and he too noticed the collapsing ground. Nan Zhou, have you caused all this? He thought, his expression darkening as he surveyed the devastation, pondering how many lives would be lost as a result. Your ability is indeed quite effective, Thanos remarked, grinning at the ravaged landscape. If you wouldn't mind, do feel free to unleash it a few more times. At this moment, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. He realized his miscalculation. He had not anticipated that his atomic breath would be absorbed by Thanos' blade, enabling it to be wielded against him. This incident is a result of my own miscalculation. Among the collapsed buildings, there are still a few survivors, but it seems they have lost all hope of survival. At this moment, Thanos surveys his surroundings. The once bustling New York City has now been reduced to this desolate state, and the architect of this devastation, Thanos himself, cannot help but sigh. This city, which thrived on your planet Earth, was surely a place of great prosperity, but alas, after today, it shall cease to exist. In pursuit of his grand vision of population control, Thanos has obliterated countless planets, many of which were far more prosperous than Earth. In comparison, Earth truly appears insignificant. Yet it is this seemingly inconsequential planet that harbors unexpectedly remarkable beings. The resources of the universe are finite. Thus, for the sake of the cosmos and all its inhabitants, I must eliminate half. Thanos continues to espouse his self-righteous philosophy, then turns his gaze to Nan Zhou. With such power, you should not remain in obscurity. You ought to join me in realizing this monumental endeavor. Thanos' words are a clear invitation, hoping for Nan Zhou's alignment with his cause. However, Nan Zhou suddenly unleashes an Omega Ray, targeting not Thanos directly, but rather the massive sword in his hand. He wishes to see if the Omega Ray would have any effect on that formidable weapon. The outcome proves to be somewhat favorable for Nan Zhou. Although his Omega Ray does not penetrate the sword, it also cannot absorb the Omega Ray. It appears that it can only assimilate energies akin to atomic breath. The beings of any planet should be allowed to develop on their own, regardless of the final outcome, is their own doing. I do not subscribe to your ideology of intervention. Nan Zhou declines Thanos' invitation, not only disagreeing with his rhetoric, but also unwilling to wander aimlessly through the cosmos. Then, a sinister laugh escapes Nan Zhou. Let us set aside other matters. Your sword did not absorb my earlier attack. Be wary, for what comes next may prove perilous. Chapter 156. Overpowering Thanos as Nan Zhou's words hang in the air. Another Omega Ray erupts from his eyes, its speed catching Thanos off guard. Nevertheless, Thanos manages to parry the Omega Ray with his sword. The sizzling sound of the collision tightens Thanos' chest. He senses the tremors of his sword. The heat of the ray is undoubtedly formidable, and if this continues, his sword may very well melt. With a forceful swing, Thanos sends the Omega Ray soaring away. This unexpected scene leaves Nan Zhou somewhat astonished, as he struggles to comprehend the true nature of the Omega Ray. It is undoubtedly a laser beam, yet why does it disperse while he feels no adverse effects? However, at this moment, Nan Zhou had no leisure to ponder such matters. The Omega Rays, having been deflected to a fold, instantaneously altered their trajectory and lunged once more towards Thanos. This time, however, his assault targeted Thanos' vulnerable back. A formidable opponent indeed. Thanos furrowed his brow, pivoting to block Nan Zhou's onslaught. Yet, Nan Zhou's relentless barrage did not wane. Rather, it intensified with each passing moment. In confronting Thanos, he was also acclimatizing to his newly acquired abilities, and it seemed he had already attained a considerable level of proficiency. Meanwhile, not far off, Loki observed the unfolding spectacle with wide eyes, utterly incredulous at Nan Zhou's might. Even the man who rendered him breathless when standing before him was being toyed with by this individual, as if he were mere prey. No wonder his aura was so commanding. Even Thanos might find it insurmountable to conquer him. Thor, the god of thunder, also cast his gaze towards Nan Zhou. This masked figure had sought him out upon his arrival on Earth, and had been invited to Asgard by his father. He pondered when his father had encountered such a formidable being. This individual was indeed astonishingly powerful. At that moment, Stark too was taken aback. witnessing the struggle of the fearsome figure before Nan Zhou. More importantly, the red laser emanating from Nan Zhou's eyes was an unprecedented sight for him. It appeared that while its destructive capability might not surpass that of the atomic breath, its precision undoubtedly exceeded it. He mused on the day he would master such a skill. Having yet to grasp the intricacies of atomic breath, he now faced the prospect of learning a new technique. And Stark envisioned himself recklessly spending fortunes in pursuit of this power. As for Thanos, he was besieged from all angles by Nan Zhou's Omega rays and found himself increasingly fatigued. Thanos' frustration culminated in an anguished roar. He had indeed underestimated this adversary. Far too much. Now, he began to question whether this individual was truly of Earth. How could a backward and inferior planet produce such extraordinary talent? Without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones, Thanos would undoubtedly be outmatched by this person, perhaps even face annihilation. Who would have thought that the leader of an army would find himself in such a predicament? Observing the gasping Thanos before him, Nan Zhou let out a cold chuckle. The once invincible Thanos appeared so feeble in his presence. At this juncture, numerous fragments of debris began to levitate behind Nan Zhou, hurtling towards Thanos. Having not employed telekinesis in some time, Nan Zhou was reluctant to forego the opportunity to utilize this skill. The fragments surged towards Thanos, yet the damage they inflicted was negligible. With a mere sweep of his blade, Thanos deflected all the debris with ease. Amidst the swirling sands and flying stones, the crimson Omega rays surged forth once more, cloaked by the debris, catching Thanos completely unaware. By the time he perceived the approach of these Omega rays, it was already too late. The beam was upon him. With a tremendous effort, Thanos attempted to evade the onslaught, but his efforts proved futile, and his arm was struck. A gaping wound appeared. Though small, the pain it inflicted was significant. Clenching his teeth, Thanos was astonished that despite his relentless defenses, he had been unable to escape the onslaught of a laser. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his injuries, for another Omega ray from the South Boat was rapidly approaching. For Thanos, the pain in his arm was inconsequential. He swung his massive blade to deflect the incoming ray. Suddenly, South Boat darted in front of Thanos with astonishing speed, leaving the Titan momentarily stunned. Just as Thanos intended to utter a word, South Boat's fist connected squarely with his abdomen. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through Thanos, forcing him to spit. However, he retaliated, launching a punch that struck South Boat squarely in the face. This time, South Boat did not counter, but was instead sent hurtling into the nearby ruins. Emerging from the debris, South Boat was taken aback by Thanos' formidable strength. He recalled that during his encounters with Ironmonger and Hulk, he had never been sent flying so far by their assaults. Indeed, the Great Titan was on an entirely different level. That punch was the heaviest I have endured in recent years. You should feel honored, South Boat remarked, cracking his neck as he stepped out from the wreckage. Thanos, stripped of his former arrogance, watched as South Boat emerged unscathed and involuntarily took a step back. This adversary was indeed terrifying. He had put forth all his strength into that punch. He had to admit, it was a grave error on his part. With a wry smile, Thanos contemplated the foolishness of having allowed the Chitauri to invade Earth. Nevertheless, he scoffed at the notion that a single individual could thwart the annihilation of the planet. With a sinister grin, Thanos stated, "However, even so, you alone cannot prevent Earth destruction." To this, South Boat merely chuckled and shook his head. "My goal is not to protect Earth. I am here solely to stop you, and nothing more." "Stop me? What good would that do?" "The Chitauri army continues to flood onto Earth. Your planet's downfall is merely a matter of time." Thanos found South Boat's words laughable. Confident that one individual could not possibly resolve the Chitauri threat. "It seems you underestimate them," South Boat replied, shaking his head in resignation, having noticed that Iron Man, Tony Stark, had departed the battlefield. It appeared he was preparing a nuclear strike. The Chitauri army is on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 157, The Betrayal of the Blackwood Throat. While Nan Zhou engaged in battle with Thanos, numerous events unfolded. With Nan Zhou's intervention to thwart Thanos, members of the Avengers gradually found their way back to the proper course of history. Whether it was Hawkeye detonating an arrow to incapacitate Loki or Hulk enduring a series of brutal assaults, all transpired in rapid succession. Now, it was time for Tony Stark to deploy the lethal weapon into the wormhole. "What is your name?" Thanos inquired, still unaware of the impending events. Me? I hope you remember my name. I am the Dark Lord Darkseid. Nan Zhou proclaimed, offering a slight bow. Darkseid, you say? Thanos regarded Nan Zhou with cold disdain. I shall never forget you. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Too bad you are not quite an exceptional opponent, Nan Zhou retorted, mocking Thanos' acknowledgement. It was indeed true, as Nan Zhou had been the aggressor, while Thanos remained exceedingly passive, having not posed any trouble for Nan Zhou. Thus, his statement was entirely justified. However, Thanos was incensed, preparing to charge at Nan Zhou for a lethal confrontation. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou raised his finger towards the sky. I advise you to reconsider, rather than battling me. Contemplate how to avert the impending disaster. Shortly after Nan Zhou's words, Stark's image of the lethal weapon soaring towards the wormhole came into Thanos' view. If you do not hurry, you may find yourself in grave peril, Nan Zhou remarked, directed at Thanos. Thanos' expression darkened as he anticipated the forthcoming events. In a fit of urgency, he seized a Chitauri soldier and boarded his aircraft, racing after Stark. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou stood by, observing silently. He would not intervene. But should Thanos attempt any harm against Stark, he would vehemently oppose it. Clearly, the aircraft Thanos piloted was somewhat lacking in capability. No matter how he attempted to accelerate, he could not catch up to Stark, who with a mindset of desperation had channeled all energy into his propulsion system. Damn it, Thanos roared, never before having lost his composure to such a degree. Yet today, on this remote and backward planet, he faced a profound humiliation. If Stark were to detonate the Chitauri warships outside the wormhole, it would irrevocably tarnish his illustrious legacy. He would not permit such an outcome. He must stop Stark. However, the speed of the aircraft proved inadequate. By the time he made his move, Stark had already released the weapon, which hurtled toward the warship. In an instant, Thanos felt a chill wash over him as he gazed upon the unconscious Stark. In a surge of murderous intent, he raised his colossal blade, preparing to strike. However, a sudden crimson beam pierced through the wormhole, striking Thanos' weapon and diverting it, sparing Stark from harm. Damn it! Thanos seethed in impotent rage, forced to watch as Stark plummeted back to Earth, while the Chitauri fleet was obliterated by the devastating weaponry of humanity. Accompanied by a silent explosion, the Chitauri ships were utterly annihilated, showcasing Earth's formidable arsenal, which proved equally horrifying against extraterrestrial foes. Just as the wormhole closed, Stark fell to Earth, fortuitously caught by Hulk. It seems that it has come to an end. Nan Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the fallen Chitauri warriors. Though Thanos' arrival had not been anticipated, at least everything had concluded, and Thanos' emergence had not altered the course of history, a testament to Nan Zhou's success. He then surveyed the surrounding ruins. The once vibrant New York lay in shambles. Meanwhile, aboard Thanos' ship, Ebony Maw contemplated the images projected by the sphere before him. Thanos' defeat astonished him. It was Nan Zhou's terrifying prowess that left him even more astounded. The existence of such a formidable being on a mere planet like Earth was indeed noteworthy. A small thought began to take root in Ebony Maw's mind. It appeared that Thanos' aspirations of becoming the strongest in the universe were gradually diminishing. He pondered whether it was still necessary to continue his support. Observing Nan Zhou's victory over Thanos, this sentiment began to grow. However, he was not yet ready to betray Thanos. He opted to bide his time. Nonetheless, he was eager to engage with this individual capable of vanquishing Thanos. Perhaps to forge an alliance. Perhaps this person would be more suitable as a captive, a more fitting puppet for his ambitions. A bold idea blossomed within Ebony Maw. With this thought, he let out a cold chuckle. It seemed that even those formidable beings could not overcome you. Upon returning home, Nan Zhou was met by Hela. I merely observed from the sidelines, she remarked with a subtle smile. That purple potato seems vaguely familiar. He attempted to invade Asgard previously, but stirred little commotion before being defeated. He even swiped an Infinity Stone. Didn't any of you notice? Nan Zhou shot Hela an exasperated glance and replied, that artifact holds little allure for us. I am not particularly interested. Hela's remark left Nan Zhou speechless. As it appeared, they were genuinely unaware of the immense power held by the 6 Infinity Stones. However, Nan Zhou did not bother to explain further. He simply waved his hand and stepped aside to take a sip of water. That purple sweet potato essence was formidable. Even your brother could not contend with him. In your prime, you would undoubtedly triumph over him. Yet in your current state, You are merely destined to be overpowered. Nan Zhou's words irked Hela, but he felt powerless, as his strength was indeed sealed. With his power constrained, he could not hope to defeat that individual. Once I regain my strength, that purple sweet potato essence will be but a trivial matter. Upon hearing Hela's unwillingness to concede, Nan Zhou merely smiled. However, one would expect that the invasion of extraterrestrials will be taken seriously by you Earthlings. Hela suddenly recalled something and remarked, "You Earthlings must be quite averse to outsiders." Nan Zhou simply shook his head. The invasion of the S.H.I.E.L.D would undoubtedly plunge the world into an endless crisis. Yet the extent of the chaos remained unclear to Nan Zhou. Chapter 158. The Earthlings' Sense of Crisis Following the Battle of New York. The entire planet was engulfed in profound panic. After all, prior to this, Earthlings had never laid eyes on an extraterrestrial being. The concept of aliens had long resided solely in urban legends within the minds of Earthlings. Although countless videos of extraterrestrials circulated online, Nan Zhou could easily discern that they were mere products of special effects or artifacts captured by pixelated cameras resembling door locks. However, the events that transpired in New York could no longer be concealed. Extraterrestrials truly appeared before the people of the world. Grotesque in appearance and devoid of any friendliness towards Earthlings, they were blatant invaders. The ravaged state of New York served as a telling example. Now, the entire world was engrossed in discussions about this matter. The invasion of extraterrestrials was no trivial affair, prompting the United Nations to convene an emergency meeting. Although the Battle of New York ultimately culminated in humanity's victory, it was a triumph that nearly cost Iron Man Stark his life. Additionally, there was that enigmatic masked figure whose eyes could emit lasers. This time, they succeeded. Was it mere luck? No one could say for certain. Could a species that had not even ventured to explore the moon truly possess the capability to vanquish these extraterrestrial beings? They were capable of opening wormholes. How could they possibly lack the means to annihilate cities like humanity? Perhaps they simply chose not to. Had they unleashed such devastating weaponry, New York might have been rendered far more terrifying than it currently was. I believe the establishment of the Avengers is of utmost necessity. During the United Nations meeting, representatives from numerous countries expressed their support for the formation of the Avengers. It was, of course, the events of today that made many realize that Earth harbored so many superheroes, not solely Stark. Aliens have returned today and will come again tomorrow. Their technology far surpasses our own. They can traverse wormholes to reach our planet, leaving us with hardly a semblance of defense. Consequently, it is imperative that we enhance our technological capabilities, at the very least to enable our forays into the moon and Mars. The disparity in technology between Earth and extraterrestrial beings is glaringly evident. Should we rely solely on human military forces, devoid of those so-called superheroes, New York would soon succumb to chaos. The only means to conclude warfare, it seems, lies within the realm of devastating weaponry capable of obliterating cities. Yet, the cost of such actions would be unfathomably tragic, likely claiming the lives of the entire populace of New York City. The advent of aliens delivers a staggering blow to humanity. Regardless of the nation, the media has embarked on a frenzy of reporting, initiating various plans in response. At this moment, Nan Zhou finds himself nestled at home, observing the so-called experts offering their commentary on television. The arrival of the Chitauri has evidently left you all in a state of astonishment, remarks Hela as she approaches Nan Zhou. After all, many still cling to the belief that we are the sole intelligent life forms in the universe. Intelligent life forms? You? Hela finds herself momentarily amused, for in her eyes, humanity appears woefully primitive. Even the grotesque Chitauri are more advanced than Earthlings. It is quite laughable that humans consider themselves to be highly intelligent beings. Nevertheless, Earth does boast individuals of considerable intellect, such as you, or that Tony Stark fellow, and the one called Einstein. During her time on Earth, Hela has gleaned much about the planet's history and has retained some knowledge of its scientists. It is indeed impressive that humans can create such lethal weaponry. However, the average intelligence quotient among Earthlings remains rather low. To achieve stable development, an extensive period of growth is necessary. As one hailing from the advanced civilization of Asgard, Hela possesses a profound understanding of humanity. Nan Zhou nods in agreement. He concurs with Hela's sentiments. For Earth to continue its progress, considerable time is still required. In the wake of these events, nations across the globe will embark on a fervent quest for technological advancement. Nan Zhou, at this moment, switches off the television and gazes out the window. News outlets are consumed with reporting on this phenomenon, even interrupting the American dramas he usually enjoys. Nations are commencing their scientific inquiries, while the Avengers have transformed into an official organization. Through their endeavors to save the Earth, they have gained widespread recognition, acquiring fans and immense prestige. Yet, perfection is a myth. Even the world-saving Avengers face opposition. As the Avengers formalize their organization, dissenters inevitably emerge, their reasoning straightforward. They are apprehensive that the formidable power of the Avengers may lead certain nations towards global dictatorship. After all, the members of the Avengers hail from a singular nation, which is not favorable for other countries. The term international police hardly carries a positive connotation. For every dissenting voice, another arises. Gradually, nations began to oppose the Avengers, advocating for their oversight by the United Nations rather than a singular country, along with adherence to legal regulations. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the Sokovia Accords, albeit predating them. It is evident that such an occurrence should not transpire within this timeline. Upon discovering this news, Nan Zhou realized that the timeline had once again been altered, possibly due to his own influence. However, the entity in question had yet to reveal itself, which perplexed Nan Zhou. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would not arise without the entity's presence. In fact, it should have manifested itself long before Thanos' arrival on Earth. Yet now, it had seemingly vanished without a trace. Nan Zhou could not fathom the reason behind this. Could it be that it had encountered some form of dilemma? A fleeting, unreliable thought crossed his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it as impractical. After all, that entity was paramount within the Marvel Universe. Whether it be Thanos, the Celestials, or other powerful deities, they would be insignificant in comparison. Within the entire Marvel Universe, to seek out anyone of his choosing was merely a matter of intent. The reason he felt powerless against Nan Zhou was simply that Nan Zhou was not a part of the Marvel Universe. Anyone under the jurisdiction of its laws could be dealt with at will, including deities. Such a being, what troubles could it possibly encounter? Chapter 159. Another Loki. The clamor for the implementation of restrictions on the Avengers began to swell. If left unchecked, it might indeed materialize into reality. Yet, that entity had remained conspicuously absent, seemingly indifferent to the matter. However, the country hosting the Avengers headquarters displayed little concern regarding the issue. There were numerous voices within the nation advocating for the limitation of the Avengers, yet these voices were systematically suppressed. Coupled with the Avengers' commendable defense of New York, many supporters found themselves at odds with those opposing them. Thus, the legislation to constrain the Avengers would require further time before it could be enacted. On a new morning, Nan Zhou emerged from his residence, which was infused with Omega radiation, returning home to glance at the news on television, shaking his head in resignation. His focus had shifted away from these matters, as there was another significant issue demanding his attention: the educational advancement of 3 children. It had been 2 years since he brought Wanda and the others back, and they were now preparing to embark on their journey toward higher education. The institution that Nan Zhou has arranged for them is far from ordinary, and the education they receive is not one of mere joy. After all, to aspire to elite status, one cannot indulge in elite education. In fact, even before they arrived at Nan Zhou's residence, they had already begun attempting the examinations, as these assessments do not necessitate completion in one sitting. With the time for advancement drawing near, it is evident that Luana and Wanda have intensified their efforts. As for Pietro, he exhibits a lack of enthusiasm towards his studies. However, he has devised his own strategy. Having trained extensively under Nan Zhou, his physical prowess has become quite formidable, and he intends to pursue a career in athletics. Currently, Pietro is a member of the school's football team, excelling remarkably and attracting considerable attention from scouts. This path may indeed prove viable. Pietro harbors aspirations of directly joining S.H.I.E.L.D. upon graduating high school. Yet, Nan Zhou has declined this notion. Nan Zhou prefers that the trio focus on their studies before contemplating other pursuits. As Nan Zhou peruses the information on various universities, he notes with surprise that their ambitions align perfectly. All 3 aspire to study on the West Coast. The universities appear commendable at first glance. At this moment, Hela stands beside Nan Zhou, also examining the promotional materials, which showcase splendid campus and accommodation environments. Some universities are impressive, while others are mere deceits. As Nan Zhou scrutinizes nearly 20 brochures, he identifies at least 5 or 6 fraudulent institutions. Hela, upon hearing this, pouts slightly and continues her examination without uttering a word. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Nan Zhou and Hela exchange puzzled glances, unsure of who might visit them at such an hour. Nan Zhou rises and peers through the peephole, discovering a man with dark, slightly curly hair standing outside, a smile gracing his face, his eyes fixed on the peephole, as if aware that Nan Zhou is observing him. This visage strikes a familiar chord in Nan Zhou's memory. It is Loki, one of the principal instigators of the recent conflict in New York. Wasn't he meant to be escorted back to Asgard by Thor? Staring at the impeccably dressed Loki outside, Nan Zhou momentarily feels bewildered. But soon a thought surfaces in his mind. He then opens the door. "Good day, Mr. Nan Zhou," Loki greets, his smile radiating gentlemanly politeness. Hela approaches, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Loki. "Weren't you taken away?" she exclaims, astonished to see him. "Is that not my esteemed sister?" Loki replies with a slight smile. "Sister, you have truly retained your youth." Hela furrows her brow, sensing a dissonance in his logic. Nan Zhou smiles faintly at Loki before inviting him inside. "How is your work at the Time Variance Authority treating you, Loki?" Nan Zhou jested as he reclined on the sofa, directing his playful banter at Loki. The Time Variance Authority? Hela, unfamiliar with this designation, momentarily found herself bewildered. Nan Zhou's words, however, took Loki by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this individual before him possessed such knowledge. "Do not be so astonished. My awareness extends far beyond what you might imagine," Nan Zhou remarked with a subtle smile upon noticing Loki's surprise. "How do you know I hail from the Time Variance Authority?" As Nan Zhou elucidated, this Loki belonged to the Time Variance Authority, the very same Loki who had participated in the recent battle in New York, though he was not entirely the same. The Loki before them had, post-battle, fortuitously acquired the Space Stone and subsequently vanished. This action drew the attention of the Time Variance Authority, and it appeared that Loki had now become a member of their ranks. "Your appearance here indicates that the Time Variance Authority has indeed set its sights on me, correct?" Nan Zhou inquired, gazing at Loki. "Indeed, your existence is rather peculiar, necessitating our investigation," he continued. Nan Zhou's presence had altered numerous historical events. It is essential to note that in any timeline, the individual named Nan Zhou had not previously existed. He had manifested seemingly out of thin air, a fact that the Time Variance Authority had long since recognized. However, the reason for their recent discovery of Nan Zhou remained a mystery to him. "Your emergence has transformed many occurrences. My sister, who was originally destined to appear in the future, the absence of Thanos during the New York battle, and various other events have been altered due to your presence." As Loki spoke, he produced an identification card. "Nan Zhou, I now represent the Time Variance Authority, and under the charge of disrupting the timeline, I must arrest you. Please accompany me for an investigation. We shall not make things difficult for you." The gravity on Loki's face contrasted sharply with his former demeanor, leaving Nan Zhou momentarily taken aback. This Loki, now affiliated with the Time Variance Authority, was beyond Nan Zhou's prior understanding, and he was unclear about what had transpired. "Wait, I do not consent," Hela interjected, stepping forward to obstruct Nan Zhou. Loki, observing this, offered a slight smile. "My esteemed sister, I am merely performing my duties, so I kindly ask that you do not complicate matters for me. As siblings, I hope you will not place me in an awkward position." Hela, wishing to voice further objections, found Nan Zhou rising to intervene. "Rest assured, they shall not trouble me. I will return before long." Hela cast a skeptical glance at Nan Zhou, but seeing his unwavering confidence, she relented, allowing a path to open. "You must ensure my safe return. Otherwise, I shall obliterate the Time Variance Authority." Chapter 160. The Time Variance Authority. In the face of Hela's threat, Loki merely smiled faintly, then grasped the handcuffs at his waist, turning his gaze toward Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, quick to understand, extended his hand, allowing Loki to fasten the handcuffs around his wrist, before following him out of his home. To be honest, Nan Zhou felt a thrill of anticipation about visiting the Temporal Management Bureau, his curiosity piqued by this enigmatic organization. As the cuffs were secured, an unfamiliar force surged through Nan Zhou, draining his strength. It appeared these handcuffs possessed a suppressive capability. Your relationship with my sister seems rather unusual, Loki remarked after they left Nan Zhou's residence. I noticed how she stepped forward to protect you. She must care for you deeply. It's surprising that someone who thrives on death could transform in such a way. You are quite remarkable yourself. Since meeting Nan Zhou and entering his household, Hela had undergone significant changes, her demeanor softening considerably. Were one unaware of her past, they would hardly equate her with the goddess of death. Environment alters everything, Nan Zhou responded, eliciting a chuckle from Loki. There's a saying, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red. One who lingers near ink gets stained black. At that moment, a portal resembling the spatial rift Nan Zhou had encountered earlier appeared before them, evidently the entryway to the Temporal Management Bureau. Loki led Nan Zhou through, and the surroundings shifted rapidly. By the time Nan Zhou regained his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. Before him stood 3 stone wall statues, and in front of them was a long table where a stern-faced individual sat. Nan Zhou, the man said as he rose, approaching him upon seeing Loki escorting him here. We have put forth considerable effort to bring you here. We have been observing you for quite some time. Nan Zhou regarded the solemn man with a faint smile. Is it possible you noticed me when I rescued Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro? The man before him paused, taken aback by Nan Zhou's assertion. Indeed, they had been monitoring him since that pivotal moment, for Nan Zhou had altered the timeline of the Marvel Universe in ways that were difficult to amend. In truth, we had intended to apprehend you from the moment we began our surveillance, but we discovered that amidst countless parallel universes, you were singular and unique. Moreover, we were unable to reach the future of your timeline, so we hesitated to act hastily. The man began pacing before Nan Zhou, stroking his chin contemplatively. However, now we possess sufficient knowledge about you, hence we have come to apprehend you. Haven Twi, traveler? As Nan Zhou was indeed a unique entity within the multiverse. Their investigations had confirmed his status as a traveler. Upon hearing the term, Nan Zhou tilted his head slightly. The term traveler may not be entirely accurate, but it is close enough. The man scoffed at Nan Zhou's retort, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. You have altered numerous timelines, including those of Wanda, Hela, and Tony Stark, all due to your existence and certain actions. Thus, you must face consequences. You must be eliminated. Upon hearing that the Time Variance Authority intended to erase him, Nan Zhou found it utterly ludicrous. You wish to eradicate me? Do you believe you possess the capability? The moment these words escaped his lips, the individual felt a wave of insult wash over him, and his expression darkened ominously. Do you think this handcuff is merely ornamental? Perhaps you should test whether you can still exert any strength? As he spoke, the man wrapped the handcuff Nan Zhou bore, his tone dripping with derision. This handcuff can suppress all your powers. Unless you are a deity, you are but a lamb to the slaughter. No sooner had the man finished speaking than Nan Zhou exerted a slight force on his wrist, and the handcuff shattered into pieces. The man stood there, utterly stunned. What did you say? Unless I am a god, I am merely a victim? Then what am I now? Nan Zhou held the remnants of the handcuff before the man, brandishing them with audacious arrogance. The man's expression twisted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Nan Zhou could so effortlessly break free from his shackles. Instantly, the essence of Darkseid surged violently within Nan Zhou, threatening to obliterate everything in sight. Loki, witnessing this, quickly retreated, assuming a defensive posture. The previously arrogant man now stood paralyzed, feeling the weight of Nan Zhou's burgeoning aura. It was as if he glimpsed the future of Nan Zhou's world, a ravaged landscape where Nan Zhou towered upon a mountain of corpses, surrounded by the remains of various deities, including the Devourer of Worlds and the Celestial Pantheon. Clad in black with blood-red pupils, Nan Zhou's gaze unleashed beams of destruction, turning countless rebels to ash. The man's body trembled, engulfed by a profound, soul-piercing terror. You are a demon, he stammered, though the term demon scarcely sufficed to capture Nan Zhou's essence. In that moment, he could conjure no better descriptor. A demon? The hue of Nan Zhou's eyes deepened to crimson. Do you believe the term demon is fitting for me? He leaned closer to the man, who instinctively recoiled. Loki, sensing danger, prepared to intervene, but a battle axe materialized in Nan Zhou's hand, blocking Loki's advance. Remember the name, Dark Lord Darkseid, and of course, Nan Zhou. At this juncture, Nan Zhou raised his gaze toward the visibly anxious Loki, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is a pleasure to meet you. Had it not been for your foolish superior, we might have become great friends. I genuinely wish to engage in a meaningful conversation with you, but it appears you are rather unwelcoming. How unfortunate. With that, Nan Zhou turned once more to the man who had been so brazen, now rendered utterly fearful. I hope that the next time we meet, your demeanor will be more amiable, and that you will refrain from adopting such an aloof attitude. Even beings as formidable as Dormammu or the Celestial Assembly would not dare to act with impunity in my presence. As these words left his lips, Nan Zhou waved his hand casually, opening a rift in space that led directly to his abode, and subsequently stepped inside. Once the rift closed, an unusual silence enveloped the entire Time Management Bureau. Damn it! After a moment of stunned silence, a man cursed vehemently, realizing for the first time in his long existence that he had suffered such a defeat. This time, they had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 161. Growing dependence. That individual was utterly outrageous. Immediately after Nan Zhou's departure, the previously arrogant figure within the Time Management Bureau began to vent his frustrations with fervor. Nan Zhou's audacity was beyond comprehension. To humiliate him so brazenly on his own turf was an affront he could scarcely tolerate. Loki stood by, observing helplessly. In truth, Loki harbored some dissatisfaction with this man, as he had always been so arrogant. Witnessing his downfall brought Loki a measure of satisfaction. I will not forget this Nan Zhou. He must be eliminated. The man trembled with rage, slamming his hand on the table and shouting frantically. Though his fury suggested a desire for vengeance against Nan Zhou, it was evident that his threats were mere bluster. When Nan Zhou had unleashed the aura of Darkseid, the man glimpsed a potential future, a future where Nan Zhou became the harbinger of cosmic destruction, rampaging through the universe. The Celestial Assembly lay prostrate beneath his feet. What a tribunal of life! Would the 5 creator deities also succumb to Nan Zhou's might? He sensed no limits to Nan Zhou's power, indicating that the latter was unfathomably profound. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Nan Zhou could easily break free from his shackles. This traveler truly might be a god. Seeing the man in a state of frenzy, Loki chose to remain silent and turned to depart, unwilling to linger in the presence of someone so dangerously unstable. However, Nan Zhou's formidable strength compelled Loki to reflect deeply. Such a being, capable of effortlessly shattering shackles, imbued with suppressive capabilities, remained an enigma. Loki found it hard to believe that Nan Zhou was indeed a deity. After all, shackles might not necessarily contain the power of a traveler, so Nan Zhou's ability to escape could simply be attributed to his status as a traveler. Nothing more. Contemplating this, Loki felt a headache coming on, and thus he shook his head to dispel the thoughts. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou returned home, his swift arrival surprising Hela. She quickly approached him, her face etched with concern. How'd it go? Were you injured? Nan Zhou merely shook his head. In truth, we could have had a meaningful dialogue, but their arrogance was insufferable, so I chose to intimidate them before returning. Subsequently, Nan Zhou recounted the recent events to Hela, who, upon hearing his account, was engulfed in fury. The audacity of that individual was astonishing. Had it been her, he would undoubtedly have faced death. Hela clenched her fists, seemingly yearning to confront the impudent individual at the Time Management Bureau herself. However, Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that it would be prudent to refrain from such actions. After all, that man was affiliated with the Time Management Bureau, and should he perish, it would spell significant trouble for them. Hela's words were not to be taken lightly. Nan Zhou recognized that should she discover a means to infiltrate the Time Management Bureau, retribution would be inevitable. Yet, the resultant chaos would likely be far-reaching. Acknowledging Nan Zhou's perspective, Hela gradually calmed herself, weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, annihilating the Time Management Bureau would invite a torrent of complications, especially since her powers remained sealed, leaving her vulnerable to potential peril. Seeing Hela regain her composure, Nan Zhou exhaled with relief. The most evident change in the Death Goddess since her arrival at his home was her increasing impulsiveness. Were it not for his frequent attempts to temper her emotions, it was likely that numerous earthly lives would have been lost at her hands. Nevertheless, the fact that he returned safely was a blessing. Once Hela had calmed down, she turned her gaze towards Nan Zhou and offered a faint smile. Although her understanding of the Time Management Bureau was limited, Loki's presence always instilled in her a sense of foreboding. She harbored concerns for Nan Zhou's safety, now that he had returned unscathed. Hela felt a profound sense of contentment. For reasons unknown, since meeting Nan Zhou, her dependence on him had grown increasingly pronounced. She wished for him to prepare her meals, and if days passed without seeing him, anxiety would creep in. Odin's words suddenly echoed in Nan Zhou's mind, causing Hela's face to flush crimson in an instant. What am I thinking? Hela discreetly glanced at Nan Zhou, who was now inside changing his clothes, pouting slightly. How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? I am a goddess, the goddess of death. Despite her verbal assertions, Hela could not help but steal glances in Nan Zhou's direction. Even though he had closed the door to his room, her curiosity drew her gaze toward him. At that moment, Nan Zhou emerged from the room and noticed Hela watching him. What's the matter? He inquired, sensing something amiss in her expression. Upon hearing him speak, Hela quickly cleared her throat and replied, It's nothing. I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare my meal. Nan Zhou glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 3 in the afternoon. Was she truly hungry? After living on Earth for such an extended period, why did this person still seem to possess a fundamentally different sense of time? At noon, she had just finished her lunch. However, since Hela had made such a remark, Nan Zhou had no choice but to head towards the kitchen. As it was not yet dinner time, I could only prepare some afternoon tea, you know? Understood, Hela replied casually, sitting on the sofa, clutching a cushion to shield her face. Late at night, Nan Zhou lay on the sofa, eyes closed, awaiting slumber. After Wanda and her companions returned home and finished dinner, they retreated to their rooms. Wanda and Lorna engaged in their studies while Pietro exercised indoors. Nan Zhou would not allow the 3 of them to venture outside alone at night. Once a bustling New York, the late hours now brimmed with peril. Not to mention the current state of New York, riddled with scars and devastation. The number of displaced individuals was rising, and countless families had been torn apart, leaving them with inadequate accommodations. Consequently, the unemployment and crime rates in New York skyrocketed. Yet, these matters were of little concern to Nan Zhou. As long as he had a home and loved ones, that sufficed. Gradually, he drifted into a dream. When he next opened his eyes, he found everything around him transformed. He was no longer in his home, but rather in another realm altogether. This space, however, felt eerily familiar, for it was the domain of that existence which surpassed all in the Marvel Universe, the Void. Yet, what was once a majestic expanse now lay in tatters. Chapter 162. Cosmic Crisis. The fragmented void evoked in Nan Zhou a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. How could the realm of such a powerful entity be reduced to this state? What transpired? As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld the shattered void against the backdrop of the cosmic expanse, stars twinkling faintly. At that moment, a voice echoed unexpectedly. Nan Zhou. The voice was exceedingly weak. Yet Nan Zhou recognized it as belonging to that existence. Why are you so frail? The realization of the entity's feebleness astonished Nan Zhou. Could such a formidable being truly succumb to illness? It's a long story. The entity chuckled bitterly, and Nan Zhou could discern the gravity of its current predicament. Do you recall the New World Organization in Rome, Italy? The mention of this brought Nan Zhou to a halt, and he nodded slowly. The brainwashed community and that so-called Holy Spirit. Is it possible that your current state is a result of that Holy Spirit? Indeed, the entity's tone shifted to one of profound shame, as it lamented being so gravely harmed by that being. That Holy Spirit is no ordinary foe. He is far more formidable than the one you previously encountered. I am powerless against him, yet he has undeniably inflicted this injury upon me. The entity sighed heavily. I believe there must be something that can harm him, yet I have yet to discover it. This fellow is far more terrifying than you. The fact that the Holy One can utter such sentiments about this entity indicates his formidable strength. Hence, you sought me out to discuss collaboration? Naturally, Nan Zhou surmised that his visitor's intention was merely to propose an alliance. Indeed, I wish to join forces with you. Together, we shall vanquish that individual. But you are beings that transcend the cosmos. Do you truly believe I possess the right to intervene in your conflict? From Nan Zhou's perspective, the war between these titans could determine the fate of the Marvel Universe, and he considered himself ill-equipped to partake in such a grand scale of battle. This entity does not appear before me in physical form, for if it were to descend here, the very fabric of space would fracture. Though it cannot harm me, the disparity in our raw strength remains evident. Fear not, Your task is simply to seek out something capable of inflicting damage upon that individual. As for how to confront him, I shall devise a strategy. With this assurance, Nan Zhou felt considerably more at ease, relieved that he would not be on the front lines. Then, if I assist you, what reward shall I receive? Nan Zhou was determined not to offer his help without a fair exchange. The entity anticipated this and promptly replied, should you aid me successfully, then I shall not interfere in your affairs within this realm. However, should you fail, he will become the very will of this universe. And I trust you can envision the consequences that would befall you. As the entity spoke, its tone grew ominous, which displeased Nan Zhou. Nonetheless, he recognized the truth in its words. He had already incurred the wrath of the Holy One, should that being triumph over this entity. Claiming dominion over the Marvel Universe and all its multiverses, Nan Zhou would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. This task is not as simple as it appears, for I, too, lack knowledge of what can injure him. Thus, it is up to you to uncover that. The entity continued. This statement undoubtedly heightened Nan Zhou's challenges. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, it is a deal. I hope you will honor your promise, Nan Zhou said, offering a slight smile to the entity. I too hope you will lend me your utmost assistance. By the way, there is one more matter. Nan Zhou suddenly recalled something and spoke up as soon as the entity finished its sentence. The Temporal Management Bureau has already set its sights on me, and those individuals are exceedingly arrogant, which irks me greatly. Therefore, could you possibly ensure they cease their harassment? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's concern, the entity fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Very well, I shall make it so. As the words fell, the environment surrounding Nan Zhou began to transform. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself back in the familiar embrace of his home, still reclining on the same sofa. Rising, Nan Zhou made his way to the kitchen for a sip of water before standing by the window, gazing into the distance. Were it not for the mention of the existence, he might have entirely forgotten the presence of the divine. It seems that the divine is indeed a formidable entity. However, regarding the whereabouts of the object that could potentially harm the divine, Nan Zhou found himself entirely at a loss. Could it truly be on Earth? And if so, where on this vast planet could he possibly search? Furrowing his brow, he acknowledged the absence of any leads. It appeared that the only course of action was to remain still. After all, the universe is so immense that locating a singular item could prove to be a Herculean task. Moreover, if even the existence that transcends the Marvel Universe is oblivious to what this object is, how could he possibly know? At this juncture, it seemed his sole option was to await guidance from that existence. Currently, it appeared that the existence was at a disadvantage, even if he felt anxious. It would be futile. Should the Marvel Universe truly fall into new hands, those close to him would likely not escape unscathed. Nan Zhou would never allow such a calamity to occur. At that moment, Hela emerged from her room. Upon seeing Nan Zhou standing by the window, she paused momentarily before approaching him. Lost in thought, Hela inquired, noticing the contemplative expression etched on his face. Just pondering some matters, Nan Zhou replied with a faint smile. What matters? Do you require my assistance? Hela pressed on. Yet, Nan Zhou merely shook his head. This is something you would find challenging to assist with. Even I'm utterly clueless. Noticing his distress, Hela placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Some burdens should not be borne alone, as they can weigh heavily on you. To Hela, it was evident that Nan Zhou harbored many concerns, often keeping them to himself, shouldering them alone. You can confide in me. I can help you devise a solution. If you persist in isolation, those who care for you will only grow anxious. Hela paused deliberately, raising her gaze to meet Nan Zhou's eyes, adding, like me, for instance. The unwavering determination in Hela's eyes momentarily took Nan Zhou aback. Bathed in moonlight, Hela's visage stirred something deep within his heart. Chapter 163. The feigned innocence of Nan Zhou. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hela's face. Her eyes radiated sincerity as they locked onto Nan Zhou's. She endeavored to suppress her instinct to avert her gaze, despite being the goddess of death. Facing Nan Zhou's penetrating gaze, she found herself wanting to look away. Are you implying that you care for me? Nan Zhou likewise gazed intently into Hela's eyes, his face drawing ever so slightly nearer. Perceiving this, Hela could not help but retreat, only to suddenly realize that behind her lay a window, and beyond that, a perilous leap. You mustn't misunderstand. Hella's face flushed crimson, her words tumbling out in a stammer, her every gesture betraying an air of panic. I merely thought that if something were to befall you, there would be no one to prepare my meals, so I felt compelled to understand your troubles and offer assistance. Hella's explanation rang hollow, and as the words left her lips, even she found them hard to believe. Nan Zhou, studying Hella before him, wished to articulate further, yet she brusquely pushed him aside and retreated into the room, shutting the door with a definitive thud. What on earth am I doing? Hella collapsed onto her bed, burying her face in the covers, the fabric draped over her head. At that moment, her entire being, from her cheeks to the nape of her neck, radiated an alarming red, not merely flushed but searing with heat, to the extent that she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The mere recollection of the recent events sent shivers down her spine. How could she have uttered such words? This was not the renowned goddess of death, known for her unflinching demeanor. What was wrong with me? Though the hour was late, sleep eluded Hella entirely. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou sat on the sofa, staring at the now-closed door, momentarily lost in thought. He could not fathom why he was so entranced. The sight of that door held his gaze captive. Why was that? Even the usually perceptive Nan Zhou found himself in a state of confusion. Forget it, I should just get some rest, he decided, turning onto his side on the sofa and drifting into a deep slumber. When Nan Zhou awoke again, the sun was shining brightly. He rose and glanced at the time. It was not yet time for school, but it was fast approaching. He called out for Wanda and the others, then prepared a few simple sandwiches. The children's breakfast was quite straightforward, and they quickly finished before heading off to school. Meanwhile, Hella had yet to rise. Thinking of Hella brought back memories of the previous night, and he chuckled wryly to himself. He had no intention of rousing her. If she wished to sleep, so be it. Nan Zhou stepped outside, intent on procuring ingredients for dinner. Upon returning home at 10:30 in the morning, he noticed that Hella's door remained firmly shut, indicating she was still asleep. Such a prolonged slumber was indeed remarkable. He knocked gently on the door, signaling that it was time for her to awaken. However, there was no response, and silence reigned within. Furrowing his brow, Nan Zhou ultimately decided to open the door. I remarked that it was already 10:30 in the morning and questioned whether you would not rise from your slumber. However, as soon as my words fell, Nan Zhou noticed that Hella had fashioned a cozy nest with her blankets, retreating into its warmth. Sister, it is 10:30. It is time to get up, tidy yourself, and have lunch, Nan Zhou chided, adopting the tone of a concerned caregiver as he approached Hella's bedside. Yet, Hella remained unresponsive, which left him somewhat perplexed. He gave her a symbolic push, only to find her still unmoving. Growing increasingly anxious, he pushed a bit harder, but still, there was no reaction. A wave of unease washed over him. Could it be that something was amiss? To think she could not be awakened by such efforts. With this thought, Nan Zhou determinedly attempted to pull the covers away, but was met with resistance. It was Hella, firmly clutching the blanket from within, refusing to let him lift it. What mischief are you up to so early in the morning? Nan Zhou frowned, his voice tinged with a hint of admonishment. After all, this death goddess, Hella, had lived for over a millennium and was no stranger to the world. Why did she behave so childishly? Just as Nan Zhou finished speaking, Hella's head emerged from the cocoon of blankets, her eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. Having endured a restless night, Hella had not slept at all. While sleeplessness was trivial for someone of her stature, her mental state was evidently not at its best, dark circles clearly visible beneath her eyes. She could not fathom why. After such a tumultuous night, Nan Zhou appeared so utterly unconcerned, as if the events of the previous evening were but a figment of imagination. Did he truly not care? Hella remained in her room, ensconced in her blankets, uncertain of how to confront Nan Zhou. Yet, upon hearing his words, she realized that he seemed to be entirely indifferent to the matter, which only fueled her dissatisfaction. After all, she had felt so embarrassed in the middle of the night, and it seemed Nan Zhou was oblivious to her plight. Do you have nothing to say about what happened last night? Hela suddenly inquired, casting a glance at him that betrayed her discomfort. Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback by her question. He scrutinized her expression, unable to decipher her true intent. Did anything happen last night? Was there something that transpired in the middle of the night? He feigned ignorance, turning his gaze elsewhere. In his mind, Hella's inquiry was an attempt to brush aside the events of the previous night. Unfortunately, despite his extensive intellectual development, he remained woefully inadequate in understanding a woman's feelings. His response missed the mark. It was not the answer Hela sought. Upon hearing his words, Hela's anger flared anew. With an exasperated huff, she retreated once more beneath the blankets. This act, though somewhat endearing, elicited an involuntary laugh from Nan Zhou. Hela was taken aback to find Nan Zhou still smiling, which only intensified her anger. She resolutely turned her back on him. After all, she was a death goddess who had lived for a millennium. How could she still be so petty? Nan Zhou's words were crystal clear. He implied that Hela was too immature and should strive for greater maturity. What? After living for 1,000 years, you've only eaten a few meals from your family? This remark pushed Hela to her breaking point, prompting her to emerge from her covers and glare at Nan Zhou with a flushed face. Though this was evidently an act of fury from Hela, for some unknown reason, Nan Zhou found the scene rather endearing. How had he not noticed this side of the death goddess before? Chapter 164. The Superpowers of 3 Children. Nan Zhou's beaming smile left Hela feeling quite vexed. How can you still laugh here? She exclaimed, her face reddening as she stepped out from her cocoon of blankets to confront him, seemingly seeking an explanation. Yet, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken tension. Nan Zhou looked at Hela, puzzled, as he could not fathom what she truly wished to convey. After a long pause, Hela let out a resigned sigh, the color in her cheeks fading somewhat. She pressed her forehead with her hand and shook her head, unsure if Nan Zhou was feigning ignorance or was genuinely oblivious. The events of the night were best forgotten. Hela's mood plummeted, and after uttering a single phrase, she turned to leave the room. In truth, I was quite touched by the events of the night. Suddenly, Nan Zhou spoke, causing Hela, who had nearly reached the door, to halt in her tracks. She turned back, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. When you mentioned your concern for me, it genuinely made me happy. One reason is that at least my efforts in preparing you meals were not in vain. At that moment, Nan Zhou turned to face Hela, smiling warmly. This smile was entirely different from the previous one. It instilled a sense of reassurance in Hela rather than irritation. As for the second point, Nan Zhou hesitated, uncertain whether to voice it. However, upon seeing Hela's expectant expression, he shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. They make me feel less lonely. When Nan Zhou returned from the shattered void, he understood that it was a solitary and tedious journey. The task entrusted to him by that entity could only be fulfilled by himself. Should any indigenous inhabitants of the Marvel Universe intervene, the risk of being suppressed or even killed by that divine presence was significant. He harbored no fear of that divine being, but he was apprehensive about the safety of those around him. Hela's words brought Nan Zhou a sense of comfort. Although he still intended to leave her behind, hearing her sentiments warmed his heart. At least he knew there was someone waiting for him, standing steadfastly behind him, anticipating his return. Nan Zhou's words, though sincere, left Hela somewhat unfulfilled, as she did not receive the answer she yearned for. Yet, this sufficed for her, bringing a certain sense of contentment. It was evident in the tears welling up in her eyes, though she herself could not fathom the reason for her emotional turmoil. Observing this, Nan Zhou found himself perplexed. He had spoken with genuine intent, so why was Hela still in tears? At that moment, catching sight of Nan Zhou's flustered expression, Hela couldn't help but chuckle softly. She approached him and enveloped him in a warm embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. This unexpected gesture left Nan Zhou momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Thank you, Hela murmured softly before releasing him. I'm hungry. You need to prepare something to eat, she said, wiping away her tears as she exited the room. Thus, this bewildering episode concluded, leaving Nan Zhou in a state of confusion. When Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro returned home, the perceptive Wanda and Lorna immediately sensed something amiss. Hela and Nan Zhou's interactions had grown increasingly intimate, a troubling omen. In truth, Wanda and Lorna had been keeping a close watch on Hela for quite some time. But their efforts had yielded little progress, and as their familiarity with Hela deepened, their vigilance had waned. However, the situation had shifted. They now acutely felt the change. Hela and Nan Zhou's relationship was clearly on the rise. They were unaware of what had transpired to alter the dynamics between the two, yet they understood the urgency of their situation. If they did not act swiftly, Nan Zhou might indeed be swept away. Nevertheless, their focus remained on their academic pursuits, forcing them to stifle their frustrations albeit their gazes towards Hela were still laced with animosity. Meanwhile, Pietro remained oblivious to the tension, only noticing the subtle shifts in Wanda and Lorna's demeanor, leaving him bewildered. As for Hela, she had long sensed the hostility emanating from Lorna and Wanda. Her response was to regard them with a victorious expression, a provocative display that irked them further. Yet, lacking any viable recourse, they could only chew their food with heightened intensity to vent their discontent. As for Nan Zhou, the source of this animosity, he remained oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. He was even less aware than Pietro, failing to notice Wanda and Lorna's animus towards Hela, as well as Hela's triumphant demeanor. His thoughts were consumed not with the trio's academic progress, but rather with the activation of their superpowers. Clearly, Lorna was not in a normal state, yet the acquisition of such powers should, like the others, be linked to the Mind Stone. However, the Mind Stone has long since fallen into the hands of Hydra. Following the defeat in the Battle of New York, the Mind Stone was sent to S.H.I.E.L.D, only to be taken by Hydra members within the organization. As for its current whereabouts, Nan Zhou is at a loss. Under normal circumstances, the location where the Mind Stone should reside, along with those who studied it, had been eradicated by him back in 2010. It was also that incident that activated a new inheritance template, the Darkseid template. With the usual location destroyed, pursuing its trail would require considerable effort. He does not intend to render Wanda and the others devoid of their superpowers, relegating them to the status of ordinary individuals. He still aims to acquire the Mind Stone, for it was part of his plan that the three of them possess super abilities. Regrettably, due to his oversight, one loose end has led to the Mind Stone's disappearance, which causes him considerable distress. This matter is what weighs heavily on his mind. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes him, and he conjures an ingenious idea. Since the Mind Stone is elusive, why not have that entity directly bestow superpowers upon the three individuals? After all, it is essential for them to possess super abilities. Since the conventional route has become somewhat arduous, he might as well bypass the process altogether and arrive at the conclusion directly. That entity is indeed formidable, and granting the three of them their rightful powers should be feasible. Pleased with his own cleverness, Nan Zhou realizes that locating that entity is not particularly difficult. He can reach that void through spatial rifts he has long mastered. It merely requires a single thought. Chapter 165. Please. The location of the Mind Stone having made his decision, Nan Zhou returned to his room after dinner and opened a spatial rift. At that moment, Hela entered the room and was taken aback to see Nan Zhou had opened a spatial rift. What are you planning to do? She inquired. I'm going to find someone to discuss a matter. I will return shortly, Nan Zhou replied casually, stepping into the rift. Hela watched as the rift closed, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes for reasons she could not quite comprehend. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou found himself once again in the void where that entity resided. This time, he noticed that the desolation of the void had worsened, more shattered than before. It appears that this night has not been kind to that entity. Nan Zhou, the entity, sensed his presence in the void it had created. Didn't you come by yesterday? Has he managed to find the means to conquer the divine being? However, that very object was unknown even to him. So how could Nan Zhou possibly have acquired any knowledge or possession of it? Naturally, Nan Zhou discerned the thoughts of the entity residing in his mind, prompting him to speak quickly. I did not come here to divulge any clues regarding that matter. You are unaware, let alone myself. Even though the entity had likely anticipated such a scenario, it still felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing these words. Then what is your purpose for being here? If Nan Zhou was not there to relay any news, what was his intention? Upon hearing the entity's inquiry, Nan Zhou smiled faintly. I have come with a request for you. A request for me? What would it possibly be? The entity expressed surprise at Nan Zhou's statement, not expecting him to have any matters to entrust. Their relationship could be deemed collaborative, thus the entity was willing to listen to what Nan Zhou had to say. Actually, there is something I wish to inquire about first, Nan Zhou began slowly. In my understanding, Lorna should not be acquainted with Wanda and Pietro, nor should they have been imprisoned together. What is the explanation for this? Nan Zhou's question was inherently tied to the secrets concealed within his heart, specifically concerning Lorna. After all, the only participants in the Hydra experiments were Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro. Lorna, Polaris, was notably absent. At least, this was the case in the cinematic universe. This discrepancy marked the first realization for Nan Zhou that the universe he inhabited diverged from the cinematic portrayal. The entity, upon hearing this, fell into a deep silence, remaining unresponsive for a considerable time. Observing this, Nan Zhou began to piece together the reality of his situation. It seemed that the universe he occupied was not the primary Marvel Cinematic Universe, but rather a parallel one. Otherwise, such anomalies would not occur. However, this remained a mere conjecture. Only the silent entity possessed the true knowledge of the circumstances. Yet, it appeared reluctant to address this particular question, and Nan Zhou chose not to press further. "Since you prefer to remain reticent, allow me to share my request," he said, settling upon a nearby stone heap and gazing into the distant void. "What I seek from you is quite simple, at least from your perspective. I wish for Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro to regain their superpowers." "What?" Nan Zhou's words elicited a skeptical response from the entity. "You wish for me to bestow upon them their rightful superpowers?" Nan Zhou nodded and smiled slightly. "Indeed, that is my intention. You grasp the concept well." Yet, the response he received was once again silence. The entity lapsed into quietude once more. "Hey, don't be mute. Speak up." Nan Zhou, finding the entity's silence frustrating, pressed on. "This task is indeed not difficult for me, but could you enlighten me as to your reasoning?" After a lengthy pause, the entity finally spoke, turning its gaze towards Nan Zhou with curiosity. "The reason is quite simple. If they were devoid of superpowers, then they would not be Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris. This universe would lack these three superheroes. Wouldn't he that alter the course of history? Presently, the Mind Stone has vanished without a trace, making it rather challenging to locate it and bestow superpowers upon the trio." Nan Zhou's words were undeniably accurate, leaving that entity momentarily at a loss for a response. While it is true, the entity pondered for a moment before speaking again, "I shall not personally intervene to grant them superpowers, but I can reveal to you the location of the Mind Stone. You may seek it yourself. How does that sound?" Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. Receiving such a response was already quite satisfactory. He had feared the entity might refuse him altogether. "All right, please hold on a moment." The entity then fell silent. However, it was not long before it spoke again. "Currently, that item resides beneath the financial tower in Melbourne, Australia. This is all I can disclose. The rest is up to you. As long as the three come into contact with a Mind Stone, they will acquire their superpowers." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Nan Zhou's face. "Thank you immensely. I hope our collaboration continues to flourish. I shall take my leave now." With that, he opened a rift in space, leading directly to his home. "By the way, should you uncover any clues regarding anything that could harm the Celestial, do inform me promptly, and I shall assist you in your search. However, if you withhold information from me, I will be unable to help. Farewell." Nan Zhou waved goodbye and departed from that void. Upon returning to his home, Hela approached him directly, seemingly eager for some revelation. Nan Zhou discerned her intentions. "Join me tomorrow on a trip to Melbourne, Australia." At this, Hela's eyes sparkled with excitement, for it appeared that he truly intended to include her. "We're going to retrieve the Mind Stone, the very artifact that can manipulate the hearts of men when your brother invaded Earth." Hela nodded in acknowledgement, though her expression was laced with confusion. "Are you not going to reclaim it?" Nan Zhou chuckled wryly. "The S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been infiltrated by Hydra. That item is already in their possession. Then why not target Hydra within?" Hela questioned, voicing her inner thoughts. "It's quite simple. If we were to expel all Hydra agents, there would be scarcely anyone left in S.H.I.E.L.D., effectively hollowing it out from within and rendering it defunct." Nan Zhou's words left Hela speechless. She had not anticipated that such a formidable organization on Earth could be reduced to such a state. Chapter 166. Melbourne in Melbourne, Australia. Nan Zhou and Hela traversed the area. This was a place Nan Zhou had previously visited, thus he arrived directly through a rift in space. In this vast metropolis, where could one possibly find such a thing? Hela, gazing at the incessant flow of vehicles and pedestrians, voiced her perplexity. Locating a gemstone in this sprawling city posed a considerable challenge, even for a deity like Hela. The primary concern was to avoid harming the innocent, which proved to be the most critical issue. "Fear not. I possess my own methods. Simply follow my lead," replied Nan Zhou promptly upon hearing Hela's words. Observing the confident glint in Nan Zhou's eyes, Hela couldn't help but smile wryly and trailed behind him. Soon, Nan Zhou identified Melbourne's financial building, the sole one of its kind in the city, easily found with a quick search on his phone. However, the pressing question remained: how to access the underground of this financial edifice. Yet, this dilemma posed no obstacle for Nan Zhou. He had his own solutions. "Follow me," he said, casting another glance at Hela before ushering her into the financial building. Entry required identification, and with his forged credentials from S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou adeptly led Hela inside. "Your S.H.I.E.L.D really seems to have documents for every occasion," Hela remarked, impressed by how effortlessly they gained access. "Who says?" Nan Zhou countered, unexpectedly dismissing her comment. "The S.H.I.E.L.D near my home couldn't sort out the bar's papers. I had to pay for those myself." With this revelation, Hela shot him an incredulous look. "You're quibbling over this?" The term quibbling was something Nan Zhou had introduced to her, along with the phrase argumentative. "I'm merely stating the truth," he replied. As they bantered, the two wandered around the first floor of the financial building. Soon, Nan Zhou halted, presenting Hela with a mask before donning one himself. "How did you figure out how to descend?" Hela inquired while adjusting her mask. However, Nan Zhou remained silent, leading her to an inconspicuous corner where he pushed against a wall, revealing a concealed door. Hela was taken aback, without some method to discern it. She believed this hidden entrance would have remained imperceptible to the naked eye. "Practice makes perfect," Nan Zhou explained, sensing her astonishment. "Having been an agent for many years, I can't claim to find every secret door, but I can assure you that most will not escape my keen sight." With that, he stepped through the hidden door, and Hela followed closely behind. Traversing a dark corridor, they finally spotted a faint glimmer of light. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows of the light. It was the Guardian standing in the darkness. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would undoubtedly have gone unnoticed. However, poor Nan Zhou and Hela, even before they entered the dark door, the presence of the two was already detected. "Who are you?" The password. Although the Guardian stood in the shadows, he could see the individuals in the corridor quite clearly. The two masked figures were unfamiliar to him, hence his heightened vigilance. He recognized every person who entered or exited, and clearly, these two were not among them. The Guardian raised his gun, exercising extreme caution. Just as he was about to pose a third question, he noticed two red lights flickering in the distance. In the next instant, the crimson lasers shot forth, piercing through his skull, extinguishing his life. Was this the work of assassins? Nan Zhou's decisive action took Hela by surprise. After all, he was merely a pawn of Hydra, meeting his deserved end. Nan Zhou casually remarked, then approached the Guardian's lifeless body and continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the end of the corridor, which opened into a laboratory. Inside, 8 other scientists were engaged in research, surrounded by numerous armed guards, whose purpose remained uncertain, whether to protect or to surveil. Suddenly, a corpse was hurled into the room, startling everyone. The armed guards swiftly raised their weapons, vigilantly focusing on the direction from which the body had been thrown. In the next moment, 2 red lasers shot out, directly penetrating 3 guards' hearts, claiming their lives in an instant. Upon witnessing this, the remaining individuals were poised to retaliate, but the agonizing pain in their chests rendered them incapable of pulling the trigger. Those remaining looked down and discovered a black spear had pierced through their chests, Hela's weapon. Before they could utter a cry, they collapsed to the ground, succumbing to their fates. In the blink of an eye, all the guards in the laboratory had perished, leaving only the scientists. At that moment, Nan Zhou and Hela entered the room. The two surveyed their surroundings and quickly noticed the Mind Stone positioned in the center. The scientists, trembling in fear, were largely not original members of Hydra, but rather individuals coerced or tempted into service. Clearly, they were utterly terrified, having never encountered such a scene. "Do not be alarmed," Nan Zhou assured them. "I understand that some of you were compelled by Hydra. If you cooperate with me, I shall not harm you." His words caused the scientists to exchange glances, even if they harbored thoughts of rebellion. Confronted with Nan Zhou as formidable prowess, they felt utterly powerless. "I seek only that gem. As long as you remain compliant and do not move, you shall all live." With that, Nan Zhou approached the apparatus housing the Mind Stone, shattered the glass with a single punch, and retrieved the gem. Noting that the scientists remained still, he nodded in satisfaction. "This is more like it. Your cooperation has been commendable. Thank you." After expressing his polite gratitude, Nan Zhou began to make his way outside. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air. A scientist, originally aligned with Hydra, drew a pistol from his waist and aimed it at the back of Nan Zhou's head. However, the bullet struck Nan Zhou's skull without inflicting any harm. Instead, the force of the impact compressed the bullet into a mere shard of metal, which then clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. The surrounding atmosphere fell into a chilling silence. Nan Zhou turned to face the scientist who had fired the shot. There was no rage on his face. Rather, it bore a smile. How much better it would have been if you had exercised restraint instead of idly shooting. What is this urge for self-destruction? Do you have an agreement with the divine? Chapter 167. The unfortunate victim brainwashed by Hydra. Initially, Nan Zhou intended to depart. But this unfortunate soul, lacking foresight, chose to fire his weapon. If you seek death, then Nan Zhou shall accommodate your desire. The scientist, witnessing that even bullets could not penetrate Nan Zhou's head, was momentarily dazed. However, as Nan Zhou approached him, the scientist's body bristled with dread, and he felt the imminent approach of death. The scientist fired again, emptying the remaining bullets from his magazine. Yet, this was a futile struggle. As the bullets met Nan Zhou's body like raindrops against an impenetrable steel surface, transforming into mere fragments of metal, much like the first. Please, don't come any closer. The realization that Nan Zhou remained unscathed shattered the scientist's mental defenses. Even those imbued with super serums could not withstand bullets. This individual was truly terrifying. You are not human. You are an alien. The scientist pointed at Nan Zhou, his voice trembling, convinced that no earthling could endure such a barrage of bullets. This person must be extraterrestrial. How unfortunate that you are a scientist. Nan Zhou approached the scientist, crouching down. Embrace the trends of times. Just as Nan Zhou's words faded, he caught a whiff of urine. Looking down, he discovered that the scientist had soiled himself in fear. How embarrassing. Nan Zhou shook his head in resignation. After all, he was merely an ordinary earthling, and the terror of death had long since eroded the scientist's composure. With this thought, Nan Zhou stood up, his eyes flickering with a red glow once more. A beam of laser emerged, the Omega Ray piercing through the scientist's skull. While the Omega Ray had its limitations, it was still more than sufficient to eliminate a few earthlings. Let's go, Nan Zhou said, clapping his hands and turning to signal Hela behind him. Hela nodded and turned to leave. Just then, a young male scientist stood up, calling out to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, feeling somewhat impatient, glanced back at the man. What is it? Is there something else? He asked. Why did you resort to such violence? The man glared at Nan Zhou and inquired. This question left both Nan Zhou and Hela momentarily bewildered. They exchanged glances, fearing they had misheard. Friend, are you mistaken? Did you not see that man attempting to kill me just now? Nan Zhou pointed to the corpse on the ground, addressing the seemingly confused young man. But you are unharmed. Since you possess superhuman abilities, why could you not spare his life? The young man's reasoning left Nan Zhou speechless. He never anticipated encountering such naive idealism in this place, let alone in such an obnoxious form. What a pity, so young yet so deluded, Nan Zhou thought with a wry smile, realizing the young man was indeed quite misguided. If I do not kill him, he will kill you all, Nan Zhou replied slowly. Yet the young man's expression remained one of disbelief. This statement held truth, for if Nan Zhou departed with the Mind Stone, the agents of Hydra would inevitably hunt down the scientist, ensuring his demise. In his rage and humiliation, he would certainly take others down with him. Regrettably, the young man failed to comprehend this, having immersed himself in scientific pursuits to the detriment of his reasoning. What nonsense! The young scientist scoffed at Nan Zhou's words. Even if he is a member of Hydra, he treats us quite amicably, unlike you, who arrives only to kill. In the scientist's eyes, Nan Zhou was the quintessential villain, while the Hydra scientist appeared benevolent by comparison. Nan Zhou let out a bitter laugh. This young man was hopelessly lost, regardless of one's true nature. If someone offers you a piece of candy, you deem them a good person? That perfectly describes this young scientist's perspective. How tragic. With a resigned sigh, Nan Zhou approached the young scientist. What is your name? I'm Yasos. What of it? Do you intend to kill me after learning my name? Then hunt down my family as well? Nan Zhou's question seemed to strike a nerve in the young man named Yasos, who unleashed a tirade against him. Posing as a defiant national hero, while Nan Zhou found himself cast in the role of the villain. Yet, in truth, Yasos utterly disrespected the notion of a national hero. His words only underscored his own foolishness. It seems you remain quite obstinate, Nan Zhou replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Do you know why he carries a gun in his waist? Nan Zhou continued, expressing his concerns that they might rebel or cause trouble. The gun was his means of self-defense. As for his kindness towards you, it stemmed from his awareness that you had been kidnapped, and his intention was to placate you into serving here willingly. Nan Zhou was well acquainted with the methods of Hydra. This was no mere figment of his imagination, but an undeniable truth. His words seemed to resonate, rendering Yasuo's momentarily hesitant. Observing this, Nan Zhou offered a faint smile and patted his shoulder once more. Young man, you are still too naive. You do not grasp the intricacies of Hydra's tactics. These individuals excel at manipulating hearts and minds, much like the architects of the world wars. My encounters with Hydra far exceed yours, and I possess a deeper understanding of their nature. With that, Nan Zhou turned to leave. If you wish to remain here, then stay. But when Hydra arrives, you will be carried out as a lifeless body. Having said this, he exited the laboratory, leaving Yasuo's and the others behind. The remaining scientists hurriedly chose to depart, having suffered persecution and harm at the hands of Hydra. They were filled with both fear and loathing. Initially, they had assumed Yasuo's was one of Hydra's own, only to realize that he had been thoroughly brainwashed. They regarded him with a sense of pity, shaking their heads before hastily making their exit. After all, if Hydra were to arrive and witness this scene, they would undoubtedly unleash their wrath, ensuring a grim fate for all present. Yasuo surveyed the bodies strewn across the ground, furrowing his brow. Nan Zhou's words echoed in his mind, yet he remained unwilling to accept them. This unfortunate soul still believed that Hydra's kindness was genuine. Chapter 168. Temptation. Are you really leaving that boy alive? After departing from the financial building in Melbourne, Hela inquired of Nan Zhou. In her view, that boy could not be allowed to live, for doing so would merely foster a new member of Hydra. Had it been Hela's decision, she would have strangled this potential threat in its cradle. However, Nan Zhou shook his head, refusing to act in such a manner. He had no desire to engage in preemptive measures against crime, recalling the civil war between Captain Marvel and Iron Man in the comics. Because of a boy who could predict the future, Captain Marvel had sought to punish those who had yet to commit any crimes. This was something Nan Zhou could not condone. He believed that even if someone might become a criminal in the future, if they had not yet committed any wrongdoing, they remained a law-abiding citizen. He would not imprison them for the potential of future offenses. Instead, he felt it was imperative to guide them towards the right path. Yet it was evident that Yasuo's had been severely brainwashed, rendering Nan Zhou's attempts at persuasion futile. Of course, Nan Zhou himself was not particularly suited for preaching. Nan Zhou expressed his thoughts to Hela, who thoughtfully stroked her chin. She comprehended the rationale behind Nan Zhou's actions. Yet the situation with Yasuo's had escalated to such a degree that an exception on Nan Zhou's part seemed justifiable. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his principles. After all, in his eyes, Yasuo's life was expendable. It would be just as well to eliminate him once he truly transformed into the Hydra. At that moment, Nan Zhou had already opened a spatial rift, and the two stepped through it, returning to their home. Upon arriving home, Nan Zhou placed the mind gem on his bedroom table. The gem emitted a faint glow, and both he and Hela could sense the energy radiating from it. What do you intend to do with this? What purpose does it serve? Hela inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course, it serves a purpose, Nan Zhou replied with a faint smile, gesturing toward the rooms of Wanda and her companions. This gem is meant for those three. Hela was perplexed by his statement. She could not fathom what significance this artifact held for the three children, who were merely ordinary mortals. Isn't it risky to give them such a powerful item? What if they are harmed? However, Nan Zhou merely shook his head. Rest assured, just follow my lead when the time comes and play your part in the act. Hela shivered at the sight of Nan Zhou's smile. It was evident that it held ominous intentions. She wondered what schemes were brewing in his mind. After all, Thanos sought to use this gem to annihilate half of the universe's life. Gazing at the mind gem, Nan Zhou sighed deeply. He had not previously divulged Thanos' ambitions to Hela, but now that he had formed a partnership with that entity, he felt compelled to speak. Annihilate half of the universe's life? Hela paused, taken aback. Is that what this gem is for? What do you mean, is that what? Nan Zhou countered, slightly exasperated. We're talking about the extinction of half the universe's life. With a mere snap of his fingers, you could turn to dust right before my eyes. and no one will be left to cook for you. Hella's expression shifted as the gravity of the situation dawned on her. Why would he want to do such a thing? She pressed on. Nan Zhou then elaborated on Thanos' grand vision for the universe. After listening, Hella stroked her chin thoughtfully. Although his intentions may seem noble, it is clear that this approach is fundamentally flawed. Having spent time with Nan Zhou, Hella's perspective had naturally evolved, allowing her to discern the flaws in Thanos' grand ambitions. Satisfied with her insight, Nan Zhou smiled, acknowledging that the goddess of death had developed a sound moral compass. Perhaps one day, she might even discard the prefix of death altogether. As evening descended, the three children returned home. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by the sight of the Mind Stone, which Nan Zhou had deliberately placed on the coffee table. At their age, filled with curiosity about everything, they were drawn to the radiant gem, eager to investigate further. At that moment, Nan Zhou emerged from another room, observing their intentions. He swiftly approached and seized the Mind Stone. You must not touch this. Do you understand? Absolutely not. He insisted, placing the gem into a box atop the television cabinet, though he left it unlocked. You must not touch it. Do you hear me? Nan Zhou reiterated, his tone stern, yet his expression betraying a subtle invitation for them to open the box. His gaze and facial expressions continually beckoned the three to unveil its contents. While the children verbally complied, their intrigue concerning the gem reached a fever pitch. Nan Zhou returned indoors, encountering Hella's puzzled countenance. What exactly do you intend to do with this? Why the secrecy? Hella inquired. Nan Zhou refrained from disclosing that Wanda and the others would gain extraordinary abilities from the Mind Stone. Just wait and see. No need for so many questions, he replied, dismissively gesturing his hand. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid the psychological burden that came with such power, knowing it could be both a blessing and a curse for Wanda and her companions. He aimed to create a scenario where their insatiable curiosity led them to open the box and inadvertently acquire superhuman abilities. Although the outcome would ultimately be the same, the differing paths would yield distinct futures. During dinner, the three children frequently exchanged glances, their eyes darting toward the box. Observing this, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction, recognizing his successful temptation. As the hours passed, midnight approached. Nan Zhou reclined on the sofa, having relocated the box containing the Mind Stone to the kitchen. Coincidentally, the doors to Wanda and her siblings' rooms creaked open. The three stealthily emerged, clearly having made a pact. They treaded carefully, wary of awakening Nan Zhou, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The trio tiptoed into the kitchen and gathered around the box containing the Mind Stone. Exchanging a glance, they opened the box. The gem, radiating a brilliant light, lay before them. Pietro was the first to lift it, cradling it in his palm. As they began to play with the stone, its brilliance intensified, engulfing them in a blinding glow. Chapter 169. Wanda out of control at that moment. Nan Zhou rose from the sofa as Hella emerged from the room. Both had been awake, eagerly awaiting this very scene. Are you certain there are no issues? Hella inquired as she approached Nan Zhou, gazing at the dazzling radiance. Nan Zhou merely shook his head, uncertain of what precisely to expect. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that success was within reach, did it not? Observing the lack of confidence on Nan Zhou's face, Hella felt exasperated. How could they risk the lives of these three children when neither of them knew what to do? Where had the strategic Nan Zhou gone? At that moment, Wanda and the other two, engulfed in the light of the Mind Stone, emitted piercing screams tinged with anguish. Hella, witnessing this, resolved to take action. She no longer cared about Nan Zhou's intentions. She needed to rescue the three children. However, just then, Nan Zhou suddenly grasped her hand and shook his head. What are you planning to do? Hella turned, glaring at Nan Zhou, her voice laced with anger. Wait a moment longer. We are on the verge of success. Nan Zhou replied, his expression grave. He sensed a faint energy emanating from the luminous sphere, a sign that success was imminent. Hella wished to rebuke Nan Zhou further, but upon seeing his face, she found herself at a loss for words. In a fit of frustration, she released his hand and fell silent. The children's screams persisted, and Nan Zhou, left with no other choice, utilized his Darkseid aura to suppress the sound. Otherwise, the NYPD would soon arrive. Like Hella, Nan Zhou harbored concerns for the three children, but he felt a surge of energy that led him to believe in their impending success. Before long, The children's screams began to diminish, and the light also started to fade. S.H.I.E.L.D and Nan Zhou rushed forward to assess the situation. As the brilliance dissipated entirely, the three children collapsed onto the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D and Nan Zhou hurried to support them, entirely neglecting the Mind Stone that lay discarded nearby. Pietro had lost consciousness, though he still breathed faintly, while Wanda's eyes slowly began to open. S.H.I.E.L.D exhaled in relief, reassured that all three were still alive. However, as Nan Zhou gazed at Wanda, he was taken aback to discover that her pupils had turned crimson. An energy began to coalesce around her, a harbinger of her temporal powers manifesting. Protect the two children. Nan Zhou's demeanor grew serious as he swiftly took Wanda from S.H.I.E.L.D's arms, who then steadied Pietro and Lorna. In an instant, a rift in space opened, and with remarkable speed, Nan Zhou thrust Wanda through it. The other side of the rift led to the Sahara Desert. It remains a mystery why Nan Zhou is so enamored with the Sahara, insisting on incorporating everything into the desert. What are you doing? Nan Zhou's actions left S.H.I.E.L.D perplexed, as she could not comprehend the reasoning behind his behavior. Just as her words faded, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Wanda, penetrating the rift in space and forcing S.H.I.E.L.D back several steps. S.H.I.E.L.D was stunned, unable to believe that such power emanated from Wanda. The Mind Stone grants them extraordinary abilities. This was precisely the effect she desired. However, it appeared that Wanda was on the verge of losing control. As Nan Zhou spoke, he leaped through the rift and landed before Wanda, who had now risen to her feet, her pupils ablaze with crimson, her expression vacant. It was evident that she had completely succumbed to the chaos within her. Upon seeing Nan Zhou approach, Wanda hesitated, seemingly intending to engage with him. Yet almost instantaneously, a force surged into her mind, shattering the remnants of her rationality, prompting her to charge recklessly at Nan Zhou. Witnessing this, Nan Zhou felt a sense of helplessness. He extended his hand, transforming countless grains of sand into a cage to confine Wanda. Yet ultimately, sand is still sand, despite Nan Zhou's control. Its essence could not be altered. Wanda merely waved her hand, scattering the grains to the ground. In a swift motion, she lunged at Nan Zhou, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The energy in her hands flowed effortlessly, presenting a considerable challenge even for Nan Zhou. It was evident that a swift resolution was imperative. Furrowing his brow, Nan Zhou realized that prolonging this confrontation would only inflict further harm upon Wanda. She was now beyond control, her internal energy spiraling dangerously out of control. If not halted promptly, her body would undoubtedly collapse under the strain, rendering their efforts futile. With this thought in mind, Nan Zhou swiftly maneuvered behind Wanda, raising his hand to deliver a blow intended to incapacitate her. However, to his astonishment, the energy within Wanda instantaneously surged forth, intercepting his attack. For a moment, Nan Zhou was incredulous, uncertain whether this was Wanda's doing or an autonomous action of the energy itself. It appeared that the situation had become quite precarious. He let out a wry chuckle, realizing that he would need to adopt a more forceful approach. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D observed the clash between Nan Zhou and Wanda, her astonishment growing at Wanda's extraordinary abilities. She could sense the immense power radiating from her. Confusion filled her thoughts as she pondered how Nan Zhou had come to know that the Mind Stone would bestow them with superhuman powers. Most significantly, it was clear that Nan Zhou had indeed succeeded, though Wanda was teetering on the edge of uncontrollable chaos. Moreover, Wanda has acquired superpowers, and it is evident that Pietro and Lorna have as well. When they awaken, it is highly probable that their abilities will manifest. At that moment, Nan Zhou, confronted by the red energy within Wanda, maintained a relatively calm demeanor. His notion of the situation being troublesome stemmed from his inability to calm Wanda with the strength of an ordinary person. Greater force could undoubtedly penetrate the defenses of the energy residing within her. However, Nan Zhou hesitated, uncertain whether his assault would inflict harm upon Wanda. Nevertheless, this was no time for indecision, as prolonging the situation would surely lead to Wanda's body succumbing to the tumultuous power. With this thought, Nan Zhou positioned himself behind Wanda and raised his hand in preparation. As anticipated, the energy surged once more, yet this time it could not thwart Nan Zhou. His immense strength pierced through the energy's defenses, striking the back of Wanda's neck. In an instant, Wanda's eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 170. The kiss Nan Zhou carried the unconscious Wanda back, ensuring that the three of them were comfortably settled in their respective rooms. This marked the final night of their ordinary lives. With the dawn, upon awakening, they would no longer be mere mortals, but rather beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. After arranging for the three of them, Nan Zhou encountered Hela's stern expression. He could only manage a resigned smile, fully aware that a round of questioning was inevitable. Nan Zhou took a seat on the sofa, resembling a child who anticipated reprimand for misdeeds. Hela joined him, and they sat in silence, neither posing questions nor offering confessions. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly delicate. After a lengthy pause, Hela finally spoke. Nan Zhou, could you divulge your true origins? How much do you truly know about us? Hela turned to face him, her gaze laden with seriousness. Observing her demeanor, Nan Zhou let out a faint, resigned chuckle, realizing that unless he clarified matters, Hela would not relent. With a sigh, he pondered the best way to articulate his thoughts. I warn you, do not resort to ambiguous language again. I'm not easily deceived this time, Hela interjected as she noticed him preparing to speak. Nan Zhou, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acknowledgement. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall speak plainly. After all, I've already reached an understanding with that existence, so I trust that revealing a few details will not be of concern. Thus, Nan Zhou began to recount the tales of his world and the narratives of the Marvel Universe contained within it. As Nan Zhou recounted his tale, Hela's expression grew increasingly grave, for her worldview was undergoing a profound transformation. After an indeterminate passage of time, Nan Zhou ceased his narration. Having reached the conclusion of the story, he turned to Hela, only to find her in a state of daze. The narratives he shared were indeed difficult for her to fathom. She could not accept that in Nan Zhou's world, she was merely a character within a comic book. It is essential to remember that here, she was the goddess of death. Nan Zhou instinctively comprehended Hela's sentiments, for even he would find it challenging to accept such revelations. How could this be possible? Hela, now enveloped in confusion, stood and approached the window, gazing into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back to him and asked, so, all your knowledge about Asgard, about me, about Wanda and the others, is entirely derived from that comic book? In response to Hela's inquiry, Nan Zhou nodded. Indeed, it is due to my extensive engagement with that comic series and its numerous derivatives that I have become so familiar with this world. Furthermore, my existence has altered the course of history, attracting the attention of that omnipotent being who repeatedly troubles me. Once Nan Zhou had finished speaking, Hela felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite being a deity, the thought that she was a creation of another's imagination, each step of her existence dictated by someone else, was overwhelming. Try to see it from a different perspective. In my view, this world is not entirely akin to that comic book. There remain significant disparities. Yet, such reassurances held little weight for Hela, as her worldview teetered on the brink of collapse. For an ordinary person, this revelation might evoke minimal shock, but for those with monumental accomplishments, or for deities, such words struck like a thunderclap. The realization that all her achievements, all her efforts, were mere constructs of another's mind and artistry was devastating. At that moment, Hela returned to Nan Zhou's side, sitting close to him, leaning against him with a deep sigh. She struggled to accept this outcome. Despite her reluctance to believe it, Nan Zhou's demeanor betrayed no hint of deceit. Consequently, Hela placed her trust in him. You ask, if one day you could return to your own world, would you choose to go back? Hela's question caught Nan Zhou off guard. He had anticipated inquiries regarding this world, yet she posed this unexpected query. Perhaps not, he replied softly. After all, in my world, I am merely an ordinary individual, a beleaguered office worker, whereas here, though the specter of death looms large, I find myself in possession of all that I once dreamed of, a magnificent mansion, luxurious cars, abundant wealth, and the company of a beautiful maiden like you. Nan Zhou's words elicited a smile from Hela, who remarked, you remain as insufferably arrogant as ever. Despite having lived for several millennia, I cannot bear the title of maiden bestowed upon me. Hela's retort also brought a chuckle from Nan Zhou. My definition of a maiden transcends mere age. It is rooted in appearance. Even if you were to live for 10,000 or 20,000 years, your youthful beauty still qualifies you as a maiden. Such flattery, though oily in its delivery, unsettled even Nan Zhou, yet inexplicably, Hela reveled in it, playfully delivering a light punch to Nan Zhou's chest. This gesture was not one of force, but rather akin to a playful nudge. Had she exerted her full strength, Nan Zhou would have remained unscathed, but the very building would have suffered. With a playful glare, Hela rolled her eyes at Nan Zhou, soon donning a delicate expression that bore no resemblance to the Grim Reaper, but rather that of a cherished girlfriend. This expression sent shivers down Nan Zhou's spine. Yet, beneath that facade, Hela's countenance betrayed a hint of disappointment. Though Nan Zhou's assurance of not returning brought her joy, the weight of his earlier words left her feeling uneasy. "Will you truly not leave?" Hela inquired once more, perhaps driven by a lingering doubt towards Nan Zhou's intentions. "You need not question that. I am absolutely resolute in my decision to stay. After all, my life here far surpasses that of the other world." Hela's smile returned at his words, and she gradually leaned closer to him, prompting Nan Zhou to remain still, uncertain of her intentions. Suddenly, Nan Zhou's mind went blank as Hela pressed her lips against his without warning, a moment he had not anticipated, leaving him flustered. He attempted to push her away, yet Hela clung to him tightly, rendering him momentarily helpless. The last time he had experienced such an event was in his previous world, so long ago that the sensation had faded from his memory. Yet, amidst the remnants of his rationality, he sensed Hela's unfamiliarity with the situation. At that moment, Hela took a bold step forward, pushing Nan Zhou back onto the sofa, seemingly intent on taking things further. Confusion engulfed Nan Zhou. He was unsure whether to acquiesce or resist. Thus, they found themselves entwined on the sofa, Hela holding him tightly, as if fearing he might escape. Nan Zhou reciprocated by enveloping Hela in his embrace, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow upon them, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Yet, Nan Zhou was aware that impulsiveness is akin to a devil, thus he endeavored to restrain the tumult within his heart. However, upon gazing at Hela's exquisitely enchanting visage, his yearning surged forth with greater intensity, nearly overwhelming his reason. Suddenly, Hela halted her movements, lifting her gaze in disbelief towards Nan Zhou. A strand of saliva lingered between their lips, and in that fleeting moment, the entirety of their recent encounter flooded Hela's mind, her entire being flushed with warmth. A sensation of discomfort washing over her, which Nan Zhou could perceive as her body temperature gradually escalated. Moments ago, Hela's mind had been a blank slate, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. It was only under the moonlight's gentle illumination that she began to regain her composure. Hela surveyed their intertwined forms, their bodies embracing, the proximity of their faces almost intimate. "You know, I was nearly forcefully claimed by you just now," Nan Zhou murmured softly, leaning closer to Hela's ear. Observing her awakening clarity, he suppressed the impulse that had arisen within him. Hela, already flushed, blushed even deeper, yearning to strike Nan Zhou, yet hesitating at the sight of their current position. Ultimately, she refrained from acting upon her impulse, opting instead to lean against his chest in this vulnerable posture. "That was my first kiss." Hela's voice was barely audible, so soft that, had she not been resting against Nan Zhou, he might not have heard her at all. "Your first kiss?" Nan Zhou was taken aback by her revelation. "But you've lived for a millennium. Surely that cannot be true." His words elicited a roll of Hela's eyes. "For all these years, I've been consumed by war, relentless in battle, with scarcely a moment to consider matters of romance." As she spoke, Hela bit her lip, her resentment towards Odin intensifying. She contemplated continuing her thoughts, but ultimately swallowed her words and shook her head. Noticing Hela's reluctance, Nan Zhou refrained from pressing further. They lingered in their awkward embrace, neither willing to break the moment. After a while, Hela lifted her head from his chest, propping herself up with her arm as she gazed at Nan Zhou, her eyes glistening with a hint of affection. "Let us regard tonight's events as merely a dream, shall we?" Hela suggested, her face reddening anew. Nan Zhou, perplexed, did not comprehend her reasoning. "What? Are you dissatisfied with what transpired tonight?" Hela shot him a glare. "You insufferable fool. Your words are always so ungracious." With that, Hela rose to her feet, her thoughts drifting beyond herself to Wanda and Lorna. If Wanda and Lorna were to learn of this matter, how profoundly saddened they would be, perhaps even wishing for their own demise. Coupled with Wanda's formidable strength, if her seal remained unbroken, there would be no contest against Wanda. Thus, for the sake of the two children and her own safety, Hela resolved to conceal today's events. Observing Hela's resolute expression, Nan Zhou helplessly shrugged, indicating that there was no issue. In response, Hela offered a gentle smile and planted a kiss on Nan Zhou's lips before turning away and re-entering the house. Nan Zhou touched his lips, still lingering with Hela's essence. Contemplating this, he let out a resigned smile and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Hela returned to her bedroom, lying on the bed, tightly clutching the blanket wrapped around her. This time, she felt no embarrassment nor excessive blush. Instead, a sense of secret delight enveloped her. While today's events stemmed from her impulsiveness, the outcome was evidently what she desired. She had not anticipated such smoothness, to the extent that she had forgotten her previous grievances towards Nan Zhou. Now, she began to envision their meeting in the morning, wondering what expression he would wear. However, upon reflection, she realized that this dense fellow might not even experience awkwardness, continuing to interact with her as he always had. This was not a matter of Hela's self-deprecation. It was simply the truth, for Nan Zhou was indeed that kind of person. With this thought, Hela could not help but sigh deeply. Although Nan Zhou had just been exceedingly accommodating, giving her a glimmer of hope, recalling his prior behavior left her feeling uncertain. After all, he was still as dense as wood. Even if soaked, he would remain wood. Hela flipped over, gazing at the closed door in the darkness, curious about what Nan Zhou was doing. At that moment, Nan Zhou had long since slipped into dreams. Hela's actions had indeed surprised him, for he had not expected her to be so audacious. Yet after the initial astonishment, everything returned to normal. Primarily, it was Hela who had stated her desire for him to forget today's events. Since Hela had expressed such a wish, Nan Zhou felt compelled to comply. However, could one claim that Nan Zhou was truly indifferent? That would be impossible. He was not an ancient being, unconcerned with matters of love. Even considering his age in the previous world, he was nearing 50, and the passions of life still thrived within him. Yet, after years in S.H.I.E.L.D, the violence had diminished his desires significantly. Nevertheless, the thought of having not pushed Hela away, but rather having willingly embraced her left Nan Zhou perplexed. His self-control was usually commendable. Had Hela's beauty truly ensnared him? He was a level 10 agent, a Darkseid, and yet so easily captivated? Chapter 172. Training superpowers I simply cannot stop. In the tropical rainforests of South America, a pale silver gust of wind swiftly passed before Pietro, only to collide directly with a nearby towering tree. The impact left him grimacing in pain, his face contorted in agony. And this was not the first time he had met such a fate with a tree. Pietro had already acquired super speed, officially becoming the swift Quicksilver. However, he was still quite unskilled in mastering his newfound velocity, and crashing into trees had become a rather routine occurrence. Observing Pietro grimacing in discomfort, Southboat approached him with a sigh and gently patted his shoulder. "You still need to train more," he advised. Upon hearing Southboat's words, Pietro spat out the leaves he had bitten into, the earthy bitterness lingering unpleasantly on his tongue. Controlling the speed was indeed challenging. One misstep could lead to a disastrous collision with a tree. Even a pig wouldn't perish from such a crash, he lamented with a hint of resentment. Just a few days prior, he, along with Wanda and Lorna, had stealthily slipped out of their room and seized the gems that Southboat had strictly forbidden them to touch, resulting in their unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered they had acquired superpowers, super speed. While his current speed was considerably swift, it was still a far cry from the speeds of high-speed trains or airplanes. For Pietro, this was already astonishing. Yet Southboat had informed him that his speed could reach an astonishing 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers per hour, and he was merely in the infancy of his abilities. Once fully developed, traversing around the Earth would be a trivial feat. Southboat even mentioned that, once his powers matured, he could potentially join the Avengers. The allure of such an opportunity was immense for Pietro, who had once dreamt of entering S.H.I.E.L.D. But that was in the past, overshadowed by the emergence of the Avengers. The sight of those superheroes combating extraterrestrial threats seemed incredibly heroic to him. The only source of discontent he felt was the presence of Iron Man, Tony Stark, within the Avengers. However, should he gain admission into their ranks, this concern would become trivial. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Pietro sprang to his feet, determination illuminating his gaze. He yearned to join the Avengers, to become a true superhero. Seeing the expression on Pietro's face, Southboat smiled with satisfaction. It appeared that this young rascal was genuinely invested in his aspirations. He could perceive the unwavering resolve gleaming in Pietro's eyes. To join the Avengers, he would need to exert a monumental effort, 100% dedication. Do you believe you can become an Avenger relying solely on that? Southboat began his rousing encouragement, igniting a fervor within Pietro that coursed through his very being. Seeing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but smile. Such is the nature of children, easily ignited by a word of encouragement, and if they could maintain this fervor, it would indeed be splendid. Pietro's enthusiasm had been completely ignited, and he was eager to train once more. You always favor this approach. Just as Pietro immersed himself in training again, S.H.I.E.L.D approached Nan Zhou's side. She had observed everything Nan Zhou had done moments earlier. Was this not also a method? Stimulating him through words, aiding his swift adaptation to the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled faintly at Nan Zhou's words, watching as Pietro collided with a tree once more, only to rise and continue running. He would inevitably injure himself this way. Observing the numerous trees in the vicinity bearing cracks and damage from Pietro as collisions, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a twinge of concern. Fear not, they are now superhumans, their physical capabilities exceeding those of before, so there is no need to worry about life-threatening dangers. However, minor injuries are unavoidable. As he spoke, Nan Zhou turned around and stretched, feeling quite fatigued after these few days spent familiarizing the three children with her superpowers. Truly, being a teacher is no easy vocation. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D turned to gaze at Nan Zhou's back, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. She vividly recalled the events of the past few days, and Nan Zhou's demeanor was just as she had anticipated. Despite the trials, he treated her as he always had. Just as she had wished, she hoped Nan Zhou would forget what had transpired that day. Yet, Nan Zhou truly had forgotten. Reflecting on this, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a lingering dissatisfaction in her heart. She gazed at Nan Zhou's silhouette, her emotions swirling in complexity. By the way, how are Wanda and Lorna faring? At that moment, Nan Zhou seemed to recall something and turned to look at S.H.I.E.L.D. Their eyes met, and Nan Zhou caught a glimpse of S.H.I.E.L.D's somewhat mournful gaze, which rendered the moment rather awkward. S.H.I.E.L.D too sensed the awkwardness and quickly averted her eyes. Lorna had been managing her magnetic abilities quite well, but Wanda's situation was less than favorable. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Nan Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. It is well known that Wanda's powers are the most challenging to control, and indeed the most fearsome. Her initial loss of control was not even her full potential. Once Wanda's abilities reached their peak, the number of individuals capable of restraining her within the entire universe would be exceedingly few. Thus, Nan Zhou must ensure the stability of Wanda's powers, guiding her to master her abilities to her satisfaction. However, the current circumstances appear bleak. Even after several days, Wanda's powers continued to exhibit brief moments of instability, which was far from what Nan Zhou wished to witness. Hence, he pondered strategies. Yet, it was evident that there were scarcely any solutions available. It seemed the only course of action for Nan Zhou was to wait. Fortunately, Pietro and Lorna exhibited commendable control over their abilities, particularly Lorna, whose mastery over magnetism was nothing short of remarkable. Among the trio, her perceptiveness stood out distinctly. As for Pietro, upon reflecting on this, Nan Zhou cast a glance back at him, observing this individual repeatedly colliding with trees, even managing to astonishingly snap a large one in half. Nan Zhou could only shake his head in bemusement. At present, it seemed that the sole driving force sustaining Pietro was his aspiration to join the Avengers. After all, the nature of this person's talent was somewhat difficult to articulate. At this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D once again approached Nan Zhou, discerning the exhaustion evident in his gaze. Teaching these three novices indeed required considerable physical exertion. Even Nan Zhou felt somewhat overwhelmed. Rest assured, these three will undoubtedly stand on their own, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked to Nan Zhou, accompanied by a gentle smile. After all, they are your pupils. Chapter 173 Stark's Dilemma at the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters in Washington. Stark and Nick Fury stood outside the laboratory, observing the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone had been swapped by a Hydra infiltrator within S.H.I.E.L.D, and after Nan Zhou retrieved it, he promptly returned it to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, this artifact had lost its significance for Nan Zhou, making its return to S.H.I.E.L.D a more prudent choice. Nick was quite taken aback to witness the Mind Stone restored to its rightful place, having been previously unaware of the swap, which elicited an eye roll from Nan Zhou. It was at this moment that Nick truly grasped the extent of the insidious infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. Any thoughts? Nick inquired, directing his gaze towards Stark. Thoughts? Stark shook his head. I wish to steer clear of this. Inviting any extraterrestrial entities could prove to be a grave miscalculation. New York was nearly reduced to rubble. We certainly cannot afford for S.H.I.E.L.D. to meet a similar fate. Stark's words caused Nick to hesitate momentarily. Upon reflection, Stark's reasoning held merit. Their current technology was indeed inadequate to contend with extraterrestrial life, rendering them perpetually reactive. Without mastering wormhole technology, they would remain on the back foot. Stark's implication was clear. In order to engage with extraterrestrial civilizations, their foremost priority should be to safeguard themselves and enhance their scientific capabilities. Only after achieving this should they dare to interact with alien beings and cultures. Thus, Stark was reluctant to engage with or study the Mind Stone at this moment. I understand your perspective, but if we fail to comprehend their technology, we may veer off course and squander valuable time. Extraterrestrial life has already taken notice of our planet. Although they may have faltered this time, they are certain to return. Thus, we must seize the moment to enhance our capabilities, for engaging with extraterrestrial technology is undoubtedly the most prudent course to avoid misguided paths. Nick's words prompted Stark to gaze once more at the Mind Stone. Nick's assertions held considerable merit, despite their recovery of numerous alien spacecraft and weaponry. The advancement these afforded their technology was negligible when compared to the Mind Stone. The energy contained within the Mind Stone far surpasses the utility of those vessels and arms. With a heavy sigh, Stark reflected on this reality. Since the Battle of New York, his nights had been plagued by restless sleep, each dream haunted by visions of delivering lethal weapons to alien ships. The enormity of those extraterrestrial vessels had profoundly shaken him, instilling a deep sense of despair. Remembering these nightmares, Stark's expression darkened. What is it? Nick inquired, noticing the shift in Stark's demeanor. Stark merely waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I've just been sleeping poorly lately. I prefer not to discuss this matter, perhaps another time. Without waiting for Nick's response, Stark departed from S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing Stark's retreating figure, Nick felt a twinge of helplessness. He was acutely aware of the psychological toll the Battle of New York had wrought upon Stark. It seemed imperative to find him a psychologist. Nick muttered softly, redirecting his attention to the Mind Stone now resting in his hands. Meanwhile, Stark indeed sought the counsel of a psychologist, albeit one who differed from the conventional type. Within the opulent confines of Stark's mansion, he sat face to face with Nan Zhou. Upon Nan Zhou's arrival, Stark's demeanor softened slightly. Since the events in New York, the two had not crossed paths. Seeing Stark, Nan Zhou quickly recognized his deteriorated state. Haggard features, sunken eyes, and pronounced dark circles. You seem to be struggling, Nan Zhou remarked. What has transpired? Are you having trouble sleeping? Stark managed a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, I've been plagued by nightmares lately, visions of that immense alien ship, he confessed, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. You, however, possess such formidable power. I imagine you are untroubled by such fears. Stark sighed once more, harboring a deep envy for Nan Zhou's strength, knowing that such prowess would render the threat of alien ships a trivial concern, easily brushed aside in the face of overwhelming force. Indeed, everyone harbors fears. At this moment, Nan Zhou rose and approached Stark. Even I have my own fears, he confessed. Upon hearing this, Stark felt as though it was a self-soothing remark. What level of extraterrestrial technology have we truly reached? If we were to develop independently, how long would it take to attain the pinnacle of the cosmos? Stark inquired, casting a glance at Nan Zhou. In response to this question, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. To put it simply, if humanity were to evolve on its own, it is quite possible that the Earth would perish, and mankind would never reach the heights of the universe. Stark had anticipated this answer and was not particularly surprised. However, the situation on Earth is somewhat unique due to the presence of certain exceptional individuals. At this point, Nan Zhou pointed at Stark's nose. Me? Stark was taken aback by Nan Zhou's gesture. Indeed, you, Nan Zhou affirmed, unable to suppress a chuckle at Stark's incredulous expression. What? The ever-proud Tony Stark has become so self-deprecating? This remark prompted Stark to shake his head. If he had previously exhibited arrogance and pride, it was because he had never encountered alien technology. His understanding was confined to Earth alone. However, this time was different. He had witnessed extraterrestrial life, alien technology, and the terrifying Thanos. This experience thoroughly shattered Stark's self-esteem. The inner demons must be confronted and vanquished, rather than allowed to torment one's spirit. Observing Stark's waning confidence, Nan Zhou activated his motivational mode once more. You are Iron Man, Tony Stark. You have defeated numerous aliens, even dozens at a time. What is it that you fear? Are those alien technologies intimidating you? With a flick of your wrist, mastering those technologies should be a mere trifle. Through this impassioned encouragement, Stark's confidence was reignited. The flame of life once again blazed within his heart. Chapter 174. The arrival of Ebony Maw following the battle in New York. The city entered a phase of reconstruction, with numerous refugee camps established amidst the ruins. Once the world's foremost metropolis, New York now scarcely deserves that title. Restoring its former vitality will not be a matter of merely 1 or 2 years. To genuinely reclaim the splendor of its past, a minimum of 5 years is required. At this moment, Nan Zhou stood beside the construction site of New York's rebuilding efforts. This location had once housed a grand edifice, which had been bombarded during the battle, resulting in its devastation. Countless lives were lost here. Now, the building lay completely leveled, necessitating reconstruction, as no one could rebuild upon the remnants of that half-destroyed structure. Observing the workers laboring diligently, Nan Zhou fell into deep contemplation. He found himself in New York, witnessing firsthand the aftermath of the Great Battle. Countless individuals were displaced, innumerable children had lost their parents, and many parents mourned the loss of their children. Additionally, there were those who had lost their livelihoods, their shops reduced to mere memories. The sight of those rendered permanently disabled by the conflict in the refugee camps weighed heavily on Nan Zhou's heart. This reality struck a blow to the ideals he had long upheld. Since traversing into this Marvel universe, he had embraced the principle of easily altering history. Although he had orchestrated the return of Wanda and her companions, he continued to influence significant events daily, including the recent battle in New York. The arrival of Thanos was evidently an anomaly, prompting Nan Zhou to confront him directly, sparing the lives of the other Chitauri. He perceived this calamity as a necessary trial for New York, choosing not to intervene overtly. Yet, the sight of the displaced individuals stirred profound emotions within him. After all, he was also human, and, at just under 50 years of age from his previous world, he had not ascended to a level of existence that could disregard life so callously. Even beings as ancient as Hela and Thor, with thousands of years behind them, could not achieve such indifference. How could he, a mere mortal, do so? As thoughts of the refugees weighed on his mind, he grappled with the morality of his past actions. If he were to effect change, it would inevitably alter the fabric of the universe. However, if his changes resulted in fewer scenes of suffering, then perhaps it would be worthwhile. Caught in a web of inner turmoil, he shook his head and resolved to leave the area. Darkseid, is it? A voice interrupted his departure just as he took a few steps away. Turning back, he beheld a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in a hood that obscured their face. Or rather, it would be more appropriate to address him as Nan Zhou. The individual, upon noticing Nan Zhou's gaze, continued with a hint of amusement. Nan Zhou's expression darkened. It was rare for one to recognize both his identity as Darkseid and his true self as Nan Zhou. Likely only Hela and Odin possessed such knowledge. Who then? Was this person? At that moment, the figure moved deeper into the woods, indicating a desire for Nan Zhou to follow. Without much hesitation, he trailed behind. Upon reaching a secluded part of the forest, devoid of any onlookers, the figure halted and turned to face him. I truly did not expect this, they remarked. To think that one capable of overpowering Thanos and manipulating the mighty Titan with such ease would be a mere earthling. An earthling wielding such power is indeed a cosmic aberration. Hearing these words, Nan Zhou's expression darkened further. It was apparent that this individual had been observing him for some time and had gleaned considerable insight into his character. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of this scrutiny. The terror of this individual is unmistakable. Who are you? Nan Zhou inquired, gazing at the indistinct figure before him. Me? The figure replied with a faint smile. lifting his hood to reveal a pallid face, that of an extraterrestrial, one of Thanos' 5 generals, Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw? Nan Zhou was taken aback by the revelation, never expecting this individual to seek him out in solitude. Did Thanos send you to investigate me and subsequently confront me? The question elicited a chuckle from Ebony Maw. Certainly not. I am here entirely of my own volition. Lord Thanos is unaware of my presence. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's gaze shifted, realizing that Ebony Maw harbored dissent against Thanos. He was astonished that Ebony Maw had the audacity to approach him without Thanos' knowledge. Then what brings you here? Do you intend to kill me? Ebony Maw hastily waved his hand. My friend, such words are ill-advised. Your formidable prowess has even bested Lord Thanos. How could I dare entertain any ill will towards you? Moreover, you are accompanied by the Asgardian goddess of death, are you not? Nan Zhou's expression darkened significantly. It was evident that Ebony Maw possessed an understanding of him that far surpassed his expectations. This individual could not be allowed to remain. Yet please, do not worry. I harbor no malice towards you. In fact, I hold a modicum of admiration for you. Ebony Maw, keenly aware of Nan Zhou's murderous intent, hastened to clarify. His very presence here was a gamble. Should Nan Zhou take offense, he could easily become a lifeless corpse. He lacked the confidence to contend with such a terrifying being. I must sincerely apologize for my investigation into you. I was unaware of your disposition and lacked sufficient information to stand before you boldly. Seeing Ebony Maw's humility, Nan Zhou reigned in his murderous thoughts. Then why do you seek me? He was irked by Ebony Maw's obfuscation, yearning for the truth. Ebony Maw responded with a sly grin, stepping closer to Nan Zhou. There was no need for caution on Nan Zhou's part. He understood that Ebony Maw posed no threat. However, what surprised him was when Ebony Maw knelt on one knee before him. This act was unexpected. He had not anticipated that a general of Thanos could exhibit such vulnerability. I, Ebony Maw, wish to sever ties with Thanos and serve the great Dark Lord, Darkseid. It appeared that Ebony Maw had thoroughly researched the title of the Dark Lord. You wish to serve me? Is it solely because I vanquished Thanos? Nan Zhou inquired, eyeing the traitor kneeling before him. Indeed, I find you more worthy of servitude than Thanos. I prefer to serve the strong. Chapter 175. The Turncoat, is it truly your preference to serve the powerful? Nan Zhou scoffed, gripping the head of the ebony throat with a fierce intensity. As a traitor, do you believe I would feel secure allowing you to serve me? Nan Zhou held the utmost disdain for betrayers. How could one who has forsaken their former master ever be trusted? Moreover, considering that the ebony throat professed a desire to serve the mighty, what would prevent him from switching allegiance upon encountering someone stronger? Such occurrences are indeed plausible. As the ebony throat gazed upon Nan Zhou's face, a surge of trepidation coursed through him. Although Nan Zhou wore a smile, it was entirely conceivable that he might unleash his voracious appetite and consume him in an instant. The ebony throat soon recognized that his words had been a grave misstep, effectively severing his escape route. He was typically a prudent and cunning individual. Why had he uttered such a foolish statement at this juncture? Was it truly the invisible pressure exerted by Nan Zhou's presence that compelled him to speak so indiscreetly? Even he could not ascertain the reason. What he did know was that failing to appease Nan Zhou could lead to a dire fate. Nan Zhou noticed a flicker of faint fear in the ebony throat's eyes. How is it that you, one of the 5 generals, a figure of military stature, are so intimidated by me? Just how terrifying am I? Nan Zhou's words prompted the ebony throat to swallow hard. Initially, the ebony throat had been quite confident, believing that his capabilities would easily fulfill his ambitions. However, upon encountering Nan Zhou in person and truly feeling the overwhelming aura that emanated from him, he found himself feeling insignificant. The aura surrounding Nan Zhou was more formidable than that of Thanos, and in his panic, the ebony throat unwittingly revealed his vulnerabilities. Observing the ebony throat's silence, Nan Zhou let out a couple of cold laughs. What? No word to share. The ebony throat's eyes darted to the side, and although Nan Zhou's tone was calm, each word pierced his very soul. Embarrassed, the ebony throat found himself at a loss for words. How unexpected it was that, as the strategist of Thanos' army, he would find himself in such a predicament. Nan Zhou mocked the ebony throat before contemplating how he might put this individual to use. Since this fellow wished to serve him, Nan Zhou saw no reason to refuse. The ebony throat still possessed some value. At that moment, An idea struck Nan Zhou. Perhaps this individual could indeed be of service. He crouched down, casting a scrutinizing look upon the ebony throat, whose body trembled under Nan Zhou's smile. There is indeed something that only you can accomplish. What do you mean? The ebony throat's voice quivered slightly. There is no need to be so fearful. Nan Zhou helped Wu Mu Ho to his feet and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, as if they had been acquainted for ages. This matter is quite simple. All you need to do is return to Thanos and continue your work, following him as he roams through the cosmos, serving as a strategist, while merely keeping an eye on one particular item. Wu Mu Ho was taken aback at this. Keeping an eye on one item? Was it truly that straightforward? He could hardly believe his ears. Just like that? Nan Zhou nodded earnestly. Just like that. Then, what exactly is the item you need me to monitor? Wu Mu Ho's inquiry did not receive an immediate response from Nan Zhou, who stroked his chin thoughtfully before breaking into a smile. I do not know the specifics just yet, but I will inform you once I ascertain what it is. But how will you find me? Wu Mu Ho posed yet another question. Nan Zhou required him to return to Thanos, which would be in the vastness of space. How could he possibly contact him? I have my methods. With that, Nan Zhou pulled off Wu Mu Ho's hood. Just leave this item to me. As long as it carries your essence, I will be able to locate you. If your essence begins to wane, I will ask you for something else that bears your essence. This was a newfound ability of Nan Zhou. As long as he possessed an object infused with another's essence, he could traverse the rifts of space to find that person. As for its efficacy in the cosmos, Nan Zhou had already tested it successfully on Odin, so he felt confident it would work with Wu Mu Ho as well. Observing Nan Zhou's unwavering confidence, Wu Mu Ho chose not to press further. Recognizing the undeniable strength of Nan Zhou and the ease with which he could wield such a skill. Very well, I understand, Wu Mu Ho said, glancing at Nan Zhou, uncertain if there was anything else he wished to add. There is nothing more for you. You may leave. Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Wu Mu Ho's presence was no longer of any use, so it was better to let him go. Wu Mu Ho nodded, turning to tear a piece from his black cloak to cover his head. With his hood removed by Nan Zhou, he needed to fashion something to conceal his face. Otherwise, the Earthlings might discover he was an extraterrestrial, which would put him in jeopardy. Moreover, he could not harm the Earthlings, for if Nan Zhou wished to eliminate him, it would be a simple task. With this thought, Wu Mu Ho resolved to depart swiftly. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou watched Wu Mu Ho's retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself. It truly required no effort at all. Nan Zhou had initially thought he would need to journey into space for the matter concerning that entity. But it seemed that with Wu Mu Ho, everything would be considerably more straightforward. With this in mind, Nan Zhou turned and strode out of the forest, confident that Wu Mu Ho, following Thanos through the cosmos, would inevitably lead to the item mentioned by that entity. Now, what Nan Zhou must do is simply await the revelation of that existence, to discern precisely what it is. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw remains in the vastness of space outside Earth, where, thanks to their technology, he can swiftly return to Thanos' flagship, a task as easy as traversing a wormhole. Ebony Maw soon found himself back within Thanos' fleet. Ebony Maw. Shortly after his return, Thanos summoned him. Where have you been during this time? Thanos' first inquiry upon seeing him was this. Master, I've been unwell lately and thought it prudent to take some fresh air. To spare you any concern, I refrained from notifying you, replied Ebony Maw, maintaining his composure in the presence of Thanos. As their conversation unfolded, Thanos was left utterly convinced. Very well, Thanos nodded, harboring no doubts. Step forward. I have a task for you. Chapter 176. Surge of Descent. Although Ebony Maw managed to navigate his encounter with Thanos with finesse, the absence of suspicion from Thanos allowed him to exhale in relief. Esteemed Master Thanos, what assignment do you wish to entrust to me? He inquired as he knelt before Thanos once more. Our next target planet requires your attention, Thanos stated, observing the respectful demeanor of Ebony Maw. I need you to investigate that planet and ascertain the extent of their top-tier combat capabilities. Ebony Maw was somewhat taken aback by Thanos' directive, as it appeared the recent conflict on Earth had instilled a profound caution within him. Clearly, Nan Zhou had left a significant psychological impact on Thanos. Certainly, my lord. I shall attend to this matter immediately, Ebony Maw replied, lowering his gaze slightly, as such tasks were exceedingly manageable for him. With that, he stood and made his way out. Despite suffering a setback on Earth, Thanos remained undeterred. His grand ambitions would not waver. On the contrary, the provocation from Nan Zhou fueled his determination to strive harder. He resolved to surpass Nan Zhou. Having been bested by him, he was determined to rise again. The next time he confronted Nan Zhou or returned to Earth, he would ensure that this adversary paid a price. Of course, the defeat on Earth had rendered Thanos considerably more cautious. He now took it upon himself to thoroughly understand any unfamiliar planets in advance. Thus, the responsibility for this task naturally fell to Ebony Maw, whose reconnaissance abilities were unparalleled. However, as he observed Ebony Maw's departing figure, Thanos' gaze narrowed, and he summoned another subordinate, equally skilled in reconnaissance. Follow closely behind Ebony Maw and keep a watchful eye on him, understood? The individual initially hesitated, but upon noticing Thanos' expression, nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Ultimately, Thanos harbored a seed of doubt regarding Ebony Maw. The latter's recent disappearance had instilled within him a sense of foreboding. The treachery of this individual is evident. He remains close to Thanos primarily due to his formidable strength and the dominion of his army within the cosmos, which previously allowed him to assert his will with impunity. However, circumstances have shifted dramatically. They have suffered a devastating defeat on Earth, and he has been soundly beaten. It is difficult to fathom the extent to which his malice may have grown. He must remain vigilant. Nevertheless, Ebony Maw possesses exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Although the individual he dispatched for reconnaissance is also quite capable, Thanos harbors doubts that this person can evade Ebony Maw's notice. At this moment, Thanos turns to gaze at the vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky and declares, "Darkseid, I shall remember you. One day, I will surpass you." The mere thought of Darkseid, who has vanquished him, fills Thanos with a profound sense of resentment. As the great titan and ruler of a fleet that commands respect across countless planets, he finds it intolerable that he was bested by being deemed inferior, backward, and ignorant, a human from Earth. Thus, he resolves to grow stronger, to become more formidable than Darkseid. He understands that this adversary stands as the greatest obstacle to his ambitions, and he must conquer him. With this determination, Thanos turns once more. This is no time for idleness, and he must continue his training. As for Ebony Maw, Thanos is unaware of his actions as he proceeds to scout that planet. Meanwhile, on another planet, despair reigns, and the cries of the suffering echo across the landscape, transforming it into a veritable hell on Earth. Ronan stands atop a mountain of corpses, observing the remnants of the planet's population with a frigid gaze. "You survivors, cherish your lives. I have kept my word, extinguishing only half of you, devoid of any emotional sentiment. The remaining half regard Ronan with eyes filled with hatred. Yet, Ronan remains unfazed. He has encountered such glares countless times before. However, his mood is far from amiable. As a zealot of the Kree, he adamantly refuses to heed the peace treaty between his empire and the S.H.I.E.L.D. Imperial Guard, setting his sights on the complete annihilation of the Shi'ar race. His alliance with Thanos stems from the latter's promise to assist in the eradication of Shi'ar Prime. Ronan sought out Thanos because his fleet has proven invincible across the cosmos, leaving no trace of life in its wake. Yet now, Thanos has suffered defeat at the hands of those he considers the inferior Earthlings, and even the Chitauri under his command have dwindled in number. To make matters worse, Thanos himself was bested by a single human, unable to retaliate. Can such a being, such an army, truly hope to conquer the Shi'ar Imperial Guard? Can they obliterate the planet he so despises? Ronan harbors grave doubts. Thus, his mood is exceedingly poor. Currently, the morale of Thanos' fleet is notably diminished, primarily due to the defeat of their leader, Thanos. After all, to the Chitauri, humans are perceived as a species of inferior status, akin to mere insects. Even if humans were to annihilate them, it would scarcely matter. It is merely a confrontation between two bugs. When a larger insect is vanquished by the smaller one, nothing more. However, the downfall of Thanos signifies a man being bested by an ant. This is a bitter pill for Ronan to swallow, as he had hoped for Thanos to obliterate Xander. But now he must ponder who else could assist him in that endeavor. The notion of severing ties with Thanos grows increasingly appealing. He contemplates whether he should lead his subordinates away from Thanos' army. Such a decision would undoubtedly strike a significant blow to Thanos, and Ronan would inevitably face severe retribution. Although Thanos has suffered setbacks on Earth, his followers remain Chitauri. Should Ronan attempt to take his formidable soldiers with him, he may find himself ill-prepared for the consequences. With this thought, Ronan scoffed. At present, detaching from Thanos' army is simply not feasible. Weakness breeds subservience. The path to autonomy lies solely in the fortification of one's own strength. Thanos' defeat has illuminated the unreliability of the Titan, rather than relying on him to extinguish Xander. Ronan resolves to grow stronger and confront that realm himself. He yearns not to dwell in the shadows of others, but to stand alongside Thanos as an equal, or even to surpass and usurp him. Chapter 177. Fragments of the alien gemstone within Thanos' Legion. 2 of his generals have begun to harbor dissent, all due to one individual. Meanwhile, in the realm of Earth, Nan Zhou has returned to a life of tranquility following the departure of Ebony Maw. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has not assigned him any tasks, leaving him in a state of leisure. This existence suits Nan Zhou well. He relishes the simplicity of life, strolling through the streets, watching television at home, engaging in occasional exercise, and preparing meals. Is this not a beautiful life? Yet, Nan Zhou is acutely aware that such a serene existence cannot endure indefinitely. As long as the threat posed by the divine remains, the day when he can live untroubled will never truly arrive. Standing by the window, basking in the sunlight, he observes the bustling traffic below. Despite the grievous wounds inflicted upon New York, its infrastructure remains remarkably intact. Although the city no longer possesses its former vigor, it remains a formidable metropolis. Nan Zhou accesses his personal system interface and discovers that his Darkseid template has reached 24. After the last battle in New York, he achieved the status of Thanos' adversary, raising his inheritance template to 20. Coupled with witnessing Iron Man destroy an alien spacecraft, his inheritance degree now stands at 23. Since the Great Battle in New York, Nan Zhou has only managed to increase his template inheritance by a mere 1. During this period, his visits to the room imbued with Omega radiation have gradually diminished. At times, he finds himself forgetting to complete the daily task, and he cannot quite discern the reason behind it. Meanwhile, he has noticed that his lottery chances have reached 4. Ever since he last won the Aquaman's trident, he has not been fortunate enough to draw anything of value again. Perhaps it is time to try once more. With a heavy sigh, Nan Zhou opened the lottery page. Resolved to embody the spirit of a European today, he clasped his hands together, silently invoking good fortune, hoping for a golden legend to emerge, which would undoubtedly be a resounding success. With this thought in mind, he resolutely chose to proceed with the lottery. Ding! The lottery system is activated. The familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! 1 lottery draw, Godzilla model. Nan Zhou frowned. This initial draw did not bode well. He pressed on, determined not to concede defeat with 3 chances remaining. Ding! 1 lottery draw, a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. Upon seeing this prize, Nan Zhou felt a wave of exasperation. While it wasn't terrible, it certainly wasn't remarkable either. System, can this replica be used to snap fingers? He inquired. If it couldn't serve that purpose, it would truly be a significant loss. Ding! The replica can be used to snap fingers. Hearing the system's response, Nan Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this time he had not suffered too great a setback. Encouraged, he continued with the lottery. Ding! 1 lottery draw. Aquaman's trident, sample. Nan Zhou was puzzled. Are we recycling prizes now? He almost exclaimed in frustration, having already acquired an Aquaman's trident of commendable red-tier quality. Receiving a mere sample felt like a cruel joke, implying it was nothing more than a decorative piece. How unfortunate! He gazed at the disappointing lottery outcome and sighed helplessly before initiating the 4th draw. Ding! 1 lottery draw, fragment of an external spirit stone. As the system's words concluded, a fragment of spirit stone appeared in Nan Zhou's inventory. What purpose does this serve? He felt a twinge of curiosity, as he was entirely unaware of its function. System, what is this? He asked. However, this time he received no response from the system. Rubbing his head in confusion, he pondered whether the system was oblivious to the nature of this item or simply reluctant to provide an answer. He decided to keep it for now. Perhaps it would reveal its usefulness in due course. The system's silence left Nan Zhou vigilant, indicating that this fragment of spirit stone was likely of significant importance. Furthermore, the preceding term extraterrestrial probably suggested that this object, much like himself, originated from beyond the Marvel Universe. This lottery proved to be quite fortunate, yielding an Infinity Gauntlet capable of wielding the Infinity Stones and executing the infamous snap. along with this potentially crucial fragment of Spirit Stone. Nan Zhou felt he had come out ahead in this endeavor. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Nick calling. "What's the matter?" Nan Zhou inquired as he connected the call. "There's a mission to assign to you, right in New York, conveniently nearby. The details will be sent to you via email shortly." Nick's voice resonated from the other end. A long-awaited assignment had finally arrived for Nan Zhou. "Understood," he acknowledged before hanging up. Soon after, an email from Nick appeared in his inbox. Upon opening it, a picture of a clown mask greeted him. The current state of affairs in New York had led to a spike in crime rates, with numerous criminal factions resurfacing. The Joker Gang was among them, currently thriving within the city's underworld, having seized countless gang strongholds and amassed considerable wealth. Typically, such matters would not concern S.H.I.E.L.D. Should they escalate, it would become the responsibility of the NYPD. Nevertheless, Nick had decided to intervene this time. It was suspected that the Joker Gang possessed alien weaponry left over from the aftermath of the New York battle. These weapons were far more advanced than those of Earth's inhabitants, vastly superior to the armaments wielded by other gangs. How else could a nascent organization like the Joker Gang navigate New York with such ease? Nan Zhou's task was to investigate this gang. If they indeed held alien weapons, it would necessitate the involvement of the Avengers. The ramifications of such extraterrestrial arms falling into civilian hands could be dire. Having read the email, Nan Zhou shut his laptop and headed to his bedroom to change his attire before stepping outside. At that moment, Hela returned home and, noticing Nan Zhou preparing to leave, inquired, "Where are you headed?" "This isn't to your usual time for a stroll." The early hour of Nan Zhou's departure took Hela by surprise. Her keen eyes quickly caught sight of him handling a firearm. "On a mission?" she asked. Nan Zhou nodded. "Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a task for me, right in New York. There's a small gang suspected of acquiring alien weaponry, and I need to investigate." Upon hearing this, Hela recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from further questioning, stepping aside to allow him passage. "Be safe," she advised. Nan Zhou nodded slightly before turning to leave. Chapter 178. The Joker Gang has long roamed the impoverished neighborhoods of New York. Although the current leader has distanced himself from the slums, many new members hail from these very streets. Nan Zhou once again set foot in this desolate territory. Since the New York War, the slums have descended into an even more tragic state, a reality that defies mere chaos. His arrival went unnoticed by the inhabitants of the slums. After all, this place is a melting pot of humanity, and Nan Zhou possessed no distinctive traits that might draw attention. Consequently, he remained inconspicuous. He wandered aimlessly through the dilapidated streets, refraining from inquiring about the Joker Gang, as such an overt approach would surely betray his intentions, alerting the gang members to his presence. His strategy proved effective. Shortly after his arrival, he was startled by the sounds of violence nearby. "Give it to me, you bastard!" A figure donned in a clown mask was seen snatching food from a woman living in the slums, accompanied by another masked individual wielding a firearm. Judging by the voice, the assailant appeared quite young, likely in his late teens. "Do you know who we are? We're the Joker Gang." After seizing the food, the masked thug kicked the woman to the ground and proceeded to approach others in the vicinity. The woman could only sit on the ground, weeping. Witnessing this, Nan Zhou concealed himself behind a nearby wall. Despite the presence of only 2 gang members, he preferred not to alert them to his intentions, opting instead to wait for a more opportune moment. The 2 gang members continued their rampage, collecting whatever valuables and food they could find without a hint of remorse. "What a bunch of pitiful beggars," one scoffed, eyeing the meager bounty of food and cash they had amassed. Disdainfully, they prepared to leave. Nan Zhou, seeing their intent to move on, decided to follow. The pair exited the slum, intending to venture to another impoverished area just a street away. By chance, they wandered into an empty alley. "Hey!" Nan Zhou called out from behind them. The 2 members of the Joker Gang turned, surprised to see a masked figure clad in respectable attire standing before them. "Who are you?" they demanded, their bravado intact. The one holding the gun swaggered forward, scrutinizing Nan Zhou. "Got any money? Hand it over if you know what's good for you." Nan Zhou offered a resigned smile, recognizing the audacity of the Joker Gang. "Money, certainly, but I wish to meet your leader," Nan Zhou stated as he faced the individual approaching him. "Meet our leader?" The man turned to glance at the one holding a bag of food, and they both erupted into mocking laughter. "You're wearing a mask. Perhaps you're a part of some gang yourself. Do you truly believe you can meet our leader?" "How naive!" Hurry up and hand over the money, then get lost. Don't force my hand into using this gun. The man's voice grew more menacing as he aimed his weapon at Nan Zhou. Is this how you choose to conduct business? Must it escalate to such a degree? Nan Zhou sighed heavily, deeply disdainful of the impudent little thug pointing a gun at him. Stop with the chatter. The man, seeing that Nan Zhou showed no intent to comply, cocked his gun. You're asking for trouble. Nan Zhou regarded the man with a cold smile. In an instant, he darted forward, reaching the man before he could react. Seizing the gun with a firm grip, the man, taken aback, frantically pulled the trigger, but to no avail. Nan Zhou's grip rendered the weapon useless, preventing the trigger from being depressed and the bullets from firing. You. The man gazed incredulously at Nan Zhou, a wave of fear washing over him. Before he could utter another word, Nan Zhou delivered a powerful punch to his face, shattering the mask. Just a child, Nan Zhou observed, recognizing the youthful visage behind the mask, merely 17 or 18 years old. A twinge of pity stirred within him. One could say this child's future is now ruined. The boy, now akin to a fledgling chick, dangled helplessly in Nan Zhou's grasp, having been rendered unconscious by the blow. The individual holding the bag of food, witnessing the scene, drew his gun and aimed it at Nan Zhou. Go on, shoot, Nan Zhou taunted, tossing the boy onto the ground. You were so brazen with the people from the slums just moments ago. Why the sudden cowardice in front of me? Nan Zhou advanced step by step toward the man. The latter, feeling the pressure, instinctively stepped back. Come on, shoot me. Aim right here. Nan Zhou taunted, pointing to his forehead. Aren't you from the slums? Why treat your fellow impoverished with such disdain? He pressed on, closing the distance between them. The man's hand trembled around the gun. Stay back, he shouted, ready to pull the trigger. Yet, he quickly discovered that no matter how he strained, the trigger refused to budge, as if it had been welded shut. At that moment, Nan Zhou stood before him, tightening his grip around the handgun, watching as the weapon contorted under the pressure. The inability of the man to pull the trigger was a result of Nan Zhou's influence. His willpower kept the trigger firmly in place, rendering the man powerless despite his efforts. As for the issue of the gun undergoing severe deformation, it would have been a simple task for Nan Zhou to crush the man's skull, so manipulating a firearm was merely child's play. Witnessing the gun being contorted into a disc, the previously arrogant member of the Joker gang felt his psychological defenses crumble, collapsing to the ground in a state of weakness. Nan Zhou removed his mask, revealing a youth of about 17 or 18 years. Pray tell, where is your leader now? Nan Zhou inquired. The boy's voice trembled in response. I don't know. We just joined the Joker gang not long ago, and we have never met the leader. Do you know the current size of your gang? Nan Zhou anticipated the boy's answer and proceeded with his second question. Many children from the slums have joined the Joker gang, but this particular area has seen few recruits, prompting our superiors to send us here to stir up trouble. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. Then tell me, where are your superiors located? Chapter 179. The oblivious ones from the slums carrying a large bag of food and a small stack of money. Nan Zhou returned to the slum he had just visited. He returned the food and money to those who had been robbed. Having meticulously memorized the items taken from each individual, he distributed them without error, ensuring that everyone received their rightful belongings. The two unfortunate souls had already been dealt with by Nan Zhou. He had knocked them unconscious and left them by the roadside, accompanied by the Joker gang's masks. Should any officers pass by, those two would surely be apprehended. After resolving this matter, Nan Zhou turned to leave the slum, having acquired the location of the two unfortunate soul superior, and he now set out to find that individual. Wait, at that moment, the woman who had been the first victim of the robbery called out to Nan Zhou, stepping before him. I sincerely thank you for what you have done for us, but you have drawn the ire of the Joker gang. It would be wise for you to avoid the slums in the future. Her words surprised Nan Zhou. It appeared that the Joker gang did not enjoy a favorable reputation in the slums. How much do you know about the Joker gang? He inquired, sensing that the woman might possess some insight. The Joker gang was once a small faction within these surrounding slums, the woman replied without hesitation, leading Nan Zhou to her tent. This gang was composed entirely of children, and their primary activities revolved around robbing the wealthy to aid the poor. While their methods were questionable, they genuinely provided assistance to us, and thus we welcome them. However, everything changed thereafter. As the woman spoke, a deep sigh escaped her lips, her face etched with despair. The calamity in New York had unexpectedly bestowed upon the leader of the Joker gang extraterrestrial weaponry, which, as you may know, is exceedingly potent and terrifyingly destructive, leaving nothing but bones in its wake. This gang had acquired a total of 30 alien firearms, rapidly leveraging this arsenal to shift the balance of power, annihilating numerous rival factions. However, the expansion of their influence heralded a descent into decadence, corruption, and a loss of foundational values. At this juncture, the woman glanced up at Nan Zhou. The remainder of her thoughts was unnecessary to articulate, for he ought to comprehend the implications. Nan Zhou merely nodded in acknowledgement. They were, after all, still children, once endowed with immense power. It was nearly impossible for them to remain true to their core principles. To forget one's essence inevitably leads to encroachment upon the very slums that nurtured them. This situation resembled the effects of a super serum. Not everyone could embody the noble spirit of Steve Rogers. Perhaps only he could transcend into greatness rather than succumb to depravity. Suddenly, the woman's demeanor shifted, a wave of sorrow radiating from within her. My son, so young, was brutally beaten to death simply because he resisted the Joker gang's attempts to steal his candy. As she spoke, her emotions surged uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her face. She remembered her son, a child brimming with hopes and dreams for the future, whose life was extinguished by the hands of the Joker gang. Observing her tears, Nan Zhou gently placed a hand on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Once more, she raised her gaze. Your voice is not very loud, young man. Do not provoke them. They're terrifying. Although they are not of great age, their methods are exceedingly cruel. The woman expressed her gratitude to Nan Zhou for assisting her in reclaiming her money and provisions, wishing no harm would come to someone who had shown her kindness at the hands of the Joker gang. Yet, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and produced his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. You need not worry. I have come here specifically to confront those individuals. Upon catching sight of the S.H.I.E.L.D. badge in his possession, the woman paused, her expression transforming into one of relief. It seemed her fears were unfounded. At last, someone was poised to address the brazen miscreants. How wonderful! Finally, someone is taking action. Tears of joy now welled in her eyes. Previously, the New York Police Department had attempted to subdue the gang, but their efforts had ended in failure. Now, with S.H.I.E.L.D. intervening, the agency that housed the Avengers, the days of the Joker gang's tyranny were numbered. What do you know about the leader of the Joker gang? Nan Zhou inquired, eager to extract information regarding this formidable adversary from the woman. I am acquainted with him. He is a Caucasian boy named Roger Cole, who was the mastermind behind the inception of the clown gang. Shortly thereafter, the woman reached into her bag and produced a photograph. It was indeed this individual, a figure I have long remembered, for it was one of his subordinates who took the life of my child. Nan Zhou accepted the photograph, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, for it seemed that this endeavor required little effort. I appreciate your assistance. I am confident you will soon receive a response that meets your expectations. After expressing his gratitude, Nan Zhou departed from the woman's tent. Gaining insight into the leader of the clown gang was exceptionally favorable news for him. Clutching the photograph, Nan Zhou returned to his residence, where he opened his computer to investigate this Roger Cole. It had become increasingly evident to Nan Zhou that the members of the clown gang had acquired weaponry from the Chitauri. Yet he refrained from informing Nick until he could substantiate the existence of such armaments. Thus, he was compelled to continue his investigation. For Nan Zhou, delving into an individual's background was a relatively straightforward task. No matter how deeply concealed one might be, escape from his grasp was improbable. In no time, all information regarding Roger Cole was retrieved. He appeared to be a remarkably clean individual, devoid of any criminal record, with a background that was exceptionally unblemished. In Brooklyn? Upon tracing Roger Cole's cellular location, Nan Zhou discovered that he was indeed in the borough of Brooklyn, not far from Nan Zhou's own Manhattan. With the location identified, Nan Zhou resolved to seek him out. Are you leaving so soon? Hyla inquired, noting Nan Zhou's imminent departure. I have located the address of the mob leader who possesses the alien weaponry. I intend to have a conversation with him, Nan Zhou replied, before promptly exiting his home. Hyla watched his retreating figure, pouting slightly, wondering why he couldn't take a moment to eat or drink before rushing off. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou opened a spatial rift, directly transporting himself to Brooklyn. Chapter 180. The power shift of the Clown Gang. The calamity in New York predominantly affected the Manhattan area, while Brooklyn remained largely unscathed, its infrastructure surprisingly intact. Following the address, Nan Zhou quickly found the residence of Roger Cole. To his surprise, the location was an abandoned building undergoing renovations, appearing to have been derelict for quite some time. It was unexpected that someone of his stature would reside in such a place. One would assume a gang leader would dwell in a more upscale neighborhood rather than in a nearly forsaken structure with potential heating issues. With his curiosity piqued, Nan Zhou entered the building. As he stepped inside, a musty odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to wrinkle his nose. This scent was indeed quite unbearable. Gazing at the mold-infested walls of the corridor, Nan Zhou pondered that this place hardly required any human effort to dismantle. It would inevitably collapse on its own in due time. To his astonishment, the current leader of the rapidly rising Joker gang in New York resided in such a dilapidated locale. Nan Zhou's location tracking could not pinpoint the exact floor, leaving him to rely on chance within the building, which had long since seen a reduction in its inhabitants, making it relatively straightforward to eliminate possibilities. At that moment, a door on the fourth floor swung open, and a young man, cloaked and bandaged, descended from above. Observing this, Nan Zhou quickly donned his mask, wishing to conceal his identity from any innocent bystanders. As their eyes met, he was struck by the uncanny resemblance of the bandaged figure's eyes and nose to those of Roger Cole in the photographs. Remarkably identical. Could this be Roger Cole? Surprised, Nan Zhou tentatively called out, "Roger?" The bandaged individual immediately turned, locking eyes with the masked Nan Zhou, and then hastily bolted down the stairs. Astonishingly, it was indeed him. Nan Zhou pursued, but remained vigilant. The situation might not be as simple as it appeared. This Roger Cole did not seem to embody the characteristics of a typical gang leader. Roger's pace was swift, yet to Nan Zhou, it was akin to a warrior brandishing a sword before master. After all, Nan Zhou possessed the enhancements of both the Death Knell and Darkseid templates, making it a trivial task to close the gap. "Halt!" he commanded, bringing Roger Cole down and revealing his credentials. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Joker Gang Leader Roger Cole, I require your assistance in an investigation. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's identification, Roger exhaled deeply, followed by a wry smile. If you seek the leader of the Joker Gang, I regret to inform you that you have mistaken me for someone else. I once held that position, but I'm no longer affiliated with them. Nan Zhou studied Roger's expression, sensing sincerity rather than jest. It appeared he was indeed correct. Roger Cole was no longer the leader of the Joker Gang, nor was he a member. Releasing him, Nan Zhou helped him to his feet. "Now, tell me in detail about the Joker Gang." Roger, taken aback by Nan Zhou's lack of astonishment, recognized the complexity of the individual before him. He glanced toward a nearby stone bench, and Nan Zhou understood the unspoken invitation, taking a seat beside him. "I was once the leader of the Joker Gang, back when it was not the terror it is today. Our actions were merely a means of redistributing wealth, taking from the affluent and giving to those in the impoverished neighborhoods." Roger Cole reminisced about those times. "Though we faced considerable hardships, we also experienced joy. There were days when we could scarcely manage a full meal, yet eventually, we resolved our struggles with basic sustenance. Our contributions to the slums earned us the gratitude of the residents, who even went so far as to shield us from harm." At this point, Roger Cole chuckled self-deprecatingly. "However, everything changed after the catastrophe in New York. We acquired alien weaponry." As he spoke, Roger turned to Nan Zhou, revealing the staggering number of 35 extraterrestrial arms. Despite the grotesque appearance of the aliens, their weapons were terrifying, reducing human bodies to mere bones upon impact. Such devices were far too lethal for us. We were merely a small gang navigating the streets of Manhattan. It would be prudent to entrust these armaments to more capable entities, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. Roger reflected on the weapon's potency and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He recalled his second-in-command, a man named Larrister. As he spoke, Roger produced a tattered leather wallet from his pocket, retrieving a photograph of himself alongside another individual. Standing beside him was a young black boy. This was the companion with whom he had grown up. He opposed the idea of relinquishing those weapons, believing we should leverage them to attain greater status. He was convinced that with such armaments, even those like Kingpin would fall before us. This clashed with my principles, leading to a fierce argument. the outcome being that I was assaulted and forced to flee to this place. As he spoke, Roger removed the bandages from his face, revealing a harrowing scar that confronted Nan Zhou. Aside from his eyes, nose, and lips, a significant portion of Roger's visage bore severe burn marks. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D had been ruthless. In truth, they were still hunting me. I only found respite after escaping Manhattan, and now I dare not return. My mother remains there. Roger clenched his fists as he spoke, his mother and sister still in Manhattan, yet he could not meet them. Returning would surely seal his fate. Nan Zhou, feeling a surge of sympathy for the young man, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Rest assured, my purpose here is to investigate the matter of the alien weapons. I will ensure that you reunite with your mother and sister, and S.H.I.E.L.D will face the consequences he deserves. Chapter 181. The gated community of white supremacist affluence, Nan Zhou acquired a photograph of the current leader of the Joker gang. S.H.I.E.L.D, realizing that he would need to return home. Just as he was about to depart, Roger Cole called out to him. Well, if you truly manage to eradicate the clown gang, could you ensure that those individuals are not harmed? Nan Zhou turned around, gazing at Roger, whose eyes reflected a myriad of emotions, and let out a heavy sigh. It seemed that despite the clown gang's treatment of him, he remained deeply concerned for their well-being, unwilling to see them come to harm. In truth, Roger hesitated significantly before voicing this sentiment. It was essential to recognize that those from the clown gang would gladly wish for his demise to eliminate any potential threats. Had he not secured the safety of his family, he could scarcely fathom the consequences of S.H.I.E.L.D discovering their whereabouts. In such a scenario, his mother and sister would be unable to escape the clutches of those nefarious individuals. Not only would they inflict harm upon his family, but they would also use them as leverage against him. Yet, despite these thoughts, Roger articulated his plea. His feelings for the clown gang ran profoundly deep. Even after their actions towards him, he still hoped to shield them from injury. Observing Roger, Nan Zhou felt a sense of helplessness. Roger's words revealed him to be a person of remarkable kindness, albeit a kindness that bordered on excessive. Given the clown gang's treatment of him, he would be inclined to eliminate them entirely rather than grant them a reprieve. However, since Roger had made his request, Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall do my utmost. With that, he turned and departed, finding a secluded corner to open a spatial rift and leave. After Nan Zhou's departure, Roger collapsed onto a stone bench, cradling his head in his hands. He was now a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The involvement of S.H.I.E.L.D signified that the clown gang would face repercussions, and he would reunite with his family in Manhattan. Yet, this also meant the complete dissolution of the clown gang, the very place that had once harbored his dreams and convictions. Its destruction left him with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. However, given the circumstances, he felt powerless, resigned to let events unfold as they would. Upon returning home, Nan Zhou's swift arrival surprised S.H.I.E.L.D. You finished so quickly? She inquired. Nan Zhou shook his head. Not quite. The clown gang is rather intricate. The leader I investigated earlier is no longer in power. He was replaced following the battle in New York. He then recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Roger had also been betrayed, S.H.I.E.L.D was immediately filled with indignation. She had experienced the bitterness of betrayal herself, a sensation that would forever linger in her memory. The members of the clown gang are truly despicable, and despite this, Roger still wishes to spare their lives? If it were me, given the chance, those individuals would undoubtedly become corpses. S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, her frustration palpable. She shared Nan Zhou's sentiments. Had Roger been her own, the members of the clown gang would not survive to see another day. As S.H.I.E.L.D continued to articulate her approach towards those from the Joker gang, Nan Zhou had already embarked on an investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D's whereabouts. Indeed, as anticipated, Nan Zhou gazed at the computer screen and let out a couple of derisive chuckles. True to his expectations, S.H.I.E.L.D resided in Manhattan's affluent neighborhood, specifically in a villa district not far from his own location. After concluding his search, Nan Zhou shut down the computer, noticing that S.H.I.E.L.D was still engrossed in her monologue. All right, enough with the chatter, he interjected, interrupting her. I have located the individual, and I am about to seek him out. I will accompany you. S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed immediately upon hearing Nan Zhou's declaration. I want to give that guy a good thrashing. Observing the earnest expression on S.H.I.E.L.D's face, Nan Zhou felt somewhat speechless and subsequently produced a mask. Put this on and follow me, he instructed, Hela accepted the mask with satisfaction, recognizing that this was Nan Zhou's most effective method of silencing her by indulging her desires. Together, they exited Nan Zhou's residence. This time, he refrained from opening a spatial rift, for he had never ventured into Manhattan's Villa District before. "You've never been to the affluent Villa District?" Hela queried, surprised, as she assumed someone like Nan Zhou would be well acquainted with all of Manhattan. Nan Zhou merely snorted. "I considered visiting the place when I was purchasing a property, but ultimately decided against it. During a previous mission, I encountered several individuals from that district, and they all shared a common demeanor: arrogant white supremacists." He reflected on his past encounters with the wealthy residents of the villas. Due to his East Asian complexion, their attitude towards him had been far from respectful. Had he not been affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., their disdain would have undoubtedly intensified. Nan Zhou harbored a deep-seated aversion to such individuals. Thus, he found it perplexing why Lara Stir, as a black man, would choose to reside among a congregation of white supremacists. However, the answer to this question could only be unveiled once Nan Zhou arrived at the location. The two eventually reached the affluent Villa District, where the security personnel attempted to impede their entry upon their arrival. Yet, Nan Zhou produced his credentials from within his coat, prompting the guard to step aside and grant them passage. "Your identification seems quite effective," Hela remarked, observing the guard's reverent deference after Nan Zhou presented his credentials. However, she remained puzzled as to why he opted to use these credentials instead of those from S.H.I.E.L.D., and thus inquired. "Of course, these credentials are more effective in this white supremacist Villa District," was Nan Zhou's response. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed an African-American, which naturally leads to disdain towards the agency from certain quarters. Thus, should I present S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials, I would likely encounter some difficulties. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's explanation, Hela offered an awkward smile. These white supremacists are undeniably rather exasperating. In Hela's view, it is absurd that, despite being fellow inhabitants of Earth, individuals are judged based on skin color. However, upon reflection, one might understand their perspective, as they perceive Earthlings as inferior and backward. The fact that a single planet is divided into hundreds of nations only underscores Earth's primitive state. The two continued their stroll through this affluent neighborhood, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by due to Hela's striking beauty. Some well-dressed men even resorted to pointing and gesturing at her, which gradually ignited Hela's anger.